Inheriting a dilapidated zoo, yet the system claims I am in the Beastmaster sect? A parrot delivers parcels, disregarding traffic signals. Crows conduct nocturnal surveillance, achieving remarkable feats against bandits. Wild boars wreak havoc in the fields, while tigers serve as guardians of agriculture. Antiquities lie submerged beneath the sea, as a pod of whales drags down a sunken ship. Dominating the realm of bionic technology, I'm not merely an insurmountable capital to contend with, but also the deity of military industry. Foreign tourist, greetings, my friend. May I inquire for directions? Could you please direct me to your amusement park featuring animal performances, the deep-sea aquarium, the forest hotel, the tertiary hospital, and a secretive residential area? How does one reach the fantastical museum, the rare species research center, the ferry market, and the zoo with the cloud-traversing train? Local resident, are you heading to the South Gate or the North Gate? Foreign tourist, what is the difference? Local resident, the South Gate is directly accessible from here. The North Gate requires a train journey of an hour to the neighboring province, from which you can enter. Foreign tourist, may I meet the owner of the zoo? Local resident, fortuitously, if you look up, do you see the dragon soaring in the sky? The one riding upon its head is the owner. Chapter 1. Inheriting the zoo. Has one become the holy son of the Beastmaster sect? Parallel world. Chung'an Zoo Management Hall. Understood. I shall pack my belongings and depart with Tao Tao immediately. I am grateful to the Chow family for their care of the two of us over the years. A voluptuous matron, her hips wide and legs curvaceous, rose and deeply bowed to Chao Chung. Tao Tao's mother, Luo Jin. Chao Chung sat on the sofa, rubbing his temples. The beautiful woman before him was currently the sole employee of this zoo. 10 minutes prior, Chao Chung had traversed to another world. Upon awakening, a corpse that bore an uncanny resemblance to him lay beside him, surrounded by numerous sleeping pills. As Chao Chung stood in a daze, the corpse disintegrated into specks of starlight that coalesced into his mind, simultaneously imparting a wealth of memories. From these recollections, it became evident that the deceased was also named Chao Chung, essentially being his counterpart from a parallel universe. Orphaned, he inherited a decrepit zoo along with debts amounting to millions. The original Chao Chung had sought valuation, finding that the zoo's land, along with its paperwork, could be transferred for approximately $4 million. Just enough to cover the remaining balance of $14 million in debts. How could a recent university graduate bear such a burden? Yesterday, a few ungrateful relatives had suddenly reached out to him, claiming they had found a buyer willing to purchase the zoo. They were set to arrive shortly for discussions. Chao Chung had no choice but to inform his sole employee about the impending sale. This beautiful woman, named Luo Jin, was the zoo's caretaker, residing in the premises with her daughter, Tao Tao. It is said that the original parents of Chao had once bestowed kindness upon her, and with Tao Tao's mother and child rendered homeless, they took refuge in the zoo, laboring tirelessly and dutifully. In times of adversity, while all the other staff scattered, she remained steadfastly present. After the demise of her parents, she took it upon herself to oversee the relocation of several large animals to other zoos, while tending to the smaller creatures that remained. Subsequently, the zoo was closed down, awaiting Chao Cheng's arrival to assume control. I hope you do not hold it against me. I had no other choice. Chao Cheng sighed. He currently possessed a mere 800 yuan, making even his own sustenance a challenge. It was improbable that he could clear the outstanding wages owed to others in one go. Luo Jin remained silent, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet she understood Chao Cheng's predicament. With debts exceeding 10 million, the pressure would be suffocating if he lacked the capability to manage the zoo. Selling the zoo could temporarily alleviate his burdens. I shall forego my salary. I already owe the Chao family. If you find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to speak. At that moment, a sudden electronic chime reverberated through Chao Cheng's mind. Ding! Host detected entering the realm of cultivation with the identity of the holy son of the Beastmaster sect. You have inherited a beleaguered Beastmaster sect. Your mission is to revitalize it. Actions such as expanding the sect, recruiting disciples, breeding spiritual beasts, and enhancing its reputation will elevate the sect's prestige. For every 10 points of prestige gained, a reward will be granted. Chao Chung was filled with exuberance. It was a system. After immersing himself in countless novels and leaving messages in comment sections, he finally received a response. Yet, a cultivation world? The Beastmaster sect? This is clearly a parallel world. A zoo. System. Did you not descend with me? It seems we are misaligned. The system offered no reply. Panic gripped Chao Chung. Cultivation was not inherently undesirable. Eternal life, unparalleled skills, beasts soaring through the skies, even dragons. However, mere misalignment was insufficient. What use was it if he could not obtain rewards? But wait, expanding the sect? Could this system be mistaking the zoo for the Beastmaster sect? Expanding the sect surely entails enhancing the zoo's infrastructure. Recruiting disciples must mean hiring staff, breeding spiritual beasts, increasing the population of wildlife, nurturing and cultivating, enhancing reputation, elevating the zoo's recognition. Of course, these were mere conjectures, and Chao Chung needed to verify them promptly. At that moment, a novice gift package flashed on the system panel. Chao Chung promptly focused his thoughts to open it. Novice gift package. Holy Sun's Beast Master Technique. Spirit Awakening Pills *3. Beast Spirit Pills *3. Chao Chung was about to thoroughly examine the contents of the gift package and test the system when a commotion erupted outside. A group entered the management hall, comprising his uncle, aunt, and third uncle, flanking a middle-aged man who bore the air of a businessman. Chao Chung, come here. Let me introduce you to Mr. Lin, who is interested in purchasing our zoo. His uncle beamed as he presented the introduction to Chao Chung, who remained impassive, not even rising from his seat. When Chao's parents were alive, they had generously assisted these relatives. Yet, upon their misfortunes, when it came time to seek repayment, these so-called kinfolk scuttled away like plague. Now, they suddenly displayed such kindness, knowing that Chao was inquiring about selling the zoo, and took the initiative to find a buyer. You all seemed quite eager to help. Chao Cheng's tone was neither warm nor cold. Mr. Lin, however, paid no heed. He had gleaned Chao Cheng's situation from his relatives. Chao Cheng's indifference was merely an attempt to elevate his own worth. TSK, what a remark. His uncle chuckled before leaning closer to Chao Chung and whispering, "We've negotiated a price for you. Once you give your consent, the money will be in hand immediately." As he spoke, Mr. Lin and several elders settled into the sofa across from Chao Chung. Luo Jin was entirely disregarded by them. Hearing his uncle's words, Chao Chung inquired with curiosity, "You have negotiated for me? May I ask how much you intend to offer?" Mr. Lin remained silent. His third uncle grinned and stated, "Mr. Lin is willing to offer 1 million, and it's a full payment, settled all at once." Upon hearing this figure, Luo Jin felt a heavy sinking in her heart. This was far too low. Such a nefarious buyer would undoubtedly not provide a good home for the animals. She was engulfed in despair. Having cared for these creatures for so long, she had developed a profound bond with them. She did not believe Chao Chung would share her sentiments regarding the zoo. Having been away at university, he had little emotional attachment to it. 1 million. Is this truly the price you have negotiated for me? Chao Chung cast a cold glance at his elders, silently cursing them. The land of the zoo was rather unique, not subject to a 40-year contract, but still possessing 52 years remaining. Spanning approximately 137 acres, it constituted a small thematic zoo. Even though it was located on the outskirts at the foot of a mountain, the value of this land alone exceeded 4 million. Moreover, it came with a series of permits for the breeding of second-level wildlife protection animals. Had there not been an urgent need for cash, the zoo would surely fetch at least 7 to 8 million. His aunt chimed in, "But they are paying in full. This will solve our immediate crisis." His third uncle also nudged Chao Chung, urging him, 1 million is already a generous offer. This shabby zoo was purchased by your grandfather for merely tens of thousands back in the day. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin across the table maintained an air of indifference, as if the purchase were of no consequence. Chao Chung raised an eyebrow at his uncle. "Are you all jesting?" Mr. Lin, evidently aware of Chao Cheng's situation, interrupted before he could continue, scoffing, "Young man, I'm making this offer out of respect for your uncles. If this is your attitude, then let us cease negotiations." He stood, feigning an intention to depart. His original aim was to gather information to acquire this zoo, as its location was excellent, adjoining mountains and connecting to the outer ring road. Although not large, the surrounding land was vacant and ripe for expansion. His original budget ranged from 5 million to 8 million, a figure he found acceptable. However, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, he first inquired with Chao Cheng's uncle. The relatives of Chao Chung immediately set their sights on this opportunity, informing the buyer that Chao Chung was currently entangled in debts and would undoubtedly sell at a bargain price. They offered their assistance in facilitating this transaction. The buyer promised that if they could reduce the price to 1 million, They would each receive a reward of 300,000 once the deal was completed. This ignited a frenzied eagerness among the relatives, who began to ingratiate themselves excessively. They aimed to persuade Chao Cheng to sell the zoo for 1 million, showing indifference to his mounting debts. Their sole concern was to expedite the transaction in order to secure their rewards. At that moment, neither the uncle, the third uncle, nor the aunt showed any intention of intervening. They believed that Chao Cheng was merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference. As soon as General Lin expressed a desire to depart, Chao Cheng would undoubtedly become anxious. After all, he was burdened by debts exceeding 10 million. Currently, he was so impoverished that he could barely afford a meal, making him likely to relent. Thus, the three of them exchanged knowing glances, anticipating his plea for them to stay. This positioned him at a disadvantage in the negotiations. Unexpectedly, however, Chao Cheng did not budge an inch. With an air of nonchalance, he proclaimed, "I will not see you off." The buyer halted in his tracks, a deep furrow creasing his brow. How could Chao Cheng remain unperturbed? This was illogical. He cast frantic glances towards the uncle and the others, urging them with his eyes. The third uncle stood up and grasped General Lin's arm, urging him to stay. "Oh, General Lin, please sit down. Let us discuss this amicably." The uncle, donning a demeanor befitting an elder, smiled faintly. "Chao Cheng, 1 million is the price we agreed upon with General Lin. After all, General Lin is willing to settle in one payment. We are doing this for your own good. With your parent gone, you must heed our counsel. This matter will be resolved at 1 million. I shall take responsibility for it." Chapter 2 Mom Tao Tao, I intend to continue my work. Chao Cheng cast a cold glance at his uncle. "You take charge? Do you relish being in control? If that is the case, I shall henceforth be under your jurisdiction. Let us draft a contract, and from now on, my debts will be your collective responsibility." Instantly, his uncle's face flushed crimson with indignation. "Hiss! Chao Cheng, what are you saying? How dare you speak to your uncle in such a manner?" Chao Cheng chuckled. "What? You don't want to take responsibility? You wish only to command me without any accountability? You consider yourself an authority? In what world do you think you have the right to dictate my actions?" His uncle's composure began to falter. It was one thing for Chao Cheng to insult him, but to do so with such playful sarcasm? What kind of attitude is this? "We are here to help you resolve your issues. Do not be so ungrateful." His uncle retorted with a glare. His third uncle interjected, chastising, "We traveled a great distance to invite them. It is one thing to show ingratitude. But how can you lose your temper at your uncle? Is this how you wish to present yourself?" Chao Cheng cast a dispassionate glance at the two. "Did I ask you to bring them here?" At his tone, the faces of his uncle and the others flushed with embarrassment. "TSK. Chao Cheng, we are your family." His aunt also scolded. Chao Cheng immediately unleashed his full fury. "Family? Now you acknowledge kinship? When my parents were alive, did you not benefit from their generosity? Did we not lend you nearly 1 million, at the very least 80,000? When they fell on hard times, you could not even return 30,000. Moreover, selling the zoo? Even a fool knows to raise their value. Yet you openly informed the buyers that I am deeply in debt and in urgent need of funds. What is this? Are you pocketing a kickback? Or is your mind simply addled?" These so-called elders had bullied Chao Cheng's parents throughout their lives. He felt no familial bond towards these individuals. Bang! His uncle slammed the table and stood up, seething. "How dare you speak to us like this? We did not take the zoo. We let your father have it. Shouldn't he be supporting us now that he has prospered? Strictly speaking, that zoo belongs to the three of us as well. And let me tell you, whether you like it or not, the zoo must be sold today." As he spoke, his uncle reached for the contract from the buyer's secretary's bag and slammed it onto the table. "Sign it. Try not signing it, and see what happens. I won't be responsible for you." His uncle looked ready to take action. His third uncle and aunt pretended to restrain him, adopting a parental demeanor as they glared at Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng smirked. It was evident that they had pocketed quite a bit in kickbacks, making them quite greedy. "What do you mean, responsible for me? What are you even worth? You cower like a dog outside, yet you act tough here? I refuse to sign. Today, I will see what you worthless fools can do." Chao Cheng rested his elbow on the armrest of the sofa, casting a mocking glance at him. The zoo was never their share. They had shunned his grandparents due to their poor health, unwilling to care for them. For a decade, it was Chao Cheng's parents who attended to his grandmother. They contributed nothing, and nearly severed ties. His grandfather had left the zoo to Chao Cheng's father in his will. Their envy would not allow them to claim it. "You." His uncle reached out to strike him. However, upon seeing the cold fierceness in Chao Cheng's eyes, he hesitated. Feeling a twinge of fear, this kid wouldn't he wait for him to strike first, and then turn the tables, would he? After all, Chao Cheng was at the end of his rope. The stakes were shared among 3 people. It was not worth risking for his own gain. Moreover, judging by his attitude, he was clearly unafraid. If he made the first move, even if he were to beat him, it would be justified as self-defense. Where would that leave his own dignity? He quickly withdrew his hand. You are truly a dutiful son. Chao Cheng scoffed. Humph, so are you. Their verbal clash left his uncle sputtering with anger. At that moment, the female secretary standing next to the buyer interjected. Enough. What are you all yelling about? Our boss is a businessman. This is about profit. Can we not discuss your family drama here? She then looked down her nose at Chao Cheng. We traveled a long way with sincerity. If you find 1 million too little, then state your price. Chao Cheng regarded her coldly. 100 million. Will you take it? Are you out of your mind? The secretary frowned. Chao Cheng sprang to his feet. Watch your mouth. It's clear you came here to swindle me, and yet you act so superior. Who do you think you are? Am I begging you? Are you trying to play hard to get with me? Damn you. This is a business deal. Either buy it or get lost. The secretary's face turned crimson with anger. She had not anticipated that Chao Cheng would dare to shout at her. She felt he was nothing short of a foul-mouthed madman, attacking anyone in sight. You have some nerve, Mr. Chao. We shall see how this unfolds. I await your plea for us to acquire it. Mr. Lin chuckled derisively before turning on his heel to leave. He had originally intended to negotiate. Even if they could not agree on 1 million, they could discuss a price. After all, it was a fact that Chao Cheng was in debt. He could deny his relatives a kickback, but surely offering Chao Cheng more than the market value was still an option. However, it was evident that Chao Cheng was now resistant. There would be no negotiations today. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Seeing Mr. Lin heading for the exit, the third uncle and aunt hurried after him. I will hold you accountable later. His uncle spat a harsh remark before promptly following suit. After all, their dream of 30,000 was not yet extinguished. Chao Cheng sneered. Hold me accountable? I do not know if you will hold me accountable, but I will certainly hold you accountable sooner or later. Turning, he noticed Tao Tao's mother looking at him with disbelief. She had never anticipated that Chao Cheng would act in such a manner. Not only had he rejected the unscrupulous offer, but he had also severed ties with his despicable relatives. Chao Cheng, feeling somewhat sheepish, cleared his throat. I've changed my mind. I intend to keep the zoo. If you still wish to leave, I will find a way to settle your wages. If you choose to stay, I can defer payment for a few more days. Luo Jin quickly shook her head. I will not leave. It's fine. I can wait as long as necessary. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Chao Cheng smiled and nodded. He did not wish for Luo Jin to depart. Currently, she was solely responsible for managing all the animals in the zoo and occasionally tending to the cleaning as well. She was an exceptionally capable employee. Moreover, with her stunning looks and enviable figure, she was a delight to behold. He simply adored such qualities. Alas, the old Chao family had its issues. Are we out of money? Chao Cheng inquired. We still have 6250. The zoo has been closed for some time now, with utilities and equipment running at minimal consumption. Currently, we only have expenses for the remaining animals. Luo Jin spoke, suddenly realizing her premature joy. Although the zoo was no longer for sale, Chao Cheng lacked the experience to rejuvenate this stagnant establishment. The real difficulties were only just beginning. To Chao Cheng's surprise, there was indeed some money left in the account. The most pressing matter at hand was to generate revenue, with a staggering debt of 14 million divided into 10 installments. The first payment amounted to 1 million, due within 20 days. Failure to make the payment on time would result in the zoo being forcibly mortgaged and auctioned off, leaving him with little chance of recovery. Beyond personal debts, hiring staff, infrastructure development, acquiring animals, and quality care all required substantial funds. Chao Cheng briskly exited the management hall, standing atop the elevated platform and surveying the desolate park. The Chang'an Zoo sprawled across 137 acres, a notably small zoo, yet nearly 70 areas remained vacant. There were hardly any first-class protected animals, let alone second-class ones. 5 macaques constituted the zoo's highest configuration. Chao Cheng accessed the system panel. Host, Chao Cheng. Son of the Beast Tamer Sect. Cultivation, mortal. Contracted beast, none. Magic item, none. Sect prestige, 7. He then examined the contents of the novice gift pack. Son of the Beast Taming Technique. A unique beast taming method exclusive to the Sun. Spirit Awakening Pill. A beast-use spiritual medicine that optimizes the beast's bloodline, awakens intelligence, and enhances spirit. Beast Spirit Pill. A beast-use spiritual medicine that introduces spiritual energy into the body, unblocking meridians, strengthening the body. Contemplating these system offerings, Chao Cheng quickly formulated a plan. Arjit, deduct the feeding expenses for the next 2 days from the account. Transfer everything else to me. I'll figure out the rest. Chapter 3. You, go gather some UNZ. Without waiting for Luo Jin's response, Chao Cheng turned and ascended to the second floor of the management hall. The management hall served as a public service area, while the second floor housed a lounge, repurposed by Chao Cheng's parents into a bedroom. He would spend the night there. Watching Chao Cheng's retreating figure, Luo Jin sighed softly. She did not understand him, nor could she fathom what he intended to do with that money. Even if he spent it all, she could not envision how he could turn things around. But she decided to let him be. After all, it was his money. As long as he had the determination, he could do as he pleased. Chao Cheng returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and began practicing the son of the beast taming technique. The immediate priority was to master the technique and explore any methods of beast taming. If he truly wished to enhance the prestige of the Beast Tamer Sect, he anticipated it would be challenging in the realm of cultivation. However, this was the era of the internet. He could not yet engage in expansion, hiring, or animal acquisition, activities that would elevate his prestige. The only avenue available to him at present was to establish his name, and that could be achieved through live streaming. If he could tame beasts and showcase them creatively, an audience would undoubtedly follow. Earning money and building a reputation could go hand in hand. The technique provided by the system was intuitively learned. Soon, Chao Cheng began to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His dantian opened to the purple mansion, and spiritual energy flowed through his meridians. Although feeble, there was indeed a mysterious energy in motion. Gradually, a vortex of spiritual energy formed in his dantian. The son of the beast taming technique was his exclusive cultivation method. The core of practicing this technique lay in spiritual beasts, requiring contracts, nurturing, and mutual growth. Both he and the spiritual beasts would ascend together at critical moments. He could also temporarily command non-contracted beasts or borrow the strength of contracted ones. It was a technique that necessitated a symbiotic relationship with the beasts. Chao Cheng then ventured outside, seeking suitable beasts for contracting. The park was eerily quiet, reminiscent of a deserted zoo, populated mainly by inexpensive small animals, snakes, rabbits, birds, and otters. He first arrived at the monkey enclosure. The monkeys exuded a vibrant aura, radiating a vivid red hue. With his newfound knowledge from the beast taming technique, Chao Cheng recognized this as the essence of beast spirit. At this initial stage of his cultivation, he could only contract one beast, but it had to possess a beast spirit aura of green or light yellow. The presence of this red aura indicated that the monkeys were stronger than him, making a contract impossible for now. Chao Cheng couldn't help but scoff. A few monkeys are stronger than me? You're joking. After wandering a bit longer, his gaze landed on a birdcage. Inside was a Xianfeng parrot, adorned in gray and white, with a yellow face and distinct rosy cheeks, topped with a tuft of feather resembling a crown. The Xianfeng parrot was both adorable and dashing, possessing average flying abilities but excelling in aesthetics. Most importantly, this parrot was permitted for private ownership, having been purchased by his parents previously, thus qualifying as personal property. This would be his first contracted beast. Rather than opting for a small cat or dog, Chao Cheng preferred a bird, which would offer a broader range of movement and greater agility. Fool. Inside the cage, the Xianfeng parrot greeted Chao Cheng with perfect diction. A wave of annoyance washed over him. What kind of low-class behavior is this? Who taught you that? He retrieved a spirit awakening pill and placed it in the cage. Upon seeing the pill, the Xianfeng parrot became exceedingly excited, as if driven by some primal instinct. It lunged at the pill with fervor, its hook-shaped beak opening to an astonishing degree, devouring a quarter of the pill in a single bite. And after 4 or 5 bites, it completely swallowed it. A surge of rich spiritual energy coursed through its body, and the Xianfeng parrot underwent a transformation, its plumage becoming even more vibrant, and its eyes sparkling with intelligence. Chao Cheng extended a finger, an invisible aura reaching out towards the Xianfeng parrot. The contract was remarkably easy, completed in an instant. A mental connection formed between them. What are you dawdling for? You're my beast now. Address me as your master. Chao Cheng instructed the dazed parrot through spiritual communication. Master, I didn't mean to call you a fool just now. I only know those 2 words. The Xianfeng parrot defended itself telepathically. My vocabulary is rather limited. It performed a comical bow with its wings, exuding an endearing yet sycophantic charm. Chao Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. This creature was surprisingly astute. It had indeed awakened its intelligence and shared a bond with him, suggesting it could absorb a wealth of knowledge and common sense from him, hence its use of the word limited. He opened the cage door, and the Xianfeng parrot nimbly hopped onto the door, glancing around before fluttering onto Chao Cheng's shoulder. Master, my head feels so itchy. Am I growing a brain? I felt the ethereal energy, sensing the wind as it flowed, and I discovered I could manipulate it. Control? How does one exert control? Chao Cheng inquired with astonishment. The Xianfeng parrot lifted off from Chao Cheng's shoulder, soaring in a graceful arc about a meter above the ground, circling twice. Instantly, the fallen leaves on the ground were swept up into a swirling gust. A small tornado abruptly formed. Although it lacked lethality, it was indeed a magnificent spectacle. Riding this whirlwind, the Xianfeng parrot accelerated like a projectile, shooting skyward. Whoosh! In an instant, It ascended dozens of meters high, flipping and darting through the air with remarkable agility. As Chao Cheng marveled at the sight, he noticed a transformation within himself as well. He too could perceive the movement of the wind, and with each movement, it felt as though he could harness the breath of the zephyrs. It appeared that the saint's beast mastery technique had bestowed upon him the parrot's wind abilities. Chao Cheng had no doubt that his sprinting speed had doubled compared to before. The Xianfeng parrot dove down gracefully, landing lightly on Chao Cheng's shoulder. He fed it another beast spirit pill, causing the parrot's size to swell dramatically. Its tail feathers became long and robust, and its crown displayed a tricolored hue. From this avian creature emanated a hint of divine majesty. "My master, I find myself in a predicament and require your assistance to gather Yuanzi," Chao Cheng said as he made his way to the lobby on the first floor. Retrieving a map of Yunhai City from a corner newsstand. "Can you remember this?" The Xianfeng parrot was no ordinary creature. It was a spirit beast. Furthermore, having consumed the spirit awakening pill, a mere glance sufficed. "Simple," the Xianfeng parrot replied with pride. Chao Cheng nodded, leaving the parrot to study the map while he borrowed Luo Jin's electric scooter, heading straight for the electronics market. 2 hours later, Chao Cheng returned with 2 boxes in hand. One contained a sports camera worth over 3,000, accompanied by a battery for extended use. The other was a MiWei network box, specifically designed for outdoor streamers. These items were merely mid-range products. This excursion cost him 4,820 yuan, 4,800 for the equipment, and he was fined 20 yuan for riding without a helmet. The traffic police had insisted he follow the Yunhai Traffic Police official account and complete a set of questions. Now, Chao Cheng secured the sports camera to the parrot's chest and strapped the box and battery to its back. The parrot queried telepathically, "Master, why do you bestow upon me armor? What? You can even speak in classical Chinese? We are going live. What shall we broadcast? You shall deliver items within the city." Chapter 4. Do birds wait for traffic lights? While Chao Cheng prepared the equipment for the Xianfeng parrot at a resort outside Yunhai City's 4th ring, a middle-aged woman was on the phone. "What are you doing, child? How could you forget? Stop crying. What good is crying? Just wait for me." After hanging up, her colleague asked, "What happened?" "Don't mention it. My silly daughter left her medication at home and hasn't taken the keys. She's been under immense pressure from her studies. And now she's upset and crying uncontrollably. Please keep an eye on things for me. I need to go back and deliver the keys," the woman said as she began to remove her work uniform. Her colleague reminded her, "How will you get back? We came by bus. There's no way to get a taxi here. Are you going to run back?" The woman suddenly realized, "Oh, right." She stomped her foot, cursing the ridiculous rules set by her boss. "Then I'll call a delivery service." She hurriedly opened a food delivery app and placed an order for urgent delivery. Surprisingly, it was just like hailing a taxi. No one accepted the order within 2 or 3 minutes. It seemed the location was too remote, resulting in a lack of available drivers. Desperate, the woman opened Douyin, knowing it often partnered with various platforms for group purchases. Searching for urgent delivery, the first result was a live streaming room. The title featured keywords such as "one sunglasses," "same city urgent delivery," "direct flight," by bird. The streamer's account name was Chung and Zhu Beast Master Saint's son. The live stream displayed a beautiful Xianfeng parrot adorned with streaming equipment, facing a large mirror. The streamer did not show their face, but spoke continuously. "Brothers, I'm a new streamer. Please give me a follow. 1 pair of sunglasses, urgent delivery by the Xianfeng bird. If you have items to send, it will be automatically assumed you agree to appear on camera and disclose your address. To send sunglasses, just send me a private message with your destination." The live stream had only about 20 viewers, most of whom were skeptical. A bird delivering items? Is the streamer just trying to make money? No way. This guy seems to be serious. He even asked for a specific location. 9 yuan and 9 for a pair of sunglasses. Who would be foolish enough to send something? Jinlongji commented, "I'm not joking. If it successfully delivers just 1 item, regardless of speed, I'll give him a tip." As the viewers joked, a special effect appeared, placing a pair of sunglasses on the parrot's face. Flower blooming and wealth bestowing sunglasses 1. The one gifting the item was the middle-aged woman. The urgent delivery app still showed no response, and she had no other options. Delivering the keys herself would require taking leave and losing half a day's pay, with no assurance of when she would return. If a pair of sunglasses could solve the problem, that would be ideal. "Thank you for the flower blooming and wealth bestowing. Please provide me your address," Chao Cheng called out from off-screen. The middle-aged woman did not send a private message, but instead typed her address directly in the chat for delivering the keys. "Come to the service desk at Tongha Mountain Villa Resort. Deliver to the entrance of Building 7, Unit 3, Xinhui Community." The chat erupted in excitement. Someone actually placed an order. "Streamer, you can begin your performance. I'm watching you. If you dare to scam this woman with those sunglasses, I'll report you." As the chat frenzy continued, the camera in the live stream had already shifted away from the mirror, flying out of the management office's window. After circling once, the camera suddenly tilted upward, the sound of rushing wind filling the stream. It seemed to soar directly into the clouds. Within mere seconds, the Xianfeng parrot spread its wings, and the camera returned to a front view, revealing it had already reached a height of 100 meters. A vast expanse of Yunhai City unfolded beneath, a breathtaking sight that filled the live stream with awe. Without a moment's hesitation, the Xianfeng parrot darted toward a specific direction. The scenery below blurred past, reduced to mere afterimages. The chat erupted once more. Wow, such incredible speed. Is the streamer serious? Can this bird really find the destination? Brothers, I just calculated using a map app. The distance from the starting point to the destination is a full 24 kilometers, with 19 traffic lights. The streamer is at Chang'an Zoo and still has 11 kilometers to reach the starting point. What on earth? Do birds wait for traffic lights? Not to mention, flying from this first-person perspective is genuinely exhilarating. Just the video quality is a bit blurry. Streamer, hurry and upgrade your equipment. I'll drop a lollipop as a tip. The Xianfeng parrot hadn't yet arrived, but the live stream was already adorned with several special effect gifts. Several items hold greater value than sunglasses. Those watching the live stream are well aware that the host is utilizing the delivery service as a part of the entertainment. Amidst the discussions, an unexpected sight materialized at the bottom of the screen, a vacation resort. Have we arrived? In just a few minutes? From departure to now, it has hardly been 3 minutes. Impossible. For a bird with such mediocre flying abilities, covering 1 kilometer in a minute would be considered a mutation. 11 kilometers in 3 minutes? Someone should conduct a urine test. Could this possibly be another resort? Yet, the barrage of comments sprang forth. Host. The service department is located at the southeast corner of the resort. The voice of Chao Cheng resonated in the live stream. Received, southeast corner, find an open space. We are about to land. No sooner had he spoken than the cockatoo dove down, heading straight for the southeast corner of the resort. At an altitude of over 30 meters, a middle-aged woman was seen jumping and waving her hands. The cockatoo swooped down, executing a graceful aerial stop, hovering before the woman. Her face was alight with surprise as she waved at the camera. Host, it's me. I am Hukai Fugaway. This is the key for delivery. I guarantee it will reach you. Chao Cheng shouted in the live stream. Thank you, thank you. Huakai Fugaway was so thrilled she could hardly figure out how to hand the key to the parrot. For her, this experience was nothing short of magical. The cockatoo reached out with its claw, seizing the key from Huakai Fugaway's hand. Before she could react, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky once more. Chao Cheng then announced in the livestream, Target, Happiness Community. Brothers, what follows is a low-altitude aerial stunt performance. Don't blink. This time, the cockatoo ascended not hundreds of meters, but rather to a height of over 30 meters, racing toward its destination. 30 meters is not particularly high amidst the towering buildings of the city, and the scenery below appeared larger and closer, creating a more stunning visual effect as they flew past. The cockatoo clearly reveled in the thrill of flight. Birds were meant to soar through the skies. Once merely a confined creature, it was now a contracted spirit pet of a beast master. Had it not been for Chao Cheng advising it to moderate its speed to avoid overwhelming the audience, it could have utilized its spiritual power to fly even faster. Covering 24 kilometers, the cockatoo intentionally slowed down, taking 9 minutes to arrive. During these 9 minutes, nearly everyone who entered the livestream stayed. With good retention data, the platform naturally promoted the stream vigorously. The viewer count in the livestream surged to 7,600 in the blink of an eye. And the barrage of comments came in so rapidly, it was hard to keep up. Some were astonished, some bewildered, and others were explaining the situation to newcomers. Since most latecomers had not witnessed the parrot preening itself in front of the mirror, the most frequently seen phrase in the comments was drone. Everyone believed it was a drone performing. Soon, the livestream's visuals descended to the front of Unit 3, Building 7 of Happiness Community, where a girl was crouched on the ground, hugging her knees and sobbing. During this time, Chao Cheng had temporarily appointed Huakai Fugaway as an administrator. As soon as she spoke, a horizontal barrage appeared. It's her, that's my daughter. At this moment, although the girl on the ground was not watching the live stream, she had just received a call from her mother, who mentioned that a bird would be delivering keys. Still in a state of confusion, she looked up to see a beautiful cockatoo flying directly above her. With a flutter, it dropped the keys down, while calling out, "Your mom. Keys. Your mom. Keys." Coincidentally, the viewer count in the live stream surpassed 10,000 at that moment, and the barrage erupted with countless ha-ha-ha-ha comments flooding the screen. Was it cursing? Well, it certainly wasn't wrong. This bird is simply astonishing. It can talk? Is it rare for parrots to speak? The crux is that other parrots learn through extensive training and conditioned responses. This parrot, upon receiving the order, was already familiar with the terms your mom and keys. Such discerning remarks were soon drowned out amidst the barrage. Most viewers could only shout 666, and wow, incredible. Just then, 3 consecutive carnival effects filled the livestream. A comment ascended, Jean Longyu. A promise kept, Huazi delivers. This bird is indeed impressive. This was from a viewer who had previously promised a reward if the bird delivered accurately. The host was indeed generous and trustworthy. The boss is impressive. I thought you were going to bail. There was nothing to criticize. This was a true big shot who promised 1 and delivered 3. In no time, spectacular gifts began to illuminate the livestream. Such grand gifts naturally attract attention, and with the livestream's data remaining exceptionally strong, the viewer count swiftly soared to 20,000, and it continued to rise. At that moment, a system notification appeared for Chao Chung. Sect reputation value has reached 10 points. Chapter 5. The broadcast went wild. Reward, Xianling Medical Technique. Xianling Medical Technique. The signature skill of the Beast Master Sect for healing spirit beasts, also applicable to some mortals and cultivators. Chao Chung was momentarily speechless. The reward was indeed a good one. However, the increase in reputation value was exceptionally slow. The reputation value started at 7 and had just climbed to 10 points. He realized that although he had only been streaming for less than an hour, at least 30,000 people had come and gone in the livestream. His name and the livestream title both bore Chung and Zhu. Surely it wouldn't take 10,000 viewers to earn just 1 point of reputation? Rewards are given for every 10 points of reputation. Did he truly need 100,000 new viewers to claim the next reward? Nonetheless, Chao Chung was quite content. What s 100,000 people? Let us broadcast. He believed that as long as he grasped the essence of live streaming, it shouldn't be difficult to make this account popular. Yet, contrary to his expectations, once the online popularity rose to around 30,000, it became increasingly challenging to climb further. The live stream had already generated considerable momentum. A drone live stream attracting so many viewers? Indeed, who has a parrot with such a vocabulary? This is clearly a recording. Otherwise, it's the host's electronic synthesized voice. People nowadays are getting easier to deceive. Some even sent gifts. They must be out of their minds. Many who considered themselves more discerning began to propagate this idea. Thus, seeing the barrage filled with comments about the drone, many viewers took a glance and then departed. After all, drone-type live streams are quite common and hardly remarkable. Of course, there were those who attempted to explain, but only the few dozen viewers who had witnessed the parrot preening in front of the mirror at the beginning remained. And some had already left. Given the dwindling numbers, even attempts to explain were quickly overwhelmed or dismissed as shills. Chao Chung noticed this issue. Therefore, during the most intense barrage of comments, he addressed the audience in the live stream. I see many people suspecting that I am using a drone to live stream. I feel the need to prove myself. As he spoke, the Alexandrian parakeet had alighted upon the facade of a grand edifice. The exterior was clad in reflective glass, which offered a pristine reflection. Chao Chung promptly instructed the parakeet to perch before the glass. The glass vividly mirrored the parakeet's form. A torrent of comments erupted in the livestream chat. Those who had previously refrained from questioning Chao Chung now emerged in droves. Are you stunned? Feeling slapped in the face? A multitude of envious souls, unable to bear witnessing the streamer's success, erupted in outrage. Indeed, their behavior was profoundly unbecoming, as they frantically stirred the pot, displaying an utter lack of decorum. Alas, envy has a way of distorting one's very visage. Those who fancied themselves enlightened were suddenly left dumbfounded. In an instant, silence enveloped the chat. Yet, the more they were confronted with their folly, the less likely they were to acknowledge their mistakes. Soon after, they rallied once more. What could a mirror possibly prove? This is merely a drone in the shape of a parakeet. Hilarious. I can hardly be bothered to explain. You believe in a mere reflection. It's obviously a drone. If you wish to believe, so be it. A bunch of fools. I shan't waste my breath trying to convince you. My own clarity suffices. Previously, they prided themselves on their discernment, but now they were solely intent on defending their pitiful dignity. Moreover, a substantial faction continued to propagate the drone narrative, driven purely by envy. They were incensed that Chao Chung could amass such a bounty with nothing but a bird, without lifting a finger. What is the difference between this and picking up money off the ground? Amidst the barrage of comments, one particular message kept resurfacing. Fraudulent streamer. Drone harvesting money. Refund and end the stream. Halt the gifts. This incessant comment was authored by a user named Yingying, the little fairy. Even amidst the chaotic deluge of comments, her messages displayed an uncanny uniformity. At least 10 to 20 would emerge each minute. This illustrated how deeply her envy had twisted her perspective, much to the chagrin of many viewers. Who is this? Could you kindly cease spamming? It's truly nauseating. Envy incarnate, confirmed. Can't stand to see others prosper. I opened her profile, and it read Little Fairy Wild Boar. I was already feeling queasy. It was likely that witnessing the streamer's effortless success was driving her to the brink of madness. I captured a screenshot, intending to let her have her moment of infamy. Due to such a plethora of negative commentary, the number of viewers remained steadfastly between 20,000 and 30,000. Nevertheless, Chao Chung persevered, streaming throughout the day. He replaced the battery during midday and continued until past 5 o'clock. At 5:40 p.m., a notification finally appeared on his system. Sect reputation has reached 20 points. Reward obtained, half a year of cultivation. Chao Chung felt an extraordinarily pure surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, fervently expanding within his dantians and ultimately integrating into his being. He experienced an unparalleled sense of clarity, lightness, and unimpeded energy channels. Brothers, today's livestream will conclude here. I am at the Chung'an Zoo in the northern third ring of Yunhai City. A hereditary animal trainer, feel free to engage in discourse. We shall commence again at 9 in the morning. Until then. With that, he promptly ended the stream. He understood the necessity of consistently mentioning the Chung'an Zoo during his broadcasts to ensure viewers were aware of its name, lest they miss out on contributing to his reputation points. He could not afford to squander this momentum. Stretching languidly, the Alexandrian parakeet soon returned. After a long day of exertion, Chao Chung expected it to be utterly exhausted. Yet, it was evidently not the case. It remained sprightly and lively. As he removed its equipment, it continued to flutter in circles, exclaiming telepathically, "Master, have you ever flown? The sensation of soaring is simply exquisite. I can never get enough of it. Ha ha ha, fly, fly." Chao Cheng's eyes twitched. This creature was not merely stressed from work. It had seemingly gone mad with excitement. "You mustn't lose your sanity. You're my golden goose." Chao Cheng accessed the Douyin backend. To his astonishment, the day's livestream revenue soared to an impressive 1.78 million. After the platform's share, his net earnings amounted to 89,482 yuan. Once taxes were deducted, the final withdrawal came to 79,103 yuan. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer incredibility of it all. No wonder there was such a societal inclination towards becoming an internet celebrity. The money indeed flowed swiftly. Of course, this was contingent upon possessing genuine skill and having an audience willing to pay. Had Chao Chung truly relied on drones for his livestream, or not occasionally allowed the parakeet to pose before the mirror, he would have undoubtedly faced harsh criticism long ago. Such earnings were not easily acquired. At 6 in the evening, Luo Jin had just finished tidying up. She gently patted her waist. Despite the zoo being closed, it housed over 20 species and hundreds of animals. Simply providing them with fresh water, feeding them, cleaning their waste, and maintaining hygiene constituted a considerable workload. Not to mention, many of the animals were less than cooperative. Take the monkeys in the monkey enclosure, for instance. They could be quite unruly, and injuries from bites or scratches were not uncommon. At this moment, she wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. "Tao Tao, let us go. It's time to prepare dinner." A charming little girl, squatting nearby and assisting her mother in picking up scraps of paper, sprang to her feet. She sweetly responded to her mother, "Okay." She dashed over, her cherubic face adorned with an innocent smile. "Mommy, what are we having for dinner?" Tao Tao inquired, tilting her small face upwards. "Well, we'll have millet porridge, stir-fried cabbage, steamed buns, and a mackerel," Luo Jin replied. Tao Tao's face momentarily fell, yet she still pursed her lips and nodded. However, her enthusiasm had noticeably waned. Her small feet kicked at the pebbles on the ground in frustration. Luo Jin felt a twinge of guilt as she fell silent. Children are indeed in a critical phase of growth. How she wished to provide her child with more nourishing food. But where would the funds come from? Luo Jin guided Tao Tao back to their modest living quarters. Their abode was a shushisher for trainers. As it was merely a work rest area, it boasted electricity but lacked water and a restroom. To relieve oneself, one had to venture to the public toilets within the park. For bathing, the two would boil some hot water and wash in bits, occasionally visiting a bathhouse. Cooking was done using a rice cooker, with water sourced from the management's pipes. As for sleeping, the rest area comprised 2 rooms, one large and one small, totaling less than 20 square meters, with only a single bed. Upon returning to the rest area, Luo Jin tidied up, preparing to start dinner. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Chao Chung. "Hello, young master." Luo Jin had always addressed Chao Chung as young master, an old-fashioned term that felt more intimate than boss. So he never corrected her. "Sister Luo, have you finished?" Luo Jin nodded. "Yes, I was just about to cook. I noticed you were busy during lunch, so I didn't call you to eat. If you have no plans for dinner, you might as well join the 2 of us for a bite." By the time she finished speaking, she was already contemplating whether to add a couple more dishes. However, Chao Chung interjected, "There's no need to cook. Take Tao Tao to the management office on the 2nd floor and wait for me. Go over now, I'll be there shortly." Chapter 6, The Second Guardian Beast. The Raven. Though Luo Jin was unaware of Chao Cheng's intentions, she felt compelled to comply since the employer had spoken. She promptly secured the door and ascended to the second floor of the management hall with Tao Tao. The zoo, being rather small, consisted only of a ticket office, management office, veterinary station, breeding center, and public restrooms. Among these, only the second floor of the management office had residential facilities, complete with independent bathrooms and kitchens. Upon arriving on the second floor, Tao Tao immediately wandered around the hall, her large eyes darting about. "Mom, this place is so spacious." However, Luo Jin soon heard the sound of an electric vehicle returning downstairs. "Shoo, be quiet," she urged. Tao Tao pouted slightly. "Oh." Before long, Chao Cheng dashed up, hands laden with various packages. "I can't hold these any longer." Without waiting for Luo Jin to assist, he dropped the items with a thud. He then rushed back down. "There's one more trip." Luo Jin hurriedly followed to help. It was then that she glimpsed the contents of his haul: meat, vegetables, hot pot ingredients, and an array of electronic devices. How much did all this cost? This was Luo Jin's first thought. Chao Cheng, however, appeared exhilarated. After setting down the items, he placed his hands on his hips and asked Tao Tao, "Would you like to have hot pot?" "Hot pot. Is it delicious?" Tao Tao asked, her eyes wide with curiosity, leaving Chao Cheng momentarily speechless. He looked at Luo Jin, puzzled, given that Tao Tao was nearly 4 years old. If she had ever had hot pot, she wouldn't be asking such a question. Luo Jin's face flushed slightly as she fell silent. At that moment, Chao Cheng felt a tug at his heart. "Of course it's delicious. How about we treat you to hot pot today, okay?" Tao Tao jumped with excitement, ready to shout in delight, but then suddenly remembered something and turned her little face toward her mother. Luo Jin forced a smile. "This must have cost quite a bit. We only have so much money in our account." Her implication was clear. Today was a luxury, but what about tomorrow? Chao Cheng chuckled. "It seems you haven't been slacking off today. Didn't you see my live stream?" This was no jest. Luo Jin was located at Cheng'an Zoo, and the data was no trivial matter. As long as she started a live stream, she would undoubtedly see Chao Cheng. Indeed, Luo Jin looked perplexed. "Let us set the table and talk while we eat." Chao Cheng waved his hand grandly, setting the dining table. Luo Jin, resigned, followed his lead and began washing the vegetables. Before long, the table was laden with an abundance of meat and vegetables ready for hot pot, the fragrant broth bubbling enticingly. As the three of them sat down to eat, Luo Jin's phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Jibao deposit of 15,000 yuan. Her eyes widened in astonishment. And after a moment, she stared at Chao Cheng in shock. He raised his phone, saying, "Your salary for 3 months is 9,000. The remaining 6,000 is your bonus for this month, a reward for your perseverance." Luo Jin quickly protested. "No, this is too much. You should keep it." Chao Cheng's tone was unyielding. "You can't refuse this. Where did you get so much money?" Luo Jin instinctively asked, but upon uttering the question, she felt it was rather intrusive. It was hardly her place to question the source of his wealth. Yet, Chao Cheng brushed it off and briefly explained the live stream situation. When Luo Jin learned that Chao Cheng earned nearly 80,000 yuan in a single day, she felt as though she had plunged into a dream. Unable to comprehend the magnitude of it all, disregarding her astonishment, Chao Cheng turned serious. "Moreover, I have 2 important matters to discuss. First, you and Tao Tao should no longer stay in that break room." At this, Luo Jin tensed up, interpreting his words as an indication that he intended to evict them. The staff break room had been a courtesy extended by Chao Cheng's parents for her to stay there for free. Although she had gained some money, maintaining a long-term rental with a child was beyond her means. However, Chao Cheng's next statement left her utterly astonished. "Move upstairs. You can stay in this room." He pointed to the room diagonally across from his. Luo Jin was taken aback. "Let us not discuss anything else. This isn't just for you. Tao Tao is still growing. She can't eat or sleep properly in the break room. What will happen if it affects her development?" "It's settled." The second matter, Luo Jia. "You should learn accounting. It will be useful in the future. If the zoo expands, you'll become the chief steward." Chao Cheng concluded decisively, not waiting for Luo Jin to respond before beckoning Tao to start eating. Luo Jin felt a sudden warmth in her nose. The series of overwhelming gestures from Chao Cheng had left her completely bewildered. Truthfully, when she was taken in by Chao Cheng's parents, she believed there could be no kinder souls in the world. Their passing had truly saddened her, for they had treated her with such kindness. The despair was real too, as no one would care for her again. When Chao Cheng first arrived, he seemed like a mere shell of a person, devoid of any vitality. With no glimmer of hope, she had begun contemplating her future. Yet, unexpectedly, in just 2 days, Chao Cheng had transformed so dramatically. He had continued the kindness of his parents and even surpassed it. This feeling of being valued and trusted left Luo Jin at a loss. She watched Tao Tao, happily chatting and eating with Chao Cheng, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, silently making a decision. After dinner, Chao Cheng assisted Luo Jin in tidying up the items in the management hall on the second floor. Previously, aside from the room where Chao Cheng resided, the other rooms were still used for office purposes. However, since those spaces were no longer needed, it was better to have Luo Jin and her child reside there. They worked until around 9 in the evening, after which Chao Cheng returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged, he focused on enhancing his cultivation. Currently, he was still at the initial stage of qi refinement, but he felt his sensitivity to spiritual energy had greatly improved. His physical functions and senses were much clearer. Remarkably, he found he could infuse spiritual energy to sharpen his hearing. Upon listening closely, he could even hear Luo Jin whispering to Tao Tao from the room across the hall. Tao Tao was attempting to speak, and Luo Jin cautioned her. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't disturb Uncle Chao." Tao Tao replied, "Mom, Uncle Chao is so good to us. He is better than Dad." Luo Jin admonished, "You must not compare that kind of person to Uncle Chao." Tao Tao then asked, "Can Uncle Chao be my dad? He definitely wouldn't hit you." Luo Jin responded, "Silly child, Mommy already has you. I want be getting married again." Tao Tao suggested, "Then Mommy can just date Uncle Chao. We don't have to get married." Luo Jin, such a small child, yet so clever. Who taught you this? Tao Tao, Mom, you said it yourself. When Dad was courting you, he treated you so well and never hit you. But after marriage, everything changed. If you only dated Uncle Chao, he would always treat you kindly. Luo Jin fell silent. After a full half-minute had passed, she finally spoke. "Silly child. Your mother has been married before and is older than Uncle Chao. He would never want me." Huh. At this moment, Chao Cheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Not necessarily. Why not heed what Tao Tao has said? The child speaks wisely. Confused, just as Chao Cheng was about to listen a bit longer, he was startled by a loud commotion from outside the window, accompanied by a chorus of birdsong. To someone with Chao Cheng's keen hearing, the noise was considerable, but it was likely inaudible to Luo Jin. Utilizing his beast mastery technique, he discerned that it was an injured bird. He promptly exited, hastening down the stairs. Xian Feng dove straight out of the window. Indeed, upon reaching the ground outside, Chao Cheng found a struggling black bird. When he arrived, Xian Feng was hopping around it excitedly. A raven. It was a raven, entirely cloaked in black, larger than the Xian Feng parrot which had consumed the beast spirit pill. A second-level protected species, the fiercest of songbirds, renowned for its intelligence and bravery. It could face off against predatory falcons and even prey upon them. Undoubtedly a formidable avian. Most importantly, it was strikingly handsome. Its sleek black plumage was undeniably impressive. Chao Cheng cautiously approached. The raven initially exhibited hostility, struggling fiercely. But upon sensing the aura of the sacred sun's beast mastery emanating from Chao Cheng, it immediately calmed. Chao Cheng knelt to assess its injuries. The raven had a small portion of its wing shattered, and its abdomen appeared to have been sliced open by some sharp object. Blood seeping out and mingling with its feathers. It seemed to have collided with a drone. "If you had come a day earlier, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Consider yourself fortunate." Today, he had received 2 rewards from his livestream. The Xianling medical technique could heal the raven. With half a year's cultivation, he could contract a second spirit beast. Chao Cheng produced a beast spirit pill and a spirit awakening pill. Despite its severe injuries, the raven energetically struggled and swiftly consumed one of the pills. After administering both pills, Chao Cheng placed his hand over the raven's abdomen and invoked the Xianling medical technique. The raven's wound rapidly healed, its feathers regaining their integrity and becoming much more resilient. Chao Cheng channeled the sacred sun's beast mastery to complete the contract. The raven became his second contracted spirit beast. As the mental connection was established, a deep, resonant voice echoed within Chao Cheng's consciousness, reminiscent of a solitary, roving swordsman. "Master, wow, what a penetrating voice. You shall be named Huan." Huan expressed gratitude to his master. How effective were the spirit awakening and beast spirit pills? Chao Cheng inquired with a smile. Transformative. The voice of Huan within his consciousness brimmed with excitement. One spirit awakening pill can elevate a spirit beast to approximately 20 years of intelligence, based on the knowledge level of you, my master. Moreover, as the raven was inherently more intelligent than Xian Feng, after consuming the spirit awakening pill, its intellect surpassed that of Xian Feng by a considerable margin. Then I have a task for you. Go seek your kin. As long as you can lure back over 100 ravens, I will grant you another beast spirit pill and crown you their king. Chapter 7. You shall be named Wensi. After contracting Huan, Chao Cheng devised a plan. The raven was a second-level protected species, although he currently possessed the necessary documentation. Having only one spirit beast lacked visual appeal. At most, it would accompany Xian Feng in delivering packages, which felt like underutilizing its potential. Since he needed to earn money through live streaming, He ought to create a grand spectacle. H1 accepted the command. The raven immediately shook its feathers, cawed, and soared into the air. It circled around Chao Cheng twice before suddenly spreading its wings and vanishing into the night sky. Its pure black color allowed it to blend seamlessly into the darkness, leaving no trace. This was also H1's innate ability. A fundamental characteristic of the Sacred Sun's beast mastery was that each spirit beast contracted by Chao Cheng possessed a unique talent. Xianfeng, for instance, had a natural affinity for wind elements, utilizing them for attacks or self-enhancement. That was its gift. H1's talent, however, was concealment. It could obscure its form, sound, and even its presence. In the dark, it thrived like a fish in water. If paired with offensive capabilities later on, alongside its cold and astute demeanor, it was truly born for assassination. As Chao Cheng pondered while gazing at the night sky, Xianfeng's consciousness suddenly inquired, H1? Is that its name? Yes. What about me? You haven't given me a name. I am your first spirit beast. How could you slight me? Xianfeng retorted suddenly in classical Chinese. Of course. I have a name for you. The literary world cannot lose you, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Jerusalem? Xianfeng exclaimed, startled. Wensi. Xianfeng. I'm off to sleep now, Wensi. Master, I don't particularly like this name. Noted, Wensi. Master, I'm serious. All right, Wensi. Woo-woo-woo, I really want to escape. Meanwhile, within a spacious apartment in a certain community, a young man in his 20s was seated on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. The video content was precisely clips from Chao Cheng's livestream. There was no need for promotion. Chao Cheng's livestream clips had been edited and circulated everywhere. In the video, Xianfeng was seen repeatedly delivering items, occasionally uttering a few human words, creating a truly magical spectacle. The young man was engrossed, crossing his legs and exclaiming in admiration, "How on earth is this bird trained? It's remarkably clever." Just as he was marveling, the sound of the front door interrupted him, causing the young man to tense up, hastily dropping his legs and sitting upright. A middle-aged man in a police uniform entered. "Dad, you're back." The young man smiled as he stood to help the middle-aged man remove his coat and hang it up. Upon seeing him, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly. "You remember to come home? What? Were you out gallivanting tonight? Out of money to spend?" The young man forced a smile, scratching his neck, and said nothing. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen. "Xingjia, why are you always out messing around? You come home, and you're still sulking?" The woman reproached the middle-aged man lightly. "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and proceeded to the dining area. The woman brought out several dishes. "Why are you so late again?" At the same time, she subtly pulled the young man to the dining table. "There has been a case recently. I might not be back for the next day or two." The middle-aged man appeared somewhat fatigued. Having toiled all day, he had not had a single bite of warm food and was absolutely famished. As he picked up the chopsticks, he began to eat without hesitation. The young man, seeking conversation, asked despite having already dined, "Dad, what case are you working on?" The middle-aged man, without even glancing at him, retorted, "Mind your own business." Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, the young man noted the stern demeanor of his father, realizing that today was not a day for pleasantries. He bravely pressed on, "I need some money." "Humph." The middle-aged man immediately pulled out his wallet, flinging 500 yuan onto the table. "Get lost. You're an eyesore here." The young man was instantly infuriated. "Can't you be a bit more reasonable? I'm trying to do something important. Just treat it as a loan. Give me 200,000, and I swear I'll pay you back in no time." The middle-aged man laughed derisively. "Important? Song Xingjia. It's not that I look down on you. Don't say I wouldn't let you borrow my name. Even if I allowed you to act under my banner, you wouldn't accomplish a damn thing." The young man's face twisted with resentment. "Exactly. You're the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau. You're incorruptible and righteous. I can't borrow your name, can I? But I'm just trying to make something of myself. Why have you never supported me? What is your point?" With a violent slam of his chopsticks against the table, the middle-aged man's eyes flared with a fierce intensity, his presence overwhelmingly intimidating. "It's because I know you're utterly useless. You couldn't even pass the police academy entrance exam and spend your days aimlessly wandering. How dare you say you want to make something of yourself? Let me tell you this. I have no expectations of your success. As long as you don't cause me trouble, I'll consider myself fortunate." The young man shouted back, "Yes? I'm a waste. But that's because you've never given me a single word of affirmation since I was a child. You're just afraid I'll embarrass you and ruin your reputation. But Song Taizhan, you are my father, and I am your son. If I end up in a bad situation, how will that reflect on you?" Song Taizhan thundered, "If you dare to go down that path, I'll personally put an end to you." "And me? You'll end me?" Song Xingjia shot back defiantly. At that moment, the voice of the beautiful woman attempting to mediate was completely drowned out. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she screamed, "Stop arguing. Xingjia, just go." She pushed Song Xingjia toward the door. With reddened eyes, he glared at Song Tai-han and, wiping away a tear, stormed out. Such discordant scenes had become all too commonplace in this household. After leaving home and getting into his car, Song Xingjie pounded the steering wheel in frustration. As the son of the city's law enforcement bureau chief, everyone perceived his life to be glamorous. However, the reality was far from it. Unable to pass the police academy, he sought to venture into business. Yet, rather than offering assistance, his father imposed constraints, fearing any hint of favoritism from others. Often, others would shy away from normal business dealings to avoid drawing attention from his father's formidable reputation, rendering him powerless and unaccomplished. In the social circle of the elite in Yunhai City, his status was relatively high, considering his father wielded significant authority. Yet, he remained unable to generate any income. Of course, earning money was secondary. What he truly longed for was his father's approval. Proving himself financially would at least demonstrate his intellect and determination to carve a niche in the business world, countering his father's disparaging view of him as a worthless failure. However, he found himself utterly powerless to alter his current predicament, which was his most profound anguish. Gradually calming down, he recalled his father mentioning a case, stating he wouldn't return home for the next couple of days. With this thought in mind, he abruptly pressed the accelerator, racing toward the law enforcement bureau. Although his father held disdain for him, his status as the chief's son afforded him the means to uncover the details of the case. Before long, he discovered that the recent human trafficking incident in Yunhai City had unveiled some clues. The trafficker's hideout was likely situated nearby. The higher-ups had exerted immense pressure on Song Tai-han to resolve the case swiftly, dispatching several experts to form a special task force. They were preparing for a citywide sweep within the next couple of days. Song Xingjie sat in his car until the dead of night, gritting his teeth. It seemed he had made a resolute decision, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. Chapter 8. The Duck brothers come to expose fraud. The following morning, around 7 o'clock, vehicles began to arrive outside Chang'an Zoo. The parking lot was filling up, though it was still early, and most people remained in their cars. Observing one another, through mutual observation, they noticed that many were local internet personalities, dancers, food reviewers, content creators, and even decorators and small shop owners. In short, everyone who was a local influencer sensed the opportunity for increased traffic. Chao Chung had revealed the address during his live stream, immediately piquing the interest of all local internet celebrities. The previous day marked the first day of his live stream, where he attracted 30 to 40,000 viewers, maintaining that number throughout the day. Those involved in live streaming were well aware of the significance of such engagement. When Chao Chung disclosed the location, they felt compelled to attend, knowing that any chance to leverage traffic could yield financial benefits. After all, many influencers struggled to generate enough original content daily. To earn money, capitalizing on trending topics was essential. As the clock approached 8, the crowd grew larger. Among them were many who were not influencers, but merely there for the spectacle. However, Chang'an Zoo was currently closed, and no one dared to step up and demand entry. At that moment, a car pulled up directly to the ticket office of Chang'an Zoo. A young man, brimming with arrogance, stepped out, donning a cowboy hat. Adjusting his pants, he squinted at the zoo's large sign. Recognizing him, someone in the crowd exclaimed. He was a well-known fraud exposer in Yunhai, known as Duck Brother, boasting over 1 million followers. While others had come to join the commotion, he was a professional in this field. His nickname, Duck, was fitting. He specialized in protecting fans' rights. Indeed, it was a business, one that profited under the guise of rights protection. Once targeted by him, even trivial matters could be inflated. Using the pretense of legal authority, he would intimidate businesses, and those who were reasonable would often pay to avoid trouble. For those who were not, it became an opportunity to create content, capturing footage to splice and manipulate into misleading narratives. When he extended his hand, a chubby man from the passenger seat hurried over, presenting a stack of documents while simultaneously raising a selfie stick with a live streaming device attached. Clearly, the broadcast had already begun. Duck Brother, holding the documents, shouted loudly towards the zoo. "Where are you? Come out." As other internet celebrities hastily withdrew, they congregated here, preparing to enter together. Each held a smartphone or raised a selfie stick aloft, either capturing videos or commencing live broadcasts. The Duck glanced back with a sense of pride. Without his presence, this group appeared utterly disoriented, a flock of cowards. Meanwhile, no one emerged from within the venue. The stout man, in frustration, delivered several forceful kicks to the railing, creating a cacophony of noise. The Duck, positioning himself before the live stream, feigned seriousness. Hey, we are civil rights defenders. Let us refrain from violence, shall we? We must not damage anyone's property. Our aim is solely to combat counterfeit practices." At that moment, over 2,000 viewers tuned into his broadcast. His words imparted an impression of righteousness and credibility. Shortly thereafter, Luo Jin emerged from the interior, jogging, still clad in work attire, and upon witnessing the commotion, appeared somewhat bewildered. "Who are you?" The duck raised the documents he held. "Do you recognize me?" he asked, exuding confidence as if he were certain of his own notoriety. Luo Jin, however, shook her head. "Well, let me introduce myself today." The duck smirked and nodded. "Come, summon your ancestral beast trainer, the individual associated with yesterday's broadcast." Luo Jin's brow furrowed immediately. "Are you the enforcement authorities? We are here to combat counterfeiting." The duck suddenly shouted, raising the documents in his hand. He turned to his camera, addressing his viewers, brothers in the live stream. "Today, I have been entrusted by my fans to defend their rights. Yesterday, a fan spent 2,600 yuan in the live stream of the Chang'an Zoo, believing the content to feature a genuine bird. The host claimed to be a trainer, asserting that the bird was his trained companion. In reality, it was a bird-shaped drone. Broadcasting with a drone while proclaiming it to be a real bird constitutes false advertising. According to Article 55 of the Civil Code, this is suspected consumer fraud." He turned back to Luo Jin. "Do you understand? Now, summon that person quickly." Although their intentions were to expose fraud, they had indeed conducted thorough research. Their confidence stemmed from a meticulous analysis of Chao Cheng's live broadcasts. They had scrutinized the recordings, noting that the bird uttered a total of 218 distinct words. They had also consulted with professionals and institutions, discovering that the cockatiel is not known for its aptitude in mimicry. Even with exceptional talent and rigorous training, it could not learn more than 100 words in its lifetime. Yet, Chao Cheng's bird managed to utter over 200 in a single live session, an impossibility. Thus, they concluded that Chao Cheng must have been using a bird-shaped drone, perhaps employing some advanced foreign technology to profit. "Excuse me, if you believe we are committing consumer fraud, you may call the police, but do not shout here." Luo Jin was infuriated upon hearing this. Of course, she was familiar with the cockatiel. Just the previous day, during dinner, Chao Cheng had discussed the live stream while the cockatiel sat nearby. Though she was puzzled as to why the seemingly dull bird had suddenly become so astute, she knew it was a living creature, not a mere drone. Thus, she refused to be intimidated by the duck. "Stop spouting nonsense. Just go and fetch the person." The duck, growing impatient, pointed at Luo Jin. She, too, was becoming exasperated. Early that morning, a flock of crows had arrived at the park, and she had seen Chao Cheng feeding them with the cockatiel. She could hear the commotion. If Chao Cheng intended to come out, he would have done so by now. Therefore, she needed to deter these individuals. "We have no obligation to prove anything to you." But before she could finish, the duck rudely interrupted. "Shut your mouth. Just listen to me. Let me enlighten you on the law. Civil Code, Article 55, Consumer Fraud. I am being exceedingly lenient by not calling the police. Bring that person out and clarify this situation. Do you understand? I despise those who deceive fans for money through live broadcasts. If it's a drone, just say it's a drone. Don't fabricate some persona of a beast trainer to con people." As the duck spoke, his agitation grew. Just then, the stout man, holding a phone, kicked the railing again, causing it to bend under the force of his blow. Luo Jin instinctively recoiled in fear. While all the influencers trained their cameras on this unfolding scene, sensing an impending conflict, the stout man kicked again, but soon froze in shock. Above them, a rolling cloud suddenly descended upon the park. As it drew nearer, it became evident that it was not a cloud but a dense swarm of black crows, hundreds of them, blotting out the sky. Below this ominous canopy, a young man in casual attire approached. A large black crow perched on his left shoulder, while a cockatiel rested on his right. Chao Cheng. As Chao Cheng drew nearer, an almost tangible sense of oppression enveloped the crowd, making it difficult for them to breathe. This was no illusion. It was a visceral physiological reaction. Upon Chao Cheng's arrival, the flock of crows circled above, settling around him, on signs, railings, and the ticket hall roof. Every crow's gaze seemed to converge upon Chao Cheng, focusing intently on the stout man. The scene was both awe-inspiring and surreal. At that moment, the stout man felt as if he were under the scrutiny of countless demons, cold sweat pouring down his face as his legs began to weaken. "Did you kick the railing?" Chao Cheng inquired coldly, fixing his gaze upon him. The atmosphere abruptly fell into an eerie silence, as if the bright daylight had morphed into a graveyard stillness. "Speak," Chao Cheng commanded after a few seconds, his voice sharp. The crow on his shoulder emitted a hoarse caw, followed by a cacophony from the flock that sent chills down everyone's spines. The stout man felt a warmth spreading in his pants as a stream of yellow liquid gushed forth, soaking the ground beneath him. Chapter 9. Not a bro. Are you a weasel? It is worth noting that many cameras were directed at the duck's back. They not only captured the stunning moment of Chao Cheng's entrance, but also, for those closer, precisely recorded the stout man's humiliating mishap. After all, he was wearing shorts, and the liquid flowed freely without any obstruction, creating a conspicuous puddle on the ground. The stout man trembled uncontrollably, sweat and tears streaming down his face. This is undoubtedly the aura that Chao Cheng deliberately emanates. Now, as a cultivator, he can exert his full pressure to intimidate a rotund individual without difficulty. However, this capability is limited. After all, he is merely at the initial stage of chi refinement. Besides his swiftness and the ability to obscure some sounds and auras, he possesses no other means. The stout man is clearly petrified. Chao Cheng then turns to the equally terrified Duck. What brings you here? Duck, being a prominent influencer with 1 million followers, manages to maintain a semblance of composure, buoyed by the vanity he has cultivated. He swallows hard and exclaims, "We are here to combat falsehoods. Are you the host of the Chang'an Zoo live broadcast account?" Chao Cheng replies nonchalantly, "Indeed, that would be me." Duck shouts, "We are here to defend our fans' rights. Are you aware that your broadcast constitutes false advertising? My followers have gifted you too. 600 yuan based on your claim that it is a real bird. Yet, what you are using is clearly a bird-shaped drone. This is illegal, you know?" As Duck gains momentum, he feels he has regained control of the situation. Chao Cheng smirks, "So you wish to expose falsehoods? Excellent. It serves to generate buzz for myself while validating the authenticity of the parrot. I wholeheartedly welcome it." With a lift of his chin, the Xianfeng parrot takes flight from Chao Cheng's shoulder, landing gracefully on the fence before Duck and his brother. It spreads its wings, preening its feathers, and tilts its head inquisitively at Duck. The influencers behind Duck surge forward, their cameras thrusting forward eagerly. This is indeed the bird that mirrored itself on the glass of the building during yesterday's live stream. With its splendid crest and tail feathers, it appears majestic. Remember, activate beauty filter. The Xianfeng parrot calls out, eliciting laughter from the crowd while simultaneously leaving them in utter astonishment. It employs a new vocabulary with remarkable precision in this context, indicating a level of cognitive understanding beyond mere mimicry. This bird is no ordinary creature. In truth, apart from Duck and his brother, the others have gathered merely to ride the wave of popularity, harboring little animosity. In the realm of influencers, much of what is showcased online is fabricated. In reality, they congregate for the common purpose of generating traffic and accumulating wealth. There is little harm in this. At times, it even fosters mutual enhancement. As Chao Cheng's Xianfeng parrot appears, it becomes abundantly clear to anyone with vision that this is no drone. This is undeniably a genuine bird. The question of whether it is a drone had already lost its significance the moment Chao Cheng stepped forward. The flock of crows, behaving as if trained pets, follows Chao Cheng's lead. Especially memorable are their synchronized movements as they fixate on the rotund man, leaving a lasting impression. To train a flock of crows in such a manner, do we still need to question the validity of using a fake bird for live streaming? Is there any necessity for such deceit? Duck and his brother are now utterly flabbergasted. The Xianfeng is right before them, and there is simply no way it could be a drone. Even if they stubbornly insisted it was, the fans in the live stream are not fools. Have you seen clearly? Chao Cheng inquires. Duck glances at the live stream, shocked to find that his viewer count has surged to over 30,000. He never anticipated that his peak popularity would coincide with his downfall. His face flushes with anger. Impossible. How could Chao Cheng possibly train a bird to this extent? Suddenly, inspiration strikes him, and he exclaims, "I see it clearly, but don't sidestep the issue. How can you prove that this bird is the same one from your broadcast yesterday? You used a drone for your live stream, and now you bring out this real bird to deceive us, right? You cannot substantiate that." Duck spreads his hands, a smug smile on his face. Although he has stumbled today, no one can surpass his skill in obfuscation. The events of yesterday are behind them, and with no witnesses, there can be no proof. If you wish to live stream with this bird, I 1T grant you an uninterrupted opportunity. In my view, that 1T happened. Chao Cheng, however, scoffs. Can anyone now claim to be a fraud-busting live streamer? Do you not understand that the onus of proof lies with the accuser? You are the one claiming fraud. You must demonstrate that my bird is not the one from yesterday's stream, not the other way around. At this moment, a voice emerges from the crowd of influencers. Hurry and leave, Duck. Don't embarrass yourself here. You can't even discern right from wrong, yet you come here to protect others' rights? Is this your method of exposing fraud? The reputation of influencers is tarnished by people like you. You flopped. You're just a confused fool trying to defend others. It's laughable. Get out. An increasing number of people join in, mercilessly attacking Duck and his brother. Their faces turn a deep shade of purple. One is on the brink of wetting himself, while the other is rendered speechless. They prepare to leave in disgrace. Yet Chao Cheng's cold voice halts them. Stop. Apologize. Duck, defiantly raising his chin, retorts, "We expose fraud for the sake of our fans. Even if we are mistaken, our intentions are noble. What do I have to apologize for? What? Just because you live stream, others cannot doubt you? His livestream count has now surpassed 40,000. He absolutely cannot afford to apologize. Moreover, once back in the car, he must quickly concoct a justification. Chao Cheng's tone turns icy. Are you truly formidable? Kicking fences? Intimidating my staff? A coward who wet his pants at a mere glare suddenly becomes bold before a woman. Apologize to her. His final words land like ice, chilling the air. The crows simultaneously emit eerie cries and take to the sky, descending upon Duck and his brother's car like a dark cloud. Making their intentions clear, without an apology, they shall not leave. The scene once again astounds the onlookers, all cameras trained on the obedient flock of crows. As influencers, they are acutely aware of the significance of traffic. Chao Cheng's ability to command the crows, if shared online, would undoubtedly create a tremendous sensation. Once subjected to editing, complete with dark filters and background music, it would surely go viral, given how extraordinarily rare such an event is. At this moment, all influencers present find their live streams resonating with a singular rhythm. What is up, buddy? Are you a weasel? Chapter 10. Observing through the lens of sorcery. At this point, Duck and his brother are on the brink of mental collapse. Another wave of helplessness washes over them. Even Duck's complexion pales significantly. They could never have imagined such a scene. Imagine being targeted by 100 crows. This has transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals entirely. It has reached a point where nightmares plague one's sleep. Meanwhile, within the live stream of the Duck, a plethora of positive sentiments regarding Chao Cheng began to circulate. This is what true masculinity embodies. He distinguishes right from wrong. Indeed, when you boldly confront a fraudster and they comply with your demands, only to turn their back and leave when your endeavor fails, I genuinely believe this proprietor bears an unjust burden. He was hastily branded with a label upon arrival, having cooperated in the charade of exposing fraud. Despite enduring such significant indignation, he bears it silently, for he is the influencer, while the grievances of the female employees go unheard, as he is the boss. A commendable leader, a true man, exhibiting grace and decorum. At this moment, the Duck was seething with rage. He had become a mere stepping stone for Chao Cheng. The latter had driven him to a dead end. Regardless of whether he issued an apology today, Chao Cheng had already garnered immense goodwill and attention. Yet, a choice loomed before him. To refrain from apologizing would portray him as uncultured and irresponsible, rendering his prior civil rights advocacy as mere pretense, leading to a collapse of his public persona. Conversely, to apologize would equate to an admission of folly, unprofessionalism in exposing fraud, and a loss of trust, resulting in a future where countless individuals would pursue him with disdain. Ultimately, the Duck chose to temporize. He addressed Luo Jin, stating that by apologizing, he would still have some leeway. At worst, he would merely be seen as having misjudged the fraud. Clinging to the original intention of protecting his fans still held some merit. As for the current predicament, he certainly could not let it slide. Luo Jin was utterly taken aback. Despite the outrageous fraud accusations against the Duck, Chao Cheng had cooperated. Yet he stood up for her over a trivial matter, ensuring she suffered no slight. A tumult of emotions surged within her. After the apology, the crows took flight in unison. Brother Duck returned to his car, retreating swiftly from the scene, leaving behind a throng of influencers and onlookers, creating a momentary hush. Some gazed skyward at the crows, preparing to discreetly make their exit. In contrast, Chao Cheng's demeanor shifted from icy detachment to warm congeniality. He extended his hand towards the crowd, saying, "Greetings to all local influencers. My name is Chao Cheng, the proprietor of Cheng'an Zoo. As you may have observed, business is rather lackluster. My foray into live streaming is merely a means to make a living using my ancestral skills in animal training. We welcome constructive dialogue and cooperation, but disdainful accusations are unwelcome. I appreciate your presence today. I do not wish to be ostentatious, so I kindly ask for your discretion. To those streaming, please direct your cameras toward the Eclectus Parrot. Today, we shall conduct a seamless live stream to clear my name. I invite you all to step inside the zoo for a tour." With that, Chao Cheng opened the entrance gate. The influencers exchanged bewildered glances. No one anticipated Chao Cheng would be so discerning in matters of grievance. His previous intimidation of Brother Duck had been daunting, yet now he exuded warmth and courtesy, imparting a profound sense of respect. "Thank you, Boss Chao, for granting us free entry to the zoo. With such formidable animal training skills, this zoo will surely thrive." Indeed, Boss Chao is destined for success. Such talent is rare. The atmosphere among the crowd grew lively as they entered, showering Chao Cheng with compliments. Yet, they were acutely aware that Chao Cheng sought to leverage their presence to validate the authenticity of the Eclectus Parrot and showcase his training prowess. With such skills, his rise to fame was inevitable. Allowing them to film was a strategic move to foster goodwill and permit them to benefit from his visibility. In this era, sharing exposure equates to sharing profits. How could they not be grateful? Moreover, since he requested discretion, his identity would not be disseminated. Videos online would not circulate if the subjects wished to remain anonymous, as even those slicing the live stream would obscure his identity. Most individuals prefer to avoid complications. Failing to obscure it not only risks platform limitations, but could also lead to legal repercussions, rendering any earnings insufficient for restitution. As the crowd proceeded into the park, Song Xingjia found himself lingering at the back. He held no phone but watched intently as Chao Cheng's crows and the eclectus parrot captivated his attention. Astounded by Chao Cheng's prowess in avian training, thankful for his presence that day. Once inside the zoo, the crowd intended to praise Chao Cheng. Yet they found little to commend. Consequently, they directed their cameras towards Chao Cheng's live stream. Under the watchful lenses, Chao Cheng outfitted the eclectus parrot with streaming equipment and commenced the live broadcast. The content mirrored that of the previous day, featuring same-city delivery. The entire process was meticulously documented by the influencers. Just an hour into the morning broadcast, some astute individuals began creating clips from the influencer streams. After all, whoever produced the content first would claim the viewership. Delaying even slightly would result in a significant loss of exposure. These clips, originating from the moment Brother Duck accused fraud, showcased Chao Cheng's entrance, the crows encircling him, his insistence on an apology, and the influencers being led into the zoo, culminating in the seamless eclectus parrot livestream. The quest to validate Chao Cheng's authenticity had become moot, as the stunning spectacle of the circling crows far surpassed the allure of the eclectus parrot's livestream. Possessing even greater impact, the scene of the crows circling was rapidly reinterpreted by various influencers, and the excitement began to escalate. The internet is a powerful force. Any viral clip or reinterpretation would directly channel viewers to Chao Cheng's live stream. By noon, the number of viewers in Chao Cheng's stream surpassed 50,000 for the first time, and the skepticism began to wane. Whenever someone questioned the use of a drone, a multitude of individuals in the know would vehemently denounce these detractors. One inquiry would elicit 4 or 5 retorts of scorn. Many even resorted to direct messages of insult. People often relish playing the role of the enlightened critic. In an instant, the barrage of comments in Chao Cheng's live stream surged exponentially. By the time the afternoon broadcast commenced, Chao Cheng's popularity swiftly soared to 100,000 as the morning's videos began to gain traction. The live stream witnessed a marked absence of any drone-related skepticism. Shortly after the afternoon broadcast began, Chao Cheng received a system notification. Reputation with the sect has reached 30 points. Reward: Borrowed Vision, Beast Spirit Pills, X2. Borrowed Vision, a beast mastery technique that allows one to temporarily borrow the senses of a contracted spirit beast, regardless of distance. Chao Cheng's first thought was, VR flying from a first-person perspective? Currently, both of his spirit beasts were birds. Utilizing their senses would only allow him to soar high above, surveying the world below. Although it may not seem immediately useful, it was nonetheless the first technique outside of his internal cultivation skills for animal mastery. In the realm of cultivation, there exist numerous classifications such as internal power, mental methods, and techniques. Internal power is a fundamental requisite, the cornerstone of cultivation, and the source of all strength. Chao Cheng's Sacred Sun's beast mastery technique embodies this internal power. Mental methods pertain to the cultivation of the mind and spiritual energy. In the later stages of cultivation, confronting one's inner demons and resisting attacks of divine consciousness become essential strategies for practitioners. The art of spellcasting serves as the primary means of engagement for cultivators, while cultivation techniques act as auxiliary methods tailored to specific modalities of training. For instance, if one is an alchemist, the practice of refining pills necessitates the mastery of fire control and the relevant techniques for refining. If one is a sword practitioner, then the techniques for sword mastery and maintenance must be acquired. To accelerate one's cultivation, one may engage in specialized techniques designed for breath control, enhancing the intake and transformation of spiritual energy. For those wishing to hone their physical bodies, techniques that utilize spiritual energy to temper the flesh are available. In essence, various techniques ought to be harmonized in their application. Internal cultivation is fundamental, mental cultivation is secondary, spellcasting requires extensive practice, and cultivation techniques are elective, creating a unique path. If one were in the realm of cultivation, Chao Cheng could select his training from the treasure vault of his sect. However, at present, he is limited to the system. He can only cultivate what the system rewards him with, devoid of any choice. As Chao Cheng continued his livestream, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Most of the internet celebrities and onlookers had departed by 11 in the morning, leaving only a handful after lunch. Gradually, they trickled away throughout the afternoon, until by 5 o'clock, only one remained, a youth who had been wandering around the area, even ordering takeout twice. When Chao Cheng concluded his stream, This young man immediately rushed to the management office. Chao Cheng regarded him with confusion, sensing something distinctly peculiar in the youth's gaze, an unmistakable hint of excitement. A chill ran down Chao Cheng's spine. Could this individual be an enthusiast of unconventional preferences? Brother, do you need something? Chao Cheng inquired, furrowing his brow. The young man unexpectedly executed an exaggerated fist and palm salute, declaring, I am Song Xingjia. I wish to collaborate with Brother Chao on a significant endeavor. Chapter 11. The Night of the Astonishing Case. Chao Cheng was taken aback. With his newfound fame, it was inevitable that opportunists would emerge. This individual seemed to fit that mold, likely representing some organization or individual eager to partner with him for financial gain. How audacious of him to broach such a topic. If it were about making money, Chao Cheng was already on a promising trajectory. There was no need to collaborate with anyone dubious. I'm afraid I'm not interested. He replied nonchalantly, busily assisting Wen Shi in packing up the livestream equipment. Upon sensing Chao Cheng's dismissive attitude, Song Xingjia promptly activated his backup plan, producing a law enforcement badge from his pocket. Boss Chao, please do not be so hasty in your rejection. I am from the Law Enforcement Bureau of Yunhai City and wish to enlist your assistance in investigating a major case. Chao Cheng's demeanor shifted smoothly. If you elaborate, I am quite easily intrigued. Collaborating with law enforcement on a case is a citizen's duty and responsibility. Please, officer, take a seat. That night, around 9:30. At the command center of the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, Director Song Taizhan strode purposefully towards the operations room, clad in his uniform. Just then, his phone vibrated, prompting him to glance at the screen, which caused his brow to furrow. After a moment's contemplation, he retreated to the stairwell to answer the call. On the other end was his son, Song Xingjia. Dad, how are the arrangements for tonight's operation going? I have a remarkable individual who can surely assist. Song Tieshan's eyes widened as he hissed, Be quiet. Who told you there was an operation tonight? Was it Luo Hu? Song Xingjia hesitated. It wasn't he who mentioned at the dinner table yesterday that you wouldn't be home tonight due to business? I merely inferred. Enough nonsense. Song Taizhan replied sternly. This matter is of utmost importance. Experts from the province are sitting in the command room. We cannot afford any slip-ups. Do not cause me any trouble. Desperation seeped into Song Xingjia's voice. Dad, trust me this once. I genuinely heard Uncle Luo mention this matter. I understand the difficulties you face. I swear we will only assist, never create chaos. I have a clear sense of discretion. Growing impatient, Song Taizhan retorted, Stop talking. I have a meeting to attend. He abruptly hung up and hastened into the command room. Inside, a long table was surrounded by a dozen individuals, all leaders from the city bureau and the provincial expert group, with several others standing nearby, involved in the operation. At the head of the table sat a square-faced middle-aged man, Lu Haiming, the leader of the expert group, who gestured to the vacant seat beside him, beckoning Song Taizhan to sit, clearly awaiting his arrival. Song Taizhan approached and took his seat. Lu Haiming initiated the discussion. The case of Ant Hong is a matter of high concern for the province. It involves the most dangerous, cunning, and audacious human trafficking syndicate in the past 2 decades. According to our expert group's interrogation and profiling analyses of several apprehended individuals, we deduce that Ant Hong's criminal base is located right here in Yunhai City. Listening to Lu Haiming, the leaders of the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau felt a sense of unease. The enforcement team takes great pride in their honor, and it is not accurate to say that they lack competitive spirit simply because they serve the public. Since the Special Task Force's arrival in Yunhai, they have brought with them directives from above and immense pressure, yet have provided little assistance. The so-called interrogations and profiling analyses were, in truth, merely the outcomes of direct questioning. The suspects had been apprehended through the efforts of the Yunhai City Bureau. Yet, Lu Haiming, in his discourse, subtly attributed all credit to the expert group. He continued, to the east and north of Yunhai City lie mountain ranges, particularly the northern side, where the terrain is treacherous and villages are scattered, making surveillance difficult. Our expert group has analyzed that Ant Hong's gang is likely hiding in these secluded mountain villages, armed with dangerous weapons. However, their precise location remains unknown, only that they are planning a significant operation in the coming days. This presents us with an excellent opportunity to apprehend them all in one fell swoop, an opportunity that must not be missed. Director Song, please elaborate on the specifics. Drawing a deep breath, Song Taizhan responded. Based on our surveillance and interrogations over the past few days, we have currently identified 3 suspects associated with Ant Hong. They reside in different locations, but check out of their accommodations in unison every 2 days, retreating into the mountains for 1 to 2 days before reappearing. This pattern corroborates the interrogation findings that Ant Hong's gang is plotting a significant operation at their hideout. This evening at 7, they will check out once more, presenting us with a prime opportunity to track them back to their base. We have coordinated with the Armed Enforcement Division to launch a special operation tonight, aiming to eliminate Ant Hong's criminal organization in one decisive strike. Of course, challenges remain. These 3 suspects exhibit a level of alertness far exceeding that of typical criminals. Tracking them into the mountains at night without being detected will be exceptionally difficult. This remains our greatest obstacle and an urgent issue to resolve. As Song Taizhan concluded, an air of silence enveloped the room. Everyone is contemplating how to resolve this issue. An uninformed member from the Armed Enforcement Department inquired, Director Song. Since these suspects have all visited the hideout, wouldn't it suffice to apprehend them directly for interrogation? Song Taizhan shook his head, responding, "From our previous interrogations of captured individuals, it is evident that Ant Hong's group is exceedingly cunning, operating from more than one hideout. They convene at different locations each time, and the specific site is communicated on the day of the meeting via coded messages to the conspirators' mobile devices. Typically, they navigate through 4 to 5 checkpoints after entering the mountains. Sometimes they stop at the final checkpoint, while at other times they may halt at an interim one. It is quite challenging to pinpoint their location. If we alert them prematurely, all will be in vain." A newly assigned female expert in the team, named Guan Shihui, who had yet to graduate from the Enforcement Academy, spoke up, "Could we not employ a drone?" The expert team had been assembled for a week, and she had been hastily included just the day prior. The reason for her sudden inclusion was self-evident. From the nature of her question, Song Taizhan deduced her level of expertise. Luo Hu, the captain of the first team from the Municipal Bureau, glanced at Song Taizhan, concerned that his old superior might offer her a reprimand. Such matters, which could offend, were better handled by him. Luo cleared his throat and stated, "Drones are the first option we ruled out among all tracking methods. Even with lightless night vision cameras, clarity cannot be assured. The noise they produce in the mountainous night is exceedingly jarring. If we get too close, we risk detection. If too far, we cannot lock onto the suspects. Additionally, the visibility of our tracking efforts poses a significant risk. Once discovered, our mission would essentially be deemed a failure." Guan Shihui frowned but remained silent. Indeed, even if one were to disguise themselves and closely follow a suspect, should they be detected, the suspect would merely suspect them rather than confirm they were being pursued. However, if a drone were to be noticed tailing them, the suspect would undoubtedly ascertain that they were being tracked, with consequences that were all too predictable. Lu Haiming felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Guan Shihui was a member of the expert team. He cleared his throat and took back the initiative, announcing, "I will preside over today's operation. I hope Director Song and everyone present will coordinate effectively and cooperate actively. Let us strive to dismantle this heinous criminal syndicate." Lu Haiming lightly struck the table, yet the atmosphere remained palpably tense. As the clock approached 10, the liaison responsible for contacting the surveillance personnel burst through the door to report, "Director Song, the targets have emerged." 3 of them, simultaneously. At this, the entire command room became charged with urgency. Song Taizhan sprang to his feet, leading the charge outside, with everyone swiftly following. Within the command hall, several large screens displayed various feeds. To the left were 10 street surveillance cameras, shifting angles, part of the traffic enforcement's all-seeing system. To the right were live feeds from 3 surveillance personnel and vehicles, all trained on 3 seemingly ordinary pedestrians. These 3 middle-aged men bore no distinguishing features from the surrounding crowd. One even sported headphones, nodding to music, appearing exceedingly at ease. However, they each hailed a taxi from the roadside, and under the watchful eye of the all-seeing system, all 3 taxis headed towards the northern part of the city. As Song Taizhan prepared to issue commands, he suddenly remembered the expert team and called out to Lu Haiming, "Team leader Lu, act swiftly." Lu Haiming cast him a sidelong glance, his expression suggesting, "Do I need you to instruct me?" He approached the command platform at a leisurely pace and activated a communication device. Operation Dominance. All personnel, pay attention. This is Lu Haiming. First, second, and third teams, proceed immediately to the northern mountainous area to lay a trap. Fourth team, remain on standby along the route. A chorus of affirmations echoed through the communication device. Given the short notice for the apprehension task, the expert team and the Yunhai Municipal Bureau had determined that the optimal strategy was to ambush the suspects in the mountains. They had convened to devise a better plan, but time was of the essence, and they had to resort to this solution. Directly entering the mountain village to deploy personnel was unfeasible. A sudden influx of outsiders would undoubtedly alert Ant Hong's gang. Tracking them along the dark mountain roads was also too risky, so the only option was to ascertain their probable route and set up a large-scale ambush ahead of time, using manpower to monitor and periodically scout their movements, gradually narrowing down their path, thus enabling those positioned ahead to more accurately track their whereabouts. Although this was a rather rudimentary approach, it was the only available solution. In no time, A substantial number of operatives rushed into the northern mountainous region ahead of the three suspects, masquerading as migrant workers returning with three-wheeled vehicles. Along the way, they jumped off and concealed themselves along the roadside. Soon, the taxis carrying the three suspects reached the outskirts of the northern Third Ring Road, but then veered eastward towards Dongshan beyond the eastern Third Ring Road. Frustration swept through the command center, and Lu Haiming's expression soured, though he quickly regained his composure. 5th and 6th teams. The targets have diverted towards Dongshan. Act immediately. They indeed had one final strategy, to intercept the suspects mid-route, using force to compel them to follow their text message instructions, or to seize their phones and decrypt the coded messages. However, the likelihood of success was exceedingly low. If they could conceive of such a tactic, Ant Hong's gang would surely anticipate it as well. Moreover, traffickers are notoriously vicious. Once apprehended, they face certain death sentences, making them more likely to resist fiercely. Their families might also be under the control of Ant Hong's group, meaning that even if captured, they would not easily betray their cohorts. This last resort was merely a desperate measure. After crossing the eastern Third Ring Road, the three suspects exited their taxis, subsequently parking at a factory entrance along the Ring Road, where they each took electric bikes. This area marked the edge of the all-seeing system's monitoring network. Beyond this point, the roads were largely unmonitored, consisting mainly of small paths devoid of any surveillance. While a few monitoring facilities existed in densely populated mountain villages, they were unlikely to capture any useful evidence. Attention, all departments. The targets have entered the mountains. Everyone's spirits heightened. The visuals of the three suspects gradually faded from the command hall screens, replaced by images transmitted back from operatives involved in the operation, equipped with real-time communication devices. Most footage depicted the indistinct, shadowy mountain paths at night. Some operatives had already taken position, while others were still en route. Soon, the first suspect was captured on video by the ambushers, followed closely by the second and third. An increasing number of operatives reported the suspect's movements back to the command hall, relaying the information to those on the front lines. The command hall was finally filled with a chorus of relieved sighs. The method, as long as it proved effective, was deemed satisfactory. A profound hope burgeoned within their hearts. The first, second, third, and fourth teams were ordered to withdraw and commence an encirclement towards the eastern hill. Lu Haiming began to direct operations in accordance with the established plan. All personnel sprang into action with fervor. The three suspects had traversed for over an hour. As the clock struck 10:50, the trio simultaneously entered a village that, fortuitously, was under surveillance. Everyone was suddenly alert, even exhilarated. Could they be within this very village? Lu Haiming immediately commanded all departments to remain on high alert, prepared for a sudden raid. The suspects parked their electric vehicle at a farmhouse, and everyone assumed this was the location. However, to their surprise, the three men disembarked and, after walking a short distance along a path, scaled the mountain. They dispersed in three different directions, like scattered birds. Lu Haiming's expression changed dramatically. Guan Shihui, perplexed, inquired, "What is going on? Have we been compromised?" Lu Haiming furrowed his brow, falling into a deep silence, already thrown into disarray. Yet, Song Taizhan exchanged glances with Luo Hu and others, unconvinced that their operation had been exposed. All members of the decisive action had been personally selected by Song Taizhan, and he held great confidence in their capabilities. It was merely that Red Ant's gang was exceedingly cunning, exhibiting a level of caution that was almost extraordinary. No wonder they had managed to survive until now. Monitoring along the path was exceedingly difficult, and once they ascended the mountain, they would be completely out of sight. Since they had chosen to climb, it was evident they were familiar with the terrain. The action team, unfamiliar with the mountain trails, would not only be at risk by blindly following, but also vulnerable to exposure. Moreover, tracking their figures under the shroud of night would prove to be an arduous task. Indeed, when Lu Haiming dispatched several nearby personnel to attempt tracking, the suspects had already vanished from sight. Time seemed to stand still, and an eerie silence enveloped the command hall. All eyes turned to Lu Haiming, whose complexion was ashen. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of composure. Turning to Song Taizhan, he stated, "Director Song, I have an important call from the provincial office. I must take it. The situation here is in your capable hands. Continue tracking. We should yield some results." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. The personnel from the Yunhai City Bureau erupted in a fury, especially Luo Hu, who clenched his fist with a crackling sound. Had it not been for a shred of restraint, he would have struck Lu Haiming squarely in the face. "What sort of so-called expert are you? You rush to command when there's a chance for merit, hoping to claim the glory for yourself. And if things go awry, you immediately shift the blame onto a scapegoat? And you dare to proclaim that continuing the pursuit will yield results?" Everyone turned to Song Taizhan, who remained calm. He stepped decisively to the command platform. I am Song Taizhan. All personnel ceased tracking. He could not allow his subordinates to continue the pursuit. Once the suspects had gained some distance and then crouched still, those who continued the chase would inevitably be exposed. Not only would the operation fail, but personnel might also suffer casualties. He had been prepared for this eventuality. After all, the blame was already assigned, and there was no need to sacrifice his comrades needlessly. Luo, who was in a panic. Lu Haiming had ordered the pursuit to continue, while Song Taizhan had commanded it to cease. Was this not playing directly into the enemy's hands? If the mission failed, Lu Haiming would undoubtedly place the blame squarely on Song Taizhan for not adhering to his instructions. Yet, Song Taizhan merely raised a hand towards him, displaying a hint of despondence. Hierarchical power could be suffocating. Today, he truly felt the weight of its burden. The treachery and helplessness of the situation filled him with a profound sense of powerlessness. The entire command hall seemed shrouded in gloom, with everyone's spirits weighed down, anxiously awaiting Song Taizhan's announcement of the disheartening order. Just then, a furious Luo who felt his phone vibrate. He glanced at it and saw a message. Upon opening it, his eyes widened with excitement. He turned to Song Taizhan, lowering his voice. Director Song, it's Xingjia. Song Taizhan's brow furrowed deeply. Luo, who was becoming increasingly reckless. What an inappropriate time for him to indulge his inept son's antics. What happened? Xingjia says he's on the suspect's trail. Chapter 13, Pursuit from the Natural World. Song Taizhan was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. What do you mean he's on their trail? Luo, who whispered, the suspects. He's asking us for a channel. He says he can provide footage. Regaining his composure from the shock, Song Taizhan replied, give it to him. To understand what his son was up to, he needed to contact him without delay. Luo, who quickly sent the encrypted channel to Song Xingjia, discreetly advising him in hushed tones. Shortly thereafter, several requests for surveillance footage streamed into the encrypted channel. Once approved, the images appeared on the big screen. It was a high-angle view, seemingly perched on a branch. Though not entirely clear, it was evident that a night vision camera was in use. Fortunately, the proximity was close enough to capture the suspects distinctly. The footage showed the suspects crouched in the underbrush, meticulously scanning their surroundings. Only when a phone lit up did one of them rise and hastily move in a specific direction. The camera followed closely behind, swaying with each movement, occasionally emitting a caw, unmistakably the sound of a crow. Then, two more screens flickered to life, displaying the other two suspects captured from a similarly low vantage point. Boom. The atmosphere in the command hall erupted in excitement. No one shouted loudly, but it felt as if the entire hall had come back to life. Everyone clenched their fists in exhilaration. Even Song Taizhan felt a surge of adrenaline. How could this be possible? The suspects frequently paused to check their phones, clearly reading the coded messages from Red Ant's gang. This indicated they were unaware of being followed. However, how was such proximity achieved? And not just one, but 3 suspects were being tracked simultaneously. At such close range, even a silent drone would be visible to them. How could this be? What on earth was being used for tracking? Given the sounds of cawing and flapping wings, it had to be crows. Crows? Indeed. The image quality suggested a night vision surveillance device, likely affixed to the body of a crow. This was utterly astonishing. Yet, regardless of the skepticism, the footage before them presented an undeniable reality. This was undoubtedly the perspective of avian creatures. While everyone was engulfed in shock, they were equally electrified. They were astounded that someone could train birds to track at night on the mountains. Even though crows are regarded as one of the most intelligent avian species, such intricate behaviors necessitate specialized training. The task of distancing from their handler while tracking a suspect involves a complex set of behavioral logics. It requires maintaining an appropriate distance, executing movements judiciously, and remaining undetected by the suspect. Moreover, the camera must remain trained on the target without losing sight of it. How could this possibly be? Yet, the scene before them undeniably exhibited such effects, leaving no room for skepticism. Their excitement was palpable. If it was indeed crows tracking, the success rate would significantly increase. Being creatures of nature, especially in the dark forests of the night, even if the crows squawked around the suspect would hardly suspect they were being followed. They were, quite simply, born investigators. At that moment, all eyes inadvertently turned towards Song Taizhan, curious about when he had deployed such a remarkable asset. This was particularly true for the expert group. Several of Lu Haiming's close confidants exchanged furtive glances, inwardly cursing. This cunning old fox, Song Taizhan, had indeed kept a trump card up his sleeve. Was he not blatantly undermining their leader? At this juncture, the most astonished of all was Song Taizhan himself. Just moments before the meeting commenced, he had received a phone call from his son. His son had insisted that he could assist, a claim Song Taizhan had doubted. Now, his seemingly ineffectual son had become his sole reliance. He instructed the operatives to prioritize safety, Containing his excitement and shock, Song Taizhan urgently advised Luo Hu. Luo Hu smiled, nodded, and began messaging Song Xingjia on his phone, evidently aware that Song Xingjia was currently unable to speak. As seconds ticked by, the three suspects traversed mountain paths and village roads, weaving back and forth. After approximately an hour, they finally arrived at the outskirts of a densely populated mountain village, where they paused to regroup before proceeding towards an abandoned breeding farm. The dilapidated facility appeared devoid of any light, yet as the three approached the entrance, someone inside opened the door. To their astonishment, the interior was brilliantly illuminated. They had finally discovered their target. Everyone in the command hall was electrified with exhilaration. At that moment, Lu Haiming, who had stepped away to take a call, strode back into the room and cheerfully inquired of Song Taizhan, "Director Song, what is the situation?" The personnel from the Yunhai City Bureau were seething with frustration. How could that old dog shamelessly evade responsibility in front of so many? He was clearly using the opportunity to escape when the situation turned unfavorable. Now, with a breakthrough in the situation, the expert group had tipped him off, and he was seizing the opportunity to reap the rewards. They had never witnessed such unmitigated audacity. Song Taizhan clenched his fists in quiet fury but felt powerless. The law enforcement team operated under a quasi-military command structure, where higher orders outweighed all else. The situation has improved. We have identified the target gang. I have ordered all personnel to encircle this mountain village in a circular formation, Song Taizhan stated, taking a deep breath to suppress his anger. Lu Haiming's eyes lit up. Excellent. As he spoke, he glanced at the large screen and casually approached the command desk, silently reclaiming control of the operation. Song Taizhan turned to instruct Luo Hu to inform Song Xingjia to refrain from any rash actions, for his contributions had already been substantial. The ability to track the suspects and identify their main base was a monumental achievement, one that the entire Yunhai City Bureau and Provincial Expert Group had failed to accomplish. Three Crows had done it. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the Three Crows continued their operations, with one soaring high above to survey the terrain while the other two landed on the rooftop. The windows and dilapidated areas of the breeding farm were shrouded in black cloth, indicating that the occupants wished to keep the light contained. The two crows deftly pecked at the black cloth, using their bodies to block any gaps that might allow light to escape. The low-light surveillance equipment was focused on the interior of the farm, capturing simultaneous footage of the scene within. Inside, the lights blazed brightly, revealing numerous individuals dining and drinking, giving off a vibe reminiscent of corporate team-building activities. With the illumination, the positions and appearances of these individuals became vividly clear. Among them sat the number one wanted criminal, Red Ant, perched on the lap of a man, her aging body grotesquely twisting as she held a wine glass. On a platform near Red Ant's table lay neatly arranged dozens of firearms, long guns, handguns, over 30 in total. The three suspects who had just entered were in the process of surrendering their weapons, placing them on the platform before joining in the revelry. Shockingly, some men and women were even engaging in intimate acts in the corners of the facility, creating an utterly distasteful scene. The command hall erupted into a cacophony of noise. Initially, they had anticipated a fierce battle, uncertain of the situation inside, and would have been content to apprehend Red Ant's group with minimal casualties. They had not expected that the two crows would provide a live broadcast. This was akin to an open book examination for them. Lu Haiming was equally overjoyed. All personnel, heed my command. The target hideout has been clearly identified. Accelerate the assault. However, Song Tieshan's expression shifted slightly. Lu Haiming was being excessively ambitious and reckless, lacking any real experience in command operations. He cautioned, Leader Lu, given Red Ant's gang's caution, there may be lookout posts. We should first eliminate any sentinels and relay the situation inside the facility to all team leaders, formulating a temporary assault plan. Song Taizhan spoke with urgency, for this matter pertained to the safety of his subordinates and the probability of a successful capture. It was imperative that no one be left behind. Red Ant's gang was ruthless. Should anything go awry during the operation, they would scatter and flee. If they allowed those armed with dangerous weapons to escape, the entire village would be their hostages. However, his words sounded harsh to the expert group, particularly to Lu Haiming, who was greatly displeased. He thought to himself, who did Song Taizhan think he was to instruct him? How dare he question his command? At that moment, Guan Shihui interjected with a pointed remark, Director Song. Surely you understand the principle that speed is of the essence in military matters. You seem to be giving Red Ant's group far too much credit. By the time you check for lookouts, it will be too late. This isn't caution, it's indecisiveness. Before she could finish, an operator shouted, Director Song. Not good. There are lookouts. A sudden cry seized the hearts of all present, drawing their attention to the screen. Indeed, through the perspective of the raven outside, A figure was discernible atop a small house, situated 300 meters from the factory. Clutching an object resembling a tablet, the individual scanned the distance, and in a moment of urgency, hastily retrieved a phone, seemingly preparing to make a call. Alarm bells rang in the minds of Song Taizhan and the others. This was undoubtedly a lookout for Ant Hong's gang. The individual had concealed himself on the rooftop, and had the Raven conducted its patrol moments earlier, he would have been easily spotted. Yet now, he had preemptively detected the assault team's movements. Guan Shihui's face flushed crimson. She had not even finished chastising Song Taizhan before the lookout's presence was confirmed. The swiftness of this reality was almost too much to bear. Lu Haiming's face blanched in shock. Quickly, hasten the assault team. Yet, despair washed over everyone. Even with increased speed, the team could not reach the location in time. Should the lookout alert the enemy, they would have ample opportunity to respond and prepare their weapons. Even if they could achieve complete annihilation, it would undoubtedly result in a bloodbath. At that moment, the Raven equipped with surveillance equipment suddenly dove downwards, hurtling towards the lookout who had just drawn his phone. Its speed was astonishing, arriving in the blink of an eye. The scene quickly collided with the lookout's grasp. A pained cry escaped his lips as the Raven soared back into the air, the camera once again focused on him. The lookout clutched his wrist, the phone having been knocked from his hand. Without a second thought to comprehend the assault from the Raven, he leaped from the rooftop. The small structure was merely 3 meters high, and he landed without pause, sprinting towards the factory while shouting, "There's someone," before he could finish. A shadow leapt from the nearby bushes. A blow struck his face with tremendous force. The lookout's body, like his cry, came to an abrupt halt. His upper body remained motionless while his lower half flew forward, crashing to the ground, lifeless. It was Xingjia. Luo Hu, filled with excitement, grasped Song Tieshan's arm tightly. Of course, Song Taizhan recognized him. The one wielding the stick was none other than his son, Song Xingjia. Song Xingjia swiftly incapacitated the lookout and crouched down. Song Taizhan was taken aback. He had never imagined his son would be so close to the scene. He forcefully shoved Lu Haiming aside, declaring, "I am Song Taizhan. Everyone, pay attention. The lookout has been neutralized. There are our people at the 7 o'clock position of the factory. Be vigilant in distinguishing." The entire team surged towards the factory. The main entrance, at 11 o'clock, was the focal point for firepower. It required strict control. Any resistance would be met with immediate lethality, while Ant Hong should ideally be taken alive. Meanwhile, in the command hall, the screen still displayed a scene of revelry within the factory. Clearly, Song Xingjia had successfully intercepted the lookout's warning. Under Song Tieshan's precise command, the members of the operation swiftly approached the factory's exterior. One team leader encountered Song Xingjia, recognizing him instantly. However, there was no time to lead him away. He assigned one team member to protect him while the others launched their assault. These individuals were the elite of the elite. 70 to 80 armed personnel approached collectively, a chilling aura enveloping them. Yet they remained eerily silent as they reached the factory's entrance. At that moment, the individuals inside finally sensed an approaching presence through the surveillance, but it was too late. The factory doors were violently breached, creating a gaping hole. Following this, 3 flashbangs were hurled inside. Bang, bang, bang. After the explosive sounds and flashes, a throng of armed enforcers surged into the factory. The occupants, disoriented from the blasts, stumbled to their feet, only to be gunned down by several members of the assault team. The team charged into the factory, wielding their rifles like bludgeons against the back of heads, resulting in a cacophony of cries. Handcuffs were insufficient, leading them to bind the captives with zip ties, leaving them like hogs strewn across the floor. Report to headquarters. Ant Hong's criminal gang has been fully apprehended. As the exhilarating report echoed, the command hall erupted in cheers. Song Taizhan exhaled a sigh of relief. Well done. At that moment, a voice crackled over the channel. Reporting, Commander. Special Operation Personnel of the Seize the Crown Initiative, code name Jibao, reporting in. This voice belonged to Song Xingjia, transmitted through the radio of the team member assigned to protect him. Song Taizhan felt a pang in his heart. Jibao? This was the nickname he had bestowed upon his son long ago, a name he had not uttered in ages. Overcome with emotion, he simultaneously felt immense pride. Song Xingjia was astute. The Seize the Crown operation was clandestine. If the expert team discovered that an extraneous member had participated without authorization, both Song Xingjia and Luo Hu, who had informed him, would be in serious trouble. Yet, here was Song Xingjia, boldly declaring himself a special operative in the presence of the command hall, signaling to all that he was arranged by Song Taizhan in advance. This was a transparent coordination with his father, ensuring a unified narrative. Thus, the expert team would be unable to seize upon any incriminating evidence. Song Taizhan inhaled deeply and addressed him seriously. Jibao? Well done. Some of the older subordinates, aware of Song Tieshan's family matters, exchanged knowing smiles. Particularly Luo Hu, who nodded vigorously, approvingly. Indeed, splendidly executed. The three ravens had performed magnificently, with a well-timed strike against the lookout, dispelling any suspicion. Brimming with courage and intellect, this battle's credit, aside from the three ravens, belonged solely to Song Xingjie. Regrettably, he wasn't part of the enforcement system, thus unable to claim his due recognition. Naturally, the accolades would fall upon his father's shoulders. Being a special operative was an achievement that even the expert team could not undermine. Soon, Song Xingjie was escorted back. By the time Song Taizhan concluded all after-action matters, it was already past 3 in the morning. Inside the enforcement bureau, Song Taizhan, along with Luo Hu and a few trusted confidants, entered the director's office. There, Song Xingjie sat comfortably in his father's director's chair, sipping coffee and casually fiddling with this and that. Upon noticing his father and several subordinates entering, he sprang to his feet, spilling coffee all over the table. However, this time, Song Taizhan refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, he regarded him with a profound gaze. Luo Hu, unabashedly, praised him with a hearty laugh, giving a thumbs up to Song Xingjie. Good lad. You've truly brought honor. Song Taizhan shot him a glare. Today's events accomplishing the task has indeed brought a sense of pride. However, what if things take a turn for the worse? Above all, I have but one son. The group, led by Ant Hong, consists of desperate individuals. If Song Xingjie were to fall into their clutches, the ramifications would be dire. The mere thought sends a shiver down Song Tieshan's spine. Why did you return alone? Where are those crows? Song Taizhan inquired of Song Xingjie. With a gesture towards the north, Song Xingjie replied, they flew back to the zoo. The zoo? Song Taizhan echoed, perplexed. Yes, father. I encountered an extraordinary individual. His name is Chao Cheng, the owner of the Chang'an Zoo in the North Third Ring. He recently inherited the zoo after the passing of his parents, and it has yet to reopen. This young man is remarkable. He possesses the ability to train animals. He can command birds to respond as obediently as humans. The crows we encountered today are his birds. As he spoke of Chao Cheng, Song Xingjie's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Song Taizhan furrowed his brow and interrupted. Wait. You just mentioned that these birds flew back to the zoo. Are you implying that Chao Cheng remained at the zoo the entire time and did not venture out today? Chapter 15. I'll make a phone call. It's simple. Song Xingjie nodded in agreement. Indeed. Song Taizhan and the others exchanged astonished glances, their hearts reverberating with shock. It is worth noting that the capacity to control birds for precise and nearly flawless reconnaissance is already astonishing. These crows managed to peck through dark fabric, obscure light sources, and simultaneously relay live footage from within the factory. They even executed strategic attacks on lookout personnel, knocking their phones from their hands. Such feats transcend mere marvel. They are breathtakingly extraordinary. Now, Song Xingjie informs them that this prodigious bird trainer has not even left his home. With the distance of several dozen miles, 3 crows accomplish such operations? It is nothing short of fantastical. Of course, in addition to the non-light emitting monitoring devices, the crows are equipped with small radios. This remarkable individual operates through verbal commands. Song Xingjie seemed to acknowledge the daunting nature of the situation, adding, however, this hardly diminishes the strangeness. Even with verbal guidance, executing such maneuvers remains rather peculiar. Is it possible that he simply wishes to avoid trouble? Luo Hu speculated. After all, direct on-site supervision would likely yield far superior results compared to operating from afar. Yet, Chao Cheng's absence suggests a desire to evade complications. Song Taizhan and the others understood this as well. After all, they are dealing with a human trafficking gang. If they have accomplices still at large, discovering that they have assistance from an extraordinary individual could lead to retaliation against him. Song Taizhan regarded Luo Hu and the others with a significant expression, saying, how can we let slip the chance to encounter such an extraordinary person? Should we not pay him a visit? Luo Hu and the others comprehended Song Tieshan's intentions. Such a remarkable figure is undoubtedly a trump card for law enforcement. They must keep a close eye on him, or even provide protection, as they may need his assistance in crucial cases in the future. It is indeed prudent to pay a visit. Luo Hu asserted. Song Taizhan nodded. I will be tied up with the aftermath of the operation for at least 2 days. Tomorrow, you will go on my behalf to see if he is willing to accept the public commendation. If he prefers not to be publicized, there should still be a monetary reward. Upon hearing the word reward, Song Xingjie's eyes lit up as he patted himself on the back. What about me? Song Taizhan, rarely showing warmth, allowed a smile to break through his stern demeanor. Fear not. Your eagerness will not go unnoticed. He instinctively wanted to utter the phrase, foolish child, but then realized that such words did not suit his son. If Song Xingjie had participated in this operation solely for the reward, then his late-night trek over mountains and through valleys, following the crows to ambush within hundreds of meters of the factory, demonstrates a level of courage, stamina, and an indomitable spirit that is commendable. He sought to prove to himself that he is not a child of little merit. The phrase he often repeats should indeed fade into obscurity. "Thank you, sir." Song Xingjie saluted with a nonchalant demeanor. The concluding operation had kept them engaged through the night. All suspects were transported back to the city for immediate interrogation, yielding substantial results. Ant Hong and the principal offenders were apprehended. Utilizing a single reprieve from the death penalty as bait, he compelled them to betray one another, revealing a dozen hideouts and numerous remaining fugitives. Among these hideouts were several housing abducted children. This case was monumental in its implications. The tumult continued until dawn, when a semblance of calm began to settle. At 6:30 in the morning, Song Taizhan donned his uniform, and police vehicles awaited him downstairs. The provincial law enforcement chief had summoned him for a personal briefing. Just as he was about to step out, the expert team leader, Liu Haiming, intercepted him. "Director Song, where are you off to?" Liu Haiming feigned an exuberant demeanor, enthusiastically patting Song Taizhan on the shoulder. To report on the case, Song Taizhan replied succinctly. Liu Haiming laughed heartily. "Oh, today marks the resolution of a major case, particularly as we need to contact the families of the abducted children. This is a tremendous achievement. The Yunhai Municipal Bureau cannot afford to lose you for even a moment. Our expert team has come specifically for this matter. How can we allow you to take on such responsibilities? This is my duty. Let me handle the report. You should stay at the Municipal Bureau and properly welcome the attention of the public and the gratitude of the families." He felt compelled to stop Song Taizhan. Reporting on the case meant that all records of the operation, including footage from the command center, must be submitted. His performance in the command center must not come to light, especially considering his significant blunder. If the higher-ups were to discover this, he would lose the protection of his influential connections. Therefore, he had to seize this task and edit the command center footage, retaining only the parts that would benefit him. This way, he could successfully claim credit. "That's unnecessary. I've already arranged everything at the Bureau. All records pertaining to this case have been submitted. The leadership contacted me, asking that I report in person," Song Taizhan stated. Liu Haiming was momentarily taken aback. Submitted? To whom? If Song Taizhan had delivered the records into the hands of his influential connections, that would be one thing. However, just moments ago, his connections had personally instructed him to ensure he took full control of the materials. To whom had Song Taizhan submitted them? To Director Liu, Song Taizhan replied coolly, placing his hat on his head and striding confidently out the door. Liu Haiming's pupils dilated in shock, his composure shattered. His background and Liu Ting do not belong to the same faction. In fact, they are adversaries. If he were to discover his performance at the command center, even the mightiest could not shield him from the repercussions. Liu Haiming's breath quickened, his eyes reddening with agitation. He opened his mouth to vehemently chastise Song Taizhan for taking matters into his own hands, disregarding the authority of his position as the leader of the expert group. However, he soon realized that Song Taizhan had long since vanished. Meanwhile, within a multi-storied, older residential complex in Yunhai City, at the home of Chao Cheng's uncle, Chao Delu, the already cramped living room was packed with members of the Chao family. Chao Cheng's uncle, aunt, and the elders from the families of his third uncle occupied the sofas, while the remaining seats were filled with the younger generation of the Chao family. "Uncle, why are you calling us for a meeting so early in the morning when everyone is still half asleep?" One of the younger relatives yawned in complaint. Chao Delu, finishing a cigarette, finally spoke up. "There's something I hadn't mentioned to you before. Taking advantage of everyone being here today, I want you all to brainstorm." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "Your second uncle's son, Chao Cheng, has inherited a zoo, hasn't he? He is now heavily in debt and intends to sell the zoo. We've kindly found him a buyer. The price might be a bit low, but if it goes through, the seller intends to give us a kickback of 900,000. Yet, Chao Cheng refuses to sell." Chao Delu felt helpless. It was actually his aunt who had first learned of this news and consulted him and the third uncle, but they hadn't informed anyone else. However, after being rebuffed by Chao Cheng, it became clear that his resolve was unyielding. They understood that trying to persuade Chao Cheng would be futile, so they had opted not to waste their efforts. Yet, over the past few days, they had been at a loss for solutions and decided to gather everyone to explore ideas, hoping the younger generation might have some insights. Upon hearing this, the younger relatives erupted in outrage. "What gives him the right not to sell?" Chao Cheng's cousin exclaimed, glaring. "Exactly. And isn't that zoo a legacy from our grandfather? Don't we have a share in it?" Another chimed in. "Yeah. Why is he the only one who gets to sell? Legally, yes, he inherited it alone, but morally, that doesn't sit right." Another protested. "I don't care. Whatever he sells it for, I deserve my fair share." As the emotions in the room escalated, the third uncle raised his hand to calm the commotion. "That's all well and good, but we need to wait until it's sold to discuss that. The current issue is that he simply refuses to sell. Let us see if anyone has a solution. Just as he finished speaking, one of Chao Chang's cousins interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Not selling? Then he shouldn't expect to sell it at all. A cousin added with a playful grin. Right. Isn't that new boyfriend of Hongjia's from the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Upon hearing this, Chao Hong's expression revealed a touch of smugness. Really? The uncle and the third uncle exclaimed, their faces lighting up with hope as they turned to Chao Hong. With a chuckle, Chao Hong replied, "P.S. Just a section chief." She relished the feeling of having all the elders dependent on her. "I'll make a call," she said nonchalantly, pulling out her phone. "This matter is simple enough." Chapter 16. Luo Jin's back pain. Around 7 in the morning, Chao Chang was roused by the delicious aroma of food. Although he had stayed up late the previous night, he found that he no longer required as much sleep. His cultivation allowed him to swiftly regain energy. He got out of bed and made his way to the common area, where he found Tao Tao sitting at the table, her little feet swinging back and forth. Upon seeing Chao Chang, she beamed. "Good morning, Uncle Chao." "Good morning, Tao Tao," Chao Chang replied with a smile. At that moment, 2 plates of light dishes were already prepared on the table. Luo Jin emerged from the renovated kitchen, carrying a bowl of soy milk. Though it was early, she was not dressed in sleepwear, but rather in yoga pants and a fitted short-sleeve top, perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure. "Awake now? I made pan-fried steamed buns and fresh soy milk for you to enjoy," Luo Jin said with a smile. Chao Chang chuckled. "You cooked 2 dishes so early in the morning? This is hardly just making do." He took a seat at the table as Luo Jin returned to the kitchen to fetch utensils. As she came back, she noticed that Chao Chang's gaze had been fixed on her the entire time, causing her face to flush slightly. Her blush was not of youthful shyness, but stemmed from a flicker of embarrassment deep within her. She had deliberated for a full 20 minutes that morning over her choice of attire. Knowing she would be sharing breakfast with Chao Chang, she pondered what to wear. If she donned her pajamas, whether the silk ones or the strawberry patterned set, it would seem rather immodest and might lead Chao Chang to think of her as too forward, a notion that wouldn't reflect well on her character. Conversely, if she chose her usual clothes, dressing conservatively would convey no signs of having just woken up, which could suggest excessive caution towards Chao Chang, as if she considered him a predator, thereby creating a sense of distance. Ultimately, she aimed to avoid prompting any inappropriate thoughts while also ensuring she didn't appear overly guarded. The intricacies of her thoughts left her somewhat bewildered. After much deliberation, she settled on her current outfit, neither revealing nor overly cautious. She felt a twinge of shame for investing so much thought into merely having breakfast with Chao Chang. "Luo Jin, what exactly are you thinking?" she mused inwardly. As Chao Chang ate, he cast a curious glance at Luo Jin. His cultivation had heightened his sensitivity to energies, and he sensed a slight disarray and urgency in her aura as she sat down to eat. This only deepened his intrigue. "Give me your hand," Chao Chang said after observing her for a moment. Luo Jin blinked, instinctively glancing at her daughter with a hint of nervousness. "I want to take your pulse," he explained. Though he was no traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, his spiritual healing techniques required him to enter another's energy field to detect ailments. He could only feign the act of taking a pulse. Though perplexed, Luo Jin extended her delicate hand. Chao Chang placed his fingers upon her wrist. "Is your back hurting?" he inquired. Luo Jin's eyes widened in surprise as she nodded emphatically. "Especially around that time of the month, it aches and feels swollen. Sometimes, the pain shoots sharply through my tailbone." Chao Chang continued his inquiry without raising his gaze. The more he observed, the more astonished Luo Jin became. Could it be that Chao Chang had some knowledge of traditional medicine? Indeed, he affirmed, retracting his hand. "You've got postpartum issues. You need to treat this promptly, otherwise, it will worsen. If your back becomes completely incapacitated, even standing will be a challenge. Do you understand what the issue is?" she asked urgently. "I've sought treatment before, but nothing worked." Luo Jin had indeed developed this ailment after giving birth. With limited financial means, she could not afford a competent doctor. Yet, the pain affected her ability to work and earn a living, leading her to seek both Western and traditional remedies, none of which proved effective. Chao Chang, having had no previous interactions with her, seemed to know everything about her condition from just a pulse. This was no ordinary medical skill. "Can't be treated?" "Surely not. This ailment is far from difficult to remedy." Chao Chang feigned confusion while inwardly reflecting that the damage to your waist meridians is severe. Western medicine lacks even the understanding of meridians. How could they possibly have a solution? Traditional Chinese medicine, on the other hand, speaks of qi stagnation and blood stasis, which can indeed be treated with the right herbs. Alas, in this era where traditional Chinese medicine is in decline, where can one find a skilled practitioner? Without financial means, the search becomes even more futile. Luo Jin immediately interjected, "Truly, I have taken countless Western and Chinese medicines, and applied numerous plasters, all to no avail. Chao Cheng smiled. Why take medicine? A few sessions of manual therapy will suffice. If you trust me, I can treat you tonight. Luo Jin's face lit up with delight. Really? I am immensely grateful. Of course, I trust you. Tao Dao, standing nearby, expressed her joy as well. Uncle Chao, please help my mother. She has been suffering for so long. Chao Cheng responded with a grin. All right. At that moment, the Xianfeng parrot alighted on the windowsill, exclaiming, Guests have arrived. Guests have arrived. Chao Cheng instructed Luo Jin and Tao Dao to continue their meal while he stepped to the entrance of the zoo. There, he encountered Song Xingjie and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Chao Cheng opened the turnstile for them and greeted Song Xingjie with a smile. Good morning, Officer Song. Song Xingjie's eyes twitched in embarrassment. He inwardly scolded himself for forgetting this detail. He hadn't revealed to Luo Hu that he had impersonated a law enforcement officer. He merely told him that he was a friend of Chao Cheng. Indeed, as Luo Hu instinctively halted behind Song Xingjie, he exclaimed, Officer Song? Chao Cheng was equally taken aback by this revelation. Seizing the opportunity before the truth was unveiled, Song Xingjie hastily addressed Chao Cheng. Brother Chao. Yesterday's events went exceedingly well. We assisted the city in resolving a major case. However, I must confess a mistake. I am not actually a law enforcement officer. I deceived you yesterday. Song Xingjie rubbed his hands awkwardly. Chao Cheng was taken aback. Had it not been for Song Xingjie's claim of being an officer, he would have considered expelling him. This fellow was employing both coercion and persuasion, weaving a tale of despicable traffickers and unfortunate abducted girls. His voice choked with emotion. While simultaneously treating Chao Cheng to dinner, 4 dishes. They had ordered takeout, stewed chicken, stir-fried kidney, sauerkraut fish, and tofu with cabbage, totaling 5 yuan. Though Chao Cheng tried not to take it to heart, deception was always hurtful, prompting him to gently reprimand. You son of a... Song Xingjie quickly raised a hand to cover Chao Cheng's impolite words. Brother Chao, hold on. Although I deceived you, the matter is indeed genuine. This is Uncle Luo Hu, the captain of the first squad of the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, a trusted aide of my father. Chao Cheng was momentarily stunned. Your father's aide? Your father is MOCA? He glanced at Luo Hu, who bore an imposing presence, suggesting he was not merely a leader within the enforcement team, but had military experience as well. He shot an annoyed glance at Song Xingjie. And your father is? Song Xingjie leaned closer and whispered, the director of the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. Chao Cheng inhaled sharply, feeling speechless. Could you not complete a single sentence in one breath? You make me seem like a sycophant with your abrupt shifts in tone. Young master, please come in. Song Xingjie chuckled apologetically. My apologies, I won't do it again. Chao Cheng had already surmised that Song Xingjie held a significant position. He had dispatched Huan with a flock of crows personally. Throughout, he had utilized borrowed vision to witness Huan's perspective, from tailing suspects to discovering the factory, even ambushing sentries. All orchestrated by Chao Cheng. This was indeed a den of traffickers. Furthermore, he had witnessed a large armed enforcement team storming the factory and apprehending individuals while observing Song Xingjie being ushered away for protection. Although he was not on the communication channel, he had visually corroborated, or rather assisted, the police in capturing a criminal gang. Since Song Xingjie had lied yesterday to garner his help, there was no longer any need for deception today. Luo Hu observed the 2 young men, finding them quite intriguing. He burst into hearty laughter and joined them as they entered the zoo. Once inside, Song Xingjie animatedly recounted the real events of the previous day to Chao Cheng. While Luo Hu scrutinized Chao Cheng, sensing that this young man did not seem the type to fear for his life. His absence from the mission stemmed purely from a desire to avoid trouble, believing that remaining in the zoo would suffice to resolve matters. Skill breeds courage. However, when it came to the question of accepting public commendation, Luo Hu was surprised by Chao Cheng's outright refusal. If the commendation involved disclosing his assistance to the police using crows, it could potentially benefit his livestream and might warrant consideration. Yet, he also had to weigh the associated risks. Since the police did not intend to reveal the details of his manipulation of the crows, it would bear no benefit. Only risks. While the 4 of them conversed in the management hall on the first floor, the Xianfeng parrot flew in again, announcing, Guests have arrived. Guests have arrived. Chao Cheng excused himself, swiftly returning to the entrance of the zoo, with Luo Hu and Song Xingjie following closely behind. Upon seeing a vehicle parked outside, he was puzzled. It was a commercial law enforcement vehicle. What business did they have here? Yet, as he glanced towards the edge of the parking lot, he spotted a private car and suddenly smirked in realization. Was that his dear uncle's battered vehicle? Chapter 17. The reckoning arrives swiftly. What are you dawdling for? Open the door. A young man descending from the car called out impatiently towards Chao Cheng. Behind him, 2 other youths followed suit, all clad in commercial law enforcement uniforms. Recognizing his uncle's car, Chao Cheng surmised that these individuals had come to stir up trouble. Given that his current paperwork was in order, he approached the ticket booth, opened the turnstile, and the three of them swaggered in. Why are you taking so long to open the door? Was that deliberate? Trying to resist law enforcement? The lead youth sneered, his eyes betraying a hint of irritation, as if remnants of sleep lingered. Chao Cheng replied coolly, and you are? Can't you tell? We are from the Commercial Bureau. One of the sycophantic lackeys snapped back. Chao Cheng chuckled. Ah, so you are public servants. May I inquire what brings you here? The three were incensed by his response. Whom was he mocking? Every business owner they encountered bowed and scraped before them, like mice before a cat. How dare he utter such words? Today, I will show you who the servant is. Enough nonsense. Does this zoo have all the proper licenses and permits? The lead youth demanded fiercely. Chao Cheng feigned confusion and said, Leader, my zoo hasn't even opened yet. Does that require an investigation? Bai Yin Jiao immediately shot him a glare, retorting, if I ask you to hand it over, just do it. No need for unnecessary chatter. Whether you've opened or not, you are still occupying land for business. With such a vast area, it's only reasonable for me to check your documents. He continued. Are you hesitant to present them, or are you simply afraid? Chao Cheng, both amused and irritated, nodded. With a flick of his hand, the Xianfeng bird soared to the second floor of the management office and swiftly returned, clutching a large plastic folder in its beak. Chao Cheng opened the folder, revealing a complete set of documents, a business license, land use permits, and breeding licenses for second-class protected animals, all in order. He handed the materials to Bai Yin Jiao, who snatched them with force. After a brief inspection, he frowned and remarked, Are you not aware that these documents have expired? Your licenses are all outdated. Chao Cheng replied. That can't be right. The dates are clearly stated. Why not take another look? Before he could finish, Luo Hu approached with purposeful strides, seizing the licenses for himself. The dates were indeed clear, and Luo Hu quickly determined they were not expired and completely legitimate. Bai Yin Jiao, taken aback by the sudden intervention, found himself momentarily speechless. After a moment, he shouted, What are you doing? Are you attempting to assault a law enforcement officer? Luo Hu merely chuckled coldly, refraining from confrontation at that moment. Instead, he returned the documents, saying, It's nothing, just a curiosity. Unfamiliar with Luo Hu, Bai Yin Jiao reclaimed the documents and coldly asserted, I said they are expired. And they are. Who understands better, you or I? What do you know about reading? With a scoff, he declared, Using expired licenses, are you? They'll be confiscated. As he spoke, he tossed the documents into the arms of a lackey, who quickly embraced them, puffing up with bravado as he glared at Chao Cheng. They relished this display of power. What does legality matter? I am the law. Even if you are entirely blameless, if I say you have issues, then you have issues. Want your licenses back? Show that you understand the situation. Without 10 or 80,000, don't even think about retrieving them. This is not the first time, and they are quite adept at it. You have 3 days to pay a fine of 200,000. Fail to comply, and you will bear the consequences. Bai Yin Jiao coldly finished, turning with his 2 lackeys to leave. As they got into their vehicle, Luo Hu turned his gaze toward them and remarked to Chao Cheng, Director Chao, scoundrels are found everywhere. I hope you do not lose faith in the law enforcement department because of this incident. Is the surveillance at your entrance functioning? Luo Hu glanced up at the camera. Chao Cheng smiled. Of course it is operational. Not only now, but when that group attempted to fabricate evidence yesterday. All surveillance throughout the zoo was activated. In truth, it was only because Luo Hu and Song Xingjia were present that Chao Cheng had allowed Bai Yin Jiao and his cohorts to enter, cooperating fully. If they had not been there, those 3 fools would have experienced the wrath of a mob. Once the footage is ready, send me a copy. I need to attend to some matters now. After I finish, I will definitely provide you with an explanation. With that, Luo Hu strode purposefully towards the exit. Had he confronted them on the spot, Bai Yin Jiao's illegal confiscation of the licenses would have been thwarted, as they had not yet taken the documents away and they remained within the zoo. If they merely returned the unexpired licenses to Chao Cheng, it would be challenging to hold them accountable. However, if they took the unexpired licenses back to the business administration, it would constitute a complete violation of the law, leading them to inevitable ruin. Watching Luo Hu depart, Song Xingjia, with his hands in his pockets, chuckled, Those fellows are in for it. Rest assured, I will return the documents intact before tomorrow afternoon. Chao Cheng sighed. It is comforting to know there are those who can get things done. Thank you. After the surveillance footage was copied, Chao Cheng began a live broadcast. Song Xingjia did not leave, but instead stayed until noon, when they shared lunch together. The two, of similar age, found they had no generational gap, and their conversation was filled with a sense of camaraderie. With a few glasses of liquor, they spoke freely. Overcome with emotion, Song Xingjia, having drunk too much, confided in Chao Cheng. As the son of the head of the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, he lacked his own enterprise, which had become a joke among the privileged youth. Others engaged in business, drove luxury cars, and courted beautiful women. While he faced obstacles due to his father's prejudice, accomplishing nothing. He did not desire an extravagant lifestyle, but he harbored the most basic sense of vanity. Perhaps this was a bit melodramatic. For many, it might not seem a concern at all. However, only those who shared his familial background and living conditions could truly understand his plight. Therefore, he felt immense gratitude towards Chao Cheng, for he had helped him regain a sense of dignity in front of his father over the years. Regardless of whether his father continued to suppress his career, at least he could hold his head high from now on. When the topic turned to parents, Chao Cheng's mood soured. Song Xingjie empathized with Chao Cheng's loss of both parents and the presence of relatives devoid of familial bonds, leaving him without any close kin in this world. He inherited a dilapidated zoo along with millions in debt, struggling alone without support. In comparison, Song Xingjie's trivial troubles paled against the immense pressure faced by Chao Cheng, bringing him a sense of balance. Meanwhile, in a private dining room of a restaurant in Yunhai South City, members of the Chao family were hosting by Yin Jiao and his accomplices. Xiao Song is indeed capable. He simply said to collect, and it was done. This is why a man must not be without power for even a day. Our Xiao Hong is truly fortunate to have found a boyfriend like you. With a smile, Chao Laosan raised his glass in a toast to Bai Yin Jiao, showering him with praise. Even Chao Hong shot him an annoyed glare, thinking, what is wrong with you? As an elder, you should not be toasting a junior. Besides, I am already at a disadvantage in this relationship. You should know better than to elevate him while belittling me. Do you think I have it easy? Bai Yin Jiao chuckled. 3 uncles, you flatter me. It's a trivial matter. As he took a sip from his glass, Chao Laosan added, I'll finish mine. You take your time. With that, he downed his drink. Bai Yin Jiao secretly scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. It would be quite a stroke of luck if such a brainless person could achieve any success. The eldest uncle, having picked up some documents from the side, lamented, for you, this truly isn't a problem. If we confiscate all of his belongings, I wonder how frantic he would become. He won't even be able to sell anything now. In a few days, when he is desperate, just bring in Boss Lin to talk. Forget $1 million, huh? He'd sell for even 50,000. After Uncle finished speaking, the members of the Chao family immediately began to ponder the implications. If the sale were to reach 500,000, how would they divide the additional 50,000? Moreover, could Chao Cheng devise a means to procure another 50,000? Come, let us unite in our endeavors. May Young Song's career flourish and may he and Xiao Hong grow ever closer, said Gu with a smile, lifting her glass. The others promptly raised their drinks as well, and laughter filled the private room. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the doors swung open forcefully. A group of officers clad in caps stormed in, with Luo Hu leading the charge. Chapter 18. A live broadcast worth 200,000. Hey, what is going on? The Chao family was taken aback. Just as they were about to voice their concerns, they noticed the officers were all in law enforcement uniforms. The trio known as Bai Yin Jiao stood frozen in shock as they recognized Luo Hu. Earlier that morning at the zoo, he had been in plain clothes, but now he donned a full officer's attire. Who are you? Bai Yin Jiao stammered, his face paling with fear. What? Have you forgotten me just because I changed my clothes? Luo Hu sneered. Arrest them. With a command, several officers swiftly subdued Bai Yin Jiao and his companions, pressing them harshly against the table. Bai Yin Jiao was terrified, yet mustered the courage to shout, let me go. By what authority do you arrest me? Luo Hu scoffed. By what authority? Abuse of power, extortion, evidence is irrefutable. Do you still have the gall to question me? Upon hearing this, Bai Yin Jiao turned pale. Indeed, he had extorted 200,000 from Chao Cheng, with Luo Hu right there beside him. This was a disaster. He quickly cowered, gasping and pleading, Officer, please. Our leader has a good relationship with your deputy director. I beg you, for the sake of that connection, let us resolve this amicably. Luo Hu replied coldly. If it weren't for your leader, I wouldn't need to be here in person today. Bai Yin Jiao certainly did not recognize Luo Hu. Generally, such scum was beneath his attention. However, Luo Hu had come personally due to the connections between Bai Yin Jiao's leader and their deputy director. In truth, the deputy director had always relied on some connections at the provincial level, often clashing with Song Taizan. Luo Hu seized this opportunity to capture Bai Yin Jiao under legitimate pretenses, hoping to uncover his leader's misdeeds through interrogation. This would serve as a significant blow to the deputy director, compelling him to comply and alleviating a major concern for Song Taizan. As Bai Yin Jiao and his companions were dragged away, Luo Hu cast a glance at the Chao family, who stood trembling in place, their anger palpable. Particularly, Chao Hong. Mustering her courage, inquired, Excuse me, did Chao Cheng report this? Was it him who informed on us? As she posed this question, her teeth nearly ground to dust with rage. How dare Chao Cheng not only refuse to comply, but also call for the authorities? Had he truly arrested her boyfriend? Even if he were unharmed, How could he possibly continue their relationship after this? Would she not loathe the immense trouble she had inadvertently caused him? Damn that Chao Chung. Luo, whose voice was cold as he retorted, who gave you the right to ask questions? Take them all back. With that, he ordered his men to cuff each member of the Chao family. Officer, this is a misunderstanding. Chao Chung is my nephew. This is a family matter. They protested in unison, terrified. This was the first time they had ever been apprehended by law enforcement. In reality, they had no monetary dealings with Bai Yin Jiao and could hardly be charged with bribery, save for Chao Hong facing some trouble. Yet Luo, who would not allow them to escape unscathed. Even a day in custody would serve as a lesson. In the afternoon, Chao Chung continued his live broadcast until 5 o'clock. He glanced at his reputation points. Reputation points, 38. Disappointment washed over him. Over the past few days, the number of viewers had increased steadily, peaking at 160,000 during one session, with an abundance of gifts flowing in. However, the growth in reputation points had slowed significantly. Upon reflection, Chao Chung understood the crux of the issue, repetition. Although the livestream audience had grown, most were individuals who had already contributed to his reputation points. They were now aware of the existence of Chung and Zoo and ceased to provide further points. Perhaps when the zoo opened, these viewers would visit in person and offer new experiences, thus contributing reputation points anew. But for now, the Chung and Zoo held little significance for them. Currently, Chao Cheng's account boasted over 7 million followers, a number that continued to surge. Yet their interest lay chiefly in Chao Chung as a beast tamer and the marvelous bird, not the zoo itself. Therefore, to expedite the increase in reputation, the focus needed to shift back to the zoo. Of course, understanding the situation was one thing. Chao Chung still needed to continue broadcasting. He had to generate income to alleviate his pressing debt and subsequently hire staff, expand the premises, and introduce animals to reopen the zoo successfully. Each step demanded substantial financial resources. After concluding the live stream, Chao Chung accessed the back-end and withdrew earnings from both yesterday and today's broadcasts. Yesterday, he netted 112,000, while today he earned 198,000. Today marked the beginning of several pet food brands vying for the top spot in the livestream. Chao Chung noted how fiercely these brands competed in gifting. Those with substantial funds directly contended for the #1 spot, disregarding the second place entirely, tossing gifts around as if they were inconsequential. Meanwhile, brands with lesser budgets continuously showered the stream with small hearts, ensuring their presence on the left side of the screen. Spending a small amount of money to achieve significant results could be somewhat troublesome. Yet, considering that a viewer gifting a dime-sized heart would be overshadowed by another gifting a 20-cent beer, they were compelled to increase their expenditure. Altogether, they needed to invest at least several thousand as a baseline. However, in the grand scheme, their spending was worthwhile. Marketing costs had always been a crucial and troublesome step for enterprises. Effective marketing could revive a business, yet more often than not, such expenses went to waste, with advertisements yielding minimal results. In contrast, gifting within a live stream proved to be exponentially more cost-effective than traditional broad-spectrum advertising. The audience that enjoyed pet streams predominantly consisted of pet owners, making them ideal target customers for the pet food brands. After withdrawing the funds, Chao Chung received a net amount of 274,000 after taxes. Once he completed the withdrawal, he perused his private messages and discovered several brands had reached out to him, expressing interest in having him promote their pet food. Some wish for Chao Cheng's assistance in advertising. This matter requires careful consideration on his part. Although promoting products and generating sales could potentially yield greater profits than live streaming, the risks of failure are significant. Furthermore, he is reluctant to engage in the complexities of product promotion, and should any mishap occur, his live streaming currently serves as his sole source of income. Thus, maintaining a stable approach is paramount. Consequently, he dismissed the idea. After retrieving his phone, he stretched languidly and glanced outside. Nearly 200 crows were densely perched on the trees, a sight that sent chills down his spine. He noticed Huan standing guard by the window like a sentinel, occasionally surveying the surroundings before turning his gaze back to Chao Chung. The crows outside were all subservient to Huan, a result of Chao Chung having shared the remaining spirit awakening pill with them. When Huan returned with the crows yesterday morning, Chao Chung had mixed the last spirit awakening pill with a beast spirit pill and water for them to share. While it did not afford them the same intelligence as Huan and Wenshi, it did awaken their minds enough to follow Huan's lead. This also made them insatiable. The allure of the elixir was such that they would not be driven away even if one attempted to shoo them off. Subsequently, the system rewarded him with 2 additional beast spirit pills, which he had yet to utilize. At this moment, he took one out and tossed it to Huan. Decide for yourself whether to consume it or share. Huan expertly grasped the beast spirit pill in its beak. The primal urge to swallow it whole surged within. Yet seeing its dark-feathered companions in the trees, it chose instead to fly out to a basin of water in the feeding area. There, it dropped the pill into the water, causing it to dissolve and release a rich aura. With an exclamation, H1 called out, prompting the flock of crows to flutter down from the branches in a spectacular display. This was likely the reason H1 commanded such loyalty among the crows. Alas, while these elixirs were indeed wondrous, they were far too scarce. But they could only be acquired as system rewards. Chao Chang had yet to master the art of alchemy. With the spirit awakening pills now depleted and only one beast spirit pill remaining, his resources were dwindling. As Chao Chang's thoughts wandered amidst the stunning spectacle of crows, he suddenly smacked his forehead. He had been preoccupied with the notion of waiting until he had animals before opening a zoo. But upon reflection, was such a delay truly necessary? Must a zoo only feature lions, tigers, and elephants? Could crows not suffice? Crows are classified as a second-level protected species. Lions and elephants are commonplace in any zoo. A gathering of 100 or 200 crows, resembling a dark cloud, could be manipulated with ease. Could one witness such a scene in other zoos? After all, crows have high requirements for their living environment, needing ample space to fly long distances, explore, and forage. Most zoos would struggle to accommodate crows, as they require spacious enclosures to prevent stereotypical behaviors and physiological degradation. Without enclosures, the crows would simply return to the wild. Thus, crows themselves present a significant attraction. Most importantly, drawing viewers from the live stream to witness crows at the zoo could serve as a direct and profound means of promoting the zoo itself, generating greater interest offline and accelerating the acquisition of prestige. Moreover, as Chao Chang's increasingly popular videos featuring his command over the crows amassed attention, the crow's popularity had begun to swell. Coupled with his current financial situation and the speed at which he could monetize his live streams, hiring 2 employees would be entirely feasible. Considering all these factors, the time had come to open the zoo. At that moment, Luo Jin called softly from the staircase, "Young master, dinner is ready." Upon seeing Luo Jin, Chao Chang remembered that he had promised to help her with her waist that evening. All right, coming. Chapter 19. Treating Tao Tao's mother's back after dinner. The little girl Tao Tao began to feel drowsy. Once Luo Jin had lulled her to sleep, she knocked on Chao Chang's door. He opened it and said, "Come in." Luo Jin paused for a moment, having assumed that they would be treating her back in the living room, unaware that she was to enter Chao Chang's bedroom. This was, after all, a bedroom. The thought of being alone in a room with a man at night made her hesitate, but after a brief moment, she stepped inside. Chao Chang closed the door behind her. Noticing her yoga pants and fitted top, he inquired, "Have you practiced yoga?" "Yes, about 4 to 5 times a week. But I haven't studied it systematically. I just follow along with videos," Luo Jin replied, nodding. The attire was specifically purchased for yoga practice. "Perfect. Go fetch your yoga mat," Chao Chang instructed. Though a bit puzzled, Luo Jin returned from her room with the mat. Chao Chang laid it out on the floor. "You know the cat pose, right?" he asked. Luo Jin nodded. It was a very basic stretching exercise she enjoyed because it alleviated her back pain slightly, though it was not a cure. As they prepared to perform the exercise, Chao Chang lit an alcohol lamp. Luo Jin bit her lip, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The cat pose, as its name suggests, involves placing hands and knees on the ground, facing down, arching the back and chest like a cat, then reversing the curve. In a bedroom, the awkwardness of 2 individuals performing this pose together was palpable. However, she soon reasoned that it was foolish to be shy. Besides, as a divorced mother, why should she fear that a capable young man like Chao Chang would harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her? With this thought, she gradually shed her reticence. Lying on the yoga mat to begin the cat pose, her extensive yoga practice was evident as she lowered her back significantly. From behind, her curvaceous waist showcased an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio, and upon closer inspection, 2 lovely dimples graced her lower back. Chao Chang silently cursed himself for being captivated by her alluring figure. Luo Jin's face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck. When she turned to look at Chao Chang, she found him rubbing his hands over the alcohol lamp, heating them. Under the intense heat, his hands quickly became scalding. He quickly crouched down, gripping Luo Jin's waist on either side, with his thumbs pressing firmly against her lower back. Luo Jin let out a pained cry, feeling as though red-hot iron pincers were clamping down on her. Yet, almost instantly, 2 waves of warmth coursed into her body from her lower back, providing significant relief from her pain. Chao Chang, of course, was not employing any miraculous massage techniques. His actions of heating his hands over the alcohol lamp while instructing her to assume this position were merely a facade. In truth, he needed only to channel his energy through physical contact to infuse Luo Jin's body with spiritual energy, allowing him to employ his mystical healing arts. However, he required some mystique to disguise his methods. He pressed and kneaded for over 20 seconds, waiting for the heat to dissipate before reheating his palms and continuing the process. This cycle continued for more than 20 repetitions. Each time, Luo Jin's back pain would diminish slightly. By the 20th session, the symptoms had completely vanished. What a relief. As the 20th session concluded, Chao Cheng wiped his hands with a wet tissue and subsequently extinguished the alcohol lamp. Luo Jin felt an unprecedented sense of ease, rubbing her waist in astonishment before leaping to her feet in sheer delight. Just as she was about to express her gratitude to Chao Cheng, she noticed that he was drenched in sweat, diligently wiping his face with the tissue. Moreover, the hand that held the tissue was alarmingly red. Luo Jin's heart clenched painfully at the sight. He had exerted himself to heal her, yet Chao Cheng looked at her with a faint smile. What's the matter? Staring at me? Your hand. Luo Jin's voice trembled with concern. It's nothing. I possess a unique skill. It merely looks alarming. The pain will last for a night at most, and by tomorrow morning, it will be fine. Chao Cheng nonchalantly lowered his hand, intentionally clenching his fist as if to prevent Luo Jin from seeing it. However, the more casually he spoke, the more anxious Luo Jin became. Moreover, the keyword pain for a night that accompanied his light-hearted explanation became increasingly credible. So, it was true that Chao Cheng would indeed suffer, and he would endure the pain for an entire night. The lengths he went to for her treatment were beyond comprehension. How could he say it was nothing? Luo Jin's eyes reddened as she reproached him gently. Chao Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come on. As long as I can cure your back pain. What is a little discomfort? Besides, healing you will enable you to focus better on your work. Today marks the first session. If we continue for 3 consecutive days, we should be able to eradicate your back pain completely. Chao Cheng was certainly putting on an act. At this moment, his palm was not only red but also intentionally hidden behind his back, beginning to tremble slightly. The observant Luo Jin naturally noticed this detail. Her emotions erupted instantly as she gazed at Chao Cheng with reddened eyes. No one had ever treated her in such a manner. Never. At that moment, she recalled how Chao Cheng had made the Duck brothers apologize to her. This man was so dependable. For a fleeting second, she even resented her ailment for forcing Chao Cheng to resort to such measures for her treatment. I won't continue the treatment. Luo Jin's voice was slightly dampened. However, Chao Cheng's expression hardened. Huh? What do you mean? This ailment can be cured in 3 sessions. If you abandon it midway, was my effort in vain? Luo Jin hesitated, yet it seemed to hold some truth. If she did not proceed with the treatment, then indeed, Chao Cheng's efforts would have been in vain. However, if she continued, he would have to endure 2 more sessions. And who knew if tomorrow would bring improvement? Would the next treatment be more painful than today? Just as Luo Jin was lost in thought, Chao Cheng's voice broke through. What's wrong? Aren't you leaving? Planning to stay here overnight? Luo Jin snapped back to reality, staring intently at Chao Cheng. Gratitude, guilt, and grievance melded into a unique emotion. Yet, her conservative nature held her back. After all, she was a single mother, and her daughter was sleeping in the room across the hall. Just as the atmosphere hung in the balance, a faint call emerged from the adjacent room, instantly awakening Luo Jin. I'll go check, she murmured, lowering her head as she swiftly exited. Chao Cheng shrugged, realizing the atmosphere had not quite reached its zenith. He shook his hands to dissipate the lingering energy, and the alarming redness faded almost instantly. He then comfortably nestled into bed, picking up his phone to scroll. What? Cultivation? He had tried it before but found himself lacking. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this world was exceedingly sparse, making cultivation a futile endeavor. It was far better to invest time in enhancing his reputation and await system rewards for his cultivation. As he browsed his phone, he stumbled upon something intriguing. During a previous livestream, a user with the handle Inging Little Fairy had bombarded the chat with a barrage of comments, accusing him of being a scammer and demanding refunds. However, after Chao Cheng's subsequent livestream was validated by numerous influencers and clips proving its authenticity, the same Inging Little Fairy released a video. In it, she displayed a heavily made-up yet still plump face, lamenting a multitude of private messages she had received, claiming she was being cyberbullied by countless of Chao Cheng's fervent fans. She felt wronged, asserting that she had witnessed the owner of the Cheng'an Zoo tampering with a bird-shaped drone, alleging that he was the one who live-streamed using the drone. She accused those debunking her and Chao Cheng of colluding to harass her, claiming she felt like she was on the verge of collapse. In watching the video, Chao Cheng was filled with indignation. This Inging Little Fairy was simply suffering from jealousy, fabricating lies to tarnish his reputation. Her intentions were reprehensible. But when he opened the comments section, he was instantly amused. While some defended the Little Fairy, condemning Chao Cheng for inciting cyberbullying and conducting a fraudulent livestream, the majority of the comments were filled with her unflattering photos and harsh insults. The video had garnered 287 likes, yet the comments numbered an astonishing 290,000. At least 280,000 of those comments were vitriolic condemnations directed at the little fairy, accusing her of criminal behavior. Furthermore, a name, Xiaozhang Talks Law, frequently appeared in the comments. Curious, Chao Cheng clicked on this portal. It led him to a verified account named Xiaozhang Talks Law, boasting 120,000 followers. The account had also posted a video that had incited countless individuals to berate the little fairy. In the video, a young, handsome man sat upright, beginning his discourse by mentioning a fan-submitted query regarding potential legal violations. He then played Ying Little Fairy's video before presenting various screenshots to elucidate the entire situation. Ultimately, he concluded, if Ying Little Fairy cannot provide evidence to substantiate her claims against the owner of the Chang'an Zoo for fraudulent live streaming, then there indeed exists a possibility of defamation. Of course, this was contingent upon the zoo owner pursuing accountability. The video amassed an impressive 165 million likes, with the comments section overflowing with unflattering images and insults directed at the little fairy. What intrigued Chao Cheng was that all of Xiao Zhang's previous videos focused on similar confrontations, primarily aimed at denouncing despicable, underhanded individuals. His cleverness lay in the fact that he refrained from direct insults, thereby avoiding allegations of inciting public outrage against others. Instead, he cloaked his criticisms under the guise of discussing fan-submitted legal queries. As a verified account, all his references were public videos and screenshots, adhering to legal and ethical standards. Through this educational approach, he illuminated the wickedness of these petty individuals, thereby amplifying his influence. Chao Cheng couldn't help but wish to reward this young man. He glanced at the account's location, only to discover it was based in Yunhai, specifically at the Yunhai University of Political Science and Law. Without hesitation, Chao Cheng clicked on the information and sent him a private message. Chapter 20. In a vast forest, there exists me. The following morning, Yunhai Political Science and Law University. Boys Dormitory Room 308. Hey, Wei Zi, your video has gone viral again. Zhang Wei's roommate from the lower bunk returned from washing up and tapped on Zhang Wei's bed frame. Zhang Wei yawned, rubbed his bleary eyes, and sat up, leaning against the wall to shake off his drowsiness. Not all dormitories adhere to a hierarchy of leader, second, third, or fourth. The camaraderie among the members of Zhang Wei's dormitory was amicable enough, yet they maintained a certain social distance. When relations were calm, they would simply call each other by name. A touch closer, they would use nicknames. One of the roommates laughed. Zhang Wei, you really are idle. You finally managed to get a Blue V account, yet you should find a way to earn some money. You're always struggling to pay off your bills. Why bother competing with them? No matter how popular these videos become, they won't attract advertisers, so it's not profitable and might even offend people. Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes in response. Do you think I don't want to make money? The nature of this kind of account dictates that it won't be lucrative. Besides, I relish the challenge against these morally corrupt individuals. So what if the videos don't generate income? I enjoy it. I consider it a means of creating emotional value for myself. One of his friends, leaning on the edge of the bed, remarked, stubborn as a mule. In a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. There are so many morally bankrupt people. Can you really compete with them? It'll wear you out. Yet, Zhang Wei was completely invigorated. He raised his hand with righteous indignation. That is true. In a vast forest, all kinds of birds can exist. So why can't I be the one who loves to challenge the foolish and vile members of society? This is my fundamental sense of justice as a law student. By publicly punishing a typical offender, I can warn a host of despicable individuals. It could even be seen as a contribution to social harmony, right? His roommates were somewhat speechless. The friend leaning on the bed gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, Wei Zi. Your awareness is quite high. With such high awareness, you'd never be the type to default on a debt. Just pay me back half, and that would be fine. Zhang Wei suddenly smiled awkwardly. Tiger brother, stop joking. I'm going for an interview today. If I succeed, I'll treat you to braised beef noodles tonight. Tiger brother promptly shot him a middle finger, but didn't press further. Everyone in the dormitory knew that Zhang Wei's family circumstances were poorer than average. He hailed from a mountain village, where both parents were impoverished farmers. And supporting his education was no easy feat. His living expenses were often scarce. Zhang Wei had actually done remarkably well, ranking among the top students. Yet, he was in an awkward position. He was neither eligible for the legendary scholarships nor the supposed financial aid for impoverished students. Thus, he had to work part-time and often borrowed money from his roommates. Now in his fourth year, everyone was seeking internships. He had sent out countless resumes, yet all had seemingly vanished into the void. Consequently, Zhang Wei planned to venture outside to see if any opportunities awaited him. As he spoke, he dressed while habitually opening the Douyin short video platform on his phone. He accessed his account, Little Zhang Chats About Law. This Blue V account had been a serendipitous acquisition for him, and coupled with his genuine expertise, he had garnered 120,000 followers. His videos frequently experienced explosive viewership, often receiving 99 notifications. Despite the influx of messages, he would occasionally sift through his private messages, as many fans submitted various peculiar legal inquiries. He relished delving into such chaotic legal matters. Today, upon opening his private messages, one particular pinned message caught Zhang Wei's eye. It contained a red envelope. As private messages with red envelopes would automatically be pinned. To his astonishment, the sender's account was titled Cheng'en Zhu, Beast Master Disciple. Zhang Wei excitedly clicked on the message. Beneath the red envelope was a note. Brother, I am Chao Cheng, the owner of Cheng'en Zoo. Could you spare some time to chat at the zoo? I have something to discuss. Zhang Wei opened the red envelope. 500 yuan. Holy crap! Zhang Wei suddenly shouted, startling his roommates. What happened? Zhang Wei turned his phone towards them, his eyes wide with excitement. My idol wants to talk to me. Your idol? One roommate questioned. Tiger Brother dramatically gestured. You don't know? He has fallen for that man. That day when the internet celebrity was debunked, Wei Zi was there. He saw that crowd of black crows follow that man out. So handsome he could make you weep. His ferocious aura, his kingly demeanor. He completely captured Wei Zi's heart. Zhang Wei, however, ignored Tiger Brother's antics and quickly changed into a clean outfit that he deemed presentable. He understood that Tiger Brother and the others would never grasp his sentiments. Only those who had been present at the scene could feel the terrifying pressure. They could truly appreciate the man's charisma. Are you really going? Don't let yourself be deceived. His concerned roommates called after him as Zhang Wei burst out the door. At Cheng'en Zoo, early in the morning, Song Xingjie arrived, bringing all the necessary paperwork back to Chao Cheng. The person with the wide-eye corner is your cousin, Chao Hong's partner. None of your relatives have committed any substantial crimes, so they can be released for now. Upon hearing this, Chao Cheng understood the situation. As for the guy with the wide-eye corner, he was nothing more than a coward. A little intimidation had him wetting his pants. He had pointed out several people, divulging everything he knew. Uncle Luo, who followed the clues and had now ensnared several big fish. Song Xingjie said with some excitement, Chao Cheng, can such a minor issue really lead to the exposure of so many people? Chao Cheng paused. Such a trivial matter can overturn so many? Song Xingjie waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, it won't cause a stir. If we topple them, the newcomers might be even worse. As long as there are no major principled mistakes, holding on to their weaknesses will actually ensure they perform their duties more diligently. The good news is that handling matters in this area will be much easier for us in the future. With a hint of pride, Song Xingjie gestured with his hand and then pointed his chin towards the crows perched in the trees nearby. So, do these crows have any registration? I can make a phone call about it. All animals in the zoo that are protected species require registration. Song Xingjie recalled that he had previously asked Chao Cheng, who had told him that these crows were not registered. He had even thought of helping Chao Cheng with some matters, hoping to earn some goodwill. Unexpectedly, Chao Cheng scoffed. Registration? On what grounds? These birds aren't mine. They belong to nature. They come here to play. I don't raise them. After saying that, he shot Song Xingjie an annoyed glance. Song Xingjie, momentarily perplexed, stared with his mouth agape. Suddenly, he realized he had nearly made a blunder. Just because the crows were registered doesn't mean they belong to the zoo. That merely legalizes their privatization. However, once privatized, Chao Cheng would assume the corresponding responsibility for their care. If one day a group of people came to take these crows away, or if there were a mass issue with the crows, it would all become troublesome. Thus, registration would only complicate matters further. They are here because Chao Cheng is here. After all, Chao Cheng possesses the extraordinary skill of taming beasts. It could be argued that these crows are mere visitors from the natural world, gracing the zoo with their presence. No one would dare to contest that. Should any issues arise concerning the crows, Chao Cheng could simply command them to take flight at his behest. No one could possibly take action against Chao Cheng. There is absolutely no need to prepare any formalities. However, I am determined to reopen the park today, Chao Cheng declared. We need to arrange for a batch of tickets, expedited and promptly. I would appreciate your assistance in making a trip. Song Xingjie, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted. Come on, I am the son of the director. Is it really necessary for me to handle such trivial matters? Chao Cheng raised a hand, 1,000 yuan as a runner's fee. With a swift change in tone, Song Xingjie responded smoothly. I guarantee delivery within 2 hours. Before he could finish his sentence, he dashed out in haste. Chao Cheng smiled and turned to prepare for his live broadcast, announcing the zoo's reopening at 10 o'clock. Just then, another vehicle arrived at the entrance of the park. Chao Cheng's brow furrowed in annoyance. The parking lot was right outside. Why were these people too lazy to walk a few extra steps and instead block the entrance? At that moment, a well-dressed young couple emerged from the car, waving at Chao Cheng from a distance. Mr. Chao? With a hint of irritation, Chao Cheng retrieved the remote control and pressed the button to open the gate. The couple hurried inside. Hello, Mr. Chao, we are from the Green Forest Zoo. The young man introduced himself with a smile. extending his hand toward Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng offered a brief handshake, his expression questioning. "What can I do for you?" The young woman immediately raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased with Chao Cheng's indifferent demeanor. It should be noted that the Green Forest Zoo is the largest in Yunhai City, a significant contributor to the local tourism industry, and has received accolades from the city. It holds considerable prestige. "What is the meaning behind your attitude, Chao Cheng?" Chao Cheng was certainly aware of this. However, in this second-tier city, there are only 3 zoos in total, including his own, and now only 2 remain. The title of largest does not carry much weight. The young man continued with a smile. "Mr. Chao, our boss wishes to hire you as a tamer at our zoo. I am here to invite you for a discussion. Rest assured, the compensation will be exceptionally favorable." Chapter 21. Is a monthly salary of 100,000 not satisfactory? Upon hearing this, Chao Cheng's anger flared. How audacious to poach talent right under the boss's nose. Although he is currently in a state of temporary closure. If he had no intention of managing the zoo, he would have sold his assets long ago. Why would he spend his days live streaming otherwise? Moreover, he has consistently promoted his own zoo during his broadcasts, both to accrue prestige and to signal his intention to reopen. "You come here expecting me to work at your zoo? Apologies, but I have no interest." Chao Cheng flatly rejected the offer. "Please, Mr. Chao, at least consider it and meet our boss," the young man urged hastily. "No need. To be frank, my zoo is set to reopen soon. I have no plans to work for someone else." Chao Cheng made his position unequivocally clear, and he had been quite polite about it. However, the young woman frowned and said, "Mr. Chao, we are extending a courteous invitation. There is no need for such a cold demeanor. Since our boss has already stated that the compensation will be generous, you should at least show a modicum of respect and agree to meet him." Chao Cheng shot her a cold glance. "Oh? Is your boss truly worthy of respect? Just because he wishes to meet me, must I hold him in high regard?" The young woman flushed with anger. "How can you speak like that? Do you have any manners?" Chao Cheng narrowed his eyes at her, and she felt as though she were being stared down by a venomous snake. "Clean up your language. Let us be clear. You are here to invite me, not the other way around. I possess taming skills in my own zoo. You want me to work for you, and you know very well what that entails. I've already politely declined your offer." Her temper flared first. "What? Am I indebted to you?" Chao Cheng detested such self-important fools. "You come to invite me, yet act like a superior?" His daily live streaming income already exceeds tens of thousands. As his skills improve and he acquires more spirit beasts, the quality of his shows only enhances, leading to ever-increasing revenue. Favorable compensation? Can it reach a monthly salary of 3 million? It is questionable whether the owner of your zoo could even net that amount in a month. With 10,000 viewers in his live stream daily and continuous uploads of his broadcasts online, anyone who has followed Chao Cheng's streams could easily deduce his approximate earnings. Knowing full well that he earns tens of thousands a day, yet still attempting to lure him into working for a pittance? To put it bluntly, they seek to exploit his current popularity for their own gain. This is not merely an attempt to share in Chao Cheng's success. It is an audacious effort to claim the very creator of the success itself, demanding he produce for them. Such delusions are utterly absurd. No matter how many bows you make in their direction, such dreams will never materialize. How malicious the intent. The boss does not even bother to show his face, instead sending a fool to annoy me. The young woman's eyes widened in fury. "I won't see you off," Chao Cheng replied coolly, tossing out 2 words. He turned to leave. The woman, clearly exasperated, shouted, 100,000. A monthly salary of 100,000. You can live stream using our zoo's account, plus revenue sharing, bonuses, and full benefits. It was evident that these terms were their trump card. Seeing Chao Cheng's lack of enthusiasm, they intended to throw money at him directly. She now wished to witness the transformation of his expression in embarrassment. Indeed, Chao Cheng halted in his tracks. The young woman instantly regained her composure, standing tall and proud. "Are you intrigued now? Weren't you quite capable? Let us see how your attitude shifts, and I'll savor your humiliation." A monthly salary of 100,000 is a staggering sum, far exceeding the typical earnings of a tamer. It is an enticing offer anywhere. Yet, if this dilapidated zoo were to operate, it would likely incur losses rather than profits. After all, while you may possess taming skills, it does not guarantee your ability to run a zoo. Entrepreneurship and employment are entirely different matters. To her astonishment, Chao Cheng turned around, looking at her as if she were a simpleton. "Are you mentally challenged? Have you seen a doctor? If you are unaware of my streaming income, you should find out for yourself. I am not interested in hearing your words, lest your ignorance become contagious. Now leave." With a casual wave of his hand, he dismissed them. However, that single word "leave" sent a chill through them, as if the temperature around them had dropped several degrees, and they shuddered in response. The young woman felt a tightening in her chest as she struggled to breathe. The man, still somewhat lucid, tugged at her, pulling her outside. She swallowed hard. casting a venomous glance at Chao Cheng before retreating to the vehicle. Chao Cheng observed the pair exiting through the turnstile. Meanwhile, a somewhat bashful young man stood outside, hesitating to enter even with the turnstile open. Noticing Chao Cheng's gaze, he waved his hand. Chao Cheng smiled and gestured for him to come in. This handsome young man was none other than the college student featured on the Xiao Zhang Liao FA account. Upon seeing Chao Cheng beckoning, Zhang Wei's face lit up with joy as he trotted over. "Hello, Boss Zhao. My name is Zhang Wei. I'm Xiao Zhang Liao FA. And I saw your private message." Chao Cheng responded with a warm smile. "Welcome, welcome. Come, let's talk inside." Meanwhile, the young couple returned to their vehicle and sped away, stopping only after a considerable distance. The woman, fuming, exclaimed, "I can't believe this. What an outrageous person. How ungrateful. 100,000 and still dissatisfied. How much does he think he is worth? The audacity." She turned to the man, mistakenly believing he had paused to soothe her anger. To her surprise, he pulled out his phone instead. "What are you doing?" she asked, irritation seeping into her voice. Ignoring her, he continued to search something on his phone. Curiosity piqued. She leaned over to see what he was looking up and quickly understood. He was searching for keywords related to the earnings from Chao Cheng's livestream as the holy son of the Beastmaster sect. Initially, she thought it impossible to find such information, assuming he was using Douyin for short videos instead of a search engine. To her astonishment, numerous videos emerged. The internet was brimming with hours-long videos analyzing Chao Cheng's live streams, including various analyses of parrots and crows. Indeed, Chao Cheng was currently experiencing a surge in popularity, with content creators scrambling to capitalize on his fame. Among these videos, one stood out, a detailed analysis of Chao Cheng's livestream earnings titled "Burning the Midnight Oil," a breakdown of the Holy Son's livestream income. This fresh video calculated the gifts received during Chao Cheng's entire day of broadcasting yesterday, meticulously listing all special gifts valued over 99 yuan, as well as those topping the Beer Heart leaderboard. The effort put into this analysis was commendable. The internet, after all, should not be underestimated in terms of the ingenuity and dedication of its content creators. As for gifts under 99 yuan, the creator had merely estimated their total to be around 20,000 yuan. However, the total earnings from gifts featuring special effects amounted to an astounding 3.74 million yuan. Chapter 22. Why are you crying, little brother? The young man was taken aback by this figure. Nearly 400,000 yuan. After the platform's cut, he would still receive roughly 200,000 yuan. The young woman's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. How can there be so much?" she exclaimed. The man chuckled bitterly. Just from the brands competing for the leaderboard, they have contributed nearly 200,000 yuan. It's entirely plausible to have such earnings. At that moment, the woman felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she recalled her earlier boast about earning a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, standing proudly, as if awaiting their admiration. In retrospect, she realized she must have appeared a fool in their eyes, especially since that live streamer earned far more than her daily wage. And this was only his third or fourth day of streaming. Their meteoric rise had just begun. Even if the peak of his livestream fame was short-lived, the buzz around Chao Cheng could sustain for a month, equating to years' worth of her salary. Why would he ever consider working for her? Meanwhile, in the management hall of the zoo, Chao Cheng and Zhang Wei were engaged in conversation. Zhang Wei, with his lively demeanor, gradually opened up to Chao Cheng, sharing his current situation and the motivations behind creating his account, as well as the challenges he faced. They then discussed their admiration for Chao Cheng's remarkable beast training abilities. "Really, Brother Chao, I've never seen anyone train birds to such an extent. It's simply incredible. That bird training tutorial you sell on a station is too expensive. Otherwise, I would have bought a copy." At this, Chao Cheng's smile faltered. "What bird training tutorial?" he asked, puzzled. Zhang Wei's smile faded as he realized Chao Cheng was not joking. He genuinely seemed confused. "It's the tutorial you sell on a station, priced at 1,988 yuan per copy." Chao Cheng began to sense something was amiss. While he puzzled over this, he pulled out his phone and remarked, "I only registered an account on Douyin. I haven't had the time to set up on other platforms." In the past few days, aside from live streaming, he had been engrossed in his cultivation, dedicating time to studying the Beast Master technique, researching spiritual energy, elixirs, meridians, spells, and methods for enhancing the bond with spirit beasts. This was not the realm of cultivation, where information was freely available. He was in the city, the sole practitioner of cultivation, forced to explore and ponder everything independently. He even lacked the time to edit his live streams or create videos. On Douyin, he only live streamed, let alone on other platforms. But as he spoke, he opened his phone, downloaded the A Station app, and searched for his name. To his astonishment, there it was. An account titled "Home at the Zoo, the Holy Son of the Beastmaster Sect," boasting 620,000 followers and verified as a prominent content creator. In just 4 days, he had posted over 50 videos, all clips from Chao Cheng's live streams. Furthermore, his showcase featured an online course titled Ancestral Bird Training Method, priced at 1,988 yuan. With 191 copies sold, totaling an impressive 3.79 million yuan. Wow, what the heck? Chao Cheng exclaimed, incredulity washing over him. The internet was indeed a marvel. He had painstakingly set up his system, invested in equipment, and spent hours in the live streaming room, sometimes neglecting meals and holding off bathroom breaks for the sake of viewership. And yet, here was a pirated account, stealing clips and selling a course, raking in nearly 400,000 yuan. Moreover, this account had a substantial following and was recognized as a reputable content creator, giving it an air of credibility that would leave no room for doubt regarding its authenticity. Brother, please don't tell me this account isn't yours, Zhang Wei asked cautiously. Do I look like I graduated from a performing arts school? Chao Cheng retorted, annoyance creeping into his tone. Zhang Wei gasped, realization dawning upon him. If this account did not belong to Chao Cheng, then the implications were significant. Brother, let me share some unfortunate news with you. In addition to Douyin, your account and videos are also present on platforms such as Lushua, Shouhu, Weishi, and even Kiwifruit. As Zhang Wei spoke, he pulled out his phone. Indeed, apart from Douyin, these major platforms, which follow closely behind, all contained the same content. Furthermore, 2 of them were offering identical courses, clearly orchestrated by the same individual responsible for a station. As a legal professional, does this not constitute a violation? Chao Cheng questioned, his indignation palpable. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a pendulum, his hair bouncing with emotion. Absolutely, a blatant violation. However, Chao Cheng also noticed certain details. Yet, this individual's name differs from my Douyin account. I am Cheng'an Zhu, while he is home at the zoo. Moreover, he does not seem to have acknowledged that he is indeed me. Before Chao Cheng could finish, Zhang Wei was already shaking his head fervently. It's futile. A case of self-deception, attempting to cover one's ears while stealing a bell. Should you decide to sue him, he would be left with nothing but his underwear. All profits are deemed illicit gains, and the magnitude is staggering. If you consult a competent lawyer, you could undoubtedly secure his imprisonment. Chao Cheng raised an eyebrow. What competent lawyer? Are you not a legal expert yourself? Can you not assist me in suing him? Zhang Wei chuckled awkwardly. Brother, I'm still a student. Without a license. Chao Cheng, perplexed, replied, is it not possible to litigate without a license? That seems incorrect. I previously worked at a company where the legal department personnel practically had no licenses, yet they still pursued legal actions. Zhang Wei explained, it's true, brother. One cannot represent individuals in court without a license. However, one can represent a company, provided there are formal labor contracts and delegation agreements. As long as one is employed in the legal department of a company, one can only represent that organization. Realization dawned on Chao Cheng, and he laughed. Little brother, are you not currently seeking employment? If you do not mind, why not come and try your hand here? Do not underestimate our small zoo. I assure you, the remuneration will be equivalent to yours. Social insurance, housing fund, commissions, bonuses, all will be arranged for you. Zhang Wei's breath quickened with excitement. Chao Cheng wished to hire him, and he was concerned that Zhang Wei might disdain the zoo's modesty. Let alone the zoo, Chao Cheng's live streaming account already boasted 970,000 followers. On the verge of breaking 1 million. As long as he followed Chao Cheng, even if he did not continue at the zoo, he would undoubtedly find opportunities for growth. Not to mention, Chao Cheng possessed that uncanny talent for taming beasts, suggesting the zoo's potential was nothing short of astounding. He quickly interjected, no, brother. How could I possibly disdain it? I merely wonder if you trust me. I am still just a student, lacking experience. Chao Cheng patted his arm. Isn't experience gained through practice? You can practice here. I will provide you ample space to make mistakes. This is the fastest and most solid way to grow. Chao Cheng held Zhang Wei in high regard. Perhaps he was young and inexperienced, yet he was undoubtedly a gem of potential. After all, one could not possess a law-themed account without confidence and knowledge. This had already been validated by the market. Now was the perfect time to cultivate him into a polished jewel. Most importantly, he genuinely required assistance with legal matters. Zhang Wei, being a young man well-versed in law and the internet, could also help manage his account. It was a match made in heaven. Moreover, he greatly admired Zhang Wei's tenacity in contending with unscrupulous individuals. Zhang Wei's face visibly flushed. The notion of Chao Cheng granting him the space to make mistakes brought a lump to his throat. It was widely known that the current job market for university graduates was exceedingly harsh. Even if one managed to secure a position, it was often challenging to engage with the core responsibilities from the outset. The trust of superiors and the scrutiny of colleagues would inevitably lead to the squandering of time and energy in navigating workplace dynamics and psychological pressures. slowly accumulating genuine work experience. The space promised by Chao Cheng allowed Zhang Wei to shoulder significant responsibilities from the very beginning and permitted him to make mistakes. A truly rapid and solid path to growth. The risks and costs would be borne entirely by the employer, a strategy that most employers would shy away from. Zhang Wei's voice trembled. Really, brother? You truly want me? Chao Cheng smiled. What could possibly be wrong with that? However, regarding benefits, since you are an intern, I cannot offer you too much initially. Zhang Wei had already mentally prepared himself for this. As long as Chao Cheng wanted him, he could accept a no-salary internship. After all, the opportunity to directly engage in litigation and grow rapidly was invaluable. Whatever you decide, I have no objections. Chao Cheng nodded. Then it is settled. I need you to assist with social media operations. The legal matters primarily pertain to the internet sector, so you can manage that seamlessly. This effectively amounts to 2 roles. With an initial salary set at 8,000. The pay may not be high, but it is structured to motivate you to earn commissions. You will receive a 10 commission on all economic compensations won from the lawsuits you handle for the company. Given that your school may call you away at any moment, you will have 100 hours of flexible leave each month. Social insurance, an 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. schedule, and weekends off. If that sounds agreeable, please draft a contract. Oh, little brother, why are you crying? Before Chao Cheng could finish, Zhang Wei was already in tears. Concerned, Chao Cheng inquired, and Zhang Wei sobbed. Brother Chao, are you jesting with me? I sincerely wish to work alongside you. Please do not say such things. Zhang Wei was not pretending. He genuinely believed Chao Cheng was mocking him. The terms he heard seemed increasingly like sarcasm. After all, the offer was overwhelmingly generous, bordering on unreal. To his ears, it sounded as though Chao Cheng were sneering at him. You have not even graduated yet, and you aspire to join my promising company as legal counsel? Shall I offer you a salary of 10,000 and grant you weekends off with social insurance? And then a 10 commission? Are you dreaming? He held deep admiration for Chao Cheng, almost bordering on reverence, which made him feel as though Chao Cheng was belittling him, resulting in his tears. He was heartbroken at the thought that if Chao Cheng treated him in such a manner, he would never have the opportunity to follow him. He desperately did not want to lose this chance. However, Chao Cheng was both amused and exasperated. He indeed intended to tease Zhang Wei a little. He was well aware that the remuneration he offered far exceeded the market value for fresh graduates and interns. He simply wished to convey a light-hearted tone to make the offer feel somewhat surreal. Yet, the terms he laid out were entirely genuine. He never anticipated he had gone too far. Do I appear to be the sort of person who indulges in such trivial jokes? A gentleman's word is his bond, he said, gazing steadfastly at Zhang Wei, thereby reassuring him. Zhang Wei gazed into Chao Cheng's eyes, gradually ceasing his sobs. Nevertheless, the glimmer of hope in his eyes grew ever more fervent. Brother, you must be jesting. That would indeed be far too much. He continued, let us not even mention anything else. Just the commissions from the lawsuits alone, merely from the A platform selling courses. This lawsuit could easily compel the opponent to disgorge all their illicit gains. That's at least 400,000. With a 10 commission, that amounts to 40,000. And that's just for one case. If we take on all the accounts across various platforms, how could I not secure a salary in the hundreds of thousands? Moreover, considering Chao Cheng's immense traffic, there will undoubtedly be many eager to carve out a piece of the pie. If they cannot obtain it legally, they will surely resort to devious means. Such occurrences will only become more frequent. Chao Cheng shook his finger. Earning more or less depends on your capabilities. A 10 commission doesn't strike me as excessive. The zoo doesn't rely on lawsuits as its primary source of income. This is merely a fraction of additional earnings. The magnitude of this income relies entirely on the prowess of the legal department. The more substantial the income, the more zeal Zhang Wei would possess, the fiercer he would become. And that is precisely what Chao Cheng desired. Anyone daring enough to encroach upon his territory must pay a steep price. A price so severe that it would intimidate all manner of nefarious entities. Thus, this segment of Chao Cheng's income would not diminish due to high commissions. Rather, it would enhance. At that moment, Zhang Wei was wholly convinced. He awkwardly offered a salute. Rest assured, Brother Chao, I will ensure they are left with nothing. Chao Cheng nodded. Good. Retrieve the labor contract and the delegation contract. With that, Zhang Wei hastily wiped his tears with his sleeve and darted out. Just then, the parrot Wency flew over and perched on Chao Cheng's shoulder, inquiring, Congratulations, master, you have acquired a pair of underpants, plunderer. Chao Cheng was at a loss for words. What on earth would I want with underpants? Go fetch the equipment. We're preparing for a live broadcast. Chao Cheng commanded. Wency flew off to the second floor. Suddenly, Chao Cheng's phone rang. Jibao account credited with 1 million yuan. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chao Cheng. He quickly pulled out his phone to check, bewildered by the sudden arrival of such a substantial amount. What bank would transfer such a large sum in one go? What kind of authority permitted this? Upon checking the sender, he discovered it was a direct transfer from Huaxiao Bank. Chao Cheng speculated that it might be a reward for the victory in the operation. Sure enough, the phone rang shortly thereafter. It was Song Xingjia, who had gone out to secure tickets for him. Hey, Lao Chao. The reward for the operation has come through. We each get 1,000,000. Did you receive it? Yes, I have. Great. Don't be ungrateful. Such rewards are typically more about honor than money. I never expected 1,000,000. I thought 500,000 would be the limit. This is because the provincial government took a keen interest in the major case, which is why they allocated funds. If it had been from the local municipal bureau, it would have probably been around 200,000 or 300,000 at most. Chao Cheng nodded, understanding. He knew it was best not to inquire too deeply about such matters. Moreover, indeed, his participation in this operation had resulted in significant recognition from the municipal bureau. In the future, should any issues arise, he could be considered a child under someone's care. Wasn't he the recent seizure of his business license a tangible example? Had he not been a contributor to the cause? Would the authorities have acted with such swiftness to retrieve his documents? This is what it means to have connections in high places. After hanging up, while Chao Cheng pondered over the situation, the system suddenly chimed in. Congratulations to the host for assisting law enforcement in eradicating the ruthless bandits, thereby maintaining peace in the community and enhancing the prestige of the Beastmaster sect. Reputation increased by 20. Rewards obtained: 3 Spirit Awakening Pills, 5 Beast Spirit Pills. Reward: 10,000 methods to enter the Dao technique. Chao Cheng was ecstatic. A reputation of 20? If this were to be broadcasted live, it would influence at least 2 million people. And now, having assisted in capturing a human trafficker, he had directly gained 20 points? Astonished, Chao Cheng fell into contemplation. Reputation? What is reputation but fame and esteem? Others might merely recognize the existence of the Chang'an Zoo, which at most could be considered a name. However, it does not equate to true prestige. What constitutes reputation? Respect and acknowledgement, he mused, are the 2 most crucial sentiments. His contribution in dismantling a human trafficking den was indeed significant and would naturally garner a vast amount of reputation. With this realization, Chao Cheng felt enlightened. He eagerly began to examine the 10,000 methods to enter the Dao technique. 10,000 methods to enter the Dao technique. All things in heaven and earth can enter the Dao. By mastering this technique, one can discover the most suitable path for their contracted spirit beasts, aside from cultivation. It significantly enhances the cultivation speed of spirit beasts, thereby reciprocating energy to oneself. Chao Cheng's eyes sparkled. Cultivating in the realm of immortality, the greatest challenge he faced was the sparse spiritual energy on Earth. The second issue was his own laziness. Previously, he could only rely on system rewards for cultivation. However, he now recognized that the rewards from the system were entirely random. He had received numerous techniques and pills, but only one reward for cultivation. The Beastmaster technique was fundamentally centered on the cultivation of spirit beasts. Yet, without suitable techniques, the other spirit beasts could only rely on spiritual energy for their training at an exceedingly slow pace. It was akin to him using the system's rewards for his own cultivation while dragging them along. If he could uncover their method to enter the Dao and diligently supervise their training, then they could enhance his own abilities. Splendid. Chao Cheng immediately learned the 10,000 methods to enter the Dao technique. Just then, the parrot Wency returned, clutching a heap of live streaming equipment in its beak. Chao Cheng promptly activated the 10,000 methods to enter the Dao technique, sending out a profound sense of awareness towards Wency. He was taken aback. Knowledge entry? Chao Cheng was astonished, for he sensed a strong desire for knowledge emanating from Wency. The 10,000 methods to enter the Dao could be said to unearth the deepest desires of spirit beasts, allowing them to cultivate in a manner that compensates for the lack of spiritual energy. Truly, he had not been mistaken in his choice of nickname. Master, my head aches terribly. It feels as though strange knowledge is invading my mind. 10,000 methods to enter the Dao technique. Oh, what a remarkable technique. Master, quickly prepare some films for me to watch. Wency suddenly shook its head, using its spiritual sense to shout at Chao Cheng. The 10,000 methods to enter the Dao technique was inherently a cultivation method exclusive to spirit beasts. Once Chao Cheng mastered it, all contracted spirit beasts would as well. However, Chao Cheng wore a blank expression. This Wency, while indeed scholarly, how could it be so absurdly inappropriate? Furthermore, films? I had no idea you were not just a bird but also a beast of a different kind. Written words are tedious. They can be replaced by images. Speak plainly. I wish to watch movies, big or small, it matters not. Chao Cheng was speechless. You're telling me this is the knowledge you wish to gain. Chapter 24. Where are you off to this time? To my surprise, this fellow is keen on binge-watching dramas. Whether large or small, it matters not. I can't even find the smaller ones. Your imagination is quite extravagant. However, upon reflection, Chao Cheng came to understand. The knowledge it seeks is likely that which facilitates its integration into human society. With a dismissive toss of his head, Chao Cheng thought, it matters little. Whatever. As long as it enhances its cultivation speed, it doesn't matter if it wants to watch dramas. It must prepare even for adult films from the islands. He called out to Haikawa. The raven, resting on a tree outside the window, immediately flew in and landed before Chao Cheng. Haikawa is here. Chao Cheng activated the myriad laws entry technique to probe. Haikawa promptly sensed it. Soon enough, it unveiled its deepest desires. The path of the king? Chao Cheng felt a surge of joy. Haikawa's method of entry was, in fact, to augment its dominion over subordinates. The more subordinates it commanded, the stronger their capabilities and the more steadfast their loyalty, which in turn would expedite Haikawa's cultivation. In simpler terms, it aspires to reign. No wonder Chao Cheng bestowed upon it a precious beast spirit pill, one it could easily hoard for itself, yet it willingly chose to share it with the other crows. It had already regarded these crows as its army. Even if Haikawa ceased to recruit more crows, the current flock's continuous enhancement would still contribute to Haikawa's growth. Moreover, Haikawa had never halted its expansion. It now primarily rested during the day, ready for action, as Chao Cheng hadn't assigned it any tasks. By night, it would venture forth, soaring into the mountains to seek out additional crows to bring back. Initially, there were perhaps 170 or 80 crows. Now, there are 266 crows perched upon the trees outside. Quite commendable. From henceforth, it could rely on this to bolster its cultivation. Haikawa, I have a task for you. Haikawa, Master, please command. From now on, apart from diligently cultivating, starting at 8 a.m. every 2 hours, lead the flock of crows to circle above the zoo for 10 minutes. During the remainder of the time, you may interact briefly with visitors or forage in batches. After 8 p.m., you may pursue your own interests. Haikawa obeys. The intent behind Chao Cheng's directives was quite straightforward. To create an air of mystery. Today, he planned to open the zoo, and aside from the crows, there was genuinely little to behold. Thus, the crows must engage in extraordinary antics, evoking a sense of mystery and curiosity, prompting onlookers to investigate further. Imagine traversing the thoroughfares of the city's second and third rings, glancing toward the northern sky. A swarm of black crows swirling like a dark cloud, occurring every 2 hours. Isn't that peculiar? Shouldn't one take a closer look? He dismissed Haikawa, just as Luo Jin happened to descend from the upper floor, cradling a self-study accounting manual in her arms. Chao Cheng had encouraged her to self-study accounting, and she was taking it very seriously, dedicating substantial time each day to study and take notes from the library books she borrowed. Just in time, Sister Luo. Could you come here? Chao Cheng beckoned her. Since last night, when he treated her ailment, Luo Jin had been in turmoil, pondering various thoughts, leading to a sense of disquiet when she saw him today. What's the matter, young master? Today, we are opening the zoo, and you will oversee the ticket booth. Luo Jin was taken aback. In her understanding, for the zoo to reopen, it must at least introduce some animals. Even if not first tier, it should bring in some second tier ones. Currently, the zoo only housed snakes, insects, mice, and birds. Who would pay to see that? To observe crows? Chao Cheng was well aware of her concerns and directly pointed to the large flock of crows outside. Oh, Luo Jin finally nodded. She thought this could actually work. Not to mention the outside spectators. Even she and Tao Tao were captivated by these enigmatic crows, observing them daily. Particularly, she was astounded by Chao Cheng's ability to tame them. To her knowledge, Chao Cheng's parents had no such animal training skills. It seemed his grandfather didn't either. Yet, curiosity aside, she had never inquired about the source of his animal taming expertise. That was not her place to ask. Are we still using the old tickets? 10 yuan each? Chao Cheng shook his head. I've already arranged for new ones to be printed, with the prices indicated on the new tickets, 100 yuan each. Luo Jin nodded. So, how much? Chao Cheng extended a single finger, 100 yuan each. Luo Jin was left speechless. The largest zoo in the city only charges 100 yuan for admission. Would they be ridiculed for charging 100 yuan just to see crows? Chao Cheng clapped his hands. That's even better. If we were purely black and white, then the black-red wouldn't hold significance. But we are not purely black. First and foremost, 100 yuan to observe the mysterious flock of crows up close is something you won't find at any zoo. Furthermore, it's clearly priced. I'm not exploiting the poor. If you have the means, come. If you wish to avoid spending, you can also watch in the live stream. And the programming is more extensive. Any questions? There's one more point that Chao Cheng didn't mention. That is, he has no intention of raising the prices. Today, if you pay 100 yuan to see the crows, in the future, even if the zoo expands to 100 times the size of the Green Forest Zoo, with rare animals roaming freely and intelligent spirit beasts performing daily, the ticket price will still remain at 100. The more outrageously criticized the current high prices, the more pronounced the reversal in reputation will be in the future. Because Chao Cheng believed that a zoo should not rely on ticket sales for profit. His aim was to create replay value. Without replay value, even if you charge 10,000 for a ticket, it would only be a one-time transaction. No one would return. In the future, his zoo should feature amusement parks, restaurants, hotels, snack streets, and so on related to spirit beasts. Even the products derived from his cultivation or spirit beasts. The 100 yuan is merely an entry price. The actual expenses should be incurred within the zoo itself. The core philosophy is to invite visitors and to enjoy. Although Luo Jin comprehended this, she lacked Chao Cheng's confidence and merely nodded, half believing. Just as they were conversing, Zhang Wei burst in like a gust of wind. Holding a contract in hand, Zhang Wei, panting, stopped before Chao Cheng, only to notice Luo Jin beside him, instantly captivated by her beauty. He greeted, "Sister-in-law, good day." Luo Jin's face flushed crimson. Chao Cheng found it both amusing and exasperating. "What sister-in-law? This is our veteran employee, Luo Jin, Sister Luo." Zhang Wei felt a wave of embarrassment. He had seen Luo Jin the day he visited when Chao Cheng referred to her as an employee. However, Zhang Wei had always felt that in this zoo, with its imbalance of genders, there must be something more between the two. Today, he intended to ingratiate himself, only to find his flattery misfired. "Hello, Sister Luo." He quickly corrected himself. Chao Cheng then introduced Luo Jin to him. "This is Zhang Wei, the newly appointed legal counsel, who will henceforth oversee all legal matters of our company." Luo Jin greeted him with a smile, finally welcoming a new employee. Subsequently, Chao Cheng instructed Luo Jin to prepare and head to the ticket booth. Chao Cheng had signed a labor contract with Zhang Wei. The Cheng'an Zoo operates as a commercial entity, officially registered under the name Yunhai Cheng'an Wildlife Park Company, Limited currently. Chao Cheng serves as the legal representative, with Luo Jin being the sole employee, until now, as they have welcomed a second. Once the contract was successfully executed, a notification popped up in Chao Cheng's system. Sect Disciple 1. Sect Reputation 1. Current Sect Reputation, 59 points. Just a tad more, and a reward would be within reach. Chao Cheng advised Zhang Wei to focus on his own tasks, assuring him that matters within the park were not his concern. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Song Xingjie returned with 4 large boxes filled with tickets, stacking them at the ticket booth. Without delay, Chao Cheng initiated a live broadcast. Within 10 minutes, the viewer count exceeded 100,000. He promptly announced the grand reopening of the Cheng'an Zoo. While there may not be rare animals, a flock of crows was present. He directed the camera to capture the circling crows above the zoo, eliciting a chorus of excitement from the viewers. Subsequently, Chao Cheng declared the ticket price to be 100 yuan, prompting a flurry of complaints within the live chat. Nevertheless, many local fans enthusiastically proclaimed their intent to attend immediately. In no time, an influx of vehicles converged towards the Cheng'an Zoo along the northern 2nd and 3rd ring roads. Meanwhile, in a high-rise apartment in Yunhai, an extraordinarily beautiful woman sprang up from the sofa in excitement. The zoo is finally opening. With her long, straight black hair cascading like a waterfall, lightly flushed cheeks, and lips as vibrant as fire, she embodied a perfect blend of sweetness and allure. Dressed in casual shorts and a top that were scarcely suitable for venturing outside, her slender waist and shapely thighs were on full display. These legs were indeed reminiscent of the legendary hourglass figure, plump and enticing. She eagerly dashed into her wardrobe to select an outfit. At that moment, her twin sister, Tong Anchi, emerged from the bedroom, bearing an uncanny resemblance to her sister. She wore rimless glasses and sported a frosty demeanor. Holding a hefty tome on behavioral ecology, she frowned at her sister's attire choices. "Where are you off to looking so provocative?" she inquired. "Dear sister, Tong Anyun," the wardrobe-fiddling sister replied nonchalantly, continuing to compare outfits. The frosty sister persisted, "Tong Anchi, can you not engage in something productive? Stop parading around on the internet. Those suggestive dances. I've just entered the research institute, and I have to explain myself to everyone." Tong Anchi dismissed her concerns. "Mind your own business. I'm showcasing the beauty of the body, discovering beauty, displaying beauty, creating beauty. This is my vocation. I haven't told you to stop reading your dull books, so why meddle in my affairs?" As she spoke, she had already selected an all-black evening gown. The upper design was somewhat extravagant, yet exuded an air of nobility, while the long skirt featured strategic slits, perfectly showcasing her exquisite legs. The frosty sister hesitated, well aware that such arguments had transpired countless times without resolution. Over time, her sister had grown indifferent to her admonitions. She sighed and asked, "What do you intend to do in that outfit?" Finally intrigued, Tong Anchi draped the gown over herself and posed, live streaming, taking photos. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" This ensemble, paired with a sky full of crows, will surely create stunning visuals. Her sister furrowed her brow. Crows? What crows? Tong Yanchi rolled her eyes. You're so engrossed in your books that you're oblivious to the hottest local topic? The owner of Chung'an Zoo, a remarkably handsome man. He is a trainer who commands a whole flock of crows. Utterly captivating. Just days ago, he live-streamed with a parrot for same-city delivery. Today, he suddenly announced the zoo's opening, allowing visitors to interact closely with the crows. I'm wearing this outfit to match perfectly with the crows, guaranteeing striking dark-themed photos. Her sister frowned even more tightly. A whole flock of crows? How many are we talking about? Tong Yanchi pondered briefly. Perhaps 1 or 200, roughly around 200. They're densely packed, resembling a dark cloud. Her sister scoffed. Impossible. 200 crows? Do you have any idea how challenging it is to train crows? They're among the most intelligent birds, and successfully training even a few is akin to climbing a mountain, let alone training such a large number. It's sheer fantasy. Tong Yanchi retorted defiantly. It's common knowledge that videos cannot be fabricated. Facts speak louder than words. Countless influencers have live-streamed and captured this. You still don't believe it? Her sister exclaimed, There's video evidence? Tong Yanchi, growing impatient, pulled out her phone and searched for the footage, thrusting it in her sister's face. A look of shock washed over her sister's otherwise composed features as she beheld the video. In it, Chao Chung emerged, surrounded by a swarm of crows. He paused, and the flock descended. Although his face was blurred, it was evident that he was directing his gaze towards a specific location. And all the crows fixated on the same point. Ultimately, with a command, all the crows took flight simultaneously, landing on a car to thwart the two fraudulent influencers from driving away. Astonishingly, he had not issued any specific command. Rather, it seemed as though the crows instinctively followed his emotional cues, executing a coordinated action. It was simply unbelievable. Surely, this could not be a product of AI-generated imagery? As she scrolled down, she discovered an abundance of similar videos and edited compilations. Did you just say the zoo is opening? Her sister mused, deep in thought. Yes, I'm going with you. Without hesitation, her sister shoved the phone back into Tong Yanchi's hands and turned to return to her room to change. Tong Yanchi exclaimed, What are you going to do? Her sister, ignoring her, swiftly changed into an outfit. She had just commenced her studies at the Wildlife Research Institute, specializing in behavioral ecology, encompassing animal foraging, reproduction, social interactions, and communication. Yet, her sister remained completely uninterested in her pursuits, preoccupied with her online antics and flaunting her looks. Tong Anyun changed her clothes with remarkable speed. Although her physique was nearly identical to Tong Yanchi's, her fashion sense leaned towards the conservative. In sleek black fitted flared trousers and a matching black turtleneck, she draped a light gray trench coat over her ensemble, adorned with rimless glasses. She embodied a cool and sophisticated demeanor, exuding an air of effortless elegance. Could you hurry, please? Tong Anya impatiently glanced at Tong Yanchi, who was still trying on her black evening gown. The dress accentuated her long legs beautifully. Finally, she adorned herself with a delicate silver crown, resembling a queen, yet more akin to a princess. Let us go. The two descended the stairs together, their presence on the street a striking spectacle. Tong Anya's vehicle was an ordinary Volkswagen Polo. They swiftly made their way to the Chung'an Zoo, where an overwhelming number of cars congested the entrance. The parking lot was completely full, but fortunately, the area was somewhat remote beyond the third ring road, allowing for makeshift parking in unmarked spaces. As soon as they alighted, Tong Yanchi excitedly lifted her skirt, pointing at the sky above the zoo. Sister, look. Tong Anya followed her gaze and was not surprised to see countless black crows soaring overhead. The atmosphere was abuzz with the chatter of visitors. Upon reaching the entrance, they promptly exchanged 200 yuan for 2 tickets. Once inside, Tong Yanchi dashed off, disappearing into the crowd. Tong Anya, however, was captivated by the spectacle of black crows fluttering about. As they descended, the crows scattered across the zoo, causing the visitors to spread out. Though a rough estimate indicated at least 200 to 300 people were present, many crows settled on signs, railings, steps, and the ground, as visitors eagerly interacted with them, snapping photographs. To Tong Anyu's astonishment, numerous crows appeared to willingly accept the attention, with some even perching on visitors' shoulders for pictures, prompting waves of excited exclamations. Enraptured, Tong Anya found herself beneath a grand tree in the management area, where the crows congregated in abundance. Though the height of the branches kept the area relatively sparse with people, a few individuals gathered at the entrance of the management hall, where the glass doors were locked. Inside, a man set up a mobile phone tripod for a live broadcast. He was unmistakably the owner featured in earlier videos. Tong Anya approached, intending to knock on the door to summon Cao Chung, but as she ascended the steps, a massive crow swooped past her, causing her to yelp and retreat a couple of steps. The crow landed on a windowsill just 2 steps away, tilting its head to observe her intently. A shiver ran through Tong Anya as she sensed a warning in the crow's gaze, as if it would attack should she push the door open. After a moment of astonishment, she stepped back, took out her phone, and began recording a video. She first focused on the crow perched on the windowsill, then shifted her attention to the tree, before swiftly traversing the entire zoo to capture close-ups of the crows, narrating continuously. I am Tong Anya, a research intern. Currently at a small zoo in Yunhai City. The crows here are exhibiting unprecedented behavioral anomalies. They are congregating in large numbers, interacting with visitors, and allowing for close observation. These crows appear to have been tamed by the owner, as evidenced by videos circulating online. However, their physical attributes are entirely wild, suggesting they are not domesticated or bred. Upon concluding her video, she intended to send it directly to Professor Huang, the head of her department, but as an intern, she lacked his contact information. Thus, she forwarded the video along with a previous one sent by her sister to an assistant researcher's phone. Adding a note, could you please inform Brother Song to relay this to Professor Huang? Chapter 26. Go and fetch the bird-catching gun. At the Animal Behavior and Welfare Research Institute of Yunhai Agricultural University, assistant researcher Song Qing was engaged in a phone call with his girlfriend. After a round of sweet nothings, he hung up and glanced at WeChat, where he spotted a message from Tong Anya containing 2 videos and a request to notify Professor Huang. Intrigued, he clicked on the videos and was instantly captivated. Over 200 crows? Such a widespread behavioral anomaly? The research potential was undoubtedly immense. Could such a spectacle and phenomenon truly exist in Yunhai City? The crows belonging to Cao Cheng had been trending online for 2 days, primarily garnering attention from those dedicated to studying animal behavior. Generally, the average person would find it fascinating but would not connect it to academic research. Although Cao Cheng had gained some notoriety on Douyin, it had not reached widespread recognition. Most of the videos circulated on youth-centric platforms like A Station, and those from the Research Institute who came across them dismissed them as AI effects or footage from other regions, unaware it was local, and thus did not pay much attention. Song Qing instinctively reached for his phone to call Professor Huang, but suddenly remembered that the professor was likely in a meeting. An idea sparked in his mind. The emergence of this large flock of crows in a free state held significant research value. This could lead to a new research project that could secure substantial funding and likely yield impressive results. Reporting this could establish a specialized research team. However, with Professor Huang having many mints and Song Qing not being particularly favored, he might merely be seen as a messenger and unlikely to gain a position in the research group. Yet, if he acted swiftly while Professor Huang was occupied, he could form a preliminary team to seize the opportunity and gather first-hand data. By the time Professor Huang became aware, Song Qing could already have the data in hand. Even if a specialized research team were established, he would surely have a stake in it. With this thought, his excitement grew. Nevertheless, he still called Professor Huang, reasoning that he could explain his actions later. The call went through, but after 2 beeps, it was disconnected. A smile of exhilaration crept onto Song Qing's face. The time had come. He promptly summoned 3 interns, equipped them with gear, and drove straight to the North 3rd Ring Road. Upon arriving at Cheng'an Zoo, Song Qing was greeted by a flurry of crows soaring overhead, some flying towards the mountains while others returned from the direction of the hills. Overjoyed, he quickly exited the car to grab the equipment: cameras, tripods, portable power supplies, sound equipment, communication devices, and more. The assistant researchers carried boxes and bags while Song Qing reminded them, "Don't forget the bird-catching gun." An assistant emerged from the trunk, cradling a large tube under his arm. The group rushed towards the entrance of the zoo, only to be halted by the turnstiles. Song Qing called out to Luo Jin at the ticket booth, "Hey, open the gate, quickly." Luo Jin looked at the crowd with a puzzled expression, uncertain of their intentions. "Who are you?" "We're from the Agricultural University Research Institute. We come to film the crows," Song Qing replied, clutching a box, his face etched with urgency. Luo Jin, still doubtful, asked, "Did our boss send you?" "There has been so much fuss online lately regarding Cao Cheng. I can't keep up with his pace." She feared this was yet another one of Cao Cheng's antics. Yes, Song Qing replied impatiently. Nonetheless, Luo Jin remained uncertain and took out her phone. "Please hold on, I need to confirm. Why is this so complicated?" One of the interns besides Song Qing complained, burdened with large bags. Meanwhile, Luo Jin dialed Cao Cheng's number. At that moment, Cao Cheng was engaged in a live broadcast. He muted the microphone and answered the call. "Young master, there are a few individuals at the entrance with large boxes claiming to be from a research institute, stating they are here to film crows." Cao Cheng was taken aback. "Research institute? Filming crows? Let them in." He didn't dwell on it and hung up. It was likely they were merely documenting animal behaviors, as he had anticipated given the large congregation of crows. He had orchestrated this spectacle to draw attention, and the interest from the research institute would undoubtedly enhance his visibility. On the other side, Luo Jin ended the call and opened the turnstile. Song Qing promptly entered with his belongings. The interns behind him cast impatient glances at Luo Jin, silently questioning the necessity of the delay. In their minds, after making that call, their boss would undoubtedly scold her. Who dares to block them? Let them in immediately. They are from the research institute, after all. Upon entering the zoo, Tong Anya, who had been waiting inside, approached them hastily but only saw a few individuals. She immediately inquired, "Assistant Song, where are Professor Huang and the others?" Song Qing found Tong Anya quite intriguing. Her beauty was captivating, and it was rare for single men in the research institute to remain unaffected by her charm. "Professor Huang and the others are in a meeting, so I've sent a vanguard team ahead. Let us set up the equipment and wait for Professor Huang to finish," he replied. However, Tong Anya quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "You didn't inform Professor Huang?" Although she had just joined the research institute, she was not naive. If Professor Huang were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly send a more capable research assistant instead of Song Qing. It was evident that Song Qing aimed to seize the opportunity and infiltrate a specialized research group that did not rightfully belong to him. Had it not been for her lack of contacts among other researchers and Song Qing having added her on WeChat due to his seniority, she wouldn't have messaged him. "I called, and Professor Huang should be in a meeting. Don't worry, just follow my lead." Song Qing reassured her with a confident smile. Yet, Tong Anya frowned inwardly, sensing that Song Qing was a bit too power-hungry. However, she had no choice, as she was merely an intern. The boss is in the management hall, likely live-streaming. "Should we wait for him to finish before seeking his approval?" she suggested. Song Qing laughed. "Approval for what?" The interns behind him chuckled as if they had heard something amusing. Tong Anya was taken aback. "To film the crows." Song Qing shook his head with a smile. "Anya, you're new here and still misjudging your position. Some matters don't require such rigid adherence to protocol. Just film directly." He then commanded the others. "Set up the equipment." Tong Anya hesitated, but Song Qing was already striding towards a large tree, setting up the equipment and commencing filming and documentation. As she helped them, she recalled that she had many items left at the research institute. She also wished to participate in this project, even if she didn't join the specialized research group. Her curiosity about the crows and desire to gain experience drove her to return to the institute for her belongings. After half an hour of filming, with close-up shots and drone footage, Song Qing suddenly looked up at the crows flying towards the distant mountains, as well as those arriving from that direction. He tapped an intern on the shoulder. "Did you see those crows flying towards the mountains?" "Yes, they are likely foraging. The crows here interact with visitors, but do not eat their food." "Strangely, why do they return?" the intern inquired. "Wasn't Anya saying that these crows are all domesticated by the boss?" Song Qing scoffed. "Domesticated that many crows? Do you think that is feasible? Besides, have you ever seen any domesticated animal that doesn't require food as a reward? These crows can find food themselves. Why do they return? Or is it possible that they aren't going to the mountains for food at all?" Lost in thought, Song Qing mused aloud. "Let us catch a couple and equip them with GPS trackers and biological recorders. I'm curious to see what they do in the mountains. Go fetch the bird-catching gun." Chapter 27. Have I permitted you to conduct research? An intern hesitated momentarily, aware that this was somewhat against protocol. They hadn't notified Professor Huang, and setting up equipment without leadership's consent was indeed crossing a line. A crucial guiding principle in studying animal behavior states, "Do not interfere unless absolutely necessary." "Hurry up," Song Qing urged, eager to obtain first-hand data to gain access to the specialized research group, naturally impatient with regard to any rules. "All right." One intern quickly rummaged through a box and produced a bird-catching gun, which Song Qing took from him. By this time, it was approaching noon, and many visitors were preparing to have lunch. No matter how fascinating the crows were, after 2 or 3 hours of observation, fatigue set in and curiosity waned. Consequently, many opted to dine, leaving the park relatively sparse. Song Qing found a spot where crows often settled, raised the gun, and aimed at one. The crow glanced at him, tilting its head, and let out a warning caw. At that moment, a voice from behind exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The cries belonged to Tong Anya, who had hurried back after retrieving something. Upon seeing him aim a gun at the crow, she shouted in alarm. Nevertheless, Song Qing pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as a dark projectile was expelled, unfurling in the air into a delicate net. The crow, attempting to escape, was ensnared without chance of evasion. Flapping its wings desperately within the net, it emitted a cacophony of caws as it plummeted towards the ground. With a smile, Song Qing approached and lifted the net containing the crow, as casually as if he were carrying freshly purchased meat from the market. Tong Anya exclaimed in anger, "Song Qing, what are you doing?" Song Qing replied with a grin, "Junior sister, go fetch the GP." Before he could finish his sentence, He noticed the look of terror on Tong Anya's face as she stared behind him. A moment of confusion struck him, and then he heard the sudden rush of wind. The cacophony of countless flapping wings converged into a singular sound. He whirled around to see a dark swarm of crows diving towards him in a frenzied attack. Remarkably, none of them uttered a sound during their flight, so by the time Song Qing realized the danger, it was too late. One crow collided directly with his face. Had he not instinctively closed his eyes to evade, its beak would have certainly struck his left eye. What followed was a chaotic assault of beaks and claws against his face and body. The onslaught of crows was terrifying. Song Qing screamed in agony as he used his remaining sense to shield his face with his hands, his body contorting like a shrimp as he thrashed and struggled. Tong Anya was horrified to see blood pooling everywhere on the ground. In a state of panic, she wanted to rush to assist him, regardless of the circumstances. A life was at stake, and she could not simply stand by and watch him be killed by the flock of crows. However, she found herself at a loss for action. Just then, several other interns rushed over, tearing off their shirts and frantically waving them while shouting to drive away the crows. Yet the flock seemed to have gone mad, fixated on attacking Song Qing, utterly disregarding the interns' attempts to disperse them. Perhaps the initial fear and chaos had subsided. Now, Song Qing's fury took precedence. Get away! Get away! He bellowed, swinging the bird-catching gun like a heavy iron rod. A few crows were struck and wounded, breaking free from the encirclement. The remaining crows scattered, granting him a fleeting moment to breathe. I'll make you pay for this, Song Qing roared, reloading his gun, preparing to fire into the densest part of the flock. If his net were to descend, based on the previous net size, it could ensnare at least 6 or 7 of them. In his enraged state, once it hit the ground, he could not guarantee what actions he might take. At that moment, a figure burst into the management office like a whirlwind. Before Song Qing could raise his gun, the figure was already upon him. A massive foot, measuring 45 yards, struck him violently in the chest. Song Qing was propelled several meters backward, rolling twice on the ground, curled up like a shrimp. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck, while blood and wounds covered his body and face, so numerous they were beyond counting. The other interns, still attempting to fend off the crows, were not spared either, each one toppled by the figure's swift kicks. The speed was so astonishing that most could barely react. Fortunately, Tong Anya had managed to stay far back, otherwise, she too might have been caught in the chaos. As she looked on, she recognized the figure. It was Chao Chung, the owner of the Chung Inn Zoo, who had just finished a live broadcast. He had intended to greet the visiting researchers, but was alerted by Hai Hei about the situation unfolding outside. Arriving just in time, he witnessed Song Qing and the interns embroiled in a chaotic battle with the crows. Song Qing had injured several crows with his swing, and Chao Cheng's kick was not to be taken lightly. The impact left Song Qing feeling as though a massive stone had lodged itself in his chest, making each breath excruciatingly difficult. Occasionally, he could manage to gasp a bit of air, but it burned like fire. Who allowed you ruffians to run wild here? Chao Cheng demanded coldly. Song Qing was rendered speechless. One of the interns, curled on the ground and clutching his chest, exclaimed, "We are from the Agricultural University Research Institute. The one you kicked is a research staff member." He hastened to clarify their identity, hoping to prevent further aggression from Chao Cheng by revealing their status. He believed it might invoke some restraint from the furious owner. However, Chao Cheng's anger intensified. "I let you in without even asking for tickets. And you dare to attack my crows?" The intern shouted back, "You don't understand. We were trying to attach a tracking device for research purposes." Chao Cheng retorted icily. "Research? Did I give you permission for that?" At this moment, Song Qing had fully regained his composure, consumed by a profound anger. He was not as enraged by the crows attacking him. After all, they were mere animals, indifferent to his identity. He accepted the assault from his own kind. However, Chao Cheng's kick ignited feelings of humiliation and fury within him, especially after the intern revealed their academic affiliation. Yet Chao Cheng remained unyielding. "We are conducting academic research. Do I need your permission? What authority do you have to grant it? You are nothing but a worthless crow. How dare you lay a hand on me?" Song Qing shouted at Chao Cheng, his voice filled with indignation. Before he could finish, Chao Cheng delivered another kick to his face. Song Qing let out a furious roar. Utterly helpless, Tong Anya was still watching from the sidelines. The humiliation of being beaten by a man reached a peak for him. Yet he knew he was no match for Chao Cheng. In a fit of impotent rage, he shouted, "You'll pay for this. You'll regret it. I'm calling the police. Assaulting a research staff member. I'll make sure you spend your life in prison and ruin your reputation." Chapter 28. You have suffered a grievance. Song Qing took out his phone and began dialing. The other interns had also regained their composure, gathering around Song Qing, their eyes fixed on Chao Cheng with a fierce intensity. How dare he lay a hand on them? Even if they were not affiliated with the research institute, they could not let this incident go unpunished. especially since Song Qing was an assistant researcher. He often looked down on those outside the academic circle, showing them no respect, which explained why Professor Huang held him in such low regard. As Song Qing dialed, one in turn mockingly called out to Tong Anya, "Anya, he didn't accidentally hurt you, did he?" His tone feigned concern and tension, tinged with a hint of anger towards Chao Cheng. It seems that whenever Tong Anya utters a word of distress, he would immediately rush to her aid. Chao Cheng instantly directed his gaze towards Tong Anya, the stunning woman who stood a slight distance away. He had presumed she was merely a bystander, only to discover that she was, in fact, part of their group. Tong Anya inwardly cursed this fool for his indiscretion. Why was he even engaging with her? Now that Chao Cheng was aware of her affiliation with them, how could his initial impression be anything but tarnished? How could she ever approach this project now? What a dimwit. However, she could no longer evade the situation and could only sincerely apologize to Chao Cheng. "I am truly sorry. We merely wish to study the behavior of these crows. I apologize for my colleague's actions. We should not have." But before she could finish, Song Qing bellowed, "There is no need to apologize to him. He doesn't even know his own worth." He had already concluded his phone call, gripping his mobile tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Chao Cheng, grinding his teeth. "Today, I shall make you aware of my true identity." In his eyes, having been struck before Tong Anya was already an immense humiliation. And now she dared to apologize to their assailant. This was nothing short of a disgrace. It implied that Tong Anya regarded that man as superior, so formidable that an apology was warranted. Meanwhile, he, a research assistant who had toiled for 4 years within the research institute, was undoubtedly a member of the social elite, regardless of whether he earned a modest income. His sense of superiority had swelled immensely with every compliment he received. For someone of his stature to be bested by a mere owner of a dilapidated zoo was utterly unacceptable. The law enforcement officers arrived, and it was evident they had no inclination to side with Chao Cheng. It was akin to a battered stone colliding with a precious jade. If the jade were to suffer even a slight chip, it was only fitting that the stone be ground to dust. Inwardly, Tong Anya cursed him again. This imbecile. Could he not perceive even the slightest nuance of social awareness? Chao Cheng was clearly unfazed by his so-called status as a researcher. She hastily stepped forward, eager to further explain herself to him, but Chao Cheng merely cast her a cold glance before turning to inspect the injured crows. One of the crows was indeed gravely injured. He could not possibly demonstrate his ethereal healing arts right before the eyes of these individuals. With his current level of cultivation, he could not fully conceal the aura of his spiritual energy. Even when healing Luo Jin, she had to turn her back to him. He promptly scooped up the injured crow and hurried into the management hall. However, to Song Qing and the others, this appeared as an act of cowardice. Where could he hide? Song Qing sneered through clenched teeth, while the other interns assisted him in tending to his injuries. Tong Anya, however, paid them no heed and swiftly approached the equipment set up by Song Qing's group, beginning to copy the various data they had collected. Her sole focus was her insatiable thirst for crow research, utterly indifferent to Song Qing's plight. Should Chao Cheng truly sever ties with the research institute, this data would represent the most recent findings they had obtained and would still hold significant value for further study. Of course, they would only be left with these limited studies. The third ring road was never congested. The personnel from the northern branch of the Law Enforcement Bureau arrived within 7 or 8 minutes. A law enforcement vehicle came to a stop at the entrance, and Luo Jin could not obstruct them as 2 officers, a man and a woman, entered briskly. They approached Song Qing and the others, and upon seeing the blood covering Song Qing, the female officer gasped, "What happened? Who called the police?" Song Qing immediately declared, "It was I. Officer, I called the police. We are research personnel from the Agricultural University, and here are my credentials." He produced an identification card and handed it to the officer. "We discovered that the crows exhibited abnormal behavior, which possesses considerable research value, so we came to observe these birds. Unexpectedly, the zoo owner attacked us like a mad dog. Look at what he did to me." As he spoke, he spread his arms, revealing his disheveled clothing stained with blood. The female officer regarded the credentials, her demeanor shifting to one of respect. She had to acknowledge that research personnel did hold a certain social standing. An assistant researcher was a position that required at least a master's degree, if not a doctorate. Such individuals were typically refined and not prone to causing trouble. "And who assaulted you?" the female officer inquired, returning the credentials. Song Qing pointed towards the management hall. "In there." The officer hastily approached, ready to investigate. Just then, Chao Cheng emerged, having completed his treatment of the crows. Spotting the 2 officers, he remarked, "Officers, you arrived quite promptly." The male officer frowned and asked, "Did you strike him?" To their surprise, Chao Cheng nodded affirmatively. "Yes." The officers were taken aback. Chao Cheng's demeanor was rather audacious. How could he appear as if he had a right to his actions? Yet, Chao Cheng continued, These crows are classified as second-level protected wildlife. They were enjoying their time in my zoo when I stepped outside and saw him attacking them with a metal rod. How could I stand by and allow such criminal behavior? So I intervened. There are surveillance cameras. I can provide the footage right now. His words were delivered with an air of righteousness, devoid of any remorse for the altercation. The two officers exchanged glances, frowning. This man exhibited no trace of the common person's respect for law enforcement, giving the impression that he had the upper hand and owed them no courtesy. It was utterly disrespectful. If he treated law enforcement with such disdain, it was easy to imagine how he viewed the researchers he had assaulted. The female officer coldly retorted, "Humph, you needn't bother with the footage. We will review it ourselves. Come with us to clarify the situation." The male officer turned to Song Qing and the others, stating, "You all gather your belongings. Come with us." Confused, Chao Cheng queried, "Shouldn't you first review the surveillance footage to clarify the situation?" The female officer, infuriated by his nonchalant demeanor and audacity to question her, snapped, "I don't need you to instruct me. You'd best cooperate with me now." At that moment, she cared not for who was right or wrong. She simply found Chao Cheng's arrogance intolerable. Regardless of the justification, his act of violence was inexcusable, and she intended to take him in without hesitation. Even if he were released later, he would still have to experience some discomfort. As she spoke, her hand moved towards the handcuffs at her waist, the threat unmistakable. Observing her hand inching towards the cuffs, Chao Cheng let out a derisive laugh and extended his wrists forward. The female officer was instantly enraged. This is nothing short of provocation. The act of handling handcuffs was merely intended to intimidate him. Handcuffs should only be employed in cases of severe criminality. She had no desire to create trouble merely to make Chao Cheng suffer a little. Yet, as she brandished the handcuffs, Chao Cheng extended his hands forth without hesitation. Should she refrain from cuffing him, it would imply that her earlier bravado was nothing but a facade. Did she truly think she lacked the courage to restrain him? With a sudden motion, she snapped the cuffs into place, her gaze icy as she regarded Chao Cheng. "Let us see just how long you can maintain your defiance. Move." Chao Cheng complied willingly, curious to witness how this female officer would conclude the affair. As they passed by Song Qingshi, who was drenched in blood, the female officer felt a pang of sympathy. With genuine remorse, she addressed Song Qingshi, "I sincerely apologize. The work of research personnel is arduous and noble. It is regrettable that you have had to encounter such a situation due to their dedication. Please allow me to extend my apologies on their behalf for the distress you have endured." As she spoke, she even offered a slight bow to Song Qingshi, conveying the unspoken message that they would not easily let Chao Cheng off the hook. Song Qingshi felt a surge of delight and cast a triumphant glance at Chao Cheng, seemingly eager to witness the expressions of regret and pleading on his face. Alas, Chao Cheng did not spare him a glance. Instead, he directed his attention towards the entrance of the zoo, where a throng of people was approaching. Leading the pack was none other than Song Xingjie, who was jogging and shouting, "Old Chao, look who has come personally to present you with an award." Chapter 29, Your intelligence arrives a bit late. The crowd was instantly captivated by the shout, turning their attention towards him. The two enforcement officers trembled, their eyes widening in disbelief. The one calling out appeared to be none other than the understated son of the director, Song Xingjie. And amidst the throng behind him stood the director himself, Song Taizan. Following closely were Luo Hu, Qian Weimin, Zhou Yueming, and others, none other than the high-ranking officials of the Municipal Enforcement Bureau. The two officers abandoned all pretense and hastily stepped forward, snapping to attention and saluting in unison. "Director." Song Taizan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What are two enforcement officers doing here?" They straightened up and answered, "Enforcement officers Chun Jiao and Wang He from the Huaibei Road Police Station reporting to you." As Song Tieshan's brow furrowed in confusion, he glanced behind them and was met with the sight of the bloodied Song Qingshi. What has transpired here? Song Qingshi and the others were rendered speechless. The director? This was the city's Enforcement Bureau director, Song Taizan? What could have brought him here, accompanied by such a crowd, all in plain clothes? This was a figure of authority wielding the power of the city's enforcement apparatus, a person rarely seen. Could it be that he had come because of the earlier report? Even Song Qingshi found this thought absurd. How could Song Taizan possibly know who he was? However, the other interns were oblivious, mistakenly believing that Song Qingshi possessed some formidable background. After all, both Song Taizan and Song Qingshi shared the same surname. Could it be that they were relatives of the director? No wonder Song Qingshi had always carried himself with such arrogance. It appeared he had connections. This meant that Chao Cheng's fate was sealed. Just as the two enforcement officers were about to respond, Song Xingjie noticed the gleaming silver handcuffs around Chao Cheng's wrists. His eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed, "What the hell? Who the hell cuffed him?" At that moment, Song Taizan and the others also spotted the handcuffs. Their faces turning ashen, All eyes turned towards the two enforcement officers, whose faces drained of color. The female officer's legs trembled in fear, her hand instinctively reaching for her empty waist. Those present were all high-ranking officials from the Municipal Bureau, capable of discerning her lack of proper equipment. It was evident that she was the one who had cuffed him. Song Tieshan's brows knitted in anger. What is the meaning of this? I came here personally, delaying my duties to emphasize the importance of this matter, to commend Chao Cheng while fostering a good relationship with this remarkable individual. And yet, you come here to undermine that. Why did you cuff him? His voice was chilling, exuding an overwhelming presence. Chun Jiao and Wang He were utterly bewildered. Luo Hu barked. Speak. Wang He mustered the courage to say, we received a report stating that someone was intentionally injuring another here, so we rushed over. This researcher claimed they were studying the unusual behavior of a crow population, only to be violently assaulted by the zoo owner. Song Taizhan inquired solemnly, why? Why did he strike him? Wang He continued. The owner claimed he saw the researchers attacking the crows, which are a second-class protected species. He aimed to prevent criminal activity, hence his actions. Song Taizhan pressed on. Did they actually attack the crows? Wang He swallowed hard. I don't know. Luo Hu nearly kicked him in frustration. Scolding him on behalf of Song Taizhan, you don't know? On what basis did you make the arrest? Wang He was on the verge of losing his composure. He thought to himself, I refuse to bear the brunt of this baseless calamity. He immediately replied, it wasn't my decision to arrest. She insisted on making the apprehension. The owner asked us to review the surveillance footage to clarify the situation, but Chun Jiao insisted we handle it ourselves. She compelled him to comply unconditionally. And then she went ahead and cuffed him. At this point, Chun Jiao was utterly devoid of color. She realized the gravity of the situation. She had never dreamed that her abuse of power would be exposed before all the high-ranking officials of the Municipal Bureau. Release him, Song Taizhan commanded, suppressing his fury as he gestured to Luo Hu. Luo Hu produced the key, but Song Xingjie could hardly wait, snatching it to unlock Chao Cheng's cuffs. Yet, Chao Cheng merely looked up at the sky and down at the ground, spinning around to evade Song Xingjie's key. Come on, don't mess around, Song Xingjie murmured. The two of them danced in circles, much to the bewilderment of Song Taizhan and the others. This young man was evidently enjoying himself. However, they could empathize. Imagine having just helped the Municipal Bureau crack an astonishing case, only to be denied recognition while witnessing the very crows you nurtured being attacked and captured. To be thwarted and then apprehended by the Bureau in such a fashion was nothing short of humiliation. It was a miracle that Chao Cheng Ti erupted into a tirade. It seemed he was subtly demanding respect. Song Xingjie, unable to unlock the handcuffs, instead rifled through Chao Cheng's pocket, easily unlocking his phone with Chao Cheng's face to access the surveillance app. Chao Cheng had previously guided him on how to operate it when he copied the surveillance footage. Song Xingjie promptly located the video and presented it to Song Taizhan for review. At this moment, Song Qing and his companions had begun to grasp the situation. It turned out that Song Taizhan was not there to lend them support. Moreover, judging by the current circumstances, they seemed to be in grave peril. For the surveillance footage undoubtedly contained evidence of their bird-catching escapade, during which they were attacked by a flock of crows. As expected, upon reviewing the footage, Song Taizhan and the others were consumed by uncontrollable fury. These individuals had indeed resorted to using bird-catching guns against the crows and had engaged in a conflict with them, injuring several. This was utterly outrageous. These crows had only recently achieved significant merit, had it not been for Chao Cheng and the crows' valiant efforts. Song Taizhan would have found himself in dire straits. How could they provoke such a fierce confrontation with the crows in the name of research? Should the crows develop a stress response towards humans, it would severely undermine Chao Cheng's ability to maintain control over them, resulting in unimaginable consequences. Arrest them all. Song Taizhan had no choice but to take drastic measures. Hunting a nationally protected species was already sufficient grounds for detention, even if they claimed their intentions were research-oriented. They must be held accountable for their actions. This included the two law enforcement officers who had abused their power. They too were swiftly taken away. How else could one quell Chao Cheng's wrath? Director Song, we are conducting scientific research, Song Qing shouted as he was dragged away, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why? Why did the director side with Chao Cheng, the owner of the wretched zoo, rather than the researchers? Even if they had acted first, their motivations were rooted in scientific inquiry. Why were they the only ones being apprehended while Chao Cheng remained unscathed? Furthermore, the director's son had even pleaded with Chao Cheng to release him from his handcuffs, only for Chao Cheng to evade him. What was the rationale behind all this? What contribution had this mere commoner made to society? Was his contribution truly substantial? Not only he, but even the two law enforcement officers were baffled by the situation. They were part of the enforcement system, while Chao Cheng was merely an outsider. How could the director prioritize an outsider over them? Yet, as they were escorted out of the zoo, they were taken aback. Dozens of flower baskets and money trees adorned either side of the entrance, each inscribed with auspicious phrases celebrating the grand opening. The two largest flower baskets bore a banner prominently signed, Song Taizhan. Upon glancing back, Luo Hu, Qian Weimin, Zhou Yueming, and others were all present, leaders from the municipal bureau. To their astonishment, Song Taizhan and his colleagues were there to congratulate the grand opening. Chao Cheng, with his modest zoo, had merely made an announcement in the live stream, and upon their arrival, he had not even held an opening ceremony. Yet here was Song Taizhan, leading municipal officials, personally bringing forth such an abundance of floral tributes to celebrate the occasion. Suddenly, the law enforcement officer escorting Wang He exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that this owner is the hero who assisted the city in cracking down on a human trafficking ring? His shout sent shockwaves through Chenjiao, leaving her palate. At their level, they were only aware that the city had recently dismantled a human trafficking operation. After all, it was an excellent opportunity to bolster the image of law enforcement. Media outlets had extensively covered the reunification of abducted children with their parents and the gratitude expressed by families to the municipal bureau. They had only heard that a remarkable individual had aided in resolving the case. Beyond that, they were entirely uninformed. But today marked only the third day since the human trafficking ring had been apprehended. The director had abandoned pressing matters to attend the opening of a small zoo. If they failed to connect the dots now, it would be a grave oversight. Moreover, they recalled that Song Xingjia had originally called out, "Old Chow, look who has personally come to present you with a certificate." Indeed, the law enforcement officer escorting them scoffed, casting a glance of pity at him. You've been a bit slow on the uptake. Chapter 30, We've never been acquainted from the outset. This statement evidently corroborated Wang He's claim. In that instant, Song Qing felt as though his heart had been struck violently. A human trafficking operation? A hero? This incident had trended online, and they were certainly aware of it. The case had been heralded as the most significant in Yunhai City in the past 2 decades, marked by an unprecedented number of individuals involved, the extent of danger posed, and the high stakes. Such a monumental challenge had been met with an impeccable response from the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, achieving a remarkable outcome of 0 casualties. They had confiscated over 100 pieces of firearms and ammunition. The sheer scale of this seizure was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. This was what had propelled the incident to trending status. The owner of the zoo was, astonishingly, a key figure in this matter, worthy of the director leading a group of officials to commend him. He could not fathom how this could be linked to Chao Cheng. Yet the reality stood before him. The director had indeed come. The law enforcement officer escorting them had confirmed it. In that moment, Song Qing's sense of superiority shattered completely. He had once believed himself to be a precious gem, while Chao Cheng was merely a stone. In light of this, it was evident that he was not the only one grappling with despair. Chen Jiao now reflected on her previous words to Song Qing, feeling like a complete fool. With vacant eyes, she was ushered into the vehicle. Inside the zoo, Chao Cheng had already had his handcuffs removed by Song Xingjia. Song Taizhan extended his hand, stating, "We are here today to celebrate your grand opening and to present you with an award. I did not anticipate meeting you in such circumstances. I sincerely apologize." Chao Cheng grasped his strong hand. "The apology is mine." Xingjia called ahead. "I was unprepared for your arrival. I hope all esteemed guests can forgive my oversight." 2 minutes prior to Chao Cheng's exit from the management hall, he had received a call from Song Xingjia, informing him that his father, accompanied by a group, was on their way to celebrate the opening and to discuss matters. He had been advised to prepare himself mentally. Knowing this, Chao Cheng had allowed Chun Jiao to take the lead in handcuffing him. In the face of such indiscriminate law enforcement, it was prudent to proceed as necessary. To their surprise, Song Taizhan and his companions found that Chao Cheng was quite agreeable. It seemed this young man also valued principles. Right was right. Chao Cheng welcomed the group into the management hall. Although the occasion was labeled an award ceremony, it was essentially a specially crafted medal from the Municipal Bureau for Chao Cheng. After all, he was not a part of the system. The monetary rewards had already been dispersed. What remained was merely a symbolic token. This was a gold-red plaque, shaped like a decorative ball, with edges resembling the same. The reverse side was inscribed with the date of issuance and the name of the Yunhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. It was presented to Chao Cheng in recognition of his exceptional contributions during the operation. Only 2 of these medals existed, one for Chao Cheng and one for Song Xingjia. Following the award presentation, Song Taizhan did not linger for long. He engaged in extensive conversation with Chao Cheng about his recent endeavors and his skills in animal training. Chao Cheng, of course, was spinning tales, transforming his grandfather into a legendary beast tamer of folklore. In any case, Song Taizhan and his companions had come primarily to meet with Chao Cheng, to personally observe his character and, in the process, to foster a good rapport. The municipal bureau had a plethora of matters to attend to, and these individuals could not linger indefinitely. After approximately 40 minutes, Song Taizhan departed, leaving behind Song Xingjie. You young folks have common interests. You must interact more in the future, were Song Tieshan's parting words. Once Song Taizhan had taken his leave, Song Xingjie stretched languorously. By the way, I have good news to share. I plan to open a restaurant. Chao Cheng, puzzled, inquired, is $1 million sufficient to start a restaurant? He was well aware that Song Xingjie was hardly affluent. The sum was merely the prize money from the competition. Such funds would hardly suffice. Opening a small eatery would not align with Song Xingjie's status. My father has finally relented and allowed me to venture into entrepreneurship. He provided me with 500,000. And with my $1 million, I can borrow another 7 or 8 million. Chao Cheng's expression darkened. Borrow 7 or 8 million? From the king of hell? Song Xingjie chuckled mischievously. The son of the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Realization dawned on Chao Cheng. It was likely that during the last investigation by Yin Jiao and his associates, Luo who had followed the trail and traced it back to the bureau chief. Previously, Song Xingjie had mentioned that the bureau chief's son was thriving in his endeavors. Although he and T explicitly stated that they ran a family business, it was evident they had stumbled upon some critical information. Securing a loan should be a trivial matter, provided there was a promise of repayment. Just don't get too deeply involved, Chao Cheng cautioned. While he maintained a good rapport with Song Xingjie, they had only reached a certain level of understanding. Delving deeper might lead to complications. Song Xingjie seemed to appreciate Chao Cheng's concern. Rest assured, I would never dare to stray down a crooked path. Otherwise, my father would truly break my legs. Chao Cheng asked, won't it take a long time to prepare? Song Xingjie waved his hand dismissively. I've acquired a ready-made establishment, lavishly decorated across 7 floors. The previous owner has vacated. It's a tremendous bargain. With a few modifications and a new sign, we can commence operations. Chao Cheng refrained from pressing further. While the average individual starting a restaurant might face fierce competition in the culinary industry, for someone like Song Xingjie, it was not merely about running a restaurant. It leaned more towards the nature of a private club, akin to a commercial intermediary. Such intermediaries could operate in both the light and the shadow. As long as Song Xingjie avoided engaging in illicit transactions involving power and money, his father's influence would provide him with a distinct advantage as a middleman. The longer time passed, the more connections he would cultivate, thereby broadening his prospects. This pathway had likely been pointed out to him by someone. They shared a meal together at noon, with Chao Cheng bringing a portion for Luo Jin, who had worked diligently at the ticket booth all day without a moment's respite. Fortunately, Tao Tao had been exceptionally well behaved, sticking close to her mother without causing a fuss, sitting at the ticket counter like a little mascot. What a joyous occasion. How much did we sell today? Chao Cheng inquired as he handed the meal to Luo Jin, noticing her radiant complexion and the unceasing smile on her face. Luo Jin, with the enthusiasm of a financial enthusiast, held up 3 fingers. 30,000. 30,000. Over 300 tickets sold this morning. Chao Cheng replied incredulously. Is 30,000 enough to make you this ecstatic? Luo Jin nodded vigorously, her smile unwavering. Absolutely. You have no idea how long it's been since we enjoyed such a prosperous day. The little animals in the park were becoming depressed from lack of visitors. Tao Tao chimed in gleefully. They all came to see the crows, unlike me. I get to see them every day? Her proud expression radiated a sense of superiority. Chao Cheng burst into laughter and then turned to Luo Jin, asking, so, is your back still hurting? The smile on her face turned slightly shy. Yet it was filled with happiness as she shook her head, indicating that Chao Cheng was nearly curing her ailment. With Chao Cheng's astounding livestream earnings and the reopening of the zoo, business thrived. Even the leaders from the Enforcement Bureau had sent over a plethora of floral arrangements today. Chao Cheng's presence had ushered in a tide of improvement. Sometimes, Luo Jin felt as though this bliss was somewhat surreal. Tonight, I'll treat you to some proper care, Chao Cheng said with a smile. Luo Jin, overhearing this, sensed a hint of ambiguity, yet she shyly nodded in agreement. After returning to the management office, Chao Cheng continued to livestream for the entire afternoon, signing off at 5:40, with the park closing at 6. His primary aim was to evade the incessant requests from visitors for photographs or videos. At 6 o'clock, as the visitors dispersed, Chao Cheng meandered around the park, preparing to call Luo Jin for dinner, when he suddenly spotted a girl in a black evening gown beneath a large tree at one corner of the park. She was enticing the surrounding crows with food to draw them closer. Not far in front of her, a phone was propped up on a stand, presumably to capture stunning photographs. To his surprise, the combination of her black evening gown and the black crows was striking, accentuated by her subtly visible, fair legs, creating a striking contrast. Upon closer inspection, Chao Cheng's anger flared. What the hell? It's her? This was the same woman he had seen with the researchers during the day. She appeared to be a researcher as well. When Song Taizhan apprehended Song Qing and her group, this woman had not been present, likely having fled upon sensing trouble. To his astonishment, she had returned in a different attire. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your outfit? You, get out of here, Chao Qing shouted. Startling the girl, she immediately flashed a sweet smile, clasped her hands together, and even smiled somewhat obsequiously. Boss, you finally arrived. I beg you, could you let these crows cooperate with me for some photos? I've been at it all day, and the results are somewhat lacking. Chao Qing, growing impatient, retorted. Didn't you hear me telling you to leave? No one from your research institute is allowed in here. The girl quickly realized the situation and hastily approached, lifting her skirt and waving her hands. No, boss, you've mistaken me. The one with glasses is my sister. Her name is Tong Anya. And I am Tong Anchi. We're twins, but we're not on the same wavelength. Ever since we were born, we haven't been close. Chapter 31, Tomorrow. We're the most alluring outfit you have to work. Chao Qing frowned. As she drew nearer, he could sense her aura. Indeed, she was not the same as her bespectacled sister. They were genuinely twin sisters, yet their temperaments were worlds apart. The elder sister exuded a cool, scholarly vibe, while the younger sister was vibrant and alluring. Her enviable long legs, thick at the top and slender at the bottom, were reminiscent of the legendary wine glass legs. The princess-cut hairstyle and the exquisite makeup of a stunning queen exude an air of sophistication and dominance. Yet, the moment she smiles, she transforms into an irresistibly sweet runaway princess. Where there is an elder sister, there must be a younger sister. You were sent by your sister to clandestinely capture images of the crows, weren't you? Chao Qing inquired with a cold demeanor, arms crossed. Tong Anchi shook her head vigorously. No, I am a beauty dancer. Chao Qing raised an eyebrow in confusion. A what dancer? Tong Anchi produced her phone and showed it to Chao Qing. It is a profession that uniquely combines various forms of beauty and dance. I created it myself. As she spoke, Chao Qing caught sight of the screen she had opened. It was the back end of the Douyin app, showcasing her account homepage with 1.58 million followers. She was, in fact, an online sensation. Chao Qing casually scrolled through her works, and the summary was succinct, provocative. Her outfits, minimal yet perfectly tailored to accentuate her figure, and her array of trending, sultry dances were evident. It was clear that Tong Anchi had undergone dance training and possessed undeniable talent, moving in perfect harmony with the rhythm. Her stunning figure swaying with an alluring vigor. Although her performances were fiery, they emanated an essence of sensuality that surpassed that of typical female influencers, imparting an impression of vitality and strength. A borderline provocative dancer? Chao Qing queried with a hint of sarcasm. Tong Anchi retorted, somewhat irked. A beauty dancer. Chao Qing remained speechless. If it is provocative, then so be it. Why elevate it to such grandiose terminology? Sensing the skepticism in Chao Qing's gaze, Tong Anchi elucidated. Provocative is also a form of beauty. If it is beauty, I must study it. I am not just provocative. I can also be graceful. It's not shameful to eat, you know. With that, Tong Anchi opened her gallery to show Chao Qing the videos and photos she had taken that day. One must admit, despite the suggestiveness, she indeed possessed a remarkable presence on camera, clad in a sleek black evening gown that harmonized beautifully with her dark crow. And with filters that cast a slight shadow, she embodied the image of a sorceress princess. Moreover, Tong Anchi could effortlessly showcase her figure, her expressions exuding a natural charm. From a selection of dozens, one could easily curate a stunning fashion portfolio. Her phone appeared to be geared towards professional photography, rivaling the quality of a professional camera. The only minor flaw was the scarcity of crows, and the lack of interaction with them limited her ability to capture candid moments, forcing her to sift through countless images for the few that seemed to depict the crows engaging with her. Among 30 photos, only one captured such a moment. As Chao Qing returned the phone, he noticed Tong Anchi leaning in quite close. A faint scent of green tangerine wafted through the air. Let's wait until tomorrow to shoot again. We are closing the park now. Chao Qing decided to relent, realizing that her intentions were not aligned with his sister's. Furthermore, Tong Anchi was undeniably attractive. Though not a married woman, she certainly exuded allure. As a member of the Chao family and a straight man, he couldn't help but feel a certain stir within. Please, don't chase me away. It's not every day we catch the twilight glow. I still want to take some photos. All right. Tong Anchi gently bit her lip, tugging at Chao Qing's hand and playfully swaying as she pleaded. Her voice had taken on a slightly sultry tone, and the pressure of her grip was just right. With her alluring gaze directed upward at Chao Qing, her charm was undeniably potent. Chao Qing, suppressing his irritation, replied, I will grant you 1 more hour. After his words, Tong Anchi continued to cling to Chao Qing's arm, her smile transforming from one of triumph to one of supplication. Boss, I know all these crows listen to you. Could you perhaps persuade them to cooperate with me for a few photos? Chao Cheng responded dryly. The crows do heed my commands, but why should I heed yours? Tong Yanqi stepped closer, playfully biting her red lip. I could perform a live dance for you. Many of my top fans are willing to pay to see me dance privately. I have never danced for any man before. You could be the first. Tong Yanqi clearly understood what men desired, emphasizing the last 3 words with particular flair. Chao Cheng scoffed, is that all? Tong Yanqi feigned annoyance, looking at him with an innocent fierceness. What do you want then? Chao Cheng chose not to answer her question, but rather observed her with crossed arms, appraising her. Tong Yanqi once again bit her lip, this time not to entice him, but out of mild frustration. It was evident that Chao Cheng was challenging her to raise the stakes. He was indeed curious to discover the limits of her willingness to negotiate. The Xianling medical art could be likened to a mythical version of ancient Chinese medicine. It was not difficult for Chao Cheng to discern, upon closer inspection, whether she was still untouched. The aura of yin energy surrounding Tong Yanqi was thick, devoid of any semblance of yang energy, clearly indicating that she had never ventured into such experiences. This fact piqued Chao Cheng's curiosity, as it seemed implausible for someone like Tong Yanqi to have reached this stage without any interaction with men. How could she possibly know what men liked without prior experience or training? Was she naturally gifted, or did she possess an insatiable thirst for knowledge? How about I dance for you 10 times? Tong Yanqi proposed. Chao Cheng shook his head. What if I offer you money? One performance for 200, no, 300 yuan. Again. Chao Cheng shook his head. Oh dear, what do you want from me? Tong Yanqi exclaimed in exasperation. Chao Cheng found amusement in her unwavering determination to photograph the crows, which only underscored her sincerity in her pursuit of beauty. He was intrigued to see how much she would be willing to sacrifice for her artistic aspirations. Let me make a request, Chao Cheng stated. Go ahead. Tong Yanqi responded eagerly, her expression reflecting a readiness to accept whatever he proposed. I am currently in need of personnel here. Come work for me. Not only will you not have to spend any money, but I will also pay you. Wear your most stunning outfit tomorrow and come to work. The job is quite simple, live streaming, interacting with customers, and occasionally assisting me in managing the live broadcast. Chao Cheng concluded. Tong Yanqi tilted her head, taking a step closer, almost nose to nose with Chao Cheng, and asked, Am I a person or a mere animal for your entertainment? Your methods to attract customers are rather extreme. Chao Cheng nodded earnestly. Indeed, I am quite relentless. As long as it amplifies the notoriety of the Chang'an Zoo and elevates its prestige, it is worth doing. Who doesn't enjoy watching animals or beautiful women dance? Everything will be arranged. There will surely be something that suits you. As long as you come to work, all the crows will willingly cooperate with your photography sessions. Of course, I will also be nurturing and training more animals in the future. Charming, resplendent, and fierce, all these qualities are attainable. As part of employee benefits, one is free to capture moments as they wish. Before Chao Cheng could finish his thought, Tong Yanqi had already nodded in agreement, exclaiming, all right, I concur. She found it impossible to disagree. To her, these wild crows represented an extraordinary opportunity, one she could hardly overlook. Having visited numerous zoos, she recalled that the number of ravens rarely exceeded 5, confined to cages, lethargic and devoid of vitality, their plumage unremarkable. Wild crows, on the other hand, are not inclined to approach strangers, making such encounters nearly impossible. Were it not for Chao Cheng, she would never have the chance to photograph a flock of crows, let alone hope for their cooperation. Thus, this beauty was, if not unique to the world, certainly unparalleled in the nation. She felt singularly fortunate. As for the aspirations Chao Cheng had painted for her, she was equally eager. He spoke of training more exquisite animals, allowing her to explore various styles. For the fierce ones, she envisioned embodying the sweet princess archetype, akin to Beauty and the Beast. For the adorably clumsy, she imagined a cute aesthetic, reminiscent of a pet paradise. For the stunningly beautiful, she envisioned a direct cosplay style, embracing both human and beast forms. She had fantasized countless times about these diverse photographic styles. Most importantly, it was Chao Cheng's ability to elicit cooperation from the animals that stood out as the rarest quality. This was truly a job that could realize her dreams. It was imperative to seize this opportunity. Chao Cheng nodded in affirmation. Tomorrow marked the beginning of her official duties. For today, she could shoot as long as she wished. If she needed anything, she could simply communicate with the crows. They would understand. Tong Yanqi was taken aback. They can understand? How could that be possible? Chao Cheng had no intention of elaborating further and turned to leave. Oh, and remember to wear your most dazzling outfit to work tomorrow. Also, once you finish shooting, come upstairs to find me for an impromptu dance. Chapter 32. You truly deserve it. Chao Cheng returned upstairs, instructing Hechuan to keep an eye on Tong Yanqi as she took photos. Luo Jin, having exhausted herself throughout the day, had just returned from the ticket booth, opting for takeout to make do for dinner. While waiting for the delivery, Chao Cheng retreated to his room. His phone was charging on the bedside table, displaying the American series Shameless. When she stood on the shelf, engrossed in the show, annoyed, Chao Cheng snatched the phone away. It seemed he ought to purchase a dedicated streaming device for this creature. Upon losing the phone, when she looked up at Chao Cheng, bewildered, "What's the matter?" he asked. When she replied, "Master, I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Just give me 2 more episodes. I need to cultivate." Chao Cheng retorted, "You're talking nonsense. You just want to binge watch." When she admitted, "All right, you've seen through me. I beg you." Chao Cheng responded, "Tomorrow, I'll buy you a tablet specifically for streaming. Is that agreeable?" To which when she exclaimed, "That would be splendid. My heart rejoices. Fetch some wine to celebrate." Chao Cheng was speechless. Wine? This must be a side effect of watching Shameless. He promptly grabbed when she and tossed it out the window. The room fell silent. Leaning against the bed, Chao Cheng opened the Douyin app, withdrawing his earnings for the day, a net profit of $3.28 million. He had no choice. He didn't accept sponsorship from brands, which led to intensified competition among pet food and supplies in his livestream. Today, it took nearly $200,000 to secure the top spot. After calculating his current finances, along with a reward of $1 million for winning the competition, Chao Cheng now had $1.77 million in his account. This was more than sufficient to repay the initial debt of $1.4 million. He let out a tremendous sigh of relief, as this effectively granted him a 45-day buffer. Earning another $1.4 million within that time frame would pose no problem. Once he had fully repaid his debts, he could embark on ambitious expansions for the zoo. Until then, he could indeed pursue his vision while simultaneously enhancing the zoo's prestige. What of not having large wild animals? Quality prevails over quantity. After all, most people have seen the typical zoo fare. Who hasn't encountered lions, tigers, and elephants? Nowadays, the public craves the unusual and the bizarre. With parrots delivering locally and flocks of crows circling above, interacting closely with zoo visitors. These were all concepts recently validated by market demand. There were indeed buyers for such experiences. Just as Chao Cheng was deep in contemplation, he received a notification: Sect Reputation 1, Sect Reputation 60. Reward: 1 level of cultivation achieved. Chao Cheng was instantly elated. He had been stuck at a reputation of 59 for over a day, and the daily increase of 100,000 had been dwindling. It appeared that today's livestream clips had fortuitously facilitated a secondary dissemination, finally breaking through the reputation threshold. Following this, a powerful surge of spiritual energy surged into him. His Danhai expanded wildly, and his meridians were further reinforced and widened by this influx of energy, effortlessly shattering the bottleneck of the initial stage of qi refinement. Chao Cheng felt his mastery of spiritual energy and bodily capabilities reach an unprecedented level. He had entered the mid-stage of qi refinement. The sensation was truly extraordinary. For the first time, he genuinely felt exceptional. He could distinctly perceive his superiority over ordinary individuals. It must be said, the thrill of wielding power was indeed intoxicating. After adapting to this new sensation, the takeout arrived. After dinner, darkness began to envelop the sky. Tao Tao had fallen asleep early. Chao Cheng called Luo Jin over to continue treating her waist. Just like the previous day, as Chao Cheng applied heat to his palm, he could see Luo Jin's heartache intensify. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her waist sent waves of heat coursing through her, alleviating her discomfort from the day. After more than half an hour, Chao Cheng finally concluded the treatment. "All right, tomorrow you'll need one last session, and your back will be completely healed." Tao Tao stirred awake, softly calling out. Young children are often light sleepers, lacking a sense of security before entering deep sleep. Given that Luo Jin usually stayed by her side for comfort, it was no surprise. "Go ahead." Chao Cheng felt too lazy to tease her today. Luo Jin was a rather modest woman, and he wasn't the type to enjoy needlessly provoking her. Luo Jin apologetically said a quick sorry to Chao Cheng and hurried back to her room. After soothing Tao Tao back to slumber, Luo Jin pondered. The image of Chao Cheng heating his hand lingered in her mind. She found herself lost in thought once more. The playful suggestion he made about her staying overnight in his room echoed in her ears. After much contemplation, she concluded that Chao Cheng indeed had feelings for her, at least a physical attraction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a joke out of the blue, nor would he have made such significant sacrifices to help her heal. But what about herself? In pursuit of her child, she hurried back, not returning to Chao Cheng's room. Today was no different. The warmth in Chao Cheng's earlier remark to go ahead was markedly less than that of yesterday. He must be disappointed with his own reaction. With this thought, Luo Jin bit her lip in frustration, as an unexpected desire to visit Chao Cheng's room surged within her. Startled by her own inclination, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Luo Jin, you are truly pathetic," she chastised herself. Yet, with a single thought, a multitude of emotions converged. She found it increasingly difficult to confront her feelings, let alone evade them. After a moment of inner turmoil, she took a deep breath. Retrieving a small medicine box from under her bed. From it, she extracted a tube of burn ointment. Surely, she couldn't just enter Chao Cheng's room without a valid reason. If he were to ask her why she was there, what could she say? I came to see what you wanted to do. The words felt impossible to utter. Presenting burn ointment seemed a legitimate excuse, even though Chao Cheng had previously claimed he had special methods that rendered such items unnecessary. With the ointment in hand, Luo Jin tidied her hair in front of the mirror, gently cooling her flushed cheeks with the back of her hand. With newfound courage, she opened her door. However, as soon as she did, a girl came sprinting up from the second floor. Dressed in a sleek black evening gown, her long, straight hair framed a stunningly youthful face, radiant with a sweet and dazzling smile. Beneath the hem of her skirt, her fair, shapely legs were strikingly alluring. Young, beautiful, and utterly perfect, Luo Jin stood frozen. Recognizing her instantly, the very person to whom she had sold a ticket, the twin sister of that bespectacled beauty in the trench coat. What is she doing here? Luo Jin instinctively asked. Oh, hello, sister. Boss Chao sent me to find him. Which room is he in? The realization struck Luo Jin like a bolt. Chao Cheng had summoned her. Before she could fully process this, a voice called out from within Chao Cheng's room. This way. Come in. Luo Jin reflexively glanced at Chao Cheng's door as Tong Anshi dashed to it, flashing Luo Jin an apologetic smile, her large eyes squinting adorably, contrasting with her flushed cheeks to create an exceptionally sweet expression. She then gently pushed open the door, peeking inside before stepping in fully and shutting the door behind her with a definitive thud. It felt as if a heavy hammer struck Luo Jin's chest, engulfing her in an indescribable pang of sorrow. She bit her lip, staring at the burn ointment in her hand, suddenly feeling quite ridiculous. Perhaps Chao Cheng's playful remark yesterday had held a grain of truth. She hadn't returned to his room. She hadn't cherished that opportunity. Now it seemed there would be no second chance. For, from every angle, that girl in the black dress outshone her by leaps and bounds. Luo Jin's eyes welled with tears. Luo Jin, you truly deserve it. She silently scolded herself before retreating to her room and closing the door behind her. Chapter 33, Severely Wounded South China Tiger. Back in her room, Luo Jin sat despondently on her bed, overwhelmed with feelings of injustice and self-reproach. The pangs of sorrow intensified alongside her regret. Before long, she began to hear the distant thrum of pulsating music emanating from Chao Cheng's room, reminiscent of the popular dance tracks played by lively female streamers. Tears streamed down her face. They had indeed begun. Understanding the poor sound insulation, she reasoned that they were playing music to drown out what she shouldn't hear. What other explanation could there be? Why would two people play dance music in a room? Surely, they weren't dancing. The agonizing hours dragged on, with the music cycling through numerous tracks before finally ceasing. For 2 whole hours, her mind had been awash with vivid imaginings. The music stopped, and she imagined Chao Cheng lighting a cigarette, the girl likely tracing circles on his chest. After another lengthy interval, her curiosity grew insatiable. She found herself drawn to the door, gently cracking it open. Suddenly, the door across the way swung open. Luo Jin froze. If she were to shut the door abruptly now, it would undoubtedly make a noise. So, she instinctively remained still. At that moment, Tong Anshi emerged, her legs slightly wobbly as she made her way towards the staircase, clutching the railing with both hands. She mumbled to herself, and if Luo Jin were closer, she would have heard her cursing the perverted boss for making her dance for 2 hours nonstop. I've shown him all my moves, even the ethnic and Latin dance basics. He even made me change into shorts and yoga pants to switch styles. I might as well treat him like royalty. Unfortunately, Luo Jin could not hear her complaints. It felt as if the heavens had fallen upon her. Her mind went blank. After a long moment, she stole a glance at Chao Cheng's room, quietly thinking, he must be very happy now. Luo Jin, oh Luo Jin, it seems that even if you were to throw yourself at him now, he might not give you a second glance. With this thought, she resolutely closed the door again. Meanwhile, Chao Cheng rubbed his sore eyes, taking considerable time to quell his anger. Just then, his acute senses detected faint sobbing from the room opposite. Was Luo Jin crying? He promptly sent Wen Shi to perch on a branch outside Luo Jin's bedroom, employing a borrowed gaze to peer inside. Through the gap in the curtains, he confirmed that Luo Jin was indeed crying, likely trying not to disturb Tao Tao as she curled up on a small stool in the corner, weeping softly. Her delicate demeanor was utterly heart-wrenching. Chao Cheng sighed inwardly, appreciating his ancestor's exquisite taste. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reason behind her tears. Could it be that his alleviation of her long-standing back pain had instilled a sense of guilt within her? While he indeed had plans for her to feel indebted enough to offer herself, he never intended for her to secretly cry. After her tears subsided, Luo Jin's expression shifted. She glanced at the burn ointment in her hand, then took out her phone to message her only friend on WeChat. Yunxin, do you have plans tomorrow night? The reply came swiftly. No, what's up? Could you let Tao Tao stay over with you? Sure. Her friend asked no further questions. Luo Jean felt as though she had made a monumental decision and exhaled deeply. After changing into her pajamas, she finally settled down to sleep. The following morning, within the Institute of Animal Behavior and Welfare at Yunhai Agricultural University, a conference room was crowded with researchers. Professor Huang sat at the center, wearing a troubled expression. Tong Anya, the principal party from the previous day's incident, stood to the side, having just recounted the situation to the gathering. She also noted that Chao Chang had developed a strong aversion to the institute, a sentiment that he had conveyed through Tong Anya. He wished to avoid any further contact with the institute's personnel. Professor Huang sighed, remarking, "This Song Qing is becoming increasingly unreasonable." Someone in the room concurred, indeed. He should be left to reflect for a few days. They lamented that, without the consent of the concerned parties, they had managed to offend him gravely. If I were the owner of the zoo, I would feel equally repelled. Song Qing has tarnished the image of our institute. The atmosphere was heavy with dismay. Although Tong Anya had not seen Professor Huang upon her return, many had learned of the incident. Numerous attendees had gone to observe the situation. There was no need to enter the zoo, as the flocks of crows circling in the sky could be seen from the city outskirts. They spiraled ominously above, resembling dark clouds every couple of hours. This behavior was utterly perplexing to them, with no literature documenting such a peculiar natural phenomenon. Given that this spectacle was occurring at the zoo, it was highly likely connected to the zoo's owner. As scholars, their curiosity regarding these crows' anomalous actions had reached a fever pitch. Yet, Tong Anya returned with dire news. The institute had been blacklisted by the zoo's owner. The crowd seethed with frustration, wishing to tear Song Qing apart. Should we reach out to the Animal Protection Department to mediate with the owner and ease the tensions? Someone suggested. Tong Anya replied, "This owner is quite individualistic. Such an approach would likely be perceived as pressure, and our relationship may irrevocably deteriorate. He truly has command over these crows, and their obedience is astonishing. If he chooses not to cooperate, he could simply let all the crows disperse, denying us any opportunity for research." A heavy silence fell over the room. It seemed the resolution lay solely with the owner. Professor Huang asserted, "We must at least make the attempt. Set aside your current tasks and accompany me to visit this owner. We must clarify our position and seek his forgiveness." An audible sigh of resignation echoed through the room. This was indeed their only recourse. Professor Huang's personal visit to apologize represented the utmost sincerity the institute could offer. At that moment, an assistant rushed in. "Professor Huang, we received a call from the Municipal Enforcement Bureau. They request our presence due to the discovery of an injured South China tiger at a herder's home, and the injuries are quite severe. The Animal Protection Organization and licensed wildlife veterinarians from the city have already rushed over, seeking our assistance as wildlife experts." With this announcement, the seated attendees sprang to their feet, their chairs scraping noisily across the floor. Even Professor Huang, in disbelief, asked, "Are we certain it is a South China tiger?" The assistant nodded, affirming, "Preliminary confirmation suggests it is." The room erupted in astonishment. The South China tiger is not just endangered, it is critically endangered, with its rarity placing it at the pinnacle among all tiger subspecies, having already been declared extinct in the wild. How could it suddenly reappear, and in such a grievously injured state? However, as animal research scholars, they were aware of many similar incidents, most involving poaching, illegal trading, or transportation. Prepare the vehicles, gather the equipment, and head over at the fastest pace. Notify Professor Yu. Professor Huang instructed, striding swiftly toward the exit. Chapter 34, The Heated Tiger. In the northern part of Yunhai City, at the Wildlife Rescue Station, a critically injured tiger was undergoing emergency treatment. Onlookers winced at the sight, for the tiger was gravely wounded. Its right forepaw was nearly shattered, exposing fractured bones, and its body was smeared with blood, showcasing at least 7 or 8 significant lacerations across its chest, abdomen, neck, and thigh. The most severe wound was near the tiger's right eye, almost cleaving its face. The eye was a gruesome sight, rendering it impossible to discern if the eyeball remained intact. Despite having received anesthesia, the rescue personnel were fully equipped and trembling with trepidation. While some feared the tiger, most were more concerned about the implications of their responsibilities. This was a critically endangered species. Those with weaker psychological fortitude had already been replaced. "Are the experts not here yet?" someone anxiously inquired. "The Animal Protection Association's personnel have arrived with a veterinarian. The veterinarians from Green Forest Zoo are also on their way." Reports of the situation continued to pour in. Presently, the scene was being managed by Captain Luo, who of the Municipal Enforcement Bureau. "Captain Luo, the experts from the Research Institute have also arrived." As more individuals converged, many brought professional equipment, clearly indicating they were part of the veterinary team. Green Forest Zoo. the largest in Yunhai City and the same zoo that had previously invited Chowching for a position, was also involved in this rescue effort. Ordinary veterinarians and wildlife veterinarians are entirely distinct professions. Even experts sometimes require the aid of their equipment, and many zoo veterinarians possess experience in rescuing large wild animals. Professor Huang and his team swiftly took charge, collaborating with several specialized veterinarians to provide treatment. These individuals were undoubtedly more proficient than those at the rescue center. They swiftly cleaned wounds, treated injuries, and applied a respirator. Soon, they managed to stabilize the tiger's vital signs, albeit only precariously. However, the tiger had lost a significant amount of blood, and its vital signs were alarmingly weak. With key personnel now present, Captain Luo addressed the assembly. At 6:40 this morning, the Enforcement Bureau received an emergency call. At a poultry farm in Baiha village, the owner discovered this injured tiger, which was already on the brink of death, surrounded by several poultry it had killed. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, it was confirmed that the tiger had sustained these severe injuries prior to entering the farm. The crowd gasped in shock. This revelation meant that the tiger had arrived at the farmer's home bearing these grievous wounds. Who could have inflicted such damage? At this moment, Professor Yu from the Institute meticulously examined the tiger's injuries, beginning his analysis. This tiger was injured by a wild boar in a heavy-duty trap. The wounds are clearly indicative of an attack by a wild boar. The tiger's right forepaw was caught in the trap, which it damaged in a desperate struggle, leading to its catastrophic injuries. Subsequently, while hunting the wild boar, it was savagely attacked by the startled creature, resulting in its near-total inability to hunt for wild prey. Thus, the unusual trek deep into the mountains to hunt poultry and livestock from local farmers was undertaken. Moreover, this tiger should not belong to this area. As he spoke, Professor Yu pointed to the tiger's hind leg. The leg had become deformed due to prolonged captivity and had also sustained injuries. It was highly probable that the tiger had narrowly escaped from poachers and returned to the wilderness. True to his expertise, Professor Yu succinctly analyzed the tiger's origins. However, a grave expression marred his face. Professor Yu, what is the current condition of this tiger? Inquired the secretary of the Forestry Bureau director, who had rushed to the scene upon receiving the notification. A critically injured and endangered species, the success or failure of the tiger's rescue was of utmost importance to them. Furthermore, the Forestry Bureau director had not reported the incident immediately. He was unaware of the severity of the tiger's injuries. As long as the tiger's condition stabilized, reporting it afterward would be a significant achievement, a piece of good news. Conversely, if reported immediately, with various parties involved, the Forestry Bureau would no longer operate independently. Who would willingly share the credit with others? Professor Yu furrowed his brow and shook his head. We shall do our utmost. The atmosphere grew heavy with concern. The healing process had only just begun, and Professor Yu's pessimistic words were certainly not a good omen. Indeed, the tiger's vital signs had stabilized, yet they were steadily declining. Luo, who had long since completed his task and left 2 teams to maintain order, he deemed his presence unnecessary, as he had pressing matters to attend to at the Municipal Bureau. Experts from the South China Tiger Breeding Center have arrived. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd parted noisily to make way. A middle-aged man in his 40s approached briskly. Whispers filled the air. Who is this young expert? Where did he come from? He is an expert from the South China Tiger Breeding Center in the neighboring city, just happening to be in Yunhai on business. Don't let his youth deceive you. He works in his field of expertise. Professor Huang and Yu immediately welcomed him. Expert Su, it's good to see you again. Professor Yu extended his hand in greeting. The middle-aged man smiled warmly and shook hands with Professor Yu. Yunhai City is a second-tier city, while the neighboring Dongling City is a first-tier metropolis. Although Expert Su may not rank as high as Professors Huang and Yu, his affiliation with the South China Tiger Breeding Center in Dongling City lent him considerable prestige. As there are very few such centers in the country, they are regarded as guardians of national treasures in the eyes of the public. Let us assess the situation. Expert Su asserted confidently, beginning to examine the tiger's injuries and vital signs. As he delved deeper, his expression grew increasingly serious. The tiger had lost a significant amount of blood, placing it on the brink of death. Coupled with the severe decline in its bodily functions, Expert Su shook his head. I fear we may be powerless to help. Professor Huang inquired urgently, if it's a matter of blood loss, why not attempt a transfusion? As far as I know, the South China Tiger Breeding Center has 4 tigers and a blood bank for them. Expert Su frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what do you know? The tiger blood bank is an invaluable resource. If I don't apply for it, and this tiger dies, I'll have no trouble. But if I request blood and the tiger doesn't survive, I'll bear the responsibility as the expert on site. Clearing his throat, he replied, even if there is blood in the South China Tiger blood bank, transporting it will take time. The entire process is extremely strict regarding timing and temperature control, and cross-matching must be done. Delaying for so long means the tiger won't survive until then. Perhaps you could negotiate with the Air Traffic Control Department for aerial transport? His last suggestion rendered everyone silent. The authority over air traffic control rests firmly with the military. Who would dare to make such a request? Unless the city leaders collectively decided to act. However, at this moment, the city leaders had shown no signs of acute concern, evidently opting to observe the situation unfold. Professors Huang and Yu exchanged glances, fully aware that expert Su was merely avoiding trouble. While the transportation of blood may have strict requirements, it was not as insurmountable as he suggested. His reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid involvement. After all, if the tiger were to die in Yunhai City, they bore no responsibility. Bear in mind that it had been less than an hour since the tiger was discovered. The situation could escalate or diminish significantly. Not only had the Forestry Bureau director failed to report the incident, but the city leaders were also entirely unaware. Even if some city leaders were informed, they would have to feign ignorance since most had no connection to the tiger. A resolution must be found before media interest intensified, keeping the situation within controllable risk bounds. At such a critical juncture, who among the unconcerned leaders would step forward to suggest solutions or call for a meeting? Both men sighed inwardly, lamenting the fate of the tiger, which now seemed devoid of any remaining hope. At that moment, a well-dressed middle-aged man standing at the back of the crowd raised an eyebrow. He was the owner of the Green Forest Zoo. He pulled the head of the Wildlife Rescue Center aside. The latter, drenched in cold sweat and fraught with anxiety, regarded the ailing tiger as a hot potato. Should the tiger perish, the news would be impossible to contain, and he would be devoured alive by the media. At this juncture, the Green Forest owner, with a hint of impatience, asked, "What is the matter, Lin?" Lin, the zoo owner, smiled. "Director Zhang, do you find the situation quite challenging?" "What do you want to say?" Zhang, the director, replied tersely. Lin whispered, "I have a way for you to offload this hot potato." Chapter 35. I present you with a handheld thunder. Director Zhang's eyes instantly brightened. "Speak." Lin continued. "Are you aware that a major internet sensation has emerged in Yunhai City recently? The Chang'an Zoo's hereditary beast tamer?" Director Zhang nodded, having heard of the matter. Since he was a hereditary tamer, he would surely possess some healing abilities. Why not send the tiger to him? At this moment, Zhang's mind was clouded, failing to grasp Lin's intent. How could a mere performer possibly heal a tiger when so many experts had already failed? Was this a joke? Observing his reaction, Lin laid it out plainly. No one dares to touch a dying tiger, but what if it were healthy? You could send all the experts away and simply announce that the tiger is improving. It just needs a quiet little zoo to recuperate. Then, with the media in tow, they sent the tiger directly to him, opting for a decision made post-haste. Should he decline to take it in, any subsequent issues arising with the tiger would be conveniently attributed to him, as he would be seen as unwilling to provide a sanctuary. Conversely, if he accepted the tiger, and it were to perish within his park, the onus of responsibility would fall squarely on his shoulders, even in the unlikely event that the tiger showed signs of recovery. Credit for this would be attributed to your adept coordination and wise judgment. At that moment, Director Zhang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Boss Lin. After all this time, it became clear that Boss Lin intended for him to shoulder the blame. This tactic was indeed insidious. It seemed that Boss Lin harbored a grudge against Chao Cheng. Otherwise, how could he conceive such a treacherous scheme? While this maneuver might extricate him from his predicament, it would nonetheless impose an immense burden of responsibility on Chao Cheng. Should the situation escalate, he would face ruin. Even in a less severe outcome, his reputation as a trainer would be irrevocably tarnished, and he would likely find it impossible to capitalize on his skills for profit in the future. Yet, the temptation was undeniable. If the tiger were to die, who would heed his explanations? The public would only believe what they wished to believe. When confronted with an overwhelming wave of public outcry, the only recourse would be to sacrifice oneself to quell the anger of the masses. With his future at stake, no matter how ruthless the decision might be, he had to proceed. Very well. Director Zhang nodded and hastily departed. Boss Lin, meanwhile, wore a smirk of triumph. Chao Cheng, aren't you something special? I offered you a position at Chang'an Zoo with a monthly salary of 100,000, and you dared to insult my staff. Now, I shall ensure your disgrace. In the future, if you wish to work for me again, I shall think twice. Director Zhang, however, did not dare to take unilateral action. He sought out the secretary of the Forestry Bureau director. The Wildlife Rescue Center was an affiliate of the Forestry Bureau. If the tiger were to die, the director would also bear considerable responsibility. If he could deftly navigate this situation and shift the blame onto a smaller zoo, he would minimize the negative repercussions. Surely, the leadership would support him in this endeavor. Indeed, after making a phone call, the secretary nodded at Director Zhang. His confidence surged. This signified that the leadership of the Forestry Bureau had given their approval. It seemed they appreciated his strategy for deflecting blame. After all, This was an exemplary case of crisis management. The city officials would surely commend him, at the very least. The Minister of Publicity among the Standing Committee would ensure his protection. He had done them a significant favor, and perhaps he might even be richly rewarded for his astuteness afterward. Director Zhang promptly approached the experts and veterinarians present. Esteemed experts and medical personnel, this bustling atmosphere is hardly conducive to finding solutions. Perhaps you would prefer to find a quieter place to deliberate. We also need some time to report to our superiors and see if we can secure a blood bank for a final effort. The moment he uttered these words, many were eager to leave. As a result, numerous veterinarians and experts wasted no time in departing. Professors Huang and Yu had no choice but to follow suit. Having surmised the implication of final efforts, once completed, they would have done all they could, merely awaiting the tiger's demise. I shall personally visit Professor Liu at the South China Tiger Breeding Center, Professor Yu sighed, before leading his team out. As for Professor Liu, he had already departed. Soon, the professionals tending to the tiger had dispersed entirely. Seeing that the area was now empty, Director Zhang hastened to the staff of the rescue center. Do we have any more stabilizers? He inquired. 3 vials. The staff responded. Administer them all to the tiger. Director Zhang gritted his teeth. The staff was taken aback. Stabilizers functioned similarly to adrenaline and nutrients for the tiger. While injections could temporarily enhance bodily functions, the after effects would be markedly detrimental. Administering 3 doses at once. Once the effects wore off, the tiger would be nearly guaranteed to perish. Quit dawdling, move quickly, Director Zhang barked. Understood. The staff could only comply with the orders. Director Zhang then commanded that news be disseminated to the media. The media, always eager for a story, were quick to mobilize upon hearing of the critically injured South China tiger. Soon enough, the tiger exhibited significant recovery signs. At least on the monitors, everything appeared normal. Director Zhang instructed that all the tiger's wounds be treated and bandaged, presenting a facade of having completed the rescue effort. The transport vehicle from the rescue center had also arrived. Director Zhang stepped out of the rescue station, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of reporters and cameras, almost pressing against his face. With a calm demeanor, he wiped the sweat from his brow, adopting a relaxed expression as if he had just finished a busy task. Dear media friends, please rest assured. The injured South China tiger has received preliminary treatment. However, this tiger is highly resistant to the human environment of the rescue station. It is unlikely that we can ensure a calm recovery. Thus, we plan to transfer the tiger to a zoo environment for its rehabilitation. A large zoo, with the cacophony of wild animal calls and scents, is hardly suitable for a tranquil recovery. Therefore, we have chosen a small zoo on the outskirts of the city, far removed from the urban clamor and devoid of larger wild animals. As he spoke, the transport vehicle arrived at the rescue station. Staff members began to transport the tiger using a large stretcher. The reporters surged forward, their cameras shifting focus to the tiger. No one seemed to notice any discrepancies in Director Zhang's statement. After all, the protocol for the Wildlife Rescue Center, once it aids wild animals, is to either release them back into the wild or transfer those unable to survive in the wild to various zoos. This is the standard procedure. Under the watchful eyes of the media, although the tiger lay immobile, its chest rose and fell steadily, and its eyes roamed as it observed its surroundings. After all, it was the king of beasts. Even in a state of near death, its presence remained awe-inspiring. Just a glance could send chills down one's spine. As the tiger was loaded onto the transport vehicle under the scrutiny of the media, it sped toward the northern suburbs of Yunhai City. A convoy of journalists followed closely behind. At this moment, it was precisely 8 o'clock in the morning. Director Zhang sat in the transport vehicle, with a throng of reporters trailing behind. Upon entering the third ring road, he suddenly noticed a swarm of crows taking flight, circling ominously above the zoo. The scene was nothing short of dramatic. Meanwhile, Chao Chung had yet to commence his live broadcast. Having just finished breakfast, Luo Jin went to open the doors. Tong Anqi and Zhang Wei had both arrived. Although Tong Anqi was dressed in ordinary clothing, she carried a box containing the most fashionable outfit she had prepared for her shift that day. Chao Chung had tasked Zhang Wei with drafting a labor contract for Tong Anqi. Her primary responsibility would be to enhance the influence of Cheng'an Zoo, attracting tourists to this place through social media, engaging with visitors on-site for photographs and simple interactions reminiscent of car show models. Tong Anqi serves as the animal model, officially employed yet enjoying more freedom than her counterparts. Additionally, she bears the responsibility of assisting Chao Chung in managing social media. His live streams primarily draw audiences through the allure of animals. The necessity for a host is not stringent. Anyone could monitor the live stream. With Tong Anqi's stunning appearance and remarkable physique, could she not handle the live stream as effectively as anyone else? Hence, Chao Chung aspires to cultivate either Tong Anqi or Zhang Wei to gradually take over his account, allowing him to liberate himself from these duties. Currently, only the parrot show captivates attention. As the number of animals increases, so too will the variety of programs, eventually eliminating the need for same-city express deliveries. The contract has just been signed. Sect Disciple 1, Reputation 1. Current Sect Reputation, 61. At this moment, tourists began to enter in succession. Today as clientele is noticeably fewer than before. The locals, after all, initially came out of curiosity, but there are only so many who would spend 100 yuan daily to see crows. Thus, Chao Cheng feels an urgent need to enhance the programming. Now in the mid-stage of Qi refinement, he can contract a third spirit beast. What should that third spirit beast be? While pondering this, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance. Without waiting for Luo Jin to contact him, Chao Cheng rolled his eyes and activated his borrowed vision. Through the crows at the entrance, he glimpsed numerous vehicles outside the zoo, easily numbering in the dozens. Leading the convoy was a transport vehicle resembling an ambulance, emblazoned with Yunhai City Wildlife Rescue Center. Chapter 36, An Unprecedented Trouble. Chao Cheng hastened to the entrance, encountering Director Zhang, who was in discussion with Luo Jin. A throng of reporters loomed behind Zhang, poised with cameras. Although Luo Jin was aware of the considerable traffic Chao Cheng's recent live streams had generated, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Chao Cheng directly inquired of Director Zhang, "What brings you here?" Director Zhang, beaming, approached Chao Cheng and extended his hand. "Mr. Chao, greetings. I am Zhang Chuyang, the director of the Wildlife Rescue Center." Chao Cheng was taken aback. In his memories, the original owner's parents had indeed mentioned the Wildlife Rescue Center. These individuals are notoriously difficult to deal with, often looking down their noses at zoos. Cheng'an Zoo had previously applied for animals from the rescue center, but they had never received any. Most of the animals in need of rehabilitation that couldn't be released back into the wild ended up at the Green Forest Zoo. "What is the purpose of your visit?" Chao Cheng asked, shaking his hand in confusion while glancing at the crowd behind him. Director Zhang wasted no time. He had little time to spare. After all, the tiger was on the verge of collapse. "This morning, we rescued an injured South China tiger. We have stabilized its condition and now need a suitable location for it to recuperate. Following public recommendations and the city's approval, it has been unanimously decided that your facility is the most appropriate for this purpose. We kindly request that you accommodate this tiger." As he spoke, the personnel behind him wheeled out a stretcher cage. Inside lay a tiger, nearly 2 meters long, lying sideways in the cage, its body wrapped in bandages. Chao Cheng's eyes widened in shock and excitement. He distinctly noted that the aura surrounding the tiger was green. This indicated that the tiger was in a state suitable for contracting. It was important to note that, at his current mid-stage of Qi refinement, although he was significantly stronger than a wolf, he could only perceive the wolf as reddish-yellow. The tiger, however, was undoubtedly in a red state, beyond his capacity to contract. Could it be that the tiger was critically injured? Nonetheless, through his mystical healing techniques, Chao Cheng sensed that the tiger was almost out of breath. He cast a cold glare at Director Zhang. This scoundrel was delivering a dying tiger to him under the pretense of a peaceful recovery? He was not here to present a tiger. He was setting him up for failure. What nonsense about public recommendations and city approval. His facility lacked even a national-level breeding permit for protected species. This was a South China tiger, an extremely endangered species, on the brink of extinction in the wild. With no veterinary staff or equipment, how could they expect it to recuperate here? This was an attempt to coerce him, to spring a trap. Chao Cheng's gaze shifted to the throngs of media cameras behind Director Zhang. Without a doubt, countless eyes were fixed upon him. If he refused to accept the tiger, regardless of the consequences, if the tiger were to suffer, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. Moreover, the reputation of Cheng'an Zoo would suffer. With the zoo currently enjoying significant traffic, and with him profiting as a hereditary beast tamer through live streaming, a refusal would invite intense scrutiny. Aren't you a beast tamer? How can you refuse to accommodate an injured tiger? And should the tiger perish as a result, he would be the target of widespread condemnation. At the very least, he could no longer claim the title of a hereditary beast tamer, as he would be vilified. Furthermore, the core of his beast tamer system hinged upon gaining reputation as a reward. Once his reputation was tarnished, enhancing it would become exceedingly arduous. This was simply unacceptable. On the other hand, if he accepted the tiger, according to Director Zhang's plans, it would likely perish within 2 hours in his facility. Then, they would turn against him, branding him as the one responsible for the tiger's death. This tactic was remarkably sinister. It was hard to fathom who devised it. However, their only miscalculation was that he genuinely possessed the ability to save it. To him, this tiger was not a hot potato, but an extraordinary opportunity he could scarcely have dreamed of. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to contract a spirit beast of such caliber before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, aside from contracting such a formidable spirit beast, the considerable media attention they brought would have originally been intended to pressure him, but it would instead translate into a boon for him. If he could heal the tiger and leverage the live stream for promotion, Chang'an Zhu's reputation would ascend to new heights, and his own reputation would soar. After all, a zoo, and one that rehabilitated a South China tiger, would hold vastly different prestige. The reputation gained would be significantly greater. In this scenario, he could not expose Director Zhang's scheme. If he were to reveal in front of the media that this was a dying tiger and that it had come to him not for recovery, but to shift blame, and if the tiger subsequently survived, then his words would become meaningless. Ultimately, he must accept the tiger. This was an opportunity of a lifetime. Thus, he resolved to proceed. He resolved to seize the opportunity for himself. Director Zhang had ensnared his own accounts. He would settle the score later. With this thought, Chao Cheng hastened to the tiger enclosure. At that moment, one of the tiger's eyes was heavily bandaged, while the other followed Chao Cheng with a gaze that had begun to lose its vitality. Owing to his mastery of beast taming, he could faintly sense the tiger's despair and its dread of death. Director Zhang, I can indeed provide a tranquil environment for recuperation here. However, I currently lack a first-class breeding license for wild animals. Handing this tiger over to me might be somewhat irregular, Chao Cheng stated. Director Zhang immediately retorted, rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. Moreover, to my knowledge, the Chang'an Zoo has prior experience in housing large mammals. As long as the tiger recuperates well in your care, obtaining the first-class license will not be far off. Chao Cheng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. To speak such words in front of the media, you must be quite frantic. Very well, assisting the city in alleviating its burdens is indeed the duty and obligation of us small and medium-sized enterprise owners. However, since this is for recuperation, it is best not to disturb it too much. Let the media friends halt here. My ancestors hailed from a lineage of beast tamers, and I possess some effective methods for the care of large animals. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's face nearly split with delight. Ah, splendid. Not entering is indeed a wise choice. I couldn't wish for anything more than to expedite my departure from this scene. If we don't go in, there will be no evidence against us whatsoever. And since you come from a family of beast tamers, there is no need for the media. We can all withdraw. Chao Cheng's words seemed to shift all the responsibility onto himself. Was this lad a professional scapegoat? How amusing. Director Zhang promptly organized for the tiger to be transported into the park, while the remaining rescue center personnel blocked the media's entrance. The Chang'an Zoo was so small that it barely had a tiger enclosure. After all, a tiger enclosure would occupy almost half its total area. Chao Cheng personally led the team to place the tiger into the snake house, which was relatively spacious. On either side of the glass walls were various snakes and lizards. Let us keep the tiger here for now. I'll find a more suitable place once I have the chance. Director Zhang, about the feeding allowance. Director Zhang chuckled. Oh, no problem. Have your staff submit your company account to the rescue center. The feeding allowance will be transferred to your account within 48 hours at the latest. Chao Cheng nodded. Then I shall leave the rest to you. Director Zhang was overjoyed and hastily called everyone to leave the scene as if fleeing. Tong Anqi and Luo Jin were stationed at the ticket booth at the entrance. While Zhang Wei, observing Director Zhang and the others depart, furrowed his brow and inquired of Chao Cheng, Boss, something seems off with those people. Are we really going to take in this tiger? Chao Cheng responded with a cold smile. Of course. Go to the rescue center and submit the necessary documents. Zhang Wei nodded and quickly dashed out. Chao Cheng then closed the main gate and returned to the tiger's side, preparing for the contract. Chapter 37. The third contract. Breakthrough tiger. It must be said, this tiger was gravely injured. Had Chao Cheng not reached the mid-stage of chi refinement, he would not have dared to accept this tiger. He lacked confidence even with his mystic spirit healing technique. Fortunately, upon reaching the mid-stage of chi refinement, he could form a contract with a third spirit beast. After the contract, the tiger would transform from an ordinary beast into a spirit beast, enabled by the combination of his mystic spirit healing and beast spirit pills. At that moment, facing the tiger, Chao Cheng took a deep breath. Tigers are formidable creatures. If one were to encounter a tiger in the wild, unarmed, and it happened to be hungry, it would be akin to meeting death itself, even with his beast taming skills. Approaching a tiger at such close quarters was somewhat intimidating, let alone forming a contract and employing his mystic spirit healing, which required him to reach into the cage. Yet, the tiger's injuries could not wait. Cooperate a bit, and I shall grant you a chance at rebirth, Chao Cheng whispered gently, then extended his hand into the cage, slowly reaching for the tiger's forehead. Suddenly, a deep growl emanated from the tiger's throat, startling Chao Cheng and causing his hand to falter. Nonetheless, he resolutely continued until he touched the tiger's head. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped the tiger's head, establishing a fragile connection. Although the mist surrounding the tiger was green, the duration of this contract far exceeded that of both Vinci and Huan combined, lasting a full minute before it was complete. In an instant, Chao Cheng felt a profound connection with the tiger, and the natural sense of intimacy dispelled his fear. He gently stroked the tiger's head, and the tiger, feeling comforted, slightly closed its eyes. Chao Cheng produced a spirit awakening pill and 2 beast spirit pills, placing them near the tiger's mouth. Despite its excruciating pain and near-lifeless state, the tiger exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, nearly lifting its head to desperately extend its tongue and draw the pills from Chao Cheng's palm. It was the first time Chao Cheng had come into contact with a tiger's tongue. Ordinary people would likely never experience such a thing in their lifetime. After the tiger ingested the pills, Chao Cheng began to apply his mystic spirit healing technique. The 2 beast spirit pills were potent restorative substances. Once they spread through the tiger's body, its life was already being restored. Coupled with Chao Cheng's mystic spirit healing for external injuries, the tiger soon began to regain its vitality. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Chao Cheng's sea of consciousness. "Master." It was a deep and steady voice. "How are you feeling now?" Chao Cheng inquired. "Much better. I never expected to survive," the tiger replied. "From this day forth, your name shall be Pujuan." The name for the tiger had to embody power and valor. Pujuan signifies the stars and the idea of charging into battle, sweeping away thousands of foes with unstoppable courage. "Thank you for bestowing me a name. By the way, I am quite curious. Are you aware that you are an endangered species?" At this moment, Pujuan had managed to lift itself slightly. Its large head swayed gently. "I have indeed encountered very few of my kind," it admitted. "However, during my captivity, I saw another tiger with the same bloodline as mine. A South China tiger, perhaps?" Chao Cheng exclaimed in surprise. "That is how humans seem to refer to us," Pujuan replied. After establishing a mental bond with Chao Cheng, it gained some of his awareness and understanding, realizing that it belonged to the tiger species in the natural world. While the bipedal beings clad in clothing were referred to as humans. "Where were you imprisoned?" "By human time, I have been imprisoned for nearly a year. The location is unknown to me. I only know there were jungles and rivers, and the people there spoke differently than you. It seemed to be a different language." Chao Cheng was taken aback. A different language? Could they be foreigners? This was indeed a possibility. The mountains surrounding Yunhai City extended outward, bordering foreign lands. The mountainous and jungle borders were long and complex in terrain. It was said to be quite chaotic there. However, it was not surprising that Pujuan did not know its exact location. It fled in a state of sheer panic, and considering it as a tiger, it was hardly equipped like an adventurer with a compass. However, should my cultivation grow formidable in the future, I should be able to find my way back. Although this message from Breaking Army was transmitted through divine consciousness, Chao Cheng could still sense a palpable aura of hostility emanating from it. It was evident that it had endured considerable mistreatment, which had fostered its deep-seated resentment. "Very well, I shall devote myself to diligent training. And when my strength has been augmented, I will aid you in seeking vengeance." After declaring this, Chao Cheng imparted the myriad methods of the Tao to Breaking Army. Simultaneously, he employed profound techniques to explore its path to enlightenment. Upon discovering its unique method, he felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. This creature had, astonishingly, attained enlightenment through killing. The act of taking lives would facilitate its cultivation, with the potency of the slain beings directly correlating to the acceleration of its progress. The first thought that crossed Chao Cheng's mind was to feed it live chickens. After all, many tigers and zoos often feast on live poultry. But that merely involved the mundane task of providing its daily sustenance. If only he could secure it a position at a slaughterhouse, that would be an ideal match. Regrettably, such businesses have become mechanized, and convincing them to allow a tiger to assist in the execution of cattle and sheep would be quite the challenge. Unless, in the future, he ascended to a position of power and established his own slaughterhouse, perhaps even organizing a slaughtering spectacle. Hiss, that notion seems rather cruel. Let's focus on nursing those wounds for now. Chao Cheng gently tapped the cage. While the mystical healing arts were impressive, they had not yet reached the level of mending shattered bones. Breaking Army's injuries were grievous, with multiple fractures visible. Recovery would require a considerable amount of time. As it transformed into a spiritual beast, the attributes conferred by its beast-controlling technique began to manifest. Its bodily functions were enhanced. The tiger, being the epitome of a predator in the natural world, was inherently crafted for combat, its abilities astonishingly formidable. Now, as a spiritual beast, its characteristics had seemingly undergone a hardware upgrade. The exceptional values adjusted further, becoming even more extraordinary. If Wensi represents the path of law among cultivators, then Huan embodies the dark and enigmatic aspects of malevolent cultivation. Breaking Army stands as a paragon of physical prowess. The attributes it bestows upon Chao Cheng encompass a comprehensive enhancement of physical capabilities, strength, reflexes, explosive power, resilience, and recovery abilities, among others. At that moment, a buzzing sound resonated overhead. A fly lazily flitted by, presumably in search of a meal. Chao Cheng's arm shot out, and with precision, he pinched the fly between his fingers. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he experienced a reaction time and speed far beyond the ordinary. Gazing at the crushed fly on his fingertip, his grin gradually morphed into a grimace of disgust. With a grimace, he smeared the deceased fly against the tiger's cage, then opened the door and stepped outside. Just as he exited, a phone call from Song Xingjie came through. The moment Chao Cheng answered, a frantic voice on the other end exclaimed, "Old Chao, the rescue center sent that dead tiger to you?" "Yes," Chao Cheng replied. Song Xingjie erupted in fury. "That old dog Zhang is asking for death." Chao Cheng inquired, what exactly transpired? He surmised that Director Zhang was setting him up, yet he lacked the full context. Song Xingjie, brimming with anger, explained, "Before 7 this morning, the Enforcement Bureau received a report about a tiger discovered by farmers. After retrieving the tiger, experts from the city and veterinarians, including specialists from the South China Tiger Breeding Center next door, arrived and declared it unsalvageable. According to the enforcement officers on the scene, Director Zhang sent everyone away, leading them to believe the tiger would either be euthanized or left to die. Unexpectedly, Director Zhang brought the tiger directly to you in front of the media. Now this has become public knowledge, and city leaders learned about it from the media reports. The head of the Forestry Bureau even concealed the matter regarding the South China tiger. A meeting is being convened, and I suspect it's about this issue. I won't let that scoundrel Zhang get away with this." Now, Chao Cheng began to grasp the situation. "Calm down. You needn't concern yourself with the tiger for the time being. Just ascertain the city leader's stances on this matter." Song Xingjie replied, "That shouldn't be difficult. My dad asked me to call you. My father's former superior is attending the meeting, and I will get back to you once it's concluded." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Chapter 38, The Leadership's Attitude. In the grand conference room of the municipal hall, smoke wafted through the air as several chain smokers had already begun to indulge. The Forestry Bureau Chief, Zhou Nan, took a seat with a cup of tea, casting a glance towards the publicity minister, hoping to gauge their stance. He was the first to learn of the South China Tiger incident, promptly dispatching a secretary to the scene. However, he chose not to report it. If the tiger merely suffered minor injuries, it would likely recover swiftly. At that juncture, he would report it as a significant accomplishment of his own. To his dismay, the tiger was gravely injured, and even the experts from the breeding center deemed it irreparable. Just as he was preparing to report this, his secretary called, informing him that Director Zhang had a plan for crisis management. Upon hearing this, Zhou Nan believed it was the most prudent course of action. A small business owner could take the blame, effectively resolving the issue for all parties involved. Thus, he permitted Director Zhang to transfer the tiger to Chao Cheng. It was only when Director Zhang arrived at the zoo with the media that Zhou Nan finally reported the situation to his superiors. To his shock, the response was vehement, leading to an emergency meeting. Zhou Nan's confidence waned, sensing an impending storm. He desperately needed the support of the publicity minister, who, after all, could help navigate the crisis he had inadvertently escalated. Yet, the minister avoided even a glance in his direction, amplifying Zhou Nan's anxiety. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside as the city leadership, led by the mayor, strode in. Particularly imposing was the head of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Sun Dong, whose fierce countenance scanned the room before locking onto Zhou Nan, sending chills down his spine. "Let's convene an impromptu meeting," the mayor declared, not even taking a seat. "I trust everyone is aware of the incident involving the severely injured South China tiger. A tiger on the brink of death, with experts at a loss, was brazenly delivered into the hands of a small business owner by the director of the rescue center, in front of the media. Director Zhou, you are required to provide an explanation." The word struck Zhou Nan like a bolt from the blue, leaving him pallid with fear. The mayor, showing no regard for decorum, publicly shifted the blame onto Director Zhang, signaling that this matter had completely unraveled. The outcome was bound to be unfavorable. Thus, he hurriedly remarked, "Secretary Ling, I have only just learned of this matter. It was my secretary who informed me. I admit I have been somewhat remiss, having come to know of it rather late." He sought to downplay his involvement. After all, he was not present at the scene. He had dispatched his secretary instead. As long as he could firmly assert that he had not given the green light himself, there remained a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Sun Dong interrupted him, exclaiming, "I believe everyone here may not yet be aware. This small business owner, who was forced to take in a dying tiger, is none other than the key figure who aided the province in cracking a major human trafficking case." The revelation sent a collective gasp through those present who were unaware of the details surrounding the human trafficking case. The city had shifted the blame onto the small business owner, implicating a commendable contributor in the process. Each of these matters, when considered individually, was shocking enough. Yet today they had converged. Everyone's gaze inadvertently turned towards Zhou Nan, whose face had begun to tremble slightly. "What?" The business owner was a hero in the province's battle against human traffickers? How could this be? What a fortuitous coincidence. The secretary continued, just moments ago. Our law enforcement colleagues took Director Zhang of the rescue center into custody for questioning. He has confessed candidly to his criminal conduct. He acknowledged that after all experts determined the tiger could not be saved, he dismissed all specialists and administered 2 doses of a highly potent stabilizer to the tiger. Subsequently, he claimed to the media that the tiger had been cured and transported it to Chang'an Zoo, attempting to shift the blame for the tiger's death onto the small business owner. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. At this juncture, the Minister of Publicity also expressed his outrage. Indeed, this is outrageous. The rescue center, under the aegis of the Forestry Bureau, also represents the image of the government. Should this incident be disseminated by the media, the consequences would be dire. We must pursue a thorough investigation. The focus of this statement was squarely on Zhou. Other leaders, who were not directly involved in the matter, refrained from commenting, yet internally, they mourned for Zhou. At that moment, Zhou's expression had turned ashen. He could almost foresee that before the noon break, he would find himself seated on the disciplinary committee's bench. The secretary continued, as a national treasure and critically endangered species, the South China tiger must be treated as a significant political task. I have coordinated with the Air Traffic Control Department and the South China Tiger Breeding Center in the neighboring city. Their medical team, along with the blood necessary for the tiger's emergency treatment, is en route. I hereby declare the formation of a special task force, personally led by Vice Mayor Yang Xinhai, who previously oversaw forestry matters. The Health Committee will provide medical assistance. The Law Enforcement Bureau will maintain order. The Publicity Department will manage public opinion to prevent the spread of misinformation, and the Transportation Bureau will establish green channels for all parties. We must head to Chang'an Zoo immediately and make every effort to save the life of the South China tiger. The leaders on site sprang into action. Many had already surmised the likely outcome. Prior to being sent to the zoo, the tiger had been diagnosed by various experts as beyond saving. Moreover, Director Zhang had administered stabilizers before the transfer, and it was likely that their effects had already worn off. The tiger might have already succumbed to its fate at that very moment. Such a grand effort might well prove futile. However, everyone understood that even if it were in vain, they must try their utmost. The South China tiger, being a national treasure and critically endangered species, represented the local commitment to conservation efforts. If the city leaders were unaware, they would have to brace for repercussions should the tiger perish. The act of shifting blame onto the small business owner escalated the severity of the situation, compounded by the media's premature dissemination of misinformation. This was, indeed, the most passive approach imaginable. Zhou had committed 3 egregious errors. First, he underestimated the nature of accountability, believing that everyone would commend his attempt to deflect blame, even fantasizing about receiving accolades. Second, he undervalued the importance of the South China tiger. Even if it were merely a corpse discovered, the city would still need to report it, conducting a thorough investigation to determine its origins, circumstances of death, and whether any illegal poaching occurred. Third, and most directly responsible for the simultaneous intervention of law enforcement and the disciplinary committee, was the choice of Chao Cheng. Director Zhang could not have made a worse choice than to deflect blame onto the primary contributor in the human trafficking case. Sun Dong's restraint in not delivering a slap to Zhou face was a testament to his control. Song Taizhan, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, was an old subordinate of Sun Dong, who had recommended him for the position. Following the success of the operation, the city bureau had been collectively commended, and he basked in the glory. He anticipated future cases that might require Chao Cheng's assistance to achieve further triumphs. Yet now, the celebrated contributor faced a grave predicament. With the secretary's command, all departments sprang into action. A multitude of relevant personnel raced towards Chang'an Zoo. As Vice Mayor Fu Guoqiang arrived at the zoo's entrance, a military helicopter descended from the sky, hovering above. Almost as soon as the helicopter touched down, a group of experts from the South China Tiger Breeding Center leapt out with insulated containers of various sizes. One unfortunate expert even twisted an ankle and fell, yet was quickly helped up, resolutely joining the others as they hurried into the zoo. Chapter 39. I shall assist you. Inside the ticket booth, Luo Jin had been in a state of bewilderment since the morning. Early on, the Wild Animal Rescue Center and a swarm of journalists armed with cameras had besieged the location, causing visitors to believe that a significant incident had occurred, leading many to hesitate about entering the zoo. Shortly after their departure, numerous reporters lingered, seemingly awaiting further developments. Suddenly, a large contingent of law enforcement officers arrived, questioning everyone inside and outside the zoo, dispersing all, regardless of whether they were journalists. Just as the area was cleared, a fleet of government vehicles bearing municipal plates filled the parking lot. Now a helicopter had arrived. Fortunately, Xiao Cheng had instructed that the gates be opened without further ado. Following the emergency meeting at the city hall, Xiao Cheng received a call from Song Xingjia, advising him to prepare, for the city's rescue team was on its way. Xiao Cheng had anticipated that today would not be peaceful, thus he had refrained from broadcasting live. He cooperated fully with law enforcement in clearing the area, and welcomed the city leaders and medical team with open arms, because Xiao Cheng had long prepared a performance for them. How could the tiger possibly remain in its zoo without completing today's act? However, as the oblivious owner of the zoo, Xiao Cheng found himself rather bewildered, confronted by municipal leaders and others. What is going on here? Song Taizhan, someone familiar with Xiao Cheng, stepped forward to facilitate communication. Little Xiao, allow me to introduce you. This is Deputy Mayor Yang. Today, Deputy Mayor Yang is personally leading a team that includes experts and a medical team from the South China Tiger Breeding Center. Before Song Taizhan could finish his introduction, Yang Xinhai stepped forward and grasped Xiao Cheng's hand. Mr. Xiao, thank you for permitting the South China Tigers to recuperate here, alleviating the city's concerns. However, given the significance of the South China Tiger, the medical experts must personally conduct an examination. Please, take us inside. In their perception, Xiao Cheng was merely an unwitting victim. Time was of the essence, and they needed to act swiftly. However, they could not directly inform Xiao Cheng. Step aside. Director Zhang has framed you, and now we are here to save your life. Although Xiao Cheng was aware of the unfolding situation, he still felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. It was important to recognize that the city's actions essentially implied they were reclaiming responsibility. If the tiger perished on the operating table, the city would shoulder that burden as well. All right, the tiger is inside. Xiao Cheng did not linger, leading the group directly into the snake enclosure. The medical team from the South China Tiger Breeding Center hurried inside. They found the tiger lying motionless in the ambulance cage. The originally white bandages were now stained red. A heavy silence fell over the group. Could it be that the tiger had already succumbed? Even those like Yang Xinhai, who lacked expertise, sighed inwardly. Many cast their eyes toward Xiao Cheng, thinking, this poor little boss has truly fallen into misfortune. Director Zhang had administered a stabilizer when delivering the tiger. It was assumed the tiger was in good condition. This little boss must have thought he had struck gold, only to find himself ensnared in a trap. Yet, many were secretly astonished. Was this young proprietor truly the one who helped crack the major human trafficking case? He seemed far too youthful. Moreover, he was rumored to be an extraordinary animal tamer, a profession so rare that they had scarcely encountered anyone in that field. As they watched the medical experts unfold their equipment in preparation for rescue, Xiao Cheng feigned ignorance, saying, is this an examination? This seems rather elaborate. Esteemed leaders, the tiger was indeed in poor condition when it arrived. However, my ancestors were beast tamers, and I possess some remedies for treating wild animals. After my treatment, it should be fine now. The medical experts looked at Xiao Cheng as if he were a fool. The municipal leaders felt a wave of awkwardness. Each silently lamented. Foolish boy, what nonsense are you spouting? This medical team is here to save your life. Do you truly believe you can cure a South China tiger? A case so challenging that even the experts find it daunting? The experts from the breeding center, aware of the underlying circumstances, were initially disallowed from revealing the truth in front of Xiao Cheng. However, given the absurdity of his claims, one expert could not help but respond to Yang Xinhai. Deputy Mayor Yang, the situation is not optimistic. We can only do our utmost. This statement effectively slapped Xiao Cheng's earlier assertion in the face. He had claimed the tiger was fine after his treatment, yet the expert contradicted him. Thus, Xiao Cheng's words became a laughingstock. Thank you for your efforts, Yang Xinhai said politely. After this, the expert cast a dismissive glance at Xiao Cheng and began directing the rescue operation. Due to the cage's presence, many pieces of equipment were rendered unusable and rescue efforts were hampered. Given the tiger's apparent state of near death, the group relaxed their defenses. Open the cage. Prepare the sedative. Immediately, someone opened the cage, revealing the tiger fully to the onlookers. The majesty of the tiger was undeniable, and it had yet to fully succumb. The municipal leaders instinctively took a half step back. One expert prepared to administer the sedative, but then, the tiger suddenly opened its eyes, twisted its body, and sat upright. The closest expert, holding the sedative, screamed in terror and fell to the ground. The other experts, clutching their equipment, froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Even the distant municipal leaders stood frozen, unsure of why they felt such trepidation. Perhaps it was an instinctive fear in their subconscious. This seemingly near-death tiger was no different from one capable of swiftly ending their lives. It seemed that the moment they attempted to flee, the tiger would pounce and sever their throats. The tiger surveyed the crowd, and astonishingly, it slowly rose to its feet. It raised its injured right paw, balancing on 3 claws, and with its one remaining eye, it scanned its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze on the expert who had fallen, clutching the sedative. It opened its massive maw and let out a fearsome roar. Suddenly, the enclosure was filled with the pungent odor of urine. At least 4 or 5 individuals found their trousers dampened. The expert who had just declared the situation dire turned pale, fear etched in his eyes. How could this tiger be on the brink of death? Its mere ability to stand was beyond their wildest expectations. And now, this tiger had roared. How was this even possible? Amidst the chaos and terror, Chao Cheng appeared as the sole character animated from a painting. He stepped through the crowd toward the tiger. And in the astonished gazes of those around him, he reached out to stroke the tiger's head. Lie down. With just those 2 simple words, the tiger, which had just been roaring ferociously, instantly quieted. Its body sank, and it gradually lay down, resting its large head on the surface before Chao Cheng, allowing him to stroke it continuously. Remarkably, it closed its eyes in apparent enjoyment. Yang Xinhai and the other municipal leaders snapped back to reality from their astonishment, each panting heavily and exchanging looks of disbelief. Is this for real? You are petting a tiger right in front of all of us. This king of beasts is now as docile as a house cat. Chao Cheng turned to the surrounding experts and said, "It's all right. You may continue. I'll hold it down for you." Chapter 40. The Venomous Green Forest. The municipal leaders, along with the experts from the breeding center, were left utterly dumbfounded. What? Why don't you just put a leash on it? Is this really a matter of holding it down? Yang Xinhai, slightly crouching, whispered urgently to Chao Cheng, "Boss Chao, quickly, close the cage." This group of individuals appeared as if they were under a spell. Despite the cage being unlocked, none dared to stir. Chao Cheng cast a perplexed glance at the surrounding experts. Should we close it? Is there no need for an inspection? As he spoke, he turned to the expert who had earlier declared the situation bleak. The expert's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Another expert, with a visage full of urgency, implored, "No need. Mr. Chao, please close the cage swiftly." Chao Cheng nodded in acquiescence, deftly shutting the cage. The moment the latch clicked into place, all souls seemed to return to their bodies, with some sitting, others collapsing, as they fell in a cacophony of shock. It was utterly terrifying. This sensation was beyond the comprehension of anyone who had never faced a tiger without any semblance of protection. Yet at that moment, all experts from the breeding center turned their gaze toward the city leaders. Was there still a need for inspection? Yang Xinhai soon regained his composure, approaching the cage to observe the tiger closely. At that moment, the tiger lay within, its massive head held high, casually surveying those around it. Though most of its gaze fixated on Chao Cheng, Song Taizhan voiced the most reasonable question on behalf of the others. "Xiao Chao, this tiger, is it merely experiencing a fleeting revival?" Chao Cheng chuckled. "Uncle Song, why would I deceive you? They may be oblivious to my animal training skills, but you should be somewhat aware of them. I am not solely a bird trainer. The intelligence of large mammals is considerably higher, making them easier to train. My grandfather imparted to me the most knowledge regarding the treatment of large wild beasts." Chao Cheng referred to Song Xingjia as a brother, naturally addressing Song Taizhan as uncle to foster camaraderie and seek his endorsement. Regardless of the authorities or the online community, Chao Cheng incessantly promoted his animal training prowess. The deeper this notion ingrained itself in the minds of others, the more elusive his skills would become. Song Taizhan promptly nodded in agreement, glancing at Yang Xinhai, as if to affirm that Chao Cheng's assertion was valid. There was no doubt regarding his animal training abilities, which Song Taizhan had witnessed firsthand. Truly a remarkable individual. Yang Xinhai exclaimed in admiration. Chao Cheng's actions undoubtedly merited such praise. Consider, how long had it been since the tiger's arrival? No more than an hour and a half. Chao Cheng had managed to revive a nearly lifeless tiger, allowing it to stand and roar. Such feats seemed almost mythical. The tiger, upon seeing Chao Cheng, behaved like a docile kitten, complying with his commands without resistance. "Even if you were to feed it an elixir, it would be no different," he humbly remarked. "You flatter me," Chao Cheng replied with a bashful smile. "There are too many people here. The tiger has been startled and is somewhat agitated, which is not conducive to its recovery. Perhaps we should allow the experts to." Yang Xinhai interjected. "Oh, very well." He hastily signaled for everyone to disperse. With the tiger's treatment deemed successful, there was no further necessity for the crowd to linger. Yang Xinhai sighed in relief. He had been temporarily appointed as the leader of this specialized task force, a role fraught with pressure. Truth be told, he had come prepared for the worst, ready to collect the tiger's remains, never anticipating such a turn of events. The experts from the breeding center, each with peculiar expressions, gathered their equipment and made their way out. The leaders of the South China Tiger Breeding Center were absent, leaving the experts to wonder whether it was due to genuine business or an intentional avoidance. Despite instructing the breeding center to cooperate actively and that the blood bank could be accessed freely, only one expert leader had been dispatched to guide the medical team in rescuing the South China tiger. This very expert had been the one to put Chao Cheng in an uncomfortable position earlier, And now he found himself in a similarly awkward predicament, his countenance decidedly unpleasing. Upon returning to the plane, he immediately dialed his superiors. Meanwhile, Yang Xinhai and the others, having exited the snake enclosure, were invited by Chao Cheng to a nearby open space. Surrounding them, crows perched high above, observing the group of newcomers. Yang Xinhai remarked, "These ravens are also classified as a nationally protected species. I hear they are under your care?" Chao Cheng waved dismissively. "It's not quite care, they are entirely wild. After all, our area is rich in forests and wildlife. I merely employed a few subtle techniques when they passed by the zoo, encouraging them to view this place as a playground." The more casually Chao Cheng spoke, the more astonished Yang Xinhai and the others became. What he referred to as subtle techniques were, in fact, the kind of research environment that the institute yearned for. No wonder Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Sun Dong and Song Taizhan valued this extraordinary individual so highly. Yang Xinhai once again extended his hand earnestly. "Thank you, Mr. Chao, for your considerable contributions to the city's conservation and public safety efforts. Without you, the South China tiger would not have regained its strength so swiftly. The entirety of Yunhai City is profoundly grateful. We hope you will continue to utilize your talents for the betterment of your hometown. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to the city." Chao Cheng promptly shook his hand. Yang Xinhai's sincerity was commendable. His gratitude was laden with multiple implications. While today they spoke of the tiger, his mention of contributions to public safety indicated an awareness of the human trafficking case's intricacies. Acknowledging Chao Cheng's role as a key figure, his expression of hope for Chao Cheng's continued efforts suggested an intention to prevent any resentment toward city officials. The assurance that the city would support him if he faced any injustices amounted to an apology, which was no small feat. It was rare for someone in his 50s to apologize to a young man who had not yet reached the age of his own children. Chao Cheng naturally reciprocated, assuring, "Rest assured, leaders, Yunhai is my home. I would never hold back." Building rapport with higher-ups was crucial for Chao Cheng, especially considering the impending expansion of the zoo. He intended to develop areas in the mountains, where many villages and towns awaited. All planning, land acquisition, demolition, and construction approvals necessitated the city's endorsement. Moreover, matters handled by city officials carried more weight and convenience than those presented by businessmen. Yang Xinhai firmly shook Chao Cheng's hand, subsequently inquiring about the tiger's condition. Upon learning that no further assistance was required and that Chao Cheng would periodically livestream updates on the tiger, he felt reassured enough to depart with the other leaders. This signified that the tiger had now wholly belonged to Chao Cheng's zoo. Acquired a rare spiritual beast for the sect, Reputation 3. Demonstrated extraordinary beast taming skills before the authorities. Reputation 5. Chao Cheng was instantly elated. Indeed, showcasing his beast taming prowess before the officials should elevate his reputation. At that moment, his reputation had reached 69 points, and he would soon be eligible for another reward. The convoy of city leaders had just departed. A brand new Audi came to a halt not far from the entrance. Song Xingjie sprang from the vehicle, casting a furtive glance around him. Once he confirmed that the city officials had departed, he strolled in with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Luo Jin had grown too weary to intercept him. "Old Chao." Song Xingjie approached Chao Cheng with brisk steps. "Thanks." Chao Cheng patted his arm in acknowledgement. It was evident that the swift capture of Director Zhang, who readily divulged the truth, had garnered the attention of the city leaders. There was no doubt that Song Xingjie had exerted considerable influence in this matter. It was likely that Director Zhang had sent the tiger to Chao Cheng, only to be apprehended before he could reach the rescue center, caught en route. Naturally, a gentle interrogation was out of the question. This step was crucial. Without such prompt and precise action, the ensuing events would not unfold so smoothly. "Thanks for what? This is merely a trivial matter." Song Xingjie chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Is that a new car?" Chao Cheng inquired, glancing toward the vehicle outside with a smile. "Indeed. I financed it. Just a little expenditure to elevate my status. After all, I'm a boss now, so I ought to maintain a modicum of appearance." This statement left Chao Cheng somewhat speechless. He too was a boss in his own right, yet he possessed not even a single electric bike to his name. At that moment, Zhang Wei, riding Luo Jin's electric bike, was preparing to depart. This bike had practically become the public transport of the Cheng'an Zoo, as everyone utilized it for errands, lending it an air of embarrassment. With debts not pressing at the moment, it was time to enhance both the company's infrastructure and quality of life. "Where are you off to?" Chao Cheng inquired. Zhang Wei halted before the two men. "Boss, the case regarding the person impersonating you to sell courses has been filed. They should be making arrests today. I'm heading over to check it out." "Ah, perfect timing. I'll accompany you to the bureau," Song Xingjie replied. Zhang Wei, surprised, glanced at Chao Cheng, who nodded in agreement before he dismounted the bike. Zhang Wei had only just learned of Song Xingjie's true identity yesterday, And today, even the city officials had come in person, speaking favorably of his boss. It was no wonder that the son of the law enforcement director was such good friends with the boss. He had previously been puzzled by the law enforcement department's eagerness regarding Chao Cheng's case. Today, however, everything fell into place. As Song Xingjie and Zhang Wei took a few steps outside, Song Xingjie suddenly turned back to Chao Cheng. "Oh, by the way, old Chao, there is something I forgot to mention. Do you know the owner of the Green Forest Zoo?" Chao Cheng was taken aback by this unexpected inquiry. "I don't know him." Song Xingjie, equally perplexed, continued. Director Zhang mentioned that the idea of sending the tiger to you came from the owner of Green Forest. Chapter 41. Why are there so many law enforcement officers today? The owner of Green Forest? Chao Cheng's fury surged. How insidious of that scoundrel to concoct such a scheme. It seemed that my previous refusal of his recruitment offer had left him seething with resentment. Should I find an opportunity to make things difficult for him? Song Xingjie inquired. No need. Chao Cheng shook his head. The absence of any apprehension of the Green Forest owner indicated that he currently had no incriminating evidence against him. Song Xingjie was essentially suggesting to create trouble for no reason, which could backfire on him should any issues arise. Thus, Chao Cheng politely declined. Song Xingjie nodded and departed with Zhang Wei, leaving Chao Cheng to clench his fist slowly. Green Forest. He retrieved his phone to search for information about the Green Forest Zoo. It must be said that as the largest zoo in Yunhai City, Green Forest boasted a rich history of nearly 20 years. After several renovations and expansions, it had added numerous amusement facilities and circus performances, making it quite popular among children. On weekends and holidays, parents would bring their children to the zoo to enjoy ice cream, observe animals, and watch performances, a rather entertaining outing. For visitors from other regions, it served as a noteworthy destination. However, a zoo is merely a zoo. As long as the animals remain unchanged, the replay value is always limited. It could never match the bustling atmosphere of a shopping mall. Thus, its business in recent years had been rather ordinary, prompting frequent promotional activities. Currently, it was preparing for a major event. In 3 days, Green Forest Zoo would celebrate its 20th anniversary, featuring a food street and an all-day circus performance. The general admission ticket was discounted to 288, granting access to the food street and all circus shows. Chao Cheng could not help but smirk. An anniversary celebration? Well, I must attend to partake in the festivities. You've bestowed upon me such a grand gift. I must reciprocate. Resolute in his decision, Chao Cheng turned back toward the management office. Just as he reached the crow tree, he was momentarily dazzled. There, beneath the crow tree, Tong Anchi was live-streaming. She had changed into the outfit prescribed by Chao Cheng, a stunning wedding dress. With her sweet smile accentuating its purity, the immaculate white gown exuded an air of sanctity and beauty, evoking an irresistible urge to ravage it. Beneath the flowing skirt, her shapely thighs were adorned with a white garter, subtly delineating the contours of her leg. One leg was clad in delicate lace stockings, while the other bore no covering at all. The juxtaposition of purity and sensuality was tantalizing, igniting the imagination. Chao Cheng could not help but silently commend her. Indeed, Tong Anchi possessed remarkable insight. Beyond the alluring implications, it was undeniable that her choice of a pristine white wedding dress, set against the backdrop of swirling black crows, created a striking visual spectacle. The crows, black as night, were often described as a mystical hue, a kaleidoscopic black. At this moment, that darkness, illuminated by sunlight and contrasted with the pure white gown, flickered with hints of ethereal colors. Tong Anchi was currently live-streaming via her personal account, engaging with the crows that could comprehend human speech. She had set her content around this interaction. Only gifts exceeding 1,000 yuan could unlock the trending dance. As Tong Anchi began to dance, the crows whirled around her in a frenzy, enhancing the visual appeal of the scene. Of course, Tong Anchi did not neglect her primary occupation. Viewers frequently inquired about her location, prompting her to incessantly promote her presence at Chang'an Zoo, inviting locals to visit. As Tong Anchi had not expanded her horizons with her older brother's assistance, she lacked his backing. Despite boasting over 1 million followers, her live streams usually attracted only 200 to 300 viewers, rendering her unable to win any PK battles. After all, the online landscape was saturated with beautiful women, all competing with makeup and filters, leaving the true essence of Tong Anchi's beauty overshadowed. Moreover, the allure of dance quickly waned. Frequent viewers knew that in the realm of beauty live streaming, dancers could not compete with those who excelled in endurance. Nor could endurance competitors surpass those skilled in vocal performances, nor could vocalists outdo conversationalists, and so forth. As for selling goods, that is an entirely different avenue. At present, Tong Anchi has seamlessly merged dancing with creative performances. The accompaniment of a flock of crows during her dance is indeed a rarity across the internet. Astonishingly, Her live stream has drawn an audience of 20,000 viewers. Just as she was engrossed in this moment, a system notification abruptly appeared. Sect Reputation Value 1. Sect Reputation Value 70. Reward acquired. Soul Summoning Technique. Soul Summoning Technique. A beast mastery method that allows one to summon soul insects and attach them to unfamiliar beasts, temporarily enabling control over them while enhancing their various abilities. The term unfamiliar beasts refers to all animals aside from Chao Chang's contracted beasts. This soul summoning technique proves to be quite advantageous. Satisfied, Chao Cheng glanced at the industrious Tong Anshi before turning to enter the management office, oblivious to Luo Jin, who was on her way to the restroom. Passing by, she caught a glimpse of the young and beautiful Tong Anshi, letting out a soft sigh, feeling a twinge of inferiority. Yet, almost immediately, a spark of defiance ignited in her eyes. She pressed her lips together and returned to the ticket booth, where a few tourists had already gathered again. Luo Jin allowed them entry and, seizing a moment of leisure, took out her phone to browse a local supermarket's online store, which promised delivery within an hour. After a moment's hesitation, she typed in the search bar, lace pajamas, terrible. Noon arrived. Inside a dormitory at Yunhai University of Science and Technology, the weekend saw everyone lounging in relaxation. Wow, Chaozi, you sold 9 copies of your course today? Someone exclaimed, looking enviously at their phone. The other 2 roommates eagerly gathered around. Incredible. Someone actually spent 2,000 yuan on a mere training course for birds? You know nothing. Bird enthusiasts are affluent, and they aren't bothered by such trivial sums. TSK, doing nothing and earning nearly 20,000 in a day. Unbelievable. No way. Damn it, Chaozi. You must treat us to lunch today. The person referred to as Chaozi basked in his roommate's admiration, reclining comfortably in his bed while perusing the back end of his various platforms. A look of satisfaction plastered across his face. 9 copies. That was merely the revenue from one platform. The other sites collectively contributed for more. He had earned a staggering 26,000 in just one morning. After taxes, it was nearly 24,000. For a university student, that sum was astronomical. What a delightful feeling. Not only were his classmates envious, but just yesterday, an imbecile had been incessantly messaging him, claiming to be Chao Cheng's attorney and wanting to discuss matters of infringement. He had found it laughable at the time. Is Chao Cheng some big celebrity or tycoon, so busy he can't even spare a moment? Why not contact me directly? It's obviously jealousy, trying to get a cut, pretending to be a lawyer? Ridiculous. After exchanging a few harsh words, he had blocked the fool. The so-called bird training tutorial was a hodgepodge he had pieced together from a 20 yuan purchase on a certain treasure platform. These fools were flocking to it like moths to a flame. The ease of earning such money astounded him. Of course, this was primarily due to his skill in video editing. The concept of bird delivery that could even converse. What bird enthusiast wouldn't yearn for such a service? And yearning meant parting with money. Additionally, with Boss Chow's frequent showcasing of crows during live broadcasts, once he edited a few crow compilations, he could reap another bountiful harvest. With that thought, his spirits soared. All right, which day this week shall I treat you all to a lavish feast? Do I need your suggestion? As if the feast is your idea. Chaozi chuckled as he got up. The one who had mentioned treating to lunch suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Ever since Chaozi came into money, his manner of speaking had become rather unreserved. However, what could they do? After all, he was the one with money and was willing to treat. They bore it in silence. By now, it was already 11:30. The group dressed and exited the dormitory. Just before leaving the school gate, one roommate inquired, "Hey, why are there so many law enforcement officers at school today?" Chapter 42, that is my son's capability. The others turned to look, and indeed, 4 enforcement officers had entered the campus. They headed straight towards the teaching building while casting sharp glances at the surrounding students. Not long after, they spotted Chaozi and his friends. One officer nudged the leader and whispered something. The 4 enforcement officers turned their gaze towards them, scrutinizing closely before hastily approaching. The group froze in place, unable to move. "Hello, are you Lai Jichao?" The lead officer inquired. Lai Jichao was momentarily taken aback and nervously nodded. "I am. You are. You are suspected in an infringement case. Please come with us," the leader stated. Following this, 2 officers positioned themselves on either side of him, subtly enclosing him. The other 3 roommates were rendered speechless, quietly stepping back to create some distance from Lai Jichao. Panic overtook Lai Jichao. "No, officers, I haven't done anything. You can't arrest me." Fear gripped him as he realized the gravity of his situation. In broad daylight, within the confines of the school, if he were taken away by law enforcement, he would undoubtedly gain notoriety. Moreover, he had just made a fortune. He hadn't even begun to splurge. He had yet to fully grasp the joys of life. As he spoke, he attempted to step back, but was restrained by the officers on either side. "What can you tell us about the course you were selling online? You should be quite aware." The leader's voice turned cold. He refrained from immediately cuffing the suspect. recognizing him as a student and wishing to preserve some dignity. Upon confirming the matter at hand, Lai Jichao immediately became agitated. No, I know what you're referring to. I haven't committed infringement. Chao Cheng's account is called Cheng'en Zoo, while my account is called Home in the Zoo. The names are different. How can that be considered infringement? I have never claimed to be him. It was the fans who misidentified me. I'm merely a small internet content creator trying to make a living. Lai Jichao's words grew more fervent as he painted himself as a struggling underdog. In fact, he had anticipated this situation from the very beginning, which was why he had altered the name. Even if one day Chao Cheng truly sought trouble, with differing names, what could be done? Even if, for argument's sake, Chao Cheng pursued legal action against him, he could still offer a share of the profits. What of originality? You may be skilled in taming beasts, but you lack my wit. With a little online research and some clever packaging, I can rake in substantial earnings. In the future, you can stick to training your beasts, and I can simply give you a cut of my profits, can I? He had envisioned countless outcomes. Unexpectedly, he never anticipated that someone would come directly to apprehend him. In his mind, the other party would at least reach out via private message for communication. If they had done so, there would surely have been a way to resolve the matter. However, the other party had never sought him out. The captain of the enforcement team, witnessing his lingering hope, was rendered speechless. I merely mentioned the words infringement case, and you immediately began differentiating between Chao Cheng's name and yours. You clearly understood that you were infringing upon Chao Cheng's rights. It was merely a matter of attempting to exploit a loophole. Present your arguments in court. Take him away. The captain no longer granted him any semblance of dignity. As Lai Jichao offered a slight resistance, the cold handcuffs were swiftly secured around his wrists. In plain view of the public, Lai Jichao was taken away by the enforcement officers, provoking a flurry of gossip among the surrounding students. As Lai Jichao was pushed into the enforcement vehicle, his 3 roommates were soon surrounded by curious students, bombarding them with questions. Meanwhile, inside the enforcement bureau, Lai Jichao's parents were engaged in a heated discussion with the officers. No way. My son could never commit a crime. He has always been exceptionally well behaved. Although our family is of modest means, we have never let him go without. He would never reach a point of desperation that could drive him to crime. You must be mistaken, Lai Jichao's mother exclaimed anxiously. A few officers, growing weary of her distress, exchanged glances. Lai Jichao's father, on the other hand, wore a look of grave concern as he pressed the officers for details about the nature of the alleged crime. Just as this emotional display unfolded, Lai Jichao was escorted in by several officers. Son, let go of my son. Upon seeing her child in handcuffs, Lai's mother instantly burst into tears, rushing forward in despair. Had the officers not intervened, she would have lunged at the handcuffs in fury. Mom, Lai Jichao, upon seeing his mother, felt his spirit wane and cried out in desperation. Do not worry, my dear. I am here for you. His mother reassured him. The captain commanded, take them to the visitation room. Lai Jichao still has the right to seek legal counsel. In the visitation room, Lai Jichao's father urgently inquired, what on earth is going on? What have you done? His anger was palpable. Lai's mother, in a fit of frustration, struck her husband. How can you scold him when he is in such a state? All you do is yell. After this outburst, she softened her tone, asking, son, please tell me what happened. Lai Jichao, sobbing uncontrollably, recounted the events. His father, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation, barked, get to the point. How much did those courses sell for? He understood that the amount involved was crucial. Lai Jichao hesitated for a moment before responding, 87,000. A momentary silence enveloped the room. 87,000. Lai Jichao's father roared. Have you lost your mind? Did you not consider the consequences? This could lead to a prison sentence. Lai Jichao's sobs intensified as he pleaded. I did think about the consequences. That's why I used a different name. His name is Cheng'en Zoo. Mine is home at the zoo. This should not constitute a crime. Lai Jichao's father retorted angrily. But you used someone else's video. Do you think everyone is a fool? Do you think the judge is a fool? Lai's mother shot a sharp glance at her husband. Enough. All you do is yell at our son. Earning over 80,000 is his ability. What is wrong with using his video? Why can't he earn 80,000 himself? Even if he made a mistake, can't we just share the proceeds? At the very least, we could apologize. Must you handcuff my son in front of his peers? How will he be able to face the world? If this leaves a criminal record, his life will be ruined. He will never be able to take the civil service exam. Lai Jichao's father, exasperated, pointed at her while clutching his chest. Take the civil service exam? Do you think that's even possible? Whether he serves time or not depends on their attitude. He was too weary to argue further with his wife and immediately inquired. Has the other party contacted you? What is their stance on this matter? Lai Jichao replied, they haven't contacted me. I still don't know their position. At that moment, an officer entered and announced, time's up. You should hurry and find a lawyer. With that, they began to escort Lai Jichao out, clearly intending to temporarily detain him. Find a lawyer? For what? Is this really going to court? Lai's mother exclaimed in panic. They have already filed a criminal complaint. The officer dropped this bombshell as they led Lai Jichao away. Lai's father and mother followed closely behind. Upon reaching the corridor, they spotted Zhang Wei conversing with an officer. They overheard Zhang Wei asking, "Has Lai Jichao been brought in?" The officer gestured toward them, and the two groups exchanged glances. Chapter 43. Now you wish to settle privately? Upon realizing that Zhang Wei was not wearing an enforcement uniform, Lai's mother immediately understood that this individual intended to sue her son. She rushed toward Zhang Wei. "It's you? Are you the one suing my son?" Zhang Wei instinctively raised his hands and stepped back. "Who are you?" "I am Lai Jichao's mother." Zhang Wei suddenly comprehended, glancing at the tearful college students behind her. "Isn't that Lai Jichao?" His expression turned noticeably colder as he extended a hand in a gesture for her to maintain distance. "Madam, please calm down. This is the Enforcement Bureau, not your home." Lai's mother was engulfed in fury. "What has my son done to offend you so severely that you feel the need to sue him? He merely used your video. Aren't such videos shared all over the internet? He even helped promote your name. Why are you targeting him? This situation poses no loss to you." Zhang Wei replied icily. "No loss. My boss owns a zoo. Reputation is paramount. Your son is exploiting my boss's name to sell worthless courses online. Do you understand the immense negative impact this has on my boss's reputation? Who will bear the cost of this defamation? You think it's just about using a video?" Lai's mother was momentarily struck speechless by Zhang Wei's words. In her desperation, she exclaimed, Then we can just give you some money. Isn't it just about the money? We can settle this privately. Why must it escalate to a public matter?" Zhang Wei scoffed. "Are you out of your mind, auntie? Just give you some money? You think you can continue profiting off this? He is impersonating my boss. You earn the money, but my boss bears the shame? You think this is just a business venture? Has your son saved the galaxy? What do we owe him?" Lai's mother, with a hint of pride, retorted, "Without my son, you and T have earned that money. You think you can't make the money yourselves?" Zhang Wei sneered. "This is not a display of ability. It is rather indicative of ignorance. The trick he has mastered is one that anyone can learn online. Just observe those who sell courses, and you will understand. Others refrain from such actions because they recognize the illegality involved. My employer abstains from engaging in this because he possesses a sense of integrity." In a fit of urgency, Mother Lai exclaimed, Who are you calling ignorant? Is it merely a couple of insignificant coins? We wouldn't even desire them. If you want them, why not contact us? We can simply hand over the money to you. Why must you confront us directly? You even intend to sue us. How can you be so ruthless?" Zhang Wei cast a puzzled glance at Lai Jichao. "What is the matter? Did you not inform them? I reached out. I sent him a private message with the intention of discussing matters amicably. Yet he promptly blocked me." Lai Jichao, suddenly anxious, interjected, "You are that lawyer? I assumed that private message was from a hater. I genuinely had no idea it was you." Zhang Wei scoffed, claiming ignorance. "Are we? How can I be certain you aren't aware of the impending lawsuit and merely cowering?" He held no sympathy for the other party. Even if Lai Jichao's claim were true, it would not warrant any compassion. Lai Jichao had defrauded over 800,000 yuan under the guise of Chao Cheng. Those who fell victim would only label Chao Cheng a fraud. Furthermore, those willing to spend 2,000 or 3,000 on a tutorial are certainly not impoverished. Among such affluent individuals, it is inevitable that some possess influence or even a powerful background. What a significant blow to Chao Cheng's reputation. Yet, did Lai Jichao ever consider sharing even a fraction of the proceeds with Chao Cheng? No. From the moment his account name differed by merely 2 characters from Chao Cheng's, he harbored a delusional hope. As long as I remain elusive, I shall thrive. If caught, I shall negotiate. Now caught in the act. Do you think a few tears will suffice to absolve you? What do you take me for? Mother Lai, in a fit of rage, pointed at Zhang Wei, speechless. Zhang Wei, however, dismissed her entirely. "We shall meet in court. Hire a competent lawyer. This is your first battle. Since Chao Cheng has granted such expansive authority, one must certainly make the most of this opportunity for growth. Only through confrontation with the strong can one aspire to become strong oneself." With that, he turned and departed. Mother Lai attempted to pursue him, but was halted by law enforcement. Watching her son being taken away, Mother Lai was overwhelmed with anxiety. What shall we do? What can we do? Father Lai gradually regained his composure and took out his phone to search. Chang'an Zoo? I recall it's located on the North 3rd Ring Road. I shall go there and request a letter of understanding from the owner. Zhang Wei mentioned he is assisting the owner with the lawsuit. The true infringement lies with that owner. Mother Lai seemed to seize upon a glimmer of hope. Yes. If we can obtain the owner's letter of understanding, our son can avoid the lawsuit. Speaking fervently, the couple drove straight to Chang'an Zoo. It was midday, and Chao Cheng had just returned with lunch for Luo Jin and Tong Anqi. He went upstairs to eat while watching videos when, at that moment, Luo Jin called to inform him that 2 individuals were seeking him. Reluctantly, Chao Cheng made his way to the entrance. Upon seeing Chao Cheng, Mother Lai was eager to speak, but Father Lai shot her a sharp glare, clearly having advised her to remain quiet. Who are you? Chao Cheng inquired. We are the parents of Lai Jichao, the university student who infringed upon your rights by selling courses, Father Lai said, forcing a smile. Regarding this matter, might we negotiate a private settlement? Chao Cheng was taken aback. A private settlement? Did not our legal department send your son a private message only to be blocked? And now you wish to settle privately? Father Lai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yes, this situation is indeed Xiao Chao's fault. Whether impersonating you to sell courses or blocking your legal department, it is all our fault. Xiao Chao is simply immature. They say a child's misdeeds reflect the father's shortcomings. I apologize on his behalf. Please, I implore you to show mercy and let Xiao Chao off this once. I assure you he will never dare repeat this mistake. Father Lai bowed deeply to Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng raised his hand. Sir, I assure you, I have vowed not to intervene in matters concerning the legal department. I am not privy to specifics regarding compensation or sentencing. If you are sincere, please consult my legal team. Persuading them would be far more beneficial than wasting time here with me. Chao Cheng was not hard-hearted. Rather, he found it tedious to assess whether this was indeed a reasonable father or merely a father momentarily acting rationally for his son. Thus, he opted to pass the matter to Zhang Wei. After all, he had engaged Zhang Wei as legal counsel precisely to handle such troublesome situations. If they could convince Zhang Wei, known for his unwavering stance, it would demonstrate that this pair of parents had genuinely exerted effort. However, to Mother Lai, it sounded as though Chao Cheng was deflecting responsibility. She erupted, "We have apologized. What more do you desire? It's merely a few videos. Was it necessary to escalate it to this extent? You are demanding a compensation of 1 million. We do not possess such wealth. We will return the money we earned. We will take down the videos and apologize to you. Is that not sufficient? My son is still young. He has a bright future ahead. If he gets a criminal record, his life will be ruined. Do you not understand? Must you push someone to the brink?" As her emotions surged, her voice quavered, and she was overcome with tears, as though she had suffered an immense injustice. Chao Cheng gazed at her outburst with a look of disbelief. He had assumed this couple approached with the intent of securing leniency for their son, perhaps to negotiate a lighter sentence. If they truly sought a private settlement with sincerity, they would at least offer sufficient compensation or even more to facilitate a discussion about preventing their child from going to prison. Yet, to his astonishment, this couple was audacious enough to come without even the means to offer compensation. This was not a request for leniency, it was an insistence upon it. Subsequently, Chao Cheng turned to Father Lai, who wore a face of utter despair, and remarked, "A child's misdeeds reflect the father's shortcomings? I thought you were merely being polite. To have such a creature in your home, indeed, it is the father's fault. I shall instruct my legal team to inform your son that if he is fortunate enough to experience life behind bars, he should extend his gratitude to his mother." Chapter 44. Old man, you are unreasonable. At this moment, Father Lai experienced a sense of resignation, as if everything had been laid bare before him. With a deep sigh of acceptance, he nodded and ceased his conversation with Chao Cheng, wandering in a daze towards his vehicle. "What did you say?" Mother Lai cried out, her voice rising an octave as she aimed to argue with Chao Cheng. Turning around, she realized her husband had already departed. In an instant, she felt like a lost pet without its owner's protection. Her resolve crumbled, and she hurriedly called out, "Husband, husband." She embodies the quintessential house ruler. Since the birth of her child, she has not toiled a single day. The entire household sustains itself on the income of her husband, an engineer, who earns a steady monthly salary of around 20,000 yuan. His lucrative and stable earnings, complemented by generous benefits, afford her a life of considerable comfort. However, with her days spent at home, she began to contemplate how to manipulate her husband. She liberated herself from household chores, displayed temper, and engaged in silent treatments. As her husband gradually acquiesced, she began to wield increasing influence over both domestic and external matters. It must be said, her learning curve was remarkably effective. Over the course of the past 2 decades, her husband has become increasingly subservient to her whims. Yet, deep within, she is acutely aware that her reliance on him remains. Where could she find such a comfortable life, relying solely on her beauty, if she were to depart from him? Where could she encounter such an accommodating and submissive man? Thus, when her husband decided to leave, her confidence wavered. Unexpectedly, she reached out to grasp his arm, only to be forcefully rebuffed by her usually gentle husband. "Let us divorce," he declared, his words chilling yet resolute. He is no fool. He understands the correlation between their troubled life and his wife. His submission to her has been born from the fear of the cost of divorce, as he wished to provide their child with a complete family. But now, with their son having committed a crime, it becomes evident that he was mistaken. mistaken in a profound way, for their son is imprisoned. What use is a complete family now? No, please don't leave. She pleaded desperately as she chased after her husband, who, uninterested, drove away without uttering another word. Watching their retreating figures, Luo Jin turned back towards the ticket booth. She found herself exchanging glances with Tao Tao, both puzzled by the unfolding situation. Sister Luo, what kind of car do you like? Asked Chao Cheng with a smile. Car? Are you referring to automobiles? Luo Jin responded, somewhat bewildered by Chao Cheng's abrupt inquiry. He nodded affirmatively, explaining that the compensation amount sought by Zhang Wei was 1 million yuan, if they won the lawsuit. After deducting Zhang Wei's commission of around 100,000, there would still be a substantial sum left, enough to procure 2 vehicles for the zoo. Misunderstanding his intention, Luo Jin believed he merely sought her opinion. Well, I like robust vehicles. The tank, specifically the Tank 400, seems excellent. Tao Tao chimed in, raising her small hand. Tank 400. Chao Cheng laughed. Even you know about the Tank 400? Luo Jin, slightly embarrassed, replied, I don't know many cars. I just saw it on a flyer I brought home. It appears much more aesthetically pleasing than the typical cars I encounter. Plus, it seems to be a hybrid, which should save fuel. Chao Cheng clapped the window frame, declaring, perfect. Let us order 2 Tank 400s. Surprised, Luo Jin asked, 2 vehicles? For what purpose? To provide for the company, of course. Since you like it, we'll go with this model. With Tao Tao starting kindergarten soon, it will be useful for you to drive her. We can't always rely on electric bikes in inclement weather. Acknowledging the vehicle's sturdy appearance and reasonable price, just over 280,000 yuan for the hybrid, Chao Cheng assured her that acquiring 2 for the company posed no problem. Luo Jin's mouth dropped in astonishment. Because I like it. The company is going to provide such cars? Tao Tao clapped her little hands, exclaiming, Yay, Uncle Chao, can I ride in the big car? Of course. Chao Cheng chuckled. Luo Jin affectionately ruffled Tao Tao's hair. Why don't you go play in the zoo for a while? I need to speak with Uncle Chao. Aunt Yunxin will come to pick you up shortly. Tao Tao obediently nodded and scampered back to the zoo, having spent far more time here than Chao Cheng. For her, this place felt like home. Chao Cheng inquired, Did you have someone come to pick up Tao Tao? Is there something planned for the evening? If so, let me know. Luo Jin gently shook her head, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters as she gazed at Chao Cheng. Do you have plans for tonight? If not, I would like to invite you to dinner. Chao Cheng laughed. But we eat together every day. Why make it so formal? Luo Jin replied earnestly, Today is different. I wish to personally prepare a meal for you to express my gratitude for your kindness towards us. Chao Cheng regarded her with a hint of curiosity, yet nodded in agreement. All right, I accept your invitation. Luo Jin blushed and nodded, then it settled. Just then, 2 vehicles drove up and parked at the edge of the lot. Chao Cheng assumed they were visitors and thought to extend a brief welcome. Most of the recent visitors had been fans of his live streams, and he felt grateful for their support. After all, whether 100 yuan to see a crow was worth it was one matter, but their willingness to spend was another. 2 groups of people emerged from the vehicles, totaling 8 individuals, both men and women, all dressed appropriately and exuding an air of refinement. At the forefront was an elderly gentleman with white hair, appearing to be in his 70s. Among them, one girl caught Chao Cheng's eye immediately. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Tong Anchi. It was none other than the researcher, Tong Anya. There was no need to inquire further. These were clearly individuals from the research institute. Chao Cheng's expression soured instantly. He turned to Luo Jin and instructed, Close the gate. Luo Jin glanced at the group, then returned to the ticket booth to shut all the turnstiles, making their unwelcoming intentions unmistakably clear. Hello, Mr. Chao. We are from the Animal Behavior and Welfare Research Institute of Agricultural University. This is Professor Huang. We have come to sincerely apologize regarding the previous bird capture incident. A polite researcher approached Chao Cheng and stated. With an indifferent demeanor, Chao Cheng responded, and then, his anger was palpable, unaware of the details surrounding Song Qing's solo actions. He held no favorable impression of the research institute and was unimpressed by this display. What was the purpose of bringing an elderly man here? Was it a moral appeal to respect the elderly and the young? At this moment, Professor Huang interjected, Mr. Chao, I understand your anger. However, Song Qing's actions do not reflect the overall quality of our institute. I apologize for this rogue individual. While I do not expect you to fully forgive us, I hope you can grant us an opportunity for a fair exchange. We are willing to conduct research on these crows for a fee. The professor's personal apology, coupled with their willingness to pay for research, demonstrated their sincerity. Yet, Chao Cheng shook his head. Old man, you battle cancer, putting life and death aside, yet still possess such fervor for work. Even coming to apologize for the crows, I admire your dedication. You excel in academia, Chao Cheng remarked, giving a thumbs up. He swiftly altered his tone, adding, but your personal conduct is rather mediocre. You have but a month left to live. While you may be willing to sacrifice your life for research, if you perish under my watch, how shall I manage? You have not considered my position at all. Chao Cheng's words were undeniably blunt. Yet, no one seemed to take offense. Instead, they were all left in a state of utter astonishment, gazing at Professor Huang. To their further astonishment, Professor Huang's own eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting shock. Chapter 45. 1,000 Days of Raising Monkeys, 1 Moment of Utilizing Them. After finishing his statement, Chao Cheng paid them no further mind and turned back towards the zoo, leaving behind a group of stunned researchers. Professor Huang, is it truly so? Several students exclaimed, their faces filled with dread. Cancer? When did this happen? The most bewildered of all was Professor Huang himself, who was equally in the dark. Impossible. I had no such findings during my recent medical checkup. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals collectively exhaled in relief. That Chao Cheng is truly something. He refuses to accept an apology, and even if he is angry, he should not curse Professor Huang. Upon hearing a student voice this sentiment, the others began to reflect. They recalled Chao Cheng's attitude towards them, which had been plainly unfavorable from the outset. It seemed he had merely vented his anger. But to curse an elderly person was utterly lacking in decency and integrity. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, it was a relief that Professor Huang was unharmed. It had merely been a false alarm. Such a uniquely spirited individual. Let us depart for now and devise a plan, Professor Huang sighed, shaking his head. In truth, they had already arrived. After leaving the rescue center, Professor Yu had headed straight to the South China Tiger Breeding Center in Dongling City, exerting their utmost efforts to see what could be done for the tiger. Professor Huang and the others also returned to convene, but soon learned through the media that Director Zhang, that scoundrel, had actually sent the tiger to Chao Cheng. They were all acutely aware of the tiger's condition. Recognizing this as a blatant attempt to frame Chao Cheng, Professor Huang seized upon the opportunity to mend relations with Chao Cheng, if they could assist him in this predicament. Even if it meant absorbing the blame for the tiger's demise themselves, it would be of no consequence. As scholars, they were not afraid of criticism. Establishing a good rapport with an extraordinary beast handler like Chao Cheng would prove invaluable, not just for crows, but for future animal research as well. It was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Thus, they hastened to the location, only to find they were a step too late. As their vehicle reached the third ring road, they spotted a military helicopter descending. A convoy of municipal leaders followed, with the law enforcement and elite enforcement vehicles sounding their horns as they cleared the way, creating a formidable spectacle. They dared not approach recklessly and opted instead to wait at the roadside. After all the municipal leaders had passed, news did not emerge of the tiger's death. On the contrary, they soon received word from the city that the tiger was indeed recovering. This revelation left them utterly perplexed and even more curious. Coincidentally, at that moment, as the clock struck 10, a cacophony of crows erupted within the zoo, swirling around the skies like a dark cloud in a spectacular display. The scene was both breathtaking and awe-inspiring, igniting a fervor for research within Professor Huang and his colleagues. However, since Chao Cheng was not at the entrance, they surmised they would not meet him. They awaited the moment he would emerge. To their dismay, it became evident that Chao Cheng harbored significant prejudice against them, showing no inclination to indulge in pleasantries. The researchers gazed intently at the crows, their thoughts filled with reproach towards Song Qing. Were it not for him, they might have already commenced their research on these crows, potentially acquiring invaluable data. As they retraced their steps and returned to their vehicle, Tong Anya adjusted her glasses and glanced towards the skies above the zoo. She had just observed her sister's live stream, and knew Tong Anchi was currently broadcasting from within. As a scholar, she felt a profound sense of being a mere step away from the truth, yet that step felt insurmountable. Deep down, she harbored some guilt. The entire situation stemmed from her initial contact with Song Qing. Had she not been so anxious, but instead returned to personally seek out other research assistance, perhaps the subsequent events could have been averted. If only they could avoid harming these birds. Chao Cheng, a man of clear grievances, allowed Tong Anchi to pose with the crows and permitted visitors to interact closely with them. How could he possibly deny them the opportunity to set up equipment for mere observation? Upon returning to the park, Chao Cheng summoned Luo Jin and Tong Anchi, who had just finished their live stream, for a brief meeting. Though our zoo is modest, spanning just 140 acres, much of it remains vacant. It is high time we organized it properly. Once the tiger has healed, we will possess a true centerpiece for our zoo. We can then introduce additional animals, allowing the zoo to finally find its footing. Luo Jin and Tong Anchi perked up at this. Although they had technically opened, the majority of visitors had come solely to see the crows. As Chao Qing put it, the rest was hardly worth mentioning. A mere trifle, not reflective of a genuine zoo. A true zoo ought to showcase biodiversity, allowing guests to enjoy their visit for over an hour, if not half a day, with a diverse array of animals. complemented by unique species not found in other zoos that would signify a genuine step towards success. Thus, I propose a grand cleanup. Both were taken aback. Comrade Capitalist, you nearly exhausted me yesterday. A cleanup today? Is this your daily trick to wear me out? Tong Yanchi exclaimed incredulously. 140 acres. Are the three of us supposed to clean it all ourselves? Luo Jin, hearing this, turned her face away in embarrassment, feeling a mixture of bitterness and anger. That brat. What is she showing off for? Her sense of guilt towards Tong Yanchi diminished slightly. There's no rush. I never said you had to clean, Chao Chung replied, somewhat irritably. Sister Luo, you will be monitoring the ticket booth this afternoon. Hang in there for a few more days. We will hire another ticket seller. And then you can be free to learn accounting properly. Tong Yanchi, you will live stream using my account this afternoon. The camera will still focus on Wensi, primarily showcasing our zoo's grand cleanup. We can occasionally pan to the tiger for some dramatic effect. Tong Yanchi's expression darkened immediately. So, the tiger is merely a prop for sympathy? Who would even watch a cleanup livestream? If your viewership is lower than mine, you cannot blame me. She was wise to issue a preemptive caution. Rest assured. Chao Qing chuckled, while Luo Jin keenly discerned the underlying meaning in his words. Are you going out this afternoon? Yes, I'm going to buy a chain for the tiger. Once it's ready, I will secure it. Chao Qing spoke with a casual tone. Luo Jin and the others stared in disbelief. A chain? Securing it? After a good 4 to 5 seconds of processing, Luo Jin finally asked, you must be joking. That's a tiger, not a dog. Chao Qing nodded, I know. I will get a thicker one. Tong Yanchi bit her lip tightly to suppress her laughter. Luo Jin, even more speechless, exclaimed, it's not just about the thickness. It's a tiger. You may have confidence in your beast taming abilities, but the guests are unaware. Which visitor would dare to enter with a tiger secured by a chain? This is against regulations. Chao Chung stroked his chin in realization. He understood that he had indeed overlooked this aspect. As the owner of the beast, he subconsciously perceived it as harmless. The idea of using a chain was primarily for the spectacle of live streaming, neglecting the concerns of both guests and regulations. Then I shall contact a construction company to custom make a tiger enclosure, he concluded, prompting a relieved nod from Luo Jin. All right, let us eat. After lunch, we'll take a break before getting to work. With a clap of his hands, the group dispersed. After finishing their meal, Chao Chung ventured alone to the monkey enclosure. Inside, 5 adult macaques resided. Although they were not his beasts, Chao Chung emanated the aura of a beast master. Upon seeing him, the monkeys instantly became much more docile. At Chang'an Zoo, we do not keep idle monkeys. You all should get to work, he declared, invoking the soul command technique. He gently lifted 5 luminescent little insects with his palm and blew them towards the monkeys. Whoosh! The 5 tiny insects flew swiftly, and the monkeys, unable to evade, allowed the creatures to burrow into their foreheads. Chao Chung promptly opened the cage door. Get to work. Chapter 46. The Monkey's Grand Cleanup. This is quite extraordinary. After lunch, before 2 o'clock, Tong Yanchi noticed Chao Chung had vanished. She assumed he had gone out to hire someone for a thorough cleaning. Just as she was preparing to wait for the arrival of his hired help before starting the live stream, unexpectedly, a parrot named Wensi swooped in, carrying equipment in its beak, and dropped it directly into her arms, squawking, work, work. Tong Yanchi shot an annoyed glance at Wensi, saying, you foolish bird. If I am to work, shouldn't you be working too? Why don't you ever slack off? Wensi flapped its wings defiantly, impudent, deducting 50 from your salary. Tong Yanchi felt like she could boil it down. You think you have the right to deduct my wages? Get to work, you silly bird. With irritation, she strapped the equipment onto the parrot. Just as she was about to log into Chao Cheng's account to start the live stream, she suddenly spotted the 5 monkeys dashing towards her from a distance. Tong Yanchi was startled, initially fearing they had escaped from their enclosure due to a loose cage. Alarmed, she scurried to a corner, ready to call Chao Chung. However, she noticed the monkeys were all carrying tools, large brooms, burlap sacks, some with cloths, and others with water basins. The monkey holding the water basin and the one with the cloth hurried to the ticket booth entrance, startling Luo Jin, who was engrossed in reading a comic with Tao Tao. How did you all escape? Hurry back, she shouted, preparing to usher the monkeys back. Before Chao Cheng's arrival, she had been responsible for their care and was relatively familiar with them. Yet, witnessing the monkeys with the water basin and cloth was astonishing. The monkey with the cloth washed it thoroughly and skillfully climbed atop the ticket booth, scrubbing vigorously. Though macaques are not particularly tall, they are agile. They could even use their tails to hook onto higher surfaces, hanging upside down to clean. They seemed to leave no spot untouched. When the cloth got dirty, they knew to wash it clean before resuming their work, leaving Luo Jin utterly dumbfounded. The grand cleanup that Chao Cheng mentioned, was it really them? Had these monkeys somehow become sentient? How did they acquire such skills? The 2 monkeys assigned to cleaning clearly aimed at all public facilities, the ticket booth, turnstiles, entrance signs. Just at the entrance alone, There was a substantial amount of work to be done. For places like the entrance sign, a human would need a ladder or a lift, yet the monkeys could easily leap up. Meanwhile, the monkey wielding the broom was diligently sweeping the streets, leaving no speck of dust behind. They say monkeys are impatient, but these few were methodical and thorough in their task. The one with the burlap sack was collecting fallen leaves in the green area, occasionally biting into an unfamiliar fruit and grimacing at its bitterness before tossing it into the sack. Tong Yanchi was left in astonishment. Next to her, Wincy was growing anxious. "Stop dawdling. Go live." It then soared energetically into the air, almost spinning in place with excitement. Tong Yanchi was taken aback by the inexplicable fervor emanating from a mere bird. She thought, "What are you so worked up about?" Nevertheless, she quickly retrieved her phone and opened the app. No wonder Chao Chung mentioned a live stream of the grand cleanup. A human cleanup might lack appeal, but a monkey cleanup? Now that was captivating. Tong Yanchi immediately logged into Chao Cheng's account and changed the live stream title to "No Deliveries Today, Monkey's Grand Cleanup." As soon as the live stream commenced, the viewer count skyrocketed in mere moments, surpassing 10,000. The barrage of comments erupted, and gifts began to rain in. Finally backlift. "We waited so long. Chao go. Hurry and start the deliveries. I'm ready with my offering." Sunglasses presented. "No deliveries today? Monkey's cleanup?" What does that mean? Some viewers began to notice the live stream title. At that moment, Wincy focused the camera on Tong Yanchi, who appeared in a pristine white wedding dress, a crow perched on her shoulder. "Water friends, the boss isn't home. We're about to cause some mischief." With that, Tong Yanchi sprang into action, radiating a sweet and mischievous aura. Simultaneously, Wincy flitted about, directing the camera towards the busy monkeys. The comments went wild. What a beautiful girl. Did I miss something major? Who is this stunning woman in a wedding dress? Is she Chao Boss's girlfriend? Wow, I'm officially jealous." The internet sensation Tong Yanchi, with 1 million followers, has been claimed by Chao Boss. Wearing a wedding dress. Is this a real wedding or just a show? "Hey, beautiful. Could you please not throw out your foot bath water? I want it." However, the comments quickly transitioned from flirtation to astonishment. "Wait, is that a monkey? Am I seeing things? Monkeys are cleaning? If the monkeys are working, then the crow isn't slacking either." As Wincy panned the camera, the crow had already joined the cleaning crew. A multitude of crows danced gracefully around the ground beneath the trees, diligently clearing away fallen leaves and withered branches. Every scrap of litter, be it plastic bags, torn paper, or fruit cores, was deftly transported by the crows to the nearest trash bin. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. That monkey's sweeping skills surpassed my own. Have I awoken from a dream, dear friends? Is that monkey indeed holding a basin? Is it using a cloth to wipe the signpost? This live broadcast must not reach my mother. Otherwise, I shall surely face her wrath. This streaming room feels as uncanny as an AI creation. In merely 15 minutes, the viewer count soared beyond 100,000. Gifts began to flood the screen with dazzling effects. The primary sponsors remained those peddling pet supplies and food. Chao Chung, refusing to endorse any products, left them with no choice but to compete for the top spot in the live stream. For the top rank is not easily attained. Brands that previously secured the top position saw their sales multiply exponentially. They would be mistakenly perceived as partners of Chao Chung, enjoying his endorsement. Yet, Chao Chung could not explicitly clarify that he did not recognize these brands, lest he dissuade potential patrons from donating. The internet is not as transparent as one might imagine. Not all netizens are discerning. The majority remain blissfully ignorant. The number of pet owners in Chao Cheng's live stream is staggering, with pet food consumption reaching unimaginable levels. Where one purchases hardly matters, countless individuals are willing to spend extravagantly on their beloved pets. One top-ranking brand selling various beef hide chew sticks alone netted over 300,000 in a single day. The profits are staggering, to say the least. The spectacle of the monkey and the crows engaged in their grand cleanup was so amusing that it required no interaction from Tong Yanchi. The audience was already in a frenzy. However, it wasn't long before someone reignited the chatter about the tiger. What could possibly be happening at this zoo that seems so peculiar? It must be due to the enigmatic owner. By the way, I recall reading in the morning news about a seriously injured tiger being brought in. Yes, there was indeed a severely wounded South China tiger. Can we catch a glimpse of it? The anticipation to see the tiger quickly surged. Wincy's camera zoomed in on the snake enclosure. The live stream suddenly displayed a massive steel tiger cage. Inside, a bandaged tiger lay sprawled on the cage bed, sleeping soundly. Wincy approached the cage bed closely, the camera nearly touching the tiger's face. The live stream erupted in excitement. The South China tiger is the subspecies closest to the original tiger, its primal ferocity palpable even through the screen. Wincy, however, knocked on the cage with a playful tap, exclaiming, "Brother Tiger, it's showtime." The tiger, roused from its slumber, turned and half rose, only to emit a low growl of discontent upon recognizing Wency. That single roar reverberated throughout the live stream, sending the audience into a frenzy. Are you out of your mind, you foolish bird? Why are you shouting at it? I swear, you scared the life out of me. Keep your distance. Don't bite me. Wency promptly circled the cage. The South China tiger responded with a series of irritable roars. Wency, undeterred, flew back out. When the outside monkey cleanup became mundane, the tiger had just begun to doze off again, and this bird swooped back in, prompting laughter and playful insults in the live stream. Compared to the previous scenario of only Wency delivering parcels, today's Chang'an Zoo live stream was bustling with activity. The parrot flew around with the camera, offering an aerial view of the entire zoo. Between the stunning female host, the monkeys cleanup, the crows collecting trash, and the parrot occasionally teasing the slumbering South China tiger, one wonders what other live streams could possibly compete. Singing, dancing, shouting, gaming, selling goods, physical challenges, or even individuals swaying to music or making indistinct sounds. These mindless, hypnotic broadcasts attract hundreds or even thousands of viewers. It highlights the extent of contemporary boredom. In comparison to these mundane streams, the Chang'an Zoo's lively presentation is indeed a dimensional assault. Meanwhile, during the Chang'an Zoo live stream, a rising young actress took to her personal social media to express her thoughts. Can you imagine how much a monkey or a crow must endure? How many beatings and abuses they must suffer to become obedient? I cannot fathom. What about a whole group? Beyond imagination. Chang'an Zoo, perhaps this is the crow's own Myanmar. The cruelty of humanity truly surpasses that of beasts. Alas, there are so many heart-wrenching matters in this world. We feel powerless yet unable to let go. This commentary was accompanied by a hashtag, Chang'an Zoo's Animal Cleanup, Animal Protectors. Chapter 47. The Woman Who is Most Ruthless to Herself. The cleanup continued throughout the afternoon. The monkeys took breaks to play and rest, providing ample amusement for the live stream audience. Luo Jin noticed a marked increase in afternoon visitors, prompting him to explain repeatedly that there were monkeys engaged in cleanup, which might affect their viewing experience. Surprisingly, most responded with, "We're here just for the monkeys," promptly spending 100 yuan to enter. Chao Chung spent the afternoon outside, having arranged for the tiger enclosure at the construction company, then visiting the electronics market. He upgraded to 2 sets of higher quality, high-definition live streaming equipment, purchased a new phone and a tablet, primarily for Wency to watch videos, and acquired 3 brand-new desktop computers, 1 for himself, 2 for company use, effectively refreshing their electronic arsenal. He then visited a long-distance car dealership to inspect available vehicles. Once the compensation from Zhang Wei's lawsuit arrived, he would be ready to drive away with a new car. By the time Chao Chung returned, dusk had settled, and most visitors had departed. The monkeys had retreated to their enclosure for a well-deserved slumber after a tiring day. Tong Anchi had just concluded her live stream. Upon checking the backend, Chao Chung discovered that he had spent 70,000 yuan that afternoon, while Tong Anchi had grossed 360,000 yuan, with her follower count soaring to 198 million. Most significantly, Chao Cheng's reputation had increased by 2 points over the course of the afternoon, bringing his total to 72 points. This brought him immense joy. After bidding farewell to the last wave of visitors, Chao Cheng summoned the two to assess their earnings. In addition to the live stream revenue, Luo Jin had also sold a substantial number of tickets in recent days. The peak sales occurred on the first day of the Crow ticket promotion and this afternoon. Over these few days, ticket sales alone amounted to 18 million yuan, indicating that nearly 200 individuals had visited the zoo. Although this visitor count may seem insignificant to some mid-sized and large zoos, even bordering on pitiful, it nonetheless marks a promising beginning. At this moment, after accounting for the 4 million yuan already earmarked for repayment, Chao Chung felt a surge of optimism. He currently possesses a total of 590,000 in his pocket. Coupled with an operating revenue of 120,000, the zoo is barely managing to sustain itself. Chao Chung is contemplating whether to hire additional staff to elevate the establishment's reputation to 80, which would require recruiting just 8 more individuals. Tong Anchi has finished her workday and is heading home. Once the zoo's gates close, only Chao Chung and Luo Jin remain. Upon returning to the second floor, Chao Chung inquires with a hint of confusion, "Where is Tao Tao?" Luo Jin, while tying on an apron as she enters the kitchen, responds with a smile. "A friend has taken her out for some fun. She is particularly fond of Tao Tao. She will be back tomorrow." Chao Chung, trusting her words, nods in understanding and then notices the ingredients Luo Jin has purchased. Wow, such a lavish spread. Is that alcohol? He picks up a bottle of white liquor, puzzled. How can there be no wine at a celebratory feast? "I shall drink with you," Luo Jin says as she emerges from the kitchen, gently guiding Chao Chung into his room. "You mustn't peek at my cooking. I wish to surprise you, so please rest for a while." I will call you when the meal is ready. Do not emerge unless summoned. Chao Cheng, bewildered, is pushed into the room. A surprise? The more she insists, the more curious he becomes. However, this time he curbs his curiosity, reasoning that it would be best not to spoil the surprise. Thus, he refrains from sending Wency to the window for surveillance and instead begins to immerse himself in the myriad paths of cultivation. Among the three contracted beasts, H1 is progressing the fastest, his training speed outpacing Chao Cheng's own efforts by at least 100-fold. Naturally, this staggering ratio is primarily due to Chao Cheng's initial low base level. At this moment, H1's cultivation has reached the latter half of the Qi refinement stage. Should it manage to break through to the late stage of Qi refinement, it would yield a significant enhancement for Chao Cheng. This is largely attributed to H1's current freedom and the numerous subordinates it commands, allowing it to traverse the mountains and forests multiple times a day, steadily increasing its minions' quantity and strength. Wency, though slightly less advanced, still manages a training speed several times faster than Chao Cheng's, despite having to work daily and remaining at the mid-Qi refinement stage. As for Pajun, it is currently stagnant, showing no signs of progress at this time. Yet, despite its continuous slumber, it is under the influence of 2 beast spirit pills, with its flesh rapidly regenerating and strength being restored. Time slips away easily in the throes of cultivation, and before he knows it, over 2 hours have passed. A knock at the door interrupts his reverie, and Xiaoqing opens his eyes and rises to answer it. Upon opening the door, he is immediately dazzled. Luo Jin has shed her usual garments and apron, donning a luxurious black silk nightgown. Beneath the lace hem, her legs appear as pristine as jade. The aroma of the meal wafts from the dining table. Dinner is ready. Luo Jin glances at Chao Cheng with a flushed face before hastening to sit at the table, resembling a dutiful wife anticipating praise for her efforts. Chao Cheng approaches the table, utterly astonished by the feast laid before him. Turtle soup, stewed lamb with yam, stir-fried kidneys, garlic vermicelli with oysters, cashew and walnut mix, goji berry yam porridge, and chive and egg pancakes. Chao Cheng casts another glance at Luo Jin's attire. She has prepared this elaborate meal and even changed into a nightgown? What a self-destructive culinary display. Someone is likely to face severe consequences tonight. As they take their seats, Luo Jin serves Chao Cheng a piece of lamb and fills 2 small cups with liquor. Raising her glass, her eyes now slightly reddened, she gazes at Chao Cheng and states, "Young master, I thank you for not sending my daughter and me away. I toast to you." With that, she downs her drink in one go. Chao Cheng does not intervene, but rather joins her in finishing the toast. He realizes that Luo Jin is quite sensitive internally. If he were to refuse, she might spiral into unnecessary thoughts. After the first cup, Luo Jin bites her lip tightly, her neck visibly flushing with a rapid crimson hue, akin to a glowing furnace. Chao Cheng muses, this must be terribly hot for her. How is your accounting studies coming along? Is it difficult? He inquires. It's manageable. The basics are relatively easy, but mastery will require time, she replies. Nodding, he then asks about Tao Tao's situation. Their conversation gradually unfolds, with Luo Jin sharing her struggles in raising a child, yet she refrains from mentioning her past relationships. Chao Cheng does not press for further details. As the drinks flow and the dishes are savored, while Chao Cheng holds his own, Luo Jin is becoming increasingly flushed. Were it not for Chao Cheng's restraint, she would have continued drinking. Naturally, none of the food goes to waste. With Chao Cheng's robust physique, he possesses a formidable appetite, further amplified after contracting Pajun, resulting in a dramatic increase in bodily functions and consumption. This meal is but a trifle for him. Well then, having feasted and drunk to satisfaction, it is now my turn to assist you. Let me treat your back once more, and it shall be entirely healed, he declares, setting down his utensils. Sliding his chair back and rising, he glances at Luo Jin's nightgown. Should she attempt to perform cat-like stretches in such attire, it could lead to perilous outcomes. Go change your clothes, he suggests. However, Luo Jin lowers her head, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid, betraying her intense nervousness. After a moment, she stands but does not retreat to her room. Instead, she walks directly into Chao Cheng's embrace, slowly wrapping her arms around his waist. He can even feel her body trembling slightly. You asked me that day if I wished to spend the night in your room. I now respond to you. I do. She confesses, her voice quivering. Chao Cheng feels a surge of heat rush to his head. Who could withstand this? From the moment he first met Luo Jin, he recognized her as a gentle, shy, and somewhat conservative woman. Yet, it is precisely this type of woman who has prepared such an elaborate meal and donned such a nightgown, accompanying him in drinking, ultimately with the intention of offering herself to him. The stark contrast sends Chao Cheng's reason spiraling into chaos. As soon as Luo Jin finishes speaking, she suddenly finds herself swept up in a powerful embrace. Chao Cheng's voice, hot and fervent, burns in her ear. Desire? Then why prepare such a lavish spread? You are the most relentless woman I have ever encountered, bar none. Chapter 48. Delusional fans blocking the door? The dangers of online harassment. With that, Chao Cheng strides purposefully toward his room. Outside, thunder rumbles ominously as a torrential downpour begins, dropping the temperature several degrees. H1 and Wency take refuge with a flock of crows in the snake enclosure. Observing the heavy rain outside, Wency complains to H1 through their mental connection. There's no net. I can't even binge watch my shows. I want to go to the first floor of the management hall. H1 responds with utmost seriousness. Tonight. No one is permitted near the management hall. Wency falls silent. What shall I do about my play? Huan is being forced to acknowledge her kinship through blood. Haikawa, is the child yours? Wency, what does that have to do with me? Haikawa, then it's irrelevant. Wency, damn. The rain poured relentlessly, drowning everything in its sound. It was not until around 6 the next morning that Luo Jin slowly awoke, her body feeling as if it had been disassembled and reassembled, aching all over. She endured the discomfort and stealthily sat up to search for her clothes. Oh no, shattered. Awake? Came Chao Cheng's voice. Luo Jin turned around to find Chao Cheng gazing at her, and she quickly felt reassured and nestled back into his embrace. Are you trying to deny it just because you're pulling up your pants? In such a hurry to leave? Chao Cheng teased. Luo Jin lightly punched him. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at Chao Cheng and said, Actually, I know you have a girlfriend. That Tong Anchi. Chao Cheng chuckled. Who told you she was my girlfriend? Luo Jin was momentarily taken aback. She came into your room yesterday, dancing. I was just testing my skills. Didn't you hear the music? Luo Jin's face lit up with joy, but she quickly regained her composure and added, But it's bound to happen sooner or later. I can see you like her. Chao Cheng laughed. Wait, that's not the point. The point is you know I have a girlfriend, and yet you're doing all this. Are you trying to steal her away? Luo Jin smirked. I just wanted to let you know that you don't have to be responsible for me after you've had me. Because I've already decided I want to marry again in this lifetime, for the sake of Tao Tao. Right now, you're taking care of us. And I have no way to repay you. In truth, Luo Jin had long come to terms with the fact that she could never remarry. With Tao Tao in her life, she did not wish to be hurt again, nor did she want Tao Tao to suffer. She had lost faith in her judgment regarding men. However, Chao Cheng's presence instilled in her a sense of reliance. He was young, handsome, fit, and capable. Where could she find a man better than him? Not only did she feel unable to repay him, but on a practical level, she also yearned to depend on him. Chao Cheng inwardly acknowledged her maturity. In truth, what he cherished most about Luo Jin was her mature demeanor. She was a true adult, knowing what she wanted. With delicate thoughts, worldly wisdom, yet unpretentious. He felt a sisterly affection from her, and being with her brought him immense comfort. It seemed that Tao Tao's words had genuinely resonated with Luo Jin. I told you, Tao Tao is a good child. Chao Cheng playfully patted her. Thanks for the invitation, but I don't eat people. Off you go. Luo Jin obediently nodded. Now that she had opened up to Chao Cheng, she felt liberated and less shy. Before stepping out, she cast a charming glance at him. By the way, we must keep our relationship a secret from Tao Tao. She must not find out. Otherwise, if you happen to have another woman in the future, I fear she. Chao Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Just imagine if Tao Tao discovered that her mother was dating Uncle Chao, and then one day, Uncle Chao found a girlfriend. Tao Tao would certainly cause a scene, complicating their relationship. Luo Jin smiled sweetly, ready to leave, but suddenly paused and looked back at Chao Cheng, her eyes gleaming with a striking contrast of warmth and shyness. Let us just keep it a secret from everyone. Chao Cheng chuckled internally, realizing Luo Jin had truly let herself go, striking a chord he and T expected. After dressing, Luo Jin began preparing breakfast for Chao Cheng. The negative emotions stemming from Chao Cheng and Tong Anchi dissipated entirely, and she even began to hum a cheerful tune. Previously, she had cooked for the young master. Now, she was cooking for the man she adored. The mindset was entirely different. By this time, Chao Cheng had also gotten out of bed and dressed. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Song Xingjie. This is rather early. Hello? Old Chao. You're trending. Song Xingjie dropped a bombshell. Trending? Yes. Weren't you live streaming the monkey and crow cleanup yesterday? Lin Xinqi brought the topic to you. She said you were abusing animals. Chao Cheng was puzzled. Lin Xinqi? Who is she? A celebrity, a rising star, known for her roles in historical dramas. You don't know her? Chao Cheng replied curtly. There are countless rising stars these days, all looking the same. How would I know? Besides, I don't watch modern trash dramas. Forget about that for now. This matter is trending. This woman has quite a following. You might be facing a wave of online backlash. Brace yourself, Song Xingjie warned. As he spoke, Chao Cheng suddenly sensed Haikawa's presence. He immediately activated his borrowing vision, and his perspective shifted to Haikawa, who was standing outside the Chung'an Zoo with a large crowd gathered around him. At first glance, there were at least 200 people, with more arriving by car, motorcycle, electric scooter, and bicycle. Upon closer inspection, all these individuals were young, the youngest still in school uniforms, and the oldest not exceeding 30 years. Moreover, women constituted over 80% of the crowd. Occasionally, a few men were either dragged there by their partners or were there to find partners. Some had even unfurled banners reading, "Heartless boss abusing animals. Severe punishment. I stand with Shinchi. Animal abuse cannot be tolerated. Kind-hearted Shinchi, disgusting boss." However, the crowd had yet to start causing a ruckus, clearly waiting for daylight and the media. Chao Chung promptly informed Song Xingjia, "No need to prepare. They've already arrived. The fans are blocking the entrance. At least 200 people. What the heck? Isn't this inciting a riot? I'll call Uncle Luo to bring people over to handle it." Chao Chung shook his head. Bringing people is fine, but they can only maintain order. Under no circumstances should there be any conflict with the crowd. This cannot be classified as inciting a riot. Moreover, given that there are many students involved, any rash handling could lead to irreversible consequences for the enforcement agency of Yunhai City. Not to mention, if someone gets injured during the process, public opinion would completely engulf Yunhai City's bureau. At that point, even the city leaders wouldn't be able to protect them. Song Xingjia was taken aback. What? Chao Chung offered no further explanation. Just listen to me. As long as they don't storm the zoo, let them block the entrance. I'll take the heat for now. Allow me a moment to devise a solution, Song Xingjia remarked. Today has indeed turned out to be quite eventful. The old man was summoned to a meeting early this morning. It seems there has been an issue upstream with the flooding, causing refuse to block the Meihua River. Do you think this incident is sufficient to overshadow your matter? Chao Cheng's eyes instantly brightened. Is that so? Please assist me in tracking down the latest developments. Chapter 49. The arrival of the crows. The Meihua River, situated in the southeast of Yunhai City, has long been a target for development, envisioned as a scenic waterway. Unfortunately, due to limited funding, the ambitious plans have remained unfulfilled. At present, a section of the river has become a stagnant bay, choked with an extensive expanse of refuse, floating like sesame seed duckweed upon the water's surface, an unending sight to behold. The media has promptly reported on the situation, prompting the city to convene an emergency meeting. During the session, Bai He, the first member of the municipal committee, addressed Song Taizhan, asking, "Director Song, would you kindly elaborate for us?" Clearing his throat, Song Taizhan began. Upon receiving directives from the city, we promptly initiated an investigation upstream along the river. We have determined that the source of the refuse is the illegal landfill site in Qingsha Village, Dongling City. Following yesterday's torrential rain, the flooding has completely unearthed this site, allowing a significant volume of lightweight refuse to be swept downstream, ultimately settling in the stagnant bay of the Meihua River. Long Chongping, the head of the Water Conservancy Department, interjected with frustration, "This is utterly outrageous. I dispatched personnel at dawn, and from aerial footage, it appears that the refuse has spread at least 5 kilometers. The scale is astonishing. What will happen if we experience another downpour? If this refuse surges downstream and clogs our water management systems, the consequences would be catastrophic." Bai He expressed his displeasure. Is this truly the moment to assign blame? Yet, he empathized with Long Chongping's predicament and rapped his fingers on the table. First, we must address the issue. How do we proceed with the dredging efforts? Do we have any leads? Long Chongping appeared quite troubled, casting a pleading glance towards the head of the Environmental Protection Department. The environmental chief responded, "The location of the refuse blockage presents significant challenges. The flanking areas are comprised of forested wetlands, making it difficult for large machinery to access. We can only employ small dredging vessels for the cleanup, and we must establish a 3-kilometer temporary transport route from the riverbank to the main road for refuse removal trucks. We currently possess only 8 small dredging vessels. Even if we mobilize them all, we will require substantial additional equipment, not to mention the costs associated with labor, equipment acquisition, and fuel consumption. I estimate a minimum budget of at least 4 million, and that is the bare minimum." As his words hung in the air, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. To handle such riverine refuse would necessitate such an exorbitant expenditure? Bai He inquired, "How long might the cleanup take?" "Financial matters are secondary at this juncture. It is imperative that we expedite the cleanup to avert greater hazards," Long Chongping replied. "Given the construction of the roadway and the dredging operations, we estimate a timeline of 20 days, or perhaps longer." Yang Xinhai interjected, "No, that is absolutely unacceptable. If we encounter another storm like yesterday's, this refuse could easily spread further downstream. I have consulted the Meteorological Bureau, and due to the approaching typhoon, we are likely to face heavy rain again in 2 days." The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence as they found themselves at an impasse. With such high costs and slow results, what alternatives remained? This matter primarily falls under the jurisdiction of Dongling City. We should seek their assistance. Perhaps they possess a viable solution, someone proposed. However, this suggestion did not garner consensus, as they all understood the underlying motive, to escalate the issue upward, hoping to deflect blame should a larger crisis arise. This was the most desperate of measures. For while Dongling City bore primary responsibility, Yunhai City too had culpability for ineffective river management. Ultimately, if a calamity were to occur, it would be Yunhai City that suffered the repercussions. Mayor Sun had already departed for the provincial capital early that morning. For now, swift action was of the essence. Let us proceed with the existing plan, he instructed. Vice Mayor Yang, you must take the lead on this matter, coordinating interdepartmental efforts to commence promptly. Yang Xinhai nodded affirmatively. Very well. In terms of public welfare, the morning news had already reported on this situation. Chao Cheng's affair might have been relegated to entertainment news, appealing to a more general audience. But the issue of riverine blockage was a matter of public welfare for Yunhai City. Once the morning news aired, virtually no one remained unaware of the situation, particularly due to the shocking aerial footage, revealing a river over 50 to 60 meters wide, choked with refuse for at least 5 kilometers, invoking a profound sense of threat. The public tends to amplify concerns related to their own interests, fearing that any mismanagement could jeopardize their drinking water or even flood their homes. The communications department would need to expend considerable effort to mitigate the negative impact of this incident. However, they were destined to struggle against the viral videos and images circulating online, as an inherent conflict exists between the public and the authorities. With minimal provocation, a substantial wave of public attention could be generated, leading to a plethora of marketing accounts and influencers capitalizing on the situation, thereby increasing pressure on the relevant departments and complicating matters further. Indeed, numerous influencers, media representatives, and nonprofit organizations had already rushed to the scene, adding to the turmoil faced by enforcement agencies. By around 7:30 a.m., the atmosphere was thick with anticipation, as if another downpour could arrive at any moment. On the main road leading to the garbage-strewn area of the Meihua River, heavy trucks thundered past, while excavators, bulldozers, and transport vehicles arrived in a steady stream. Small environmental vehicles formed a long procession. Yang Xinhai stood with his team atop a rise, gazing down at the river, and felt a chill run down his spine. The situation was indeed dire. As far as the eye could see, the river was nearly entirely filled with household refuse, predominantly non-biodegradable items such as plastic bottles, bags, packaging, and tattered clothing. While the banks overflowed with debris, the center of the river was also swirling with refuse. Efforts to intercept the refuse downstream had commenced. Yet such measures could not be sustained without causing widespread harm to the aquatic life within the river. Most concerning of all was the fact that this incident had captured significant public attention. The speed at which this situation was resolved was no longer merely a matter of consequences. It was intrinsically linked to the image of the city itself. At this moment, the Environmental Protection Officer approached with a report. Deputy Mayor Yang, the excavator has arrived. We need to clear a path to send the dredging vessel over. Yang Xinhai sighed deeply. Let us commence. This command implied the inevitable destruction of vast tracts of forest land, which would undoubtedly provoke immense dissatisfaction among the citizens, even inciting vitriol. Even if the dredging of the riverbed ultimately succeeded, it could hardly be deemed a merit. The blame, of course, would fall squarely on the shoulders of the city leaders, primarily on his own. Yet, pressing matters took precedence, and Yang Xinhai found little room for such concerns. Just as the environmental officer was about to seize the walkie-talkie to issue orders, a voice suddenly cried out, "What is that over there?" The crowd followed his pointed finger, and they beheld a dark cloud rolling ominously toward them from the sky. Yang Xinhai's eyes widened in astonishment. Crows. Those are the crows from Cheng'an Zoo. Chapter 50. You can't handle me, I'll withdraw you. Yang Xinhai was well acquainted with these crows, having personally visited Cheng'an Zoo. He could think of no other than Chao Cheng who possessed such extraordinary influence over these birds. At that moment, the flock of crows appeared significantly more formidable than when he had last encountered them, approximately 400 strong. The sight was indeed awe-inspiring. What purpose did this gathering serve? Some city officials were puzzled, unaware of the remarkable capabilities of these crows. The flock swooped down toward the debris floating on the river's surface. Each crow deftly grasped a piece of garbage, soaring upward and traversing the trees and wetlands, heading directly toward the refuse trucks on the main road. Like aerial bombers, they dropped the refuse into the trucks with remarkable precision. In an instant, all who witnessed this spectacle, including numerous media representatives, were left utterly astounded. This flock of crows was, astonishingly, cleansing the river of debris. If only 1 or 2 crows had managed such precise garbage retrieval, it would have been noteworthy. However, with hundreds of crows executing this task flawlessly, the scene transformed into a mesmerizing spectacle. For lighter trash bags, they could even snatch 2 or 3 at a time, deftly flitting between the river and the trucks, creating a veritable black conveyor belt. Quickly, consolidate all garbage trucks in one location to facilitate the crow's disposal efforts. Ensure that the debris on the surrounding ground is promptly cleared into the trucks. Dispatch additional vehicles immediately, Yang Xinhai shouted with enthusiasm, rousing all the city leaders from their stupor. They collectively recognized Yang Xinhai's excitement, bordering on unrestrained joy, for they too were rendered speechless by the astonishing scene. How could this be possible? How could it be? Even if Chao Cheng's trained flock was exceptionally intelligent, how could they know to transport the garbage to the trucks? They had effectively turned the tables, prompting human cooperation in their endeavors. Some observers noted a particular detail. Many of the garbage bags floating on the river were filled with water. For instance, a noodle bag, once opened, would unleash a deluge. Flying with such weight would surely impede speed. Yet, not a single crow made such a foolish mistake. They intuitively grasped the bags by the unsealed end, allowing the water to spill out with a splash. These intricate details were captured by the media in abundance. The Environmental Protection Officer immediately set out to execute commands. Their original plan involved using the dredging vessel for collection, which would have required several days just to clear a path. The garbage trucks were intended to remove the debris obstructing the route, not to collect the refuse. Thus, not all were mobilized. However, with the assistance of the crows, there was no need to clear the path. Simply aligning the garbage trucks would suffice. Having issued his orders, Yang Xinhai was aglow with excitement. Marveling at the sky filled with crows, he urgently inquired of the others, "By the way, check if the owner of Chang'an Zoo is live streaming." Several young officials and aides promptly retrieved their phones, only to report, "No, Boss Chow is not live streaming." Yang Xinhai called out, "Song Taizhan. Where's Song Taizhan?" "Director Song is over by that intersection. I'll fetch him," someone replied. Before they had taken more than a few steps, Song Taizhan was already striding toward them. Without waiting for Yang Xinhai to speak, he exclaimed, "Deputy Mayor Yang, I just called Chao Cheng." He indeed sent the crows to assist. He saw this situation on the morning news and felt compelled to contribute to the city, so he dispatched the flock. The city leaders present could not help but silently commend this remarkable individual. He was no fool. Previously, when the critically endangered South China tiger had been brought to him, he had not placed blame on the city but had instead revived the tiger, averting a significant crisis for the municipality. Now, upon witnessing the city in distress, he had acted promptly to lend a hand. How many would feel humbled in comparison? Yang Xinhai inquired, "Why isn't he here? And why isn't he live streaming?" He was keen to meet Chao Cheng in person to express his gratitude face to face. Song Taizhan immediately grew serious. "I asked that as well. Currently, Chao Cheng is besieged by a throng of fans at the zoo and cannot venture out." Yang Xinhai was perplexed. "Fans? What is going on?" Song Taizhan cleared his throat. It all began when Chao Cheng live-streamed the crows and monkeys cleaning up at his zoo yesterday. A female celebrity publicly accused him of animal abuse online, claiming that his animals must have been trained through long-term mistreatment. This incident even made the entertainment section's trending news. This morning, the celebrity's fans blocked the entrance to Chang'an Zoo. Chao Cheng refrained from live-streaming the crow's assistance for fear of further online harassment. After all, the crows are indeed working. He worried about being accused of animal cruelty. This was the first occasion the crowd witnessed Song Taizhan reporting in such a tone, his words subtly targeting the female celebrity. The surrounding city leaders were instantly filled with indignation. What nonsense is this? Did you not see how he trained the crows? How can one hastily conclude he abuses animals? Absurd. This is a deliberate incitement of online violence. Yang Xinhai was enraged, his brows furrowing as he shouted, "I must report this to Secretary Bai. This is absolutely not merely an entertainment incident. It is a calculated disturbance by malicious individuals. This concerns our Cloud Sea City Hall." After an angry outburst, Yang Xinhai inquired, "What else did Chao Cheng say?" Song Taizhan replied, "He merely mentioned that we should treat this group of crows well. At the very least, we ought to provide them with a meal." Instantly, the hearts of the city leaders tightened with anxiety. If that actress were present, they would have relished the opportunity to kick her into the river. What a fine young man. He is enduring online harassment, besieged by a mob of fanatical followers at the zoo, and bearing such significant injustice. To think he is even expected to send the crows out to assist the city in resolving its difficulties. If the city fails to respond, it would indeed be indefensible. Yang Xinhai promptly retrieved his phone and called Bai Hetong. Upon hearing Yang Xinhai's report, Bai Hetong could be heard slamming his palm onto the table with a resounding thud on the other end of the line. "This is utterly outrageous. Is this truly a realm for the people, or for celebrities? Yang Xinhai, you must ensure that the dredging work is conducted properly and soothe Chao Cheng. I will immediately report the situation to the provincial authorities. I will personally oversee this matter throughout. After hanging up, Bai Hetong was indeed furious. He promptly communicated this incident to the second-in-command of the province and summoned Secretary Zhou Lida to his side. Upon informing Zhou Lida, the latter was equally incensed. The repercussions of this situation were simply too detrimental, and Chao Cheng's identity was exceedingly sensitive. It is worth noting that he is the remarkable individual who assisted the city in solving a major case, rescuing tigers, and clearing waterways. Chao Cheng's value has exceeded all expectations. He is a person with extraordinary capabilities, proving to be immensely beneficial to the city. Bai Hetong declared, "Zhou Lida, I hereby command you to sharpen your pen and illuminate it, so that we may strike back with great force. If we cannot reverse the online harassment against Chao Cheng, I will relieve you of your position." Chapter 51, The Surge of Trending Topics. Zhou Lida, naturally, did not dare to delay. Guiding public opinion is his primary responsibility. Given Bai Hetong's assertion, he must act decisively. Zhou Lida, too, possesses considerable influence. A mere actress is nothing more than a tool for capital profit. Does she truly consider herself of such importance? Meanwhile, at the entrance of Chang'an Zoo, at 8:30 in the morning, a deafening chant echoed, "Punish those who abuse animals. Punish those who abuse animals." The synchronized cries were led by someone at the forefront. Numerous influencers and entertainment journalists raised their cameras high, while others conducted interviews with the protesters. One reporter from a gossip news outlet approached a girl clad in a white JK outfit and asked, "May I ask where you are from? How did you come to know about this matter?" The girl, adjusting her hair, replied, "I come from Dongling City. I am a fan of Lin Xinqi. I learned about this incident through Xinqi's social media platform. It is truly appalling. I heard that Xinqi was brought to tears by this incident. She is genuinely a kind and sensitive person. Those who abuse animals deserve to be punished." The girl's passion intensified as she spoke. On another front, a female volunteer dressed in a compassionate attire was interviewed. The reporter began, "May I ask where you are from? Your outfit indicates you are a person of compassion." Before the question could be completed, the volunteer seized the microphone and addressed the camera. "I am from the Cloud Sea City Animal Protection Association. I sincerely hope the owner of Chang'an Zoo receives punishment. I hope to leverage Miss Lin Xinqi's influence to help rescue these poor animals. I genuinely wish for more people to pay attention to these matters. Save them. Without our attention, how desperate and tormented they must be." As she spoke, the girl even shed tears, her voice trembling with emotion. The journalist conducting the interview hailed from a platform of notable influence. The footage was rapidly transformed into a video news report and disseminated. The online harassment truly began at this juncture. Riding on Lin Xinqi's call for animal protection trending topic, these related videos experienced a swift surge in searches. Upon clicking the trending topic, these videos almost instantaneously appeared. The on-site interviews constituted about 70 to 80% of the content. The remainder consisted of posts from influencers and animal protection advocates, as well as messages from fans. Naturally, there were also interviews conducted with male attendees. One reporter approached a man and asked, "Are you a fan of Lin Xinqi or an animal protection advocate?" The man declared loudly, "I am a fan of Lin Xinqi. I believe she is a sensitive and kind-hearted person. Simultaneously, I am also an animal protection advocate. I hope the owner faces punishment. I feel misunderstood and wish to find like-minded female fans or female animal protection advocates for mutual comfort and support. Both mature and sweet girls are welcome. I am so fragile. My contact information is..." Before he could finish, the interviewing journalist abruptly pushed him aside. This was clearly a famished otaku, an example of a misguided fan. Throughout the entire morning, the videos rapidly gained traction online. The power of the internet is formidable. Zoo owner abuses animals. Lin Xinqi calls for severe punishment. Animals also exploited for labor. The cruel truth. Who will protect Lin Xinqi's kindness? Fans enrage, blocking the zoo's entrance. Relevant departments remain silent. Several trending topics swiftly occupied half of the entertainment rankings. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Shangrao City, Lin Xinqi was in her studio preparing for a makeup session ahead of a commercial shoot. Her agent chuckled while scrolling through his phone and remarked, "This Chang'an Zoo is about to be dismantled by fans. There are at least 600 or 700 fans and animal protection advocates. If the owner dares to show his face, he might be devoured on the spot." Lin Xinqi, while cooperating with the makeup artist, was also perusing her phone for short dramas. Having gained popularity through 2 historical dramas, her exposure was steadily increasing. Her agency had secured her a variety show, prompting her to create a persona for herself. After much contemplation, she decided that a kind-hearted and sensitive little flower persona suited her best. That day, she happened to come across Chao Cheng's live stream, which was evidently thriving. This presented a perfect opportunity to establish her persona. Without hesitation, she posted her thoughts. Late last night, she shared a photo of herself with red eyes, appearing somewhat haggard, captioned, "So upset that I can't sleep." coupled with her previous expressions of helplessness regarding animal advocacy. The connections were swiftly discerned by her astute fans. Unfortunately, many celebrities resort to such subtle tactics. There are always some foolish fans who, in their misguided self-perception of brilliance, unearth trivialities and proclaim them as monumental discoveries, clamoring about to showcase their supposed astuteness and uniqueness. In reality, they merely embody ignorance. Following closely are even more fans who are inferior to these misguided individuals, shrieking in a frenzy. Their presence serves as a testament to the unfortunate truth that human evolution has its share of missteps. The more, the merrier. How many trending topics are there now? Lin Xinxi inquired with a smile. 5, her manager replied. A triumphant smirk curled upon Lin Xinxi's lips as she reveled in the feeling of being at the forefront of this era. The sensation of wielding influence over public opinion was utterly intoxicating, leading her to believe she held the reins of life and death itself. At that moment, she glanced at her reflection, only to furrow her brows in discontent. Coldly, she demanded, "What color is this blush and eyeshadow?" "Fuchsia," the makeup artist replied, somewhat perplexed. Lin Xinxi shot her a glare. "Did I not specify that I wanted a light pink?" The makeup artist hesitated, certain that Lin Xinxi had indeed requested fuchsia. "But you said fuchsia," she stammered. "I even asked if it looked good, and you insisted on using fuchsia." Feeling wronged, the makeup artist was unfamiliar with Lin Xinxi's volatile temperament, having only recently begun working with her. As she protested, Lin Xinxi erupted in fury, abruptly rising to her feet and seizing the makeup box, hurling it at the makeup artist's face without a moment's hesitation. "Ah!" The makeup artist shrieked as the brow shaper within the box cruelly sliced into her temple and the corner of her eye, blood streaming down her face as she collapsed in terror. Lin Xinxi, still seething, glared menacingly at the makeup artist. "You enjoy arguing with me, do you? Improve your memory with some brain supplements. If you can't distinguish between fuchsia and light pink, what good are you as a makeup artist? Scoundrel, get out." The fallen makeup artist clutched her face, trembling and too frightened to raise her head in defiance. Despite her recent entry into the industry, she had heard whispers of Lin Xinxi's connections to a coal magnate, whose influence was rumored to be powerful enough to cause individuals to vanish without a trace. Thus, she dared not utter a word, hastily gathering her belongings to flee. "Get out," Lin Xinxi barked, resembling a rabid dog as she stamped her foot down on the makeup artist's hand, seemingly unwilling to allow her to linger a moment longer. With a pained cry, the makeup artist scrambled away in haste. Lin Xinxi sulked in her seat, staring at the mirror and wailing in frustration. "Why do I look so hideous? How am I supposed to face anyone like this?" Her manager, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of anxiety but had grown accustomed to such outbursts. She had borne witness to Lin Xinxi's transformation from an innocent girl into the tempestuous individual she had become. Fame and fortune are burdens that some individuals are simply ill-equipped to bear. Earlier, when Lin Xinxi had been conversing with the makeup artist, her manager was present. The makeup artist had been correct. Lin Xinxi had indeed specified fuchsia and had never mentioned light pink. 2 other makeup artists approached to assist, while the manager sighed and glanced back at her phone, only to discover that Lin Xinxi's account was experiencing an explosive surge in comments. Chapter 52, Chao Jiji. "Damn it," the manager exclaimed, bewildered. "What is happening?" She opened the comments, only to be inundated with a torrent of vitriol. Countless messages flooded in, all directing attention to a single topic. "These crows have become sentient after being mistreated." The manager clicked on this title, which led to videos and live streams depicting the cleanup of a river in Yunhai City. Aerial shots and detailed footage left viewers in awe as a large flock of crows diligently collected garbage from the riverbank, making orderly trips to a garbage truck, depositing waste with precision. City workers assisted, retrieving litter that had fallen outside the truck. Some live streams even proclaimed, "Incredible! Crows from Chung'an Zoo are helping the city clean up the river." Previously, these crows were reported to have suffered abuse at the hands of the zoo's owner. Who could possibly mistreat such clever and charming creatures? The comments section and the live stream's chat filled with viewers acting as commentators. The most popular video garnered an astounding 2.95 million likes, while the top comment received an astonishing 1.12 million likes. Despite being a lengthy critique that typically would test viewers' patience. The comment read, "For newcomers, these crows are from Chung'an Zoo. Yesterday, during a zoo cleanup, they were seen collecting trash, and celebrity Lin Xinxi claimed they were being mistreated. Today, her rabid fans have blocked the Chung'an Zoo. The torrential rain yesterday led to a surge of garbage in the river, and the owner, too afraid to go outside, sent the crows to assist the relevant authorities in cleanup. I see no contribution from the celebrity. All I witness is the abusive owner actually doing something. I only see these animals, once mistreated, now so intelligent, adorable, and robust. Please note, these crows are larger and sturdier than the average ones. The second comment seemed to complement the first, also achieving an impressive 1.01 million likes. Most commenters were unaware of the implications. To clarify, the riverbanks were wetland forests, inaccessible to large machinery. Cleaning the garbage with small boats would take at least a month and cost a minimum of 5 to 6 million. Not to mention the destruction of vast forest areas. Workers would face perilous tasks. Should rain fall again during the project, debris could flood the water management systems, potentially crippling the city's infrastructure. These crows had worked for a morning and, by estimates, had already cleared over 15 of the trash. If they could complete the cleanup within 3 days, they would save the city millions while protecting the forest and eliminating urban hazards. A monumental deed. These two comments effectively swayed the majority of netizens' perspectives, as they reflected the truth. Most who read these comments became enlightened, transforming into advocates for the Chang'an Zoo. Consequently, a surge of individuals flocked to Lin Xinqi's social media platform to berate her. The owner of Chang'an Zoo was making significant contributions to society, while this actress, with no discernible contribution, engaged in such trivial publicity stunts. In no time, keywords establishing her public persona flooded Lin Xinqi's comments. What's wrong? Lin Xinqi, already in a foul mood, noticed her manager's astonishment and furrowed her brow. There's a huge problem. The manager held out her phone for Lin Xinqi to see. Lin Xinqi scrolled through the posts for a while. This is about the crows from Chang'an Zoo, isn't it? The agent nodded. It was too obvious. They were all in Yunhai City, and just yesterday, these crows had been scavenging through garbage. Today, they were at it again. How could there be any mistake? Then why are you in such a rush? Lin Xinqi inquired with a smile. The agent stared at her in bewilderment. Isn't this a cause for concern? Do you not comprehend what this implies? First, he has yet to prove that these are his crows. Second, the intensity of labor imposed on these crows constitutes a form of abuse in itself. Am I wrong to say he is mistreating them? He is effectively sealing his own fate. The agent could hardly muster the energy to argue with her. He grabbed his phone to search for Chao Cheng's live stream, only to discover that he was indeed broadcasting live. The number of viewers had already exceeded 100,000. Lin Xinqi had never surpassed 30,000 during her own streams. Numerous young stars had risen to fame through period dramas, each adorned with exquisite features. Lin Xinqi's recent popularity stemmed from her show being in the midst of a hot airing. Otherwise, she would struggle to maintain her current level of attention and endorsements. Unfortunately, the agent was well aware of this reality, while Lin Xinqi remained oblivious, convinced that she had already achieved great fame. At that moment, the content of Chao Cheng's live stream showcased a breathtaking aerial view. The perspective was provided by his renowned parrot, Wensi. Before Wensi, the largest raven was hovering in the air, flapping its wings. Occasionally, it would swoop down to the flock of crows below, cawing in a peculiar manner. A miraculous occurrence unfolded. Half of the crows, initially busy with work, descended to the trees in the nearby woods to rest, while the other half continued their tasks. This scene served as irrefutable evidence that all crows were under the dominion of this particular raven, which danced in front of Chao Cheng's parrot, further corroborating its undeniable connection to him. This was a matter that required no further verification. The live stream was inundated with a chorus of astonished comments. They even know when to take a break. This is absolutely astounding. God, why do I feel like this is just a basic skill of Boss Zhao? What a marvelous poem. Countless comments rolled by, with viewers caught in a frenzy of shock, expressing their bewilderment. Host, can you abuse me a little? I want to get into college. Host, help me discipline my wife. She doesn't listen. These comments were merely playful jests, riffing on the theme of Chao Cheng's supposed mistreatment of animals. Seizing the moment, Chao Cheng addressed the viewers in the stream. Guys, please don't stir the pot. I'm already in deep trouble. There are 700 or 800 fans outside my zoo right now. If you keep joking around, I fear they might rush in and harm me. The live stream erupted with excitement. Is this truly happening? There are idiots every year. But the most foolish are the celebrity fans. I can't believe it. I'm local. I'm heading over to support the host. The behavior of the crows was evidently not a result of mechanical training, but rather pure intelligence. The fervor of mindless fans was truly alarming, and the ignorance of certain celebrities even more so. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xinqi was instantly consumed with rage. The term ignorance pierced her heart deeply. Lies were inconsequential, but the truth was a sharp blade. In a fit of fury, Lin Xinqi slammed her phone onto the vanity before her and bellowed, "You bastard! Why is he live streaming? Why is he making the crows clean the riverbed?" In her view, Chao Cheng should not resist. He ought to swallow his pride and serve as her stepping stone. She had basked in the glow of too many flashbulbs, and subconsciously, she regarded celebrities as exalted figures. The audacity of an ordinary person to defy a star was incomprehensible to her. In reality, countless individuals shared her belief that celebrities were superior. Chao Cheng had once noted a short, unattractive male star on a variety show who, upon visiting a commoner's home and being told they did not recognize him, was utterly astonished. He exclaimed to the camera, "She doesn't know who I am." Such individuals exemplified a complete inability to confront their own reality. Lin Xinxi was no different. She had risen to fame so rapidly that it had gone to her head. Thus, she despised Chao Cheng. Did his live stream not render her a mere clown? In just a single morning, the situation had undergone a dramatic reversal. Chao Cheng transitioned from being accused of animal abuse to leveraging the ensuing publicity to emerge as a hero rescuing the municipal crisis. Conversely, Lin Xinxi and her agency found themselves thrust into the spotlight. The trending topic had shifted from calls to protect animals to abused animals have become heroes. After her initial fury subsided, Lin Xinxi recalled the most critical point. She needed to quell the fallout from this incident as swiftly as possible. She promptly took out her phone to call her benefactor. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Cheng'an Zoo, more individuals began to notice Chao Cheng's live broadcast. They had been gathered there all morning, shouting in hopes of exerting media pressure on him to make a statement. Animal rights activists were determined to compel him to release the animals entirely. But now, Chao Cheng had gone live. How outrageous. He was brazenly streaming again. And he had the crows working. Wasn't he this tantamount to defying authority? Bastard. This was animal abuse in itself. What infuriated them further was the fact that every time he went live, so many people tuned in. What were they watching? Did they have any compassion at all? Many animal rights advocates were seething with anger. Their focus differed significantly from that of the fans of those female celebrities. They were concerned about the very essence of animal mistreatment. Their overflowing compassion had become an epidemic. They would demand money from their parents at home and lash out at them, only to turn around and weep over stray cats rummaging through trash cans. This perfectly illustrated a lack of mental maturity and a complete failure of emotional development. Meanwhile, those fans were more preoccupied with the entertainment aspect. That bastard. He just had to mention our Xinxi in his live stream. Is he out of his mind? They were referring to Chao Cheng's subtle implication in his live stream that he had been subjected to online harassment. Xinxi never accused him of animal abuse. Nor did he live stream to aid in the cleanup. He was merely attempting to use this incident to clear his name. What would happen to Xinxi with him doing this? It would inevitably lead to a reversal of the situation. This was clearly a direct attack on Xinxi. No. They had to find a way to stop his live stream. Some mindless fans were already getting carried away, just as the crowd was about to erupt. A deafening siren pierced the air. Law enforcement vehicles approached, flanked by a dozen black cars, their red and blue lights flashing amidst the swirling dust. A fleet of black vehicles approached with a composed and dignified demeanor, causing a profound shock among the assembled crowd. The palpable sense of pressure was overwhelming. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Isn't that the mayor's convoy?" Instantly, chaos erupted among the onlookers. Indeed, the vehicles came to a halt, and as the dust settled, a group of officials disembarked first, proceeding to open the rear doors. When the doors swung open, a cadre of middle-aged individuals clad in administrative jackets emerged, their expressions grave yet distinguished, exuding an undeniable air of authority. The weight of their presence was unmistakable. All the fervent supporters and animal rights activists stood frozen in disbelief. This was truly the mayor's entourage. Leading the procession was a man in his 40s, sporting a neatly trimmed black and white hairstyle, his eyes sparkling with sharp intelligence. He strode forward with purpose, and someone promptly handed him a megaphone. Upon activating it, he announced, "Greetings. I am Bai Hetong, the head of the Yuhai City Party Committee." His self-introduction silenced the tumultuous crowd instantaneously. The majority were rendered cold with fear. Who was this? The highest authority in Yuhai City was now before them? What was his intent? Cheng'an Zoo is an exemplary enterprise beneficial to Yuhai City, and at this moment, it is working to resolve issues for our city. Regardless of any grievances or demands you may have regarding Cheng'an Zoo, feel free to direct them at me, Bai Hetong, or the Yuhai City Hall. Speak up now. I am here to listen and to assist. Bai Hetong's words resonated powerfully, amplified through the megaphone and echoing above the crowd. The fervent supporters and animal rights activists were left bewildered. What were they to do? Confront Cheng'an Zoo? Present demands to Bai Hetong? Who would dare? Listening to Bai Hetong, it became evident that the entire Yuhai City Hall was aligned with Chao Cheng. To challenge Cheng'an Zoo was tantamount to challenging the City Hall itself, the average citizen. Upon encountering officials, particularly someone of Bai Hetong's stature, would hardly muster the courage for confrontation, let alone engaging in casual conversation. Especially not these individuals, either naive animal rights activists or starry-eyed young girls. What could they possibly say to Bai Hetong? My favorite celebrity claims Chao Cheng mistreats animals. Such utterances were beyond their capacity. They were already in a state of panic. The outermost circle of fervent supporters began to stealthily slip away. Some even abandoned their vehicles, fleeing on foot and leaving their cars in the parking lot. As one person bolted, the others could no longer maintain their composure. Seeing that no enforcement officials intervened, more and more began to escape. Some even hastily donned masks, fleeing in a state of disarray. The scene resembled a rout. Within mere minutes, the once boisterous crowd of 600 to 700 had dispersed entirely. Bai Hetong observed the disbanding throng with a disdainful sniff, handing the megaphone to his secretary. His personal appearance to address Chao Cheng's predicament was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. After all, these unruly individuals were merely a bunch of misguided youths. Not a significant concern. Yet, his presence was essential, symbolizing the city's commitment and stance. He needed to make it abundantly clear that those who contribute to Yuhai City deserve respect and should not be treated with disdain. He also had to ensure that Chao Cheng understood that the leadership of Yuhai City stood firmly behind him, not just in words, but in action. At this juncture, the gates of the zoo swung wide open, and Chao Cheng hurriedly stepped out. "Welcome, esteemed leaders. I apologize for not greeting you properly." Chao Cheng approached with hands clasped in respect. Upon reaching Bai Hetong, he extended his hand, saying, "Secretary Bai, I am immensely grateful." The secretary behind him silently admired his thoughtfulness. Bai Hetong had come to assist Chao Cheng with his troubles. It would be quite embarrassing if he resolved the matter and left without due acknowledgement. That would feel like a warm face pressed against a cold backside. However, Chao Cheng's prompt welcome avoided such awkwardness. It was Bai Hetong's first encounter with Chao Cheng. Smiling, he shook his hand and remarked, "Haha, I did not expect you, Mr. Chao, to be so youthful. Truly, remarkable talents arise from the younger generation." Chao Cheng replied with humility, "You flatter me, leader. I dare not claim the title of boss in your presence. Simply call me Xiao Chao. I have nothing of significant merit to offer. I have prepared some warm tea for you inside. This little zoo has had the honor of hosting someone of your stature since my grandfather's time. Would you do me the honor of joining me for a cup of tea? It would make my family proud." As a cultivator, Chao Cheng felt no pressure in front of Bai Hetong, yet he still maintained a modicum of respect. Soon enough, when his cultivation improved further, those present would likely feel the pressure in his presence. Regardless, he was determined to invite Bai Hetong in for tea. After all, it was a rare opportunity to take a break. He chuckled. Bai Hetong graciously accepted, prompting laughter from those around, creating a lively yet respectful atmosphere. "Please." Chao Cheng led the way, walking alongside Bai Hetong into the zoo. Meanwhile, the live stream was under the control of Tong Anqi, who merely needed to interact with the viewers. Zhang Wei and Luo Jin stood inside, both utterly astonished. The threshold of the zoo had risen significantly. Just days prior, the vice mayor's visit had left them astounded. And now, the city's top leadership was present, sharing laughter with Chao Cheng. What an impressive display. Upon entering the management office, Luo Jin hurriedly prepared water and poured tea for everyone, while Zhang Wei busied himself arranging seats. 8 immortals' chairs, small round stools, and even small benches were brought out. The hospitality was undeniably modest, yet no one seemed to mind. "I just spoke with Vice Mayor Yang on site. The dredging work has already been completed by 15 this morning. Your team of crows has truly resolved a major headache for the city." Upon sitting down, Bai Hetong generously praised, "I did what I could, as is my duty." Chao Cheng replied humbly. Bai Hetong nodded in satisfaction, but added, "Although I do not comprehend how you manage to motivate these adorable little partners, please ensure you balance work with rest. According to meteorological reports, if we complete our work within 3 days, we should be able to meet the timeline. I have arranged for Vice Mayor Yang to provide them with food and a detailed plan." Chao Cheng's brow furrowed momentarily, as if he had something to say but hesitated. Noticing this, Bai Hetong paused, casting a curious glance at Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng spoke, "Secretary Bai, I am not well versed in meteorological reports, but I learned to discern weather patterns from my grandfather. Based on my observations, a torrential downpour is expected tomorrow afternoon. It is precisely for this reason that I have kept the crows tirelessly occupied throughout the morning. Naturally, I will ensure a proper balance between their labor and rest. Yet I still recommend that we promptly arrange for some large-scale lighting equipment to facilitate overnight dredging." Chapter 54. So this is what he meant. Overnight dredging? Bai Hetong and the others were somewhat astonished. The other city officials were even more taken aback. The head of the Meteorological Bureau, Pei Yundong, happened to be present. Upon hearing Chao Cheng mention discrepancies in the weather report, he immediately became anxious. Was this not an affront to him in front of his superiors? "Currently, we possess an integrated meteorological observation system. I believe we should trust the professional observational data. The old methods can sometimes be rather unreliable." The few officials nearby exchanged subtle glances with him. "You truly lack insight. You've lost your composure the moment someone questioned you. It's quite self-serving, really. However, you overlook one crucial point. Whether it is true or false will be revealed tomorrow. If there is no rain, what need is there for you to prove yourself? Yet, Should it indeed rain, then you would find yourself in a predicament. Even Chao Cheng is aware of this and suggests overnight dredging. Do you dare to disrupt the entire plan? Truly, you are not thinking clearly. Bai Hetong pondered for a moment, entirely disregarding Pei Yundong. Is this matter truly serious? Working through the night would undoubtedly impose a significant burden on those crows. Bai Hetong must remain vigilant regarding the crows. After all, apart from Chao Cheng, no one comprehends the extent of loyalty these crows have towards him. What if they find the workload too strenuous and decide to flee? He also feared that Chao Cheng, in his ambition, might inadvertently create complications. You need not worry about the crows. I shall reward them handsomely. After completing the afternoon's work, I will grant them a 6-hour respite to sufficiently recuperate. Bai Hetong nodded. Very well, I shall adhere to your arrangements. I will immediately instruct Yang Xinhai to set up the lighting equipment in preparation for the overnight dredging. In matters such as this, it is better to err on the side of belief than disbelief. As long as Chao Cheng's crows are unharmed, there is no reason for them to withhold cooperation. Furthermore, Haven T they already witnessed enough of Chao Cheng's remarkable abilities. Pei Yundong, realizing he was being ignored, had no choice but to keep silent. With Bai Hetong's nod of approval, there was no longer room for him to interject. By the way, what of the South China tiger that was delivered a few days ago? Bai Hetong suddenly inquired about the tiger. When he called the provincial office today, the provincial leaders were already aware of the tiger's situation and had inquired about it. This indicates that quite a number of individuals are paying attention. After all, it is an extremely endangered national treasure, full of vitality. Chao Cheng chuckled. Shall I take you to see it? Let us go. The group immediately proceeded towards the snake enclosure. The dredging work continued for an entire afternoon, lasting until around 6 o'clock, when the crows finally returned to the zoo. Chao Cheng notified Yang Xinhai that the crows would return after 6 hours to continue the dredging. Upon returning to the zoo, Chao Cheng directly fused 2 beast spirit pills, allowing all the crows to revel in the festivities. Although these crows are not his own spirit beasts, there is strength in numbers. During the early stages of his cultivation, with few beasts under his command, he relied heavily on the crows to uphold the zoo's popularity and reputation. Rewarding them is indeed warranted. Additionally, they would continue to exert an even greater influence. As long as they grow stronger, H1's cultivation will also advance rapidly, which in turn will benefit Chao Cheng himself. The dredging operation persisted throughout the night, and Chao Cheng conducted a live broadcast for the entire duration. This was his minimal respect for concealing the mysterious nature of his beast mastery. He could not allow everyone to know that while he slept, the crows would diligently handle everything on their own. In the dead of night, once Tao Tao had fallen asleep, Luo Jin prepared a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge for Chao Cheng. She sat beside him, accompanying him for the live broadcast until dawn before finally resting. By 8 in the morning, over 85% of the garbage in the Meihua River had been cleared. The once murky river spanning several kilometers had been significantly purified, revealing a sparkling surface. As soon as the morning news reported it, citizens were left in awe. Early in the morning, a large number of citizens flocked to the congested section of Meihua River, eager to witness the astonishing sight of these miraculous crows cleaning up the debris. Meanwhile, within a tent at the congested section, a group of researchers from the Animal Behavior and Welfare Research Institute had already commenced their work. They had been stationed there for a full day and night. Chao Cheng had prohibited them from entering the zoo to observe the crows, leaving them with no choice but to seize the opportunity when the crows emerged. Thus, they arrived as soon as the crows did yesterday, setting up equipment to observe, record, and analyze. Ultimately, they discovered that these crows, although seemingly natural, exhibited behaviors that were clearly beyond what could be achieved through mechanical training. Yet, they were undeniably under the influence of Chao Cheng, the Beast Master. Therefore, to uncover the truth about these crows, the key lies with Chao Cheng himself. Without his observation and research, the reference value would diminish significantly. Inside the observation tent, Professor Huang sighed as he twisted open his cup to sip some hot tea. Instantly, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He winced in discomfort. A nearby student inquired with concern, "Professor Huang, is your stomach ailment acting up again?" Professor Huang waved his hand dismissively. "Just an old problem." At that moment, his assistant hurriedly entered from outside. "Professor Huang, the results from your checkup yesterday have come in. The hospital requests that you return for another visit." A chill ran through everyone present. In his youth, Professor Huang had devoted himself to academic research, often neglecting meal times, which resulted in severe stomach issues for a period. After achieving academic success and improving his circumstances, his stomach ailment had been treated. However, as he aged, the problem resurfaced. Due to its long-standing presence, Professor Huang had never taken it seriously. Subsequent examinations had only revealed gastritis, leading him to treat it as such, until the day before yesterday, when Chao Cheng ominously suggested that he might have cancer. At the time, Everyone assumed he was merely venting in anger. Yet, following that, Professor Huang indeed began to experience intense stomach pain. Reflecting on Xiao Chang's words, he felt an increasing sense of dread and decided to undergo a thorough medical examination. If there were no issues, the hospital would simply send the results without requiring another visit. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Professor Huang, you're already 70. It's possible you have multiple underlying conditions. The hospital's request for you to come in may simply indicate their concern and a personal reminder, his assistant reassured him. Other students nodded in agreement. Professor Huang raised his hand slightly. He was not afraid of death. He merely feared not having enough time to accomplish what he wished to do. Let us go. I am mentally prepared. Around 9 o'clock, everyone accompanied Professor Huang to the hospital, where the vice president personally attended to him. The two individuals were acquainted. The associate dean was, in fact, a junior to Professor Huang. Typically, encounters with the venerable Huang were marked by laughter and camaraderie. However, upon meeting him today, the associate dean's demeanor betrayed an unnatural tension. Professor Huang, may I have a word with you in private? He led the esteemed professor into his office, leaving Huang's students and other unrelated individuals waiting outside. Once inside, the associate dean spoke with a tremor of agitation. Professor Huang, the pathological results concerning your gastric polyps have arrived. We have confirmed that they have undergone malignant transformation. However, I urge you not to be alarmed. The silver lining is that we caught this very early. With surgical intervention, the cure rate exceeds 90%. The only concern is your age, which does elevate the surgical risks. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. If you choose to proceed, I will personally oversee the operation. However, you must make a decision promptly, as I cannot ascertain the speed of the cancer's progression. Upon hearing this, Professor Huang appeared momentarily dazed, muttering to himself. So that was what he meant. Chapter 55. The collapse of the celebrity. The associate dean was taken aback. Who are you referring to? What do you mean? Professor Huang replied. There is a small zoo on Beihuan Road, known as Cheng'an Zoo. Have you heard of it? The associate dean nodded. I saw the news this morning. Those crows. Professor Huang affirmed. Indeed, the proprietor of that zoo. When I visited him the day before yesterday, he confided that he was afflicted with cancer and did not have long to live. At that time, I thought he was speaking nonsense. Yet, it seems he is indeed a remarkable individual. The associate dean was astounded. How can this be? Our research institute conducts regular health checkups that reveal nothing. Had it not been for Professor Huang's proactive decision to undergo a thorough examination, no one would have suspected he had cancer. Xiao Cheng made no use of any diagnostic instruments. Moreover, from what Professor Huang suggests, he did not even take a pulse like a traditional Chinese doctor would. He merely relied on observation to discern Professor Huang's condition. Is this not sheer fantasy? Even the most skilled imperial physicians could not accomplish such a feat yet. How could Professor Huang possibly be lying? That is what truly astonishes me. Are you implying that he determined your condition simply by sight? Professor Huang nodded. Precisely. It is for this reason I returned for a comprehensive examination. At this moment, Professor Huang felt a surge of relief, grateful for his suspicions. The associate dean swallowed hard. Good heavens. If we could bring this young man into the hospital and secure him to a wall, he would be equivalent to a state-of-the-art photon-counting CT machine. Let us proceed. Professor Huang resolutely nodded. Since Xiao Cheng had already perceived his cancer and mentioned that his time was short, it implied that the malignancy was likely spreading rapidly. Having detected it early was a blessing from the heavens. This opportunity must be seized. Excellent. Let us arrange for your hospitalization at once. The associate dean nodded in agreement. At 11 o'clock sharp, the municipal government of Yunhai City convened a press conference, with Minister of Propaganda Zhou Lida addressing the assembly. Dear citizens and members of the media, good day. I am Zhou Lida, the spokesperson for the municipal committee. I would like to provide you with an update regarding our city's river cleaning efforts. As he spoke, Zhou straightened his posture. Recently, due to unprecedented torrential rains, a village upstream of the Meihua River was inundated with substantial amounts of floating debris, which became lodged in the central section of our city's Meihua River. The volume of this blockage is vast, and its distribution extensive, posing significant safety hazards to our downstream waterways. Utilizing traditional cleaning methods would not only require the destruction of large expanses of forest and wetland, but would also entail exorbitant costs and manpower, with an extended cleaning cycle. While the municipal government was urgently deliberating countermeasures, a miraculous event occurred. Hundreds of robust crows descended upon the riverbank. With remarkable intelligence and strength, they organized and purposefully began to clear the debris, under the direct supervision of the vice mayor and with the high-level cooperation of various departments. After a continuous day and night of effort, this daunting task has been successfully completed just half an hour ago. As Zhou concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. A reporter from a daily newspaper seized the moment to inquire, Minister Zhou, May I ask where these crows originated and how they were properly accommodated? Zhou smiled and raised his hand, as this was a question he had anticipated. These crows all hail from a small zoo in our city, Cheng'an Zoo. They reside there and have formed a bond with the zoo's proprietor. As the saying goes, true masters are often found among the common folk. The owner of Cheng'an Zoo has inherited invaluable expertise in animal training from his ancestors, emerging as a remarkable animal trainer in his own right. These crows were entirely guided, coordinated, and soothed by him throughout the process. Following the completion of the dredging operation, the crows have returned to the zoo and are currently in excellent condition. At this moment, another reporter stood to pose a question. Minister, a trending topic online has emerged recently. A popular female celebrity has accused the owner of Cheng'an Zoo of animal cruelty, asserting that the crow's exceptional training must stem from prolonged abuse. Additionally, it appears many fans have surrounded Cheng'an Zoo. What is the city's stance on this matter? Zhou's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce intensity. I can assert with utmost responsibility that these accusations are entirely unfounded. Firstly, these crows arrived at Cheng'an Zoo just a week ago. Never before has such a vast flock of crows been seen in any corner of Yunhai City. Moreover, upon assessment by relevant animal experts, these crows exhibit clear characteristics and behaviors of wild animals. It is impossible that they were domesticated or trained by human hands. Thus, the notion of prolonged abuse is baseless. Furthermore, the debris blockage in the Meihua River was an isolated incident. Even if one were to attempt mechanical training of these crows for this operation, there simply would not have been time. Were it not for the crow's extraordinary intelligence, combined with the owner's unique affinity for animals, how could we possibly explain their actions? This city benefactor is now besieged by a throng of fans at the zoo, causing him to call the police out of fear. I must pose the question, who is manipulating public opinion, and what are their true intentions? His final words resonated with fervor throughout the venue. Meanwhile, in the luxurious residence of Lin Xinqi in Shangrao City, she was clad in a bathrobe, carrying a fruit platter and a glass of red wine as she emerged from the kitchen. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Lin Xinqi set down her items, exasperated, and walked to the door to look outside. It was her manager. She frowned as she opened the door, and her manager hastily stepped inside. What is the rush? She asked. Since yesterday, there have been indications of a reversal regarding the trending topic. She placed a call to the coal magnate, who was financially supporting her. He instructed her to remain discreetly at home while he addressed the situation. Consequently, Lin Xinqi declined a lucrative endorsement, opting instead to savor a day of personal leisure. Her agent was in a state of frantic anxiety. Xinqi, we are in serious trouble. Our taxes are under investigation. Lin Xinqi was taken aback, exclaiming, What? How is that possible? We haven't wronged anyone. Who is behind this? The patron who supported her wielded considerable influence, and she had meticulously navigated the tax matters with discreet guidance. As long as she did not offend any powerful figures, exposure was unlikely. The agent produced her phone, expressing her suspicions about the connection to the recent events. She proceeded to play a video from a press conference in Yunhai City, featuring Zhou Lida's emphatic statements, which were evidently intended to bolster Chao Cheng's standing. It is worth noting that public endorsements from municipal leaders for specific enterprises or individuals are exceedingly rare. They often communicate support in a more subtle manner. However, in light of the Duyo Qingten incident, Zhou Lida had made a clear declaration, asserting that this would ultimately enhance the municipal image of Yunhai City. As he aligned with public sentiment, Zhou Lida's words resonated with the collective voice of the citizens. The populace already harbored a degree of disdain for celebrities who accrued wealth effortlessly, and Zhou Lida's support of a local hero only amplified the public's favor towards him, redirecting animosity squarely at Lin Xinqi. Enraged, Lin Xinqi shouted, This is outrageous. Is this not a direct attack on me? What benefits has that scoundrel provided them? And that old fool, how dare he hold a press conference and spout such nonsense? In a fit of rage, Lin Xinqi hurled her phone to the ground. Given that there was now official backing for Chao Cheng, it was highly plausible that her tax investigation was linked to these city officials in Yunhai. Her agent, ever vigilant, swiftly interjected, retrieving her phone. You might want to refrain from such outbursts, she cautioned. Moreover, yesterday, the makeup artist you contacted has sought a medical assessment of her injuries and has filed a lawsuit, submitting surveillance evidence. The case has already been opened. Lin Xinqi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? She is lying. I know for certain that makeup artists sustained no significant injuries. The gravity of the situation lay in the fact that she had now become embroiled in legal proceedings. The opposing party sought not monetary compensation, but rather to amplify the incident, ensuring that it became known that Lin Xinqi had struck the makeup artist with a cosmetic case. Her public persona would be irreparably damaged, and her dreams of stardom would be dashed. The agent observed Lin Xinqi's fury and swallowed hard. Furthermore, Lin Xinqi, on the brink of collapse, interjected, Furthermore? Chapter 56. What if they insist on pursuing this? Lin Xinqi was nearly driven to madness. What more could possibly happen? What transgression had she committed to deserve this? The agent replied, the legal department of Chang'an Zoo has also filed a lawsuit against us, citing defamation that has severely damaged their reputation. I consulted with lawyer Zhou, and it was confirmed that your post on social media has garnered enough shares and views to qualify as defamation and has indeed contributed to online harassment against them. Lin Xinqi's eyes burned with indignation. Nonsense. Nonsense. My post did not generate as much traffic as his live stream. It certainly does not match the viewership of the Yunhai City press conference. Even if there was some harm to his reputation, he has long since recovered, she added. He is just an ordinary citizen. What reputation does he even have? The agent shook her head. I conveyed that to lawyer Zhou, but the other side's legal team is quite cunning. They argue that we cannot prove your post affected the same audience as their live stream or the press conference. And thus, we cannot demonstrate that any negative impact has been entirely mitigated. Lin Xinqi felt utterly bewildered. The legal team from Chang'an Zoo must be out of their minds. How could anyone ascertain the viewership of the Yunhai City press conference? Who could determine who watched Chao Cheng's live stream? Were they expected to trace back through the internet to identify everyone who had seen her post and inquire if they had also viewed the press conference? Her own fans were likely a bunch of clueless youngsters who probably didn't even know where Yunhai City was. Cursed be this situation. Despairing, Lin Xinqi clutched her hair and screamed in a frenzy. She collapsed to the ground, her expression vacant and filled with dread. Her carefully constructed persona lay in ruins. Her tax issues exposed, and now facing litigation. The phrase disgraced and discredited encapsulated her plight perfectly. All the glory and wealth she had once enjoyed were slipping away. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have never dared to post that absurd diatribe about animal abuse. Alas, there is no such thing as a remedy for regret. Meanwhile, at Chang'an Zoo, employees were enjoying a gathering. Chao Cheng, post-meal, was tallying the rewards from his system. Beast mastery, clearing the waters, benefiting the people, astonishing the authorities. Enhancing the reputation of the Beast Master Sect, prestige, 25. Current sect prestige, 97. Chao Cheng silently rejoiced. His efforts had not been in vain. Initiatives that benefited the populace yielded tangible results. Rewards received, Taihan Nourishing Domain. Rewards received, Storage Ring. Chao Cheng's eyes glimmered with excitement. One formation and one magical artifact? These were unprecedented acquisitions. Taihan Nourishing Domain, a formation that nurtures the harmonious essence of heaven and earth, allowing all living beings to thrive. Particularly beneficial for beast kind. Storage Ring, a ring that contains the vastness of space, expanding as the host's cultivation increases. Upon donning the ring, Chao Cheng sensed the space within, estimating it to be around 16 or 17 cubic meters, equivalent to half the size of a shipping container. While it might not suffice for storage purposes as a personal space, it was impressively vast. The Taihan Nourishing Domain was equally suitable for his current circumstances, though its requirements were somewhat stringent. Although he comprehended the system's formation seamlessly, deploying it necessitated the arrangement of spiritual energy. Given Chao Cheng's present level of cultivation, a larger area would yield diminished effects. The efficacy was entirely contingent upon his cultivation strength. Moreover, the critical aspect of the formation was its core. Formations with a core operate on an entirely different level than those without. The type of core can vary widely. Rocks, plants, animals, and even insects can serve as cores, but it must possess a certain level of spirituality. It was not merely a matter of picking any stone to serve as a core. At least with his current abilities, he was not yet capable of that. Thus, it fell upon Chao Cheng to diligently seek out the answer to this conundrum. This was not the moment for meticulous study, so he momentarily set aside his thoughts. At this juncture, the meal had concluded, and the table was cleared. The Chang'an Zoo's tea party was about to commence. Within the grand hall of the management office, tables adorned with fruits and seeds awaited. All staff members gathered around the table. Chao Cheng proclaimed, "The Chang'an Zoo tea party is now in session. I am delighted to announce some splendid news. Comrade Zhang Wei from the legal department, after an arduous battle of eloquence, has secured victory in 4 lawsuits for our company, garnering a total compensation of 18 million yuan. Additionally, he has helped recover losses for those deceived. This month, every employee's bonus will increase by 2,000 yuan. Let us applaud this achievement." Luo Jin, Tong Yanqi, and Tao Tao all clapped vigorously. Zhang Wei rose, flaunting a smug demeanor, and waved to the non-existent fans in the audience. The compensation execution for the Lai Jichao case had reached about 70, yet 3 other infringement cases had also been initiated by Zhang Wei. Although their combined value did not surpass that of the Lai Jichao case, compensation could not simply be forfeited, could it? "Please, take your seats," Chao Cheng urged. Calming the room. "The Meihua River has been cleared, and our reputation is soaring. Local citizens are bound to flock to our zoo to experience its allure. This promises to bring a significant influx of visitors. However, given the current size of our animal collection, we are ill-equipped to accommodate them. Hence, I propose we temporarily close the park and expedite the expansion of our animal roster. Our aim is to fill the zoo to capacity in the shortest possible time before reopening to welcome this wave of visitors. I invite you all to share your thoughts on which animals would best suit our current situation. After speaking, Chao Cheng produced a small notebook, ready to jot down notes. Luo Jin expressed her confusion. Shouldn't we consider what we desire? Rather, we must contemplate what is feasible for us. If we were to purchase animals from the breeding center, it would take time to locate them, even if we had the funds. As for rescue and introduction, our options would be limited, Chao Cheng acknowledged. I understand. But aside from these methods of acquiring animals, there is also the option of wild introduction, is there not? For now, simply tell me which animals you wish to see, keeping in mind size and aesthetic appeal. Ideally, those found in the mountains behind us. The group was taken aback, and Tong Anchi, her mouth agape in astonishment, whispered urgently. Boss, capturing wild animals to expand the zoo is illegal. Chao Cheng slammed the table, exclaiming, what are you saying? Mark it down as a serious infraction, Zhang Wei. Make a note of this individual. If she dares to speak such words again, accuse her of defamation. Zhang Wei pointed at Tong Anchi with a playful grin. His expression a blend of warning and jest, almost threatening to brandish a legal notice in her direction. Tong Anchi promptly pressed her lips tightly together, her hands clasped in supplication, bowing 3 times in desperation. As a distinguished urban hero, how could I possibly engage in such unlawful conduct? Chao Cheng rapped his fingers on the table. Could it be that our benevolent nature, coupled with our hospitality and favorable environment, might entice these crows to venture into the mountains for promotional work? Might some wild animals, unable to resist temptation, wander into our zoo and refuse to leave? We must take them in. If we do not, they will perish. Is that even a possibility? Chao Cheng inquired of the assembly. Tao Tao raised her little hand enthusiastically. Yes, exactly. Chao Cheng smacked the table. Even a 3-year-old understands this. Tao Tao raised her hand again. Uncle Chao, I'm for. That makes your argument even more compelling. Chao Cheng replied earnestly. Now Tao Tao, please share. What animal do you wish for? Uncle will send the crows for promotional work. Tao Tao exclaimed with excitement. Giant panda. Choose another. Chapter 57. The rain arrives. It was not that Chao Cheng could not procure the animals. Rather, the mountains behind had no giant pandas. The others erupted in laughter. Nevertheless, they began to mention various animals they were familiar with, and Chao Cheng diligently noted each one. These were all common and foundational animals typically found in zoos. With the park set to close for the next few days, the group treated it as a day off, freely exploring the premises. By now, it was around 1:30 in the afternoon. At the municipal hall, Pei Yundong, head of the meteorological bureau, stood before his office window. Gazing out, the sky was a clear blue, devoid of clouds. Where was the rain Chao Cheng had mentioned? He felt a sense of relief. Admittedly, Chao Cheng's words from the previous day at the zoo had been satisfying, yet they had also left him feeling somewhat unsettled. The adage, when it concerns oneself, chaos ensues, rang true. He sensed that the white crane had not even glanced in his direction, likely harboring some grievance against him. Consequently, he had tossed and turned all night. Upon returning to the bureau, he had requested a re-evaluation, but still, there were no issues to report. Now, as afternoon wore on, there remained no indication of impending rain. After pondering for a moment, he exited and ascended the stairs, arriving at the office door of the White Crane. The secretary entered briefly and then ushered Pei Yundong inside. At that moment, the White Crane was engrossed in reviewing documents, his pen scratching away for over 3 minutes before he finally looked up at the standing Pei Yundong. Director Pei, what brings you here? Pei Yundong chuckled lightly. Secretary Bai, it concerns the batch of equipment we previously requested. Director Sun has continually delayed approval, citing financial difficulties. And Mayor Li has gone to the provincial capital and will not return for some time. I merely wish to convey these practical challenges to you. The White Crane furrowed his brow. Such trivial matters should not have reached him. Even if Mayor Li was unavailable, Pei Yundong ought to have approached Yang Xinhai instead. Why had he come to him with this seemingly random grievance? However, upon glancing at the weather outside, the White Crane suddenly realized the underlying motive. Inwardly, he thought, this Pei Yundong is truly more concerned with appearances than substance. He was not genuinely there to report work, but rather to make his presence known. To remind himself that there would be no rain this afternoon. His work had not encountered any issues. If you were aggrieved by Chao Cheng's comments yesterday, you must remember to let it go. With this thought, the White Crane felt a surge of anger. Did he appear so lacking in understanding? He had long forgotten the events of yesterday and bore no ill will towards Pei Yundong, who could predict the whims of the heavens. Furthermore, Yesterday's focus was not on this at all. It was on Chao Cheng's genuine dedication to Yunhai City. Regardless of whether Chao Cheng's prediction of rain this afternoon proved accurate or not, unfazed by hardship or exhaustion, one has voluntarily taken the initiative to clear the silt through the night, regardless of the circumstances. This endeavor is ultimately for the greater good of the city and the welfare of its citizens. Such a commendable spirit deserves the city's cooperation. However, it is utterly unexpected that you, Pei Yundong, are preoccupied with your trivial matters, resorting to such petty cleverness to remind me of them. This is indeed a display of remarkable idleness. Bai Hetong was about to reprimand him when suddenly a deep rumble of thunder erupted. The northwestern sky darkened in an instant, followed by a thick blanket of ominous clouds. Large raindrops began to pelt the windows with a cacophonous rhythm. Within a mere 30 seconds, a torrential downpour unleashed its fury. The world outside was enveloped in a gray haze. Bai Hetong and Pei Yundong rushed to the window simultaneously, their eyes wide with astonishment. Pei Yundong craned his neck to gaze upward, suspecting that perhaps someone was inducing artificial rainfall. This was truly beyond comprehension. He had come here to alert Bai Hetong about the lack of rain, and immediately thereafter, such a deluge ensued, as if the rain had been conjured specifically for him. They stood in stunned silence for a full minute. Bai Hetong cast an irritable glance at Pei Yundong. This time, let us see what you have to say. With a cold huff, he dismissed Pei Yundong with a few terse words. Pei Yundong exited, his legs trembling. What a blunder. It seemed that Chao Cheng had not targeted him today, nor had Bai Hetong laid blame upon him. It was entirely his own cleverness that had led to his downfall. 3 full hours passed. The rain intensified, showing no signs of relenting. The precipitation was increasingly astonishing. Bai Hetong and other city leaders, including Yang Xinhai, felt an ever-growing sense of relief. Thank goodness. What a stroke of luck. Had it not been for Chao Cheng's insistence on overnight silt clearance, the city would have been in a dire predicament. This was truly remarkable. A torrential rain of such magnitude, undetectable by the Meteorological Bureau's monitoring system. And yet he had foreseen it a day in advance. Could it be that this young man had called upon the rain god? The downpour persisted well into the night, transforming into a heavy rain, yet it continued unabated. That night, Chao Cheng summoned Haikawa to his quarters, retrieving a small notebook filled with records of animals from the day. Tomorrow morning, once the rain has ceased, take a beast spirit pill and venture into the mountains. Staying for a few days. Do not capture any of the animals listed in this notebook. Instead, bring back any creatures not recorded within it. The ability to predict this rain did not stem from Chao Cheng's own cultivation, but rather from Haikawa. Many creatures in the natural world possess an innate ability to sense changes in their environment, and Haikawa, being at the solid mid-stage of chi refinement, was more than capable of such biological perception. Haikawa acknowledged the order. Chao Cheng pondered for a moment before producing a spirit awakening pill. Very well. Take an additional spirit awakening pill. If there are animals with a predator-prey relationship, give a portion to the less cunning one, to prevent any bloodshed on the return journey. Both the beast spirit pill and the spirit awakening pill hold a primal allure for animals. Merely emitting a hint of their scent will compel these creatures to pursue relentlessly. Luring them back to the zoo would be absolutely no challenge. During the day, when Chao Cheng convened a tea gathering, he encouraged everyone to share knowledge of the animals they were familiar with, intending to employ a process of elimination. If other zoos already possessed and frequently exhibited these animals, what significance would there be? If the Chang'an Zoo were to thrive, it must house species that are rare, uncommonly seen, or difficult to sustain. Of course, that is not to say that no other zoo has them. As long as they are uncommon, it suffices. You might find 1 or 2 in other zoos. But when an entire zoo is filled with rare animals, it becomes intriguing. Haikawa accepted his orders and requested a small pouch to carry the pills. Meanwhile, Wensi observed the 2 pills, drooling in anticipation. Wensi remarked, "Master, do you truly trust him so? Are you not concerned that he might consume the pills en route and return to inform you that a 50-year-old widow had devoured them?" Chao Cheng, puzzled, asked widow. Wensi replied, "Indeed. At 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as formidable as a tiger. By 50, one can sit with ease. Why, master? Do you restrain my neck?" Chao Cheng promptly seized him by the neck and tossed him out the window, gazing out at the rain. He hoped it would not persist until dawn, fearing it might disrupt the Green Forest's anniversary celebration. Tomorrow, he intended to present a grand gift to the Green Forest. Chapter 58. The Tiger Escaped. In the quiet of the night, Chao Cheng stealthily approached the zoo, umbrella in hand, and began to arrange the formation for the Taihe Yanyuan domain throughout the premises. Spiritual energy coursed through his feet into the earth as he measured the boundaries of the formation, subsequently sketching the array within. From above, it appeared as though he traversed an invisible path back and forth. Wensi and Haikawa watched in fascination from beneath the eaves. Whence he commented, "Haikawa, does it not seem that master has developed a repetitive behavior? Why do you restrain my neck?" This formation took Chao Chung a full 5 hours to establish. After returning to the upper floor for a shower, he finally stood before the window. With a gentle clap of his hands, a hum resonated through the entire Chung'an Zoo, causing the space to tremble slightly as if a refreshing breeze had swept through, rendering the air a touch sweeter. However, the effect was minimal, akin to planting over 100 trees within the area. Unfortunately, the scope was simply too vast, and with Chao Cheng's current level of cultivation, this was the best he could achieve. Within the formation, one could only sense a slight increase in air freshness, as though one were in a botanical garden. The following morning, in Yunhai City, outside the Green Forest Zoo, the sky was clear and the air was humid. Situated at a higher elevation, the ground was devoid of standing water, instead washed clean by the downpour. Outside the Green Forest Zoo, 2 long lines of vendors had gathered, all operating uniform food trucks. Many vendors had begun to prepare an array of delicious snacks, the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Surrounding tourists thronged the food street, eagerly awaiting their turn. The grand entrance of the Green Forest Zoo featured a colossal balloon arch emblazoned with the event's slogan, Green Forest 20th Anniversary Celebration. At that moment, a loudspeaker blared an announcement. "Attention all guests attending the anniversary celebration. Those who purchase tickets online may begin ticket verification at the Eastern Passage. For those needing to buy tickets on-site, please proceed to the Western Passage. Visitors, please expedite your ticket verification process. The circus will commence in half an hour, and the opening performance is not to be missed." As the announcement echoed repeatedly, the crowd began to split into 2 groups, entering the Eastern and Western Passages. The admission fee was 288 yuan for a general ticket, half price for children under 13. This price was not particularly inexpensive. However, the allure of the circus remains undeniably captivating. In this contemporary era of the internet, the desire to watch anything has become merely a matter of tapping one's smartphone. As the avenues for entertainment proliferate, professions such as circus performance, which demand exorbitant training costs and exhibit significant levels of professionalism and danger, are gradually declining. Yet, human nature is fascinatingly paradoxical. As circuses become increasingly rare, people begin to perceive them as coveted novelties. Thus, when the opportunity arises, one cannot resist the urge to behold such spectacles. Some circuses have even garnered considerable fame. Consequently, the grand circus performance at Green Forest has certainly captured much attention. From an aerial perspective, describing the throngs at the entrance of Green Forest Zoo as a sea of humanity would be far from an exaggeration. At this moment, atop the Green Forest office building, the proprietor, Lin Luming, stands by the window, gazing down at the bustling entrance, a satisfied smile gracing his face. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the total sales from online verifications and on-site ticket purchases have already reached an astonishing 7.9 million, with figures continuing to rise. The event is set to last all day, culminating in a dazzling light display and fireworks in the evening. Although this evening's turnout may not match the morning's peak, it is anticipated that the total sales will undoubtedly surpass 15 million by the end of the day, a prospect that brings Lin Luming immense joy. "Lin boss, the event is quite a success." At that moment, the office door swung open, and a portly businessman entered, guided by Lin's secretary. Lin Luming hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Boss Chin, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." He extended his hand for a handshake with Boss Chin, then instructed his secretary, "Quickly, bring over my exquisite Lion Peak Longjing." Boss Chin is an aficionado of tea. After exchanging pleasantries, Boss Chin joined Lin Luming by the window to gaze down at the spectacle below. "I never anticipated such a turnout for a celebratory event," he remarked. Lin Luming chuckled. And this is in the context of the Green Forest Zoo being an older establishment. Nowadays, people prioritize outdoor experiences. Rather than letting their children remain cooped up at home playing video games or watching television, parents prefer to spend a little money to immerse them in nature. Trust me, once we collaborate, the ocean world will undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Lin Luming had long harbored ambitions of establishing an ocean world, yet sought a partner to share the risks, thus engaging the construction material magnate, Boss Chin. However, Boss Chin was no fool. He had been observing the situation, keen to ascertain whether the zoo could still be profitable. If Lin Luming's interest in the ocean world stemmed from the zoo's financial decline, he would certainly not consider a partnership. This celebration, however, had certainly piqued his interest. He had conducted research indicating that a zoo in a first-tier city, comparable in scale to Green Forest, could attract between 50,000 to 120,000 visitors during festivities or holidays. Although Yuhai City is classified as a second-tier city, it has often been humorously referred to as a second tier and a half, as it lags significantly behind typical second-tier cities, consistently ranking at the bottom. A visitor count of 20,000 to 30,000 in a single morning is indeed remarkable. In truth, this was precisely what had captured Lin Luming's attention. The key factor in attracting such a crowd today was undoubtedly the circus. Having organized numerous events before, he was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. The circus was instrumental in driving attendance. Yet, Boss Chin could scarcely fathom the extent of the circus's impact. Lin Luming intended to leverage this subtle information asymmetry to bolster his negotiating position and earn Boss Chin's trust. It seemed Lin Luming possessed a keen acumen for market dynamics. Our son spends all his time glued to his phone, playing games. We fear he might develop issues. Boss Chin affirmed with a knowing nod. Lin Luming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of collaboration was within reach. He envisioned a partnership where Boss Chin would primarily provide funding while Lin would contribute effort. Although Boss Chin would claim the lion's share of the investment, Lin's risk would be nearly negligible. Shall we discuss this further? Lin Luming proposed with a smile. Indeed, haha. I did not come to your esteemed establishment merely for tea, Boss Chin replied, and as the two prepared to sit down, a sudden commotion erupted below. A cacophony of terrified screams reverberated throughout the zoo. At first, Lin Luming assumed it was merely the circus's opening act, with the crowd expressing joyous cheers. However, it quickly became evident that something was amiss. The crowd was not just screaming, they were frantically fleeing in all directions. He rushed to peer down below. The park was vast, and he could not discern what was happening amidst the chaos. All he could see was the area engulfed in turmoil. Just then, his phone rang. It was the head of the tiger exhibit. Lin Luming answered immediately, his voice laced with urgency. What is going on? The tiger exhibit head replied in a panicked tone, It's bad. The tiger has escaped from its enclosure. Lin Luming was momentarily at a loss for words. How could this be possible? The tiger exhibit, though open air, was separated by a small artificial river. Most importantly, the tigers had not exhibited any erratic behavior in years. How could one suddenly escape? Meanwhile, Boss Chin was listening intently and was equally astonished. The tiger has escaped? This is dire news. Simultaneously, the Green Forest Zoo had descended into utter chaos. A nearly 3-meter-long Siberian tiger was roaring and rampaging through the grounds. How could the surrounding visitors possibly outrun it? Some were so petrified that they collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear, while others cried out frantically, Don't eat me! Don't eat me! The primal instinct for survival was on full display. Yet, astonishingly, the tiger seemed disinterested in humans, merely continuing its wild sprint. It charged at iron cages, crashing into them and ferociously roaring while shaking the bars. Many, thinking themselves safe from afar, attempted to capture the moment on their phones. However, once noticed, the tiger would charge at them, unleashing a terrifying roar that sent them fleeing in terror. The scene was nothing short of madness. Nonetheless, the sheer number of visitors at Green Forest Zoo meant that some managed to capture footage of the tiger's rampage. It wasn't long before the tiger reached the vicinity of the circus, prompting a cacophony of shrieks from the animals in their cages. The situation spiraled further into chaos. Finally, personnel armed with tranquilizer guns arrived, and it took a staggering 6 darts to subdue the tiger, which eventually collapsed in a heap. Surrounding spectators rushed forward, smartphones in hand, eager to document the spectacle. In this day and age, it matters not whether one is a social media influencer. Traffic equals currency. And anyone can seize a financial opportunity online, provided they are ready to grasp it. At this moment, a throng of security personnel dispersed the surrounding crowd to transport the tiger back to its enclosure. Outside, the blaring sirens of law enforcement vehicles pierced the air, as a squad of officers rushed to the scene to restore order. Stop filming. Stop filming. Hurry, return the tiger. For heaven's sake, stop filming. At this juncture, Lin Luming had personally rushed down to take command of the situation. He was still unaware whether the tiger had injured anyone and was naturally averse to the idea of his video circulating online. For Green Forest Zoo, this could very well spell disaster. Who would dare visit a zoo that failed to contain a tiger, allowing it to charge into a crowd? The scene was swiftly brought under control. The tiger was returned to its habitat, while law enforcement began to investigate for any casualties. After over an hour of chaos, Lin Luming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, what a stroke of luck. Only a handful of customers had been frightened and fallen to the ground, and there were no fatalities. However, the bad news was that the videos flooding the internet could not be suppressed. The incident of the tiger escaping and charging at the crowd at Green Forest Zoo had rapidly dominated all local news outlets. The clamor for refunds resonated loudly at the entrance of the zoo. Lin Luming harbored grave doubts. It seemed that there were more people demanding refunds than those who had actually purchased tickets. The relevant authorities reacted swiftly. Under immense pressure, Lin Luming had no choice but to concede. He opened a dedicated refund channel to address the requests while also preparing for the impending closure for rectification and hefty fines. Lin Luming was on the verge of tears. He could not comprehend why the tiger had suddenly gone berserk and charged at the crowd. Just then, he spotted a raven perched on a distant tree. Lin Luming's scalp prickled with dread. It was him. Lin Luming shouted frantically. But the surrounding crowd was too busy clamoring for refunds and hurling insults to hear him. The raven seemed to have noticed him, tilted its head, flapped its wings a couple of times, and took flight. Lin Luming became increasingly convinced. It was Chao Cheng. The raven had practically become a symbol of Chao Cheng. Moreover, he possessed extraordinary animal training skills. Most importantly, Lin Luming held a grudge against him. Previously, he had advised Director Zhang to send the dying tiger to Chao Cheng. Who would have thought that once the tiger was delivered, Director Zhang would be apprehended on the way back? Subsequently, he divulged everything, leading to Lin Luming being summoned for questioning. It was only through powerful connections that he managed to extricate himself. He later discovered that Chao Cheng had ties to the Enforcement Bureau. The tiger had not only been cured by him, but Director Zhang had also suffered as a result. Thus, Chao Cheng undoubtedly knew that Lin Luming was behind the suggestion, and it would be absurd for him not to harbor animosity. A guilty conscience loomed large. Lin Luming had plotted against Chao Cheng, and naturally suspected that Chao Cheng would retaliate. This unexpected incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. Training animals, harboring a vendetta, a raven, none of these elements alone could substantiate the claim. Yet when combined, Lin Luming was 100% certain it was Chao Cheng. He must have employed some sort of special powder to incite the tiger's frenzy. Lin Luming found a quiet spot, pulled out his phone, and entered Chao Cheng's livestream. Instantly, he was infuriated. Chao Cheng had been streaming all along. This was supposed to be evidence of his non-involvement. Yet it only served to reinforce Lin Luming's belief that it was all a deliberate ruse to establish an alibi. One cannot deny that Lin Luming's mind was both cunning and astute, for he had deduced the truth. Chao Cheng indeed had the raven deliver a soul-controlling insect to manipulate the tiger into charging at the crowd. Of course, it was imperative that the tiger did not harm anyone, otherwise its life would be forfeit. Chao Cheng's objective was to tarnish the reputation of Green Forest Zoo and incite Lin Luming's ire. Originally, Chao Cheng had intended to come to the scene personally, and during the tiger's rampage, intervene to subdue it himself. This would not only strike a blow to Green Forest Zoo, but also elevate his own status, achieving two objectives in one go. However, such a plan was fraught with risk. Ironically, during the presence of this remarkable animal trainer, the tiger had erupted. Yet he managed to bring it under control. This would easily lend itself to accusations of self-directed theatrics. Once labeled as such, it would be impossible to cleanse that stigma. Thus, Chao Cheng had to distance himself. While the tiger was rampaging, I was live streaming. This was a matter that only Lin Luming might uncover. Yet, what could he do with this revelation? How could he accuse Chao Cheng of orchestrating his downfall through a mere raven? That would be exceedingly far-fetched. Even if he wanted to make such an accusation, he would first need to acknowledge his enmity with Chao Cheng. This line of reasoning would undoubtedly force him to admit that he was the one who suggested sending the dying tiger to Chao Cheng. Lin Luming felt an overwhelming urge to punch Chao Cheng through the screen, all because he had proposed a single idea, one that had not even caused Chao Cheng any substantial harm. And yet, he sought such vindictive retaliation against him. Now, not only had millions in sales evaporated within a day, but he also faced hefty fines and the prospect of rectification. Most critically, even after the rectification was completed and Green Forest reopened, who would dare visit again? Chao Cheng, Lin Luming bellowed, smashing his fist against the wall. Chapter 60, A Warm Welcome Turns Cold. Meanwhile, Chao Cheng had streamed for the entire morning, and in the afternoon, he sent Tong Anshi and Wenxi, each with a bird, to take over the livestream. This was due to the arrival of the construction company tasked with installing the tiger enclosure. After overseeing the installation, the system prompted him. The cage for the sect's precious beast, although rudimentary, serves as a place of refuge. Prestige Value 1. Sect Prestige Value, 98. Chao Cheng was brimming with enthusiasm. Streaming was merely a means of generating income. However, to enhance prestige, focusing on the zoo itself would yield quicker results. Black Chuan would soon return with a multitude of animals, and he needed to recruit staff post-haste. This was all prestige. Once the tiger enclosure was complete, Chao Cheng, accompanied by Zhang Wei, went to pick up two new vehicles, long-range hybrid tanks, two sleek black beasts, which they drove back to the zoo. Awaiting them in the park were Luo Jin and Tong Anshi, who were all smiles. Tao Tao was even bouncing with excitement. Big cars, big cars. The two vehicles came to a halt, and Luo Jin clapped her hands in front of her, feeling a bit nervous. Tong Anshi raced with Tao Tao into the new cars to experience them. Zhang Wei was busy snapping photos to show off to his roommates. Chao Cheng approached Luo Jin and handed her the keys. So how does it feel? Although they aren't luxury cars, acquiring a new vehicle is certainly a delightful occasion. Luo Jin shook her head. I don't know how to drive. Chao Qing chuckled. Are you unable to drive, and yet incapable of sitting? You seem quite adept at sitting, teased Chao Cheng, prompting Luo Jin's face to flush crimson as she playfully nudged his foot with hers. She then eagerly climbed into the car, her expression transforming into one of delight. After all, it was Chao Cheng's affection for her that inspired his purchase of the vehicle. As she contemplated pursuing accounting, she resolved to acquire her driver's license simultaneously, confident that Chao Cheng's endeavors would flourish. With the inevitable expansion of the zoo, the demands would only increase. Thus, it would be imprudent to rely on others for transportation when embarking on her own errands. Chao Cheng, hands on his hips, observed the animated group of individuals jumping about. Feeling a swell of satisfaction, the next step would be recruitment. He pondered the best approach to attract suitable candidates, as managing a vast array of animals would necessitate a larger workforce. Additionally, the application for a Level 1 wild animal breeding qualification demanded specific personnel arrangements, especially the inclusion of veterinarians. The following day, Chao Cheng tasked Zhang Wei with drafting several labor contracts in preparation for a live recruitment session. Before commencing the broadcast, he casually scrolled through Douyin and stumbled upon a chaotic video featuring a gathering at the entrance of the Green Forest Zoo. Approximately 20 individuals brandished banners proclaiming, "Corrupt zoo. Wages unpaid. Malicious layoffs. Return our hard-earned money." The videographer narrated, "Look, just yesterday a tiger escaped from the Green Forest Zoo, and the owner has begun laying off staff. It seems salaries haven't been fully paid, and they're causing a ruckus." Chao Cheng's eyes widened with interest. He promptly called Song Xingjie. "Hello, Lao Song. Could you inquire whether the authorities are addressing the situation at the Green Forest entrance?" "Sure, hold on," replied Song Xingjie, who appeared to have just awakened. He kept the line open while using another phone to make inquiries. Soon after, he returned to inform Chao Cheng. "Yes, the owner of Green Forest has filed a report, and someone is already on site to handle it." Chao Cheng quickly responded, "Please, do me a favor. Try to mediate first. Avoid a heavy-handed dispersal. I need to speak with them about a matter." "All right, but hurry," Song Xingjie urged before they ended the call. Chao Cheng descended the stairs just as Zhang Wei rushed in from outside. He seized Zhang Wei's arm. "Come on, let's go." Without hesitation, he dragged Zhang Wei to the car, flooring the accelerator toward the Green Forest Zoo. Upon arrival, he noticed several officials attempting to persuade the demonstrators. Such situations were notoriously challenging. The protesters were merely seeking their rightful wages, and it would be inappropriate to disperse them forcibly with so many witnesses present. The law might support such actions, yet moral considerations weighed heavily. Chao Cheng and Zhang Wei stepped out of the vehicle and approached the group of 20 or so individuals, a mix of men and women, predominantly in their 30s and 40s. Leading the assembly was a distinguished man in his 40s, with thinning hair, dressed in casual attire, making it difficult to discern his previous occupation. "Good day, everyone. My name is Chao Cheng, and I am the owner of Cheng'an Zoo," he stated, cutting to the chase. As Cheng'an Zoo had garnered some recognition by this point, the crowd looked at him with confusion. "What do you want?" one of them asked. "You've been unjustly laid off by Green Forest, haven't you?" "As adults, I will speak plainly. I currently have vacancies at my zoo, since you have already left your positions. I don't consider this poaching. Would any of you be interested in joining my team?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions devoid of any signs of joy. One individual remarked, "I know your zoo has crows, but it seems to lack other animals. Moreover, it's quite small. I've worked here for 5 or 6 years, earning over 6,000 a month." While his words may have seemed disjointed, the underlying message was clear. Your small zoo likely wouldn't offer competitive wages. "I earn 6,000 a month at Green Forest. I doubt you can match that." To be candid, before joining the zoo, he had been a factory worker, lacking both education and skills. Earning 6,000 at a zoo was significant, especially since the job was less strenuous than factory work. Chao Cheng furrowed his brow, contemplating whether 6,000 was a substantial salary after 5 or 6 years of experience. He turned his attention to the others. "Rest assured, as long as you possess the requisite skills, I will offer more than Green Forest." The group exchanged glances once more, most shaking their heads in skepticism. If Chao Cheng had claimed he would pay less than Green Forest, they might have considered it, for he would have spoken the truth. However, they were not about to buy into Chao Cheng's promises without evidence. What constituted sufficient skills? Who would judge? It ultimately rested on the owner's discretion. What was deemed acceptable could easily shift at his whim. They had learned this lesson the hard way from Lin Luming. One individual boldly stated, "Boss Chao, while you may have some talent in animal training, running a zoo is a business endeavor. Frankly, I am seeking a position with greater growth potential. I have reservations about your zoo's future. Apologies, but I am not interested." One by one, the group began to decline Chao Cheng's offer. clearly lacking faith in his promised wages or the zoo's potential for expansion. If he was skilled in animal training, surely he could find a decent position with a circus. Who among them couldn't train animals? Few had successfully operated a zoo. Chao Cheng and Zhang Wei exchanged glances. Realizing their efforts had been in vain, Chao Cheng had assumed that by extending a hand, these individuals would express gratitude for his willingness to employ them. Yet, he had overestimated his own importance today. This was a fitting consequence. Chao Cheng had two motivations for approaching these individuals. First, they were seasoned employees already familiar with the working environment, making for a smoother transition. Second, his actions against Lin Luming had inadvertently led to their layoffs, and he wished to rectify that. Yet, they looked down on his humble zoo. With a wry smile, Chao Cheng nodded. I apologize for the interruption. Please, continue. As he spoke, he and Zhang Wei quickly departed. Once back in the car, Zhang Wei cautiously inquired, Bro, perhaps we should continue with the live recruitment. We might attract some younger candidates. Chao Cheng raised his hand. Let them have their chance. If they prove inept, I won't need them. Aren't there many job seekers at your school? Zhang Wei nodded. I'll assign you a task. Return to school. Please help me find those classmates of yours. There are only two requirements. They must come from impoverished backgrounds and possess good character. Based on these criteria, find me 20 individuals. The base salary starts at 10,000, with bonuses to be calculated separately. Chapter 61, Veterinarian Wen Main. Zhang Wei certainly comprehended Chao Cheng's intention. After a moment of astonishment, he nodded in acquiescence. Just as Chao Cheng was about to drive away, a woman jogged up to the front of his car, waving to him through the window. Chao Cheng rolled down the window. This woman seemed to be one of the employees who had just been demanding their wages. Upon seeing her face, Chao Cheng found himself momentarily entranced. Could it be? Are you Tang Wei? She was a quintessential girl of ethereal beauty, her features reminiscent of that actress. Yet she appeared even younger. An air of grace and elegance surrounded her. Her eyes sparkled brightly, and when she smiled, her enchanting gaze narrowed playfully, exuding a unique allure. Hello, Boss Zhao. I heard you were hiring. Do you have any additional requirements? She continued. I hesitated earlier because I primarily wanted to reclaim the wages owed to me by Green Forest. After all, if I start working, I wouldn't be able to pursue my unpaid dues with them, and in the end, I might not recover anything. Yet, she feared that this job opportunity might slip away. Her sincerity was palpable, leaving no room for doubt. Chao Cheng inquired, what was your position at Green Forest? Veterinarian. Chao Cheng's eyes lit up. Do you have a certification? I do. How much does Green Forest owe you? 18,000. Get in the car. If you can't recover that amount, I'll make up the difference. At present, Chao Cheng lacked only a veterinarian. Other positions such as security, animal keepers, equipment maintenance, cleaning, and logistics required no specific qualifications. However, to apply for a breeding permit for first-level wildlife protection animals, having a resident veterinarian is a crucial requirement. All right. The girl took only a second to consider before nodding and sliding into the back seat. Zhang Wei, having other matters to attend to, casually remarked that he would take a taxi back to school and exited the vehicle. Chao Cheng pressed on the accelerator, heading towards the zoo. What should I call you? Chao Cheng asked. Wen Main, what was your monthly salary before? 90,000. I can show you my salary records. No need. Okay. Wen Main pursed her lips and nodded, putting her phone back down. Despite their brief interaction, Chao Cheng noticed a distinctive trait about Wen Main. She hardly smiled, except occasionally when speaking with him. And that smile seemed purely polite, intended to project warmth. She expressed her thoughts concisely, refraining from unnecessary elaboration. Her high emotional intelligence emanated an air of languid composure, detachment, and intellect, while her low emotional intelligence presented a world-weary demeanor. Ironically, she was caught in the grind of earning a living, chasing unpaid wages, and seeking employment. Thus, this quality about her made her even more intriguing to Chao Cheng. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, would you accept a monthly salary of 15,000? Wen Main paused, asking hesitantly, how much? 150,000, with working hours from 8 to 6, weekends off, flexible days off aside from Saturday and Sunday. 5 times the salary for statutory holidays, and comprehensive social insurance. Chao Cheng reveled in such bold offers. Even Luo Jin found it hard to resist. The average person would struggle to accept such terms. Naturally, Wen Main was no exception, her mouth agape for a moment. Do you not need to assess my work capabilities first? Chao Cheng merely smiled in silence. His recruitment of Wen Main was solely for her veterinary qualifications. The veterinary certificate for wildlife differs significantly from that of pet hospitals, being far more challenging to obtain and rarer in number. Any ailments she could not treat, Chao Cheng could handle with ease, thus rendering any capability assessment unnecessary. Upon returning to the zoo and parking the car, Chao Cheng led Wen Main inside, simultaneously communicating with Haikawa. Chao Cheng, Haikawa, how is the situation? Haikawa, Master, we have already located 7. Chao Cheng, gather a total of 30 before bringing them back. Haikawa, task to be completed by noon tomorrow. Chao Cheng silently praised his efficiency. This zoo would not function as well without Haikawa, who excelled at retrieving animals from the premises. Upon entering the park, Luo Jin came out to greet them, while Tong Anqi was live-streaming. Chao Cheng introduced. Allow me to present our new veterinarian, Wen Main. She was previously employed at Green Forest Zoo, but was maliciously laid off by its owner. This is Luo Jin, our financial supervisor, and the one live-streaming inside is Tong Anqi, our animal trainer. The individual who just left is Zhang Wei, head of the legal department. Luo Jin extended her hand warmly. Welcome. Wen Main smiled and shook her hand. The presence of 2 beautiful female colleagues brought her a sense of reassurance. It would have been rather inconvenient if the zoo were filled solely with men. Once the legal department returns, we will sign the contract, Chao Cheng stated. Wen Main nodded in agreement. Luo Jin, with her warm and amiable disposition, sensed Wen Main's unease and suggested, come, let me show you around. All right, thank you. Wen Main replied enthusiastically, and the two engaged in pleasant conversation as they strolled deeper into the park. Meanwhile, Tong Anqi continued her live stream. With no major cleaning tasks today, she resumed her broadcast of the local express delivery service. She adjusted her content according to the audience's requests, switching perspectives to showcase a bandaged tiger when interest peaked. Some viewers even requested to see Wen Xi's aerial stunts, which she could accommodate. Of course, there were also periodic requests to see her legs, which she could fulfill to some extent. At that moment, the live stream was in full swing, and the audience urged Tong Anqi to show the tiger. Without hesitation, she took her phone and headed to the new tiger enclosure. The newly constructed habitat was surrounded by explosion-proof glass and reinforced with steel wire, ensuring maximum safety. Upon arriving at the tiger enclosure, she discovered that Chao Cheng was also present. The viewers instantly recognized him, igniting a flurry of excitement in the comments. Capture Boss Chao live. Is he slacking off again? A live stream featuring Boss Chao is worth watching. Chao Cheng, noticing the camera, waved at the audience. Hey everyone, the tiger is almost ready. Follow my lead as we unwrap its bandages. After speaking, he took the phone from Tong Anqi and approached the double-secured door of the tiger enclosure. Tong Anqi hesitated, torn. Although she had witnessed countless wonders from Chao Cheng, including the moment he had led a weak tiger directly from the cage into its habitat, causing her and Luo Jin to scream and retreat to the management office on the 2nd floor. Now the tiger was fully recovered and roaming confidently. As Chao Cheng opened the door to the enclosure, the live stream exploded with activity, splitting the audience into 2 factions. No way. Is Boss Chao serious? Are you really going in there? The proximity was astonishing, an exhilarating experience beyond compare. My friends certainly did not come in vain. Allow the tiger to demonstrate the live consumption of Boss Chao. Goodness, the atmosphere above is rather grim, isn't it? After all, Boss Chao has done nothing to offend you. Rest assured, Boss Chao is unlikely to enter. He must have adequately fed the tiger beforehand. Meanwhile, another group of individuals displayed timidity. No, please, don't. I never said I wanted to go in. Let me go? My goodness. I'm terrified. They exclaimed, overwhelmed with fear. Boss Chao, at least wear a bulletproof vest. They cried. Help. This tiger is wild. How long has Boss Chao even been acquainted with it? Honestly, let us not go in, shall we? Boss Chao, come out. Don't enter. It could be fatal. As Chapter 62, the training of the Death Warriors, unfolded, the live stream's chat was ablaze with excitement. At that very moment, Chao Cheng had already entered the tiger enclosure. Brothers, remember the name of this tiger. It is called Pajun. As he spoke, Pajun began to trot towards Chao Cheng. The viewers were on the brink of panic, believing that at any moment, the tiger would pounce on him, sinking its fangs into his throat. However, to their astonishment, the tiger approached and affectionately rubbed its large head against Chao Cheng's leg. In the live stream, this colossal tiger's head appeared 3 times the size of a human's. With a single bite, it could easily sever half a head. The South China tiger, an ancient subspecies, is slightly smaller than the average tiger. When it first arrived, its tail measured only around 2.5 to 3 meters. Yet, after consuming 2 spirit pills, this South China tiger now boasts a length of nearly 3 meters, its robust physique having reached new heights. Its ferocity was now even more formidable. Did Wusong truly battle such a creature in the past? I find that hard to believe. Yet, perhaps the portrayal of Wusong in novels may not be entirely unfounded. In an instant, the chat erupted once more, debating whether Wusong could indeed defeat a tiger. Chao Cheng gently caressed Pajun's large head, and then crouched down, prompting Pajun to lie down obediently, exposing its belly. Chao Cheng carefully removed the bandages from its paws. The wounds had mostly healed, with fresh flesh having grown back. He meticulously unwrapped each bandage until only the one on its head remained. Under the watchful eyes of the live stream, Chao Chung began to unravel the bandage from around its head, revealing an eye marred by a horrifying scar with a ghostly white iris. Goodness! Is this tiger blind in that eye? The scar surely indicates such. The viewers mused, noting that the eyeball remained intact. Poor tiger. Yet, there was an inexplicable charm about it. Chao Chung was pleasantly surprised. Though the eye had suffered severe damage, he knew it was not blind. Pajun could still see through it. Chao Chung had previously utilized a technique that allowed him to perceive through the eye, confirming that, aside from a faint veil of mist, its vision was hardly impaired. However, he had not anticipated that the eye would turn white upon recovery. This white eye resembled a healthy eyeball, capable of moving freely. Viewed head-on, the two eyes presented a striking appearance. But if one were to cover the other eye and focus solely on the white one, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the gaze of a corpse, evoking a chilling sense of dread. After a brief moment of rising and pacing about, Chao Chung confirmed that there were no external injuries left. He then playfully patted Pajun on the rear, prompting the tiger to spring to its feet, shaking its head before ambling around the confines of the enclosure. Its seemingly harmless demeanor incited the viewers to express their desire for a closer look. While Northeast tigers are common, South China tigers are a rarity. In China, aside from breeding centers, no zoo is qualified to house South China tigers. Chao Chung tidied up the bandages and departed the enclosure. Returning his smartphone to the astonished Tong Yanchi, she felt her heart racing. Was it not said that one should never touch a tiger's rear? What on earth happened with Boss Chow? She pondered. Touching is one thing, but how could he dare to pat it? Boss Chow seemed excessively composed. As if the tiger were akin to a pet he had raised himself. Once Chao Chung left, Tong Yanchi noticed the viewership had nearly doubled. The internet has seen all kinds of broadcasts, including those featuring close encounters with tigers. Yet, even the caretakers of typical zoos would never dare to interact with an adult tiger in such a manner. At the very least, a barrier would be necessary. As noon approached, Tong Yanchi concluded her stream and prepared to head to the cafeteria in the management hall. At that moment, she spotted Zhang Wei entering. Accompanied by a large group, Chao Chung stepped out of the hall to greet them, alongside Luo Jin and Wen Main. The crowd consisted entirely of university students, both male and female, some curiously observing their surroundings, while others grew visibly excited upon seeing Chao Chung. Zhang Wei approached Chao Chung and quietly reported, "Boss, everyone is here, 20 in total. Are they impoverished?" Chao Chung inquired softly. Zhang Wei nodded affirmatively. Indeed. So poor they could rattle coins. He continued, "I conducted research using by Lacune. Their character is well regarded, and academically they perform admirably. Most are engaged in work-study programs, with some even having received financial aid." For Zhang Wei, the task assigned by Chao Chung was a mere formality. He had even purchased 3 packs of cigarettes and 3 crates of tea on the way back, planning to enlist his 3 roommates' help in carrying them and conducting investigations. With cigarettes and tea in hand, he felt confident traversing the male dormitory, almost uncovering the origins of World War II in the process. Poverty, it seems, is impossible to conceal. Many among this group had been supporting themselves since their first or second year of university, with some having received financial assistance. Such aid is a curious thing. Those who understand. If it finds its way into the hands of these individuals, it is a clear indicator of genuine hardship. Chao Chung nodded. Well done. Zhang Wei then quickly added, "Brother, I've also brought along my 3 roommates. They insisted on coming to assist with this matter. While they aren't destitute, they come from average households. But their integrity is unquestionable." Zhang Wei said this while nervously swallowing, seemingly apprehensive that Chao Chung might react negatively. Chao Chung simply chuckled. "Of course, that's perfectly fine. I welcome anyone related to me. How could I refuse my connections from the legal department? Where would your face be if I did?" He playfully tapped Zhang Wei's chest with the back of his hand before stepping forward. He understood Zhang Wei's intentions perfectly. It was a time of youthful camaraderie. Now that he had established a modest network, it was only natural for his dorm mates to seek his assistance. If he could come through, it would be a matter of great pride for him. Conversely, if he failed, he would lose face among his peers and lack confidence in future conversations. This sense of pride, of course, was something Chao Chung was eager to uphold. Zhang Wei felt a wave of emotion wash over him. This was one of the reasons he was steadfastly loyal to Chao Chung. "Greetings, dear students. I am Chao Chung, the proprietor of this esteemed zoo. The purpose of today's gathering, as Zhang Wei has likely mentioned, is quite straightforward. I am in dire need of personnel, security, cleaning staff, ticket sellers, animal caretakers, and logistical support. I lack nothing but talent. However, I assure you, the remuneration is most generous. Every position, and I emphasize every single one, begins with a base salary of no less than 10,000. This will be adjusted according to the nature and complexity of the work. We offer full social insurance and housing funds, triple pay on public holidays, a single day off each week, flexible working hours aside from weekends, and a standard schedule of 8 to 6, with overtime compensated accordingly. Bonuses will be calculated separately. For those interested in applying for a position, kindly remain in your places. If any of you are disinterested, fear not. I shall not let your visit be in vain, and will provide you with 200 yuan for transportation, which you may take now and depart. Upon concluding his address, an eerie silence enveloped the room, akin to a tomb. The students looked utterly astonished. Security guards, earning a starting salary of 10,000? Comprehensive benefits, overtime pay, triple wages? Such rhetoric was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Surely, the norm dictated that one endure unpaid probation, work for free, and express gratitude for the opportunity provided by the company. Such remuneration, falling into the hands of these financially struggling students, seemed to them a veritable path to enlightenment. I wish to stay, one student exclaimed, raising his hand in fervent enthusiasm. Merely standing there was insufficient to convey their intentions. They felt compelled to vocalize their eagerness. I too wish to. Me as well. In a fervid display, every student raised their hands in excitement. Not a single individual chose to leave. Chao Qing nodded in approval. Zhang Wei, prepare the contracts. Let us sign on site. With that, Chao Cheng led the group towards the management hall, their faces flushed with exhilaration. This unconventional interview process was something they dared not even dream of. Chao Cheng was remarkably forthright. No prior experience required. No interview process. It was a direct path to signing a contract. Indeed, this was China. And Chao Cheng was not only a social media influencer, but also a local hero. Had they been in Myanmar, they would have fled at the mere sight of a wall, leaving nothing but human-shaped holes in their wake. As they entered the hall, Luo Jin gently tugged at Chao Cheng's sleeve, whispering into his ear, "We do not require so many people at present." Chao Cheng chuckled. "We will soon have need of them." Reluctantly, Luo Jin nodded and stepped aside. Chao Cheng gestured towards a tall, robust young man with thick brows and wide eyes. "You, please begin by stating your major, your special skills, and the position you wish to apply for." The young man, Lin Chuan, nervously introduced himself. "Hello, Boss Zhao. My name is Lin Chuan. I am studying security management, and I have a passion for fitness. I possess a year of experience as a mall security guard, and I would like to apply for the security position." Despite his nerves, he opted for the most secure choice. After all, if even men in their 60s could perform this job, surely he, being young and strong with prior experience, was well suited for it. "Proceed to sign the contract." Chao Cheng gestured grandly. Zhang Wei was already prepared with the documentation. Thank you, Boss Zhao," the boy exclaimed, elated, as he hurried to sign the contract with Zhang Wei. Next was a girl, tall and slender, with glasses perched on her nose. "Hello, Boss Zhao. I am Yusiwen, studying Human Resources Management. I am proficient in English and Korean, and I wish to apply for a position in the HR department." Chao Qing nodded. "Human Resources Specialist. You may go." Although Zhang Wei had conducted a cursory inquiry into their backgrounds, Chao Cheng could not extend the same level of trust as he had for Zhang Wei. He needed to assess their capabilities to ensure they could fulfill their respective roles. As long as these students demonstrated adaptability and possessed above-average work skills, they would eventually evolve into the backbone of the organization. For Chao Cheng, character and loyalty were of paramount importance, even beyond mere competence. "Thank you, Boss Zhao." Next, "Boss Zhao, I am Zhou Qingnan, studying business administration. I have a fondness for animals and would like to apply for the position of animal caretaker." "Boss Zhao, I am Sun Xing, studying economic law. I wish to apply for a position in the legal department." "Boss Zhao, I am Zhang Qiu, studying new media. I have some programming skills and am adept at repairing air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions, and washing machines, as my family is engaged in this field." All students exhibited a fervent desire to work here. They understood the challenges of securing employment in today's market, a reality most fourth-year students only grasped late in their academic journey. They had been aware of these difficulties for 3 years. The challenge lay not solely in their qualifications, but in the fact that many employers viewed university students as free labor to exploit. To put it into perspective, the 10,000 yuan salary that Chao Cheng promised was equivalent to what they might earn in 6 months of relentless job searching. Moreover, this did not account for the additional benefits. It is no exaggeration to say that not only would they eagerly accept formal employment, but they would don animal costumes and perform as animals if need be. In swift succession, 23 new employees, including Zhang Wei's 3 roommates, were officially hired. Outside, they would have been grateful for any position related to their field of study. However, here at Chao Cheng's Zoo, half of them secured jobs directly aligned with their academic pursuits. The other half, though not in their desired fields, found employment in high-demand roles such as cleaning and animal care. On this day alone, 24 individuals were hired: 6 animal caretakers, 2 security personnel, 2 logistical staff for cleaners, 2 ticket sellers, 2 in human resources, 1 accountant, another bespectacled girl under Luo Jin's supervision, who would also impart some professional knowledge to Luo Jin, 1 in online operations, 1 in equipment maintenance, 2 in the legal department, and 1 veterinarian. As the last candidate, when Maine completed her contract signing, Chao Cheng's system finally activated. Disciples of the sect, 24. Sect reputation, 24. Rewards obtained, 1 year of cultivation. Rewards obtained, 3 Yuan pills. Rewards obtained, 3 Huankai pills. Chao Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the first time he had encountered such pills. A Yuan pill, when consumed by male animals, it significantly enhances their reproductive capabilities, making them highly fertile. Huankai pill, when consumed by animals, it permanently revitalizes their outward appearance. Chao Cheng was elated. The Yuan pill, for a zoo, was akin to a miraculous elixir. His mind immediately raced to the giant panda. Yet, he soon found himself chuckling at his own folly. Why ponder over pandas when he had South China tigers? The endangered status of giant pandas could not even compare to that of the South China tiger. Naturally, he would prioritize the enhancement of his contract spirit beast. Of course, he would not neglect the pandas either. They would eventually be addressed. Adults do not shy away from choices. As for the Huankai pill, its equal quantity to the Yuan pill was surely not without reason. After all, the Yuan pill was a one-time use. However, the revitalizing Dan is permanent. It bestows animals with an enchanting appearance, yet its efficacy is contingent upon the recipient. When applied to an unsuitable creature, it is merely a squandering of resources. Conversely, when utilized on the appropriate animal, its effects may surpass those of the Aryan Dan. At present, Chao Cheng remains at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. The realms of cultivation are delineated as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, god transformation, tribulation, and great ascension. These 7 realms, though unembellished, are fundamental. Beyond great ascension lies the realm of the celestial beings that practitioners aspire to attain. Each of these stages is further subdivided into 4 minor realms: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and full completion. Despite Chao Cheng's average aptitude, he has recently achieved a semblance of advancement. Yet he remains at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. His cultivation is now considerably more solidified. The modern society he inhabits lacks the violent confrontations that might compel him to assess his current capabilities. He feels an urge to find a space to stretch his limbs. The persistent pleas for mercy from Luo Jin have grown tiresome. He cannot continue to take out his frustrations solely on her. This group was gathered by Zhang Wei. After signing the contract, Zhang Wei eagerly suggested a tour around the park, leading the group outside in a bustling throng. Luo Jin, eager to learn new things from the newly arrived accountant, called upon Wen Main to accompany her as they departed. As the crowd dispersed, Tong Yanqi approached Chao Cheng. Tilting her head defiantly, her large, beautiful eyes fixed on him in a fierce challenge. Why do the newcomers earn 10,000, while my salary is only 8,000? She had long wished to confront Chao Cheng about this disparity. As a seasoned employee, she felt slighted by this wage gap. Chao Cheng chuckled heartily, affectionately ruffling her hair like one would a pet. All right, I shall increase your pay. Tong Yanqi instantly felt a surge of resentment. Wishing she could bite Chao Cheng in retaliation, she often sensed that he treated her like a pampered pet. With a quick flick of her head, she evaded his second attempt to ruffle her hair. Chao Cheng laughed. Oh, Panjodan. His hand, however, seemed to follow her like a shadow, finding its way back to her head. Tong Yanqi froze. I didn't dodge that one. I'll try again. Yet, no matter how she leaped and twisted, Chao Cheng's hand remained steadfast, ruffling her hair in a playful frenzy. At that moment, when she flew in from outside, observing the sudden commotion between the two, he exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, a waltz?" Just then, Chao Cheng's phone rang. Tong Yanqi leaped back, resembling an irate little lion glaring at him, her hair standing on end from static. With a triumphant arch of his brow, Chao Cheng answered the call. It was Song Xingjia on the line. "Hey, Lao Chao, are you free? Speak your mind." Song Xingjia seemed oblivious to any underlying tension. Wasn't the previous forestry bureau chief taken down? A new one has just been appointed, and he wishes to visit you. He.S. worried about being turned away, so he.S. asked me to check the waters first. Chao Cheng chuckled. This new forestry chief is quite cautious. As a newcomer, why would he need to fear the repercussions of his predecessor? He should come directly. Seeking you as an intermediary shows he.S. overly careful. Such a person likely lacks a substantial background. Nevertheless, it's essential to cultivate a good rapport with the forestry department. As they oversee the zoo, I have time, just bring him over. I haven't had lunch yet, so I'll whip up some hot pot. On the other end, Song Xingjia laughed. Great. I'll bring him over right away and throw in a couple of fine bottles of wine. Chapter 64. So, you know what kind of establishment you've just entered, right? After hanging up, Chao Cheng called Luo Jin over. The head of the forestry bureau is coming by. Please head to the market and procure some hot pot ingredients. Anshi, you'll drive Luojia. Luo Jin nodded, and, together with Tong Anshi, swiftly exited. Within 20 minutes, they returned with 3 large bags brimming with hot pot ingredients. Meanwhile, a throng of new employees had toured their upcoming work environment, each displaying exuberant excitement. The zoo, in contrast to most workplaces, offered a refreshing and liberating atmosphere, surrounded by animals and lush greenery, creating an unparalleled sense of serenity. The faces of the new employees were alight with joy. Chao Cheng addressed the group. Tomorrow morning, we officially commence work. Today, let us take the opportunity to get to know each other and discuss how to approach our respective roles. Zhang Wei, brimming with enthusiasm, was instructed to take the newly hired 24 colleagues out for lunch, with the promise of reimbursement upon their return. All right, Zhang Wei exclaimed with glee. Brothers, follow me. He animatedly waved, leading the throng outside. The new employees expressed their gratitude to the boss with exuberant shouts as they excitedly made their way out. Embodying the vibrant energy of youth, Zhang Wei was indeed in high spirits. These were all his chosen recruits, and they were fortunate to have landed such a promising job. Their gratitude was owed first to Chao Cheng and secondly to Zhang Wei himself. Now, with Chao Cheng allowing him to treat everyone to a meal, his status among his peers soared to unprecedented heights. As they were exiting, they encountered a sleek black Audi approaching. Zhang Wei and the others instinctively paused, watching as Song Xingjie, dressed in casual attire, alighted from the vehicle alongside a short-haired man. The latter exuded an air of competence, appearing to be in his mid-30s. Clad in an administrative jacket and sporting a pair of stylish gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp and discerning. A younger individual, likely a secretary, trailed behind him. As the group approached the zoo entrance and spotted Zhang Wei and his companions, Song Xingjie inquired, Wei Zi, why are there so many people? Are they all your classmates? Having previously driven Zhang Wei to the law enforcement bureau, Song Xingjie was quite familiar with him. Yes, Song Gu, Zhang Wei replied. These are all the new employees who started today. Chao Gu asked me to take them out for a meal. Song Xingjie smiled. Perfect. Come to my place. Just mention that you're from the Chang'an Zoo when you arrive. I'll arrange for the best private room for you all. Today S on me. Indulge yourselves. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. All right. Thank you, Song Gu. He understood that Song Xingjie had a close relationship with Chao Cheng, making such favors easy for him. Moreover, Song Xingjie was known for his generous nature. To decline would be to disrespect him. Let us go, he said, turning to the short-haired man. Director Zhou, shall we head inside? Yes, the short-haired man nodded. The 3 entered, leaving Zhang Wei and his companions in stunned silence. Director Zhou, given his attire, demeanor, and title, it became evident that he was indeed a bureau chief. Regardless of the department, that positioned him as a leader at the bureau level. For these university students, such figures are seldom encountered in their daily lives. Yet today, this leader appeared unpretentious and evidently not on official business. Was he here to seek out their boss? It was astonishing that someone of his stature would come to them rather than summon their boss to his office. What kind of treatment was this? Zhang Wei observed the dazed expressions of the crowd with satisfaction. Come on, stop gaping. At that, everyone snapped back to reality. Zhang Wei's roommate, Hu Gu, who was closest to him, hurriedly inquired, Wei Zi, who were those 2 just now? Zhang Wei replied, Brothers, let me remind you, while working here, there are questions best left unasked, especially regarding the boss's connections or background. Absolutely do not divulge anything. Understand? Our boss's style is to remain low-key. We must maintain that low profile. The group was momentarily bewildered. Low-key, Mr. Chow? Just a day after the cleanup of Maihua River, videos of the cleanup were still circulating wildly online. However, they soon recalled that indeed, whether it was through live broadcasts or the Maihua River cleanup, the spotlight was on Chang'an Zoo, not Mr. Chow himself. References to Mr. Chow were often blurred or censored online. He truly exemplified the essence of being low-key. Hu Gu smacked his own mouth in realization. Did they really need to question the identities of those individuals? After the Maihua River cleanup, officials had personally come to endorse Chang'an Zoo. Furthermore, it was rumored that the city committees by he had personally addressed the fan blockade incident. The significance of this was undeniable. Zhang Wei led the group to the intersection, extending his hand to hail a taxi. With so many people, at least 6 vehicles would be needed. He didn't want them to all rush together. As the taxis arrived, Zhang Wei first ushered Wen Mei and several girls into a car. Ladies first, you go ahead, we'll follow. Let's gather at Qingfeng Donga. Everyone was once again taken aback. Qingfeng Donga? The individual who had just entered had mentioned inviting them to dine there. It turned out to be Qingfeng Donga? This was a newly opened luxurious hotel, previously renowned as Haiyan Jinj. For reasons unknown, it had suddenly closed down and changed ownership. Now it had quietly reopened under a new name. Such a grand establishment belonged to that young man. The crowd regarded Zhang Wei with newfound admiration. Zhang Wei's heart swelled with satisfaction. Now you understand what kind of establishment you've entered, don't you? Meanwhile, in the zoo, Song Xingjie entered with the bespectacled man. Chao Cheng, accompanied by Luo Jin and Tong Anqi, hurried out to greet them, since they had taken the initiative to visit. A warm welcome was warranted. Song Xingjie introduced, Old Chao, allow me to present this gentleman. This is the newly appointed Forestry Bureau Chief, Zhou Yishan. Chief Zhou, this is Chao Cheng, our boss. Zhou Yishan displayed great enthusiasm, extending his hand to shake with Chao Cheng, clasping it with both hands. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Chief Zhou. In return, Chao Cheng expressed equal warmth. For someone as accomplished as you, how could there be any need for apologies? When Secretary Bai visited last time, I was away and missed the chance to witness the city's hero in person. Today, I am here to pay my respects. Chao Cheng chuckled. Haha, no need for formality. The city's heroes are all up in the trees. Chief Zhou immediately sensed Chao Cheng's amiable nature. As a dignified bureau chief visiting a younger colleague, it was somewhat awkward despite the pretext of the city's heroes. Yet, with Chao Cheng's jest, the tension was skillfully diffused. He truly was a perceptive individual. Laughter ensued as they made their way inside. Zhou Yishan gazed at the multitude of crows overhead, murmuring his admiration. Being in the forestry department, he had some understanding of wildlife. The raven, a fierce and intelligent creature, is notoriously difficult to tame. It was hard to imagine how Chao Cheng managed to command them so adeptly. Hey, old Chao, where's the hot pot? Zhou Yishan remarked. Having brought wine for the gathering, we're all still hungry. Song Xingjie swiftly shifted the conversation to the meal, gesturing toward the 2 bottles of Feimao the secretary was carrying. These were purchased by Zhou Yishan himself, to avoid any implications of favoritism. If the wine were presented by Song Xingjie or Chao Cheng, the nature of the gathering would differ. However, as Zhou Yishan had personally bought the wine, the informal dinner didn't require such considerations. Chao Cheng smiled and led everyone into the management hall. The large dining table was already set with a steaming hot pot, and Chao Cheng invited everyone to take a seat, sitting next to Zhou Yishan. Once the wine was brought out, Chao Cheng exclaimed about the extravagance, as each bottle cost over 1,000. Luo Jin stood up to pour, but Zhou Yishan's secretary naturally rushed to take over the task. After some initial pleasantries, Chao Cheng speculated that Zhou Yishan wouldn't visit without a purpose. However, after 3 rounds of drinks, he couldn't discern any particular agenda behind Zhou Yishan's visit. It seemed he simply wanted to establish a good rapport, leading to a more relaxed conversation. At just 35 years old, Zhou Yishan was relatively young for his position, and he found common ground with Chao Cheng. As their discussion flowed, Chao Cheng casually inquired, Chief Zhou, I have a matter I'd like to consult you about. I am interested in applying for a Class 1 wild animal breeding license. Is it currently feasible? Zhou Yishan pondered for a moment before responding cautiously. A Class 1 license is somewhat more complex. It requires consideration of hardware facilities, technical capabilities, financial strength, management level, and breeding objectives. Moreover, only provincial forestry departments can issue such licenses. Your proficiency in animal training is a significant advantage, and I can facilitate a more lenient preliminary review. I will also strive to relay the circumstances up the chain. However, the zoo must still meet certain standards. Otherwise, I would be powerless to assist. If you are serious, I can help provide a detailed reference standard. Zhou Yishan's response was impeccably diplomatic. He indeed lacked the authority. Yet Chao Cheng understood that Zhou Yishan was extending his utmost goodwill. Providing a reference standard was akin to offering an unfair advantage. Having an examiner guide you through the test was fundamentally different from a teacher doing so. I appreciate your assistance, Chief Zhou. I truly need this license, and currently, I am quite in the dark. If I could have a set of execution standards, that would be splendid. Let me toast to you. With that, Chao Cheng raised his glass and downed it, with Zhou Yishan naturally following suit. Chao Cheng continued, Chief Zhou, hypothetically, if a Class 1 protected wild animal, like these crows, were to come to my zoo and decide to stay, how should I address the situation of you insisting on staying here? Zhou Yishan was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a brief moment, he nodded with a smile, stating, upon verifying the circumstances, we shall handle this matter with special consideration. Upon hearing these 8 words, Chao Cheng understood his intent. Zhou Yishan then remarked, Chao, my young brother, you are the most formidable beast tamer I have ever heard of. I actually have a matter I wish to consult you about. Chao Cheng set down his chopsticks, replying, please, Brother Zhou, go ahead. The address had shifted from Boss Chao to young brother Chao, indicating a slight increase in their camaraderie. Is there any extraordinary method for controlling wild boars? To be frank, I have taken on this position under duress. The rampant wild boar population has wreaked havoc on the farmland, causing the residents of several towns in the mountains to suffer greatly. I find this predicament quite challenging. In your eyes as a beast tamer, what role do wild boars play? Chao Ching raised an eyebrow. I wonder if you have heard the tale of our South China tiger at the tiger den, which was nearly driven mad by a wild boar. These creatures are incredibly stubborn. Typically, under pressure, animals opt to fight or flee. Wild boars, however, only run when evading an unknown danger. The slightest provocation can cause their brains to short-circuit, leading them to fight ferociously. Moreover, they possess boundless energy, making them impossible to domesticate. We lack the prowess of our ancestors, so it is best to simply eliminate them. Zhou Yishan offered a bitter smile. Elimination is certainly an option, but it is far easier said than done. These creatures only come out at night, wreaking havoc on farmland with their formidable attack power. With our current methods, controlling them is exceedingly difficult. Chao Cheng inquired. Isn't there a protection team for farmers? Zhou Yishan shook his head. The hunting dog protection teams charge between 3,000 to 5,000 for their services, and they only manage the wild boars in the area of the individual who hires them. If the area needing protection is extensive, the fees multiply significantly. Some even charge based on the number and weight of the hunted wild boars, leading to even higher costs. Aside from a few wealthy landholders, most farmers cannot afford this. When the village collectively hires, the fees are still exorbitant. Our locality lacks a decent protection team, and those from outside often increase their prices. Most critically, there are simply too many wild boars. The physical limits of the protection team's dogs and personnel result in low efficiency. Zhou Yishan's face was etched with concern. Clearly, this was a genuinely tricky situation. Chao Cheng immediately thought of a solution. This was an excellent opportunity for reasonable hunting, wasn't it? How many live chickens would it take to match the training effect of hunting a wild boar? What if I give it a try? Chao Cheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Zhou Yishan, surprised, responded, "You have a plan?" Chao Cheng smiled. "It may be a simple idea, but I wish to establish a protection team for farmers. Since I intend to start live streaming, I'll conduct legal wild boar hunts as part of the show. Idle hands do no good. I will rely on the income from live streaming, so I want to charge a fee. We can present it as an official protection team organized by you, Brother Zhou, which will help establish your image." Song Xingjie clapped his hands, exclaiming, "This is a brilliant idea. I can join in. It sounds thrilling. I have never hunted a wild boar before. I'll be your sidekick." Zhou Yishan was deeply moved. "Oh, with young brother Chao's assistance. It truly feels like timely help. If you can tame even crows and tigers, training hunting dogs will be a piece of cake. Your protection team will undoubtedly be of the highest caliber." Zhou Yishan knew well that merely adding a protection team, no matter how skilled, would not resolve the rampant wild boar issue. However, this was a heartfelt gesture from Chao Cheng. Establishing an official protection team without charging fees was an immense favor to him, a token of goodwill that must be acknowledged. Yet, Chao Cheng continued, "Hunting dogs? Well, dogs can certainly hunt wild boars, but you mentioned their physical limitations as well as their capabilities. I was actually thinking of letting our South China tiger in the park give it a try." Upon hearing this, everyone at the table fell silent. "Old Chao, have you had one too many drinks?" Song Xingjie exclaimed, wide-eyed. "What? You don't trust it?" The group was at a loss for words. Song Xingjie rubbed his forehead, saying, "Boss, have you ever heard the term release the tiger back to the mountain? If you unleash a tiger, it's more likely to maul me, its psychic, than hunt wild boars. How could you even consider that?" Chao Cheng raised a hand. "Don't worry, that tiger is more obedient than you. I understand your doubts. But wouldn't it be worth trying? Tigers are naturally wild creatures. If we don't let it unleash its instincts, it may develop issues. If you're concerned about it running away, we can equip it with a tracker or even a shock collar." Zhou Yishan broke out in a cold sweat. "What are you saying? That's an endangered species of South China tiger. You treat it like a hunting dog. And now you want to put a shock collar on it? Why not just arrange a guillotine while you're at it? You might as well put my head in there for good measure. Is that really appropriate?" Zhou Yishan wiped his sweat. "It's not just about appropriateness. You need to seek permission. And we must respect its personal will. Doesn't that tiger want revenge after nearly being killed by a wild boar?" Zhou Yishan was at a loss. "How could I possibly guess?" Chao Cheng insisted earnestly. "It most certainly does want revenge. If you don't believe me, let us ask it." Zhou Yishan burst into laughter, realizing Chao Cheng was joking. "Haha, young brother Chao, you're quite the comedian." He raised his glass, ready to toast, only to find Chao Cheng gazing at him with utmost seriousness. Zhou Yishan's smile froze, and blinking in confusion, he asked, "Are you serious? Let us go?" Chao Cheng stood up, beckoning to the others, and then headed directly outside. Zhou Yishan felt the situation was absurd. If Chao Cheng was indeed serious, it was a jest more absurd than a joke. However, since he had already stepped out, there was no choice for the others but to follow suit. They all stood up and followed him out, with Luo Jin conveniently turning off the hot pot's power. Chao Cheng led the group to the Tiger Denver. The South China tiger was pacing inside and approached them leisurely, yawning as it did so. Chao Cheng knocked on the glass. Tiger, the wild boar problem on the mountain is severe and destroying farmland. Would you like to go out and eliminate them? Zhou Yishan felt that Chao Cheng might genuinely be drunk. Was he really asking this so bluntly? Why not use a translation device or something? This is ridiculous. But in the next moment, something truly bizarre happened. The tiger's eyes widened, and it let out a roar, running back and forth with its massive head bobbing. In truth, Chao Cheng had already communicated with the tiger through his spirit sense. The tiger's current reaction was entirely genuine. The prospect of hunting others does not pique much interest. Hunting wild boars. Engage. Zhou Yishan was utterly flabbergasted. What on earth is this, Brother Chao? Excitedly, he expressed a desire to hunt pigs. Chao Cheng elaborated. Zhou Yishan took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. However, he is a South China tiger, the only one of its kind in Yunhai City. This matter has even caught the attention of the provincial authorities. If anything were to go awry after releasing it, Chao Cheng interjected. Brother Zhou, trust me. This creature has a fierce temperament. If you prevent it from going, it will create chaos right now. Can you believe it could lie down foaming at the mouth out of anger? The room fell silent for 3 seconds, with no one daring to speak. Don't believe me? Tiger. You can't go kill pigs. Chao Cheng rapped on the glass, pointing at Zhou Yishan and shouting. In an instant, the tiger threw its legs out, tumbling to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. What the hell? Song Xingjia was terrified, and even Luo Jin and Tong Yanqi screamed. Bewildered and at a loss, Zhou Yishan and his secretary were utterly taken aback. What on earth is happening? Did it just happen spontaneously? Is this a coincidental seizure? Or was it triggered by Chao Cheng's words? Brother Chao, what is this? Think of a solution. I told you it has a temper. If you don't let it go, how on earth can I think of a solution? Chao Cheng crossed his arms defiantly. Let it go? Let it go. I will apply for it. Zhou Yishan began to doubt whether he had drunk too much and was dreaming. Yet, this calamity was undeniably unfolding before his eyes. Allowing the South China tiger to hunt wild boars would surely invite a storm of criticism from above. But if they prevented it from going, the tiger might actually have a fit. If it were to perish now, he'd be in a grave predicament. Chao Cheng tapped the glass. Let it go. Let it go. The tiger immediately ceased its convulsions, shook off the foam from its mouth, and stood up. Chapter 66. A perilous and mysterious magnetic field. Zhou Yishan and his secretary were left in utter bewilderment. So it just stood up? Is that all it took? Is it truly capable of foaming at the mouth just for being denied the chance to hunt pigs? This was beyond anything he could have ever imagined. Brother Chao, rest assured, I will do my utmost to report this matter upwards. However, I hope you understand that this is not solely within my purview. If it were a northeast tiger, this situation would not be so complex. Not only is its life precious, but releasing it also poses a threat to the safety of Yunhai's citizens. Only with approval from above can I issue you a hunting permit. Wild boars are also protected under wildlife conservation laws, necessitating the issuance of hunting permits by relevant authorities. There have been instances where locals have proposed legalizing wild boar hunting to encourage it. At that point, there might not even be enough wild boars to hunt. However, under the current stringent prohibition of firearms, hunting methods present an extreme danger. Should any fatalities occur, the individual who issued the order would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Chao Cheng raised his hand. Understood. You merely need to report the situation as it stands. Anyone who disagrees can come and see for themselves. Let them propose a solution to prevent the tiger from foaming at the mouth. Regardless, I can only pacify it for 3 days at most. After that, I cannot guarantee what might transpire. Zhou Yishan left, burdened with a cloud of worry. He had come to cultivate a good relationship with Chao Cheng and to inquire about methods to manage the wild boar problem. Instead, he found himself entangled in a significant dilemma. He had no choice but to carry this burden to Bai Hetong. Within the municipal hall, the secretary led Zhou Yishan into Bai Hetong's office. Bai Hetong smiled slightly and gestured toward the nearby sofa. Director Zhou, please have a seat. The secretary brought Zhou Yishan a cup of hot water and then exited. Zhou Yishan dared to sit only at the edge of the seat and addressed Bai Hetong. Secretary Bai, I visited Cheng'an Zoo today. Bai Hetong nodded, awaiting further explanation. Though he had not previously interacted with Zhou Yishan, he perceived the young man as composed and capable, thus holding high hopes for him. Zhou Yishan's visit to Cheng'an Zoo was understandable, given the widespread complaints from farmers along the Pear Blossom Creek in the mountains about the rampant wild boar problem, which required urgent attention. Boss Chow is an expert in animal training, and I initially sought his advice on managing the wild boar issue. To my surprise, he intends to take that South China tiger to hunt wild boars himself. Upon hearing this, Bai Hetong raised an eyebrow, questioning whether he had misheard or if Zhou Yishan had misspoken. What did you say? Zhou Yishan affirmed. I expressed my strong opposition at the time. However, Boss Chow argued that the South China tiger needs to be allowed to express its wild instincts. Otherwise, it may develop behavioral issues. I found this reasoning quite compelling. After all, this tiger previously lived in the wild and has now been confined, which could lead to emotional problems. Such issues frequently arise during the rehabilitation of wild animals. Furthermore, it has indeed resulted in significant physiological responses in the South China tiger. Only then did Bai Hetong confirm he had not misheard. Chao Cheng genuinely intended to take the tiger to hunt wild boars. He sprang to his feet. What is wrong with the South China tiger? Zhou Yishan, startled, stood as well. At that moment, Boss Chow told the tiger it was not permitted to hunt wild boars. Remarkably, the tiger seemed to understand human language. Collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and convulsing, Bai Hetong felt a rush of anxiety at the corners of his eyes. Had it not been for Zhou Yishan's clean bill of health, Bai Hetong might have suspected him of being deranged. And what happened next? Zhou Yishan continued. Boss Chow then said it could hunt wild boars, and it simply stood up as if nothing had occurred. Bai Hetong's expression darkened. This was akin to deciphering an incomprehensible text. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yishan remarked, if this tiger can indeed cooperate with Chao Cheng's performance, then there is no doubt about Chao Cheng's animal training prowess. His arrangements for the tiger must be optimal. Conversely, if the tiger's reactions are not mere theatrics, but genuine physiological responses, it indicates serious issues arising from captivity, which underscores the importance of heeding Chao Cheng's insights. Thus, regardless of the authenticity of the tiger's reaction, we must acquiesce to this matter. Chao Cheng has granted us 3 days, asserting that he can pacify the tiger. Thus we cannot afford to gamble. Bai Hetong reframed Chao Cheng's request, presenting it as a necessity for the tiger, previously accustomed to the wild, to avoid abrupt confinement. This significantly bolstered the rationale behind Chao Cheng's demands, as there are numerous precedents in the rescue of wild animals, many of which are unsuitable for human care due to their extremely demanding living conditions. If one dares to keep them, they might very well perish. They must be returned to the wild. The most representative case is that of the pangolin. Even at such a critically endangered level, it remains impossible to keep them in captivity. In the wild, they possess a keen sense of smell to locate various species of termites and ants, adjusting their diet accordingly. Humans are incapable of replicating the nutritionally comprehensive ant colonies that provide them with their dietary needs. Moreover, the pangolin is devoid of teeth. In its natural feeding habits, it ingests small pebbles to aid in the grinding of its food. Humans, similarly, cannot provide this essential support, leading to digestive complications and, over time, severe ailments. Crucially, the pangolin's reproduction and mating require a high degree of concealment. With a single offspring per litter, the young must closely follow their mother to learn survival skills for an extended period. Should the mother sense that she is being kept in captivity, she may abandon or harm her offspring. Thus, the plight of the South China tiger is even more dire than that of the pangolin. Using this as a point of discussion is entirely valid. Furthermore, at the level of the South China tiger, policies and regulations must, to some extent, yield to its needs. It is imperative to fully respect the tiger's desires. Whatever it wishes to pursue, the authorities must endeavor to create the appropriate conditions for it. Bai Hetong inhaled sharply. Indeed, the tiger under Chao Cheng's authority is strictly regulated, of which I have first-hand experience. However, this matter is of utmost significance. At this juncture, Bai Hetong abruptly ceased speaking. What more could he say? What if the tiger were injured once released? What if it escaped? Those are matters for another time. One must first consider what to do if it begins to froth at the mouth. Is it truly having a seizure? Bai Hetong found it hard to believe and asked again. Zhou Yishan nodded gravely. Indeed, it is seizing violently. Bai Hetong immediately returned to his desk and began making phone calls. The following day, at 7 in the morning, all employees of Chang'an Zoo had arrived. The previous day, while dining at the Qingfeng Donga Hotel, the manager had extended the highest level of hospitality to this group of impoverished students. They were treated to a luxurious private room, complete with fine food and drink, all thanks to the influence of Boss Chow. This further solidified their appreciation for their employment, as it was evident that with such connections, there was no reason for Boss Chow to exploit these impoverished students. Although their workday was set for 8 o'clock, they were eager to arrive by 6. With fewer animals at the zoo, there was little work to be done. They rolled up their sleeves and took initiative. The entire team temporarily became custodians, scouring the premises for tasks to undertake, tidying their work environment. Others sought advice from Luo Jin on various precautions, engaging in discussions about how to approach their future work endeavors. Young individuals tend to be quick-witted and adaptable. Lacking experience, they nonetheless swiftly began to cultivate their own insights. Around 7:30, Chao Cheng suddenly received a telepathic message from Huan. Master, we have enough, 32 animals. Shall we return now? Chao Cheng replied with elation. Yes. Head back slowly, avoiding the city, and await my instructions. Huan acknowledged. Yes. Chao Cheng promptly retrieved his phone and called Song Xingjie. Hello, Lao Song. Please relay a message to the media. Chang'an Zoo has experienced a mysterious magnetic field, causing unusual crow behavior. Chapter 67. The Arrival of the 32 Great Buddhas. Under the watchful eyes of the media, all animals were to autonomously enter the zoo. This was Chao Cheng's plan. However, if he were to release this information himself, it would seem overly calculated. By enlisting Song Xingji as assistants, he could ensure that all media outlets would receive the news simultaneously while maintaining an appearance of detachment, a strategic maneuver. In a mere 20 minutes, a multitude of vehicles had converged on the North 3rd Ring Road. Several media outlets, including online platforms and official publications like Yunhai Daily and Sannong Online, rushed to the scene upon hearing of the mysterious magnetic field and the crow disturbances at Chang'an Zoo. Seizing the moment was crucial. Over the past 2 weeks, the crow flock at Chang'an Zoo had become the focal point of attention. Regardless of external influences, it was the talk of the town in Yunhai City. At this moment, while many vehicles were still en route, sunroofs had already been thrown open, and numerous individuals were emerging with cameras to capture the direction of the zoo. The crow flock had been circling for a solid 20 minutes. A media presenter, braving the wind, reported in real time. Greetings, viewers. I am a reporter from Penguin Vision. We are currently en route to Chang'an Zoo. Look, that is the area above Chang'an Zoo. The time is now 7:40 in the morning, and the crow flock has been circling for over 15 minutes. This is the first time in many days that the crows have been observed circling outside of the usual hours for more than 10 minutes. This breaks the mysterious pattern that has been followed for several days. Moreover, we can see that these crows are displaying signs of agitation. Is it a result of a chaotic magnetic field, or is there a mysterious creature present? Join us as we delve deeper. Other media outlets echoed similar sentiments, striving to embellish the unusual behavior of the crow flock with an air of mystery. The reality was indeed enigmatic. Even the media could not suppress their curiosity. There was certainly some mysterious magnetic field at play. Chang'an Zoo had become increasingly surreal. When the media vehicles finally arrived on site, they found the zoo's gates firmly shut. Above, the flock of crows continued to spiral and screech, creating a scene of extraordinary intensity, as if a monumental storm was brewing. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many people here? What are you all doing? Why do you keep blocking my entrance every few days? At that moment, inside the zoo's ticket booth, Chao Cheng shouted towards the outside. Reporters rushed over at breakneck speed, fearing they would be left behind. Boss Chao, what is going on with these crows? Boss Chao, is there anything unusual happening within the zoo? Boss Chao, what is the situation with the other animals in the zoo? Can we come in to take a look? In an instant, a cacophony of voices clamored for his attention, microphones thrust forward. Had Chao Cheng not deftly stepped back, he would have been interrupted by the flood of questions. I must admit, I am equally baffled. These crows have indeed been acting strangely since this morning. It is quite possible that it is due to a disturbance in the magnetic field. However, I cannot ascertain the exact cause. Chao Cheng urged. I implore everyone not to block the entrance. Please disperse, disperse. Yet, who would dare to move? If one stepped aside, another would simply take their place. After all the effort to get this close, no one was willing to retreat an inch. With a look of exasperation, Chao Cheng turned away from the ticket booth, adopting a demeanor of indifference towards them. However, the media showed no signs of leaving. With the crows still circling overhead, their cameras were fixated on this strange phenomenon. Capturing this extraordinary spectacle was far too valuable a source of content to abandon. An entire hour passed, and not only had the media not departed, but numerous influencers and citizens had also arrived, drawn by the allure of this rare spectacle. By this time, the crows had been swirling for approximately an hour. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What is that?" The crowd turned in the direction of the voice. There, on the barren land toward the mountains, clouds of dust billowed as if a beast was charging forth, and it was drawing nearer. As it approached, it became evident there was a veritable horde of wild animals, a mix of sizes and species. Goodness, it seems to be the legendary creature known as the Four Unlikes. The Chinese sorrow, the tufted deer? Is that indeed the tufted deer? What magnificent big cats! What kind of cat is this? Or perhaps a leopard? Why have I never encountered such creatures before? These two monkeys are equally peculiar. Are they monkeys or apes? How did such a large congregation of animals come to be here? Which zoo did they escape from? In an instant, everyone began to murmur and speculate. Those who could identify 2 or 3 of the animals were already considered well-informed. The majority, however, could not name a single creature, having never seen them before. To them, these animals were beautiful and extraordinary. Cameras incessantly clicked away at these strange beings. Look this way. The crowd was astonished to discover that these animals were heading straight for the direction of the Chang'an Zoo, even if they could not recognize them. It was evident to the onlookers that most of these creatures were first-class protected species. Fearful of having 1 or 2 animals lying at their feet, they hurriedly made way. Quick, Call the Forestry Bureau. Contact the experts from the Research Institute. In no time, many individuals took out their phones to make calls, some to the Forestry Department, others to the Rescue Center, and still others to the Research Institute. Various parties began to rush to the scene. As these animals arrived at the entrance of the zoo, they began to roar in unison. The cacophony of various animal calls created a truly overwhelming spectacle. The sight was further accentuated by the swirling crows overhead, evoking an eerily mysterious atmosphere. Could it truly be a magnetic field of sorts? With the crows circling and the animals knocking at the door, it could only be explained by such a phenomenon. At this moment, Chao Cheng re-emerged. Seeing the multitude of animals before him, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What is going on? Why are there so many animals? Is it not enough that humans are blocking my door? Now I have animals doing the same? Which zoo did they escape from?" Someone shouted. "Boss Chow, these animals came from that direction. They don't seem to be from a zoo, but rather from the mountains." Chao Cheng appeared quite troubled. "From the mountains? Why would they come here?" As he spoke, several vehicles from the Research Institute arrived. They didn't need anyone to call them. They had learned about the crow disturbances half an hour earlier and had come immediately. Upon arrival, the crowd promptly cleared a path for the researchers, who were utterly astonished. Clouded leopards? Chinese suro? Bearcats? Golden-crowned langurs? My heavens, how could these animals have come here voluntarily? The astonishment etched on the researchers' faces made the surrounding media realize they had stumbled upon a rare story. One reporter asked, Assistant 2, "Are these animals protected species?" The researchers appeared dazed. Not only are they protected, the golden-crowned langur is also critically endangered, highly reliant on the canopy of pristine forests. Instances of them voluntarily leaving the forest are almost unheard of. In the wild, encountering even one is exceedingly difficult. And here, it seems to be a pair. The researchers focused on two langurs clinging to each other, clearly agitated by the multitude of onlookers. As a large crowd turned their attention toward them, the two langurs, frightened, bolted into the protective fencing of the Chang'an Zoo. Some smaller or more agile creatures, like civets and bearcats, quickly followed suit upon seeing the monkeys enter. One bearcat, either too frightened or clumsy, attempted to squeeze through the bottom of the fence, getting its rear end stuck and writhing for a while before finally making it inside. Chao Cheng, however, shouted, "Hey, who let you in? Stay where you are." Remarkably, when Chao Cheng commanded them to halt, the small animals indeed froze in place, no longer daring to venture further. They stood separated from the crowd outside, seeming to find a slight sense of security, appearing less terrified. A reporter, unable to bear the sight, cautioned, "Boss Chow, please do not frighten these animals. We have already contacted the Forestry Department. Let them inside." Chao Cheng retorted, "Are you out of your mind? These are all first-class protected wild animals, and I don't possess a single first-class permit. If anything happens to them on my watch, will you take the fall for me? Then come inside. Go on. Say it was you who let them in." Chao Cheng pointed at the reporter, who instantly recoiled in fear, taking a few steps back. At that moment, someone shouted, "The Forestry Bureau's leadership has arrived." Several black vehicles approached, and from one emerged the head of the Forestry Bureau, Zhou Yishan. Chapter 68. Reluctantly accepting, Zhou Yishan strode forward, startled by the sight of the numerous animals before him. While the smaller clouded leopards, langurs, and bearcats might not seem imposing, there were also larger ungulates present. The tufted deer, Chinese suro, and even a sizable golden goat. The Chinese suro, particularly sensitive, appeared agitated, stamping its hooves nervously, while the round-nosed lizard frantically evaded danger, seeking refuge beneath their hooves. "Everyone, please quiet down. Step back slightly. These animals are easily startled," a researcher continuously reminded the crowd. Zhou Yishan then raised his voice. "What is happening here? Can anyone provide an explanation?" The reporter who had previously spoken chimed in. "Director Zhou, your timing is impeccable. This morning, there was unusual behavior from a flock of crows circling over the Chang'an Zoo. We arrived an hour ago, and shortly thereafter, these animals came running from the mountains. They are likely drawn by this mysterious magnetic field." The reporter's description inadvertently shifted the focus of everyone's attention to the enigmatic magnetic field, subtly guiding many perceptions. A researcher immediately added, "Director, these are all rare animals. That clouded leopard. Humans can hardly see one in the wild. The existing population likely does not exceed 3,000. Those two golden-crowned langurs, a male and female, are both endangered species, exceedingly rare. The clouded leopard, along with the bear cat, tufted deer, and giant water monitor, are all quite uncommon. They share a common trait. Their survival requirements are extremely stringent, making them unsuitable for captivity. And they are easily startled by human presence. Some may even injure themselves in a panic." The researcher spoke as if explaining a cache of explosives, visibly anxious. Zhou Yishan then called out to Chao Cheng, "It is evident they wish to enter the zoo. Boss Chow, Could you please let them inside to prevent them from being frightened out here? Chao Cheng shook his head, visibly distressed. Director Zhou, are you putting me in a difficult position? My modest zoo cannot accommodate such large creatures. Each one of them is a first-class protected species. I possess not a single certification, even if I could provide for them. What if others sought to create trouble for me? Zhou Yishan feigned difficulty and lamented, indeed. Oh, just in time, the personnel from the rescue center have arrived. As he spoke, the staff from the rescue center along with their vehicle made their entrance. The timing of events seemed eerily coincidental. No one could discern that Zhou Yishan and Chao Cheng were performing a clever act. Zhou Yishan commanded, quickly, take these rare animals back to the rescue center. Chao Cheng waved his hand. Yes, hurry and remove them. The rescue center staff were utterly clueless, and one of them attempted to grab a tufted deer. The creature, bewildered, did not recognize what kind of deer it was. Instantly, it resisted fiercely, thrashing about. It charged toward the staff, who narrowly dodged the collision, but the tufted deer was evidently quite frightened, bleeding and running amok. Stop! You scared it! Shouted a member from the research institute, rushing forward to intervene. The frightened deer, in its panic, returned to the iron gate of the zoo, desperately seeking a gap to squeeze through. It was now apparent to even the most oblivious observer, they wished to remain only at Chang'an Zoo. Truly, what a strange occurrence. A representative from the research institute addressed Zhou Yishan. This cannot proceed, Director Zhou. The risks of transporting these animals are far too great. I can assure you that serious issues will arise. They have collectively run here from the mountains without diverging toward the city, indicating they only recognize this place. Zhou Yishan finally spoke. Boss Chow, please open the gate. If you don't, these animals are more likely to encounter problems here. Rest assured, we have so many witnesses. And with the media present, should anything go awry, it will all fall under my responsibility, Zhou Yishan. A reporter chimed in. Indeed, Boss Chow, we can vouch for you. These animals are so delicate. If you do not take them in, are you going to leave them here indefinitely? Another added, since they have come here, there must be a reason for it. Boss Chow, you possess the skill to tame them. We believe only you can care for them properly. You managed to rescue the South China tiger, so please assist them as well. We implore you. Many female reporters were visibly moved. Witnessing the frightened fawns repeatedly colliding against the railings in a state of utter confusion, their hearts swelling with compassion. They genuinely feared for the safety of these animals. Meanwhile, in the midst of their discussions, the ungulates were already causing a ruckus against the barriers. Could they be blamed? Haikawa had already crushed the remaining half of the beast spirit pill within. The scent was irresistible to the animals. As for the agile creatures like the clouded leopards, they had already been subdued by Chao Cheng's soul insect. Otherwise, they would have charged in frantically. Chao Cheng sighed deeply. Very well. I shall accept them for now. However, I hope Director Zhou will arrange for the relevant departments to take them away as soon as possible. Each of these animals is more demanding than the last. Their dietary and habitat needs are exorbitant. I cannot bear the burden. Moreover, I lack the first-level certification. I absolutely will not engage in illegal activities. Zhou Yishan nodded. Understood. I will certainly report this situation upwards. Chao Cheng immediately opened the gate, and a throng of animals rushed in joyfully. The new staff members at Chang'an, already gathered inside, were left in a state of bewilderment. Is this how we introduce animals to our zoo? Is this correct? Zhou Yishan and several official media representatives followed suit. Subsequently, Chao Cheng halted the remaining individuals. Hold on. Too many people will frighten these animals. Please focus on the reports from the official media. Having said that, he barred a multitude of media personnel and influencers from entering. Zhou Yishan inwardly sighed. Those among the city leadership who were aware of the South China tiger's rescue understood Chao Cheng's remarkable methods. Events unfolding today were certainly speculated to be orchestrated by him. Yet, how could one explain such actions? To assert it was not a coincidence, nor related to any mysterious magnetic field, but rather a scheme meticulously arranged by Chao Cheng? How would one justify that? It was clear that Chao Cheng had bypassed the necessary permits and legal procedures, likely with an ulterior motive involved. The city could not probe too deeply, for ultimately, this situation would benefit them as well. A mutually beneficial outcome. Why not embrace it? Thus, this was Chao Cheng's grand strategy, an enigma with no resolution. Let us find suitable places for them to settle, Chao Cheng instructed his employees. The representatives from the official media bore witness to a remarkable scene. Just moments ago, the tufted deer that had gone wild when handled by the rescue center staff now strolled leisurely behind a female caregiver, exploring its surroundings and occasionally nibbling on the greenery. The clouded leopard dashed up a tree upon entry, startling the nearby crows into a frenzied flight. The two gibbons also immediately sought refuge in a large tree. With these developments, the Chang'an Zoo was utterly abuzz with activity. However, Chao Cheng awaited the system notification in vain. Perhaps these animals had not yet officially belonged to the park. Zhou Yishan signaled discreetly, and his secretary and others ushered the official media away to capture footage of the animals. Only then did Chao Cheng whisper, "I apologize, Zhou Ge, for not giving you a heads up beforehand." Zhou Yishan smiled faintly. "Even if you had, without witnessing it with my own eyes, I would still find it hard to believe." Chao Cheng's apologies stemmed from the fact that Zhou Yishan had been unwittingly used as a pawn. Yet, Zhou Yishan understood that Chao Cheng had no intention of making him a mere tool. This was simply a necessary step in Chao Cheng's grand scheme, which required official endorsement. Just fortuitously, he found himself in this position. However, looking ahead, the risks were not without merit. Many of these animals were not even housed in provincial research departments or breeding centers. Take the clouded leopards and lar gibbons, for instance. It seemed that no institutions in the entire Yunnan province had bred or cared for them, and there were no records to consult. If Chao Cheng successfully nurtured and even bred these animals, the greatest beneficiary in the Yuhai Municipal Hall would undoubtedly be Zhou Yishan himself. For he had personally sanctioned their establishment here. His decision would be recognized as a significant contribution. Moreover, under the scrutiny of the media, this achievement would be inescapably attributed to him. Chapter 69. A true expert arrived at the zoo. This understanding between Chao Cheng and Zhou Yishan was unspoken. For the remainder of the day, the newly arrived animals acclimated to their environment and were thoroughly settled. Zhou Yishan promptly reported the situation to Bai Hetong, forwarding it to the Provincial Forestry Department. The leadership within the Provincial Forestry Department was taken aback. They confirmed the report twice over the phone to ensure its accuracy. The province immediately dispatched a team of experts. By 11:30 in the morning, Tong Yanqi was live-streaming the array of rare animals. The spectacle was dazzling, overwhelming the viewers in the live chat. As Chao Cheng strolled through the park, he utilized his beast mastery technique to sense the condition of these animals. There was a reason why ordinary zoos did not house these creatures. Rarity was merely one factor. The predominant reason was their demanding nature. The allure of the beast spirit pill and the soothing environment of the Taihan nourishing domain played significant roles. Moreover, with the impressive beast taming technique of Chao Cheng, these creatures gradually settled into a state of calm, exhibiting less fear of humans. Yet, they did not display excessive vivacity either. A typical zoo would struggle to achieve such results. These animals possess stringent requirements regarding their diet, habitat, activity range, and hunting behaviors. Any alteration to these conditions could lead to mild difficulties in nourishment and health, or, in severe cases, to depression and even self-harm. Most zoos prioritize profit, opting to house visually appealing animals that are less troublesome. After wandering for a while, Chao Cheng noticed Wen Main observing a clouded leopard perched in a tree. This particular leopard was indeed striking, approximately 90 centimeters in length, having just reached adulthood. Its most distinctive feature was its long and sturdy tail, measuring around 80 centimeters, nearly equal to its body length. Adorned with dark spots, its sharp, elongated canine teeth resembled those of a miniature saber-toothed tiger. The angle of its jaws opening is the largest among all extant felines, granting it an astonishing bite force. "How does it feel? Does it give you a sense of being deceived?" Chao Cheng asked with a smile. "Did you discover that there are hardly any animals here yesterday, only to find that the workload has doubled after signing the contract?" When Maine, engrossed in her observation, was startled by Chao Cheng's sudden interjection. She nodded with a smile. "Not just doubled. Experience is crucial in wildlife rehabilitation. However, I've never dealt with these animals before. If they fall ill, I fear I would be powerless." Today, the impact on Wen Main was monumental. As a female working alongside a veterinarian with extensive experience in wild animals, she noticed numerous details. When these creatures congregated at the entrance, agile animals had already slipped inside. Chao Cheng had raised his voice, commanding them to stay put. Remarkably, they obeyed his command without hesitation. The reason these animals are referred to as wild is that they have minimal interaction with humans, preserving much of their natural instincts. How could they seemingly comprehend Chao Cheng's words? The secret of his animal taming appeared to her as an enigma. Furthermore, the rare animals that are seldom seen in person had gathered at their zoo, coincidentally on their very first day of work, as if aware of the zoo's opening without any residents, and had come to fill the void. Of course, according to the media, these animals were drawn by a mysterious magnetic field. Yet, the coincidences were too uncanny for ordinary understanding. Chao Cheng felt quite satisfied. It was excellent that when Maine was apprehensive, it would be far more concerning if she were ignorant and fearless, recklessly attempting to handle any sick animal. "If they do fall ill, I will treat them, and you shall assist. So there is no need for concern." When Maine was taken aback, Chao Cheng was confident that he could treat these animals. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, in comparison to Chao Cheng's remarkable taming methods. This did not appear to be a daunting task. As they conversed, the The telepathic communication from Hechuan interrupted. Master, there are visitors. Chao Qing quickly stepped outside. Municipal leaders such as Zhou Yishan and Yang Xinhai were accompanying several individuals who appeared to be experts, waiting at the entrance. The media, internet celebrities, and onlookers had not left all morning, scouring for material to capture. The Chang'an Zoo was brimming with potential content. Chao Cheng welcomed the guests inside. Chao. Let me introduce you. This is Professor Ning from the Provincial Department, the leader of this expert group. These are the others. Yang Xinhai proactively introduced the experts upon meeting Chao Cheng. Professor Ning, in his 60s, with graying hair and spectacles, smiled warmly and shook Chao Cheng's hand. Hello. I didn't expect such a young Mr. Chao. We have already heard of your remarkable deeds. You are indeed an extraordinary individual. Those engaged in animal research could not have missed the recent media frenzy surrounding the crows and South China tigers. Even the current disturbances in the magnetic field and the animals' congregation had reached them prior to their arrival in Yunhai City. Not at all. The priority is to observe the animals. Let us walk and talk, Chao Cheng replied with a slight smile, leading the way. Excellent. Once inside the park, they were greeted by the sight of rare animals, some even roaming freely outside their enclosures, with new caretakers carefully pursuing them. Professor Ning's face was a mixture of astonishment and delight. Chao Cheng took the initiative to inquire, Professor Ning, where is your team? When will these animals be relocated? Yet, Professor Ning was utterly engrossed, his gaze fixated on the clouded leopard in the tree. Don't move. Stay right there. Look at their condition. They are doing remarkably well. This place is exceptional. Observe their demeanor. It is incredibly stable. Such a situation is rare in such a rudimentary ecological park. Do not move. Right here. Splendid. Professor Ning appeared oblivious to everything else, alternating his attention between the clouded leopard and the gibbons, completely absorbed in his observations, repeating himself in a trance-like state. Yang Xinhai and Zhou Yishan exchanged puzzled glances. They were baffled, but the few experts accompanying Professor Ning understood his state of mind. They had witnessed these animals in research institutions and rescue centers, where they often exhibited signs of distress, fear, illness, and aggression, even when provided with the best possible care and diet. In stark contrast, the animals here seemed at ease, entirely devoid of any signs of agitation. Zhou Yishan interrupted Professor Ning's rapture. Professor, are you suggesting that these animals absolutely cannot be moved? He needed to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. Pressing for a definitive answer, Professor Ning snapped back to reality, nodding excitedly. Yes, right here. Since they have collectively chosen this place due to the magnetic field. No matter the reason, we must not disturb this status quo. Let them thrive in this area. Chao Cheng chuckled wryly. Professor Ning, I agree with your perspective. Based on the animal taming skills passed down from my grandfather, I am confident that I can keep these animals healthy and thriving. However, their enclosures and dietary needs are significantly more costly than the average animals. Moreover, I am currently in debt. I need this zoo to be profitable. Professor Ning seemed even more astonished by Chao Cheng's confidence in caring for these animals, his joy palpable. That reassures me even more. Let them stay. They are not afraid of humans. If these animals can settle here, it holds immense research value. Appropriate human interaction would greatly facilitate the research process. As for funding, the province has a special budget for wildlife rescue and rehabilitation. You can submit an application, and I will personally assist in its submission. Chapter 70. The Gold Quartz, Xuanwu Tortoise. Chao Cheng felt a surge of joy. The fact that the provincial authorities could dispatch him indicated the significance of Professor Ning. It was only logical that his personal submission would yield success. Thank you, Professor Ning, Chao Cheng expressed sincerely. Professor Ning immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, No, it is you who deserves our gratitude. If you can successfully nurture these animals, it will yield invaluable experience, wealth that cannot be purchased. It is worth the endeavor. However, I have but one stipulation. We must regularly monitor the survival status of these creatures. Rest assured, we will merely observe without interference, as long as they remain healthy. We shall not even conduct examinations. We will not disturb them. Chao Cheng nodded in agreement. Certainly, this is unavoidable. He cannot allow Zhou Yishan to be unable to report to higher authorities, can he? Professor Ning appeared genuinely enamored with these animals. Upon seeing Chao Cheng's nod, he laughed heartily and promptly abandoned him to continue observing other creatures. It was not long before Professor Ning encountered the South China tiger, and he was astonished by its rapid recovery, a truly remarkable sight. Such a splendid opportunity could not be overlooked. Taking advantage of the moment, Chao Cheng broached the subject of releasing the South China tiger for hunting pigs. Naturally, Professor Ning vehemently opposed this idea. However, before he could finish his protest, the tiger suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth. The entire team of experts was thrown into a frenzy. Zhou Yishan reveled in the chaos, thinking to himself, A bunch of naive individuals. Let us see who dares to say I exaggerate. After Professor Ning promised to advocate on his behalf, the tiger regained its footing. Professor Ning and the others cried out in alarm, feeling that their worldview had been entirely upended by their visit to the Chang'an Zoo. Nonetheless, Professor Ning grew more confident in Chao Cheng's ability to care for these rare animals, for at the very least, Chao Cheng clearly understood their needs. They spent over an hour touring the facilities, neglecting lunch, before Professor Ning urged the team to return to the province and report their findings. Zhou Yishan then personally assisted Chao Cheng in preparing the application materials. Chao Cheng mused that if the provincial authorities were filled with experts and leaders like Professor Ning, matters would be considerably easier. The expenses for these animals primarily stemmed from 4 categories: food, shelter, medical care, and miscellaneous costs. They referenced the subsidies for similar animals in other regions and factored in the substantial initial costs of constructing enclosures. Ultimately, Zhou Yishan proposed a special funding allocation of 2 million yuan for the initial phase, followed by 50,000 yuan monthly, averaging approximately 16,000 yuan per animal each month. To Zhou Yishan's surprise, once the application was submitted, Professor Ning immediately returned it, demanding that the amount be adjusted to 1 million yuan per month, an instant doubling. Zhou Yishan felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing he had underestimated the influence of the experts. The following day, early in the morning, Zhou Yishan personally arrived at the Chang'an Zoo to share the good news with Chao Cheng. Brother Chao, the special compensation funds have been allocated. The initial and first month's payment totals 3 million yuan. Upon meeting, Zhou Yishan's face radiated with joy. This meant that the animals could now legally and reasonably settle in their new home. Concurrently, a system notification appeared. Captured rare beasts, 32. Sect reputation, 20. Current sect reputation, 142. Rewards obtained, soul-shaking roar. Rewards obtained, gold court, Xuanwu egg. It appeared that the acquisition of reputation points was correlated with the size and rarity of the animals, rather than a mere 1 point per creature. If these rare animals did not yield at least 1 point each, it was likely that ordinary animals would contribute even less to reputation. Chao Cheng examined the 2 rewards, soul-shaking roar, an exclusive technique for beasts of the white tiger bloodline. Upon mastering, it enables a roar that can instill fear in the soul. Gold court Xuanwu egg, a pet egg that, when carefully incubated, can yield a miraculous gold court Xuanwu tortoise. Chao Cheng stifled a laugh, realizing the system had humorously rewarded him with a tortoise egg. However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. With a beaming smile, he expressed to Zhou Yishan, "Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your unwavering support." Zhou Yishan repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "I cannot take credit for this." Professor Ning exerted considerable effort. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yishan continued, "I have 2 more matters to discuss today. First, regarding the South China tiger hunting wild boars, the higher authorities have agreed, but with 3 conditions that must be adhered to. Firstly, the tiger must be fitted with a locator, and its front paws must be equipped with powerful magnetic locks. These locks are harmless to the tiger, but can generate strong magnetism in critical moments to temporarily restrain it, preventing any harm. Secondly, you must personally supervise the entire hunting process. Delegation to others is not permitted. Lastly, the hunting area must be pre-arranged with special enforcement personnel to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Chao Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. These stipulations were reasonable. Hunting wild boars was, in essence, an initiative by the Forestry Bureau to alleviate problems faced by the populace. Utilizing enforcement resources was entirely appropriate. The realization of this plan was due to Zhou Yishan and by he adopting a different perspective, framing the use of the South China tiger as hunting dogs to catch pigs as an action that met the psychological needs of conserving critically endangered national treasures. The primary goal was to ensure the tiger's happiness, rather than merely letting it froth at the mouth, while eliminating wild boars was a secondary benefit. And what is the third matter? Chao Cheng inquired further. The third matter concerns your first-level breeding license for wild protected species, which will require observation for a period. If these rare animals thrive here, the Provincial Forestry Department may consider issuing it. However, you must meet one non-negotiable condition. There must be a research institution within the park that meets the standards for scientific resources. All other criteria can be relaxed, but this one cannot. Historically, no first-level license has ever been granted without a demonstrated capacity for research. Chao Cheng contemplated the implications and understood the stakes involved. He was aware that a first-level breeding license entailed breeding processes, genetic management, and research on animal sperm storage, all demanding specialized equipment and personnel. Even essential tools like ultrasounds, anesthesia, and X-ray machines must be operated by research institutions. Even if Chao Cheng could successfully care for the current rare animals, he could not prove his capability to nurture all rare species. It was not merely a matter of official belief. It was necessary to silence any potential critics. The zoo's research institution would serve as that essential validation. Beyond this, other aspects such as funding, space, breeding objectives, and safety management had already been maximally relaxed. This was the utmost benevolence extended. Thank you, Brother Zhou. I will strive to find a solution promptly. Now that the South China tiger can hunt wild boars. Here is the hunting permit, Zhou Yishan said with a smile, pulling a folder from his bag. Chao Qingxi took the initiative with a sense of satisfaction. To be frank, hunting wild boars was not solely about allowing Pejun to hone his skills. Chao Cheng himself yearned to stretch his limbs as well. In this modern metropolis, where could one legitimately wield such prowess? Hence, the opportunity had presented itself. Recently, wild boars had been increasingly frequent, almost appearing daily. If you're prepared, I shall issue the announcement. You will effectively be a registered member of the official agricultural protection team, reminded Zhou Yishan. After contemplating, Chao Cheng declared, I shall officially commence operations tomorrow. If any boars appear tonight, we can begin. I plan to livestream the South China tiger hunting the wild boar to draw some attention to our reopening. Zhou Yishan quickly interjected, but one crucial point, you cannot livestream. If you broadcast the South China tiger hunting wild boars, I will find it exceedingly difficult to explain to the higher-ups. The pressure from public opinion will be immense, and it could easily provide ammunition for criticism. Do you understand my meaning? Chao Cheng nodded in realization. It was indeed a thought to ponder. After all, the South China tiger had only recently recovered, and to employ it in hunting wild boars was a bold move. Although the endeavor was foolproof, any slight mishap in the public eye would be magnified, and explanations would be futile. Moreover, coordinating with the tiger under such scrutiny could lead to complications, revealing something too startling for the masses. All right, it seems that Brother Zhou has considered this matter thoroughly. Zhou Yishan nodded and inquired, what will the fee structure be? Chao Cheng raised a hand, stating, as it is official, why should there be any charge? I must maintain your dignity. This will be free of charge. Assistance guaranteed. However, the only condition is that all wild boars belong to me. As I open my business, I must prepare some refreshments. By the way, is it permissible to have outdoor barbecues at my location? Chapter 71. The agricultural protection team is not free. It's quite expensive. Zhou Yishan felt warmth in his heart. Of course, that is not an issue. According to regulations, outdoor barbecuing is allowed beyond the second ring road, provided we manage the smoke properly. However, regarding the hunting of wild boars, I appreciate your intentions, but we cannot open the floodgates for free services. A favor granted can lead to countless troubles. Besides, without the income from live streaming, we must adjust our approach. How about this? I will inquire about the market rate and charge 1/3 of that. As he spoke, Zhou Yishan felt gratitude towards Chao Cheng. The forestry department was a quintessential high-risk, high-pressure sector. Forest fire prevention, theft protection, pest control, natural disasters, agricultural land management, urban greening. Any slip-up in these areas could lead to repercussions. With so many potential pitfalls, achieving political merit was no simple feat. To undertake significant projects required substantial time and resources. Yet, apart from a few forestry-related approvals that might yield some income, who was willing to fund such endeavors? Yuhai City didn't even possess a subway. You want us to plant trees? He had just assumed office and had yet to establish a solid footing. The public had no awareness of him, let alone recognition. In such circumstances, for Chao Cheng to contemplate enhancing his reputation by providing free services was indeed fortuitous. Chao Cheng acknowledged the validity of Zhou Yishan's words and decided not to persist, allowing him to determine the fee structure. After Zhou Yishan departed, Chao Cheng instructed Tong Anqi to change the title to Cheng'an Zhu, officially opening on September 6th, tomorrow. He then approached Luo Jin. How much money is currently in the company account? The funds from Chao Cheng's live streaming ventures were in his possession, approximately 3 million. He intended to repay the bank debts gradually, as he found that having debts enabled him to play the victim, sparing him from unnecessary troubles. After all, as long as he didn't default, the bank would not pressure him for immediate repayment. Luo Jin reported, the special compensation fund for rare animals has reached 3 million. Coupled with Zhang Wei winning the lawsuit against the celebrity, we currently have a total of 51 million in the account. Chao Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, good heavens, our zoo's primary income is derived from lawsuits? Luo Jin smiled slightly. Yes, he feared the celebrity's lawyer was too formidable. So he sought assistance from his mentor, who personally handled the case. Chao Cheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, did the mentor receive any compensation? Luo Jin shook her head. No? Zhang Wei didn't mention it. I suspect he intends to cover it with his own funds. It's also possible that the mentor helped pro bono. He did mention that his mentor had previously assisted classmates without charging. Chao Cheng was at a loss for words. So we must wait until he receives his salary? Wouldn't that reveal to the mentor that he took a cut from his own money? How awkward. If he doesn't intend to pay, That is even more uncomfortable. Will people say Zhang Wei is inconsiderate, or that our zoo is inconsiderate? Call Zhang Wei back and give them enter 100,000. Luo Jin nodded. All right. She had long grown accustomed to Chao Cheng's generosity. To outsiders, he might appear meticulous, even petty. Every little detail must be flawless. However, to friends or those he cared for, Chao Cheng was never one to quibble over trifles, treating everyone fairly. Furthermore, since the zoo is opening tomorrow, allocate some funds to enhance the opening ceremony's necessities. Produce a batch of 30 discount cards and issue an announcement. Before today, all previous ticket purchasers may redeem a permanent 30 discount card based on their purchase records. Those possessing the discount card will enjoy a 30 discount on the majority of expenses within the zoo. Additionally, all local residents of Yuhai City will enjoy a 10 discount on certain expenditures at Cheng'an Zoo in the future. Previously, when the zoo had few animals, only the crows, many supporters and locals were willing to spend 100 yuan to show their support. Now that the zoo is beginning to thrive, it is essential to grant these individuals some privileges. This 30 discount may not seem significant at present, but in the future, it will undoubtedly become a priceless asset, as it represents an exclusive privilege. As for the 10 discount for local residents, its immediate impact is negligible. However, over time, this regulation will certainly garner considerable goodwill and reputation. For Chao Cheng, money was merely a means. Gaining prestige was the ultimate goal. Indeed, during his afternoon livestream, Chao Cheng announced this news. In conjunction with Luo Jin's announcement, efforts were made to inform previous ticket buyers and local residents of Yuhai City. By afternoon, his reputation had increased twice. Sect reputation value 1. Sect reputation value 1. Sect reputation value 144. Around 6 o'clock in the evening. In the Baizhang village of Lihua East Town, North District of Yuhai City, the village committee was shrouded in smoke, with a dozen middle-aged men gathered around a long table. Village party secretary Zhao Taizhu sat at the head of the table, with an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts before him. Village chief Li Hua savored his tea, while the representatives seated beneath the table were the wealthiest landholders in the village, having the most land under their care. At that moment, the door swung open, and a stout man in his 30s, accompanied by several others, strode in. Everyone in the room immediately rose to their feet. Village chief, secretary, I've brought the agricultural protection team, boomed the newcomer. This is Captain Liu, who has come from Dongling City. He boasts over 300,000 followers online and owns a dog training facility. He has been engaged in agricultural protection work for 5 or 6 years and is exceptionally skilled. The rotund man gestured to a man in his 40s standing behind him with unabashed praise. He then proceeded to introduce Captain Liu to the village leaders. Zhao Taizhu, beaming with hospitality, invited Captain Liu to take a seat. Captain Liu, the reason for your visit today is to confirm the pricing. The area we need to protect is quite extensive. Could you possibly lower the price a little? Captain Liu cleared his throat and replied, Secretary Zhao, you may not fully grasp our industry. The larger the area, the greater the difficulty of our hunting. Therefore, it would be remarkable if the price didn't increase. Mr. Wu has informed me about your vast tracts of land. Both Nanshan and Beishan combined amount to over 4,000 mo. This space is simply too large. I'll give you a realistic quote. For 3 days of our service, the price is a flat 50,000 yuan. 50,000. The villagers erupted in dismay. That's exorbitant. 50,000 yuan, not just a few thousand. The man who had introduced Captain Liu, named Wu Cheng, also known as Dekengzi, was village chief Li Hua's brother-in-law and a major landholder himself. He raised his hand to quell the crowd and explained, everyone, please calm down. I invited him here. Let me clarify. A few thousand yuan is the price for individual plots of land. We need to shift our mindset given the size of our area. He then resumed his seat. Zhao Taizhu took a deep breath. Captain Liu, your charges are still too steep. We're not cultivating gold or silver here. We're growing sweet potatoes and corn. These crops barely yield a profit over the year. If wild boars wreak havoc, won't the villagers be working for nothing? We're still in the mountains. We aren't a wealthy village. Zhao Taizhu lamented, hoping for a more favorable price. His words resonated with the reality of Baiyang village, which boasted no distinctive industry, merely subsistence farming, reliant on the whims of nature. The villagers lacked wealth, and the village's coffers were nearly empty. 50,000 was indeed a considerable sum. Captain Liu remained unmoved, shaking his coat as he responded, Secretary Zhao, I understand your predicament. However, we incur costs for equipment, labor, and even the dogs, which sometimes suffer losses. Dogs dying is a common occurrence. These are all expenses. Given the vastness of your land, traversing from one end to the other is exhausting for both man and beast. We have our hardships too. The price cannot be reduced, even by a single yuan. Zhao Taizhu was not naive. He He understood the limitations of the agricultural protection team. The number of personnel and dogs they had was finite, and their operational capacity capped at around 400 mil. Beyond that, their efficiency would hardly increase, as human and canine endurance had limits. Thus, the quoted price of 50,000 yuan was undoubtedly inflated. Captain Liu, can you guarantee that you will eliminate all the wild boars in 3 days? We need assurance for after-sales service. If you leave without addressing the problem, the wild boars will destroy our crops, Zhao Taizhu inquired. Captain Liu curled his lip and shook his head. That's not something we can guarantee. Sometimes, wild boars appear in droves. Even if we manage to eradicate one group, there is no certainty that others won't arrive. A villager could no longer contain himself. What? 50,000 yuan, and you can't guarantee a clean sweep? Is that money just thrown away? Another echoed, exactly. And there are plenty of wild boars. According to our observations, there are at least 40 or 50 of them, scattered across both mountains. 50,000 is absolutely unacceptable. 20,000 would be more reasonable. Upon hearing this figure, Captain Liu let out a derisive laugh and shook his head. Secretary Zhao, there is no need for further negotiations. If you wish to proceed, the price is 50,000 yuan, to be paid in full today. If not, we'll move on to the next opportunity. We have plenty of work lined up. Captain Liu typically accepted jobs starting from 3 to 5,000 yuan, but this was a unique situation, deserving of special consideration due to the scale of land involved. How could the village lack the funds? Surely, each household could contribute a bit, especially with the rampant wild boar problem. Yet his bluntness left Zhao Taizhu in a difficult position before the villagers. More importantly, he felt humiliated in front of village chief Li Hua. As a village cadre, he felt he ought to command respect. Yet here was a mere agricultural protection team taking advantage of the situation, speaking so boldly without budging on their price. Where could he save face? Captain Liu, your attitude is not conducive to business negotiations. Our city has official agricultural protection teams, and their fees are significantly lower. Zhao Taizhu retorted. De Kingzi was the one who first contacted you. We trusted your capabilities and intended to hire you. Captain Liu chuckled. I appreciate Secretary Zhao's trust. But if the official agricultural protection team charges less, then by all means, go seek their services. We're off to the next opportunity then. Goodbye. With that, Captain Liu rose and left, leaving the room in stunned silence. Zhao Tieju's face darkened. The other party offered no concessions, leaving him feeling cornered. De Kingzi shot up from his seat, his expression equally grim. Secretary Zhao, what do you mean by this? I went to great lengths to bring them here. And with just a few words, you've offended them. What are we to do about our land? Zhao Taiju's anger flared. He shot a glance at the silent Li Hua, feeling a surge of frustration. De Kingzi, emboldened by his brother-in-law's position, had never respected him. Now, he dared to confront him publicly. So what if I invited them? Do you think that gives you the right to demand exorbitant fees? 50,000 yuan. Is that a trivial amount? I might as well seek the official agricultural protection team. De Kingzi kicked a chair aside in frustration. The official agricultural protection team? Haven't we tried hiring those local incompetents before? What good did that do? The newly established official team today, how much better could they possibly be? Even if their fees are lower, it would still be money wasted. You may not be in a hurry, but I am. My land is primarily in Nanshan, and I have 600 mu myself. What is 50,000 yuan? If each household contributes a bit, we can manage it. What matters is efficiency. We need to eliminate those wild boars swiftly. I shall no longer concern myself with you all. I intend to approach him directly. Nanshan is willing to collaborate with me and finance this endeavor, so let us partner together. As for Beishan, I shall not be responsible for you. Do as you please. With that, De Kingzi swiftly turned and hurried out, setting off to pursue Captain Liu. Zhao Taizhu, irked, let out a huff. If a search is to be made, then so be it. Secretary Sun, inquire about the pricing from the official agricultural protection team. Please be specific. The Forestry Bureau's announcement this afternoon has reached everyone's ears. They are uncertain about the newly established official agricultural protection team, especially since there have been no reputable teams locally in the past. Their competence is indeed questionable. With the sudden emergence of this official team, no one can guarantee its efficacy. Moreover, the announcement did not disclose any prices, merely stating they would be significantly lower than market rates. Additionally, De Kingzi has already sought out Captain Liu, who is reputed to lead a capable agricultural protection team. Even if it requires a higher expenditure, if Captain Liu's team can resolve the issue at once, there is no need to spend twice. After all, judging by the previous Forestry Bureau chief's conduct, the official agricultural protection team cannot be expected to be overly economical. Now that the former chief has stepped down, the situation with the new appointee remains uncertain. The secretary promptly moved aside to make a phone call. At that moment, Li Hua interjected, Secretary Zhao, let us not succumb to anger. What we need now is to devise a solution together. Although 50,000 yuan seems steep, in light of our current predicament. We have no choice but to spend it. If we allow this agricultural protection team to be driven away, we will be left helplessly watching our fields be ravaged. This remark was pointedly directed at the affluent landowners of Beishan. They must bear in mind that it was Zhao Taizhu who drove away the agricultural protection team. Should the wild boars from Beishan wreak havoc on the fields, the responsibility will lie with Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu retorted coldly. Does village head Li dismiss the official agricultural protection team entirely? Aside from this exorbitantly priced team, is there truly no one capable of dealing with the wild boars? Is our village, the leader among villages, to be left at the mercy of others? It seems village head Li harbors significant grievances towards the new forestry bureau chief. Li Hua's expression darkened immediately. Who says I have grievances against the forestry bureau? He scoffed and turned away. Very well, I shall observe how you intend to proceed. Meanwhile, the other farmers were also shrouded in worry. The fields of Baiyang village are predominantly located at the foot of a mountain, which is bisected by a ridge, dividing it into southern and northern sectors with considerable distance between them. Traversing this ridge proves quite challenging, necessitating a lengthy detour in a U-shape. Thus, it is likely that the wild boars troubling these two sectors do not belong to the same group. The area in the southern sector, where Dikingzi's land lies, encompasses approximately 1,800 acres, while the northern sector exceeds that, comprising around 2,300 acres. As a heavy silence fell upon the gathering, Dikingzi returned. Upon entering, he shot Zhao Taizhu a cold glare and then called out to the villagers, the price for the southern sector has been negotiated. Half price, 25,000 yuan. If anyone wishes to join in, stand forth. If you choose not to contribute when the wild boars ravage the fields, do not expect our agricultural protection team to assist you. There are 3 major landowners in the southern sector, and they found themselves at an impasse. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that the community has split into 2 factions. Even with the agricultural protection team in the northern sector, they would not be able to traverse the ridge to assist. They are compelled to join forces with Dikingzi to engage Captain Lu's team. By joining now, they can share the costs. If they delay, they may face the destruction of their fields and have to hire a team on their own. They have no alternative. I shall contribute as well. I will join. The 3 major landowners from the southern sector all stood up. They were, in truth, indifferent to the power struggles between the village head and the secretary. Their sole concern was the preservation of their lands. Then follow me. We shall negotiate with Captain Lu. Dikingzi waved his hand, leading the 3 major landowners from the southern sector away in haste. These 3 landowners represent only a fraction of the southern sector, which includes over 20 households. They must individually explain the situation and collect funds. Immediately after Dikingzi departed, the secretary returned, beaming as he approached Zhao Taizhu. Secretary Zhao, I have clarified the details. Zhao Taizhu sighed deeply, feeling utterly drained. Speak. The secretary reported. The fee structure of the official agricultural protection team is set at 10,000 yuan for all the land in our village. If we separate the northern and southern sectors, the fee for each will be 5,000 yuan. Everyone understood the rationale behind the official agricultural protection team's charges. They incur costs too, and if their services were free, they would be overwhelmed with requests, leading to inefficiency. Numerous instances have shown that only by charging can sustainability be achieved. 5,000 yuan for each sector? Per instance? Zhao Tiezhu's brow furrowed. 5,000 may seem inexpensive, but if that is the cost per instance, that would become exorbitant. The secretary clarified, no? It is 5,000 yuan to clear the wild boars within the designated area. If any wild boars reappear later, they will handle the cleanup free of charge. Chapter 73. Let us first retreat to the vehicle and take cover. Upon hearing this, the farmers in the room instantly leapt from their seats. 5,000 yuan for complete eradication? And they cover aftercare? This sounds incredibly tempting. Zhao Taizhu also sprang to his feet in excitement. Is this truly the case? Indeed. Splendid. I refuse to be skeptical any longer. We shall hire the official agricultural protection team to commence clearing in the northern sector. 5,000 yuan is hardly excessive. Without even considering efficiency, it is evident that the city genuinely intends to assist the populace in resolving this issue. Even if the results are subpar, the city will not leave us without recourse. Excellent. I agree. So do I. In a fervor, several major landowners raised their hands in agreement. Li Hua scoffed. Spend as you wish. After you've paid this sum, just be prepared for the city to drag its feet. The task of hunting wild boars involves not only a matter of expertise, but also one of attitude. If one lacks experience, can they swiftly locate the wild boars? Once located, do their hunting dogs possess sufficient strength to keep pace? If the dogs catch up, are they adequately trained to restrain the wild boars? Once restrained, can the hunters navigate the complex terrain to deliver the final blow? Any deficiency in skill or a lackadaisical attitude at any stage will drastically reduce the efficiency of wild boar hunting. Captain Lu's team boasts over 300,000 followers, years of experience, and the added pressure of live broadcasts. They will undoubtedly exert their utmost effort. As for the official agricultural protection team, they may desire to perform well, yet may find themselves utterly incapable, and that is assuming they even attempt to do so. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Village Chief Li Hua and Dichengzi, along with Captain Lu's agricultural protection team, have commenced their operation in the Southern Mountain District. Zhao Taizhu, a representative farmer from the Northern Mountain District, and several family members of the farmers gathered at the village entrance to welcome the city's agricultural protection team. A throng of approximately 30 to 40 individuals congregated, as the village had little to occupy their evening, and they were eager to witness the official agricultural protection team in action. Before long, the distant glow of headlights became visible, revealing at least a dozen vehicles. A long convoy approached slowly, led by enforcement vehicles. What is this? Why are there enforcement vehicles? Are they here to apprehend someone? Has there been a crime in the village? A wave of anxiety swept through the farmers. Zhao Taizhu was equally perplexed. Just as they stood bewildered, the convoy arrived before them. The enforcement vehicles flanked the sides, and a dozen armed officers disembarked. Leading the group was Song Taizhan, followed closely by Song Xingjie. From the black vehicle emerged Zhou Yishan, the forestry bureau chief. The hunting of wild boar by the South China tiger was no trivial matter. Song Taizhan had to personally oversee the situation, while Zhou Yishan had been ordered by he to supervise the event closely. This underscored the city's commitment to the South China tiger. Naturally, even without these compelling reasons, both individuals were curious. Many in the city had heard the news and would have come if they could. The rare spectacle of the South China tiger hunting wild boar was not to be missed, especially since live broadcasting was not permitted. Zhao Tieju's eyes widened in shock. Startled, he hurried forward, nearly stumbling over a stone beneath his feet, and trotted closer. Director Song. Director Zhou. Greetings. I am Zhao Taizhu, the secretary of Baiyang Village. What brings you both here at this late hour? Zhao instinctively began to inquire about their presence. However, he abruptly felt it inappropriate to question their motives. After all, why would they need to report to him in advance? Zhou Yishan smiled warmly and shook Zhao's hand. I'm aware of you. The official agricultural protection team has just been established, and we appreciate your trust, Secretary Zhao. You are the first to hire the official team. The wild boar infestation is severe, and I find it impossible to rest easy. Director Song also bore the responsibility of safeguarding the public's safety, which is why he accompanied Zhou today. Zhao Taizhu was taken aback. Oh, both leaders truly care for the people. He stammered. Have you had dinner yet? The villagers in the background exchanged glances, bemused. Their village secretary was so flustered that he was speaking nonsensically. It was late, and who would still be eating at this hour? Zhou Yishan chuckled and gently patted Zhao's back, signaling him to relax. He then shifted the topic. Secretary Zhao, I have a question. Your village's land is divided into southern and northern areas, and the plots are quite extensive. Why not clear them together? Is there an economic difficulty? If so, please do not hesitate to speak up. We can make adjustments accordingly. Zhao Taizhu waved his hands repeatedly. No. Actually, before the announcement of our official agricultural protection team was posted, one farmer had already hired a protection team. However, their fees were exorbitant, which we could not accept. When I saw the announcement for our official team, I thought to request their services. Yet, some farmers in the Southern Mountain District believed the other team to be more reliable. As he spoke, Zhao felt increasingly that he should not divulge this information, as it concerned the village's internal conflicts, which were better left unsaid. One farmer, however, blurted out, that person is the village chief's brother-in-law, and Chief Li is currently overseeing things in the Southern Mountain District. We all agreed to hire the official agricultural protection team, but they insisted on trusting the outsiders. Exactly. We trust Director Zhou. The villagers expressed their sentiments, which not only flattered Zhou Yishan, but also applied pressure on both village chief Li Hua and Dichengzi. The eyes of the crowd were keenly aware. The villagers harbored no fondness for Dichengzi and Li Hua. They were well aware of their misdeeds, though they could not speak openly about them. Zhou Yishan, however, took it in stride. His presence was unannounced, and he did not concern himself with who came to meet him. It mattered little whether they were from within or outside the village. As long as they could address the wild boar issue, it was a positive development. Zhou Yishan remarked with a grin. As the conversation unfolded, a large cage vehicle from the rescue center arrived, causing the farmers to light up with excitement and chatter. Wow, what a massive vehicle. I didn't expect our agricultural protection team to have such clout. What do you know? The vehicle for the agricultural protection team must be large. The bigger, the better. To accommodate more dogs. The hunting dogs have specific roles. There are lead dogs that are fast and responsible for chasing the wild boar, while others block the boar to prevent escape. And then there are the heavyweights, large dogs that are tasked with biting the boar. It could be dangerous. Can you manage with fewer dogs? With such a large vehicle, there must be plenty of dogs. Indeed, as the cage vehicle came to a halt, the doors swung open, and Chao Cheng leaped down. Luo Jin and Tong Anshi followed closely, clearly intrigued by the events and insisting on coming along. Chao Cheng approached and asked, "What are we doing here? Are we heading into the fields?" Zhou Yishan briefly explained the situation to Chao Cheng before turning to Zhao Taizhu. "Secretary Zhao, please lead us to the foot of the mountain." "Of course." Zhao Taizhu eagerly nodded, leading the way as the convoy followed suit. Arriving at the nearest main road leading to the northern mountain district, they found a spacious spot by the roadside to park, and everyone disembarked once more. Zhao pointed to the uneven path in the distance. "Director Zhou, this is the way. Beyond this point leads to the fields, where only tractors can pass." Zhou Yishan looked inquiringly at Chao Cheng, who nodded in agreement. "What are we waiting for? Let us begin." As he spoke, he walked towards the back of the cage vehicle. The driver, who had intended to step out for a breath of fresh air and a smoke, promptly slammed the door shut at the sight of Chao Cheng ready to commence. Song Taizhan instructed, "Secretary Zhao, have the villagers wait inside the enforcement vehicles for a moment." Immediately, all the officers inside the enforcement vehicles exited, allowing everyone to get in. With 10 or so vehicles, 3 to 4 dozen villagers could easily be accommodated. Zhao Taizhu and the others were puzzled. "Why are we going inside the vehicles? Just get in." Song Taizhan was not inclined to offer further explanation. Zhao Taizhu and the others, albeit confused, complied. They were under the impression they were merely there to observe the spectacle, eagerly anticipating the sight of the dogs. Why were they being kept from the excitement? Once all the villagers were inside the vehicles, Chao Cheng swiftly opened the rear door of the cage vehicle. Zhao Taizhu and the others craned their necks to peer out. As the rear door swung open, from the depths of the vehicle, a magnificent tiger sauntered forth. Upon its hind paws, 2 iron rings were affixed. Yet, they appeared lightweight, scarcely impeding its movements. The individual who opened the vehicle door stood there, right in front of the tiger. Zhao Taizhu and the others, though seated within the car, dared not even breathe. Some had already begun to tremble. Astonishingly, the person opening the door was audacious enough to address the tiger. "Come down." The tiger elegantly leapt from the transport cage, shook its massive head and body, then ambled about, stretching its limbs. This tiger, excluding its tail, measured nearly 2 meters and 70 to 80 centimeters. When upright, it towered over a human. While it may have still paled in comparison to the Siberian tiger among the South China tigers, it was undeniably a giant. The vehicle had yielded to the villagers. However, Zhou Yishan, Song Taizhan, and a cadre of law enforcement officers remained outside. Song Taizhan's muscles were taut with tension. This marked his first encounter with a tiger in such an unguarded manner. Simultaneously, he harbored a nagging suspicion that this tiger appeared significantly larger than when it had first arrived at Chao Cheng's facility. It had only been about a week. After all, even with fertilizer, it shouldn't have grown at such an astonishing rate. Yet, apart from Chao Cheng, no one could elucidate this phenomenon. The tiger scanned its surroundings. Zhou Yishan held his breath, desperately suppressing his fear. The tiger's blind eye appeared more fearsome than that of an ordinary tiger. Zhou Yishan had no doubt that if ghosts existed in this world, they too would fear it. The law enforcement officers nearby were equally tense, their bodies as rigid as stone. They clutched their riot guns tightly. These were large-caliber rubber bullets, low in lethality but high in impact. This was their sole reliance. Chao Cheng had no intention of instilling fear in anyone. He allowed the tiger to wander further to stretch its body, then affixed a head-mounted camera equipped with a light to his own head. At that moment, 2 birds alighted from the sky, Wenxi and Hechuan. They perched on the transport cage, permitting Chao Cheng to secure cameras to them. They were tasked with aerial surveillance during this operation. One bore a thermal imaging lens, while the other sported a night vision HD camera. Testing the visuals, Song Xingjia, seeing the tiger had moved away, dared to retrieve a black box from the vehicle. He opened it at the front, revealing a rudimentary control panel. On a screen larger than a standard laptop, 3 sets of images appeared, one from Chao Cheng's head-mounted HD camera, one from Wenxi's night vision camera, and one from Hechuan's thermal imaging lens. All 3 visuals, along with Chao Cheng's radio, were confirmed to be functioning correctly. Beside them was a real-time positioning radar, tracking both Chao Cheng and Hechuan. This sophisticated equipment was undoubtedly high-end police gear, boasting impressive capabilities. Chao Cheng withdrew a long-handled hunting knife from the vehicle. He needed to personally handle the task at hand. Wild boars were tough-skinned and muscular, lacking necks. While the tiger could easily overpower a wild boar, delivering a fatal strike was no simple feat in the wild. A tiger engaged in combat with a wild boar of similar size could find itself utterly exhausted. If it relied solely on its own strength to slay the boar, it would inevitably expend vast amounts of energy and time. By intervening, Chao Cheng could significantly enhance efficiency. Hechuan, Find the boar, Chao Ching commanded. H1 cawed and soared into the sky, heading towards the distant fields. Chao Cheng hefted the hunting knife and strode purposefully towards the fields. Bojun let out an excited low growl, scampering alongside Chao Cheng. The sight of man and tiger together was remarkably harmonious. Song Taizhan and Zhou Yishan exchanged glances, each recognizing the profound astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. This scene before them was perhaps the most direct symbol of Chao Cheng's identity as a beast tamer. The assembled law enforcement officers were equally taken aback. It was, after all, a tiger. Yet, it obediently followed Chao Cheng, exhibiting an implausible level of compliance. Luo Jin and Tong Yanqi felt an inexplicable sense of pride. They were even filled with admiration for Chao Cheng. A man before whom even a tiger would bow in submission possessed an undeniable allure. Meanwhile, Zhao Taizhu and the other villagers were utterly dumbfounded. So, it turned out that the vehicle was not filled with dogs, but rather, a tiger. A tiger, indeed. If it were not a tiger, I wouldn't dare to urinate. Get out. I'm saying this with bravado. No, please. I fear the tiger hasn't left outside. The agricultural protection team is comprised solely of dogs. Isn't it? Some bolder villagers cautiously opened the door to exit. The substantial presence of law enforcement officers outside provided a reassuring sense of security. Yet, many villagers remained hesitant to disembark, fearful that the tiger might leap from the shadows. Just 3 to 5 minutes had passed when Song Xingjie shouted into the radio. Old Chow. Wild boar spotted. Let me check the positioning. It's at your 2 o'clock. He was unable to ascertain Chao Cheng's orientation, so he relied on the radar to observe Chao Cheng's position. The direction indicated on the radar was the forward direction, or 12 o'clock, as previously agreed upon. Received. Roar. Came the excited roar of Bojun through the radio. Even though it came via radio, Zhou Yishan and the others felt an inexplicable shiver run through them. It was as if they had momentarily been engulfed in dizziness. Song Xingjie exclaimed, "Damn it, old Chow. Don't let it roar, or the wild boar will bolt." That tiger-esque roar frightened the wild boar depicted in the thermal imaging, sending it into a frenzied escape. Report the position first, Chao Cheng shouted while running towards Song Xingjie. In truth, he and H1 shared a form of telepathic connection. They were already well aware of the boar's location. Asking Song Xingjie for the radar data was merely a ruse. At this moment, Zhao Taizhu and others had gathered to observe, anxiously watching the screen while listening to Song Xingjie's continuous updates on the boar's position, all while tracking the visuals from Wensi, who was following Chao Cheng. It was astonishingly swift. The man ran with a speed that rivaled that of the tiger. The terrain was akin to terraced fields, not quite, but nearly so, uneven and haphazard, making running quite cumbersome. Additionally, the slopes created by tractors and harvesters added to the complexity. The tiger possessed an incredible leaping ability, easily vaulting over obstacles. Yet, Chao Cheng, armed with a hunting knife, navigated the terrain with an agility that suggested he was walking on flat ground. In the visuals, there was scarcely any delay in Chao Cheng's movements. On the radar, he resembled a shooting star, hurtling toward H1's location. In a mere 40 seconds, he had converged with H1, without waiting for Song Xingjie to prompt him. Chao Cheng's low voice resonated over the radio. I see the wild boar. It was a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds, now careening through the fields, rampaging and scattering sweet potato vines in its wake. It was remarkably swift. However, the tiger was swifter. The onlookers, through the visuals provided by Wensi, witnessed a dark shadow streak past Chao Cheng, leaving behind a series of roars akin to an engine. In the blink of an eye, it was at the side of the wild boar, leaping high and delivering a powerful blow to its head. The tiger's claws, akin to steel hooks, pierced through flesh and latched onto the wild boar. With a resounding crash, the boar was instantly toppled to the ground, emitting frantic cries of hua, hua, as it thrashed wildly in its struggle. In a swift motion, the fierce beast, breaking army, sunk its teeth into the boar's nape and tore viciously, sending it crashing to the earth. At that moment, Chao Cheng arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his knife into the boar's chest. With a dull thud, the long-bladed hunting knife pierced through, astonishingly impaling the creature on the spot. Song Taizhan felt a jolt at the corner of his eye. If he was not mistaken, Chao Cheng wielded the knife with one hand. Chapter 75. The tiger roars in the mountains. To be able to pierce a wild boar with a single-handed strike? Having led the enforcement team for many years, he was acutely aware of the sheer brute strength required. It was precise and ruthless. Chao Cheng was not only adept in taming beasts, but possessed an alarming degree of physical power as well. The boar howled in agony as Chao Cheng yanked out the knife, blood gushing forth. Yet, the boar continued to struggle. Breaking Army delivered a powerful slap to its face. With a resounding thud, the boar's cries ceased abruptly, its body stiffening in a sudden spasm. The weight of a tiger's paw is widely rumored. Although in typical combat situations, a tiger rarely achieves peak force. The slap during a hunt may not be as exaggerated as folklore suggests, yet it is far from something an ordinary animal can endure, especially when the tiger is in optimal striking condition, as it is now, targeting a stationary object. With the waist and legs in unison, muscles coiling, the force of that paw could well surpass the tales told. Coupled with Breaking Army's cultivation at the mid-stage of chi refinement and the foundation of 2 beast spirit pills, that slap shattered the boar's skull instantly. Zhou Yishan and the others watched in astonishment. It was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, Breaking Army charged in, bringing down the boar, followed by Chao Cheng's decisive strike, all within a mere 3 seconds. In a typical agricultural protection squad operation, involving dogs and assistants, waiting for heavy machinery and oil hands, it would have taken several minutes to even over a dozen to deal with such a large wild boar. Yet, with just 1 man and 1 tiger, it was essentially a swift execution. Old Chao, we've spotted more wild boars, this time a whole group. Song Xingjie noticed the thermal imaging device in Huan's hand, revealing a gathering of wild boars feasting in a particular area. Clearly, it was a familial hunt, 12 wild boars in total. Song Xingjie counted and relayed the number to Chao Cheng. Received. Chao Cheng immediately dashed towards the Huan location with Breaking Army. Song Xingjie was momentarily taken aback. Brother, I told you the number to perhaps suggest you exercise caution. Why do you seem so exhilarated? Chao Cheng moved with remarkable speed, reaching the destination in just 2 to 3 minutes. Breaking Army also stifled its tiger roar to avoid startling the boars. From Wenxi's perspective, the man and tiger swiftly approached the herd. Song Taizhan cautioned in a low voice, there are too many wild boars. Chao Cheng, do not be reckless. Zhou Yishan added, safety first. Do not engage directly. Wild boars possess a surprising level of intelligence, particularly when it comes to foraging. They have acute senses, work collaboratively, and the sows even act as sentinels while the boars exhibit immense destructive power. If faced with a lethal threat, the herd could very well retaliate collectively. A simultaneous charge from several wild boars could overwhelm even a tiger. Yet, Chao Cheng appeared to disregard their warnings entirely, shouting with excitement to Breaking Army. There are too many boars. You go left, I'll go right. Let's encircle them. The tiger darted to the left, while Chao Cheng moved to the right, covertly employing the spirit summoning technique. As he raised his hand, 6 spirit summoning insects flew forth, swiftly heading towards 6 of the wild boars on the right. Given the size of the boars, Chao Cheng could control no more than 6 at once. Zhou Yishan and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Zhao Taizhu and the others questioned whether they had misheard. 1 man and 1 tiger? Encircling 12 wild boars? This does not sound like the words of a sane individual. Under normal circumstances, if they all charged, even managing to leave 3 or 4 wild boars behind before they fled would be considered an excellent outcome. Yet splitting up? But in the next moment, they witnessed a jaw-dropping spectacle. The South China tiger exhibited an unprecedented speed and ferocity. The sudden burst of acceleration was almost otherworldly. In an instant, it reached a wild boar weighing around 400 pounds. Rising partially upright, it appeared fearsome. With a single paw, it struck the boar's face. Bang! The thick-skinned boar absorbed the full brunt of the storm star cloud split, shattering half its face instantly. The sheer force drove its head downward violently, slamming into the ground, flipping the entire creature over. Breaking Army did not spare it a glance, charging towards another wild boar. Left behind, the first boar writhed in agony, blood gushing from its shattered visage. In the blink of an eye, Breaking Army caught up to the next wild boar, delivering another crushing blow. Once again, half its face was obliterated. Zhou Yishan and the others gaped in astonishment, their minds racing. To obliterate a wild boar's skull with a single slap, what incredible strength was required? And that speed, the agility displayed now was incomparable to before. Was it possible that during the first kill, it had merely been warming up? This was its true prowess. Meanwhile, Chao Cheng's actions were equally astonishing. He dashed forward, easily matching the speed of the wild boars, wielding his long-handled hunting knife, which seemed to cut through anything effortlessly. Anyone else would find it impossible to grip such a knife, yet he held it firmly. As he sliced through the boar's flesh, he yanked the blade free. By the time he dispatched this wild boar, the others had already made a considerable distance. Chao Cheng placed his hand to his mouth and blew a sharp whistle. This also served to mask the control of the spirit summoning technique. Upon hearing the whistle, the wild boars ahead immediately stiffened, collapsing to the ground in inertia. Chao Cheng advanced, thrusting his knife into one after another, puncturing 5 boars in quick succession. This scene appeared shrouded in mystery to Zhou Yishan and the others. A single whistle could bring down multiple wild boars. The image of a recluse hunter, descendant of a beast taming marvel, became ever more vivid in their minds. They could vaguely envision the scene, Deep in the mountains, an old hunter, accompanied by his young grandson, venturing forth to hunt. A wild boar charges forth, and with a single whistle from the old hunter, the beast freezes mid-stride, crashing to the ground and skidding to the hunter's feet. The old man, unhurried, steps forward and plunges his knife into the boar. The young grandson jumps up in excitement, exclaiming, "Grandpa, what do we call this move?" The old hunter chuckles heartily, affectionately ruffling his grandson's hair. This move is called a blow to stiffen. What a heartwarming scene it is. Chao Chenggang has just slain 6 wild boars, while Pujuan has dispatched the last one. Each man and tiger has taken down 6 boars, with Pujuan lagging by mere seconds. At this moment, Luo Jin feels her entire body tingling, biting her lip hard. This is her man. The world knows of his prowess in taming tigers. Who would dare believe he is even fiercer than the tiger itself? Song Taizhan and the others have been astonished too many times. They are numb to it now. Here they come again. For more. Song Xingjia is exceptionally competent. As long as the thermal imaging detects wild boars, they cannot escape his notice. Of course, it is primarily due to Huan's keen eyes. Over the next 2 hours, it was akin to a contest between man and tiger, hunting boars. Once locked by the radar, Chao Cheng and Pujuan would reach the target at lightning speed. Regardless of who arrived first, it was a matter of seconds before the kill. In just over 2 hours, man and tiger together dispatched a total of 35 wild boars. This was within an area of approximately 2,000 acres. With over 30 wild boars, this density constitutes a severe disaster. Without intervention, it is likely that wild boars would invade villages, rummaging through garbage and posing a danger to people. By now, it is already midnight. Huan has flown back and forth twice without spotting any more wild boars. Zhou Yishan remarked, "Chao, my brother, let us call it a night. I estimate you've eradicated all the wild boars in this vicinity." A voice crackled over the radio. "All right, Pujuan, let out a roar to signal the end." As soon as Chao Cheng finished speaking, Pujuan unleashed a wild tiger's roar. This roar reverberated with a soul-shaking resonance. Zhou Yishan and the others didn't even need the radio to hear it clearly. Their scalps tingled. The roar was like a thunderclap, echoing through the mountains and forests. Birds scattered in alarm, and beasts fled in terror. This night, not only wild boars, but likely no other animals would dare to tread upon this land again. Chapter 76. Please, give him a little leniency. Meanwhile, Chao Cheng's system also chimed in. Assist the mortal realm in eradicating low-level magical beasts to maintain peace. Reputation 3. Current sect reputation, 147. Upon learning that Chao Cheng and the tiger were returning, Zhao Taizhu and the other villagers felt a slight stir of excitement. Zhou Yishan asked, "Secretary Zhao, are you satisfied with the results of today's agricultural protection team?" Zhao Taizhu nodded repeatedly, very satisfied. "I never imagined there would be such an extraordinary person. I believe that even if there are more wild boars around, they would be too frightened to show themselves." Zhou Yishan smiled. "In that case, we need not return to this area tomorrow. After all, there are other places that require our attention. A few wild boars won't harm the fields. In fact, they could be somewhat beneficial. Please monitor the extent of any damage to the crops and contact us immediately if any issues arise." Zhao Taizhu agreed enthusiastically. He then waved to the gathered villagers. "All right, let us disperse quickly." The villagers hurriedly jogged home, knowing that the tiger would soon return. As for Zhou Yishan and the others, after this encounter, their trust in Chao Cheng had escalated to new heights, and their fear of the tiger diminished considerably. If one were to overlook the innate fear of the creature, this tiger was indeed more obedient than the average dog. Before long, man and tiger trotted back. Chao Cheng's long-handled hunting knife was stained with blood, and even his clothes bore some traces of it. Pujuan, too, was smeared with blood, presenting a fearsome appearance. Song Taizhan observed the tiger for a moment before addressing Chao Cheng. "Xiao Chao, may I pet it?" Chao Cheng subtly gave a thumbs up. Song Taizhan was the first to express the desire to pet the tiger, showcasing his courage. However, he likely understood the implications of his request. As a powerful figure wielding authority, one must possess the strength to command respect. A soft-hearted person could never lead a law enforcement team effectively. Touching a wild tiger that had been unleashed compared to stroking a domesticated tiger in a zoo is an entirely different matter. It reflects not only formidable psychological fortitude, but also immense bravery. If Song Taizhan dared to touch it, by tomorrow, tales of his bravery would echo throughout the precinct and beyond. "Sure," Chao Cheng nodded. Taking a deep breath, Song Taizhan approached Pujuan. The law enforcement officers behind him were tense, hands already resting on their triggers. They understood that this was a tiger that had fully unleashed its wild nature. With blood still on its muzzle, could the director truly dare to take such a risk? Song Tieshan's hand was steady, not trembling. He gently touched Pujuan's head. Pujuan suddenly yawned, revealing a gaping maw, and a wave of blood stench washed over him. Song Taizhan tensed his legs, but remained still. Pujuan's yawn seemed to be a playful tease. Recognizing Song Tieshan's commendable bravery, he nuzzled his massive head against the man's thigh before returning to Chao Cheng's side. At this point, Chao Cheng had already handed all the equipment over to Song Xingjie and tossed the hunting knife into the vehicle. Anyone else want to pet it? Everyone shook their heads. Chao Cheng chuckled, instructing Pujuan to jump into the transport cage and locking the door. Only then did everyone finally relax. Let us head back. Remember to come to our zoo's opening tomorrow. Since the transport cage would be needed in the following days, it was left at the zoo, with the driver accompanying the law enforcement vehicle back. After Chao Cheng finished speaking, he got into the car, taking Luo Jin and Tong Yanqi with him. Zhou Yishan followed suit with his secretary, needing to arrange for the environmental department to come collect the wild boars and find a cold storage for them. This was the reward for Chao Cheng's hunting, which he would need for the next day. Song Taizhan directed the law enforcement officers to regroup before finally getting into Song Xingjie's vehicle. As he stepped into the car, Song Taizhan casually removed his jacket. As he turned to enter, Song Xingjie immediately understood why his father had shed his clothing. His back was already drenched. Song Xingjie pretended not to notice. Starting the engine, they set off steadily. Song Taizhan let out a long sigh of relief and casually asked Song Xingjie, "How is your restaurant doing?" Song Xingjie licked his lips. "It's going all right. I dare not engage in any illegal activities. Just trying to earn some money to pay off debts, hoping to clear them soon." This response was filled with a palpable survival instinct, fearing his father would bring up his dealings with the business sector. After a moment of contemplation, Song Taizhan replied, "Make money, but don't spend it recklessly. Be sure to save." With that, Song Taizhan's words echoed the timeless advice of a father. Song Xingjie acknowledged, "Oh." Ever since he had accomplished something significant last time, Song Taizhan had relaxed his stance, allowing him to engage in business. Their relationship had thawed considerably. Song Xingjie was also quite aware, opting for a low-key approach without even holding an opening ceremony. He simply began operations quietly. All of this was actually under the vigilant watch of Song Taizhan, who felt much more at ease with his son now. Indeed, Song Taizhan is an admirable leader and a commendable public servant. However, he falls short as a father, exhibiting a somewhat elitist attitude towards his son. When his son has not achieved any notable accomplishments, he is perceived as utterly insignificant, with no merits in sight, and is subjected to relentless pressure and suppression. Only upon his son's success does he begin to recognize that his offspring possesses redeeming qualities, allowing him to finally feel at ease with his son's entrepreneurial pursuits. This is the prevailing sentiment among outsiders. Yet, Song Taizhan is acutely aware that his reasoning is far more profound. It was only when his son, Song Xingjie, narrowly escaped capture by human traffickers that he comprehended the immense pressure he had imposed. In that moment, Song Taizhan realized that his son, in a desperate bid to prove himself, had placed his very life on the line. As a quintessential father in the traditional Chinese sense, he is grateful for his timely epiphany, while countless other fathers of a similar ilk remain oblivious to their shortcomings. Chao Cheng drove back to the zoo. Tong Yanqi bid farewell to the two and rode off on her little scooter towards home. Pajun sensed the car had come to a halt, mistakenly anticipating the door would soon open, and had already risen to exit. However, he felt the vehicle shake violently. Oh no, could it be an earthquake? Alarmed, he communicated with his master through telepathy, only to receive a stern reprimand. Fortunately, the tremor was brief, lasting no more than an hour. It was only after that time that Chao Cheng opened the door and let him out, returning to the zoo. Subsequently, Chao Cheng drove to fetch Tao Tao from her best friend's house with Luo Jin. The two then retired for the night, while Chao Cheng ventured alone into the park. He was soon followed by Huan and Wenxi, who perched themselves on Chao Cheng's shoulders. In his hand, Chao Cheng tossed 2 radiant elixirs as he approached a large enclosure that had previously housed peacocks, though none remained. At that moment, 2 stunning golden pheasants emerged, seemingly sensing the mysterious elixirs in Chao Cheng's grasp, and they swiftly flew towards him. One was a red-bellied golden pheasant, the other a white-bellied one. The red-bellied golden pheasant, said to be the prototype of the mythical phoenix, boasts resplendent plumage that shimmers with golden hues under the sunlight, particularly its elegantly elongated tail feathers. As it took flight, its tail feathers fluttered, resembling the soaring of a phoenix, truly a sight to behold. The white-bellied golden pheasant, even more endangered than its red-bellied counterpart, also possesses strikingly beautiful feathers. It would not be an exaggeration to declare these 2 birds as the most exquisite creatures currently residing in the entire zoo. Tomorrow, they shall be the heralds of a grand opening. With a snap of his fingers, Chao Cheng cast the 2 radiant elixirs, each golden pheasant swiftly grasping one and consuming it in an instant. The effects of the elixirs required some time to manifest. After ingesting the elixirs, The two golden pheasants became drowsy and flew into the shaded area of their enclosure. The remnants of the awakening elixir sparked a flicker of intelligence within them, coupled with the sweet taste of the beast spirit elixir they had previously experienced. At this moment, even if one were to attempt to chase them away, it would be futile. There was no need for concern about their escape. Chao Cheng strolled about for a while longer before finding a spot to sit cross-legged. With a mere thought, the golden turtle egg from the system materialized in his palm. This egg, about the size of a hand, glimmered with a dark golden hue. He placed the egg on the ground, where H1 and Wensi exchanged wide-eyed glances. "Master, are you not going to incubate this?" Wensi inquired. "In my opinion, it requires a turtle to hatch." Chao Cheng shook his head lightly. "You are mistaken," Wensi retorted. Chao Cheng continued. "This golden turtle must be nurtured in the essence of heavenly dew to hatch and grow. Unlike you spirit beasts, who have been contracted by me postnatally. This is a natural spirit beast, an entity not belonging to this world. It is a type of guardian beast. The Beastmaster's art not only bestows cultivation, but also enriches one's knowledge about taming beasts. As the system rewarded him with the golden turtle egg, the Beastmaster's art would also impart relevant knowledge to Chao Cheng. A guardian beast is defined as a spirit beast capable of providing a powerful environmental effect, while also serving as the focal point of a grand formation. If this golden turtle were to be successfully hatched and utilized as the core of the Taihan nourishing domain, it would not only conserve its energy, but also allow the guardian beast and the formation to complement and nurture one another. It is undoubtedly the optimal choice for a focal point. However, this creature is quite delicate. Without the nurturing essence of heavenly dew, it will not emerge in this world, where spiritual energy is scarce. Should it be shattered now, one would need to find a pot, some minced garlic, and tomatoes to concoct a dish. H1 queried, "Master, what exactly is heavenly dew?" Chao Cheng replied, "It is the water bestowed by heaven." Once he chimed in, "Is it rain?" Chao Cheng responded, "That counts. But the effect is poor. Morning dew is best." H1, "This task falls to you. I will find some mineral water bottles with handles. You and the crow flock must go to the mountains to collect morning dew. We will create a pool for it, which must be filled with pure heavenly dew." H1 replied. H1 takes command. Once he added, "Such generous treatment? There's a type of mineral water called heavenly dew. Can we trick it with that? I beg you. Just add a little fake." Chao Cheng and H1 exchanged glances, speechless. Chapter 77. Please, no more fighting. Acting swiftly on his thoughts, Chao Cheng contacted a construction crew, offering additional compensation to expedite their work with excavators and mixers, laborers working through the night. They excavated a circular pit around a large tree in the zoo's central area, 2 meters deep and approximately 6 meters in diameter. It wasn't excessively large, but it did disturb several tree roots. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Under the guardianship of the golden turtle, the tree would not only survive, but flourish immensely. The pit was lined with cement, reinforced with 3 layers of waterproofing, transforming it into a circular pool. This way, H1 could begin collecting heavenly dew with the crow flock. Additional decorative elements and fencing would be constructed the following day to ensure that operations would not be disrupted. The following day, even before dawn, activity buzzed around the entrance of Chang'an Zoo. Colorful balloons and banners fluttered in the breeze, and a grand archway proclaimed the jubilant inauguration of Chang'an Zoo. As the first light of dawn broke, the vehicles of various municipal leaders arrived in succession. However, it was not the city leaders themselves who disembarked, but rather a trusted secretary of Baihatong, bearing a large floral wreath and a money tree. Following him were the secretaries and deputies of various city leaders. The opening of Chao Cheng's zoo had stirred a modest sensation in Yunhai City, garnering considerable attention. One can only imagine the chaos if all city officials were to abandon their duties to celebrate the opening of a zoo. This would hardly be beneficial for the establishment, and it would certainly invite complications for the municipal hall. Thus, the presence of secretaries was a suitable compromise, demonstrating their respect without inciting public uproar. Given that Baihatong had adopted this approach, others naturally followed suit, mindful not to overstep. Even so, the display was impressive. The floral wreaths from the city officials lined both sides of the entrance for several dozen meters. The new employees, tasked with arranging these wreaths, felt their hearts race. Chao Cheng personally welcomed and bid farewell to the secretaries, and as the last of them departed, the sun fully rose, revealing that it was nearly 7 o'clock. Gradually, citizens began to drive in, and the gathering swelled rapidly. In just 5 or 6 minutes, over 100 people had assembled. A young couple, university students, office workers, a circle of close friends, and a blissful family of 3 or 4. Naturally, the presence of attention-seeking influencers is indispensable. Chao Cheng is warmly welcomed. It is a rare opportunity to see the real Chao Cheng, and a few young girls excitedly rushed over, eager for a photograph with him, some even requesting autographs. Others joyfully greeted Chao Cheng, exclaiming, "Good morning, Boss Zhao. Are we allowed to enter and see the animals now?" "Yes," Chao Cheng promptly shouted back. Cheng'an Zoo promises that local residents of Yunhai City will enjoy a 10 discount on all purchases at Cheng'an Zoo from now on. For those who prefer not to present their ID cards during visits, local residents can obtain a real name discount card at a 10 discount on non-weekend days. The crowd erupted in cheers, flocking towards the ticket booth. Although currently, there were no expenditures within the zoo apart from tickets, Chao Cheng's sincerity was evident. This greatly enhanced the sense of superiority among local residents of Yunhai City. We, the locals, have privileges too, regardless of the immediate utility of these privileges. They were non-existent for outsiders. Excited staff members hurried into the park to welcome visitors. Several zookeepers shouted to the guests, "Many of the animals in our park are extremely rare and not found in other zoos. If you have any questions about them, feel free to ask me, and I will provide explanations." Ever since these rare animals entered the park, the zookeepers had been tirelessly researching their information, even delving into relevant academic papers. They were absolutely confident in handling visitors' inquiries. Within a short hour, the parking lot and the main thoroughfare were congested with vehicles, and the number of people nearly filled half of Cheng'an Zoo. The traffic department had to temporarily dispatch additional personnel to maintain order at the intersections and activated 2 temporary buses to shuttle the crowds. Simultaneously, the official account released a video urging citizens heading to Cheng'an Zoo to opt for greener modes of transportation. The scene was unprecedented. Inside the park, a short-haired girl named Zhang Jingjing was on the phone, a camera hanging around her neck, her expression one of exasperation. "Why are you still asleep? Didn't we agree to meet at the zoo entrance?" A girl on the other end of the line yawned. "Oh dear, I overslept. I'm too lazy to go." Zhang Jingjing, trying to be patient, replied, "You can still make it. There are plenty of rare animals here. I'm practically working for free for your account." The other side grew impatient. "Ugh, are you bothering me? Do you understand? Or do I? I've told you, photographing animals is pointless. If animals in the zoo become popular, no one will venture outdoors. I don't need you to work for me. If you take any photos, don't post them on my account. They ruin my personal style." With that, the girl abruptly hung up. Zhang Jingjing puffed up her cheeks in frustration. What a person. She had met the girl on the phone at an art exhibition, both being photography enthusiasts who gradually became familiar with each other. The girl on the line boasted a Douyin account with 680,000 followers, and her photography posts garnered hundreds, even thousands of views, occasionally surpassing 10,000. Zhang Jingjing had posted a couple of pieces as well, but they received no traction. She felt a bit sensitive. Lacking positive feedback was a significant blow. Yet, she longed for recognition. Thus, she proposed to work for the girl for free, hoping to provide her with great material for posting, just to gain some visibility for her own work. The girl had agreed. Coincidentally, Zhang Jingjing enjoyed watching Chao Cheng's live streams and learned of the grand opening today. They had made plans to come together, but she had not expected the girl to be so capricious. Such a person was hardly suitable for friendship. It felt like dealing with someone unstable. Zhang Jingjing, sulking, decided to put her phone away. "Fine, if you won't come, I'll enjoy myself." Taking a deep breath, she joined the flow of people, instantly captivated by the rare sight of these animals. She raised her camera, snapping pictures of the clouded leopard and the cicadere. As she moved forward, she noticed a large crowd gathered in front of a cage. The noise was overwhelming, filled with animated discussions. "Oh, how beautiful. A fleeting glimpse. Is it too crowded? Making it scared to come out? I heard these animals are timid. Many zoos can't keep them alive. The red ones are extremely rare. And the whites are even rarer. Oh, it's showing itself. It's coming out." The crowd's chatter drew Zhang Jingjing's attention. Being shorter, she couldn't see over the heads of the crowd, and after a few attempts, she stepped back and accidentally stood on a flower bed. This allowed her to clearly see into the enclosure. Slowly, a golden pheasant emerged from its wooden shelter. The crowd erupted in astonishment, everyone excitedly raising their phones. Zhang Jingjing was awestruck. It was stunning. Normally, the golden pheasant has a low or non-existent crest, but this one boasted a magnificent golden crest, flowing and soft, beautiful and mysterious. Its back and feathers displayed a gradient of golden red hues, and its chest bore vibrant red plumage akin to dazzling silk. Especially remarkable were its long tail feathers, which shone in a kaleidoscope of colors. As the crowd gasped in delight, the golden pheasant gracefully took flight, landing on a large wooden stump. As it took off, its tail feathers spread wide, shimmering in the sunlight like a bursting rainbow, an extraordinary display. Zhang Jingjing stood in awe, her mouth agape, unable to regain her senses. She had never seen such a breathtaking creature. Once she composed herself, she quickly raised her camera, snapping several photos before switching to video mode. Just then, a white pheasant flew out from the side, sparking another wave of excitement. This white pheasant had a chest as pure as jade, and a crest as crimson as blood. Its back glimmered with a gem-like azure sheen. Its long, fluffy tail feathers, interspersed with azure and white, radiated purity. The white pheasant also soared onto the large wooden stump. Behind the enclosure was a tree, casting a shadow. But brilliant sunlight streamed through the foliage, illuminating the stump. The golden pheasant strutted into the sunlight, and as the rays hit, its golden crest and back sparkled magnificently. The white pheasant approached, nudging it aside to bask in the sunlight. Bathed in light, the white pheasant glowed with a divine radiance. The golden pheasant appeared displeased at having its sunlight stolen and promptly flapped its wings, bumping into the white pheasant. The white pheasant retaliated, and the two began to dance around the beam of sunlight, seemingly vying for its warmth. Of course, it was not a fierce fight, rather. It resembled a playful duel in the rain. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Stop! Please, stop!" The scene was nothing short of captivating. Chapter 78. The Fire Phoenix and the Azure Lawn. The crimson and white pheasants, undeterred by the clamorous shouts from outside, continued their fierce struggle, neither yielding an inch. As not a single feather was lost in their contest, it was as if they engaged in a splendid display of rivalry, their vibrant forms glistening under a ray of sunlight, casting a myriad of sparkling reflections. This captivating scene was impeccably captured by Zhang Jingjing, who had just activated her camera. Her breath quickened with excitement. This was the most exquisite moment she had ever photographed in her life. Her position, angle, and timing were all impeccably aligned. Just as a cloud drifted in to obscure the blinding light, the two golden pheasants ceased their battle, taking a moment to preen their feathers. Much to the delight of the surrounding tourists, Zhang Jingjing could hardly contain her eagerness as she uploaded the footage to her phone. It was sensational. The video was utterly stunning, certain to enchant anyone who laid eyes upon it. With this thought igniting a spark in her heart, she pondered why she should not share it online. Without delay, she began editing the video, adding an exquisite filter and a popular upbeat soundtrack. She meticulously slowed down the most thrilling frame of the pheasant's dance. After laboring for about 20 minutes, she finally uploaded the video to her modest account, which boasted a paltry 19 friends. She began with hashtags, Chang'an Zoo, rare animals, red belly golden pheasant, white belly golden pheasant. Following these was her description, what a divine zoo. These two golden pheasants are breathtaking, not to mention the clouded leopard and the mythical beast. She concluded with a captivating title, Fire Phoenix and Azure Lawn Dance in Divine Light. Dreaming back to the primordial age. With her heart racing in excitement, Zhang Jingjing grappled with her emotions for a moment before investing 500 yuan in promoting her video. Her family's financial situation was quite stable. They were a comfortable middle-class household. As an only child, photography was her greatest passion, though her temperament was somewhat fragile. If she continuously shared her work without receiving any feedback, it would severely undermine her confidence. Thus, she often contemplated giving others the opportunity to showcase her work on their accounts, only to find her creations overlooked. With no other option, she decided to share it herself. Successful creations possess a multitude of secrets. Some rely on technique, others on aesthetics, some on depth, while others thrive on storytelling. Regardless of the approach, all require material that is both serendipitous and elusive. The footage she had captured today was more than sufficient to compensate for any lack of professionalism. Meanwhile, outside the zoo, a large group disembarked from a bus, the team from the Research Institute. Clad in casual attire, some even donned masks, Tong Anya stepped off the bus, also masked, and prepared to enter. The crowd immediately intercepted her. "Hey, Anya, where do you think you're going? You can't go in. We're all unfamiliar faces here. And Boss Chow hasn't he met us? It would be easy for him to spot you. He knows you. If he recognizes you, what if he kicks us all out?" Yes, you should wait outside. We'll just record plenty of videos inside." Tong Anya was left speechless but felt powerless. The allure of rare protected animals was too strong for the Research Institute to resist. Even without any equipment, merely being able to observe and record videos would suffice. Ordinary visitors could freely take photos, yet the researchers were barred from doing so, driving them to the brink of despair. Someone suggested testing the waters, reasoning that Boss Chow might not recognize them. Professor Huang was still hospitalized, and senior professors were reluctant to attend. For being recognized and expelled by Chow would be quite embarrassing. The younger members, however, were less concerned. At worst, they would be escorted out. Thus, a few took the initiative to scout ahead. They soon discovered that Chow was personally stationed at the entrance, welcoming and seeing off visitors. The group felt a pang of anxiety, yet they waited until Chow entered the zoo before signaling for the rest to join them. They blocked Tong Anya's path. And then, in small clusters, they made their way inside, their behavior somewhat furtive. Should this be revealed, it would undoubtedly seem absurd. A group of researchers covertly masquerading as tourists to view rare animals. This was likely a first. In a typical zoo, a simple request would have animals personally delivered to the research institute. However, they had overestimated the situation. Chow did not recognize these individuals, much less the new security guards and ticket sellers. The group successfully entered the park, finally encountering the rare animals they had longed to see. Nearly moved to tears by the beauty before them. What stunning pheasants. This is far more exquisite than an ordinary red-bellied golden pheasant. Is this truly a creature of this world? I saw them yesterday, and they didn't seem so vibrant. Stop staring. Quick, take pictures. If we get discovered, we won't have another chance. The group hurriedly pulled out their phones and began snapping photos alongside other visitors. To be honest, they were quite fortunate, as most researchers adhered strictly to ethical standards and would never harm the animals. Many would never need to use aggressive research equipment like bird-catching guns. It was only unfortunate that Chow's temperament was poor, and their apologies had never been adequately conveyed. As noon approached, Zhang Jingjing had amassed an impressive collection of rare footage. Though only around 30 species of rare animals were present, capturing such close-up, high-definition shots was exceedingly rare. Moreover, every 2 hours, flocks of crows would circle overhead for a good 10 minutes, creating yet another spectacle. There simply weren't enough opportunities to capture it all. However, her stomach had begun to grumble, signaling it was time for a meal. Since the admission ticket was valid all day, she could exit and return with her ticket and purchase record. Throughout the morning, visitors had been coming and going, and by 12 o'clock, the place was still bustling with activity. Just as Zhang Jingjing prepared to leave, she suddenly caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. It was mouth-watering, a scent that could drive any hungry person wild. Following the delightful scent, she soon spotted numerous individuals emerging with large skewers in hand. These substantial skewers could surely fill anyone up. The food was dripping with grease, and shouts of fresh wild boar meat, just caught yesterday, tender wild boar meat. Only 10 yuan a skewer. Please form an orderly line, echoed around her. Zhang Jingjing maneuvered to the side for a better view. Ahead, 2 grilling stations were set up, backed by 2 outdoor food trucks. The trucks were labeled with bold letters, Qingfeng Donga Mobile Food Truck. From the canopy of the food truck hung 3 large wild boars. One chef was continuously slicing meat from the boars, while another skillfully prepared the pork on the counter. Swiftly, the pork was meticulously prepared, while another individual donned the guise of a meat skewer vendor. 2 figures were stationed at the grill, expertly barbecuing the meat. The large exhaust hood of the food truck, borrowed from Song Xingjia by Chao Chong, effectively siphoned away the smoke from the grilling process, filtering it into a delicate mist. Chao Chong provided the pork, while Song Xingjia contributed his labor, sharing the profits equally. Uncertain of the potential earnings, Song Xingjia approached the endeavor with a mindset of potential loss, primarily to add a festive touch to Chao Cheng's grand opening. To their astonishment, the queue of patrons vastly exceeded their expectations. How many modern individuals have ever savored wild boar meat? The meat is lean, with a firm texture and remarkable elasticity. Due to its minimal fat content, it tends to dry out easily when grilled. Furthermore, the brief processing time meant it was not marinated to eliminate the gamey taste, resulting in a slight gaminess. However, fortuitously, Song Xingjia had brought along a chef who possessed a family recipe for a special scallion oil, richly aromatic and adept at masking any undesirable flavors. Thus, these 2 shortcomings were seamlessly resolved. Before the tightly packed wild boar meat could dry out, it was brushed with scallion oil, transforming into a beautifully charred golden hue. A bite reveals a delightful contrast of crispiness on the outside and tenderness within, accompanied by a subtle nutty and herbal fragrance that exudes a wild essence. Overall, it is not a culinary delight suitable for all ages, yet undeniably a rare and exceptional flavor to experience. The portion sizes were generous. By the time it was Zhang Jingjing's turn in line, she ordered only 1 skewer, feeling that she might not even finish it. Although priced at 10 yuan per skewer, it was noteworthy that lamb skewers outside were selling for 4 to 5 yuan. This wild boar meat would easily be equivalent to at least 6 lamb skewers. She sauntered over to a flower bed to enjoy her skewer, simultaneously checking her phone for the video she had previously posted. Upon seeing the video, she was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, she leaned closer to her phone, her eyes widening in disbelief. The video depicting the Fire Phoenix and Azure Luan had amassed an astounding 410,000 likes. In Chapter 79, Wei Go, it's your turn. Upon witnessing this figure, Zhang Jingjing thought her eyes were deceiving her. She refreshed the screen vigorously. Indeed, it was not 410,000, but 420,000. Opening the back end, 3 lines of vivid red 99 dazzled her eyes. When she returned to the video, the likes had surged to 430,000. The growth rate was astonishingly rapid. It seemed to increase almost every second. She opened the comments section. The azure luan and fire phoenix are breathtaking. Are these the red-bellied golden pheasant and the white-bellied golden pheasant? I don't recall them looking like this. The red-bellied golden pheasant embodies the essence of the phoenix. Our ancestors did not deceive us. The moment they danced in the light was truly divine. The blogger captured it beautifully. Reading such comments, Zhang Jingjing felt an unparalleled sense of pride. Finally, someone had recognized the brilliance of the photographer amidst such stunning material. In scarcely more than 10 minutes after finishing her skewer, the video's likes surpassed 1 million. Moreover, the rate of increase appeared to accelerate even further. The phenomenon of viral dissemination was beyond imagination. The thrill of watching the numbers multiply was intoxicating. Zhang Jingjing spent the entire afternoon in a daze, aimlessly wandering around the park, reluctant to return home. Her phone remained glued to her hand as she monitored the data in real time, frequently refreshing the comments section and occasionally engaging with the commenters. By around 4 in the afternoon, her video's view count had reached a staggering 75 million, and the likes had soared to 475 million. Zhang Jingjing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Typically, the highest liked videos she encountered barely exceeded 2 or 3 million. Videos with 10 million likes were exceedingly rare. Yet here she was, witnessing her own video racing towards 10 million. Additionally, her follower count had surged to 220,000, all from posting just this one video. Followers usually subscribe to an account after understanding its nature and anticipating future content. Such videos were rare, and those with unclear stylistic attributes found it challenging to gain followers. This was a remarkable increase. Under these circumstances, she had inexplicably gained 220,000 followers. Just as Zhang Jingjing was caught in her stupor, her phone rang. She answered it in a daze. Hello? An agitated voice on the other end replied, Hello, Jingjing. Didn't you say you would provide me with the footage? Why did you post that video yourself? This was the same girl who had called Zhang Jingjing that morning. Zhang Jingjing was momentarily speechless. Did you not say you didn't want me to upload the footage to your account? You claimed it would ruin your personal style. The voice on the other end interrupted her without allowing her to finish. No, you don't understand. This video is garnering significant traffic. You can't let this slip away. Do you understand? I've been doing this for a while. I know how to capitalize on this traffic to make money. If you do this, give me the original video and quickly delete yours. I can definitely make a fortune. Once the money comes in, we split it 80 to 20. Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. You must think I'm foolish, right? The caller, now frantic, shouted angrily. Why are you so dim-witted? What do you think I'm trying to do? Don't be fooled by the millions of likes. They mean nothing. If you can't convert them into cash, they're worth zero. Don't think you'll regret deleting a video with millions of likes. The important thing is making money. You need to be able to monetize it. The tone of her voice made it clear that if she did not need Zhang Jingjing's cooperation, she would have unleashed a torrent of insults. Coldly, Zhang Jingjing replied, I don't need to make money. The other end erupted in a furious scream. Are you out of your mind? Clearly desperate and unable to secure a piece of the pie. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Jingjing abruptly hung up, her expression thunderous. How dare she insult me? It's her who has lost her mind. Ugh, not only is she deranged, but she also has jealousy issues. Just after hanging up, the girl's number called again. Zhang Jingjing immediately blocked all her contact information. Such a friend was not worth keeping. Did she expect Zhang Jingjing to send her the original footage and then delete her video? What kind of monetization strategy required her to delete her video while also requesting the original? It was merely a ploy for her to repost it, gain followers, and attract advertisements. If she had any superior operational tactics, she wouldn't be stuck with only 680,000 followers. Zhang Jingjing seethed for a while before, on a whim, checking the girl's account. Instantly, she was both enraged and amused. The girl had uploaded an identical video, having downloaded the Fire Phoenix and Azure Luan dance video and reposted it. Most infuriatingly, she captioned it, "The true creator of this video is me. I shared it with a friend, but unexpectedly, she posted it without permission, and now it has 5 million likes. Now I've been blocked by her. Who will the original creator turn to for justice? Always scrutinize the character of those you befriend." The title of the video unexpectedly included the account of Zhang Jingjing. The crucial point is that this video successfully capitalized on considerable popularity, garnering 190,000 likes. Furthermore, the number of comments soared to an astounding 120,000. Many viewers were indeed misled, perceiving the account holder as pitiable. Meanwhile, numerous others adopted a wait-and-see attitude, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Zhang Jingjing was instantly infuriated. She was not particularly adept at managing conflicts with others. Typically, such incidents would leave her sleepless with anger, yet most of the time, she felt utterly powerless. At that moment, she noticed a private message in her inbox containing a red envelope. Messages with red envelopes are automatically pinned at the top. so it caught her eye immediately. Upon opening it, she found, "Hello, blogger. This is the Online Operations Department of Chang'an Zoo. Your video was shot with remarkable professionalism. We cordially invite you to revisit Chang'an Zoo to create a series of specialized videos featuring other animals. This collaboration will not only maintain the momentum of your account, but also serve to promote our zoo, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. If you are interested, please message me for further discussion." Zhang Jingjing was instantly exhilarated. "The Online Operations Department of the zoo?" She promptly replied, "Hello, I am currently at the zoo, and I am very interested. Where are you? I can come over right now." The other party quickly responded, "I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the administration hall." Zhang Jingjing excitedly jogged towards the administration hall. From a distance, she spotted a tall, slender boy wearing glasses standing in the hall. Zhang Jingjing approached him swiftly. "Hello, are you the one who sent me the private message? I am the one who made the Feng Wang Qingwan video." The bespectacled boy smiled warmly and enthusiastically replied, "Ah yes, that's me. Hello. I am Zhang Qiu from the Online Operations Department of the zoo." Zhang Qiu hurriedly introduced himself with enthusiasm. Today was also his first official day of work. His responsibility was to oversee the zoo's online media operations. He had been monitoring the traffic fluctuations related to Chang'an Zoo and had just come across Zhang Jingjing's Feng Wang Qingwan video. Given the video's rapid growth, he predicted it would become a massive traffic event. Traffic is something one can encounter but cannot easily obtain. He astutely recognized the opportunity and contacted Zhang Jingjing. Rather than allowing her to waste this wave of traffic without direction, he proposed creating a series focused on other rare animals, thereby capitalizing on the traffic benefits while also deeply promoting Chang'an Zoo. To his surprise, she happened to be within the park. "My name is Zhang Jingjing. Hello, please. Come in and have a seat." Zhang Qiu beckoned her to enter. Inside the hall, several visitors were consulting and resting, and Zhang Qiu and Zhang Jingjing settled into a corner sofa. With a smile, Zhang Qiu inquired, "Miss, would you mind showing me the back end of your video? It's not that I distrust you. I just want to see the view count and specific data." Zhang Jingjing quickly opened her phone and handed it to him. Zhang Qiu glanced at it, and his eyes instantly brightened. The view count was about to breach 100 million, with 12 million likes, and it was still climbing. He returned the phone to Zhang Jingjing. "I see you have a camera hanging from your neck. Did you use it to shoot the video? Are you a professional photographer?" Zhang Jingjing shook her head. "No, it's just a hobby." "Well, you certainly have a talent for it. We would like to invite you to shoot specialized videos of other animals. Would you be interested? You will have our full cooperation in the filming process, and some animals will even be willing to cooperate with you. I believe you can create even better works. However, you will need to help us promote our zoo in your profile and videos." Zhang Qiu subtly shifted the address from you to you, subtly emphasizing the roles of both parties. From the zoo needing her to the zoo providing her with an opportunity. Zhang Jingjing, feeling a bit shy, replied, "Of course. I would love to film, but I am currently facing a bit of a dispute. It concerns this video." As she spoke, she pulled out the video of the envious girl to show Zhang Qiu and explained the backstory surrounding her and the envious girl. Zhang Qiu furrowed his brow. "This seems to infringe on copyright, doesn't it? Hang on a moment. Let me call a professional." He took out his phone and dialed Zhang Wei. "Hey, Wei Gu. Are you busy? Come to the administration hall." Chapter 80. Oh no, this might not be straightforward. Zhang Wei happened to be in the park and quickly arrived. "What's going on?" Zhang Qiu pulled Zhang Wei to sit down, introduced him to Zhang Jingjing, and recounted the situation. Zhang Wei looked at the video on the phone. "This is clearly someone who is desperate for a piece of your traffic pie. It is indeed a copyright infringement, but not severe enough. I have a small trick. She will likely take the bait. If she does, this lawsuit will be a walk in the park." Zhang Jingjing was instantly thrilled. "Can we sue her? That's fantastic. She's driven me almost to the brink of madness." Zhang Wei exchanged glances with Zhang Qiu, cleared his throat, and leaned back. "Ah, we can certainly sue, but miss, I am our company's legal counsel, not a lawyer. I lack the authority to assist others in lawsuits. You are not an employee of our company." Zhang Jingjing blurted out. "Does your company need more people?" Zhang Wei smirked and pondered. "Hold on, let me ask our boss." He dashed off to find Chao Cheng. At Chao Cheng's place, Chang'an Zoo was undoubtedly always in need of personnel, as expansion was inevitable. However, they already had enough staff at the moment and were not in the market for just anyone. Zhang Jingjing's value lay in her account, specifically the popularity of this one video. If utilized correctly, it could yield substantial returns. Upon receiving Zhang Wei's report, Chao Cheng muttered to himself, "No wonder my reputation points increased by 8 today." Furthermore, they were awarded separately, in increments of 8. At first, Chao Cheng was puzzled when he noticed the offline visitor growth rate didn't seem particularly rapid, yet the system awarded him 1 point of reputation here and there. Now, he understood that the increase was attributed to both offline and online sources. The slower visitor growth contributed reputation points. all stemming from the traffic generated by Zhang Jingjing's video. The view count for her video was astronomical. Chao-Ching estimated that her video alone contributed about 5 or 6 points. Currently, his reputation points stood at 155. The rewards he received amounted to 5 Beast Spirit Pills. One must admit, this reward was immensely satisfying. Chao-Ching's supply of awakening pills had dwindled to just 1. The Beast Spirit Pills, which were essential for attracting animals, were completely depleted. The practicality of these 2 types of pills far surpassed that of others, resulting in high demand. Due to the scarcity of pills, Chao-Ching had to plan accordingly. Moreover, the utility of Beast Spirit Pills was even greater than that of awakening pills. Thus, it was imperative for Chao-Ching to secure Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Wei promptly returned to the administrative hall with Yu Siwen from the Human Resources Department. Yu Siwen was also in possession of the labor contract. The interview and hiring process was conducted on-site. Zhang Jingjing, having recently graduated and lacking work experience, was not financially pressed by her family, as they could support her. She had envisioned spending some time indulging in her passion for photography. This opportunity was indeed rare. The working environment at Cheng'an Zoo would perfectly align with her interests, and it even had the potential for fame. Naturally, she was exceedingly eager to embrace this chance. What delighted her even further was the surprisingly generous compensation offered by the zoo. With comprehensive benefits, a base salary of 10,000, and additional perks. Such a position was unattainable through her own efforts. Zhang Jingjing's role would be in media operations, not under Zhang Qiong's management, but rather under Tong Anqi's supervision. This arrangement was at Chao-Ching's behest, as Tong Anqi had repeatedly requested a photographer to accompany her as a dance artist. It was only fitting that Chao-Ching honored the wishes of his long-standing employee. After signing the labor contract, Zhang Jingjing officially became part of Cheng'an Zoo. Zhang Wei immediately instructed her on the operational procedures. He first directed Zhang Jingjing to send a private message to the envious girl, attaching a screenshot of the original timestamp of the video she produced. The private message read, "I possess the original screenshot. Your attempts to provoke me are futile. Delete your video immediately, or I shall make my original screenshot public. As a friend, I wish not to embarrass you." Zhang Jingjing initially believed that the other party would not be as audacious as Zhang Wei anticipated, assuming she would back down. To her astonishment, Zhang Wei's prediction was entirely accurate. The envious girl had indeed altered Zhang Jingjing's original screenshot, modifying the timestamp to appear 10 minutes earlier than hers, and posted it in advance on her account as evidence of Zhang Jingjing's supposed plagiarism. In the common understanding, anyone bold enough to release such a screenshot would surely be in the right. Zhang Jingjing began to feel apprehensive. Would her silence in the face of this obfuscation imply guilt? Zhang Wei chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured. The traffic that flows from you to her is negligible, not even 1,000th. The vast majority of viewers will swiftly move on to the next video after watching yours. The attention this matter garners is not as significant as you imagine. Yet, even that minuscule fraction of attention is sufficient for me to teach her a lesson. If your account were to publish such screenshots, it would unfairly grant her considerable traffic. Ignore her, focus on your duties, and I shall ensure she faces consequences. You are now a member of Cheng'an Zoo, and those affiliated with Cheng'an do not tolerate such injustices. After concluding, Zhang Wei requested some information from her and proceeded with preparations. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the lingering visitors began to depart one after another. It was not until nearly 7 that the last batch of guests, after taking photographs with Chao-Ching, reluctantly exited the park. Chao-Ching summoned everyone to gather in the front hall of the administration for a meeting. Today marks a triumphant opening for our zoo, and the atmosphere has been delightful. Thank you all for your hard work. Despite their long day, the staff was invigorated, responding with enthusiastic shouts. It's not tiring. Indeed, this was their first official day of work, and the influx of visitors filled them with a profound sense of accomplishment. The more they toiled, the more secure they felt about their earnings. Allow me to introduce a new colleague, Zhang Jingjing, the creator behind the viral Fire Phoenix and Azure One video. Let us extend her a warm welcome. As Zhang Jingjing stepped forward, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, followed by thunderous applause. The video had already circulated in the company group chat, garnering approximately 6.2 million likes to date, instilling a sense of pride among the staff. After all, the 2 viral chickens were now part of their zoo. Zhang Jingjing was tasked with filming and promotional work, collaborating with Tong Anqi. I hope everyone will support one another. I won't belabor the point. You're all exhausted, so head home early and rest. Off you go. With Chao-Ching's command, the crowd erupted into cheers, eagerly gathering their belongings to depart. Tong Anqi excitedly approached Zhang Jingjing, enthusiastically taking her hand and playfully exclaiming, "Finally, a photographer has arrived. I now have a partner." "Oh, hugs." Zhang Jingjing, encountering Tong Anqi up close, was utterly awestruck, especially when Tong Anqi embraced her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at Tong Anchi in disbelief, exclaiming, "Sister, you are so beautiful." Tong Anchi beamed sweetly, appraising Zhang Jingjing's figure. "You're quite lovely yourself. Those curves." As she said this, she playfully transformed into a flirtatious persona, causing Chao Cheng to twitch at the corner of his eye. Could it be that this woman had such preferences? How brazen of her, especially in his presence. Zhang Jingjing was indeed charming, albeit not as tall as Tong Anchi, possessing a petite and delicate figure. Her short hair accentuated her round, exquisite face, adorned with a few harmless freckles above her nose. However, in contrast to her frame, her ample bosom was strikingly prominent. Coupled with her slender waist, she emanated a delicate allure. Her shapely, rounded legs evoked the image of a timid supporting character from an anime. As if one stern look would compel her to retreat against a wall, her legs turned inward, clutching her skirt while exclaiming, "Don't bully me." Little did she know. When teased by Tong Anchi, Zhang Jingjing's blush deepened. Tong Anchi, mistaking her reaction for shyness, patted her chest and declared, "I am a dance artist, and from now on, we shall be partners. You will photograph me as well as the animals. Rest assured, I can handle any pose." Zhang Jingjing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she murmured, "I can do that, great." As she gazed on, she even bit her lip. Chao Cheng's eyelids twitched in response. This could spell trouble. Chapter 81. Allow us to consider it. After the others had clocked out, the cleaning crew needed to tidy up, as the amount of waste generated today was rather excessive. Chao Cheng found it necessary to enlist the monkeys and crows for assistance, and arranged for a sanitation vehicle to make 2 trips to collect the refuse. Tong Anchi took Zhang Jingjing out for dinner to foster camaraderie and discuss their future work. Only Chao Cheng, Luo Jin, and Tao Tao remained in the park. After dinner, Chao Cheng inquired about the day's revenue. Our ticket sales today amounted to 2.47 million. However, due to the limited capacity of the park, we could not accommodate so many visitors. Many purchased tickets but were unable to enter. Chao Cheng nodded in understanding. As long as the tickets haven't been checked, they can be used at any time, allowing those who bought tickets to return later. Each ticket is priced at 100 yuan, with locals receiving a 10% discount. In total, we had approximately 27,000 visitors today. Coupled with those who bought tickets but couldn't enter, Cheng'an Zoo was bustling with over 20,000 people, which is our maximum capacity. This is the culmination of Chao Cheng's efforts to build up traffic over time, from the injured South China tiger to the crow cleanup, and even the collective entrapment of endangered species. The influx of visitors has captured considerable attention, culminating in today's remarkable turnout. With 27,000 attendees, it is likely that many are aware of the overwhelming congestion and have chosen to stay away. Otherwise, this figure could have multiplied several times over. Such a level of allure is simply unattainable for a conventional zoo. However, this situation also unveils the current challenges faced by the zoo. It is simply too small. Although there is an element of excitement from the grand opening and the long-awaited surge in visitors, Yunhai City is, after all, a colossal entity with a population nearing 5 million. Moreover, those who have visited are likely to return. Even with a return to normal operations and occasional events organized by Chao Cheng, the zoo cannot accommodate such numbers. Wouldn't that be an immense waste of resources? The urgent necessity, it seems, is to expedite the expansion. Chao Cheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Luo Jin nodded in agreement, gazing at Chao Cheng with a sense of admiration. How could this man be so exceptional? Just a month ago, this place was a lifeless zoo. Now, on the very first day of its formal opening, it is bursting at the seams. The park is filled with rare animals, and not only has it incurred no expenses, but it has also secured a substantial amount of special funding. Given this trend, the number of visitors to the zoo is bound to increase rather than diminish. It is indeed time for an expansion. After a moment of quiet delight, Luo Jin added, "By the way, the wild boar meat alone has brought in 15,000. Chao Cheng was taken aback. The 3 wild boars sold for a staggering 30,000 yuan. With costs covered by Song Xingjia, even after expenses, there remains a significant surplus. However, Chao Cheng did not anticipate profiting from the wild boar meat. It was merely a means to create a lively atmosphere with a unique culinary offering to attract visitors. Yes, we should consider starting the expansion, he mused. How much do we currently have? He inquired. Excluding the special funding, about 8.92 million, Luo Jin replied. Chao Cheng asked, puzzled, why exclude the special funding? Luo Jin, surprised, replied in a hushed tone, special funding means it is designated for specific purposes, exclusively for rare animals. Chao Cheng retorted, displeased, who am I buying land and expanding for? Is it for my own benefit? Without expansion, where will they have space to roam? Luo Jin blinked, realizing he had a point. That makes sense, she thought. No, it can't be. How could Boss Chow be wrong? He can't be wrong. Otherwise, what would happen to all those rare animals? So we have 11.92 million. Luo Jin smiled, Her lips pursed. Chao Qing nodded. Perfect. Tonight, let's go hunting for pigs and consult Brother Zhou. At 8 o'clock, in Bionic Village, the village committee. Dikingzi led a group of farmers from the North Mountain area into the village committee. Upon entering, he impatiently addressed Secretary Zhao. Why the constant pushing? The agricultural protection team is currently hunting wild boars. They were just gathered around Captain Lu's command vehicle, chasing after the boars. It's quite a spectacle. A large pack of hunting dogs pursuing and cornering wild boars. It's thrilling and utterly enjoyable. Yet, the assistant keeps urging us to come here, claiming Secretary Zhao has called for a meeting. Secretary Zhao, suppressing his anger, said directly, do you intend to employ the official agricultural protection team or not? Director Zhou from the city personally inquired about the situation in the South Mountain area and whether you need assistance from the official agricultural protection team. If not, they will head to the neighboring village today. Indeed, Zhou Yishan had called to inquire about this matter, urging Secretary Zhao to ascertain whether the South Mountain area required the protection team's assistance. As a leader, his perspective naturally transcends that of these individuals. Whether in the South Mountain area or the North Mountain area, be it Baiyang Village or Heishui Village, any issues must be reported to the city. Zhou Yishan would not neglect the situation due to distrust in the South Mountain area. Upon receiving Zhou Yishan's call, Secretary Zhao felt immense shame, recognizing that as a village cadre, he had committed an error in his ideological awareness. His resentment towards village head Li Hua and Dikingzi had led him to stubbornly refrain from convening a meeting to discuss this matter. However, once Zhou Yishan made the call, he promptly acknowledged his mistake. Although Dikingzi was detestable, the other farmers in the South Mountain area were innocent. If the farmers suffered losses, the ultimate responsibility would still fall on him. Dikingzi, growing impatient, exclaimed, are you done yet? Have you received some kickbacks? Why are you always pushing us to use the official agricultural protection team? We've already paid Captain Lu and the others, and the wild boar situation is well under control. We killed for last night. You were duped yesterday, weren't you? Trying to drag us down with you? Upon hearing this, Secretary Zhao slammed the table in anger. Who are you talking to? If you don't want it, just shut your mouth. You lot. Speak up. Do you need the help or not? Let me tell you. The official agricultural protection team is far superior to your overpriced team. The dogs you hired are nothing compared to the tigers used by the official team. You only killed for last night. Yesterday, the North Mountain area took down over 30 wild boars. Do you really think that's why they are heading to the next village? Secretary Zhao slammed the table, exuding a sense of frustration. Some farmers behind Dikingzi began to waver. They had indeed heard about the official agricultural protection team taking down over 30 wild boars with tigers the previous night. However, the story seemed too sensational to be credible, bordering on the absurd, hence they were skeptical. They assumed it was merely jealousy from the North Mountain area over the South Mountain area, hiring a useful protection team. Yet now, with Secretary Zhao also asserting this, the possibility seemed more plausible. After all, such a significant village secretary could not be fabricating stories. Dikingzi, however, scoffed, raising his hand. All right. You're impressive. I get it. No need for tigers. How about a divine beast, the white tiger? Fine. Let us say you killed 10,000 last night, all right? The official agricultural protection team is powerful. We just can't afford them. We can only hire those who kill for a night. With that, Dikingzi sneered and exited the room. After a couple of seconds, he returned, shouting at the farmers from the South Mountain area, if you choose to believe him, then hire them. Captain Lu's fee is non-refundable. You can spend your own money to hire them. I'm not getting involved. And from now on, if anything happens, don't come looking for me, Dikingzi. With that, he turned and left. Secretary Zhao, fuming, looked at the farmers from the South Mountain area. These farmers were all from the mountain villages, lacking experience and capability, their minds consumed by a narrow-minded, petty farming mentality. Expecting them to suddenly see through the current situation was nothing short of a joke. Their land and Dikingzi's were intertwined. Although Dikingzi was unscrupulous, it was undeniable that he belonged to the capable class. His brother-in-law was the village head, and he often interacted with the outside world, well-versed in various social situations. They always felt they had to rely on Dikingzi for anything. Moreover, they had indeed paid Captain Lu's fee. Another request was made to summon the official agricultural protection team. I shall first observe the effectiveness of this protective team, I stated. Indeed. Let us first assess the situation. Secretary Zhao, may we take some time to deliberate? Lu, the team leader here, has only been present for 3 days. And today marks the second. If their performance is lacking, we shall then invite the official protection team. Chapter 82. Please provide me with some land to utilize. As these words were spoken, the farmers of Nanshan district began to exit. Secretary Zhao, filled with frustration, shouted, ignorance. I have already stated that the official protection team has been dispatched to other villages. You may summon them whenever you wish. Do you think I would deceive you? As he voiced his concerns, The farmers hastened their departure. Before Secretary Zhao could finish his sentence, the area was completely vacated. They were indeed wavering. Yet they wished to investigate further. Was it truly a tiger? Did it genuinely take down over 30 wild boars in a single night? It was acceptable to wait until they gathered more information before making a request. Director Zhou had personally called to inquire and express concern. Surely the city would provide assistance when the time came. However, among those who had fled, one individual harbored ulterior motives. Instead of returning to the Nanshan district, he rode his electric bike to the neighboring village. During the night, Liu, the team leader of the agricultural protection team in Nanshan district, managed to take down 2 wild boars. Yesterday, they had achieved a commendable feat by capturing 4. This area had an abundance of wild boars, making it easier for the hunting dogs and the team to operate. Generally, a protection team would capture 1 to 2 wild boars per night, while exceeding 3 was considered exceptional. Yet yesterday, they were perplexed by the sound of thunder echoing from the mountains. Following that thunder, wild boars ceased to appear. Otherwise, they felt they could have captured more. The roar of the tiger from earlier had reverberated through the forest, resembling thunder. As the sound traveled further, those unacquainted with the true roar of a tiger found it difficult to discern. Today, primarily due to an injury sustained by one of the hunting dogs, team leader Liu was in a foul mood, lamenting to the residents of Nanshan district about the significant losses incurred. Treating the dog would require substantial funds. And while the profits were minimal, the costs were exceedingly high. Meanwhile, Chao Cheng had ventured to the neighboring Heishui village. Similar to the previous day, Zhou Yishan and Song Taizhan were present. Accompanying Chao Cheng today was only Zhang Wei, who arrived at 9 o'clock. By around 11, Chao Cheng, accompanied by the formidable tiger, had dispatched 23 wild boars, leaving onlookers utterly astounded. Since the official agricultural protection team had made its first appearance yesterday, many were curious about the results. However, due to time constraints, they had been unable to reach Baiyang village. Thus, today, villagers from other affected areas were keenly observing the actions of the official team. The seasoned farmers, preoccupied with their land-related concerns, were highly attentive. 6 or 7 villagers and village officials from Heishui village gathered to witness the wild boar hunt. Upon seeing a tiger emerge from the vehicle, even though it had been previously dispersed far away, they were still struck with fear. One farmer, in his panic, stumbled and fell into a roadside ditch. As Chao Cheng and the tiger hunted down over 20 wild boars, the crowd was in awe. Just as he announced the conclusion of the hunt, a villager from the neighboring Beijidian village rushed over to report that they too had spotted wild boar tracks during the night. It was evident that the presence of Beijidian villagers at the scene had led to this news being relayed back to their village. The village officials quickly organized a search for the wild boars in the fields, aiming to intercept the official protection team and resolve their own issues first. These individuals were well aware that after tonight, the official agricultural protection team would become exceedingly sought after. The mere fee of 5,000 yuan was a bargain. Even 15,000 yuan would be worth it given the efficiency of wild boar hunting. Moreover, the official team promised a lasting solution and aftercare. Zhou Yishan did not take offense at the actions of Beijidian village. Rather, it underscored the suffering the common folk endured due to the wild boar problem. The villagers of Beijidian were united in their efforts, demonstrating remarkable initiative even in the dead of night. Thus, Zhou Yishan conferred with Chao Cheng, who readily agreed to head to Beijidian village. Fortunately, the village officials and residents of Beijidian were astute, and Chao Cheng managed to hunt down 41 wild boars in their territory. Had they remained idle, the village would have faced significant losses that night. Chao Cheng hunted from 11 o'clock until 3:30 in the morning. After dispatching 41 wild boars, he commanded the tiger to roar, ensuring that no wild boars would be present that night. The villagers of Beijidian were immensely grateful, feeling that the 5,000 yuan fee was insufficient and offering an array of cured meats and local specialties. To their surprise, as the hours passed, more villagers gathered, and Chao Cheng found himself unable to leave. They blocked his path, nearly kneeling in reverence, pleading for him to let the tiger roar at least once more to safeguard their crops. With Zhou Yishan present as the supervising authority, it was impossible to disregard their pleas. Even Chao Cheng felt a twinge of sympathy as he witnessed the heartfelt emotions of the villagers, some of whom wept openly. Given their age, it was a heart-wrenching sight. Thus, Chao Cheng proceeded to visit 4 additional villages, allowing the tiger to roar through the mountains without the need to hunt any more wild boars. By around 6 in the morning, the work was completed. Chao Cheng returned the tiger to the zoo, and Zhou Yishan accompanied him, having been invited to breakfast. As they settled down, the sky began to brighten. They found a local bun shop and ordered breakfast. "Ah, what a night it has been. I truly appreciate your efforts, my friend. Allow me to raise a cup in your honor," Zhou Yishan said earnestly as he poured a cup of tea. Chao Cheng quickly interjected, No, no. Since you call me brother, it would be an affront to me. I have seldom encountered leaders like you who tirelessly accompany farmers through the night. If anyone deserves respect, it is you. As they exchanged pleasantries, both raised their cups and savored the warmth of the tea. Chao Cheng then broached a subject. Actually, I wanted to inquire about something, Brother Zhou. Speak on, Zhou Yishan encouraged, his demeanor becoming serious. I plan to expand the zoo, intending to develop towards the northern mountain. The land extending from my zoo to Feitsue Mountain is all barren. I wish to understand the regulations surrounding this area. Are the procedures complex, and is the land expensive? Zhou Yishan sighed and smiled wryly. My dear Chao, in this vast Yunhai city, there is no such thing as barren land. What you refer to is classified as forestry land, which has always been an ecological red line for land development. Yunhai City, nestled amidst mountains and waters, has indeed contemplated the path of distinctive economic development. The idea of converting forestry land into commercial zones for robust development has been considered, yet significant obstacles remain. The vast majority of industrial and commercial endeavors tend to result in ecological degradation, thereby complicating the approval process. Lacking the support of capital, Yunhai City faces exorbitant trial and error costs if it were to venture forth independently. Zhou Yishan expressed this sentiment with great subtlety, but Chao Cheng easily discerned the underlying message. In summary, the situation could be encapsulated in a single word: poverty. Yunhai City struggles without a pillar industry, leaving its municipal finances lacking in confidence. Otherwise, there would be no need for capitalists. They could undertake the venture themselves. The notion of high trial and error costs essentially translates to Yunhai City being unable to afford the losses. Brother Zhou, I am managing a zoo here. If there is ecological damage, what does that have to do with my zoo? Chao Cheng countered. Nevertheless, these rare animals indeed require the pristine ecological environment provided by the mountains. Zhou Yishan was momentarily taken aback, then slapped his forehead. I can't stay up late at my age. After a sleepless night, my mind feels like mush. Indeed, Chao Cheng is running a zoo, and he possesses the expertise to handle rare animals. Who would dare associate him with ecological destruction? Chao Cheng continued, beyond mountains and trees. Wild animals are also pivotal to the ecosystem. Selling the land to me would not only benefit the survival and reproduction of the wild animals in my zoo, but also bolster local finances and pave the way for future related industries. Can you imagine if the Chang'an Zoo could host 30 rare animals, or perhaps 300, or even 3,000? Zhou Yishan's face flushed with excitement. Revealing their sole information gap, they were unaware of Chao Cheng's confidence in securing 300 or 3,000 animals. However, since Chao Cheng had expressed such optimism, there must be hope for it. If 3,000 animals could be procured, it would not only elevate the Chang'an Zoo, but also catalyze a distinctive industry in Yunhai City, with countless sectors poised for growth. Brother Chao, you truly have confidence in this? Zhou Yishan inquired eagerly. Chao Cheng smiled enigmatically, replying, that depends on your confidence. Zhou Yishan suddenly realized that Chao Cheng was inviting him to collaborate, to participate deeply in this endeavor. Zhou Yishan would exert influence in official circles, while Chao Cheng would work diligently beneath. A formidable partnership was forming. Excellent. I shall return and discuss this with Secretary Bai immediately. However, selling the land to you may prove challenging. Consider this a preemptive warning. Would a leasing arrangement be feasible? Chao Cheng pondered for a moment, effectively seeking confirmation from the system. A lease could indeed be regarded as an expansion of his Beast Taming Sect. The system affirmed this, stating that in the realm of cultivation, expanding the Beast Taming Sect does not necessitate prior land acquisition. One can simply occupy it. Very well. Chao Cheng nodded. I shall return now. Secretary Bai holds you in high regard. Coupled with Professor Ning's appreciation from the province, this endeavor is bound to come to fruition. Chao Cheng nodded in agreement and cautioned, if this materializes, I have a small condition. The land north of Jadeite Mountain must not be allocated to anyone else. Zhou Yishan laughed heartily. Rest assured, aside from you, it's unlikely anyone could navigate the forestry land in Yunhai City. After breakfast, Zhou Yishan escorted Chao Cheng back to the zoo before heading straight to the municipal hall. He needed to relay this news to Bai without delay. It was only around 7 o'clock, yet several influencers had already begun to congregate at the entrance of Chang'an Zoo, ready to rush in for views as soon as the gates opened. Some looked up in confusion at the ravens flying overhead. What could those ravens possibly be doing? They observed as the ravens soared through the sky, each clutching a 175L mineral water bottle, with handles attached. These ravens were busily ferrying the bottles between the zoo and the distant mountains. Due to their altitude, onlookers could not discern whether the bottles contained water, but curiosity compelled them to capture the moment. Upon returning to the zoo, Chao Cheng approached the pool prepared for the golden turtle, only to find it filled with water. Though it appeared modest, this was indeed dew, painstakingly gathered by Huan and the raven flock. leaf by leaf. The effort and difficulty of such a task were self-evident. Wincy, perched in the branches, felt an itch in its gums. Though it had no teeth, it was simply a moment of restlessness. What a grand affair. As the master of my first spirit beast, I have never experienced such luxury. Seizing the opportunity before anyone else arrived, Chao Cheng placed the golden turtle egg into the pool, cleverly camouflaging it among the natural roots. H1 would personally oversee it. Although the zoo was soon to expand, necessitating a larger pool, the immediate priority was to hatch the egg. With the golden turtle egg settled, Chao Cheng accessed the system. Current sect reputation, 154. Last night's hunt of wild boars had left several villagers and local officials astounded, adding 2 points to his reputation. The remaining 5 points had accumulated steadily from yesterday afternoon to this morning, clearly a result of the viral video featuring Zhang Jingjing. The acquired reward was termed Jade Tree Flourishing Array. Jade Tree Flourishing Array, a unique formation for cultivating spirit plants, allowing the plants nurtured within the formation to be endowed with a spiritual advantage. This formation was likely devised by the Beast Taming Sect to cultivate food for certain avian or herbivorous spirit beasts, as spirit beasts cannot subsist solely on medicinal pills. Unlike the expansive formations of Taihe Yanyuan Domain, which warranted its designation as a domain, the Jade Tree Flourishing Array is a relatively small-scale formation that requires no focal point but consumes substantial spiritual energy to establish. Chao Cheng momentarily pondered its application. Perhaps he could cultivate some spiritual herbs for the ravens? After all, they still needed to forage daily. Aside from H1, all the other ravens, while having developed a degree of spiritual intelligence and enhanced their physiques, had not undergone his contract and therefore did not qualify as spirit beasts. Their method of enhancement currently relied solely on beast spirit pills. However, he could not continuously use his beast spirit pills to convert into water. Not only would it waste a significant amount of medicinal potency, but the effects would also diminish. These pills were intended to facilitate a complete transformation for spirit beasts. As Chao Cheng contemplated this matter, he returned to the management hall. The zoo opened at 8 o'clock, and the crowd was as dense as the previous day, buzzing with excitement. At 8:10, Zhang Qiu cautiously ascended to the second floor of the management hall. Chao Cheng was in the process of boiling water. "Boss, you called for me?" Zhang Qiu inquired, sitting obediently. Take a seat." Chao Cheng gestured towards the stool at the dining table while rummaging through a pile of local specialties given to him last night from Beiji village. Zhang Qiu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately settled onto a stool, quietly awaiting Chao Cheng. Soon, Chao Cheng unearthed a large barrel of tea leaves, filled to the brim in a cardboard tube that had yet to be labeled. Chao Cheng approached the table, brewing tea with boiling water. While addressing the somewhat anxious Zhang Qiu, "Young man, your insight is remarkably sharp. I just watched that video, and it has garnered an astonishing 10.5 million likes. A video with such acclaim was discovered by you at an early stage." Zhang Qiu immediately exhaled in relief, realizing that his boss was praising him for uncovering the video of Zhang Jingjing the day prior. "Please, boss, refrain from showering me with compliments, or I might start to float away. Isn't this just part of my job?" he replied bashfully. Chao Cheng chuckled as he poured Zhang Qiu a cup of tea. "It's merely part of the job, yet many fail to perform it well," he commended. Zhang Qiu's early discovery of a potential viral video, coupled with his immediate thought to collaborate with Zhang Jingjing on a series of themed videos featuring other animals, exemplified his capability, especially considering he was still a university student. With a bit of honing, he would undoubtedly emerge as a valuable asset. Zhang Qiu quickly interjected, "In truth, videos with such singular attributes are prone to fleeting popularity. They ascend rapidly yet decline just as swiftly, as they lack depth and substance worth savoring. Once people have watched them, they tend to forget, and we can only capitalize on the fleeting trend as much as possible. Ultimately, the outcome is uncertain." Indeed, the video's momentum had plateaued, hovering at around 10.5 million likes, showing little sign of further growth. Chao Cheng smiled, recognizing the young man's excessive humility. He seemed to fear that his subsequent management of Zhang Jingjing's account might not yield commendable results, thereby rendering his earlier praise unwarranted. "Oh, what do you believe constitutes something deserving of reflection with a slower decline in popularity? Please share your insights," encouraged Chao Cheng. Seeing Chao Cheng's interest, Zhang Qiu took a deep breath. "I believe that sustained popularity requires a compelling narrative. For instance, consider our golden pheasant. An extraordinarily vibrant golden pheasant may quickly fade from memory, as beauty is abundant. However, if we imbue it with a story, a couple traveling the world live streaming their love, with the girl sporting colorful hair like a punk, who rescue an ordinary golden pheasant during their journey. Tragically, the girl soon passes away, revealing that she was battling a terminal illness and that their journey was to fulfill her final wish. After managing her affairs, The boy tearfully tells the concerned viewers that his girlfriend is now free. He hopes that the golden pheasant can find the same freedom. And so he releases it into the wild. The golden pheasant then soars multiple times before him, each flight revealing a more dazzling plumage, reminiscent of his girlfriend's vibrant hair. Such a tale has the potential to linger in the digital realm for quite some time. After finishing, Zhang Xiu quickly added with a giggle, "Boss, I know this story is a bit far-fetched and rather cliched. My main point is that we cannot force stories. Doing so may lead to unintended consequences. A good story is serendipitous and cannot be manufactured." Chao Qing nodded with a smile. "You articulated that remarkably well. I have great faith in you. Now let us enjoy our tea." Flustered by the praise, Zhang Xiu lifted his cup and took a sip, exclaiming, "Wow, boss. This tea is incredibly fragrant. Even someone like me, who knows little about tea, can sense the difference. This must be quite expensive." Chao Qing took a sip himself, finding it undeniably aromatic. He glanced at the paper tube, puzzled. "It shouldn't be. This appears to be the wild tea they dry in the village." Zhang Xiu nodded with a grin. "Oh, I see. Regardless, I truly don't understand tea. It always seems that the value is merely in the name. The expensive ones are exorbitantly priced, while the cheap ones are disregarded. I feel like your tea is even more fragrant than those that cost 1,000 or 1,800. As he spoke, he took another sip, essentially trying to flatter his boss. Upon hearing Zhang Xiu's words, a sudden clarity dawned on Chao Qing. Chapter 84, 3,000 acres for 1 yuan. Zhang Xiu's remarks had illuminated a path for Chao Qing, who said that the Beast Master array must only be utilized for spiritual beasts. He was currently in dire need of funds. Money was crucial. Zhang Xiu's words had sparked inspiration within him. 3 cups of wine for a world of dust. A pot of tea for a grand undertaking. Tea and wine are unique cultural symbols of Huaxia, especially holding an irreplaceable status among the affluent. Consequently, they harbor unimaginable profits. The margins can exceed hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times the cost. However, this very allure has drawn countless investors into the tea and wine industries, with the majority ultimately fading away. The brand perception of tea and wine is deeply entrenched. Motai and Wuliangya, Shifeng Longjing and Dahongpo. Attempting to establish a tea or wine brand that rivals them in Huaxia is akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, Chao Qing felt a surge of confidence. He believed he could certainly give it a try, utilizing this wild tea that had long been overlooked in the mountains. Moreover, Zhang Xiu's narrative theory had significantly bolstered his confidence. Indeed, even with his cultivation abilities and assurance that the tea he produced would be embraced, he still needed an opportunity to break through, to make his tea a sensation. A story, that was just the ticket. Tea with a story could not be compared to tea without one. "You truly are a talent," Chao Qing exclaimed, giving Zhang Xiu a hearty pat on the shoulder. Zhang Xiu, startled, nearly spilled his tea, smiling while feeling somewhat bewildered by the sudden, emphatic compliment. Meanwhile, at the Yunhai City Hall, a standing committee meeting was underway, discussing whether to allow the Cheng'an Zoo to acquire the land from the Third Ring Road to Emerald Mountain. Unsurprisingly, the topic sparked contention. According to the information brought back by Zhou Yishan, Chao Qing's desired land area was at least 2,000 acres, if not more. Yet his available funds seemed pitifully scant, just over 10 million. Someone remarked, although Boss Chao has made significant contributions, such as rescuing the South China tiger and aiding the city in solving major cases, we simply cannot apply for this price from above. Such a sum could easily lead to accusations of national asset loss. This was indeed a factual statement. The conversion of forestry land use was beyond the city's authority, and even the province would not dare to approve such a price. This was bordering on criminality. City leadership was generally reluctant to obstruct this matter, but the procedural hurdles were insurmountable. He took a deep breath, stating, "This decision is closely related to the Forestry Bureau. I wish to hear Director Zhou's opinion. This is a standing committee meeting, and Zhou Yishan can only sit against the wall, entirely devoid of the right to speak." At this moment, Bai Hetong has called on him. Zhou Yishan slowly rises. "In truth, I do have a somewhat immature idea. Since the nature of the land is an immovable iron mountain, let us not alter its designation. Instead, we can experiment with a franchising approach. We shall not sell the land, merely grant authorization. Assign the special use of forest land for the development and construction of a zoo. His enterprise will enjoy all legal revenue rights from the park, while we retain the power of oversight and revenue-sharing taxation. This merely adds dual functions of ecological protection and wildlife breeding to the forestry land." This statement has indeed captured everyone's attention, not changing the land's nature, merely enhancing its functions. Thus, the city could easily give the green light. This poses no difficulty at all. Minister of Propaganda Zhou Lida timely added, "To my knowledge, Director Zhou has been preoccupied with the rampant wild boar issue these past few days. Mr. Chao, accompanied by the South China tiger, has reportedly cleared nearly 100 wild boars within 2 days. His remarkable beast taming abilities are truly astonishing. Is he not the very embodiment of ecological protection? I find this entirely feasible. Zhou Yishan nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of the matter. The surrounding city officials also nodded in unison, engaging in hushed conversations. Once Bai Hetong deemed the discussion sufficiently concluded, he gently tapped the conference table. I believe that the franchising model is entirely viable. An zoo currently houses 32 rare wild animals. Even Professor Ning from the province highly endorses this initiative. This indeed underscores Mr. Chao's significant contribution to our city's environmental and wildlife conservation efforts. Furthermore, it could potentially carve a path for us toward a distinctive industry. This holds immeasurable benefits for the city's northern expansion. I have great optimism for this. Therefore, let us initially allocate 3,000 acres of land for him. As for the resource usage fee for the land franchise, I propose it be set at 1 yuan. As soon as the words fell, the conference room fell into a profound silence. 1 yuan. The city leaders' minds momentarily malfunctioned. However, upon further contemplation, they began to grasp the underlying implications. It is likely that Zhou Yishan and Zhou Lida were both privy to the insider's knowledge. This matter had long been highly endorsed by Secretary Bai. It is even possible that an unspoken agreement had already been reached with Chao Cheng. Charging 1 yuan merely serves to satisfy the formal procedural requirement. Since this is not a sale, it does not entail any risk of national asset loss. Rather, it fully demonstrates the city's trust and immense support for Chao Cheng. This is a strategic move to win Chao Cheng's favor. Yet, many were profoundly astonished. Bai Hetong was essentially gambling, especially with that statement about the city's northern expansion. He is betting that Chao Cheng alone can stimulate the development of a distinctive industry and subsequently direct the next key planning for urban construction through the zoo. This requires immense courage. Should this gamble fail, that 1 yuan will become the greatest blunder of Bai Hetong's decision-making. Of course, if it fails, charging 1 yuan is no different from charging 10 million. Even if Yunhai City is impoverished, 10 million is hardly a trivial matter. However, 1 yuan would render Bai Hetong a laughingstock, potentially costing him his position as the city's #1 official. Yet, if successful, that 1 yuan will stand as the testament to Bai Hetong's most monumental decision. This is a grand gamble on his political future. Some individuals were invigorated by Bai Hetong's confidence, yet others were less assured. Yes, Chao Cheng is undoubtedly exceptional, a remarkable figure with countless achievements. However, relying on one individual to transform the entire landscape of Yunhai City is still beyond their imagination. This is the reality. Nevertheless, today Bai Hetong has spoken, and the standing committee members unanimously raised their hands in approval. This grand gamble, if lost, Bai Hetong bears the brunt. If won, all shall rise with him. Who could possibly abstain? Who would dare to dissent? In the blink of an eye, a day has passed, and night has returned. Chao Cheng once again ventured into the mountains with the South China tiger. In just 2 nights, the prowess of the fierce beast had significantly improved. Although still at the mid-stage of qi refining, its foundation had solidified, and its cultivation was remarkably stable. The physical strength had surged by approximately 60%. This was a visibly formidable enhancement. Now, with a casual swipe, it could shatter the skull of a wild boar. However, Chao Cheng advised it to restrain its might, lest it attract undue attention. Today, Chao Cheng arrived at the 4th village. Meanwhile, in Baiyang village, located in the southern mountainous region, intense conflict erupted. You cannot leave. What time is it? You promised 3 days, and after just 1 wild boar, you want to abandon us. The villagers vociferously rebuked Captain Liu. Captain Liu, seething with rage, retorted, "Did you not see that I lost a dog? One was injured yesterday, and today another perished. Do you have any idea how much that cost me? I've already incurred losses from this deal. I Haven't even demanded compensation from you." Someone shouted back, "You earn your living from this. The death of your dog is your issue. Is it acceptable to take the money without fulfilling your duties?" A fierce argument ensued. At this moment, the oil worker had retrieved the deceased hunting dog from the scene. Such a large dog, lying in a pool of blood, was indeed a gruesome sight. The other dogs appeared fierce and menacing, silencing the villagers' outcry. Captain Liu, still fuming, grumbled a few more complaints before driving away. The farmers of the southern mountainous area stood dumbfounded. Captain Liu's protective team had only managed to take down 7 wild boars over 3 days. Whether the wild boar problem had been thoroughly resolved remained uncertain. Just as the crowd was in a daze, a farmer who had secretly followed the official protective team to Heishui village and Beijidian village rushed over, his face etched with urgency. Pointing at Captain Liu's convoy, he exclaimed, Hey, why are they leaving?" Someone quickly explained that a dog had died, and he was quitting. The farmer slapped his thigh and urged, "Hurry, Come with me to summon the official protective team. I didn't sleep all night. I followed the official team to Heishui village and Beijidian village. They are truly remarkable. A man accompanied by a tiger. They took down over 60 wild boars overnight. This morning, I didn't rest either. I went with them to collect the wild boar carcasses. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Over 60 boars. 5,000 yuan, no restrictions on land. And they guarantee cleanup until it's done. I just woke up after a sleepless night and rushed to notify you. Chapter 85. The protective team is not just for your village. The other farmers from the southern mountainous area were all left in shock. Old Zhu, are you serious? Someone nudged Old Zhu. Old Zhu, pounding his thigh, insisted, why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes. Now, everyone in the vicinity knows. Feel free to inquire at Heishui village or Beijidian village. Some individuals have friends or relatives in the neighboring village. In a moment, several people made phone calls to confirm. It was not that they disbelieved Old Zhu. They had already placed their trust in him. However, the understanding of the average person had not yet fully adapted to the situation. They required verification. Moments later, several individuals hung up the phone, exclaiming in astonishment. By the heavens, it is indeed true. Their frustration was directed toward Captain Liu. The official agricultural protection team could handle dozens of wild boars in a single night, while a single village would only earn 5,000. Captain Liu's team had managed to collect 25,000 from their land. Had the northern mountain region consented at that time, the sum would have reached 50,000. This price differential was tenfold. The effectiveness was also tenfold, but in the opposite direction. The most critical issue was that they had not resolved their problems before departing. Yes, to the northern mountain region. Quickly, seek out Secretary Zhao. Hurry, hurry. In an instant, everyone rushed towards Secretary Zhao's residence. De Kingzi, left behind, lost his imposing demeanor and, feeling dejected, sought out Li Hua. It was just past 10 o'clock, and Secretary Zhao had yet to retire for the night. Suddenly, he was roused by the sound of frantic knocking at the door. The village was small, and the commotion drew a crowd from several alleys. Most of the farmers from the northern mountain region had gathered as well. When Secretary Zhao opened the door, he bellowed, "What is all this noise about? Are wolves attacking?" The farmers urgently replied, "Secretary Zhao, please contact the official agricultural protection team. We need them to clear out the wild boars here as well." Secretary Zhao scoffed, "Why contact the official agricultural protection team? Did you not hire an even more formidable protection team from outside? How can the two teams work together without interfering with one another? Let your team handle it properly." Someone interjected hastily, "That protection team is utterly ineffective. In 3 days, they have hardly captured any wild boars. After losing a dog, they turned hostile and have already departed. Our money has been wasted." "Indeed, Secretary Zhao, we recognize our mistake, and I shall apologize to you later. Please assist us. The matters concerning our fields are paramount." Secretary Zhao sighed deeply, looking at the group with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "What good does apologizing to me do? The official agricultural protection team is an official entity, not from our Baiyang village, who in the surrounding 10 miles does not require a protection team. Today, both Guacan and Nanjiadian village have received reports of wild boar sightings. The official protection team has long since gone there. Other villages are queuing up behind them. We are the first village they rush to help. Oh, do you think they will abandon other villages just to come here for you? Who among you has the audacity to approach Director Zhou? I certainly do not." A farmer, agitated, retorted, "Secretary Zhao, you cannot speak to us like that. You are an official of Baiyang village. You must consider our interests." Secretary Zhao slammed his fist against the iron door, creating a resounding echo that interrupted the clamor. "Do you think I do not consider you? Did I not advocate for you yesterday? When Director Zhou asked me, he expressed a desire to prioritize our village's issues. I asked you whether you wanted to proceed, and what did you say? Answer me." By the end of his tirade, Secretary Zhao struck the door once more. The farmers from the southern mountain region lowered their heads in shame. Just yesterday, Secretary Zhao had earnestly implored them. De Kingzi had openly challenged him. As a village official, Secretary Zhao had patiently negotiated with the other farmers. Yet, they had merely murmured their agreement, only to follow De Kingzi's lead. A group of ignorant ingrates. They had spurned his goodwill and now had the audacity to come to him with their grievances. "Now you tell me. Director Zhou is at Nanjiadian village with the official agricultural protection team. How can I approach them? How can I plead? If Director Zhou were to inquire about my whereabouts yesterday, what could I possibly say? If anyone is shameless enough to go, I will take you there, and you can plead yourself." In the village, maintaining face was of utmost importance. They could accept if Secretary Zhao were to lose face on their behalf. However, to expect them to go themselves was another matter entirely. They all fell silent. Furthermore, the task was undeniably daunting. It seemed impossible. Moreover, if they proceeded in this manner, the people from the other villages would never agree, and conflict would inevitably arise. De Kingzi, It is all his fault. They resolved to seek him out. He must take responsibility for the matter. Yes, off to find Dikengzi. A wave of shame washed over the farmers of the southern mountain region. Since there was no hope in pursuing the official agricultural protection team, they would have to turn to Dikengzi. Had it not been for Dikengzi's public confrontation with Secretary Zhao yesterday, their resolve would not have wavered. Whether it was finding another protection team or persuading Captain Liu to return, it all fell upon Dikengzi to manage. They could not afford to invest another penny. To do so would lead to ruin. Chao Cheng had been busy for the better part of the night. It was past 2 in the morning by the time he finished his work. After securing the tiger, Song Taizhan and the others disbanded. Chao Cheng climbed into Zhou Yishan's vehicle. As soon as they met, they began discussing matters. Yet Zhou Yishan had not yet had the opportunity to delve into the land issue with Chao Cheng. The city had approved 3,000 acres for a duration of 50 years, with a resource usage fee of just 1 yuan. However, the tax on the zoo would increase by 5. Moreover, the construction area within the plot could not exceed 40 acres, in order to preserve the ecological environment as much as possible. Chao Cheng exclaimed in delight, 1 yuan? You must be jesting. Zhou Yishan smiled, his expression clearly indicating that he was not joking. Chao Cheng slapped his hands together in joy. Haha, thank you, thank you. An increase in tax is inconsequential. And as for the construction area, how could it possibly reach 40 acres? It will hardly even utilize 30. Rest assured, the 40 acres of the 3,000 would amount to 1,200 acres. A commercial development of 20 buildings, along with landscaping, would only require around 200 acres. Even if Chao Cheng were granted the freedom to construct without restriction, his finances would barely cover the construction of a few buildings. Given that the city only charged 1 yuan, the saved funds could be redirected to expand the zoo's foundational infrastructure. It is known that construction is the most costly endeavor. A 200-acre development project would start at a cost of several billion. Furthermore, Chao Cheng aimed to create a forest-themed zoo. It appeared he needed to embark on some highly profitable projects. Thus, Chao Cheng recalled the tea he had discovered. Brother Zhou, yesterday in Beijiadian village, the locals gifted me some tea leaves. I found it quite delightful. Do you know what kind of tea it is? Zhou Yishan pondered for a moment before realizing, I know what you are referring to. It is a type of wild tea they discovered in the mountains. It is quite suitable for making white tea, and later, they cultivated some by hand. It has become a characteristic industry for both Nanjiadian and Beijiadian villages. However, it has yet to gain traction in the market. I have tried it, and it is indeed quite good. The process is very simple, but they have struggled to find a market. It seems that few households are engaged in this tea business now. Chapter 86. The Aviary Pavilion? The Xianyu Pavilion. Chao Cheng nodded. So this is the flavor of white tea, refreshing and elegant, penetrating to the very core of one's being. Moreover, the market remains untapped, and Chao Cheng secretly resolved. This is the tea I need. Now, all that remains is a fortuitous opportunity. The following morning, bright and early, Chao Cheng took Zhang Wei to the municipal hall. They signed the agreement for the concession rights to 3,000 acres of land and paid a nominal fee of $1 for resource usage. In Yanhai City, the previous development strategy focused primarily on the south and west, as the north and east are dominated by towering mountains. Particularly to the north, it is a continuous range of peaks, with only a single inner-city highway winding through the mountains, connecting to Dongling City while laying the groundwork for future mountain development. Unexpectedly, this solitary road incurred astronomical costs, leading to the downfall of the previous secretary. Now, the parcel of land Chao Cheng secured is bordered to the south by the Cheng'an Zoo and to the west by the Chuan Mountain Highway, encompassing approximately 2,000 acres of wasteland and around 1,000 acres of Emerald Mountain and Buddha Light Mountain to the north. Emerald Mountain is wide and gently sloping, while Buddha Light Mountain rises steeply behind it. Ascending Buddha Light Mountain is perilous, as 3 sides are extremely steep, making any approach from Emerald Mountain equally hazardous. The prospect of development is fraught with challenges. Chao Cheng and Zhang Wei emerged from the municipal hall, and a system prompt appeared before him. To expand the territory of the Beast Master Sect, reputation 30. Current sect reputation, 184. Rewards obtained, 1 year of cultivation. Rewards obtained, minor achievement and formation. Rewards obtained, blueprint for Xianyu Pavilion. Bathed in sunlight, Chao Cheng stretched his arms wide, feeling every pore of his body open, as spiritual energy surged into him like a vast ocean. He had finally broken through to the late stage of qi refinement. Chao Cheng sensed his Danxi transform from a small pond into a vast lake, with spiritual energy flowing abundantly and powerfully. However, the leap from the late stage of qi refinement to its consummation is an astonishingly daunting challenge. If the transition from mid to late stage was akin to a sprint of 800 meters, Then the leap from late stage to full completion resembles a 5-kilometer weighted run. Chao Cheng promptly examined the other two rewards. Minor achievement in formation. Understanding of formations has reached a minor level, allowing for the condensation of spiritual energy into formation diagrams, with a slight increase in effectiveness. This is highly beneficial. In this age of diminished spiritual energy, it is not entirely depleted. Chao Cheng can still absorb or manipulate spiritual energy, albeit the kind that ordinary people cannot utilize. Given the human lifespan, even the early stages of qi refinement remain out of reach. The rewards Chao Cheng received are privileges granted by the sovereign of the cultivation world. This year of cultivation enhances his progress based on the spiritual energy of the cultivation realm, equating to a year's worth of cultivation, thus yielding incomparable results. Moreover, in addition to the low spiritual energy, there are virtually no profound arts available. The study of formations requires Chao Cheng to learn each one individually and delve into them gradually. He cannot reference countless texts as one would in the cultivation world. Aside from relying on intuition, significant breakthroughs are nearly impossible. Yet this minor achievement in formation directly enhances Chao Cheng's understanding of formation applications, increasing efficacy without the need to painstakingly sketch out formation diagrams as before. Blueprint for Xianyu Pavilion. Construct a building resembling the Xianyu Pavilion of the Beast Master Sect, and it will be protected by a mystical array, rendering it impervious, while enhancing the reproductive and survival capabilities of all avian spiritual beasts. Chao Cheng instructed Zhang Wei to take a taxi home first, as he intended to purchase some items in the city. Once Zhang Wei departed, Chao Cheng slipped into the car and unfolded the blueprint for the Xianyu Pavilion. It was essentially an ancient parchment depicting a colossal structure shaped like a massive stone and wood formation. Inscribed on the stone were 6 prominent characters: Chengyan Sect, Xianyu Pavilion. The wood spirals upward, incorporating stone steps, while atop the massive stone rests a grand avian-shaped structure. Upon closer inspection, the wings and head of this bird appear to feature windows or platforms. Chao Cheng's interest was piqued. To achieve the world's premier zoo, the architectural design must be nothing short of extraordinary. The aesthetic of the Xianyu Pavilion is incredibly captivating. Once constructed, it will yield special effects, enhancing the breeding rates and vitality of all avian spiritual beasts. In essence, any bird here will breed prolifically and thrive. The theme of the zoo he envisions is none other than that of the Beast Master Sect. He aims to transform the zoo into a thematic embodiment of the sect, and this fantastical architectural design fits seamlessly into that vision. Chao Cheng's gaze returned to the 6 characters engraved upon the stone. Chengyan Sect, Xianyu Pavilion. Could it be that the Beast Master Sect from the system's journey into the cultivation realm is also called Chengyan Sect? Cheng signifies to bear or assume responsibility, while it conveys stability and safety. Chengyan implies the mandate to maintain peace and stability in the realm, clearly indicative of a prestigious sect. Chao Cheng meticulously contemplated his plans. His vehicle was parked in the courtyard of the municipal hall, and serendipitously, he spotted Zhou Yishan emerging. Chao Cheng honked the horn, beckoning Zhou Yishan over. He then inquired, "Brother Zhou, do you know anyone knowledgeable in architecture?" Zhou Yishan chuckled. "The folks from the Ministry of Housing were just in the building. Do you need to consult them?" Chao Cheng produced the blueprint to show Zhou Yishan. "Could you find out how much it would cost to construct a building with this design? I just need a ballpark figure." Zhou Yishan took the blueprint, examined it, and exclaimed with a grin, "Oh, did you design this yourself? It's quite artistic for a thematic building. What area are you planning to cover?" Chao Cheng replied, "Approximately 5,000 square meters. I intend to use it as an aviary, with multiple levels within the stone structure. The intertwining vines on the exterior will form spiraling observation staircases. The avian structure will feature open viewing areas in the head and wings, and there could even be a platform on the back suitable for a helicopter." Zhou Yishan broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Brother, are you feeling all right? Perhaps you should have a snack or two. An animal park, an aviary." It's worth noting that there are numerous structures in a zoo. There are facilities for flying creatures, mammals, amphibians, reptiles, and even separate enclosures for larger animals like tigers, pandas, and giraffes. Not to mention the need for research buildings, offices, and more. An aviary is merely one component, and you want to land a helicopter atop it. My brother, Notre Dame is only this large. Are you sure you want such a massive bird? Chao Cheng nodded earnestly, thinking, who wouldn't he want that? Zhou Yishan took a deep breath. All right then. He pulled out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to a friend, explaining Chao Cheng's requirements. His friend quickly replied. Zhou Yinshan swallowed before speaking. He said the price fluctuates significantly. It depends on how intricate you want it to be. If it's merely the basic structure in this style, it would start at no less than 400 million. If you desire fine carvings, it could soar above 1 billion. Xiao Cheng was utterly stunned for a full 3 seconds. A billion? Zhou Yinshan pressed down his hand to confirm. I'm not misreading the numbers. You didn't hear wrong. It's 400 million. He then glanced at his phone. Just for the design of this bird shape, to withstand strong winds, the design fees are exorbitant. The materials for the wings and head, crafted to form an open-view architectural feature, could probably construct half a cross-river bridge. Moreover, the building's exterior is irregular, and with those roots entwined, custom steel structures are required. Xiao Cheng was completely bewildered. He had thought he could do something with just over 10 million. So, was over 10 million merely enough to lay a foundation? This construction was exorbitantly costly. He was in dire need of funds. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yinshan, Xiao Cheng drove away from the city hall, his mind racing with calculations. With his current means and resources, how could he possibly amass several hundred million in a short time? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Cheng gradually conceptualized a direction. He immediately pressed the accelerator, heading straight into the city. Chapter 87. The Tiger. At 9 in the morning, Xiao Cheng purchased a plethora of items at an outdoor store in the city. By 10 o'clock, he drove to Beiji village, inquiring about who cultivated wild tea on the mountain. Upon discovering the right family, he approached them to learn how to obtain tea seeds. Upon seeing Xiao Cheng, they naturally provided him with the utmost hospitality, for he was a person capable of controlling tigers and had resolved the wild boar issue, making him immensely popular among the locals. Upon hearing that Xiao Cheng wanted tea seeds, they promptly filled 2 large baskets and placed them in his trunk. When Xiao Cheng offered to pay, the family adamantly refused. As they escorted him away, he tossed a package of 10,000 yuan out of the car window and sped off. The family was left in tears. Those tea tree seeds hardly held any value. At 10:30, Xiao Cheng drove north along the main road towards the mountains. He parked by the roadside and got out, hands on his hips, gazing at the first row of hills leading into the mountains. That was Jade Mountain. The terrain was gentle, ascending steadily, lush and verdant. Xiao Cheng stored all the tea fruits in his spatial ring while calling for Huan and Wensi, making his way towards Jade Mountain. By the foot of Jade Mountain, Huan arrived with a large flock of ravens. To leverage his current resources for gain, Xiao Cheng first needed to fully understand what he possessed. He had never scaled these 2 mountains before. However, making him climb them solo would be too arduous. After all, he was a cultivator. He needed a more sophisticated method. Huan, descend, Xiao Cheng commanded. He then retrieved several large bundles of climbing rope he had purchased at the outdoor store. He divided these ropes into 30 strands and fashioned a hand loop roughly the size of a basin. Using safety clips, he secured the 30 ropes to this loop. Huan, along with the flock of ravens, grasped the other ends of the ropes. Xiao Cheng clasped the hand loop, and the 30 ravens took flight, straining to lift him off the ground. Xiao Cheng indeed ascended into the air. However, the ravens, being not yet spirit beasts, struggled under the weight. They could bear Xiao Cheng's weight, but their claws strained against the effort, akin to a human trying to lift a gold bar. Just then, Wensi flapped its wings twice, creating a gust of wind that lifted Xiao Cheng beneath. Huan and the flock of ravens felt an immediate relief. With the ravens pulling above and Wensi controlling the wind below, Xiao Cheng soared gracefully into the sky. Although Wensi often appeared carefree, it was, after all, Xiao Cheng's first spirit beast, possessing the ability to manipulate wind elements. Its cultivation had reached an impressive level, nearing the late stages of qi refinement. At this moment, the weight it carried with the wind element was likely over 60%. Well done, Wensi, Xiao Cheng praised. Rare for him. Wensi became instantly excited. Oh, just like that. Call my name. Hurry. Am I not more formidable than Huan? Am I not more powerful than Huan? Not speaking. Watch my level 8 Tempest. Wensi, overly exhilarated, flapped its wings vigorously, causing a powerful wind that nearly made Xiao Cheng dizzy. Xiao Cheng instructed them to fly close to the mountain face, ensuring that if he fell, he wouldn't suffer a grave injury. Nevertheless, it was his first flight, and he still had a slight fear of heights. He immediately shouted, "Whoa! Slow down! Slow down!" Wensi, inexplicably more thrilled, exclaimed, "Oh yeah? You finally recognize my prowess, master. Now, am I not more formidable than Huan? Quickly call my name." The more Xiao Cheng listened, the more he felt something was off. He suddenly sensed his ears were not clean. Wait, was he not clean himself? What on earth had Wensi been watching all this time? Upon reaching the summit of Jade Mountain, Xiao Cheng instructed the flock of ravens to land. Huan and Wensi stood on his shoulders, gazing southward at the bustling metropolis below and northward at the majestic mountains stretching into the horizon. The summit of Jade Mountain was notably flat, with many areas suitable for development along the gentle ascent. Xiao Cheng couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes gradually lighting up. It is said that mountains and waters possess spirit. The spiritual energy at this mountaintop was surprisingly denser than below. Whether due to the altitude or the mountain itself, he could not tell. Looking northeast, he spotted a towering mountain adjacent to Jade Mountain, resembling the upper half of a Buddha statue from a distance, particularly at the summit, where the peak was not sharp but rather flat, resembling a table mountain. Let us go check it out. Chao Cheng pointed towards Fo Guang Mountain. The flock of ravens and Wensi exerted their strength once more, and Chao Cheng soared directly to the peak of Fo Guang Mountain. The summit was terraced, winding around like the spiral hair atop the Buddha's head. Due to the vast flat area at the top and the strong winds, there were hardly any tall trees, just low shrubs and abundant vegetation. This mountaintop could only be accessed by flying up or climbing from Jade Mountain. Yet, to Chao Cheng's eyes, it represented vast areas of arable land and an untroubled paradise. The spiritual energy here exceeded that of Jade Mountain, making it an exquisite dwelling for cultivators. If a grand formation could be established to shield this place from the wind and rain, how delightful would that be? Chao Cheng basked in the mountain breeze, pondering for a long while before asking, "What do you think of the name Fo Ding White Tea?" H1 replied, "Excellent." Wensi shook its head vigorously, "Horse, fart, essence." Chao Cheng chuckled softly, his mind made up. From this moment forth, he would cultivate tea upon the sacred grounds of Fo Guang Mountain, bestowing upon it an air of mystique. He envisioned constructing a dwelling where he could reside, overlooking the city, the majestic mountains, and his own private zoo. However, to embark on this endeavor, he first needed to clear a substantial area of land from the existing flora. Regrettably, his current beasts of burden lacked the capacity for such labor. It seemed he could not eradicate all the wild boars tonight. He would have to spare a few to assist him. Meanwhile, at the South China Tiger Breeding Center in Dongling City, the atmosphere in the conference room was charged with disbelief. "What? Yinhai City has rejected our application for housing the tiger?" Director Song exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. The experts and leaders surrounding him wore expressions of astonishment. They were, after all, a provincial forestry department's breeding center, and even the director of Dongling's forestry bureau treated Director Song with deference. Just yesterday, they had submitted a request to Yunhai City to reclaim the rehabilitated South China tiger, only to be met with an outright refusal. Was there a lack of clarity in their application? Their breeding center's female tiger was entering estrus without a suitable male counterpart, resulting in her agitation, decreased appetite, and frequent roars, which could lead to serious emotional distress. If anything were to happen to their female tiger, who would bear the responsibility? What purpose does it serve to keep that solitary male tiger? Someone inquired, furrowing their brow. The breeding center housed a total of 4 South China tigers, 1 male and 3 females. 2 of the females were facing difficulties in conception, a pressing issue that demanded immediate attention. The leadership from Yunhai City stated that the owner of Cheng'an Zoo was responsible for rescuing the tiger. Since they did not contribute to the tiger's treatment, they have no authority over its custody. "We must submit our application for provincial forestry department approval," the supervisor explained. Director Song's expression turned a shade of iron. What do they mean by that? The faces of those present mirrored his discontent. Yunhai City's stance was a blatant affront, suggesting that Dongling City had not contributed to the tiger's rescue efforts, thus forfeiting any rights to its custody. Upon learning of the tiger's injury, they had promptly dispatched a team of experts via plane. Was their commitment not sufficiently evident? Although they had arrived slightly late, they had acted as soon as they were informed. The audacity of Yunhai City to insinuate that they had not exerted themselves in the tiger's recovery was nothing short of insulting. However, as the words left his mouth, a hint of unease crept into the hearts of those present. Indeed, while they had initially acted with diligence, they had failed to provide timely funding and technical support once the tiger had recovered, given that it was the property of Yunhai City. The supervisor cleared his throat. "I inquired about this matter. They mentioned that on the day the tiger was discovered, our center's expert, Su Jiping, was on site. After failing to secure medical assistance from him, it was only then that the South China tiger was transported to the zoo for treatment." A collective gasp echoed in the room as all eyes turned toward the now pale Su Jiping. Chapter 88. The gun arrives. Su Jiping, the expert who had been summoned to the scene on the day of the tiger's injury, was now drenched in cold sweat. The outcome they faced today had plagued his thoughts since the tiger's recovery. He had feared this very scenario, losing sleep over it, and now it had come to fruition. "Su Jiping, what transpired? You were present at the scene that day?" The identities of those summoned that day had been kept confidential, even from the media. Su, upon entering the scene, had left without notifying the breeding center. Director Song bore down on him with a steely gaze. Su Jiping stammered, I was there, but I thought the tiger wouldn't survive, so I didn't inform anyone." With a resounding thud, Director Song slammed his fist onto the table, causing a cacophony that echoed throughout the conference room. He leaned back, hands buried in his hair, his breaths heavy with fury. The silence that followed was palpable, all eyes now fixed on Su Jiping, who was met with a barrage of accusatory glares. It was no wonder Yunhai City refused to relinquish the tiger. No one would willingly part with it under such circumstances. When the tiger was on the brink of death, you were asked for assistance, yet you turned away. Now that it has recovered, you come seeking its return? Do you presume them to be pushovers? An esteemed expert chastised. Su Jiping, why did you not report this? Were you afraid of accountability? That is a South China tiger, even if it was severely injured. We must attempt to save it, regardless of the outcome. You neglected its life due to fear of repercussions. You call yourself a zoological expert. The elder's voice trembled with indignation as he hurled the documents in front of him at Su Jiping, demonstrating the depth of his fury. The chaos that ensued resembled a marketplace brawl as others rushed to intervene. Enough, Director Song bellowed, silencing the tumult. We must secure the South China tiger. I will personally visit Yunhai City. If they refuse to cooperate, we will borrow it if necessary, and then explore other avenues. Nods of agreement rippled through the room. With Director Song taking charge, it seemed a favorable outcome was assured. On the other side, Chao Cheng received a call from Zhou Yishan. Chao, the personnel from the South China Tiger Breeding Center in Dongling City have applied to the city for your tiger. The city has already declined their request, but the center's director intends to visit personally, arriving around 2 o'clock. If you have nothing pressing, perhaps you could take a trip to the city and avoid showing your face. Secretary Bai assures you that we will do everything in our power to prevent them from obtaining that tiger, even if it escalates to the provincial level. Chao Cheng quickly interjected, wait, what do they want with the tiger? Zhou Yishan replied, it seems the breeding center's female tigers are not conceiving. They only have 1 male and 3 females. Chao Cheng mused, so many female tigers? Then don't obstruct them, let them come directly. Zhou Yishan paused, Chao Cheng affirmed, yes. Please inform Secretary Bai that there is no need to obstruct them, simply allow them to pass. After saying this, he promptly hung up the phone. Subsequently, Chao Cheng retrieved a number from his call log and dialed it. Hello, Professor Ning. Yes, it's me. Are you free this afternoon? We have encountered some extraordinary circumstances with the golden pheasant and the white-bellied pheasant. Great, I will await your arrival. Chao Cheng ended the call and casually scrolled through short videos. Tong Anchi was live-streaming using Chao Cheng's account, perhaps due to the zoo's recent opening. The influx of visitors had significantly diluted the traffic, or it could be that the internet buzz had waned. The number of viewers had barely reached 100,000, averaging around 79,000. Tong Anchi attempted to have when she continues same-city delivery, but it barely managed to reach 110,000. The daily income from live streaming remained stable at around 150,000. Of course, earning 150,000 in a single day is something most ordinary individuals could scarcely imagine. Yet, for someone like Chao Cheng, who had previously experienced explosive popularity, this was indeed a dramatic decline. Thankfully, he was no longer tethered to the live stream, and the income was of little consequence. He then glanced at Zhang Jingjing's account. The video featuring the fiery phoenix and the azure dragon ultimately garnered 11 million likes, but had plateaued. Zhang Jingjing had already released a second video, filmed yesterday with Tong Anchi. In this video, Tong Anchi donned a leopard print mini skirt, a strapless top, and fluffy animal ears and claws. The fabric was scant, leaving her snow-white legs and exquisite waist fully exposed, exuding a wild allure. She stood beneath a tree, where a clouded leopard peered down, gracefully landing on her shoulder. Tong Anchi, surprised, covered her bright red lips with her hand and beamed, her eyes curving with delight. The clouded leopard steadied itself, its long tail hanging straight down, astonishingly reaching Tong Anchi's thigh, swaying gently. The entire scene was harmonious and vibrant, especially with Tong Anchi's enchanting smile that could make any man's heart flutter. Beneath the video, detailed information about the clouded leopard was provided to help viewers understand this rare species. Tong Anchi's account also featured a series of high-definition photographs with the clouded leopard, priced at an astonishing 88 yuan per set. This video had already amassed over 1.7 million likes. According to Zhang Cheng's estimation, it would be difficult to surpass 2.5 million likes. Replicating the glory of the azure dragon and fiery phoenix seemed improbable. Although Chao Cheng had not accumulated any prestigious points, it was evident that the views were from repeat audiences. Nonetheless, for Zhang Jingjing's account, this was a remarkable success. As she aimed to produce a series of animal documentaries, which tend to have a high engagement rate, her follower count had rapidly surged to 700,000 after merely 2 videos, significantly benefiting the zoo's promotion efforts. At 1 p.m., Professor Ning arrived at the zoo. Chao Cheng warmly welcomed him, first showing him the golden pheasant and the white-bellied pheasant. Professor Ning was immediately awestruck by their beauty. He distinctly recalled that when he visited a couple of days prior, the birds did not appear this stunning. In disbelief, he inquired of Chao Cheng what had transpired. Chao Chung replied candidly, I am unsure. That is why I summoned you here for an explanation. This left the elderly gentleman perplexed. Observing his agitation, Chao Chung displayed great understanding, saying, No worries, Professor Ning. Take your time to ponder and analyze. Let us head to the second floor for some tea, and I will inform you about the feeding situation over the past few days. The two then ascended to the second floor. By 2 p.m., Zhou Yishan and others accompanied Director Song and his team from the South China Tiger Breeding Center in Dongling City to the entrance of Chang'an Zoo. Upon seeing the throngs of visitors at Chang'an Zoo, the expert team furrowed their brows. So many people. They had arrived with a transport cage, and managing to load the tiger while dispersing the crowd would be quite troublesome. Zhou Yishan promptly called Chao Chung, who quickly emerged to greet them. Regardless of the circumstances, Director Song's rank did not warrant a personal escort from Bai He, and the city of Yunhai had already been expressing its displeasure. Having Zhou Yishan come was already a concession, had it not been for Chao Chung's suggestion to allow them in. Director Song would likely be facing the cold stares of Yunhai's officials at the city hall. Chao Chung welcomed them warmly, and Zhou Yishan introduced the parties involved. Mr. Chao, this is Director Song Shuanghu from the South China Tiger Breeding Center in Dongling City. Chao Chung paused for 2 seconds, nearly laughing aloud at the name. What a splendid name. He displayed great enthusiasm. Ah, the leadership of the South China Tiger Breeding Center has finally arrived. I have been eagerly anticipating your visit. Please, come inside. The experts from the breeding center were taken aback. This Mr. Chao was not as difficult to converse with as they had anticipated. Zhou Yishan, however, bit his lip, fully aware of Chao Cheng's temperament. His sudden warmth toward people could indicate one of two possibilities. Either he found someone agreeable and wished to befriend them, in which case he would be not only warm but also generous and honorable, or he intended to manipulate or exploit them. As expected, upon entering the zoo through the side gate, they were greeted by Professor Ning. Director Song Shuanghu had initially maintained his composure as the head of a provincial forestry department. He would typically walk into a small zoo with his head held high. However, upon seeing Professor Ning, his upright posture slumped, and he hurriedly approached to shake Professor Ning's hand. Ah, Professor Ning, what brings you here? Professor Ning chuckled. Ah, Xiao Song, are you here to observe rare animals as well? Director Song awkwardly laughed. Ah, yes indeed. We are here to view the rare animals, and also to check on the South China tiger that was injured previously. Professor Ning remarked. Indeed, it is time to have a look. Your breeding center seems to have only produced one tiger cub in 2 years, and its health is quite poor. Director Song's face turned awkward as he forced a smile. The breeding center's primary mission was reproduction, and failing to produce tigers was quite the jest. However, Director Song quickly seized the moment. With a pained expression he said, Yes, that is precisely our purpose for visiting. Professor Ning, you are a leading authority. We implore you to lend us your voice. Our pressing concern is the inability of the female tiger to conceive. This male tiger is perfectly suited. Might we borrow him for a while to facilitate a match? As he spoke, Director Song cast a furtive glance at Chao Chung, secretly hoping for a stroke of luck. Thankfully, Professor Ning was present, providing him the perfect opportunity to air his grievances, confident that once Professor Ning spoke, they could not ignore the matter. In Yunhai City, whether they wished it or not, they had to let him take it away. Chao Chung, with a resounding clap of his hands, exclaimed, Your timing is impeccable. I've recently observed that this tiger is behaving unusually. It is undoubtedly in heat. Unfortunately, I do not possess a female tiger. However, Director Song has one available. So what are we waiting for? Let us expedite its removal. This tiger consumes far too much. I can barely afford its upkeep. Director Song was overjoyed. He had never anticipated that matters would proceed so smoothly. Considering Yunhai City's earlier stance, they had no authority and were reliant on Mr. Chao's disposition. Now, to his surprise, Mr. Chao was so agreeable. This meant the leaders of Yunhai City had no further involvement. Ah, Mr. Chao is truly magnanimous, Director Song praised heartily. Chao Chung promptly interrupted. There's no time to waste. Let us move it now. Director Song's smile was nearly infectious as he repeatedly affirmed, Good, good, good. There was no longer any need for Professor Ning's assistance. Chao Chung directly led the group to load the tiger into the transport cage. Upon learning that the tiger was to be released, the tourists' excitement surged, creating a bustling crowd around them. Yet, they distinctly parted to create a pathway. Who would dare obstruct the tiger's passage? Many raised their phones to capture the moment, but the numerous security personnel accompanying the experts loudly admonished. This is an official operation. Please refrain from filming. Put away your phones. No photography allowed. The onlookers, merely ordinary citizens drawn by curiosity, respected the directive, and thus very few recorded the event. Even those who did were reluctant to share their footage. In a moment of collective attention, the tiger was pushed away in the transport cage towards the exit of the zoo. Professor Ning remained somewhat dazed, not expecting Mr. Chow to act so decisively that it left everyone at a loss for words regarding the implications. As they followed the cage outside, Professor Ning could not help but inquire of Mr. Chow, "Isn't this tiger the pride of your zoo? If they borrow it, it would be akin to Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou." He feared Mr. Chow might not fully grasp the situation. Chow Chung replied with utmost seriousness, "Professor Ning, do you truly think I lack perspective? You underestimate me." Professor Ning chuckled heartily, giving Mr. Chow a friendly pat on the back. Before they exited, the transport vehicle had already opened its rear doors, and the unloading ramp was lowered. Director Song turned to Professor Ning and Mr. Chow, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chow, for your magnanimity, and thank you, Professor Ning. We shall return promptly to ensure the tiger is settled. Rest assured, we will inform both of you at the first sign of good news." A perpetual smile graced his face. The day's events unfolded with an almost absurd smoothness. Devoid of any argument or resistance, Mr. Chow appeared eager to expedite the tiger's departure, likely due to the financial burden it imposed on him. Moreover, it provided him with a reason to maintain contact with Professor Ning, truly a double blessing. Mr. Chow remarked, I must confess to Director Song. Having this tiger in my care has left me quite anxious. Previously, it had a seizure, and I genuinely could not shoulder that responsibility. Now that it has exited this gate, it is your concern. I feel remarkably relieved." Director Song nodded, his expression cheerful, until he quickly realized, "Wait, the tiger had a seizure?" Professor Ning interjected solemnly, "I witnessed it firsthand. It resembled an epileptic episode. We have yet to ascertain the cause. After all, it does not occur frequently. You must exercise caution. Within this zoo, we speculate there exists a unique magnetic field. The rare animals thrive here, likely due to this phenomenon. You must understand, these rare creatures have come of their own accord. This tiger has experienced seizures in such a magnetic field. Once it leaves this environment, you must monitor it closely. Should any issues arise, alert us immediately." At that moment, as the cage exited the zoo's gates, the tiger suddenly collapsed with a thud and began to convulse. Professor Ning widened his eyes in horror, pointing at the tiger. The surrounding tourists were equally alarmed, screams and gasps erupting throughout the crowd. The individuals responsible for pushing the cart raised their hands high above their heads, signaling their disassociation from the chaos. Zhou Yishan bit his lip, thinking, what a singular misfortune, wreaking havoc everywhere. This is the third time. It is indeed true, Mr. Chow has been controlling this South China Oscar tiger. Zhou Yishan gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, reflecting on the most disheartening moments of his life. The scene descended into chaos. Director Song was so frightened that his legs felt unresponsive. Mr. Chow had just stated that once it was outside, it would no longer be his concern. The responsibility would fall upon Song Shuanghu. Professor Ning was there to witness everything. If something were to go awry, he would find it impossible to absolve himself. The simple question would be, if you hadn't taken it out, could this have happened? He would have no defense. "Quickly, bring it back." Director Song shouted urgently, as if he could not restrain himself from rushing forward to pull the cart back. Simultaneously, he called out, "Fetch the emergency equipment. Hurry, bring the emergency equipment." The first command was directed at his subordinates, the second at Mr. Chow. As he shouted, the cart was already being pulled back through the zoo's entrance. Once the cart re-entered, the tiger rose, licking its paws and mouth before yawning, as if nothing had transpired. Song Shuanghu stood rigid, utterly perplexed, tilting his head in confusion at the tiger. What on earth? It convulsed upon exiting and is perfectly fine upon re-entry? Mr. Chow hastily suggested, "Director Song, let us try again. This may have been a coincidence. It typically does not have seizures. A single episode can last a long time, and it should certainly make it to the breeding center." Song Shuanghu raised his hand to halt him. "No need to try? Now I understand why Mr. Chow was so eager to have it removed. It appears this tiger has residual effects. It suffers from epilepsy. Is this a casual occurrence? Regardless of whether it is influenced by the magnetic field, how could I dare to bring it back? This is not merely a tiger. It is a ticking time bomb. Should it perish en route or at the breeding center, the ramifications would be dire. If it recovers and then dies after being taken, what a calamity that would be." Just as Professor Ning mentioned, the magnetic field. Professor Ning, I truly was unaware that this tiger cannot leave this magnetic field. Since it cannot be removed, we absolutely must not take it away. Chao Chung frowned immediately. "Director Song, are you handling this matter so frivolously? You state you will take it, then you retract. This tiger is currently in its mating season. You are undoubtedly aware of the ferocity exhibited by tigers during their mating season. Here, I lack a female tiger. And when the male becomes agitated, he lashes out. If you do not intervene, it appears as though you are willfully allowing him to meet his demise, does it not? Please spare me your excuses. Should the tiger perish, the responsibility will rest squarely upon your shoulders." Chao Cheng glared fiercely, directing a barrage of expletives towards Director Song. It was evident that he was genuinely enraged. Director Song had never before been chastised in such a manner by a Yangzhou owner. Yet, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, his neck taut with indignation. Chao Cheng's tone suddenly softened. Director Song, let us find a compromise. Your center has female tigers. If you remove him, he will not die. If you are fearful of assuming responsibility, allow him to mate with her first, and then return him to me. The responsibility will still be mine. Surely, this is acceptable? As an animal expert, you cannot simply turn a blind eye, can you? Director Song was immediately cornered by Chao Cheng's insistence on responsibility. It seemed as though his reluctance to act stemmed from an aversion to accountability. Although there was truth in that, it was rather distasteful for him to keep emphasizing it. Yet, Chao Cheng maintained an air of someone who had made a significant concession. As if he, a mere zoo owner, was unafraid of the consequences. Did he still fear responsibility? To outsiders, this might appear the case, but to Director Song, Chao Cheng's mix of coercion and concession revealed his obvious intentions. It was clear that this tiger had experienced even graver incidents when unobserved, prompting Chao Cheng to seek a swift escape from the situation. I still believe Professor Ning's perspective holds merit. This is not merely a matter of responsibility. Precisely because one bears responsibility, one must prevent the tiger from leaving this environment. Chao Cheng replied directly. Then, what do you suggest? If he cannot go outside, what should we do? Should he remain here, perpetually solitary? Should he, capable of contributing to the breeding of South China tigers, be confined here? A sudden foreboding gripped Director Song. This ominous feeling was amplified by Professor Ning's abrupt realization. Yes, Xiao Song, you could send the female tiger over. Director Song felt a complete disconnect from Sinopec, as if he had turned to stone. Nearby, Zhou Yishan was staring at the sky at a 90-degree angle, unable to contain his amusement. The maps of Yin State were indeed quite brief. Chao Cheng inhaled deeply and nodded. It must be this way. The location of breeding is inconsequential, as long as the tiger successfully mates. What do you think, Director Song? Director Song's mind was a blank slate, echoing with the question. What do you think? What could he possibly say? Was there any other option remaining? To retract his stance and claim that Professor Ning's suggestion was misguided, opting instead to accept the risk of moving the tiger? Or to refuse sending the tiger, thereby admitting that he believed breeding must occur only at his center? He was trapped. This could be worth a try, he stammered. Chao Cheng held up 2 fingers. I've heard that the breeding center has 3 female tigers, 2 of which are unable to conceive. Since we are experimenting, let us send them all together to avoid multiple trips. Had Chao Cheng not feared pushing Director Song too far, he might have proposed sending all 3 female tigers, as he possessed 3 of his own breeding pills. Director Song's head buzzed. Heard? Who did you hear this from? A mere Yangzhou owner would not inquire about the breeding center's non-fertile females without cause. This fellow was clearly no longer pretending. Director Song stared at Chao Cheng in shock, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Had he been outmaneuvered? Could Professor Ning possibly be in cahoots with him? This was absurd. His mind was a battlefield of conflicting thoughts, a chaotic whirlwind. All right, he mumbled, nodding in resignation. All avenues had been blocked. Today, should he dare to act in defiance and refuse to cooperate in sending the tiger, a single word from Professor Ning could see him ousted from his position. His direct superior had once been a student of Professor Ning. Surrounding tourists appeared to be witnessing a thrilling corporate clash, each one exclaiming that their ticket had been well worth the price, enjoying a spectacle that was not meant for the general public. As they returned the tiger, Director Song and his associates departed in a dejected manner. Chao Cheng invited Zhou Yishan and Professor Ning to the 2nd floor. Upon ascending, Professor Ning pointed an accusatory finger at Chao Cheng, addressing Zhou Yishan. At over 60, this is the first time I've been used as a pawn. And it's by him. Humph. Chao Cheng's eyes twitched in disbelief. How could this old man possibly know? But how could Professor Ning not be aware? Although a dedicated scholar, he was not entirely oblivious to matters of social decorum. Just before Chao Cheng sought to retrieve the tiger from Dongling City, he had called himself to inquire about the matter. Coupled with the fact that he had witnessed the tiger's performance once before, it was clear to him what was transpiring. Zhou Yishan sighed. Old Ning, to be honest, I understand you. You are not the first. Chapter 91. It all depends on what can be gained in exchange. Around 6:30 in the evening, Chao Cheng Zoo officially closed its gates, and the South China Tiger Breeding Center in Dongling City delivered 2 female tigers. Director Song did not even make an appearance this time. These 2 female tigers were considerably smaller than the formidable Bujuan, who was on the brink of entering the later stages of qi refinement. The potency of the beast spirit pill had long since been absorbed, and he had already grown to over 3 meters in length. In contrast, these 2 female tigers measured only around 2 meters 60 or 70. Inside the transport cage, The two female tigers growled aggressively, but upon sighting Bujuan, they fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him. As the cage approached the gate, Bujuan sauntered alongside, gliding smoothly in tandem with the vehicle. His black eyes were as deep as an abyss, while his white fur bore a terrifying ferocity. As they neared the cage's entrance, both female tigers lay flat against the vehicle, their bodies trembling slightly. Perhaps it was Bujuan's fearsome gaze that elicited a sense of impending doom, as if he could dispatch them with a single bite. One of the accompanying personnel instinctively remarked, "Boss Chow, for safety's sake, should we not separate them? If they engage in combat, it would be impossible to intervene." Chao Cheng could only chuckle at the absurdity. Did this individual truly believe they were being brought together for anything other than mating? The accompanying personnel's face flushed crimson as realization dawned. They had forgotten such a crucial detail. The staff harbored a deep affection for the South China tigers, and as they watched the two female tigers being placed into Bujuan's enclosure, none could bring themselves to leave. Some knocked on the windows to bid farewell to the female tigers, while others anxiously worried about potential mishaps ahead. Yet, what they did not anticipate was, as the two female tigers entered, they immediately affectionately crawled at the feet of Pajun, nuzzling their heads against his claws. Pajun lowered his head, inhaling the scent that enveloped the two females. Subsequently, he rose and began to stroll, with the two female tigers following closely behind, playfully vying for his attention. "All right, let us move on. Fellas, don't delay their mating." Chao Cheng clapped his hands and called out. The accompanying personnel breathed a sigh of relief. There was no longer any need to worry about them fighting. If they stayed any longer, they would surely witness a coupling. "Boss Chow, please be kind to them. Be sure to check their feeding records. It details their diet and habits. I implore you." It was evident that these individuals were researchers who had spent considerable time with the two female tigers, possibly responsible for their care and medical needs, allowing for a deep emotional bond. They continuously urged Chao Cheng to take good care of them. Chao Cheng cupped his hands in farewell, saying, "Rest assured, everyone. I promise. Once they give birth to the cubs, you can come anytime to visit. By then, you can hold them at your leisure." The crowd was both moved and rendered speechless. Hold them at your leisure? In the breeding center, no one dared to suggest such a thing regarding the newborn cubs, as they were not accessible to just anyone. The group of researchers parted ways with tears in their eyes, while Chao Cheng jogged back to the tiger enclosure. In his mind, he called out to Pajun, "Pajun, hold on, don't rush into action." Pajun replied, "Master, I am not moving." By this time, Chao Cheng had arrived at the tiger enclosure, where Pajun was basking in the royal treatment, with both female tigers lounging around him. Chao Cheng smiled and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Pajun responded, "Thank you, Master, I am quite satisfied." Chao Cheng continued, "Being satisfied is not enough. You must exercise some restraint. After consuming this pill, you will only be allowed to mate with one of them after an hour." As he spoke, Chao Cheng produced a yin pill and tossed it through the window. Pajun swiftly approached and swallowed it whole. Chao Cheng explained, "This pill enables you to reproduce, but it is a one-time use. Today, you must choose only one. Save your strength, and tomorrow you can take the second one, understood?" Pajun affirmed, "Understood." Then, Chao Cheng glanced at the petite figures of the two female tigers, took out a beast spirit pill, and split it in half, tossing each half towards the females. "This is a welcoming gift for you. Stay well here. You will reap the benefits in the future." The two female tigers eagerly snatched up their halves of the pill. They would need to endure Pajun's wildness and bear his offspring. They needed to be strong. At this moment, Zhang Wei jogged over, exclaiming, "Boss, everyone is here." Chao Cheng nodded. He had just asked Zhang Wei to notify everyone about the meeting. Arriving outside the management office, a line of employees stood at attention, each one brimming with energy and sparkling eyes. Since working at Chang'an Zoo, they had been continuously astonished. Today, without spending a single penny, the boss had managed to bring in two female tigers. "Today, I have exciting news to announce. Our Chang'an Zoo has acquired 3,000 acres of land, encompassing the Emerald Mountain and the Buddha Light Mountain to the north. We are preparing to expand." The revelation sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. 3,000 acres. Not to mention exploring it all. Just walking from one end to the other would take half an hour. Developing such a vast area would be a long-term, complex, and extremely challenging endeavor. Therefore, I need you all to prepare for the challenges ahead. The crowd immediately quieted down, their hearts racing with excitement. Chao Cheng's words were crystal clear. He intended to cultivate them as core members. Preparing for challenges meant preparing for leadership roles. The logistics and administration would be no small matter, with ample funds, numerous personnel, and countless tasks. Take security, for instance. With such a large zoo, fire prevention, theft prevention, counterterrorism, emergency responses, and surveillance would all be tests of their mettle. Chao Cheng did not spell it out too plainly, as he did not want to sound overly harsh. The implication was clear: excel in leadership or do not expect to lead at all. This was a push for their growth, a preparation for bearing heavier responsibilities in the future. After the meeting, everyone left with renewed vigor. Their feelings towards this job could no longer be described as mere passion. They were fervent. With high salaries, excellent benefits, perfect advancement opportunities, and a bright future, all of this was within their grasp if they worked hard. Compared to many classmates who were still lost and aimless, they had already won at the starting line. Tong Anchi was equally thrilled. She hopped on her scooter and returned home. Upon entering, she was greeted by the delightful aroma of food. It turned out Tong Anya was cooking in the kitchen. Tong Anchi immediately kicked off her shoes and slipped into her pink slippers, dashing to the kitchen. Peeking through the door, she teased, "Oh, is the great scientist cooking?" Tong Anya, without her glasses, looked almost identical to Tong Anchi. With a serious expression, she sighed in resignation. "Isn't this buttering you up?" Tong Anchi crossed her arms, beaming with pride. Since your attitude is decent, I'll reluctantly share some insider information with you. Today, the South China Tiger Breeding Center in Dongling City sent over 2 female tigers. Our Pajun finally has companions. Furthermore, our boss has secured 3,000 acres of land and plans to expand the zoo. What do you think? Aren't these 2 pieces of information worth a dish of braised pork? I want meat. Tong Anya typically inquired about the zoo's affairs, but Tong Anchi usually only shared trivial information, never divulging any secrets she knew, such as Chao Cheng being able to hunt wild boars with the South China tigers and even taking them down himself. Tong Anya took a deep breath, harboring considerable resentment. As the Chang'an Zoo flourished and attracted more and more rare animals, Tong Anya was on the verge of madness, yet she could not enter to conduct her research. For someone with a strong curiosity and thirst for knowledge like her, this was pure torment. Moreover, she increasingly realized that the crux of it all lay with Chao Cheng. While cooking, she casually asked, "Seeing you so excited, one might think you were the boss's wife. Have you already slept with your boss?" Tong Anchi dismissed the remark. "What is it to you?" Tong Anya chuckled. "I guess so. In pursuit of what you call beauty, wouldn't you go to any lengths?" She added with a smirk, "You returned late the other night. I bet you were quite exhausted." Tong Anchi immediately placed her hands on her hips. "Do you think I'm that shallow in your eyes? Would I throw myself into turmoil for such a trivial pursuit? Would you do the same?" Tong Anya shrugged. "That depends on what I could gain in return. It's just a membrane, after all." Chapter 92. Like to pretend? Let us see you carry it through. Tong Anchi, feeling utterly speechless, cast a sidelong glance at her sister. Tong Anya turned with a smile, saying, "Just teasing you. Go on, change your clothes and prepare for dinner. Your favorite braised pork is ready." Tong Anchi, somewhat annoyed, retreated to her room to change. When she emerged, the table was already set with her beloved braised pork. The 2 sisters sat down to dine, and Tong Anchi, perplexed, inquired, "I fail to comprehend why. With so many videos of zoos online, you insist on observing in person rather than relying on those recordings?" Tong Anya, elegantly savoring her rice, pondered for a moment before replying. "Imagine you discover an exceptional filming opportunity and the world's finest photographer is at your disposal. Would you prefer him to capture the moment for you, or allow him to instruct one of his students to do so?" Tong Anchi pouted, then unexpectedly yawned. "How peculiar. I'm feeling drowsy so early today." As she spoke, she set down her chopsticks and rubbed her temples. Simultaneously, Tong Anya also set down her chopsticks and, upon reaching her sister's side, found Tong Anchi nearly unconscious, barely supported by her sister. "Time for bed," Tong Anya declared, assisting her to her bedroom. At the threshold, Tong Anchi, her eyelids heavy with fatigue, could only murmur, "This is not my room," before completely losing consciousness. That night, Chao Cheng led a mission to eradicate the wild boars from the last village. After several days of slaughter, the boar population had dwindled significantly. By 10 o'clock, he had killed 17 boars and captured 4 live ones, 2 males and 2 females. When Zhou Yishan inquired about his intentions with the boars, Chao Cheng simply replied that his zoo was too sparsely populated and needed more animals to fill the void. Thus, the wild boar crisis was effectively resolved, with no villages left awaiting assistance. However, just as Chao Cheng and his team prepared to withdraw, a group of villagers from Baiyang village rushed to them, breathless, pleading for Chao Cheng to return to the southern district of their village. Chao Cheng was oblivious to the ongoing conflict between the southern and northern districts of Baiyang village. All children, good or bad, were Zhou Yishan's responsibility, which compelled Chao Cheng to return once more to the southern district. After dispatching 10 more wild boars and allowing the canine companion to relieve itself several times, they concluded their task. It had been 5 days since the initial cleanup, and Baiyang village was the first to suffer. In that time, the wild boars had ravaged vast swathes of farmland in the southern district, leading to significant losses. Many farmers feared that after a year of toil, they would not even be able to recoup their investment. Chao Cheng was unable to fathom the repercussions of this calamity. At 11:30, he finished work and headed home, driving a transport vehicle carrying a tiger while the rescue center's driver transported 4 captured wild boars. They arrived at the zoo around midnight. After returning the tiger to its enclosure and sending the driver away, Chao Cheng climbed back into the vehicle carrying the boars, intending to head up the mountain to release them and clear the overgrown area for tea cultivation. As he started the vehicle, a phone call interrupted him. Confused, he answered to find it was Tong Anshi, sounding utterly inebriated. "Hello? Is this the boss? Come find me. I'm at a late-night food stall. Join me for a drink. Otherwise, I'll just find some random man," she slurred, before abruptly hanging up. Shortly after, she sent several disjointed messages with the location of a midnight food stall in the city. Chao Cheng's brow furrowed. The slurred voice was unmistakably Tong Anshi. Why on earth was she drinking alone at this hour? And how did she have the presence of mind to call? He couldn't afford to ponder too long. He dialed back, but she didn't answer. Clearly, she was quite drunk, and if she happened to be picked up by another man without a second thought. He hit the gas and turned the vehicle around, heading towards the address she had sent. The roads were clear at midnight, and within 15 minutes, he arrived at the location, spotting Tong Anshi, reeking of alcohol, gagging by the roadside. As he stopped the car, she looked up and beamed when she saw him, circling around to hop into the passenger seat. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, he froze upon her entry. The scent was all wrong. This was not Tong Anshi, but rather her twin sister, Tong Anya. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Tong Anya, a researcher, was wearing her sister's clothes and holding her phone, having lured him here under false pretenses. What was her game? Mimicking her sister's playful demeanor, she stretched her long arms across the seat, wrapping them around Chao Cheng's neck, leaning in with her flushed cheek against his shoulder, resembling a tipsy kitten, murmuring, "Take me home." Chao Cheng smirked slightly. Later, the Research Institute would issue an apology, clarifying that it was Song Qing's personal misconduct. By then, his distaste for the Institute had considerably diminished, primarily due to preconceived notions and a troublesome first impression. Zhou Yishan had mentioned the need for a Level 1 certification. Everything was ready, save for the Research Institute's involvement. He had considered them, contemplating how to secure a financial advantage from them, as establishing his own research institute with equipment and personnel would require a fortune and immense effort, not to mention his lack of knowledge in the field. However, he had not anticipated Tong Anya would resort to such tactics. As a principal instigator, she had yet to face any consequences, yet here she was, seeking him out. Truly, she was inviting trouble upon herself. Chao Cheng firmly grasped her chin, pulling her close. "Tong Anshi, who permitted you to drink again? Look at your face. What state have you gotten yourself into?" Tong Anya winced as he pinched her cheek, her mouth forming an O shape, her eyes widening in astonishment, revealing a clearer expression. She thought to herself how unusual her sister's relationship with Chao Cheng seemed. Yet, this was rather excessive, wasn't it? So rough. But then again, her sister likely enjoyed this sort of play. "Where's your home?" Chao Cheng impatiently tossed her back to the passenger seat. Tong Anya feigned drunkenness once more and provided him with the address. Without hesitation, Chao Cheng accelerated towards their home. Upon arrival, without a word, he scooped her up in a princess carry and playfully pinched her waist. Tong Anya let out a sharp gasp of pain, her eyes wide with astonishment as she turned to Chao Cheng. "This is excruciating. Are you trying to extract my kidney?" Chao Cheng, however, merely frowned and inquired, "Aren't you the one who enjoys it when I squeeze you like this?" The corners of Tong Anya's eyes twitched in response. "Ah, yes, I had a bit to drink. So my senses are heightened. It hurts a little. Just bear with it." Chao Cheng retorted with mild annoyance, then lifted her and ascended the stairs. Upon entering the house, a smirk crept across Chao Cheng's face. He practiced the Sacred Sun's beast control technique, which primarily revolved around beast mastery. Consequently, he lacked the method to probe with divine sense and could only communicate with beasts. However, his heightened senses allowed him to perceive the rhythmic sound of breathing emanating from one of the bedrooms, accompanied by a faint snoring. It was none other than Tong Anshi, who had likely been rendered unconscious by some substance. Once the door was shut, Tong Anya suddenly released him, wrapping herself around Chao Cheng like an octopus. Fueled by the intoxicating haze of alcohol, she initiated a sultry kiss. Their noses brushed together as Tong Anya's beautiful eyes quivered slightly. "Let's go to my room." This left Chao Cheng utterly bewildered. If things progressed along this path, she would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. What was her ultimate aim after enduring such a significant loss? If she thought to extort him with a charge of coercion, she was sorely mistaken. Chao Cheng could easily use his cultivation to leave her empty-handed. Moreover, he had merely prevented her from entering the zoo. Surely, she wouldn't harbor such a deep-seated grudge to exact revenge in this manner. Could this truly be what it meant to be a Yandere? Chao Cheng carried her to the room she indicated, which was suffused with the scent and aura of Tong Anchi, littered with her clothing. This was indeed her sister's sanctuary. Tong Anya playfully kicked the door shut and, with an alluring tone, said to Chao Cheng, "Tonight, you can do as you please. I have but one request. Allow my sister to enter the zoo for her research." "All right. She's my only sister. I'm begging you." Chao Cheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So, she was waiting for me all along. It would be interesting to see just how far she would go for her sister. With that thought, he abruptly switched off the room's lights. 2 hours later, gazing at Tong Anya, curled up and trembling beneath the covers, Chao Cheng felt a twinge of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that she would go to such lengths to ensure her sister could conduct research at the zoo. Noticing the tear streaks on her cheeks, he began to feel a bit guilty. "I'm sorry," he said softly, reaching out to touch her shoulder. Tong Anya jolted awake, curling into a tighter ball. After a moment, she murmured, "You promised me, so you must keep your word." Chao Cheng suppressed a grin. She was still putting on an act. "It seems you truly share a deep bond with your sister," he remarked. Tong Anya nodded slightly. "She's my only sister. I would do anything for her." Chao Cheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "But why did your sister say that you two have been distant since birth?" In order to deceive him. Tong Anya had indeed consumed alcohol. Although her mind was relatively clear, it was still somewhat sluggish. Upon hearing his words, she propped herself up and exclaimed, "When did I ever say that?" However, before she could finish, her eyes widened in horror as she clamped her hand over her mouth, anxiously gauging Chao Cheng's reaction to see if he had caught on to her slip-up. But there he was, looking at her with an enigmatic smile. Tong Anya's pupils dilated in shock. She realized she had been caught. She opened her mouth to scream, but before the sound could escape, Chao Cheng's finger deftly found its way to her throat, causing her cry to transform into a dry heave. Fortunately, she hadn't drunk excessively. Otherwise, she might have truly vomited, and that would have been disastrous for Tong Anchi's bedding. Recovering from her shock, Tong Anya stared at Chao Cheng, wide-eyed. You know it's me?" Chao Cheng chuckled softly. "Honestly, I had no fondness for your research institute and was prepared to blacklist you permanently. However, given your fervent efforts on behalf of your sister, I can overlook it and agree to let your institute conduct research at the zoo. I will cooperate fully." Tong Anya thought she must have misheard. Was her charm truly this potent? To have such an immediate effect? Not only had she secured forgiveness for herself, but her entire research institute had been absolved as well. If she could convey this news back to her colleagues, she would become the savior of the entire institute. Of course, the institute had its share of blame for being blacklisted, but gaining Chao Cheng's full cooperation would undoubtedly outweigh any shortcomings. "Is this really true?" Tong Anya exclaimed, sitting up in excitement, momentarily forgetting the blanket that slipped from her. She hastily grabbed it, her face flushed. "Of course, it is," Chao Cheng replied. Tong Anya's face lit up with a radiant blush. However, Chao Cheng's smile faded, and he adopted a serious demeanor. "But I have a few conditions." Tong Anya sensed a wave of pressure emanating from him. She bit her lip and nodded. "You may speak. Before I set my conditions, I need to ask you a few questions. First, what exactly does your research institute study? Who are the sponsors? How do you secure funding? And what is the purpose of your research?" Chao Cheng posed a series of probing inquiries. Tong Anya took a deep breath, preparing to respond. Yet, Chao Cheng interrupted. "Aren't you cold? Come closer." Tong Anya's cheeks flushed as she nestled into Chao Cheng's embrace and continued. "The funding for our research institute comes from the Natural Science Research Foundation. Our research topic is sustainable management and application of farmland ecosystems based on avian behavioral regulation. In simpler terms, we study bird behavior in hopes of addressing pest issues through natural predators. As an agricultural powerhouse, our country faces increasing pesticide usage, leading to environmental pollution and pest resistance. Over time, this creates a vicious cycle. If we can understand the dietary habits, territorial ranges, and activity patterns of beneficial birds like crows, we can determine their predation efficiency and even intervene to control pest populations. For instance, we could drive beneficial birds away from prime farmland and guide them to pest-ridden fields for precise extermination. We could even place artificial nests in areas heavily affected by pests to breed and maintain ecological balance. If successful, this research would significantly mitigate pesticide harm and protect the environment. As she spoke about her research, Tong Anya radiated a vibrant energy, her intellect and poise illuminating her bright eyes. Chao Cheng couldn't help but ruffle her hair with a smile. This poised and sophisticated researcher had just moments before played the role of her sister's mischievous little kitten. The contrast was quite amusing to him. Are they truly giving you all this funding for your research? What if the research fails? Wouldn't that be a massive loss? Chao Cheng asked, intrigued. Tong Anya shook her head. Scientific research is inherently resource-intensive. Some research endeavors may ultimately yield no results, yet someone must undertake them. Moreover, funding is rarely provided all at once. The principal investigator submits a project proposal to potential sponsors, successfully persuading them. Typically, the sponsors will initially grant a portion of the funds to establish a research institute, purchase equipment, and recruit research personnel. Subsequent funding is contingent upon achieving interim results. Chao Ching chuckled. So, what results have you achieved thus far? Tong Anya shot him a resentful glance, feeling that he was touching a sore spot. You're not even allowing us to study crows, yet you ask me? Chao Ching chuckled knowingly, huh? No wonder you're so eager to delve into crow research. Internally, he found amusement in the situation. The so-called avian behavior studies they wished to pursue would rely solely on data collection and analysis, with greater data yielding more accurate results. However, for Chao Cheng, even the scientific aspects of their research seemed effortless. He could simply inquire directly, akin to asking Hekawa about his fellow species' habits, what they eat, their activities, their habitats, their fears, whether they prefer more insects or nuts, and then tailor experiments accordingly, providing the Research Institute with the necessary scientific data. After some contemplation, Chao Cheng stated, "All right, you've had your say. Now it's my turn to present my conditions." Tong Anya straightened her demeanor. "First, I can assist you in achieving interim results. You can use these outcomes to apply for further funding. In return, I require you to establish a research institute at my zoo. Furthermore, all personnel and equipment must relocate to my zoo. Concurrently, you must propose a new cooperation agreement to the sponsors. In this agreement, they provide the funding, while I provide the space and research environment. I will also require half of the profits derived from any intellectual property generated by this research." Chao Cheng was in dire need of funds. He needed the Research Institute's project to secure financing from the sponsors to further develop his zoo. Once he had sufficient funds, he could easily become a sponsor himself, supporting other wildlife-related projects. After a moment of thought, Tong Anya replied, "All right, I'll discuss this with Professor Huang. If we can obtain some results first, applying for funding won't be an issue." Chao Cheng's stipulation of achieving interim results was essential. Without them, none of this would be feasible. However, his insistence on obtaining interim results first proved the irreplaceable nature of the research environment he provided. The path he proposed was indeed correct. As long as they persisted, success was assured. Should the sponsors act rashly and abandon their previous investments in this research project without agreeing to cooperate with Chao Cheng, other sponsors would eagerly line up to collaborate with him. If one sponsor refused to invest, there would be many others willing to do so. Noticing how readily she agreed, Chao Cheng decided to push further. "I haven't finished yet. Once you establish the Research Institute, you'll also need to provide a 10-story office building." Tong Anya responded, "All right." Chao Cheng continued, "In a 20-story dormitory building." Tong Anya replied, "That should be manageable." Chao Cheng added, "You'll also be responsible for the landscaping around the Research Institute." Tong Anya hesitated. Chao Cheng then suggested, "If you could also repair the road." Tong Anya interjected, "That's enough." Chao Cheng concluded, "Okay." Chapter 94. The fourth contractual payment. Tong Anya shot Chao Cheng an exasperated glance. This fellow was clearly treating the Research Institute as a means to fund his zoo. However, as she pondered the situation, her expression shifted to one of curiosity. "So, what do we call our relationship now? What if Tong Anchi finds out?" Chao Cheng smiled lightly. "You're asking me? Tell me when you've figured it out." With determination and composure, Tong Anya declared, "I have made up my mind. I want to be your woman. I allow you to possess me, to command me, to enslave me." As she spoke, she leaned closer, adopting a flirtatious demeanor reminiscent of Tong Anchi. Chao Cheng raised a hand. "Stop right there. That is not your style. It's fine to play around occasionally." Tong Anya sighed in relief. Okay. Unbeknownst to her, she was emulating her sister's approach, believing it to be what men desired. However, Chao Cheng sought a more aloof and scholarly companion. "My woman does not need to wear a facade in my presence. You may be yourself." Tong Anya gazed directly at Chao Cheng, and for the first time, a gentle smile graced her previously stern features, a beauty starkly different from Tong Anchi. Having already crossed the boundary of intimacy, Tong Anya would never relinquish her opportunity to be Chao Cheng's woman, as it would significantly benefit her research career. The secrets of Chao Cheng's animal training were not to be questioned, but rather discovered gradually. Should she attempt to pry into his secrets, Chao Cheng's temperament might lead him to sever ties once more. Yet, if she became his woman, how could he turn a blind eye to her research endeavors? At that moment, Chao Cheng suddenly realized that Tong Anya believed he was involved with Tong Anchi. Thus, he asked with a chuckle, "Don't you feel guilty about your sister?" Tong Anya responded with a hint of mischief. "We've always enjoyed competing for each other's affections. Guilt? None. Only the joy of victory." Chao Cheng found himself both amused and bewildered. In Tong Anya's eyes, she had won by getting together with Tong Anchi first, and was now claiming her sister's boyfriend. He wondered how she would react if Tong Anchi were to win in the future. Such wickedness? No one to keep you in check, I suppose. Go put on your glasses and tie your hair up. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, Chao Cheng finally departed from their home. Remarkably, Tong Anshi remained sound asleep. Undisturbed by the commotion, evidence of the potent effects of Tong Anya's concoction. However, Chao Cheng harbored no intentions of taking advantage of the situation. He was a rogue, not a criminal. After leaving their home, Chao Cheng drove the vehicle carrying wild boars straight to Fo Guang Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he instructed Wenxi and Hekawa to transport the boars to the summit using their methods. Once the ropes were untied, they would be left to their own devices. Wild boars are quite clever when it comes to foraging for food and typically avoid perilous cliffs. When the boars had sufficiently cleared the underbrush, he could later employ the soul control technique to manage them for precise cleanup. By the time Chao Cheng returned to the zoo, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Hekawa sent a message through his psychic ability, announcing that the golden pavilion Xuanwu eggs had hatched. Chao Cheng hurried to the circular pool with great urgency. At this moment, the water in the pool had reached approximately 70 degrees. The sky still bore witness to a flock of crows, intermittently bringing forth the morning dew. Chao Cheng gazed into the water. The atmosphere remained somewhat dim, and within the pool, a small turtle was slowly making its way across the surface. To his astonishment, atop the turtle's shell rested a semi-transparent golden turtle shell, radiating a brilliant golden light that permeated through the jade-like surface. This luminous projection cast an image of an ancient courtyard upon the water's surface, transforming the pool into a vivid tableau. Within this picturesque scene lay an old-fashioned courtyard, resonating with the sounds of flowers and birds, with towering pavilions, autumn trees swaying in the breeze, and golden leaves cascading into the babbling brook. It was undeniably a vibrant depiction of a golden autumn garden. Chao Cheng felt a surge of astonishment. Though it was termed a projection, no ordinary projection could conjure such a lifelike image from beneath the water's surface. It was as if the pool had been transformed into a living painting. Furthermore, beyond the portion of the water occupied by the roots of the central tree, the image continued seamlessly on the other side of the pool. This was truly incredible. As the small turtle ambled along, each step it took created a faint golden circle, as if it were traversing an ethereal garden that only manifested with its every footfall. Chao Cheng extended his hand, sending forth a surge of spiritual energy that intertwined with the golden turtle. In an instant, a contract was formed. He felt a profound domain of consciousness unfurl before him. The innate spirit beast was indeed extraordinary. The golden turtle provided Chao Cheng with the ability to wield a domain, a realm with a radius of 5 meters. Within this domain, his consciousness became omnipresent. Even with his eyes closed, separated by a wall, he could sense every corner. As Chao Cheng and the golden turtle continued to grow in strength, the scope and capabilities of this domain would expand further. Turtle? Chao Cheng called within his mind, but the golden turtle did not respond. Realization dawned upon him. Unlike the acquired spirit beasts such as Wenxi, this creature was freshly born and devoid of any experience. It likely did not even comprehend its ability to communicate. Chao Cheng produced the last of his awakening pills and a beast spirit pill, enveloping them in spiritual energy before casting them into the water. At that moment, Wenxi perched upon a nearby branch, witnessing the scene and exclaimed, "Oh ho ho, the little turtle is about to have a language pack installed." Indeed, after consuming the 2 pills, the golden turtle quickly communicated with Chao Cheng in his consciousness. "Oh ho ho, master." Chao Cheng was taken aback, his expression turning quizzical. He then shot a glare at Wenxi. "You've got to be kidding me. This little turtle is essentially a newborn, with no understanding of this world." The awakening pill effectively forced it through a process akin to installing a language pack. It merely receives its understanding through the spiritual contract. Yet its means of expression remains immature. At that moment, when she interjected, "This is essentially akin to brainwashing it. Little turtle, from now on, your name shall be Jean Tongzi," when she declared. "Oh ho ho, what a splendid name," came the tender voice of Jean Tongzi, causing Chao Cheng's expression to darken. Seeing this, when she swiftly took flight, Chao Cheng took a deep breath, his spiritual power expanding rapidly as he summoned the Taihe Yanyuan domain, which enveloped the entire zoo. The intricate formation of the Taihe Yanyuan domain shimmered softly. Invisible threads began to converge, coalescing into a miniature version of the domain's formation. Chao Cheng lowered his hand gently as the glimmering formation descended into the water, settling upon Jean Tongzi's back. A hum resonated through the zoo as the space vibrated slightly. The formation of the Taihe Yanyuan domain flashed with golden light, awakening all the animals, who emerged from their nests, eager to explore their surroundings. Instantly, they became animated. At that moment, the Taihe Yanyuan domain's efficacy had increased tenfold. A vast life force permeated the zoo, soothing the animals' anxiety and filling their every breath with vitality. As if they were absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth. For these wild animals, human enclosures were akin to prisons. The wilderness was their true home. And here, it was nothing short of paradise. The Taihai Yanyuan domain was particularly effective for the beast kin. However, even as humans stood within the zoo, they felt invigorated and clear-headed. With each breath, they could swiftly adjust their emotions and release stress. It is well known that modern individuals bear some degree of pressure, be it from studies, work, career, family, or loans. If those under significant stress were to experience the benefits of the Taihai Yanyuan domain, they would undoubtedly return frequently. Of course, this was contingent upon their financial means, as the ticket price was 100 yuan. Not many could afford to visit daily. As for the water projection of Jin Tongzi, Chao Cheng deemed it unnecessary to address. In this age of advanced electronic products, even without his explanation, everyone would likely perceive it as a mere projection, perhaps even considering Jin Tongzi to be a technological marvel, a projected electronic turtle. After laboring through the night and expending considerable energy on Tong Anya, Chao Cheng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He returned to the second-floor bedroom to lie down for a while. As a cultivator, his mental recovery rate was swift, and he fell into a state more restorative than deep sleep in an instant. Once the clock struck 8, the outside world gradually filled with commotion. Visitors had begun to flock into the zoo. In his drowsy state, a knock echoed at his door. With the golden turtle's domain at his disposal, he easily discerned that it was Luo Jin outside. "Come in," Chao Cheng called. Luo Jin entered, a hint of confusion in his expression. "Young master, there is a foreigner outside who insists on discussing something of great importance with you." Chapter 95, Dr. Duncan. A foreigner? Chao Cheng yawned, gesturing for Luo Jin to follow him outside. Indeed, downstairs stood a tall, middle-aged Caucasian man observing the crows perched in the trees, accompanied by a beautiful female translator. As Chao Cheng approached, both of them stepped forward. The translator, displaying a degree of politeness, introduced, "Hello, Mr. Chao. This is Dr. Duncan from the United States. He is an expert in avian behavior at the Feynman Institute. He happens to be traveling in the country and has learned about the unusual behavior of these crows through the media, hence his visit to observe them in person." Chao Cheng replied nonchalantly, "A distant guest is always welcome." At this moment, Dr. Duncan, still fixated on the crows above, began speaking rapidly in English to the translator. The translator hesitated for a moment before apologizing to Chao Cheng with a smile. "Dr. Duncan expresses that he has traveled a long way and wishes to seek your consent to stay here for a period. He is willing to offer compensation. If it is confirmed that these birds hold research value, he could bring an American research team to assist you in gaining international recognition or negotiating deeper cooperation." Upon hearing the translator's words, Chao Cheng cast a cold glance at Dr. Duncan. Though his spoken English was not particularly strong, he understood perfectly well. He had heard Duncan's words clearly. Duncan's original words were, "Ting, inform him that I wish to study these birds. Inquire about the cost of residing here. Should I uncover more intriguing aspects about them, I would bring a team to set up here. This would bestow immense influence upon his zoo, granting him renown. Alternatively, I could procure this place for an offer he cannot refuse." Quite evident. The female translator was acutely aware that such remarks were impolite, even disrespectful. However, for the sake of her profession, she could only translate them in a more palatable manner. After all, in her view, Duncan's propositions, while somewhat unreasonable, indeed favored Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng scoffed. This foreigner was quite audacious. Yet, they had not been audacious for just a day or two. The phrase "no trivial matter in foreign affairs" had rendered them insufferably arrogant. The amicable treatment from a nation known for its etiquette had, in their eyes, become a potent proof of privilege, leading them to mistakenly believe that the locals feared them. Of course, there were indeed some who genuinely feared. Moreover, the sycophantic behavior of certain individuals had only bolstered their misplaced confidence. It cannot be denied that some foreigners possess discernment, genuinely believing that China is far superior to their own countries and seeking every possible means to remain. However, it is equally undeniable that there are far more self-satisfied foreigners, not to mention a doctor of considerable standing abroad. Research. Have you submitted an application for scientific exchange to our municipal hall? Chao Cheng inquired. Upon the female translator conveying this to Duncan, his brows furrowed deeply. "No, I already stated that it is in a personal capacity. Ting, inform him that he must consent. If I pressure the municipal hall, he will find himself in quite a predicament. I have endeavored to be a reasonable person. I hope he proves to be wise." The female translator's expression changed rapidly. With such a translation, would they not simply demand he leave? As she was entangled in her thoughts, Chao Cheng had already let out a cold laugh and stated in clear but not very fluent English, "I am giving you 2 minutes to vacate this place. In 2 minutes, you will find yourself in a most embarrassing situation." The fact that Chao Cheng spoke in English, emphasizing the word "you," made it clear to the female translator that he understood Duncan's words. Duncan was instantly enraged. Yet, he still retained his composure. It would be undignified to cause a scene when others were urging him to leave. You will regret your decision, he exclaimed, angrily striding towards the zoo's exit. The female translator followed him for a few steps before returning to ask Chow Chung, Mr. Chow, if Dr. Duncan submits a research exchange application and it is approved, would you be willing to cooperate? Chow Chung scoffed and turned away. Meanwhile, at the residence of Tong Anchi and Tong Anya, Tong Anchi emerged from her room, rubbing her aching head, and spotted Tong Anya having breakfast. She looked quizzically at her own room. Tong Anya, didn't you help me into your room before I went to bed yesterday? Tong Anya perused a book without looking up and replied, you must be mistaken. Tong Anchi narrowed her eyes at her. Moreover, there is a patch of blood on my sheets. Tong Anya still did not lift her gaze. You dirty it. You wash it. I have no time to help you. Tong Anchi rolled her eyes. Who said I wanted you to wash it? She intended to ask how it had come to be there. Could it truly be that she had gotten herself into such a mess? She glanced at the clock. I'm late for work. The next moment, she dismissed it, thinking, forget it, I'll eat first. She yawned and sat at the dining table, consuming the breakfast prepared by her sister. Suddenly, Tong Anya closed her book and looked at her sister with curiosity. When you roll in bed with a man, does your stomach hurt? Here she gestured to her lower abdomen. Tong Anchi immediately rolled her eyes in displeasure. Why are you suddenly asking such questions? Has your field of study extended to this? Tong Anya, with a half smile, regarded her sister and stood up. I'm full. Remember to tidy up later. And wash your sheets, you slob. Tong Anchi watched her change and leave, muttering, what a weirdo. As she put a slice of bread in her mouth, she froze, her eyes widening gradually. Could it be that she had already? Tong Anya drove her little Polo straight to the municipal hospital. Professor Huang was finishing surgery and would be discharged at noon, making it an opportune time for her to discuss this matter with him. At Yunhai Agricultural University, within the Institute of Animal Behavior and Welfare, a group of researchers gathered to compile the videos they had recorded at Chang'an Zoo. They had sufficient personnel and angles to gather a wealth of useful information. Just then, someone entered and exclaimed, have you heard? Dr. Duncan from the Feynman Research Institute is in Yunhai. It seems he has headed to Chang'an Zoo. The previously pleasant atmosphere in the room instantly turned somber. Some slumped despondently onto their chairs. Dr. Duncan is personally here? What opportunities do we have left? Dr. Duncan, a recipient of the Union Medal from the British Ornithological Union and a core figure at the Feynman Research Institute, holds a pivotal position in the field of avian behavioral research. If he were to involve himself in the study of these mysterious crows, Chow Chung would undoubtedly cooperate. Even if Chow Chung refused, Duncan would still be capable of influencing provincial departments to exert pressure on him. At that point, the leaders of Yunhai City would not dare to intervene. With a clatter, someone forcefully shoved the phones they had just gathered together. The arrival of a foreigner could effortlessly secure the research rights to the mysterious birds. What about them? Sneaking around to capture so many videos only to revel in the illusion that they had obtained valuable data. What significance does that hold? Once the Feynman Research Institute intervenes, they would swiftly acquire relevant results. There was no way their clandestine filming could compare with the progress of a team working in the zoo, especially with Chow Cheng's collaboration. All that they had done would be in vain. Someone sighed deeply and retracted the phone they had intended to upload data with. Everyone, let's gather our things. We need to prepare to pick up Professor Huang from the hospital. In an instant, the entire research institute was enveloped in a low atmosphere due to Duncan's arrival. Including administrative and technical support staff, there were barely 40 individuals in the institute, with Professor Huang as the leading figure. Today marked the day of Professor Huang's discharge, and everyone lost interest in their work, eagerly awaiting the time to go to the hospital. Just around 9 o'clock, all staff received an email notification in their work inboxes, instructing everyone to immediately cancel all appointments. Those not on site were to return to their workstations, gather their personal belongings, and pack all portable research equipment for transport. Subsequently, all personnel awaited orders at the Research Institute, poised for the next directive. The notification had been issued by a senior colleague closely following Professor Huang, who was currently tending to the ailing elder in the hospital. His words echoed those of Professor Huang himself. In an instant, the already oppressive atmosphere of the Research Institute fell into an eerie silence. The sporadic sounds of keyboards clacking in the work area ceased altogether. A faint, sorrowful weeping began to resonate. Some approached to console the tearful female researcher, while others made their way to the steps, igniting a cigarette beneath the no-smoking sign. Their demeanor despondent. One individual approached the smoking researcher, stating, "You must extinguish that." The smoking researcher scoffed, "What? Do we need to be reprimanded at such a critical juncture? Is it even necessary?" The approaching researcher replied, "Have you succumbed to despair so swiftly?" Professor Huang hasn't revealed the specifics. It could merely be an expedition. The smoking researcher let out a derisive laugh, tears welling in their eyes. What a jest. Why deceive ourselves? Our entire institute is built upon the funding for this project. This is a significant endeavor within the field. Duncan cannot possibly forsake it. Once Duncan achieves results, the value of our project will plummet to zero. It's all over. With a furious shout, the researcher hurled the cigarette to the ground, igniting a flurry of sparks. Hot tears streamed down their face. 5 years. How have we endured these 5 years? We've been bitten by mosquitoes at observation points until feverish, fainted from snake scares, chased by wild beasts, and bitten by rodents. We've trekked through arduous terrain, exhausted from carrying equipment. Countless hours of footage have nearly blinded me. Sister Sue fell from the mountain and broke her leg. She still has steel pins in it. And now, such a golden opportunity. The foreigners simply swoop in and seize it. Everything is for naught. After speaking, the researcher covered their face and sank onto the steps. Everyone in the work area felt an intense sense of injustice. This institute was fundamentally reliant on this project. If Duncan officially took over the research at Chang'an Zoo, aided and supported by the extraordinary animal trainer, Chao Chung, obtaining results would merely be a matter of time. The funding party would likely cut their losses and terminate the project, which would spell dissolution for them all. Even if, hypothetically, Professor Huang could swiftly find another project and secure funding, it would mean starting all over again with this team. The prospect seemed exceedingly bleak. Coupled with the recent notification to gather personal belongings and equipment, it was clear they were being prepared for departure. Intended to spare them the emotional toll of an outright announcement of dissolution. Suffocating. The vast work area was imbued with an exceptionally stifling atmosphere. The returning researchers sensed this ambience and quickly grasped the situation. The number of weeping researchers grew by the moment. They began to pack their belongings, preparing to load the gathered equipment, likely to return to the funding party. Many exchanged farewells or discussed their next steps. At that moment, a beaming researcher rushed back. This individual was a disciple of Professor Huang, occupying the esteemed position of chief senior brother among the younger generation, and had been caring for Professor Huang at the hospital. He was the one who had issued the notification just 2 hours prior. Everyone listen. The senior brother's commanding voice resonated through the hall, capturing every gaze. His chest heaved with excitement, evidently having run with great haste. We are relocating. Gather your personal belongings, all equipment, tents, and drive all our vehicles. Assemble at Chang'an Zoo. Now, upon hearing this, no one cheered. They merely exchanged bewildered glances, frozen in place. Wait, aren't we disbanding? What business do we have at Chang'an Zoo? And why such a grand approach to Chang'an Zoo? Are we planning to set up camp? Or perhaps to stir up trouble? Brotherly, what is going on? What are you saying? Inquired a colleague close to him. Realizing he had spoken too hastily, Brotherly calmed himself and declared, Chang'an Zoo, Mr. Chow? He has permitted us to enter the zoo for data collection and is fully cooperating. We are allowed to establish ourselves within. We can acquire data and results previously unimaginable. Professor Huang instructed me to return and inform everyone that time is of the essence. Disregard his discharge from the hospital for now and focus on the task at hand. We must move everything to the zoo. As he spoke, everyone surged forward, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief, as if Brotherly had been speaking in riddles. Some even felt an urge to protest. You had us gather our belongings and equipment for this. This is sheer madness. You nearly frightened us to death in your quest for a surprise. Some, fearing a miscommunication from Brotherly, cautioned, Brotherly, does Professor Huang know that Dr. Duncan from the American Feynman Institute is in Yanhai? I heard he visited Chang'an Zoo this morning, likely to interfere with the avian research. At the mention of this, Brotherly's smile widened. I'm aware. Everyone knows. Dr. Duncan sought to partake in the study of crow behavior, but was categorically denied by Mr. Chow. This was directly stated by Mr. Chow during a phone call with Professor Huang. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. Mr. Chow himself spoke? How could this be? Mr. Chow rejected an international authority while allowing our local institute to take over the research? In that moment, the group felt as if they were enveloped in a fog, simultaneously overwhelmed by pressure. Brotherly continued to reassure them, I understand your disbelief. Mr. Chow does have conditions. He has secured a 3,000 acre plot for zoo development and expansion. He requires a research institute to invest its own funds to establish a presence. He has chosen us and will assist us in obtaining research results to apply for subsequent funding. This means that once the next round of funding arrives, we will indeed relocate, fully integrating into the zoo, establishing a new research institute, and conducting our future work there, becoming a part of Chang'an Zoo. Upon hearing Mr. Chow's conditions, the group found it somewhat easier to accept this reality. However, they were even more astonished. Mr. Chow's new plot requires a research institute to settle in. If the Feynman Institute were to move in, Chang'an Zhu would instantaneously gain immense influence and social standing, potentially even international prominence, inevitably attracting substantial funding as a result. Chao Cheng opted for the local research institute, believing that, aside from securing funding, there were no advantages that could rival those offered by the Feynman Research Institute. Moreover, the so-called self-funded resources were, in fact, obtained through efforts made by Boss Chao after they achieved results. After much contemplation, a singular thought emerged in their minds. Why should the fruits of our labor benefit outsiders? Could it be that Boss Chao was averse to seeing their research outcomes fall into foreign hands, even though he had severed ties with their research institute? When foreign entities sought to encroach upon beneficial projects for China, Boss Chao chose to broaden his horizons and unite against external threats, allowing his own team to take charge. He seemed willing to bear the immense pressure exerted by Duncan's influence. What a remarkable display of righteousness. Some individuals, overwhelmed by emotion, broke down in tears. The tumult of feelings rendered many unable to maintain their composure. They were all individuals with lofty aspirations. The identity of their financial backers, and for whom they labored, mattered little. Their focus was solely on the results. Achievements signified success, the potential to alter the world, and a place in history. This was their ultimate reward. As for relocating to Boss Chao's zoo, they could only wish for it. The land at the agricultural university was willingly offered, as they had initially sought Professor Huang's involvement. With Professor Huang's presence over the years, the prestige of the agricultural university had significantly escalated. The benefits they had reaped were substantial. In truth, the research institute owed nothing to the university, but rather the reverse. The eldest senior brother laughed heartily, raising his fist in exclamation, "No more tears. Let us quickly pack our things and report to the Chang'an Zoo." At 11:30 in the morning, 8 off-road vehicles and 4 enclosed pickup trucks from the research institute arrived at Chang'an Zoo. Although the zoo was not as crowded as it had been in previous days, it was still bustling with activity. The group of researchers, slightly apprehensive, alighted and gazed around the zoo. Senior Brotherly jogged inside and, moments later, emerged beaming, signaling for everyone to drive in. At that moment, the entrance for vehicles had swung open, allowing everyone to exhale in relief as they drove one by one into the zoo. Under the guidance of the security personnel, they parked in a spacious area, adhering to regulations, for they noticed Boss Chao standing on the steps not far away, observing them. As the vehicles came to a halt, Chao Cheng approached. The nervous researchers hurriedly gathered, standing at attention as if awaiting inspection. In their view, being allowed entry was already a significant act of leniency, and they anticipated some regulations to be imposed upon them. To their surprise, Chao Cheng smiled as he addressed them. "The living conditions at the zoo are somewhat limited, so I must ask you to endure and set up camp here for the time being." Senior Brotherly replied with a smile, "You're too kind, Boss Chao. We've spent years observing in the wild under similar conditions. This is already quite satisfactory." Others quickly chimed in. "Indeed, we're accustomed to it. It's far from a hardship. The environment here at the zoo is excellent, and one could scarcely find such a camping site in the wild." "Exactly. Ever since I entered the zoo, my rhinitis seems to have improved significantly." While this last comment may have been flattery, it held a grain of truth. The speaker suffered from chronic nasal discomfort, but upon entering the zoo, he found relief, breathing easily and feeling mentally sharp. Not only him, but others also shared a similar sentiment. Though not as pronounced, they could all distinctly perceive that the air quality here surpassed that of the outside world. Chao Cheng nodded. "I trust you have heard that Dr. Duncan visited the zoo this morning." All the researchers ceased smiling, exchanging tense glances. "An outsider made some rather absurd requests of me, which I found displeasing. As for you, you are different. Our past disagreements and quarrels are merely family matters. I still choose to place my trust in my own team. I believe the previous conflict stemmed from Song Qing's personal actions, and I trust that you will not repeat those mistakes. I prefer straightforwardness. If you require my cooperation, simply approach me directly." The researchers were electrified with excitement. Hearing Boss Chao's words firsthand felt entirely different than merely receiving messages from Senior Brotherly. It was as if a weight had finally been lifted from their hearts. Chao Cheng had genuinely forgiven them. Furthermore, his reference to them as "my own" exuded a remarkable grace. It was noteworthy that, despite being younger than most of them, his composure and dignity were unmatched. Moved by this, a venerable voice broke through. "Well said." The crowd turned to see an esteemed researcher assisting the frail Professor Huang, who was moving slowly. "Teacher, old Huang." Several researchers rushed to offer their support. It was evident that Professor Huang was still in discomfort, wincing slightly with each step. He gestured to indicate that he was fine, then approached Chao Cheng, bending slightly to bow. Chao Cheng quickly reached out to steady him. "Old Huang, you honor me." Professor Huang sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. "You saved my old bones. You deserve this recognition. Had it not been for your timely warning, I would not have been able to discover the issue early and prolong my life by a few more years. Chao Cheng assessed the old man. This physician possesses exceptional skill. With the cancer eradicated, old Huang could fight on for another 500 years. Professor Huang grasped Chao Cheng's hands tightly, nodding in admiration. I, too, have realized that my previous visit to apologize was, in fact, rather inappropriate. Your ability to forgive us is truly commendable. In truth, during their previous attempt to apologize, Chao Cheng had not even allowed them entry. In retrospect, Professor Huang recognized that their intentions had been too obvious. While it was true that Song Qing's actions were personal, their effort to disassociate themselves from him in hopes of gaining access for research was fundamentally not an apology, but rather an attempt at reasoning. Chao Cheng was fully aware that it was Song Qing's individual actions. Thus, why would he need to listen to their explanations? An apology necessitates a genuine attitude. Had they approached him sincerely from the outset, perhaps Chao Cheng would have already calmed down. Moreover, their presence here could be perceived as pressure or even moral coercion. These nuances had not dawned on Professor Huang and his colleagues, who were typically engrossed in research. While their intelligence was commendable, their emotional intelligence left much to be desired. The intricacies of human relationships could easily become knotted. Yet, despite their shortcomings, Chao Cheng still chose to remind them of their cancer while steadfastly supporting them in the face of Duncan, ultimately delivering today's heartfelt address. The breadth of his magnanimity truly made him feel as though he had squandered over 70 years of his life. Before he could finish his sentence, Chao Cheng gently placed his hand upon Professor Huang's. Old Huang, all is past. Those 3 words rendered everyone present acutely self-conscious. Professor Huang paused momentarily, then nodded deeply. Very well. Luo Jin, standing behind them, felt her heart race uncontrollably. The persuasive prowess of Chao Cheng was truly beyond her imagination. It seemed that in the future, these researchers would undoubtedly look to the Chang'an Zoo for guidance. Old Huang, the surgery is quite taxing on your vitality. Let us retire to the second floor for a moment. I have prepared some tea. We can discuss how to achieve our next results. Professor Huang nodded in agreement. Chao Cheng personally assisted Old Huang towards the management hall. Brotherly quickly instructed the researchers to set up tents, gather their equipment, and enjoy some free time. At that moment, several individuals hurriedly grasped Brotherly, who was preparing to leave, pointing at Tong Anya in a panic. Brotherly, quickly call Assistant Tong back. She is the root of all mischief. Is it appropriate for her to prance before Boss Chow? What if Boss Chow takes a disliking to her and becomes displeased? Brotherly chuckled. Fear not. Do you see the breadth of Boss Chow's vision? Is he that kind of person? Moreover, we owe this situation to Assistant Tong. With a mysterious smile, Brotherly hurriedly pursued, leaving everyone else in a state of bewilderment. Owe it to Assistant Tong? What does that mean? However, the researchers did not linger in confusion for long. As they packed their belongings, many began to feel hungry, for it was already noon. At that moment, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Everyone inhaled deeply. What is that delicious smell? Some researchers who had visited the zoo a few days prior suddenly exclaimed, "Huh, you don't know, do you? Roasted wild boar, sizzling and dripping with fat. Just 10 yuan per skewer. Are you aware of Brother Chui's appetite? 2 skewers, and he is full." Their faces beamed with pride, brimming with superiority. For he had savored it on the very first day. Can Brother Chui really be satisfied with just 2 skewers? How large must they be? The crowd was astonished, clearly recognizing Brother Chui's reputation for his hearty appetite. Let us go take a look. They trotted towards the source of the enticing scent, only to find a large crowd laughing heartily around the monkey enclosure. Many were raising their phones to capture the moment. To their surprise, the source of the laughter was the monkey's enclosure. Roasting monkeys? This zoo is truly something else. I've seen everything here. Chapter 98. Speak freely about your intentions. As several researchers approached for a closer look, they were equally taken aback. They saw several food carts parked outside the enclosure, where chefs were continuously preparing wild boar meat, which was then sent to 5 barbecue grills situated outside the enclosure. The entire front of the enclosure had been replaced with specially crafted large glass panels, each featuring 10 evenly spaced circular openings. Each opening was fitted with a specially designed rubber glove. Inside the enclosure, 5 monkeys stood, extending their hands through the rubber gloves to grasp the roasted meat on the grills, flipping it back and forth. The laughter of the onlookers stemmed from the monkeys' antics. Whenever the fat from the meat dripped onto the coals, the flames would flare up, threatening to char the meat. The monkeys instinctively blew forcefully against the glass, realizing their efforts were in vain. Consequently, they resorted to banging the skewers against the grill while chattering excitedly at the staff responsible for extinguishing the flames, urging them to assist. The staff, equally entertained, sometimes watched the flames rise without intervening, waiting for the monkeys to react. After several such instances, one frustrated monkey tossed down its skewer, rushed to the front of the staff and began to pound on the glass. These chefs hailed from the Qingfeng Donga restaurant and had originally come to work. Now, they were engaged in pure amusement. In reality, the monkeys' grilling pace was comparable to that of the three chefs, with little gain in efficiency, and they often ruined some of the meat, either undercooked or burnt. The chefs endeavored to minimize loss, offering any charred or undercooked pieces as complimentary samples to visitors. Those who requested higher quality grilled meat received personal attention from the chefs, while some even demanded the charred version of the monkey grilled meat, and others wished to grill themselves, enjoying up-close interaction with the monkeys. A throng of visitors surrounded the monkey exhibit, ensuring it was bustling with excitement. Such a spectacle was unheard of in any zoo. Of course, this initiative had been approved by relevant authorities, although the Chang'an Zoo possessed permits for dining and everyday goods. The matter of monkey grilled meat raised sanitary concerns that could not be addressed easily. Subsequently, Chao Cheng commissioned the fabrication of the glass panels and special rubber gloves, which were made from research-grade materials, resistant to fire, water, puncture, and corrosion. Prominently displayed on the nearby glass was a large sign, "Meets Dining Hygiene Standards," accompanied by a copy of the dining hygiene permit. Additionally, there were concerns regarding animal labor. If these monkeys were being forced to work, it would not be amusing at all. Many would find it unacceptable, and animal rights organizations would likely intervene. Yet, these monkeys appeared to be playing, treating the grilling process as a mimicry of human behavior. Crucially, they retained the right to cease their activities at any moment. When a monkey grew tired or irritated, it would simply drop the skewer, and the nearby chefs would hastily step in to take over. Roasting wild boar meat was not particularly lucrative. However, it had transformed into a unique delicacy combined with a monkey performance, becoming a distinctive attraction. Numerous videos circulated online, generating a fresh wave of visitors eager to experience the Chang'an Zoo. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the management hall, the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea. Everyone sat in a circle, with Tong Anshi, having no pressing matters at hand, joining the gathering upstairs. Sitting beside Luo Jin behind Chao Cheng, Tong Anya, along with two trusted researchers of Professor Huang, sat nearby, occasionally attending to Old Huang. Chao Cheng and Old Huang were engaged in a discussion regarding the research direction involving crows. Chao Cheng could not directly reveal that he could communicate telepathically with the Crow King, so he continually guided Old Huang to articulate the difficulties they faced in their current research, allowing him to pinpoint what assistance the crows could provide. Chao Cheng remarked, "Old Huang, having listened to you, I believe I have gleaned some clarity. Setting aside other beneficial birds for now, since we currently have a substantial number of crows, let us focus on how crows can accurately detect pests. If we can resolve this issue, would that not represent a significant breakthrough? Could it help secure sufficient funding for you?" Old Huang, slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement. Of course it would. Brotherly Timely elaborated. Numerous studies have been conducted regarding beneficial birds' ability to locate pests, yet there is a dearth of research specifically concerning crows. Presently, no definitive conclusions have emerged regarding how crows discern pests, whether through vision, hearing, or olfaction remains shrouded in ambiguity. However, it is now established that plants damaged by pests indeed activate their intrinsic defense mechanisms, releasing a unique pheromone to alert the natural predators of these pests. Numerous research teams in agricultural science, both domestically and internationally, are striving to overcome the challenges of artificially synthesizing this pheromone. At this moment, Chao Cheng feigned deep contemplation, while in reality, he was swiftly communicating with Haikawa. After a brief pause, he stated, "I can tell you directly that crows may possess some sensitivity to this pheromone, but it is certainly not their primary method for locating pests. Their principal means lies predominantly in visual perception, with auditory cues serving as a secondary aid." The unequivocal nature of Chao Cheng's assertion left Li and his companions in a state of astonishment, exchanging glances of bewilderment. Chao Cheng continued, "Of course, mere conjecture is insufficient. You require rigorous scientific data. I have merely provided you with the answer for now, and we shall proceed to uncover the process leading to this solution." The four individuals across from him were left speechless, nodding in unison, the atmosphere vibrant with excitement. To know the answer beforehand, and then endeavor to unravel the process. Was this not akin to a gift of answers? How did Chao Cheng come to know such an answer? Did he simply inquire of the crows themselves? Furthermore, he was correct. They needed to procure data to substantiate Chao Cheng's claim in order to secure funding. Otherwise, his answer would remain a mere hypothesis. Leaning back, Chao Cheng began to improvise. "My grandfather once said that the eyes of crows are luminescent. They perceive colors differently than humans." At this point, he cast a glance at Tong Anya, who promptly responded, "Humans have trichromatic vision, while crows possess tetrachromatic vision, including ultraviolet light." Li and his companions regarded Tong Anya with surprise. Their previous research focus had not been primarily on crows, given that their numbers are not the most prevalent among beneficial birds. Yet, they were astonished to discover that Tong Anya possessed knowledge about crows, raising questions as to whether she had specialized in their study. Chao Cheng snapped his fingers. Exactly. This allows crows to discern leaves that have been damaged by pests. When they soar above ravaged fields, these damaged leaves appear to them as glimmering points of light. How do we scientifically explain this phenomenon? He turned again to Huang Lao and the others, who were momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huang Lao smiled and reminded them, disease spectral signatures. Li quickly grasped the concept, exclaiming, "Ah yes. The characteristics of disease spectra. Chlorophyll absorbs substantial blue and red light while reflecting green light. However, if the leaf surface is compromised, its cellular structure, moisture content, and pigment composition will change, potentially leading to subtle yet observable characteristics." Are you suggesting that crows can effectively prey upon these characteristics through their discernment of disease spectra? Chao Cheng pointed at him. Precisely. Now, you must inform me what kind of experiments would yield effective data in this regard. Li hesitated for a moment, glancing at Huang Lao with uncertainty, before suggesting, an experiment that isolates other sensory modalities should yield preliminary conclusions. For instance, we could set up two small experimental fields, one with healthy leaves and the other with artificially damaged leaves, by emitting white noise and unpleasant odors, or by completely isolating the sense. We can block their auditory and olfactory senses. Then, we can observe whether they can locate the afflicted plants solely through the identification of disease spectra. As long as we rotate the positions of the experimental fields, if they can consistently identify the damaged plants, we can proceed to further elaborate experiments. Of course, this requires the crows to remain hungry and cooperate in a free state, which is nearly impossible given their intelligence and the current methods available to us. While similar experiments have been conducted in the past after the emergence of disease spectra, none yielded any results. The experiment was designed to validate Chao Cheng's claim, whereas previous attempts sought to uncover similar answers, with varying degrees of precision, unless someone fortuitously reached the conclusion that crows possessed such characteristics. And that person happened to be influential enough to secure a staggering amount of funding, and then coincidentally managed to capture hundreds of wild crows, and fortuitously constructed an enclosure large enough for the crows to feel unconfined, and simultaneously set up experimental fields for them to cooperate in the identification. None of these improbabilities posed any challenge for Chao Cheng. Upon hearing Li's remarks, Chao Cheng shrugged. As long as there is a method, what are we waiting for? Let us immediately establish the experimental fields. The nonchalance with which Chao Cheng approached the matter left Huang Lao and the others bewildered. Huang Lao interjected. During such experimental processes, you must not intervene in the crow's choices. They are aware that Chao Cheng can command them, but data obtained in such a manner would not be genuine and would lack any practical value. Chao Cheng nodded. If necessary, you may bind me and seal my mouth. Tong Anchi chuckled at the thought, likely envisioning the scene, which caused the others to break into laughter as well. Though their excitement remained palpable, Li stood up abruptly, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Boss Zhao, if you can indeed have the crows cooperate in such an experiment, it would be nothing short of a miracle in the annals of scientific research. Huang Lao, having gained wisdom from the situation, smiled knowingly at Chao Cheng's intent, saying, if we can obtain precise data at this stage, I am confident we can secure no less than 400 million in funding. As long as we can develop a harmless reagent capable of simulating or amplifying the characteristics of disease spectra, we will have the answer for crows and pest control. At that point, we can acquire even more funding and pursue similar answers for various other beneficial birds. To comprehensively address the threat of pesticides, mere study of crows will not suffice, for many regions lack crows entirely, and their numbers are relatively scarce. We must gather answers from a broader array of avian species to implement tailored solutions for alleviating the hazards of pesticides. Indeed, Huang Lao's words ignited a spark in Chao Cheng's eyes. The goal was a staggering 400 million. Although this funding was designated for research and could not be directly allocated to constructing his own Xianyu pavilion, such a move would be deemed inappropriate. The sum still represented a significant amount, sufficient to establish a research institute and its associated infrastructure. As long as they could establish some connection to the research institute, it would be advantageous for them. Overwhelmed with joy, Chao Cheng laughed heartily. I should also be able to contribute to the research of this reagent. The issues of the natural world must be addressed through the natural world. I refuse to believe there are no plants in nature that can simulate the characteristics of disease spectra. Eventually, I will have the crows find them, bring them back, and present them for research. Huang Lao and the others were left in a state of bemusement, caught between laughter and incredulity. This is hardly research. It is akin to force-feeding academic achievements down their throats, leaving them with no choice but to consume. Undoubtedly, This sentiment resonates profoundly with Tong Anya. She has personally experienced the formidable prowess of Chao Cheng. His physique, demeanor, magnanimity, and capabilities are nothing short of extraordinary. Describing him as a dragon among men would not be an exaggeration. Without further ado, Elder Huang promptly instructed Brother Li to arrange this matter personally. By noon, Chao Cheng had treated Elder Huang and the others to a meal on the second floor before taking his leave. He drove to the mountain entrance and once again had Huan and Wincy accompany him to Fo Guang Mountain. At this moment, wild boars were rampaging wildly atop Fo Guang Mountain, having already devastated a considerable expanse of shrubbery. Chao Cheng selected a plot of land approximately 2 acres in size and began to skillfully direct the 4 boars to turn the soil. Once they had completed their task, a flock of crows took to the field, working in pairs to carry away the uprooted shrubs. For those that remained stubbornly in the ground, Chao Cheng commanded the boars to finish the job. In no time, they had cleared 2 acres of soft, tilled earth. Chao Cheng then retrieved 2 baskets of tea plants, instructing the crows to break apart the soil and plant each one meticulously. The hundreds of crows worked with astonishing speed, completing the planting of the 2 acres of wild tea seeds in less than 15 minutes. After planting the tea, Chao Cheng's first task was to secure the 4 boars to the rocks with steel cables, as there were still many plots that remained to be cleared. Subsequently, Chao Cheng stood before the plot, closed his eyes, and released his spiritual energy. The jade tree blossom array gradually took shape. With a vigorous clench of his fist, the array roared to life, channeling a tremendous surge of wood-type spiritual energy, the vitality of which was far more potent than that of the Taiha nurturing domain. However, this life-giving force was exclusively directed at plants, and ordinary individuals within its confines would perceive nothing unusual. Huan, this plot of land is entrusted to you. Remember to water it every 5 hours. These tea plants grow at a much faster rate than ordinary tea trees. Huan understood. At that moment, Chao Cheng's phone rang, causing his brow to furrow. The caller was Song Taizhan. Upon answering, he was met with a gravely subdued voice on the other end. Chao Cheng, where are you? On the mountain. Hurry home. I've dispatched Luo Hu in plain clothes to protect you. Do not venture outside for the next few days. Maintain constant communication with me. Song Tieshan's voice was laced with suppressed fury. Chao Cheng inquired solemnly, what has happened? Taking a deep breath, Song Taizhan replied, Xingjie was attacked. It is highly likely a retaliatory act from the remnants of the Hongi gang. He is currently in the emergency room. They may merely be seeking revenge against me, but they could also be aware of your existence. I will ensure Luo Hu and the others protect you discreetly. You must exercise caution. Chao Cheng's eyes narrowed. Remnants? Let us meet. After a moment's consideration, Song Taizhan agreed. All right, at the People's Hospital. Come over. Chao Cheng descended the mountain and headed straight for the Municipal People's Hospital. Upon arrival, he found the area heavily guarded by plainclothes officers. Luo, who had also been summoned back by Song Taizhan and awaited at the entrance, accompanying Chao Cheng upstairs. As they reached the emergency room, they encountered a group of law enforcement officials, each exhibiting a serious demeanor and a palpable sense of menace. To dare attack the son of the Law Enforcement Bureau Director was not merely a provocation against Song Taizhan. It was a declaration of war against the entire enforcement department. If the assailants were allowed to escape unscathed, the Bureau's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Standing outside the emergency room, Song Tieshan's expression was as cold as ice. While a female officer supported the trembling and visibly weakened mother of Song Xingjie, Zhang Lin. Seated nearby, Zhang Lin's eyes were swollen and red. Luo, who led Chao Cheng through the crowd to face Song Taizhan. Uncle Song, have the assailants been apprehended? Chao Cheng asked in a hushed tone. Song Taizhan nodded, lowering his voice. Xingjie was in Shaiyang County discussing business. After finishing lunch, he stepped outside, where a van stopped in front of him. 2 knife-wielding thugs emerged and slashed at his neck. Xingjie narrowly evaded a fatal blow, but his brow was fractured. He managed to protect his vital areas and flee. But the 2 thugs pursued him, striking him 10 times. A driver remained in the van, following the entire ordeal. Xingjie collapsed in a pool of blood, causing a commotion among bystanders, allowing the assailants to escape. Chao Cheng was struck by a sudden realization. There were numerous witnesses. In broad daylight, they dared to attack the son of the Law Enforcement Bureau Director. These are truly desperate criminals. Who was Xingjie meeting for business? I've already investigated. It was the manager of the County Agricultural Product Trading Center. He is also the first eyewitness, and he was the one who brought Xingjie to the hospital. I've confirmed everything. There are no issues. Is Xingjie severely injured? Chao Cheng inquired. Song Taizhan took a deep breath, his eyes beginning to glisten with moisture. The 2 most critical wounds are on the back of his neck and his brow. Whether he can pull through depends on. His voice trailed off, trembling slightly. At that moment, a group of doctors in white coats hurried toward them. The lead physician, with a grave expression, shook hands with Song Taizhan. Director Song. Song Taizhan gripped the visitor's hand tightly. Vice President Sun, thank you for taking the time to arrange this. Vice President Sun replied, it is my duty. Doctor. Liu is our best surgeon and will give it his all. Besides, Xingjie is destined for greatness. He will be fine. As they conversed, it was evident that the two shared a long-standing camaraderie. Suddenly, Vice President Sun noticed Chao Cheng standing nearby and paused, slightly taken aback. He instinctively asked, is this the individual from the Cheng'an Zoo? Song Taizhan nodded. Yes, Chao Cheng, a dear friend of Xingjie. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. Vice President Sun exclaimed, extending his hand with genuine delight. Chao Cheng was somewhat perplexed. Why would a hospital vice president be so eager to greet him? Hello, Vice President Sunday. He politely shook hands. Just as Vice President Sun was about to speak, his phone vibrated urgently in his pocket. He glanced at it, and his expression shifted. Director Song, I have an urgent consultation to attend to. I must go. Do not worry. With that, he turned and hurried away, looking quite pressed for time. Yet he still managed to wave goodbye to Chao Cheng, as if wishing to engage in further conversation were it not for the phone call. In the midst of Chao Cheng's bewilderment, the emergency room lights suddenly extinguished with a sharp click. With the lights out, everyone's nerves tensed instantaneously. Zhang Lin's breathing became erratic, yet she mustered the strength to rise and tightly grasped Song Tieshan's hand. As the emergency room door swung open, a doctor hurried out, removing his mask and exhaling a sigh of relief. Director Song, the surgery was very successful. The patient is no longer in danger. He sustained a total of 13 stab wounds, the most critical being on the back of his neck. Fortunately, there was no damage to the spinal cord or major arteries. We have administered a substantial amount of blood, and he is now being transferred to ICU. Do not misunderstand. Admission to the ICU does not necessarily signify a deterioration in condition, but rather indicates that the ICU can provide a more comprehensive monitoring environment. As the doctor spoke, he removed his gloves, appearing quite fatigued. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Lin wept profusely, expressing her gratitude amid tears. The news that her son had sustained 13 stab wounds left her utterly weakened, as if each wound had pierced her very heart. May I have a moment to see him? Inquired Chao Cheng. The crowd turned to him in confusion. Why would Chao Cheng wish to enter when even his biological father, Song Taizhan, had not made such a request? Even Song Taizhan himself was somewhat perplexed. The doctor replied, in principle, visitation is not permitted within 24 hours. It's all right. I will take him in. I will take full responsibility, suddenly interjected Song Taizhan. Although he was uncertain of Chao Cheng's motives for making such a request, he was well aware that Chao Cheng was not the type to act without discretion. Since he had made this request, it must surely carry significance. Moreover, Song Taizhan was cognizant of Chao Cheng's capabilities. The doctor, feeling powerless, recognized that when the chief spoke, no one dared to object. Very well. But those who are emotionally distressed should refrain from entering, he said, glancing at Zhang Lin. At that moment, even if Zhang Lin were allowed to enter, she would likely lack the courage to do so. Song Taizhan led Chao Cheng inside. After donning protective gear in the disinfection room, they finally proceeded into the ICU. At this point, Song Xingjie had already been transferred to the ICU bed, preparing for further treatment. Upon witnessing his son's grievous state, Song Taizhan felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Chao Cheng stepped forward and gently grasped Song Xingjie's fingers, channeling strands of ethereal energy from his Xianling medical techniques into Song Xingjie's body, aiding in his swift recovery of vital energy. It must be said that Song Xingjie was indeed fortunate. Each wound was deep enough to reveal bone, indicating that the assailants had aimed to take his life. Particularly the stab to the back of his neck, which, if seen by his mother, might have caused her to faint on the spot. Chao Cheng had to employ his spiritual energy for an extended period to facilitate healing. This action did not escape Song Taizhan's notice, who mused that Chao Cheng was indeed not merely here to take a cursory glance. However, regardless of Chao Cheng's methods, he could not harm Xingjie in his presence. The truth remained hidden. Moments later, Chao Cheng released his grip and nodded at Song Taizhan. They then exited the emergency room, with Song Xingjie being transferred to the ICU. Upon leaving the emergency room, Song Taizhan stated, "You should refrain from going out for the next couple of days. I will arrange personnel at your zoo." However, Chao Cheng replied, "There is no need. If you assign personnel, it may hinder their actions, and they might instead target those close to me. I do not wish to implicate anyone. It would be better for them to confront me directly. Moreover, I do not intend to sit idly by. I cannot rest until they are eliminated. What progress have we made on the assailants' whereabouts?" Song Taizhan nodded. Not only Chao Cheng, but he too could not find peace without eliminating the threat. After all, it was unreasonable to have someone watch over Song Xingjie constantly for the next 24 hours. The assailant's vehicle bore no license plates. The Sky Eye tracking system lost it at the county boundary. We have already begun to trace the leads. The vehicle should be located swiftly. It cannot escape. Meanwhile, at the hospital's emergency consultation center, a group of hospital leaders and experts had just concluded examining an elderly patient. They were now gathered together. Old Qian, the eminent economist, Old Qian? Someone exclaimed in surprise, only to be silenced by a glare from the hospital director. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s stated, Old Qian prefers not to draw attention. Therefore, I hope everyone can keep the news of his hospitalization confidential. As he spoke, he surveyed the room. An invisible pressure filled the air, palpable to all present, who fell silent. It appeared this man was a trusted confidant of Old Qian. Old Qian, Qian Mushing, was a prominent figure in the realm of domestic economics. Frequently invited to lecture at the Central Party School, a pillar of authority. His disciples were numerous, including several individuals in positions of power. The experts and leaders in the hospital understood that revealing Old Qian's identity was intended to underscore the gravity of the situation, urging them to exert every effort in his rescue. Furthermore, the request for confidentiality likely stemmed from the fact that Old Qian's family was also influential. With leaders in powerful departments, Old Qian held sway in his domain. News of his illness could not be casually disseminated, as it would significantly impact those directly associated with him. The middle-aged man continued, Yunhai is Old Qian's hometown. On a whim, he visited Shaiyang County to indulge in a local delicacy he relished. Suddenly, he witnessed a violent scene outside the window, where two individuals were viciously attacking a young man in the street. The display was exceedingly brutal. Old Qian was so shocked that he fainted on the spot. Once the middle-aged man recounted the incident, he turned to the director. Clearly, Old Qian had suffered a sudden illness, and the People's Hospital was the nearest tertiary hospital, thus admitting him for immediate care while awaiting experts from the capital. The director spoke solemnly. Following a series of examinations, the patient's physiological indicators are normal, with no signs of any organic pathology. His brain activity is intact, he is conscious, and can perceive his surroundings. However, he remains unresponsive, having entered a state akin to a semi-vegetative state. Experts from the capital are en route, but it may take approximately an hour and a half. Concurrently, experts from the capital had conducted a remote consultation with a preliminary diagnosis of psychogenic malignant catalepsy, a condition triggered by intense psychological stress resulting in the involuntary shutdown of bodily functions. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Some among them were familiar with this condition, while others had never even heard of it. This ailment is entirely distinct from the catalepsy associated with schizophrenia or depression. It is exceedingly rare and pertains to disorders of the psychological and nervous systems. Not to mention that even if the experts from the capital were present, placing Old Qian in a hospital bed would prove futile. They would be at a loss for how to treat him, having never encountered such a condition before. At that moment, Vice President Sun abruptly asked the middle-aged man, you mentioned earlier that Old Qian had consumed a particular delicacy prior to his illness. The middle-aged man nodded. Stir-fried rice cakes. A cacophony erupted as several experts sprang to their feet simultaneously, startling the middle-aged man, who also stood up in alarm. What is it? One expert exclaimed. Old Qian has food in his stomach? Although Old Qian's body is in a state of suspension, his stomach continues to contract. This poses a significant risk of acid reflux, with the potential for aspiration of large food particles or gastric acid. If food remnants are inhaled, it could lead to choking. Moreover, if gastric acid is aspirated, it would cause severe burns to the lungs. As they spoke, the internal medicine experts all rushed out, racing toward Old Qian's ward to implement preventive measures. Upon arriving at the ward, the experts busied themselves, while the middle-aged man's face turned ashen as he turned to the director and asked, how long until the experts from the capital arrive? The director, sweating profusely, replied, approximately an hour and 20 minutes. He could already sense the middle-aged man's overwhelming fury. Evidently, there is a profound dissatisfaction with the capabilities of the People's Hospital. While previous incidents may have been overlooked, the looming threat to life has heightened everyone's anxiety. The matter at hand concerns Elder Qian, who resides in a county within Yunhai City. Moreover, it is alarming to witness incidents of violent crime occurring brazenly in the streets. Should Elder Qian's life be endangered, the repercussions would reverberate throughout Yunhai City, particularly within the law enforcement and healthcare systems, which would face severe scrutiny. Even divine intervention would not suffice to save them. At this moment, Vice President Sun stood hesitantly behind, wrestling with his thoughts for a while. Finally, he mustered the courage to address the middle-aged man. I am aware of a folk expert, he began. Previously, Professor Huang from our city exhibited early signs of gastric cancer. Fortunately, this folk expert identified the issue promptly and alerted him. Prior to that, Professor Huang's medical examinations revealed no anomalies, hence he could not have known beforehand. Remarkably, The expert had no physical contact with him. He discerned the conditions solely with the naked eye. This is not mere hearsay. I can vouch for its authenticity. Coincidentally, this folk expert currently resides within our hospital. I believe it would be prudent to have him take a look. It is worth the attempt. Chapter 101. The Nature of Humanity and Nature. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately furrowed his brow, and the surrounding individuals tensed up. The hospital director subtly signaled to Vice President Sunday, "Old son, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. Elder Chien holds a significant position. It is unwise to casually recommend a folk expert. If anything were to go awry, who would bear the responsibility?" Despite his reservations, Vice President Sun did not regret his words. The urgency of the situation demanded that every glimmer of hope be seized. This was not only a matter of accountability to Elder Chien, but also a responsibility toward the entire People's Hospital. As for inviting Chao Cheng, this had been a well-considered decision. Even if Chao Cheng were not a remarkable folk healer and merely stumbled upon Professor Huang's diagnosis, it would still be beneficial for him to come and at least express concern. After all, Chao Cheng is a friend of Song Xingjia, and given the connection to Song Taizhan, he would not remain indifferent. What if Chao Cheng indeed possessed a solution that would not only save the People's Hospital, but also rescue Yinhai City? The middle-aged man then turned to the director, seeking a reliable source of reference. The director looked at Vice President Sun with curiosity. "Vice President Sun, who is this folk expert you mentioned?" "That would be Chao Cheng, the owner of the Chang'an Zoo." The director, upon realization, instinctively nodded. He addressed the middle-aged man. If it is indeed he, then he is truly an extraordinary individual. Recently, a critically endangered South China tiger was brought to him. A host of zoologists were at a loss, yet it recovered swiftly under his care. This is beyond doubt. However, whether he can treat humans is still uncertain. Upon hearing the director's endorsement, the middle-aged man's heart settled. Very well, since this remarkable individual is present in the hospital, let us invite him to take a look. Vice President Sun declared, "I shall go at once." "I will accompany you," the middle-aged man insisted. But Vice President Sun gently restrained him. There were numerous matters the middle-aged man could not address openly. The director added, "Agreed, Vice President Sun will fetch him. I shall now contact an overseas colleague who is acquainted with the Prometheus Medical Foundation, which specializes in complex medical cases. I will see if I can secure their medical assistance." At that moment, Chao Cheng had just finished advising Song Taizhan, instructing him to contact him immediately upon locating a van, and was preparing to leave when Vice President Sun hurriedly intercepted him and Song Taizhan in the corridor. "Director Song." "Mr. Chao, please wait." "Vice President Sun, what is the matter?" Song Taizhan inquired. In succinct terms, Vice President Sun relayed the situation. Upon learning that Elder Chien was in distress due to witnessing Song Xingjia being pursued and attacked, Song Tieshan's complexion drained of color. The consequences of this incident directly impacted his position as the head of public security, and many leaders in Yunhai City would undoubtedly suffer as well. "I have recommended Mr. Chao. I arranged for Professor Huang's surgery, and I am aware you had already discerned his cancer. Would you be able to assess Elder Chien's condition? Even if there is nothing that can be done, it would still be worthwhile." Song Taizhan was taken aback. Chao Cheng had managed to detect Professor Huang's cancer? He was aware of his ability to treat animals, but could he also treat humans? Turning to Chao Cheng, Song Taizhan said, "If it is too much for you, there is no obligation to go." While Song Taizhan hoped for Chao Cheng to examine Elder Chien, he left the final decision to him. If Chao Cheng was unwilling, he would not press the matter further. Chao Cheng pondered for a moment, formulating a plan. Given that Elder Chien had merely fainted from fright and there were no organic ailments, and considering his influential stature, this presented an excellent opportunity for self-promotion. He decided to proceed. "Excellent, excellent," Vice President Sun exclaimed, visibly elated, leading the way. Song Taizhan wished to accompany them, but was once again halted by Vice President Sunday. "Director Song, it would be best if you did not appear." Song Taizhan sighed internally. Indeed, Elder Chien had fainted from being pursued in public, and with his life still uncertain, his presence could potentially complicate matters. He reluctantly acquiesced. By the time they reached Elder Chien's bedside, preparations for any unforeseen complications had already been meticulously arranged. All that remained was to closely monitor the situation and await the experts from the capital. Upon Chao Cheng's arrival, the middle-aged man accompanying Elder Chien was taken aback. This folk expert appeared surprisingly youthful. However, he concealed his surprise. After all, could one be considered a master without youth? Vice President Sun introduced the two parties. Chao Cheng then stated, "I must clarify from the outset that I am not a doctor. I have no expertise in Western or traditional medicine. I have merely learned some folk remedies from my grandfather. That is all, and I may not be of any assistance." Chao Cheng's words were primarily a preemptive defense. Yet, the middle-aged man felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. If Chao Cheng had proclaimed himself as a bearer of traditional medical lineage, that would have warranted caution. Accompanied by the two vice presidents and the middle-aged man, Chao Cheng entered the room. On the hospital bed lay an elderly gentleman with graying hair, peacefully resting while various instruments monitored his physiological parameters. Chao Cheng paused, observing for merely 5 seconds. He can be treated. Huh. Everyone turned to Chao Cheng, bewildered. This seemed rather hasty. To declare a capacity to heal after just 5 seconds of observation? This is utterly absurd. Chao Cheng thought. When one's spirit is disarrayed, one becomes akin to mere vegetation, incapable of movement. If he is akin to vegetation, he must be treated accordingly. Having concocted this narrative, Chao Cheng inwardly rolled his eyes. Fabricating such tales was exceedingly exhausting. However, he had to connect it back to his tea somehow. Do not say that the two directors and the middle-aged man were taken aback. Even the instruments emitted an unusual beep, indicating that Elder Qian's blood pressure had elevated and his emotions were in turmoil. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. If this young man continued to speak, Elder Qian might miraculously sit up, or he might simply pass away. Especially with Chao Cheng's cryptic words, talking of souls and the essence of nature. His utterances were so mystical and nonsensical that they did indeed possess the traits of an extraordinary person. Let's step outside, Vice President Sun quietly suggested, and the group finally made their exit. Young brother Chao, what did you just say? The middle-aged man inquired, furrowing his brow once more. However, Chao Cheng remained silent, instead pulling out his phone to make a call, merely stating, help me package some tea. Tea. The others exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered as to why Chao Cheng would want tea. And he had not mentioned what to do once it was ready. Should it be delivered or brewed? Was this some sort of jest? Strangely, after saying just a moment, Chao Cheng gazed out the window and ceased speaking. The middle-aged man looked at the director in confusion, and the director shrugged, indicating that he too was at a loss. Vice President Sun smiled awkwardly and nodded, suggesting they wait a little longer. As Chao Cheng continued to stare out the window, everyone else unconsciously followed his gaze. After roughly 3 minutes, they suddenly noticed a dark figure rapidly approaching from a distance. It resembled a black sword slicing through the air with incredible speed. And in the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Whoa! Someone shouted, retreating. The shadow darted through the window and, with a loud flap, unfurled its wings, halting abruptly in midair before Chao Cheng, creating a gust of wind. It was, astonishingly, a large raven. At that precise moment, Chao Cheng extended his hand, and the raven gracefully landed on his arm, the entire motion fluid and seamless. The onlookers erupted in astonishment, especially the middle-aged man, whose eyes widened in shock. The raven was clutching a plastic bag in its beak. Chao Cheng took the bag and said, go. With a flick of his wrist, the raven stirred up a whirlwind as it soared out the window. It was worth noting that the hospital's windows were small, barely allowing a person's head to pass through. Yet the raven maneuvered through the narrow gap with the grace of a small hawk, showcasing its remarkable flying skills. Chao Cheng opened the plastic bag and extracted a tea package. Addressing the middle-aged man, he said, this is wild tea that I cultivated myself, ideal for white tea, thus named Buddha's Peak White Tea. My grandfather referred to it as the soul-soothing herb. Boil water until it bubbles twice, then steep this tea, remove from heat, and it will cure ailments. Upon hearing the phrase soul-soothing herb, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He took the tea, glancing at the director for his opinion. The director appeared somewhat hesitant and replied, well, I must admit I am not well versed in traditional medicine. However, I have already contacted the Prometheus Medical Foundation, and they promised to respond shortly. Furthermore, experts from the capital's hospitals are on their way. He had no objections to Chao Cheng, being aware of his extraordinary nature. Yet he was unfamiliar with this so-called soul-soothing herb and could not dare to express any opinions lightly. Human lives were at stake. Especially considering the fate of the entire hospital, caution was paramount. The middle-aged man felt helpless as well. After all, Chao Cheng's so-called soul-soothing herb was a bit dubious. It was understandable that the director, having never encountered it, would hesitate to use it. He turned to Chao Cheng and said, thank you, young brother, for your assistance. I will consult with Elder Qian's family and arrange for him to try this medicine. He was merely an assistant, and even if the director agreed, it would only serve as a reference. It was still necessary to consult Elder Qian's family. Chao Cheng nodded. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. If you wish to use this soul-soothing herb, I can guarantee its efficacy within 4 hours. After that, it becomes ineffective. With that, Chao Cheng departed swiftly, not waiting for the middle-aged man's gratitude. He could not afford to linger there while they decided on the medication. Moreover, a remarkable person must possess a remarkable disposition. The middle-aged man repeatedly expressed his thanks, pondering how peculiar Chao Cheng was. He treated Elder Qian no differently than an ordinary person, acting with such nonchalance, as if to say he had prescribed the medicine and left it to their discretion whether to use it or not. Was he unaware of Elder Qian's status? Or was he simply disregarding it? If it were the latter, then a young man who knew that Elder Qian lay in the hospital bed could still behave so nonchalantly. His composure alone was not that of an ordinary person. The middle-aged man immediately contacted Elder Qian's family. The matter was grave, and he could not make a decision lightly. If something went wrong, he would not be able to shoulder the responsibility. He called Elder Qian's family, but they were not present and were unaware of the specifics. They could only advise him to wait for the experts to arrive before making any decisions. Not long after hanging up, the director's phone rang. It's the Foundation's response. The director exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The atmosphere grew tense once more. The Prometheus Medical Foundation from the United States specialized in researching complex and rare ailments, boasting numerous top-tier medical talents and cutting-edge science. However, as the director listened, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. All right, I understand. After a considerable pause, the director hung up the phone, his face clouded with anger. What's the matter? The middle-aged man asked. The director took a deep breath and replied. My friend informed me that the Foundation has agreed to provide medical assistance, but there are several conditions. First, we must utilize their experimental neural remodeling technology and sign a liability waiver and confidentiality agreement with all experimental data belonging to them. Second, if the treatment is successful, they require us to provide 10 similar cases. Third, upon successful treatment, they demand that all expert hospitals in our province send representatives to the Prometheus Medical Foundation in the U.S. for academic exchanges. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily gasped. Was this truly medical assistance? The first two conditions were clearly an attempt to turn China into their free testing ground. The third condition was so outrageous that it reeked of conspiracy. The Americans were well aware that if it were merely a routine case, the call to the Prometheus Foundation for medical assistance would never have been made. Given that the director had sought their help, it was undoubtedly a person of great significance. The conditions they proposed were neither too great nor too small, clearly calculated. Vice President Sun gritted his teeth, those unscrupulous rascals, devoid of any conscience. Previously, one of the founders of the Prometheus Foundation suffered from a rare neurological paralysis, and Western medicine was at a loss. Ultimately, they sought help from our national treasure, Master Chu, who cured him with acupuncture. And now they come to us with this nonsense. It's utterly outrageous. The assistant's expression was grave as well. Unfortunately, Master Chu had passed away. He only has one exceptionally gifted disciple who is currently accompanying the leaders of the foreign ministry on various international missions, executing overseas healthcare tasks, making it quite difficult to arrange a meeting. Let us wait for now. The assistant immediately felt a wave of pressure. However, he could only bide his time until Mr. Qian's family and the expert team from the capital arrived. Approximately 50 minutes later, the specialists from the capital's hospital made their entrance. Leading the group was a prominent expert in neurology, who wasted no time and directly began assessing the situation. A few minutes later, Mr. Qian's family also arrived, consisting of 3 individuals, a young man, a beautiful woman, and a stern-looking middle-aged man. Assistant who? What is the situation? The middle-aged man inquired, his voice resonating with a magnetic timbre. Assistant who promptly stepped forward, Director Qian, you have arrived. This Director Qian was Mr. Qian's second son. Assistant who meticulously recounted the circumstances leading up to the current predicament. Director Qian's expression swiftly darkened. In broad daylight, how could someone dare to commit such a heinous act in the streets, shedding blood so brazenly? This was utterly lawless. Moreover, the old gentleman had been frightened into this state. Wasn't this an unwarranted disaster? Before long, the expert team from the capital concluded their examination and gathered in the consultation center. Upon entering, the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. The lead neurologist stated, Director Qian, allow me to explain the current situation. Psychogenic malignant catatonia is an exceedingly rare condition. It is not beyond treatment, but it may require a prolonged battle. First and foremost, we must maintain Mr. Qian's nutrition and administer medication, necessitating continual intubation and intravenous fluids. This will only provide basic life support. Most importantly, we need to rebuild his sense of safety, which requires the uninterrupted companionship and encouragement of his closest relatives. The more, the better. Upon hearing this, Director Qian's heart sank. His elder brother held a significant position in the foreign ministry and was currently abroad, as a powerful leader in the provincial development and reform department. How could he possibly find the time to be present continuously? The young man behind him exclaimed urgently, can I manage alone? My grandfather cherishes me the most. The neurologist continued, of course, that is a possibility. However, what I just mentioned is merely theoretical. Even if we prepare for a protracted battle, the process is fraught with peril. Currently, although Mr. Qian can perceive his surroundings, his consciousness is hazy. He is likely enduring extreme fear and pain in his subconscious. His will to survive may suddenly wane. leading to a deterioration of his bodily functions. The most probable occurrence is a paroxysmal spasm, which could result in asphyxiation and other dire consequences. To put it succinctly, Mr. Qian is akin to a rapidly wilting flower, poised to succumb to an even worse fate at any moment. Upon hearing these words, the beautiful woman instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. At this moment, the hospital director mentioned the phone call made to the Prometheus Medical Foundation. Silence enveloped the room. The reliability of this medical assistance from the foundation was dubious at best. Who would dare make such a promise? This could directly lead to a thorough investigation into 3 generations of 1's family. Given this situation, Mr. Qian's chances of survival had sunk to an almost negligible level. Suddenly, Director Qian turned to Assistant Hu and asked, "You mentioned earlier that someone delivered a type of tea? He claimed it could cure the ailment?" "Indeed. Here it is." Assistant Hu hurriedly retrieved the tea bags provided by Chao Cheng from a plastic bag. He said it must be used within 4 hours for it to be effective. After 4 hours, it will no longer be necessary. It has only been an hour and a half since. He explained that this tea, known as Buddha's top white tea or soul-calming herb, was grown by himself. As he presented the tea, he also elaborated to the expert team. The specialists exchanged glances in surprise. "Where's the individual?" Director Qian inquired. "He had an urgent matter and left after dropping off the tea. By the way, the tea was delivered by a large crow." Chapter 103. The scent of tea saves lives. Assistant Hu mentioned this astonishing detail, causing everyone to gasp in disbelief. A crow delivered it? Director Qian was equally taken aback. Yes, he was invited over, glanced at Mr. Qian for a few seconds, and declared it could be cured. He then stated that the soul was in disarray and should be treated with herbs. Following that, he made a phone call, requesting, "Help me package some tea leaves." A few minutes later, that crow flew in with the tea leaves. I witnessed the entire sequence. Everyone inhaled sharply, for Assistant Hu's description was almost too fantastical to believe. Many details were beyond imagination. Who did Chao Cheng call? The crow? That was impossible. It must have been a person. How then? Did the crow manage to locate him so accurately? At this moment, Vice President Sun interjected. "This Mr. Chao is the owner of our city's zoo. He has lived in the mountains with his grandfather, possessing extraordinary abilities in taming and healing animals. Moreover, he is knowledgeable in many ancient remedies that have been lost to time. Recently, he commanded a large number of crows to help clean up the litter along the Meihua River in our city. He also healed a critically endangered South China tiger." He felt it necessary to inform Director Qian that he had not merely introduced any ordinary person. Chao Cheng was a recognized figure in Yunhai City. Director Qian's eyes sparkled with hope. After hearing the neurologist's earlier remarks, their hearts had already plummeted into despair. As if the old gentleman might pass away at any moment, facing extraordinary peril. However, Assistant Hu and Vice President Sun's words felt like a lifeline. A robust one at that, igniting immense hope within them. "What are we waiting for? Let us use it." Director Qian urgently turned to the neurologist. At this moment, all the experts were in a state of bewilderment. "Drink tea? Can it treat psychogenic malignant catatonia?" The neurologist replied, "Director Qian, it is certainly worth a try. However, we have never heard of this soul-calming herb. Especially with traditional medicine, dosage is crucial. To be responsible for Mr. Qian, it would be best to conduct a toxicity test or consult a few esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Additionally, Mr. Qian may currently be unable to swallow on his own and might require intubation." Director Qian immediately interjected, "No need for testing. I will taste it myself." He thought to himself, "You just mentioned that the old gentleman could spasm and asphyxiate at any moment. This is an urgent situation. Why conduct toxicity tests? Moreover, that individual said it should not be used after 4 hours. It is likely that the efficacy of the medicine diminishes gradually, and the longer we wait, the less effective it will be. By the time tests are completed, it will be too late. Let us brew the tea first." In fact, Director Qian's speculation was entirely correct. Chao Cheng had infused the tea leaves with a significant amount of special spiritual energy derived from his profound medical skills. With Chao Cheng's cultivation, this energy would last no more than 5 hours. This spiritual energy would gradually lose its potency. Seeing that Director Qian had made the decision, the neurologist and the others ceased their objections. Out of respect for the family's wishes, they would do their utmost to cooperate, although deep down, they found it somewhat hard to believe, as it all seemed rather otherworldly. If this cup of tea could cure such an exceedingly rare and perplexing ailment, it would undoubtedly be hailed as a miracle in the annals of medical history. Soon, within the ward, someone prepared a temperature-controlled kettle. Following the instructions from Chao Cheng, the water was brought to a rolling boil twice before tea was added. In the realm of tea culture, the boiling process is categorized into 3 stages. The revered sage of tea, Lu Yu, documented this in his classic work, the Tea Sutra. At a temperature between 80 and 85 degrees Celsius, bubbles akin to fish eyes emerge, marking the first boil. The second boil occurs between 85 and 95 degrees, where bubbles rise like pearls strung together. This temperature range is optimal for brewing white and black teas. However, at 95 to 100 degrees, the water becomes too exhausted of oxygen, which can result in a dull flavor of the tea. In the ward, as the water reached 90 degrees, Director Chien personally placed the tea leaves into the pot. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the entire ward, overpowering even the scent of disinfectant. Everyone who inhaled the fragrance felt invigorated, a gentle warmth and fragrant essence coursing through their senses, bringing a sense of clarity and delight. Chien poured 2 cups of tea and allowed them to cool slightly before partaking in one himself, a gesture primarily for reassurance. As long as Chao Chung was not a nefarious individual intent on harming the elderly gentleman, it was unlikely that he would concoct a toxic brew. Having cultivated this tea himself, it was something he surely consumed regularly. Yet, upon sipping the tea, Director Chien's eyes widened in astonishment. Given his esteemed position, he had savored countless exquisite teas, but this wild brew not only rivaled the finest in aroma, but also imparted an indescribable freshness, sharpening his mind immensely, far surpassing the initial sensation of the tea's fragrance. His body and spirit felt liberated, alleviating any tension almost instantaneously. At that moment, preparations were underway to insert a nasogastric tube directly into Mr. Chien's stomach when someone exclaimed, "The patient is swallowing." The room fell silent in astonishment as, indeed. Moments later, Mr. Chien swallowed again. The experts present were wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? Despite all indicators remaining unchanged, he was autonomously generating saliva and swallowing? "Bring a spoon," Director Chien declared, now devoid of any doubt regarding the tea. Upon receiving a spoon, he personally fed Mr. Chien the tea. Miraculously, Mr. Chien swallowed the tea in one gulp, quickly finishing the cup. As he prepared to offer another cup, he suddenly heard Mr. Chien emit a faint ah. Though subtle, it pierced the silence of the ward like a sharp bell. Slowly, Mr. Chien opened his eyes, and the medical staff stood frozen in shock. The esteemed doctors from the capital were particularly overwhelmed, their astonishment beyond description. 1 cup of tea. How could this be possible? Globally, there was no known treatment for such an affliction. Was this truly correct? They had conducted numerous tests only moments ago, expressing grave concerns about the patient's condition, likening it to a prolonged battle with a wilting plant, and now it all boiled down to a mere cup of tea? Dad, Dad, Director Chien called out repeatedly. Mr. Chien's gaze began to regain its vitality, tears streaming down his face as he hoarsely uttered, "Jianya, I thought I would never see you again." As he spoke, he even raised a hand to grasp Director Chien's shoulder, having fully regained his ability to move. Everyone around them exhaled a collective sigh of relief. "It's me," Chien Jianya exclaimed, filled with joy, and excitedly offered another cup of tea to his father to reinforce the effects. After 3 cups, Mr. Chien felt utterly revitalized, his strength returning. Astonishingly, in the presence of witnesses, he got out of bed and began to walk. Psychogenic malignant wooden stiffness is, in essence, an acute medical emergency. To be cured in such a short span of time, there would be no physical ailments or after-effects. He was as healthy as any ordinary person. Vice President Sun and the hospital director exchanged glances, both wiping the cold sweat from their brows. They had passed this critical hurdle. However, a nightmare awaited Song Taizhan. Just then, the director's phone rang. He quickly stepped outside into the hallway to answer, although the number belonged to a friend. The voice on the other end spoke in a somewhat stiff Mandarin. "Director Zhou, what have you decided? Our foundation cannot afford to wait indefinitely. You must reach a decision swiftly. We may change our minds at any moment." Chapter 104, The Terrifying Zoo. The director could not help but chuckle coldly. Such a ploy of feigned pursuit was far too naive for the Americans. Reflecting on the previous ugly face of the foundation, now toppled by a mere cup of tea, the director felt a surge of delight. "Haha, I appreciate your foundation's good intentions. However, regrettably, we cannot meet any of your conditions. I suggest we call it off." As he spoke, he prepared to hang up. The voice on the other end seemed anxious. Director Zhou, which condition is causing you difficulty? We can make some adjustments." The director, uninterested in further debate, replied with a smile, "No need for adjustments. Our patient has just been cured." The other party was taken aback. "Cured? How is that possible? That information is confidential. I have other matters to attend to, so I must end this conversation." With that, he promptly hung up. Meanwhile, at the American Prometheus Medical Foundation, Smith entered an office. "Dr. Coslin, the Chinese side has rejected our conditions." Dr. Coslin was engrossed in writing on a blackboard and replied without turning his head, "If they refuse, let them figure it out themselves. There is no need to engage further. I have encountered the Chinese, They delight in pretending to be indifferent while negotiating. Smith interjected. But the director claimed the patient has just been cured. That doesn't seem like a fabrication. His tone was remarkably relaxed, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, and he did not mention any conditions. Dr. Coslin paused his writing, turned, and frowned. How was he cured? I asked, but he wouldn't divulge. Dr. Coslin pondered for a moment. Have our people investigate how this case was treated. The Chinese often possess peculiar and extraordinary methods, some of which even their own people doubt. But this could be crucial for us. I need to understand this matter. Smith nodded in agreement, understood. This resonated deeply with him. Traditional Chinese medicine originated in China, yet it currently holds no authoritative voice within the country's medical framework. Many regard it with a mixture of skepticism and respect, utilizing it without reverence. The public's trust in traditional Chinese medicine has gradually eroded. In the eyes of many, it has become increasingly polarizing, viewed either as a miraculous art or a deceptive trick. Its status is exceedingly awkward. Meanwhile, in the United States, several years ago, the Food and Drug Administration officially classified acupuncture as a legitimate medical device. Numerous leading cancer research centers have incorporated acupuncture into their standard treatment protocols for cancer support. For American medical research, particularly for institutions like Prometheus that specialize in addressing complex ailments, traditional Chinese medicine represents an invaluable treasure. If one does not excavate it, others surely will. In the city of Yanhai, time swiftly transitioned to the evening. Outside the Chang'an Zoo, a black Jetta that had entered the parking lot around 5 o'clock remained undisturbed, its doors never having been opened. Now, at 2:30 in the morning, a disheveled man with a messy hairstyle stirred from his slumber. He lit a cigarette and nudged his companion. The latter, bleary-eyed, sat up as well. Accepting the cigarette offered by his friend, he took a few puffs, feeling more alert. I'm starving. Is there any food left? Chewing dry noodles is unbearable. Aren't we supposed to be living here? Let's finish him off soon and see if there's anything to eat. The man with the messy hair took a deep drag from his cigarette, reclining comfortably against the backrest. The two men bore more than one life on their consciences, a fact that weighed on them not at all. In fact, they had previously found joy in dining or indulging with women after committing murder. Let us go? After finishing their cigarettes, the pair exited the vehicle, retrieving 2 knives from the trunk, one a sharp blade, the other a cleaver. Each concealed a spring-loaded knife in their sleeves as they approached the high walls surrounding the zoo. It must be said, these two possessed remarkable agility, far surpassing that of the average person. They collaborated seamlessly, vaulting over the wall with ease. Upon entering the zoo, a refreshing chill enveloped them, causing them to shiver involuntarily, heightening their alertness. They crouched low, beginning their search for the management office. Within the zoo, dense vegetation and shady trees created an inherently dark atmosphere, exacerbated by the absence of any lights. Not only were there no lamps, but the surveillance cameras adorning the enclosures and buildings lacked even infrared activation, as if they were completely devoid of power. As they ventured deeper, the darkness thickened and the cold intensified. Hiss! Something feels off. One murmured. Isn't this supposed to be a zoo? Why is it so eerily quiet? The other replied, Have you seen any animals? I haven't. We passed several enclosures and buildings, yet not a single living creature was in sight. At that moment, they arrived at a sign indicating a tiger enclosure. Peering through the glass, they were met with an unsettling sight. No tigers were present, and the door stood ajar. A chill ran down their spines. During the day, they had scoped this area, where 3 tigers were securely housed. They also knew the location of the management office, where Chao Cheng resided. However, upon entry, the oppressive darkness disoriented them, and they found themselves wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, a flurry of wings erupted from the shadows as a bird flew past. The startling noise made their hearts race. In such a foreboding setting, the abrupt commotion was enough to send anyone with a weak heart into shock. Let us head that way, one suggested, seemingly spotting the outline of a 2-story building, the only one in the entire zoo. Just as they began to move forward, an eerie voice echoed from behind them. Head that way. Horrified, they felt their scalps tingle. Instinctively, they crouched low. The voice they heard was unmistakably not human. Its high-pitched tone mirrored that of the assassin's words, imitating him perfectly. One of the killers felt his chest tremble with fear. While they were unafraid of humans, they dreaded the prospect of encountering something otherworldly. Just then, the voice broke into a sinister laugh. One of the assassins was instantly rendered paralyzed, collapsing to the ground. The other, gripped by terror, unsheathed his knife. At that moment, a whoosh sliced through the air. A stone flew in, striking one assassin squarely on the left cheek. Ugh! He groaned, clutching his face as he toppled over, quickly falling prostrate on the ground. The other assassin, still reeling from the shock, was hit by another stone squarely on the nose. Both men covered their faces and exchanged glances. swiftly drawing their knives and charging toward the direction from which the stones had been hurled. To their astonishment, 3 or 4 agile shadows darted up into the trees, likely a group of monkeys. As they stood bewildered, 2 more stones arced through the air, colliding with the backs of their heads, eliciting simultaneous cries of pain. "Who? Show yourself!" one assassin bellowed, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer. Rage transformed his fear into a deep, resonant growl. Just then, from the shadows ahead, a ghostly green light bobbed into view. Their breaths caught in their throats. It was a magnificent tiger. The eerie green glow emanated from its eyes. Chapter 105, A Night of 7 Murders. Upon the tiger's arrival, the 2 assassins dared not even breathe. They were accustomed to killing humans, for they were easy prey. Most could not withstand their superior physicality or their blades. Often, even when their strikes missed, their victims would be so paralyzed by fear that they would collapse, weeping and pleading for mercy, utterly incapable of resistance. However, a tiger was no human. It was a beast that devours. It would not engage in reason, nor would it kneel and beg for mercy. What was more, even if one were to plead, it would be of no avail. Thus, the 2 men tightened their grips on their knives and slowly began to retreat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yet, after only a couple of steps back, they heard 2 low growls from behind them. They spun around in horror to find 2 more tigers looming near. One assassin instantly broke down, sprinting back the way they had come. A shadow leapt from above, plunging into his right eye. "Ah!" he screamed, clutching his face as he fell, pounding the ground in agony. Meanwhile, a crow swooped over the other assassin. Thud! He felt a heavy object crash onto his face, rolling down to his feet. Glancing down, he was immediately struck with terror. He collapsed onto the ground, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, utterly overwhelmed by panic. Though they were killers, it did not mean they were unafraid of death, especially not at the hands of a wild beast. Gazing upon his own throat savaged by the beast, he awakened to the chilling sensation of being torn apart. The helplessness, the terror, these feelings were starkly different from the adrenaline-fueled struggle of combat. Was it merely this? Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed through the air, followed by the silhouette of a figure emerging from the shadows, hands tucked into his pockets. It was none other than their target, Chao Chung. With a smile that danced between amusement and derision, Chao Chung crouched before the assassin whose right eye had been gouged out. The assassin trembled violently, his gaze fixated on Chao Chung in sheer terror. They finally understood. The revelation that Chao Chung could command a tiger was beyond their comprehension. "Why have you come to kill me?" Chao Chung inquired. "Revenge, for you assisted them in capturing Ant Hong's group," the assassin stammered. "That group? Are you not allies with Ant Hong?" Chao Chung questioned. "Not at all. How did you learn of my involvement in their capture of Ant Hong?" From the place where that metal was made, the assassin's voice quivered with fear, his demeanor betraying a man utterly terrified, answering truthfully to lower Chao Cheng's guard. Yet, his eyes continually darted to gauge the tiger's position, while he assessed the distance between himself and Chao Chung. Chao Cheng mused to himself, realizing that this indicated treachery within the Enforcement Bureau, suggesting a lack of hierarchy. If their ranks were sufficiently high, they would not have needed to pursue leads from the metal. Of course, the possibility of the assassin lying could not be dismissed, but that was of secondary importance. Since they were not allies of Ant Hong, then who sent you? Before Chao Chung could finish his inquiry, the assassin suddenly lunged, deftly flipping open a spring knife and thrusting it upwards towards Chao Cheng's throat. Quick, precise, lethal. A mere ordinary individual would surely not evade such a strike. Alas, Chao Chung was no ordinary man. With a sharp crack, the assassin's wrist was seized tightly by Chao Chung, preventing any further advancement. The assassin began to struggle, only to feel an overwhelming force akin to a steel clamp crushing his wrist. With a sickening crunch, the bone of his wrist shattered in Chao Cheng's grip. "Attempting a sneak attack, are we?" Chao Chung remarked with a cruel smile, rising abruptly. Grasping the assassin's wrist, he hoisted him effortlessly, as if he were a mere sack of rags. With a technique reminiscent of a shot putter, he spun and released. Thud! The assassin crashed violently against the reinforced glass wall of the tiger enclosure. Simultaneously, the tiger, breaking army, lunged forward. As the assassin rebounded from the impact, he was seized by breaking army, who bit into his shoulder and deftly dragged him into the enclosure's entrance. The 2 female tigers followed suit. The assassin seemed to comprehend the impending doom, emitting a scream that was more beastly than human. But soon, he was swallowed by the shadows, his cries abruptly silenced with a pair of gurgles. "Don't let it get messy," Chao Chung admonished, directing his voice towards the enclosure. He then approached another assassin, who was now utterly deranged with fear. Shaking his head vigorously, his entire arm trembled as though afflicted with Parkinson's disease. "Since you are not with Ant Hong, then who sent you?" The same question echoed again. The assassin gasped. The serpent head, The serpent head sent us. Who is the serpent head? The one who paid us. All I know is that he is called the serpent head, nothing more. Are there only you two? There are 5 more. They are in the abandoned granary. In the county. Did you drive here? Yes. Are they at the granary now? Yes. Drive me there. Hope suddenly glimmered in the assassin's eyes. He felt that even if he were to die, it would be preferable to perish at the jaws of those tigers. Moreover, driving back to the granary might present an opportunity for escape. As long as he lived, there was hope. Good. At Chao Cheng's signal, the assassin rose. Clad in tattered trousers, following Chao Cheng out of the zoo, they arrived at their dilapidated Jetta. Get in, Chao Cheng commanded, as the assassin took the driver's seat. A parrot and a large raven flew in, landing on the assassin's shoulders, one on each side. Upon seeing the raven, the assassin trembled anew. This raven had just casually plucked out one of his eyes. At that moment, the raven pressed its sharp beak against his carotid artery. Chao Cheng leaned against the car window, instructing, "These two will accompany you. The raven is my mouthpiece. It will guide you on what to do. Do not attempt any tricks, or it will swiftly tear your throat out. Trust me." Chao Cheng pointed to the parrot and the raven, then gave the assassin's shoulder a reassuring pat. The assassin was now acutely aware of the gravity of his situation. The display of Chao Cheng's ability to control animals left no doubt in his mind. This man was no ordinary individual, at least not by any conventional standard. Regret coursed through him for having provoked such a figure of death, but it was too late. He harbored no doubts about Chao Cheng's words. The raven would show no mercy. Chao Cheng opened the trunk, revealing 2 barrels of gasoline. Truly, a fugitive, carrying gasoline in the car. Whether for a hasty escape or to dispose of evidence, it mattered little. It was quite convenient. Chao Cheng closed the trunk and patted the car's body. Let us depart. The following morning, Tong Anqi rose early. She had arranged with Zhang Jingjing to shoot portraits that morning. After purchasing a beloved egg pancake, she rode her small motorcycle to the zoo, arriving before 7. Zhang Jingjing was already there, squatting at the entrance, engrossed in her phone. "Jingjing," Tong Anqi exclaimed with a smile, producing her keys to unlock the door. Zhang Jingjing beamed and approached Tong Anqi, walking side by side into the zoo. Yet, her phone continued to play Douyin, seemingly broadcasting some news. "What are you watching?" Tong Anqi inquired with curiosity. Zhang Jingjing eagerly showed her the phone. A major incident occurred here. An old granary in Shaiyang County caught fire, resulting in 5 fatalities. However, the police have verified that they were all unidentified suspicious individuals. Numerous controlled weapons were discovered in the ruins. It's truly frightening. Why has the security around here suddenly deteriorated? Just a few days ago, someone was wielding a knife in broad daylight. Terrifying. Zhang Jingjing spoke with an expression of fear, covering her ears. Tong Anqi felt a twinge of apprehension as well. After placing her belongings, she ascended to the 2nd floor of the management hall and knocked on Chao Cheng's door, needing him to issue a command for the antelope. Today, she was to embody the ethereal beauty of an ancient fairy riding a cow. Capitalist. Capitalist. After several knocks, discovering that Chao Cheng was absent, she instructed Zhang Jingjing to explore on her own while she searched for Chao Cheng. With her egg pancake in hand, she wandered through the park, soon spotting Chao Cheng in the tiger enclosure. Carrying a large spray canister on his back, he utilized a high-pressure water gun to cleanse the ground. Nearby, 3 adorable tigers lounged, their 3 charming faces raised, continuously extending their tongues to lap up the mist emitted by Chao Cheng. The scene was remarkably harmonious. Tong Anqi chuckled. Capitalist, up so early to work? Did those 2 chickens crow at midnight? Chao Cheng stifled a yawn, appearing indeed a bit fatigued, and continued washing the ground while teasing her. Well, with you absent, it's only them left to make noise. Tong Anqi playfully spat twice, having grown accustomed to Chao Cheng's flirtatious remarks. She then proudly produced her egg-filled pancake and took a delightful bite, exclaiming, "Ah, delicious. How about you? Have you had breakfast? Are you hungry?" Chao Cheng immediately paused his work, casting an annoyed glance at her. "It's not even 7 yet. Where would I go to eat?" Noticing Chao Cheng eyeing her pancake, Tong Anqi's smile blossomed even more sweetly, flaunting another bite. She then extended her long tongue to lick the corners of her lips. Wearing an expression of sheer culinary delight, pointing the spray gun at her, Chao Cheng declared, "Hand over that pancake, or I'll dock your pay by 500. Chapter 106, A Visit from Mr. Qian. Tong Anqi's eyes widened in indignation. 500? You truly are a capitalist. I shall never yield. 3 minutes later, Chao Cheng had devoured the last bite of the pancake, even handing the saucy plastic bag to Tong Anqi. It is indeed tasty, but the portion is far too small. It feels as though I've eaten nothing at all. Tong Anqi, infuriated, clenched the plastic bag tightly, inhaled deeply, and closed her eyes, softly muttering to herself. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Getting worked up will only please the dog. She then stormed off in a huff. Meanwhile, At the entrance of Yunhai City People's Hospital, a dozen black vehicles sped in, some screeching to a halt with jarring brakes. The foremost vehicle had barely come to a stop when, without waiting for the secretary to open the door, the pale-faced Bai Hutong rushed out from the back seat. Disregarding his composure, he dashed up the steps and into the hospital lobby. Following closely behind were the city leaders of Yunhai, all equally unconcerned about their image. Hurrying along with Bai Hutong into the hospital, those who could recognize them would gasp in disbelief. The entirety of Yunhai City's standing committee was present, each one flustered as if the sky had fallen. Director Zhou of the People's Hospital awaited them discreetly at the entrance. Once Bai Hutong entered, they quickly gathered and proceeded to the inpatient consultation center. Upon arriving at the special care unit opposite the consultation center, they found it devoid of people. A few nurses were tidying the beds. Director Zhou's heart raced as he confronted the nurses. What is happening? Where is Mr. Qian? He has gone. One nurse stammered, clearly startled by the unfolding drama. Mr. Qian and his party left just a short while ago. Director Zhou turned to Bai Hutong, who was now ashen-faced. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was barely 7 in the morning. Mr. Qian had hurriedly departed? It was evident he was aware of their impending visit and had deliberately chosen to evade them. Let us go. Chase after them. Bai Hutong quickly turned and raced back down the stairs, with a panting entourage of leaders trailing behind. Earlier that morning, upon receiving Director Zhou's report, Bai Hutong had been utterly horrified. Mr. Qian, he was a pillar of the national economy. The incident of being chased and attacked in broad daylight had put his life in jeopardy. The mere fact that Mr. Qian's assistant opted to seal the information spoke volumes about the severity of the situation. They had to be here, not for a visit, but to offer an explanation. The entire city of Yunhai was compelled to provide Mr. Qian with a clear account of why the attack occurred, who was behind it, and who the victim was. After all, Mr. Qian was completely unaware that the person assaulted was the son of the Law Enforcement Bureau chief, nor did he understand the circumstances surrounding it. Should Mr. Qian return and so much as hint at displeasure to the higher-ups, the implications for Yunhai City would be catastrophic. Even if they could later clarify the situation, once the decision was made, it would be irrevocable. Regardless of any explanations, repercussions would follow. For failing to address Mr. Qian would leave them with no choice. Not to mention the countless connections Mr. Qian had. Even his 2 sons were individuals of considerable influence in Yunhai City. And now, Mr. Qian, upon learning of their visit, had chosen to leave first. His stance was unequivocal. Mr. Qian was irate. So much so that he didn't even wish to hear a word of explanation. The leaders hurriedly chased downstairs, but the hospital entrance was also eerily empty. Bai Hutong rushed to the front of a vehicle, asking the driver, Xiaohe, did you see anyone escorting an elderly gentleman out? Xiaohe nodded vigorously, yes. Yes. About 8 or 9 people. They got into a car and headed that way. He pointed towards the direction of the city exit. Although he didn't recognize Mr. Qian, he had indeed seen several individuals crowding around an elderly man. After years of experience in the agency, he could discern that those individuals exuded a remarkable aura, especially the elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man, both radiating an air of authority. Bai Hutong, with a furrowed brow, glanced in the direction Xiaohe indicated, and with a frustrated exclamation, he stamped his foot. Yang Xinhai stepped forward and inquired, Secretary Bai, shall we pursue? Bai Hutong sighed deeply and shook his head. Mr. Qian is determined to leave. What good would chasing do? Should we perform an American-style stop and force him into his car for an explanation? Mr. Qian's stance was already crystal clear. Let us head back. Bai Hutong sighed once more, realizing they could only wait for news. The path to Mr. Qian's heart had not been paved. How could they proactively approach the higher authorities for an explanation? Under such circumstances, Bai Hutong had even instructed Song Taizhan to personally handle the granary case and not to accompany them, fearing Mr. Qian's wrath at the sight of the Law Enforcement Bureau chief. To his dismay, Mr. Qian didn't even wish to see them. Thus, the city leaders, dejected, followed Bai Hutong back to the municipal hall. Meanwhile, at Chang'an Zoo, around 7:10 a.m., Chao Chang had nearly finished washing the tiger enclosure when he suddenly received a message from Haikawa. Master, someone is approaching. Chao Chang rolled his eyes and activated his vision enhancement, peering through Haikawa's vantage point, perched atop the large sign. 2 vehicles arrived outside the door. The venerable Qian Lao, who had been bedridden just yesterday, had now made a remarkable recovery. He was graciously declining the assistance of Vice Dean's son and, with an energetic demeanor, approached the entrance. Accompanying him were not only Vice Dean's son, but also assistant Hu, a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Qian Lao, a young lad, and a beautiful woman. Trailing behind them were 2 individuals who appeared to be security guards. Chao Chang withdrew his gaze. By this time, the tiger park had been nearly tidied up. He removed the spray bottle and stepped outside. Following the completion of the barn burning by He Chuan, He had begun to clean up the premises. Perhaps it was due to the fact that none of the tasks were performed by his own hands. Or perhaps it was the shift in his mindset as a cultivator. In any case, after a night that claimed 7 lives, Chao Cheng, aside from an initial physical discomfort, bore no substantial psychological burden or fear. Moreover, he was acutely aware that these individuals were all desperate figures with blood on their hands, and thus their demise was of little consequence. Upon reaching the entrance, assistant who quietly reminded Qian Lao, "Sir, this is the young brother." Qian Lao promptly stepped forward and, with a slight bow, expressed, "I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed young man for saving my life. I am Qian Musheng, here to offer my thanks." As he spoke, Qian Lao performed a deep bow, though the gate stood between them, preventing any interruption from Chao Cheng, who, in the spirit of the moment, graciously accepted the gesture. It was merely a minor ailment. There is no need for such formality. Please, come in. Chapter 107, A Turn of Events. Chao Cheng smiled as he opened the gate. Qian Lao and the others discreetly scrutinized the young man before them. His youth was striking, yet the composure and poise with which he spoke were truly rare. Furthermore, the complex and rare illness that had left the esteemed experts of the capital's hospitals in a state of panic was, in Chao Cheng's words, merely a minor ailment that could heal without medication. The more casually he downplayed the situation, the more none felt that he had not played a critical role in addressing this minor illness. This was a life-saving grace. It seemed that Chao Cheng had no intention of exacting any form of repayment by labeling it a small illness. He allowed them to feel at ease even if they chose not to reciprocate. After all, there were many who would not wish to repay a life debt. If they were of that ilk, they would be eager to exploit the situation. This only served to enhance the mystique surrounding Chao Cheng's image as a sage. As the door opened, the group entered the zoo, and immediately, a refreshing sensation enveloped them, making their breaths feel lighter. Chao Cheng guided them to the second floor. The previous night, he had instructed Luo Jin to take Tao Tao to a friend's house, and had also arranged for the Research Institute personnel to depart. The zoo had been empty save for Chao Cheng himself. Ah, the aroma of tea. How familiar it is. Is this the medicinal tea you prepared for me, young brother? Upon ascending to the second floor, the wild tea gifted by the villagers lingered near the staircase. The fragrance wafted through the air, catching Qian Lao's keen sense of smell. Clearly, he was a connoisseur of tea. Chao Cheng praised, "Your appreciation for tea is commendable." Qian Lao chuckled, "Ah, in retirement, I have merely taken to enjoying tea." Assistant who added with a smile, "Qian Lao is quite fond of tea. He has tasted many exquisite varieties, yet he praised Mr. Chao's tea to no end yesterday, claiming he had never encountered such exceptional tea in his lifetime, as if it were a heavenly gift. Indeed, a life-saving tea is bound to be remarkable." An assistant whose flattery was entirely fitting. Chao Cheng waved his hand dismissively, inviting everyone to take a seat. Since they had already extolled the virtues of the tea, he naturally took the initiative to boil water and brew it, this time infusing it with a touch of spiritual energy. After all, when the floating white tea emerged from its source, it too would carry the essence of flourishing jade trees. Assistant who promptly took over the task of brewing the tea. Qian Lao took the opportunity to introduce his second son, Qian Jianya, the beautiful woman being his daughter-in-law, and the young man, Qian Lao's grandson, named Qian Yulong. However, he merely stated their names and relations, omitting any mention of their positions or occupations, as it was Vice Dean's son who had invited them. With the matter of illness at hand, the others believed that Chao Cheng was unaware of Qian Lao's true identity, while Qian Lao held him in high regard. Qian Jianya, too, refrained from asserting any authority, choosing instead to engage in light-hearted banter. Speaking of which, this does seem like a twist of fate. My father, a tea enthusiast, encountered such a calamitous misfortune, yet it was tea that restored him, allowing us to meet a remarkable figure like Mr. Chao. It is indeed our honor, Qian Jianya remarked. Chao Cheng, absent from the scene, had left behind only a packet of tea and the 4 words, "Medicine delivered, illness gone." The immediate effect was undeniable, given the circumstances. Even someone of Qian Jianya's stature could not help but express genuine admiration. Little did they know that Chao Cheng's next words would leave everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. Qian Lao is a luminary in economics, a pillar of the nation, both admirable and endearing. Having returned to his hometown only to encounter trouble, how could I, as a fellow townsman, stand idly by? Upon hearing this, silence fell over the group. Qian Jianya and assistant who exchanged astonished glances. How could Chao Cheng possibly be aware of Qian Lao's identity? If he had indeed known from the outset, then his actions could only be attributed to the extraordinary capabilities of a sage. This was not merely a matter of their perceived prominence. Such an insight was entirely out of the ordinary. Yet, they could not directly inquire, "Are you aware of Qian Lao's status?" That would come across as overly self-important. for Chao Cheng had not regarded them as particularly significant, which inadvertently made Qian Lao and the others feel a bit more at ease, while simultaneously deepening their respect for him. Is Qian Lao from Xi'an County? Chao Cheng inquired casually. Tension gripped the room. Qian Lao had fallen ill due to the traumatic sights he had witnessed. Chao Cheng's mention of the incident and Xi'an County inevitably stirred those memories within him. They feared that Qian Lao might be triggered again. His complexion shifted slightly, yet he nodded, saying, "Indeed, my favorite is the fried yellow millet cake from Xi'an County. In my youth, I had to play and frolic before I could savor it. I never imagined that Xi'an County would be in such disarray now. Clearly, I have not paid enough attention to my hometown." At this moment, Qian Jianya interjected with a huff. "This morning, I saw a news report stating that a dilapidated barn in Xi'an County had caught fire, resulting in the deaths of 5 people. Furthermore, their identities were suspicious, accompanied by controlled knives. The law and order in Yunhai City has truly descended into chaos. Someone ought to investigate thoroughly." His words were laced with palpable intensity. However, Qian Lao frowned slightly, raising a hand to signal him to temper his anger. "Jianya, how can you display such a fiery temperament in front of our benefactor?" Qian Jianya quickly fell silent, nodding apologetically at Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng remarked, "In truth, I believe old Qian is unaware of the full circumstances. As one of the parties involved, I can elucidate the matter for you. The individual you witnessed being pursued and attacked in the street is none other than the son of the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau in Yunhai City." At precisely 8 o'clock that morning, Song Taizhan strode into Bai Hetong's office, which had transformed into a makeshift conference room with several key committee members present. Secretary Bai. Esteemed leaders. Song Taizhan appeared notably fatigued, removing his police cap to greet them. "I have come to report on the situation at the warehouse." "Director Song, please take a seat," Bai Hetong suggested, his demeanor decidedly subdued as he gestured towards the sofa. However, Song Taizhan opted not to sit, but rather continued directly. "We have also discovered a burned vehicle in the vicinity of the warehouse, which contained a suspicious corpse. Preliminary forensic examinations suggest that the victim was first fatally slashed in the carotid artery before being set ablaze. It is tentatively suspected to be a case of gang-related revenge." Bai Hetong nodded in acknowledgement and inquired with concern, "Is Xingjia all right?" "He has completely exited the danger zone. We can say he has been granted a second chance at life," Song Taizhan responded gratefully. He then turned to the others, stating, "Esteemed leaders, the incident involving old Qian's fright and the massacre at the warehouse falls under our jurisdiction. If there are any repercussions from above, I am willing to shoulder the blame entirely." Bai Hetong and the others were visibly moved. Song Tieshan's fortitude was commendable. "It is my responsibility. I will not allow you to bear the brunt of this alone. If there is to be accountability, it is impossible to pacify matters without addressing a few individuals. The most significant step would be to apprehend the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau." Had Song Taizhan not made this declaration, the situation might not have escalated to this point. At most, we would have all shared the burden of responsibility. Bai Hetong could not afford to shield him, as the truth was evident to all. Yet, Song Tieshan's declaration was indeed remarkable. The atmosphere in the office grew heavy with tension. Just then, the internal phone on Bai Hetong's desk rang, sending alarm bells ringing in everyone's minds. Bai Hetong promptly answered the call, and the room fell silent, each breath palpable. "This is Gu Haidong," came the curt and authoritative response from the other end. A collective shiver ran through everyone present. "Gu Haidong from Yun Province. Was he here to personally hold them accountable?" "Governor Gu, this is Bai Hetong." Bai Hetong responded. "Comrade Hetong, old Qian has already informed us of the actual situation," Gu Haidong stated, causing a wave of dread to wash over them. Old Qian had indeed raised concerns. However, to their astonishment, Gu Haidong continued. "If there are difficulties in maintaining public order in the city, why not reach out to me? Had it not been for old Qian's intervention, I would have remained unaware that the hero of the child trafficking case was being attacked in broad daylight. The brazen assault on a key player in the case, coupled with acts of arson and the installation of fear, only serves to highlight your commendable efforts in targeting the true culprits behind the trafficking case, inciting their frantic retaliation. Therefore, we must pursue this matter with even greater diligence. The province has decided to allocate 40 million for a special fund to combat the remnants of organized crime. Additionally, for the next 6 months, Yunhai City will have the priority for cross-city police deployment." Chapter 108. The radiance of Fogong Mountain. Upon hearing Gu Haidong's words, Bai Hetong's office felt as if it had been frozen in time. Everyone stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. What is happening? What nonsense is Gu Haidong spouting? Has he been drinking? Old Qian is actually defending Yunhai City? Leader, are you referring to old Qian Mushin? Bai Hetong, fearing a misunderstanding, immediately inquired. Indeed, Gu Haidong confirmed. Wasn't old Qian involved in an incident in Shay County yesterday? Not only did he refrain from assigning blame, but he also praised the speed at which the people's hospital provided care, alleviating his suffering expeditiously. Initially, Old Qian had some misconceptions about you, but the young man who treated him has clarified everything. Old Qian holds your law enforcement department's boldness in confronting criminal organizations in high regard. Very well. I have another meeting to attend, so I will leave it at that. The documents for the special funds and police deployment will be sent shortly. Gu Haidong concluded and abruptly hung up. Bai Hetong, clutching the phone, gazed in bewilderment at the stone-faced figures around him. Suddenly, Song Taizhan slapped his thigh with realization. Ah, I understand now. It was Chao Cheng. Yesterday, Chao Cheng visited the hospital to see Xingjie and coincidentally met Vice President's son, who invited him. Calling him some sort of recluse, he was taken to treat Old Qian. He didn't let me accompany him, so I was unaware of the subsequent events. Perhaps it was Chao Cheng who healed Old Qian? With that revelation, the atmosphere in the office thawed, and the leaders began pointing at Song Taizhan, exclaiming, You, Old Song, what can I say about you? Such an important matter, and you said nothing. Song Taizhan, looking embarrassed, replied, I've been sleepless for 2 days and nights over Xingjie's case. My mind has gone blank. Bai Hetong, equally irked, slammed his fist on the table. That scoundrel Zhou Ming. The others were puzzled. Why was Secretary Bai scolding the director of the People's Hospital, Zhou Ming? He had just informed them that morning. However, Bai Hetong was frustrated that Zhou Ming mentioned only that Old Qian had been treated, omitting that it was Chao Cheng who had done so, likely wanting to bask in some glory himself. After all, had he stated that Vice President's son had invited Chao Cheng to treat Old Qian, it would diminish his own significance. Yet, Bai Hetong had no time to fault him and immediately dialed Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng answered promptly. Ah, good morning, Secretary Bai. Bai Hetong hastily replied. Oh, good morning, good morning. Boss Chao? He hesitated, almost calling him Little Chao, but thought better of it, considering Old Qian might be nearby. Did you heal Old Qian yesterday? Yes, came the reply after a brief pause. As it happens, Old Qian is here having tea with me. If you have time, why not come over? Bai Hetong was elated. Excellent. I'll be there right away. He spoke while already hurrying out of the office, prompting a group of city leaders to follow suit. With a police escort, Song Taizhan ensured they reached Cheng'an Zoo in just over 10 minutes. By then, several visitors were already entering the park. Security guard Lin Chuan, having received instructions from Chao Cheng, awaited them at the entrance and opened a side gate for the group. They rushed up to the second floor of the management building, panting and exhausted, only to find the room filled with the aroma of tea. Chao Cheng and Old Qian were engaged in lively conversation. The sight left everyone momentarily stunned. Bai Hetong, steeling himself, approached Old Qian. Director Qian. Upon discovering that Qian Jianya was also present, Bai Hetong felt an immediate surge of trepidation. Director Qian, with a smile, rose from his seat and extended his hand, saying, Secretary Bai, haha, I hope you will forgive my uninvited presence. Neither he nor his father had informed Bai Hetong of their visit to Yunhai. In fact, earlier that morning, upon learning of Bai Hetong's impending arrival, he had hurriedly arranged for his father to depart, eager to avoid an encounter. Now that misunderstandings had been clarified and they were face to face, an apology was certainly in order. Bai Hetong, feeling exceedingly anxious, thought to himself, Forgive you? How could I possibly blame you both? Director Qian chuckled. The fault lies with us for not adequately attending to our guests, particularly in caring for Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian, rising as well, interjected, I have grown accustomed to solitude in my old age. You officials have enough burdens without needing to concern yourselves with me. After a round of pleasantries, Bai Hetong found himself coaxed into a seat at the table by Mr. Qian. Although the room was filled with chairs, only 4 individuals, Chao Cheng, Mr. Qian, Qian Jianya, and Bai Hetong, occupied seats, while the others stood nearby, hesitant to take a seat. In the course of their conversation, Mr. Qian extolled the virtues of Yunhai, recounting how a cup of tea from Chao Cheng had miraculously saved him. He further expressed gratitude for Chao Cheng's explanation of the local security situation. The city leaders regarded Chao Cheng with admiration, astonished that Mr. Qian had nearly succumbed to a rare and baffling illness in Yunhai. Just half an hour prior, they had been racking their brains to appease the wrath of their superiors. To their astonishment, Chao Cheng had casually cured Mr. Qian. Even more surprising was Chao Cheng's role as an intermediary, clarifying the reasons behind Song Xingjie's injury and explaining the fire at the granary as a criminal act designed to instill panic and undermine the credibility of Yunhai's law enforcement. How astute! The brilliance of Chao Cheng shone through. With a mere cup of tea, he had transformed calamity into fortune, securing 40 million in special funding for Yunhai and allowing for cross-district police deployment. With Chao Cheng's presence, Yunhai was indeed fortunate. As these thoughts filled the air, Chao Cheng's system chimed in with notifications. Sect reputation, 4. Current sect reputation, 200. Reward obtained. Starshine Gathering Array. Starshine Gathering Array gathers the essence of stars, enhancing spiritual energy absorption, compatible with any formation. Chao Cheng was elated. Upon mastering the Starshine Gathering Array, he learned that it could emit light. Of course, he could choose whether or not to allow it to glow. If it radiated light, it would absorb starlight and transform, casting a soft, ethereal mist at dawn, which would gradually evolve into a mysterious purple haze. This illumination would not be overly blinding, but would be visible to the naked eye, lending an air of mystique, perfect for masquerading as a natural wonder. Chao Cheng had not considered using it for personal cultivation. That was out of the question. He could only glean some cultivation benefits from the system. However, this array could be utilized for theatrical effect. What is a Buddhist light mountain without a hint of Buddhist light? He could conjure some light for the mountain, enhancing the reputation of the miraculous by Cha Ti. Just then, Hei Chuan, who was watering the tea trees at Buddhist Light Mountain, suddenly received a mental message. Upon hearing it, Chao Cheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He immediately sprang to his feet and dashed downstairs. Chapter 109. The Return to Taiha. Chao Cheng abandoned everyone and rushed downstairs at lightning speed. Mr. Qian and the others were left bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. One might have thought he had detonated a bomb. His sudden departure was utterly unexpected. Nonetheless, being the central figure of the day, everyone instinctively followed him down. Before long, they arrived outside the management office, where a multitude had gathered, gazing towards the distant mountains. Some were shouting, "Wow! Wow! What is that? It looks like cranes." So many. As the crowd looked up, they indeed beheld a large flock of red-crowned cranes gracefully approaching, at least 40 or 50 in number. The red-crowned crane has been revered since ancient times as a celestial bird, embodying grace and elegance, with a count of merely a few thousand worldwide. It appeared that this flock was about to soar overhead, yet their flight was somewhat erratic and chaotic, lacking any discernible formation. The leading crane, awkwardly flapping, seemed to be struggling, and as they observed closely, it became clear that the flock was not merely passing overhead, but was diving directly towards them. Especially the foremost crane, which appeared to be exhausted, spiraled downwards. "Ah, it's falling. It's coming this way." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of gasps. Chao Cheng hurried towards the landing spot of the cranes, while many in the crowd already drew their phones, and some even produced professional cameras, rushing forth. After all, Chang'an Zoo was the epicenter of attention, and those media personnel, often at a loose end, were eagerly waiting for a sensational story. The leading crane landed directly in the crown of a tree before tumbling down. Fortunately, it flapped a few times while falling, avoiding immediate death, though it landed awkwardly, its body contorted. The rest of the cranes followed suit, rapidly descending, some clearly exhausted and unable to control their descent speed. Once all the cranes had landed, they promptly nestled or laid down on the soft grass, visibly worn out and seeking to relax every muscle. Chao Cheng reached the injured crane first, crouching down to assess its injuries. He noticed a small white leg band on its foot, inscribed with Hangul. Could it be that these cranes had flown in from Korea? Regardless, once they were in the sky, they belonged to him. This was more than 50 red-crowned cranes, a number that matched that of the Yun Province Red-Crowned Crane Wetland Park. In the throes of joy, Chao Cheng turned to the gathering crowd and shouted, "Everyone, step back. This is a first-class protected species. Step forward if you wish to face imprisonment." A chorus of screeching brakes filled the air as several young children nearby executed swift slides, rising to dust themselves off before retreating. Lin Chuan arrived with security personnel to maintain order, commanding, "Step back. Step back." Neither Qian Lao nor Bai He dared to act recklessly and approach the scene. However, each of them was filled with joy. The red-crowned crane. Such a celestial bird is indeed a rarity in Yun Province. The crucial point is that Yun Province does not lie on the migratory route of the red-crowned cranes. In previous years, it was inconceivable for them to pass over the city. This was truly an extraordinary occurrence. Could it be attributed to magnetic field anomalies? It seemed that there was no other plausible explanation. After all, just moments ago, Chao Cheng was upstairs enjoying tea with others while the flock of cranes arrived. Seizing the opportunity as the crowd retreated, he discreetly shielded himself and effortlessly removed the iron ring from the leg of one crane, slipping it into his pocket. At that moment, Wen Main rushed over, clad in a blue short-sleeve veterinarian's uniform. The animals at the Chang'an Zoo were hardly ever sick, and her daily duties involved monitoring the mental and dietary conditions of various creatures within the park, diligently recording her observations. Her presence would effectively help conceal Chao Cheng's mysterious healing techniques. Upon seeing such a multitude of red-crowned cranes, Wen Main's eyes widened in astonishment. Noticing Chao Cheng cradling an injured crane, she hurried to assist him. Chao Cheng, however, called out, "Iodine, bandages, splints." Wen Main instantly understood and dashed off to retrieve her medical kit. By this time, the researchers had already arrived. Tong Anya and Tong Anchi approached Chao Cheng. He gestured towards the researchers trying to come closer, saying, "Only those two can come. Everyone else, step back and maintain order. Keep your distance." These cranes are easily startled. The researchers promptly halted and joined the security personnel in restoring order. "You two, crouch down," Chao Cheng whispered. The sisters complied, squatting before him. He produced the circular ring from his pocket and instructed them to inspect all the cranes, checking for similar rings on their legs. If they found any, they were to raise their hands and notify him quietly. Tong Anya, sharp-witted, smiled knowingly and nodded before running off. Tong Anchi, curious, inquired softly, "What does it say on this?" "Hurry," Chao Cheng urged. Tong Anchi scrunched her nose in protest. "Why are you being so stern?" Nevertheless, she proceeded to check each crane on the other side. At that moment, Wen Main returned to assist Chao Cheng in swiftly treating the injured crane. While holding it earlier, Chao Cheng had already utilized his mysterious healing arts to mend its internal injuries. He also began to comprehend why they had arrived here. With October approaching, the first wave of red-crowned cranes had commenced their migration. The lead crane likely suffered from neurological issues, leading to a misjudgment of the magnetic field and direction, causing the entire flock to veer off course. Moreover, it had lost track of when to rest, continuing to fly and nearing its physical limits. Just then, the Taihai Yanyuan domain appeared before them. It was possible they sensed its presence from several kilometers away, not necessarily only when they flew directly overhead. After all, with the Golden Boy as the focal point, the Taihai Yanyuan domain was no longer comparable, exuding a tremendous life force that was as conspicuous to these magnetically sensitive migratory birds as thermal imaging in the pitch-black night. Chao Cheng easily rectified the crane's neurological issues with his mystical healing techniques, leaving only superficial injuries that Wen Main could address. At that moment, Tong Anya waved at Chao Cheng, prompting him to quickly approach. He instructed her to continue searching while he removed another iron ring. To be precise, it was a stainless steel ring. As Chao Cheng had anticipated, not all the red-crowned cranes bore leg rings. Among the total of 53 cranes, 28 were marked. However, lacking leg rings did not imply they were not part of the same batch. It was plausible that the foreigners had failed to mark that particular segment, or that these unmarked cranes were descendants of those with rings. After removing all the leg rings, Chao Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. With the presence of the Taihai Yanyuan domain, it would be impossible for any foreign entity to claim them. Even if a celestial being from Antarctica were to arrive, he could only permit the departure of one crane, and that would require a feeding fee. Chapter 110, Preparing to Profit. Once the leg rings were removed, Chao Cheng requested the researchers to help maintain order and approached Qian Lao and the others. With the Taihai Yanyuan domain established, these red-crowned cranes could not be driven away, especially since their leader was gravely injured and unable to flee. "Qian Lao, I believe we'll pause our tea for today. I may need to excuse myself. These cranes are quite weak. I must prepare some food for them. And once they regain their strength, I will need to arrange for their departure or stay." Qian Lao chuckled heartily. "Ha, very well. Go about your business. But you mustn't chase me away. The environment here is delightful, and I haven't had the chance to explore properly yet. Do not mind us. Just attend to your tasks." He was there to express his gratitude for saving his life, a debt that could not be measured in words. He would not leave Yunhai City without repaying this debt. Moreover, he was intrigued by Chao Cheng's tea. Chao Cheng nodded, preparing to turn away when suddenly a brilliant idea struck him, a notion for rapid monetization. He inquired, "Qian Lao, where have you been staying during this time?" Qian Lao replied, "As an old retiree, it matters little where I am. I've been in Yunhai recently." Chao Cheng nodded, "Excellent. The tea I have is mostly aged, rich in flavor, but lacking in freshness. I have a batch of new tea ready for harvest in 3 days, after 2 days of drying. It will be ready for consumption. I'm currently in need of funds and plan to hold a new tea release event for sales. If you have any tea connoisseurs or wealthy patrons in mind, feel free to invite them for a tasting. After all, my tea is not inexpensive and would certainly be a burden for the average person." Why he and the others felt a twinge of anxiety. Chao Cheng was being remarkably forthright. Someone like Qian Lao, who owed such a significant debt of gratitude for saving a life, would not easily be swayed. His presence in Yunhai was to assist Chao Cheng. Yet, here was Chao Cheng, directly requesting that he bring in customers. A rather mercenary condition in exchange for a life debt. It was as if he were trivializing the profound gratitude with a decidedly materialistic demand. Had it been them with such powerful connections, they would have preserved the relationship for future benefit, enjoying an elevated status wherever they went. To openly propose a practical condition could risk diminishing the respect owed to him. But Chao Cheng seemed utterly unconcerned. They dared not remind him. And now that the words had escaped his lips, there was no turning back. However, upon hearing Chao Cheng's words, Director Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The more utilitarian the condition proposed by Chao Cheng, the more convinced he became of Chao Cheng's exceptional capabilities. The intricate implications of this exchange were beyond mere words. Indeed, after listening to Chao Cheng, the elder Qian also beamed with delight, nodding vigorously. Splendid. Leave this matter to me. It shall be no trouble at all. Director Qian chuckled inwardly, recognizing that all he needed to do was casually disseminate a message, and numerous individuals would undoubtedly travel great distances to respond. Not to mention if he personally orchestrated the arrangements. Chao Cheng, on the other hand, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. When one has received a favor, what better time to reciprocate? Furthermore, he cared little for the so-called life-saving grace. If he could save you once, he could save you again. If every act of saving could be monetized, then Chao Cheng might as well turn it into a business. A single Xianyu pavilion could cost between 400 million to 1 billion. Building an entire zoo would surely escalate to a trillion-level expense. After all, 3,000 acres were merely a starting point for Chao Cheng's ambitions. However, he firmly understood that he could no longer use his medical skills as a pretext. Deceiving people in private might be tolerable, but if he were to be labeled as some so-called miracle doctor, complications would inevitably multiply, curtailing his freedom. It was far preferable to be seen as a folk expert with some unconventional remedies. In truth, the realm of folk medicine is not devoid of remarkable talents. Individuals like Chao Cheng exist, yet those around him often fixate on his remarkable abilities, perceiving them as extraordinary. Yet, countless phenomena far stranger and more wondrous abound in the world. Most individuals, particularly those who are more distanced from such occurrences, tend to approach these wonders with skepticism, akin to witnessing a UFO sighting. For instance, only a handful of people were privy to the miraculous healing of Elder Qian through a mere cup of tea. Even if one were to film the entire process and broadcast it widely, perhaps even featuring it on television, it would likely be dismissed as mere marketing for the tea, with no one believing the authenticity of the event. Seeing Elder Qian acquiesce to Chao Cheng's request, Bai Hetong promptly inquired, "Boss Chao, is there anything we need to do?" Chao Cheng shook his head. "No need. The media will come of their own accord. Just ensure Elder Qian is well taken care of." Bai Hetong cast a grateful glance at Chao Cheng, affirming, "Rest assured, I will attend to Elder Qian's hospitality with utmost diligence." At that moment, Chao Cheng turned to Song Taizhan. "Director Song, come with me for a moment. I need your assistance." Song Taizhan nodded enthusiastically, bidding farewell to Elder Qian before following Chao Cheng out of the zoo. Once outside, he subtly gave Chao Cheng a thumbs up. "You've saved me once again." Chao Cheng smiled. "I fabricated a story for you regarding the warehouse case. Have you found any leads?" Song Taizhan shook his head. However, the unidentified bodies at the warehouse, along with the controlled weapons and large sums of cash, fit the profile of hired killers. They might just be the ones. Chao Cheng pondered. If that is the case, who hired them? He sighed. "Never mind, let's not dwell on it. I brought you out to help you escape. Get some rest and sleep. Your eyes are bloodshot." Song Taizhan felt a warmth in his heart. After exchanging a few more words with Chao Cheng, he got into his car. With the crisis averted, he preferred not to linger and curry favor with Elder Qian. It was far better to return home for a brief respite and regain his strength to investigate the case. Yet, as he drove away, he couldn't help but reflect on Chao Cheng's murmured words. The current situation was chaotic and convoluted. Were the individuals behind the attack on Xingjia connected to the warehouse? Who had killed those at the warehouse? Were there other assassins? Why were the individuals in the Jeddah armed, yet not present at the warehouse? Was there a mole within his department? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind, creating a sense of confusion. However, Chao Cheng's earlier comment had suddenly clarified his focus. Indeed, identifying who killed those at the warehouse was far less significant than determining who had hired them. If the employer remained undiscovered, even if this batch of killers was eliminated, another would inevitably follow. There could be no peace. With this thought in mind, Song Taizhan seized his focus, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Subsequently, Chao Cheng also left, personally heading to the market to procure a substantial quantity of fish and shrimp. He needed to ensure the proper care of the red-crowned cranes. They were the embodiment of his Bai Cha, white tea story. The reason he had suggested to Elder Qian to organize a gathering was that he had already formulated an audacious plan. Should this plan succeed, billions in funding would be at his fingertips. Chapter 111. Urging the tea fields to ripen. Upon returning, Chao Cheng found that the red-crowned cranes had regained some of their strength. Upon seeing the fish and shrimp, they immediately began to compete for the feast. Chao Cheng instructed Wen Main to lead several caretakers, while Tong Anya took charge of a few researchers to assist him in feeding the cranes. Journalists from several local television stations seized the opportunity to approach. As Chao Cheng turned, a microphone nearly found its way into his mouth. "Boss Chao, how did these red-crowned cranes come to be here?" "To my knowledge, Yunhai City has never experienced a migration of red-crowned cranes. Boss Zhao, are the cranes seriously injured? Is there any risk to their lives? Could it be that there are unusual fluctuations in the magnetic field? Chao Cheng seized the microphone offered by one individual, proclaiming loudly, "Are you all mistaken? More talk of magnetic fields? Can we not attribute every fortunate occurrence to magnetic phenomena? Is it not possible that my environment is simply favorable, rich in spiritual energy, hence these creatures prefer to stay here?" One reporter candidly retorted, "Boss Zhao, please do not embellish your own image." Another added, "Indeed, Boss Zhao, do not indulge in self-aggrandizement. We wish to know if there were any anomalies in the magnetic field prior to the arrival of these cranes." Chao Cheng pointed at the audacious reporter. "Hey, how are you speaking? I'll smash your glasses." What was initially a casual interview quickly devolved into chaos, with laughter erupting among the crowd. They had previously interacted with Chao Cheng, who was unmistakably the epitome of a capitalist. When rare animals had sought refuge, he had been reluctant, fearful of responsibility and expenses. However, once the leadership intervened and allocated special funds, he had swiftly altered his demeanor, transforming the rare animals into a source of ticket sales, charging exorbitant prices. Now, with a flock of red-crowned cranes arriving, he attributed their presence to magnetic forces, seeking to bask in the glory himself. The media, however, would not grant him that opportunity, quickly returning to the topic of magnetic fields. Unbeknownst to them, this played directly into Chao Cheng's hands. The magnetic field served as the perfect cover for the Taihe Yanyuan domain. The world perceived by the populace was precisely the reality that the media wished to present to them. The more one seeks to adorn oneself with accolades, the more others perceive it as an attempt to exploit the magnetic field. Once the concept of the magnetic field becomes deeply ingrained, many peculiar occurrences within the zoo will naturally invoke the discourse of esteemed scholars. Taking advantage of the chaos to evade the media, Chao Cheng quickly placed a call to Tong Anya, urging her to elucidate the situation from a professional standpoint. Soon enough, Tong Anya proactively addressed the media, providing insights into the speculations surrounding the red-crowned cranes. The media, initially at a loss for a focal point, swiftly converged upon her, especially since Tong Anya, as a resident researcher at the zoo, possessed far greater expertise and authority than Chao Cheng. While the exact origins of the cranes remain unknown, it is highly probable that during their migration, the lead crane contracted a virus, leading to a disruption in its ability to navigate magnetic fields and directions. Consequently, this misled the entire flock, resulting in prolonged, uninterrupted flight. Influenced by the local magnetic field, the red-crowned cranes descended as if misdirected. Fortunately, their landing here allowed them to rest and recuperate. Otherwise, they might have faced severe casualties. Furthermore, the Research Institute cautioned visitors to observe the cranes from a distance, advising them not to disturb these majestic birds, lest they provoke minor issues that could lead to incarceration for 3 to 5 years. Before long, the red-crowned cranes were granted an expansive, soft grassy area for their activities. Despite their ability to fly away, they chose to remain. Some speculated they were waiting for the injured leader, while others believed they simply did not wish to depart. Throughout the day, Cheng'an Zoo was bustling with visitors, as many had never encountered such a magnificent flock of cranes. The researchers temporarily assumed the role of guardians for the cranes. This vibrant scene persisted until around 8:30 in the evening, when the crowd finally dispersed, as many had come directly from work to catch a glimpse of the grand assembly of cranes, resulting in extended hours for the zoo staff. Once the park closed, only Chao Cheng remained. As he planned to leave that night with Pajun, he deemed it unsafe for Luo Jin to stay behind, uncertain if another wave of assassins might strike. Thus, he instructed her to check into a hotel for the night. At 10:30, Chao Cheng, accompanied by Wenxi, Haikawa, and Pajun, arrived at the summit of Fo Guang Mountain. Earlier in the afternoon, he had already visited the mountain, where he had significantly expanded the area around the tea fields to 40 acres, nearly exhausting the wild boars in the process. The land was now prepared, and the tea seeds he had previously sown had begun to sprout, reaching a height of approximately half a meter. However, this progress was still too slow for Chao Cheng. Securing the wild boars, he retrieved over 20 enormous water buckets filled with water from his storage ring, along with a plethora of specialized containers for the crows and a sapling of a banyan tree. Given the challenges of constructing a building atop Fo Guang Mountain, Chao Cheng resolved to build a treehouse instead. He intended to use the array to hasten the growth of the tea fields while simultaneously nurturing the banyan tree. With its sprawling branches and robust roots, the banyan tree promised to grow into a formidable presence, enabling the easy construction of a treehouse once matured. Selecting a particularly flat patch of ground, Chao Cheng planted the banyan sapling and then seated himself cross-legged upon a large rock, initiating the starshine gathering array. As the stars twinkled above, a resonant hum echoed, as though myriad stars were dancing in the skies above Fo Guang Mountain. Waves of potent spiritual energy cascaded from the heavens, converging within the gathering array. Under the array's influence, the Jade Tree Blossom Array began to operate at an accelerated pace. Once the gathering array was complete, Chao Cheng immediately channeled the spiritual energy into the Jade Tree Blossom Array. Although the array operated independently without radiance, under Chao Cheng's vigorous guidance, its effects multiplied exponentially, radiating a faint glow that competed with the brilliance of the Starshine Gathering Array. The tea seedlings enveloped by the Jade Tree Blossom Array began to visibly grow at an astonishing rate. 3 hours later, at 1 o'clock in the morning, the tea trees had nearly reached maturity, averaging around 2 meters in height. Given that the bush-type tea trees produced numerous dense shoots, a single tree could yield hundreds of cuttable branches with careful pruning. Haikawa, it's time to act, Chao Cheng commanded. Leveraging the radiant energies of the Starshine Gathering Array and the Jade Tree Blossom Array, Haikawa directed the crows into action. Hundreds of crows alighted on the now mature tea trees, deftly nipping off branches and planting them into the surrounding soil in an orderly fashion, while another 200 crows retrieved specially designed water bottles to irrigate the newly planted cuttings. From 1 o'clock to 4:30, the entire 40 acres had been diligently planted with tea tree cuttings. Once he commenced selling tea, especially promoting Fo Ding white tea, this area would inevitably capture public attention. It was crucial to cultivate an ample quantity of tea trees before stepping into the limelight, as typical tea trees require 2 to 3 years to mature. If only 2 acres of tea garden were visible to the public, it would be inconvenient to expand should the tea sell well. At this moment, Chao Cheng decisively dismantled the original Jade Tree Blossom Array and Gathering Array, reconfiguring them to encompass the entire 40 acres, including the banyan sapling. Such a grand array exceeded what he could manage alone, which was why he had brought Pajun along. Wensi, Haikawa, Pajun, your spiritual energies have been dormant for too long. After accumulating for so long, today, I need you to channel it all into this. Upon finishing his command, Wensi joyfully exclaimed, I am the first spirit beast of my master, and I have a penchant for cleanliness. Allow me to go first. Chapter 112. Why not just buy a ticket? At around 5:30 in the morning, the hazy white light atop Fo Guang Mountain gradually transitioned into a soft purple aura, forming a delicate mist as the sun rose. Chao Cheng and his 3 contracted beasts were utterly exhausted, their eyes ringed with dark circles and lips pale. Although Haikawa appeared unaffected, they had spent the entire night awake, meticulously concentrating on controlling the spiritual energy to activate the Grand Array, which was highly taxing. Now, all their spiritual energy had been depleted, and it would take at least half a day to fully recover. Yet, every bit of effort was worth it. As the 40 acres of tea garden had sprung up over a meter in height overnight, taking on a burgeoning form. Notably, the 2 acres planted earliest were already nearing maturity. As the 3 great formations were activated, it was nearly time for everything to reach full maturity. If we proceed this afternoon, tonight, and again tomorrow afternoon, it should suffice. Then we can begin the harvesting and drying process. Let us go back. Chao Cheng stretched his limbs as he rose. The dawn was breaking, and he needed to return to work at the Broken Army. However, as he approached the mountainside, he suddenly noticed Wensi still perched upon the stone, tilting its head to observe him. What are you dawdling for? Where's the wind? Wensi flapped its wings, creating a diminutive whirlwind that danced momentarily before dissipating, a mere puff, akin to the sound of a soft exhalation. Chao Cheng immediately understood the energy had been depleted. Upon inspecting the other crows, many appeared fatigued, with several gathered around a water bucket, quenching their thirst. Haikawa remarked, Master, the crows are weary as well. Chao Cheng nodded in agreement. Given his and the Broken Army's constitution, even rolling down the mountain would pose no challenge. Yet, descending the mountain still proved somewhat arduous. They were truly exhausted, and should they take the time to recover, returning once daylight fully broke would be troublesome. Thus, he decided it best not to return. Observing the surrounding purple aura, he promptly dissipated the gathering spirit array's light, causing the violet mist to vanish swiftly. It was necessary to remain vigilant here. Should anyone notice the purple glow and take to the skies with a drone out of sheer boredom, it could lead to complications. At 6:30 in the morning, Luo Jin called Chao Cheng, her voice soft and concerned. Where have you gone? Are you all right? Luo Jin was aware of Song Xingjia's attack and the potential for retaliation against Chao Cheng. That was why she had taken refuge in a hotel. She was constantly worried about him and had arrived at the zoo early, only to find him absent from the premises. I'm fine, don't worry. I want to be returning today. I've brought the Broken Army with me. Please arrange the food for the cranes and have the Research Institute maintain order. Call me if anything arises. Luo Jin responded, All right, please take care. She then whispered softly, I love you. Chao Cheng smiled as he ended the call. Turning around, he found Wensi and the broken army abruptly turning their heads away. Wensi withdrew its outstretched neck, and the broken army lowered its erect ears. Only Haikawa remained steadfast, perched upon the stone, vigilant and alert. At that moment, the broken army stood up and inquired mentally, "Master, I'm quite hungry. Do you still have those pigs?" As it spoke, crystalline tears trickled from the corners of its mouth. Chao Cheng glanced at the 4 wild boars tethered nearby. The summit of Buddha Light Mountain barely spanned 100 acres. Other areas were ill-suited for extensive tea cultivation, and 40 acres sufficed. Therefore, the wild boars were no longer necessary. "They are yours," he declared. No sooner had Chao Cheng's words left his lips than the broken army scampered over to feast. Haikawa immediately followed suit. "Let us split it down the middle," Haikawa suggested. 3 to 7, the broken army countered. 40 to 60, Haikawa negotiated. Very well. As a king among crows, Haikawa certainly wished to uphold its dignity before the flock. After all, they were brethren. With a caw, Haikawa summoned excitement among the crows, who fluttered over in a flurry. The broken army thoughtfully separated some entrails and rotten meat, even assisting in tearing it apart. The crows eagerly shared the feast. How could they not be thrilled? Snatching carrion from a fierce predator was a rare banquet, albeit they could only consume the remnants. They had to remain ever watchful for lurking beasts. It was their first experience dining on flesh torn apart by a ferocious tiger. Chao Cheng smiled in admiration, but soon felt Haikawa alight on his shoulder, followed by a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. This energy fluctuated around Haikawa, undergoing several shifts before it transformed entirely. A breakthrough. The late-stage chi refinement. All 3 beasts had been stalled at the mid-stage bottleneck, yet Haikawa was the first to succeed. Wensi immediately felt a pang of jealousy. "Show off," it muttered. Just then, the broken army, seemingly irritated by one of the pigs' incessant squealing, swiftly dispatched it. At the moment the wild boar collapsed, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from the broken army, achieving a breakthrough into the late-stage chi refinement. Wensi glanced at Chao Cheng, their eyes locking. It extended a claw, demanding, "Hand me the phone, quickly." Meanwhile, at the crack of dawn, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Yunhai City Hall. Deputy Director Song from the Foreign Affairs Office of Yun Province was accompanied by the foreigner Duncan. Bai Hetong personally welcomed them inside. "Deputy Director Song, how could you arrive without prior notice? I could have arranged a proper reception." Deputy Director Song exuded an air of authority, disregarding any pleasantries with Bai Hetong. He pointed directly at Duncan, stating, "By secretary, allow me to introduce you. This is Dr. Duncan from the Fairman Institute in the United States, a renowned scholar in avian behavior. Recently, he expressed interest in studying the crows in your Yunhai City Zoo and approached Director Zhou Yishan of your Forestry Bureau. However, Director Zhou flatly declined Dr. Duncan's request for research. What is the meaning of this? I demand an explanation." Duncan, standing beside him, bore an expression of anger. He had anticipated difficulties when he encountered Chao Cheng, but to be rebuffed by Director Zhou Yishan was beyond his expectations. After much back and forth, he felt his time wasted and escalated the matter to the Foreign Affairs Office, an institution not to be trifled with. Bai Hetong chuckled nervously. "I understand this matter. However, it seems that Mr. Duncan's expression may have been somewhat inaccurate. Mr. Duncan merely conveyed his research intentions to Director Zhou, but he did not formally submit a written application for research collaboration. We are merely following protocol. We dare not overstep our bounds." Deputy Director Song's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bai Hetong, as if gazing upon a monster. Was Bai Hetong out of his mind? Hadn't he made himself clear? He had expected that upon his arrival, Bai Hetong would immediately summon Zhou Yishan to hold him accountable, rebuking him in front of Duncan and then personally escorting him to the zoo. Instead, Bai Hetong chose to stand his ground. How dare he request an application? At that moment, Duncan's fury ignited as he shouted in English, "Fine. Is this what you want?" He reached into the bag of the female translator beside him and produced the prepared research application form, already completed. Deputy Director Song hadn't anticipated that Duncan had a backup plan. However, he was keen to see how Bai Hetong would respond. "By secretary, the application is right here. Take a good look." Bai Hetong maintained that same half-hearted smile. Haha, very well. Since there is a written application, we shall promptly send someone to submit it to the head of the zoo's parent company." Vice Director Song felt as though he had misheard. "Submit it to whom?" Bai Hetong clarified. "Oh, it is like this. These crows are unregistered wild birds of nature. They do not belong to anyone. They merely take refuge in this zoo. However, the zoo's territory is owned by Yunhai Chungan Wildlife Park Company, Limited. To conduct research within the zoo, one must naturally obtain approval from the corporate owner. In fact, it need not be so troublesome. Mr. Duncan could simply purchase a ticket to the zoo and come and go as he pleases." Chapter 113, An Iron Wall. Upon hearing Bai Hetong's words, Vice Director Song stood there in utter disbelief, staring at Bai Hetong with the eyes of one gazing upon a monster. Had Bai Hetong lost his mind? What was he doing? Did he truly wish to confront a middle-sized business owner? Challenging someone of his position as the Deputy Director of the Foreign Affairs Office? Especially with that last remark, it was nothing short of mockery towards Duncan's exaggerated concerns. It almost felt like he shot a disdainful glance at Duncan, as if insinuating that a mere ticket could resolve the matter without all this fuss. Merely to save 100 yuan on the ticket price. Duncan's female translator was equally astonished, her mouth agape. She was specifically assigned to Duncan by the Foreign Affairs Office. Though merely a junior staff member, she was acutely aware of the office's substantial influence in matters of foreign disputes. There was no department that did not fear the Foreign Affairs Office. While it was understandable for Chao Chung to directly reject Duncan and ask him to leave the zoo, after all, Chao Chung was a businessman with no reason to fear a foreigner. Bai Hetong was another matter entirely. And it wasn't just Bai Hetong, there was also Director Zhou Shan. It appeared that the entire Yunhai city stood as an impenetrable wall before Chao Chung, a wall that even the Deputy Director of the Foreign Affairs Office could not breach. This was truly formidable. Duncan immediately requested his translator to relay Bai Hetong's words. She hesitated to translate directly, fearing it would exacerbate the conflict. Instead, she endeavored to soften the message. Yet, upon hearing it, Duncan could contain his fury no longer and erupted. You all, must be accountable for your words. Vice Director Song finally regained his composure, nodding sharply to suppress his anger. Bai Hetong, you had better think carefully before you speak. Are you suggesting that you wish to drag me to consider the whims of a corporate head? I am making my stance explicitly clear. Mr. Duncan is an important foreign guest. His research requests could yield significant scientific breakthroughs. If we cannot establish a friendly environment for research exchange today, you shall bear full responsibility for it. Even the female translator beside him frowned at such a proclamation. Was it really a matter of considering the corporate head's mood? Was it merely about the size of the enterprise? Bai Hetong, however, responded with genuine perplexity. Vice Director Song, regardless of size, every enterprise contributes to the city's development. We must provide an equitable and just environment for growth. Pressuring businesses and unlawfully interfering with their legitimate interests is a grave issue. Vice Director Song's face turned pale. Not only did the other party refuse to capitulate, but he also countered with a weighty accusation. No, it was not merely an accusation. It was akin to an enormous UFO crashing down upon his head. Vice Director Song was so infuriated that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. He pointed at Bai Hetong, exclaiming, "Good, Secretary Bai, you have done well. Mr. Duncan, let us depart. I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter." With that, he scoffed coldly and prepared to storm away. Just then, several individuals entered from outside. An elderly gentleman, sprightly and alert, stepped forward. Upon seeing Vice Director Song and the foreign guest about to exit, he immediately made way. Yet, Vice Director Song felt as though his legs were bound, rooted in place, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Mr. Qian, what are you doing here?" Vice Director Song certainly recognized Mr. Qian, a prominent authority in economics. Moreover, his eldest son was a significant leader within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The unexpected appearance of Mr. Qian was indeed shocking. Typically, one would not even have the privilege to greet him at high-profile summits. Mr. Qian furrowed his brow slightly, stepping back, evidently having overheard Vice Director Song's earlier remarks. The guards immediately positioned themselves in front of Mr. Qian, blocking Vice Director Song's approach. Mr. Qian despised being surrounded by people, which was why he had not brought any guards during his visit to Shaiyang County. However, since that incident, the guards had not left his side. Vice Director Song, filled with excitement, gasped for breath. "Ah, Mr. Qian, I am Vice Director Song from the Yun Province Foreign Affairs Office." Before he could finish, a guard pushed him back firmly. "Apologies, please step back." At that moment, Bai Hetong hurriedly approached. "Ah, Mr. Qian, why have you arrived so early?" "I was just saying you should rest well. I was going to pick you up shortly." The previous day, he had persistently sought Mr. Qian's insights on various economic issues while also encouraging Mr. Qian to offer guidance for Yunhai City's development. This had aligned perfectly with Mr. Qian's intentions. Having devoted his life to economics and nurturing countless talents, Mr. Qian had never truly benefited his hometown. In his youth, he had dismissed it. In middle age, he had avoided it for political reasons. Now, in his old age, he had come to realize the importance of contributing to his origins before departing this world. Yesterday, Bai Hetong had earnestly implored him, outlining numerous challenges faced by Yunhai City, and Mr. Qian had agreed to visit the municipal hall today to hear the work reports from Bai Hetong and others. Mr. Qian smiled as he shook Bai Hetong's hand, warmly stating, "The morning air is refreshing, and my mind is clear. I am eager to lend a hand to my hometown." Bai Hetong was deeply moved. "Mr. Qian, Your constant concern for the development of our hometown fills us with trepidation. Please, right this way. We have everything prepared." As he spoke, he guided Mr. Qian toward the conference room, not even casting a glance at Vice Director Song. Vice Director Song, eager to follow, was intercepted by Assistant Hu. "You are Vice Director Song, correct? I am aware of your identity. Please, remain here. Mr. Qian has other matters to attend to." With that statement, the assistant gave him a meaningful glance before hastily following Mr. Qian. Vice Director Song felt a chill wash over him. What did Assistant Hu mean by that? Was he indicating that he recognized who he was, yet Mr. Qian chose to ignore him? He had no prior connection with Mr. Qian at all. Moreover, Mr. Qian possesses a demeanor that is both amiable and approachable. How could he possibly be reluctant to meet with himself? At this moment, Duncan's voice broke through his reverie. "Deputy Director Song, it's time to leave. Wasn't it said that I would receive an explanation? I do not wish to linger here even a moment longer." The urgency in Duncan's voice jolted Deputy Director Song back to reality. In an instant, he was awakened. Could it be that his recent conversation with Bai Hetong was overheard by Mr. Qian? It is well known that, despite his kind disposition, Mr. Qian harbors a fierce disdain for malevolence. Coupled with Assistant Hu's earlier glance, it became evident that he had already drawn the attention of Mr. Qian. Furthermore, having pressed Bai Hetong so unrelentingly, it was apparent that Mr. Qian shared a close rapport with him as well. Bai Hetong would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to report him. Should Mr. Qian discover that he had allowed Bai Hetong to exert pressure on the enterprise in his efforts to assist Duncan. Deputy Director Song felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Regrettably, no one was there to offer him support. Chapter 114. The price is indeed steep. Naturally, Bai Hetong was unconcerned with Deputy Director Song's thoughts. A report would be made, as it pertained to the Chang'an Zoo. Mr. Qian directly inquired of Bai Hetong regarding the situation that had just transpired, causing him to huff in frustration. Assistant Hu discerned that Deputy Director Song was in dire straits. Mr. Qian's eldest son periodically called to inquire about his father's well-being, and he would also contact him privately to act as an informant. However, Mr. Qian had not yet reached out, likely occupied with diplomatic duties. When he returned and made that phone call, it would surely create quite a stir. Diagnosing and prescribing for Yunhai City was no simple matter of mere theoretical discourse. After listening to the reports from Bai Hetong and the others, Mr. Qian expressed his need for a brief period of research. He sought to gain a thorough understanding of enterprises, rural areas, development zones, and more. He aimed to identify their shining points and formulate policies tailored to their specific contexts. Additionally, by judiciously leveraging his influence, he intended to attract some capital for investment, gradually shaping a developmental path suitable for Yunhai City. Even Mr. Qian understood that he could not single-handedly alter the status quo with ease. Upon hearing that Mr. Qian would be staying for a while, Bai Hetong and the others could hardly contain their excitement. Over the following 2 days, Chao Cheng effectively retreated into seclusion atop Foguang Mountain. With Haikawa and Pajun, both in the late stages of qi refinement, the pressure on Chao Cheng significantly diminished. After activating the Grand Formation 3 times, the 40 acres of tea fields on Foguang Mountain fully matured, each plant bursting forth in perfect condition. The Yushu flower array would imbue the internally growing spirit plants with a certain vitality, and the tea infused with this vitality would serve as a soothing balm for the soul. In traditional Chinese medicine, there exists the concept of form and spirit. The body represents the form, while the human spirit embodies the essence. The notion of the unity of form and spirit derives from this principle. The form serves as the foundation for the spirit, while the spirit governs the form. Only when the spirit is in harmony can the form be in order. When the spirit is disturbed, the form inevitably succumbs to chaos. Many young people today grapple with various physical ailments that are largely linked to spiritual disarray. Take, for instance, the common issue of insomnia and vivid dreaming. Poor sleep inevitably leads to frequent drowsiness, lack of focus, sluggish reactions, and diminished memory. These are merely mild symptoms. Mental exhaustion, anxiety, and depression can manifest directly in physical ailments. Abnormal blood pressure and heart rate, excruciating headaches, relentless itching of the skin, and inexplicable muscle spasms, among others. Those with experience know that alleviating anxiety and depression can restore balance to all these issues. Such is the profound influence of the spirit. The soothing effects of the Yushu flower array on Fashu white tea are intended to calm the spirit. Consuming this tea can quickly relieve mental strain, providing clarity of thought and an invigorated spirit while sweeping away all bodily abnormalities caused by spiritual turmoil. By nightfall, it can bestow upon you a sleep akin to that of an infant, instantly rejuvenating you. This effect, Chao Cheng felt, was just right. It would neither lead to immediate gastrointestinal distress nor transform him into a projectile warrior soaring into the sky. Its astonishing efficacy was somewhat unrefined. yet it would not leave one with no discernible sensation, ensuring he would not miss the opportunity to profit. Chao Cheng believed that wealthy individuals also bore their own burdens. Indeed, many affluent individuals experience even greater mental stress. Once they sample this tea, they would undoubtedly be eager to purchase it without hesitation. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later arrived. During these days, Chao Cheng remained industriously occupied, harvesting and sun-drying tea leaves. He also invested over 100,000 yuan in constructing 2 cable car lines connecting the Jadeite Mountain and Foguang Mountain. These cables were approximately 1.5 shoulders wide, with climbing grips on either side. By grasping 2 climbing grips and alternating their movements, one could ascend the mountain along the cable. Additionally, he spent over 400,000 yuan acquiring 10 agricultural drones designed for pesticide spraying, complete with specialized intelligent flight control systems. These drones could carry a maximum load of 75 kilograms. Chao Cheng utilized the drones to hoist some steel materials and constructed a simple iron shed, where he placed the drones alongside water barrels weighing precisely 70 kilograms. All of this was, of course, designed to present a facade to the outside world. When Foguang Mountain was unveiled, how would the people, tea tree seeds, and water reach the otherwise inaccessible summit? Chao Cheng aimed to preemptively address these questions with well-prepared explanations, to the point where he would not even need to actively clarify anything. The items he had prepared would serve as the best explanation. Before long, the 5th day arrived. The day Chao Cheng had agreed upon with Mr. Qian. At 4:30 in the morning, the entrance to Cheng'an Zoo buzzed with activity. Luxurious vehicles arrived elegantly, parking in the dust-laden lot. The individuals alighting from these vehicles were all of remarkable stature, notable figures from the business world who had come to support Mr. Qian. Despite the humble venue, none of them expressed any dissatisfaction upon disembarking. They had attended numerous similar private gatherings, some held in quite secluded locations, rural golf courses, private villas, or even the more mundane KTV establishments. The location and timing were of little consequence. It was the people that mattered most. At this moment, assistant who was already waiting at the entrance. After exchanging pleasantries with the guests, he guided them into the zoo. In the management office's hall, there were not only the 1st and 2nd floors, but also a rooftop platform on the 2nd floor. However, there was no proper staircase leading up. Rather, it featured a vertical lift. Many of these business elites were clad in suits, most accompanied by partners, the ladies adorned in high heels and fitted dresses. Ascending the vertical lift proved to be quite a challenge for them. Nevertheless, the first of them had already begun conversing with Mr. Qian, and the others quickly forgot their difficulties as they hastened up to the platform. Above, Mr. Qian, along with his security personnel, Chao Cheng and Luo Jin, were engaged in casual conversation. A plethora of chairs, tea tables, and water kettles had been arranged, all prepared for the gathering. A total of 29 individuals ascended. The first to arrive had already engaged in pleasantries with Mr. Qian. "Ah, Mr. Qian, your timing is indeed quite early. Do take care to rest." Chao Cheng suppressed a chuckle, noting the presence of someone who seemed at a loss for words. Mr. Qian smiled warmly, remarking that it was Chao Cheng who had set this early hour, and he himself was uncertain of the intent behind it. "The earlier, the better," he continued. "To savor tea while witnessing the sunrise. What a splendid affair." Someone eagerly chimed in. "Indeed, especially to witness the dawn alongside Mr. Qian. Such a fortune is not bestowed upon everyone." Mr. Qian waved his hand modestly, saying, "Allow me to introduce you to one another. This gentleman is today's tea host and the proprietor of this zoo. Do not let his youth deceive you. He is indeed a remarkable person. Just the other day, I suffered from a peculiar ailment and was on the brink of peril. It was he who, with a cup of tea, restored my very life." Assistant who sighed quietly to himself. Mr. Qian was certainly putting his reputation on the line for Chao Cheng. One must understand that for someone of Mr. Qian's stature to utter such words was tantamount to overtly endorsing Chao Cheng, regardless of how exorbitant or bitter Chao Cheng's tea might be. These attendees would likely purchase some out of respect for Mr. Qian. Conversely, if the tea were truly disappointing, Mr. Qian might feel a sense of complicity in deceiving others, which could tarnish his reputation and jeopardize his legacy. Yet, Mr. Qian appeared entirely unconcerned with such ramifications, indicating the weight he placed on this act of gratitude. Naturally, the prominent figures in the business world shared similar sentiments, all casting their gazes toward Chao Cheng. However, some harbored divergent thoughts. The notion that this young man had saved Mr. Qian from his illness, only to gather these individuals for the purpose of selling tea, seemed to many a stroke of serendipity, a fortunate coincidence that would allow him to profit from unsuspecting patrons. Once this idea took root, many attendees began to view Chao Cheng with skepticism. After introducing Chao Cheng, assistant who, fearing that Mr. Qian might not remember everyone, proceeded to introduce each individual present. "Mr. Chao, This is Mr. Xiao Yunsheng, the CEO of Dongsheng Liquor Industry. This is Mrs. Jean Li Hua, the president of Huakai Group. As assistant who introduced each guest, Chao Cheng greeted them with handshakes and invited them to take their seats at their leisure. The fact that so many affluent business people had gathered was not merely for tea or Mr. Qian. It also provided an excellent opportunity for mutual exchange. Only Mr. Qian possessed the influence to draw such a crowd. Such opportunities are rare indeed. Thus, once pleasantries with Mr. Qian concluded, the attendees engaged in small conversations. After the introductions were completed, Mr. Qian took his seat, and everyone found their places. Chao Cheng turned to Luo Jin, instructing, "Boil some water." At this moment, attendees had noticed several tea baskets nearby, their lids laid open to reveal an array of tea leaves. Was this the tea the proprietor intended to sell? Exposed to the open air without packaging? Surely, they wouldn't be served tea brewed from these leaves. As their confusion mounted, Luo Jin had already begun to boil water and was delicately extracting tea leaves with tweezers. The attendees were left speechless. He truly intended to use the leaves laid out in the open? The exposure to the elements rendered them decidedly unclean. Using tweezers seemed utterly superfluous, and Luo Jin's hands trembled slightly as she did so. The names introduced earlier had been nothing short of illustrious, all leaders or stakeholders of major enterprises. This spectacle was a first for her. While the water boiled, Chao Cheng addressed the gathering. "Esteemed guests, you are all luminaries of the business world, assembled here today due to our shared passion for tea. There are a few points I must make clear from the outset. First, you need not feel compelled to purchase my tea simply because Mr. Qian has spoken. For everyone present today, I shall gift you 3 qian of tea, regardless of whether you choose to buy or not. Second, my tea is cultivated by my own hand, and its effects shall become evident after your tasting. Grown atop the summit of Foguang Mountain, it is known as floating white tea, nourished with a secret herbal infusion and harvested by celestial cranes, employing entirely natural techniques. Thus, it commands a lofty price. Today, you shall sample the freshest buds, picked merely 2 days ago. This is the most exquisite part of the tea, and I shall announce the price in advance. 88 million. At this declaration, the room erupted in astonishment. Some attendees even burst into laughter. A few were already convinced that Chao Cheng was a fraud. Herbal infusion? Celestial crane harvesting? It was as if he were claiming his tea could bestow longevity. Were it not for Mr. Qian's presence, those with a short temper might have stood up to leave, even with Mr. Qian in attendance. A few could not help but scoff, too. 88 million per pound. Chao Cheng, however, raised a finger to interrupt, per tael. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Chao Cheng reiterated, "The buds are 88 million per tael. 1 bud and 1 leaf, 160,000 per tael. 1 bud and 2 leaves, 880,000 per tael." The attendees collectively gasped in disbelief. They had encountered their fair share of charlatans, but a scammer with such audacity was unprecedented. The price of 880,000 per pound for 1 bud and 2 leaves was outrageous. The price for the buds at 88 million per pound was akin to attempting to pry their bank cards from their hands. Some attendees, disinterested in engaging with Chao Cheng further, turned directly to Mr. Qian, exclaiming, "Mr. Qian, I recall that last year at the Lushan auction, a mere 2 taels of Wui Mountain's mother tree Da Hong Pao sold for only 189 million. Others chimed in, "Indeed, I usually enjoy white tea, and my premium Darjeeling first flush tips only cost over 20,000 per pound. According to Mr. Chao's pricing, my top-tier white tea wouldn't even buy a tael of his 1 bud and 2 leaves. How peculiar." For these individuals, 180,000 was hardly a sum to consider. However, they were not fools. The value of money was not in its quantity, but in its worth. Assistant who furrowed his brow in concern. This was exorbitantly priced. Was Chao Cheng exploiting Mr. Qian's reputation to profit at his expense? If so, it would severely tarnish Mr. Qian's standing. Mr. Qian was indeed taking a significant risk. Yet, the most astonished of all was Luo Jin. Even having accompanied Chao Cheng to witness many extraordinary events, she was nonetheless overwhelmed by the shock of this price. 88 million per tael, translated to 88 million per pound. 100 pounds would amount to 8 billion. Was this tea being sold? Or was it akin to selling gold? No, in comparison to this tea, gold was mere chaff. This price was tenfold that of gold. At this moment, Mr. Qian, with a jovial demeanor, interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, young Chao has made it clear that you need not feel obliged to purchase tea out of respect for me. Besides, he has offered a tasting first, followed by a gift of 3 qian of tea for everyone. Why the rush?" Once Mr. Qian concluded his remarks, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Indeed, they were incensed by Chao Cheng's exorbitant pricing, momentarily forgetting that he had not coerced anyone into making a purchase. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was offering 3 qian as a gift, specifically, the prized buds. If one were to evaluate the value of these buds, the 3 qian could well be worth 70 to 80,000 yuan. Chao Cheng, however, remained silent, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He had anticipated such a reaction, deliberately instilling in them a sense of skepticism regarding the tea's worth. As the water reached a rolling boil, he personally brewed a pot of tea. The instant the tea was poured, a captivating aroma wafted upwards, mingling with the steam. Even in the open air, the unique fragrance of the tea was palpable, causing the eyes of the onlookers to brighten. With this aromatic essence filling the air, they felt a refreshing clarity in their lungs. No other tea, regardless of its fragrance, could evoke such a miraculous effect. After a brief pause, Chao Cheng began to serve the tea, presenting 15 diminutive cups on a tray. Each cup was just a sip's worth, and with one pot, he filled 2 trays to the brim. Luo Jin and assistant who each carried a tray, distributing the tea to the affluent merchants. Upon receiving their cups, the guests held them up to their noses for a sniff. White tea is revered for its first infusion. It is not washed or steeped, emphasizing its fresh, crisp aroma. The scent, particularly from the first brew, was most potent. As they inhaled deeply, the fragrance intensified, enveloping their senses. "Mr. Qian," this one gentleman inquired, holding his cup aloft. Mr. Qian, also cradling a cup, responded with a hearty laugh. "No need for formality. Let us savor this tea together." Upon tasting, the crowd could no longer contain their astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Is this truly tea? My sinuses have cleared. I feel as though a warm current has washed over me, lightening my very being. Typically I suffer from tension headaches when I stay up late. Yet this cup has alleviated my pain. Indeed, the effects are remarkable. My head feels clear and invigorated. My heavens, I sense my heart has calmed significantly." The merchants eagerly exchanged their experiences, collectively marveling at how the tea had alleviated their stress, banished headaches, and rejuvenated their bodies. More astonishingly, they realized that this clarity was not exclusive to them. Every individual who partook in the tea shared the same refreshing sensation. Their spirits were lifted, and their minds were lucid. This feeling was invaluable, beyond monetary worth. Many of them, accustomed to hectic schedules and frequent flights, rarely enjoyed a sound night's sleep. Regardless of wealth, one cannot purchase restful slumber, only access to better sleeping aids. What is the point of affluence if one possesses riches yet suffers from stomachaches after indulging in gourmet delicacies? Plagued by nightmares, and burdened by fatigue and irritability? At that moment, Chao Cheng lifted a second kettle, pouring another round of tea while stating, "The mind governs the body." Esteemed guests, you have encountered many esteemed physicians, and you understand the profound impact of mental well-being on a person. This tea, known as Buddha's peak white tea, also referred to as soul-calming herb, is specifically crafted to alleviate mental strain, fatigue, and insomnia. This 1 or 2 ounces of tea contains at least 3,000 buds. Each brew utilizes 9 buds. Its efficacy is unparalleled. 1 ounce of tea is sufficient for a year, costing 280,000 yuan annually. For busy executives like yourselves, is that exorbitant? As he spoke, Chao Cheng poured himself a small cup, savoring it with serene composure. The crowd, now imbibing the second cup, found their doubts vanishing entirely. The body's response was undeniable. "Mr. Chao, how much of this tea do you possess?" Someone inquired eagerly. They needed to ascertain his stock. If he had only a few pounds, it would be impractical to make a bulk purchase. Would it not necessitate an auction? Chao Cheng set down his cup. "My tea garden spans 40 mu, yielding over 100 pounds of fresh buds converted into dried tea, deducting the supply reserved for Mr. Qian and others. Moving forward, I will limit purchases to 1 pound per person annually, verifying identities to prevent proxy buying. However, as you are the first group to support me, each of you may acquire 2 pounds today." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, with some individuals rising from their seats in exhilaration. The tea they had just tasted was not only extraordinarily effective, but also a special supply for Mr. Qian and his associates. They could almost guarantee that this tea would become immensely popular within Mr. Qian's circle. After all, the pressures faced by those in positions of authority far surpassed their own. To procure this exceptional tea, accessible only to those of Mr. Qian's stature, was not merely a purchase, it was a symbol of status. Many of these businessmen had emerged from humble beginnings, possessing sharp intellect and discerning vision. The opportunity to acquire such tea for this sum was indeed a rare chance. "Mr. Chao, I previously acted discourteously. Please forgive me. I would like 2 pounds of buds. And I shall pay immediately. I too desire 2 pounds of buds. Count me in for 2 pounds as well." In an instant, the crowd surged forward, disregarding their decorum. At this juncture, neglecting appearances was, in fact, a matter of maintaining them. Each individual had tasted the tea and understood its effects all too well. This was not merely a slight alleviation of stress, it was a profound transformation. Given its remarkable efficacy, who would refrain from purchasing? Could one truly walk away while others left with the tea? 2 pounds at 760,000 yuan was a trifling sum for them. Moreover, many sensed that this tea held value beyond mere consumption. In the near future, the opportunities arising from gifting even an ounce could yield rewards far exceeding 5 million yuan. Luo Jin produced a prepared POS machine, and the guests began to swipe their cards. Meanwhile, the dim sky began to brighten, heralding the dawn. Chao Cheng gestured toward the distant Buddha Light Mountain. Esteemed guests, I previously mentioned that this tea is nourished by medicinal herbs and harvested by celestial cranes. This is no empty boast. Behold, the peak of Buddha Light Mountain is where the tea fields reside. The guests followed Chao Cheng's gesture, witnessing a gentle purple aura emanating from the distant mountain silhouette. The sky gradually illuminated, revealing several dark figures ascending from the purple mist, rapidly approaching. As they drew nearer, it became evident that they were a flock of elegant red-crowned cranes, each carrying a bamboo basket in their beaks. Chapter 116. The construction of Xuanyu Pavilion is set in motion. The crowd erupted in astonishment. After indulging in tea, one might wonder whether it is the essence of traditional Chinese medicine or the ethereal touch of celestial cranes that has graced the experience. Their indifference towards advertisements is palpable, as the efficacy speaks volumes on its own. In this era, who can claim their advertisements are devoid of embellishment? Yet, when one witnesses the peaks of Fo Guangshan radiating a resplendent violet light, it feels as though celestial cranes are indeed descending with tea leaves in their beaks. Such a sensation is utterly transcendent. The enigma lies in how these cranes are trained. Regardless of whether they are pre-trained or not, the symbolism is profoundly significant. The celestial crane, steeped in rich Eastern mythology, offers tea that is harvested in a manner unlike any other. Each sip is likely to evoke thoughts of its extraordinary harvesting technique. Imagine presenting this tea to esteemed guests, accompanied by the phrase, harvested by celestial cranes. Regardless of their belief, curiosity will surely be piqued. Once they taste the tea, inquiries for validation will inevitably follow. This exchange will naturally kindle conversations, fostering closer relationships. As the audience remains in awe, the cranes approach, each grasping intricately woven bamboo baskets in their beaks. These baskets, small-mouthed yet ample, are lined with pristine oiled paper and topped with a layer of cling film. The cranes gently place the baskets upon the table before Chao Cheng. In a display meant for onlookers, Chao Cheng retrieves a handful of small, bean-like objects from his pocket and tosses them towards the cranes, which eagerly compete to consume these rewards. This act is, of course, for the benefit of the spectators. Chao Cheng has scattered a beast spirit pill, mixed with fragments of plant matter, to create over 200 small pills designed to enhance the crane's physique and strengthen their reliance on him. It also serves to demonstrate to outsiders that he has engaged in training. Who would have thought that Boss Chao was a tamer of beasts? Truly remarkable. Chao Cheng waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Ah, the Qing dynasty has fallen. Let us not dwell on banners and such." This elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd. Boss Chao's wit is delightful. Only Qian Lao and assistant who exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that these cranes had only arrived 5 days prior. Even if trained, 5 days hardly seems sufficient for them to master tea harvesting and delicately deliver their baskets. What sort of rigorous training camp is this? Even a druid would envy his efficiency. Chao Cheng continued, before the cranes harvest the tea, their beaks are thoroughly sanitized. You may rest assured that avian influenza is not a concern. Should anyone have reservations about the sanitation of the cranes harvesting, please feel free to speak to me privately. I will also engage in manual harvesting. Many ladies' concerns were alleviated by Chao Cheng's lighthearted remarks. The tea's remarkable qualities render the question of its harvester's cleanliness secondary. What can possibly contaminate something steeped in boiling water? The tea harvested by the cranes is, in fact, a rarity. At this moment, Chao Cheng opened a small basket, revealing an abundance of fresh buds and tips, filling it to the brim. This single basket could yield 3 taels of dried tea. Those eager for tea could take some home to sun-dry today. It merely requires 2 days of natural sunlight to dehydrate. For those less pressed for time, I will personally harvest and prepare it for you over the next couple of days, notifying you once it is ready for collection. Of course, for those with a penchant for leisure, drones may be utilized to witness the harvesting process firsthand atop the mountain. The crowd praised Chao Cheng's thoughtfulness. Whether they were pressed for time or not, both crane-harvested and manually harvested teas could be accommodated, each freshly picked and tailored to their desires, rather than being merely pre-prepared products. The allure of this bespoke experience is undeniably enticing. Boss Chao, each person is limited to purchasing 2 pounds of buds. What about the one bud, one leaf variety? Inquired one entrepreneur. They were not merely seeking tea for themselves. With the opportunity to procure more, they aimed to stockpile. The one bud, one leaf variety is slightly inferior in effect, approximately 80 to 90% of the bud's efficacy. The one bud, two leaves variant offers about 60 to 70%. Each of these is also limited to 2 pounds per person. Chao Chung differentiated the pricing based on their soothing effects. He discerned that the buds possessed the most potent aura, while the one bud, one leaf variety seemed to have lost some energy, and the one bud, two leaves even more so, thus justifying his pricing structure. Interestingly, many tea enthusiasts prefer the one bud, one leaf variant, believing its flavor to be richer and more robust than the singular buds. As for the quantity, Chao Chung could not reveal all. The production of buds alone from his 40 mu of land could yield 200 pounds each season, and with the presence of jade trees, he could even induce off-season ripening. However, rarity begets value. If he were to release too much tea at once, not only would prices plummet, but the production levels would also raise eyebrows, leading to significant trouble. Thus, he could only release it gradually. This monopolistic resource is ideally suited for a hunger marketing strategy. If anyone could merely pay a small sum to reserve a few pounds, what chaos would ensue? As the crowd purchased their buds, they were more than willing to invest in the one bud, one leaf variety as well. Many opted to buy 2 pounds each of both the one bud, one leaf and the one bud, two leaves. Bathed in the morning light, they continued to enjoy tea and converse for over an hour, relishing the gathering. The affluent merchants exchanged contact information with Chao Chung, insisting he reach out as soon as the tea was ready. Once the guests had departed, Chao Chung bowed to Qian Lao, saying, "Thank you." Despite owing a debt of gratitude to Qian Lao for saving his life, he appreciated Qian Lao's willingness to humble himself to attract these merchants for a tea release event. Qian Lao chuckled, "Haha, you thank me. But they owe me thanks too for introducing them to such exquisite tea. It is not my reputation that compels them to spend. After showcasing your tea, they will surely attract more seekers upon their return. To prevent shortages later, might I also purchase 2 more pounds now?" Chao Chung sighed. "Please, Qian Lao, do not jest. You need not spend a dime on tea. I shall reserve 5 pounds of my finest tea for you each season. If you wish, you may stay in the tea garden itself." Qian Lao laughed heartily, repeatedly expressing his satisfaction. After a few more exchanges, it was already past 7. Qian Lao's grandson, Qian Yulong, arrived at the zoo to find him. "Grandpa, you look so sprightly." Upon seeing Qian Yulong, Qian Lao's face broke into a warm smile. "You little rascal. Did you not return to Longshan with your father?" Qian Yulong was of a similar age to Chao Chung. However, in comparison to Chao Chung and Song Xingjia, he appeared remarkably refined, a quintessential gentleman of noble bearing. Qian Yulong chuckled. "I couldn't help but be concerned for you, so I ran back." Old Qian was evidently elated, bursting into hearty laughter. "Then who will manage your construction company?" Qian Yulong replied, "I only oversee the project procurement. There are others who will keep an eye on everything else." Chao Cheng's eyes instantly sparkled with realization. What a fortunate arrangement. Profiting from the Qian family while spending their wealth. Chapter 117. Old Qian takes action. Chao Chung promptly inquired, "Brother Yulong, do you work in the construction industry?" Qian Yulong was exceedingly courteous to Chao Chung, as he was the savior of his grandfather. "Ah, yes, I run a small construction company. Please wait a moment." Chao Chung swiftly entered the management hall, seeking a secluded spot to retrieve the architectural plans for the Xianyu Pavilion from his spatial ring. He then returned to Qian Yulong, presenting, "This is my design for the aviary. I intend for it to become the iconic structure of our zoo, covering an area of 5,000 square meters. Could you assess whether your company can undertake this?" After discussing the desired details, Qian Yulong could only smile wryly. "Brother Chao, you truly have grand ambitions. If this is realized, it will not merely be the landmark of the zoo, but a defining structure of Yunhai City. 5,000 square meters is quite substantial. Furthermore, the design requires a glass observation deck for the bird's head and wings. This will pose a significant challenge in terms of design and material specifications. If this project proceeds, it could easily cost several hundred million." Chao Cheng nodded. "I am aware." Qian Yulong was taken aback. He understood that they would still pursue the project. "My base is in Longshan City. This project is beyond what our company can handle alone. However, you are the benefactor of my grandfather, and thus, my benefactor as well. If you lack connections, I can assist you in overseeing and managing this project from start to finish. I have friends involved in design and the bespoke steel procurement. I can guarantee excellent value for your investment. We can also bid locally for various construction companies to handle the foundation, main structure, and other components." Chao Cheng asked, "How long will this take?" Qian Yulong pondered for a moment. 2 years? If we are quick, perhaps a year and a half." Chao Cheng shook his head vigorously. "Too slow. What if we disregard costs and work around the clock, 24/7? Qian Yulong winced, clearly finding it difficult to provide an answer. At that moment, old Qian cheerfully interjected, 3 months. Chao Cheng was instantly filled with delight, but Qian Yulong stared at his grandfather in shock. Grandfather, that's impossible. Old Qian smiled and replied, think carefully. You just mentioned this is not merely a landmark for the zoo, but for Yunhai City. Understanding dawned on Qian Yulong. Oh, grandfather. Are you suggesting that Secretary Bai and the others? Old Qian nodded, addressing Chao Cheng. A few days ago, Secretary Bai asked me for suggestions regarding Yunhai City. I've been conducting research in recent days. Your project could serve as a breakthrough. If you coordinate with Bai Hetong, he would likely be eager to cooperate fully. However, if you wish to expedite the process, the costs may double. Upon hearing this, Chao Cheng immediately declared, no matter, as long as it is expedited. Old Qian explained. Military steel enterprises currently have a demand for transitioning military technology to civilian use. Such a high-difficulty landmark building would surely entice them to lend their name. As far as I know, Longshan City's military steel possesses high-strength attributes, resistant to corrosion and low temperatures. Aside from its cost, it surpasses all alternatives. If we order a large quantity of this bespoke steel for assembling unique structures, it would significantly shorten the construction timeline. Chao Cheng hurriedly replied, then I must trouble you. Old Qian chuckled. Yulong, you should remain here and effectively manage this project. It is also an opportunity for you. As for the design, I will seek out my old friends at the Provincial Design Institute for a chat. Chao Cheng quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Old Qian. Thank you, Brother Yulong. Qian Yulong's eyes sparkled with excitement. His grandfather was preparing to enhance his illustrious resume. Yunhai was in urgent need of distinctive industries to transform its current state, and Chao Cheng's zoo had already garnered a modest reputation. With such a monumental landmark, it would undoubtedly be a rare spectacle for the city. Moreover, Chao Cheng was not likely to stop at just one construction. This marked a powerful beginning for the burgeoning tourism industry. The most crucial aspect was that Chao Cheng would finance it without concern for costs. Yunhai City merely needed to ensure proper coordination, and Bai Hetong would certainly be eager for such an opportunity. As long as the municipal hall strongly supported the project, all procedures would be expedited smoothly. Utilities, transportation, construction, fire safety, and environmental protection would collaborate seamlessly. The provincial construction teams would lead the way, supplemented by grandfather's resolution of the bespoke steel issue. This would undoubtedly result in a robust collaboration among military, land, and enterprise sectors. If he could spearhead the planning of such a significant project, it would greatly enhance both his capabilities and his resume. With this thought in mind, Qian Yulong regarded Chao Cheng. Brother Chao, I wonder if you trust me. Chao Cheng was momentarily speechless. With your grandfather so invested, what could he possibly be after? To have you lead the project is clearly his condition. Your father is in the Development and Reform Commission, your grandfather is a renowned economist. And you yourself are in this field. If I can't trust you, then whom can I trust? You couldn't possibly escape. Then it seems I'll be responsible for nothing but preparing the funds, Chao Cheng joked. He was well aware that old Qian's substantial support stemmed from 3 reasons. He was entrusted by Bai Hetong, he wished to give back to his hometown, and he sought to provide his grandson with an opportunity for growth and acclaim. The 3rd reason was to repay Chao Cheng for saving his life. This was a triple benefit. Why wouldn't the old man give it his all? Qian Yulong smiled wryly. It appears that I shouldn't expect any restful months ahead. Since Chao Cheng is in such a hurry, we agreed to meet at the municipal hall at noon to finalize matters with Bai Hetong. With that, old Qian and Qian Yulong took their leave. Once they departed, it was already past 8 in the morning, and the zoo began to buzz with activity. Chao Cheng returned to the 2nd floor with Luo Jin. How much did we earn? Chao Cheng inquired. Luo Jin's voice trembled slightly. 274 billion. She still felt somewhat disoriented. A pile of previously unremarkable wild tea leaves had miraculously sold for 274 billion overnight, thanks to Chao Cheng's efforts. This was perhaps the most lucrative business she could ever imagine, compounded by their recent profits. At present, the company's account balances a staggering 300 million. Chao Cheng inhaled deeply, shaking his head in dismay. It is still insufficient to realize the vision of Xianyu Pavilion. The preliminary estimate by Zhou Yishan was a minimum of 400 million. Now, with my demand to shorten the construction period without regard for costs, it transcends mere expenditure. It becomes a reckless burn of cash. Of course, with the financial backing and connections of Qian Lao and Qian Yulong, considerable savings can be anticipated. Nonetheless, I must prepare at least 1 billion as a baseline. Upon the return of this batch of tea leaves, I expect a ripple effect among affluent merchants. The next time they come for tea, there will likely be even more of them. However, the actual returns remain an enigma. At this moment, Tong Anshi and Zhang Jingjing burst exuberantly onto the 2nd floor, breathless from their sprint, especially Zhang Jingjing, whose movements caused a dizzying sway. The two jubilantly approached Chao Cheng. Tong Anqi, akin to a student brandishing a certificate of achievement, dramatically presented an award before Chao Cheng. Look, first prize in the Chanel Cup Nature Photography Contest. Chao Cheng squinted at the certificate, puzzled. What is this? Tong Anqi's eyes sparkled with pride. Surprised, aren't you? Our photographs won first place in the contest. That's a reward of 800,000. Zhang Jingjing nodded vigorously, her face alight with joy. Chao Cheng, at a loss for words, exclaimed, "You can actually earn money from this? I always thought you two were just playing around." Tong Anqi rolled her eyes, momentarily annoyed, before beaming again. Many photography contests offer cash prizes, you know? Luxury brands, camera manufacturers, media outlets, and even various local institutions provide substantial rewards. Chao Cheng found her delight amusing and crossed his arms. Chanel, isn't that the luxury brand? Why would they host such an event? Tong Anqi widened her eyes. To seek inspiration, of course. Beauty is an art that requires muse. And I discovered that, which is why I became the champion. As she spoke, she gestured animatedly towards herself and Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng extended a hand. 800,000 is indeed a considerable sum. Tong Anqi, however, replied, "Don't worry, it's all yours. But I have something even more significant. The series of photos I submitted features crows, clouded leopards, and tigers that I captured. Chanel wants to hire us as their ambassadors. They wish to film a creative advertisement that requires the tigers' cooperation. If successful, the advertising fee is 50 million. Chao Cheng stood frozen in shock. 50 million. That's exorbitant. While 50 million might not quench his current thirst for funds, what astonished him was the prospect of endorsing an advertisement. How could a luxury brand be willing to spend such a fortune on a single advertisement? His tea leaves, after all, have production costs. They require cultivation, deception, the involvement of elderly artisans, and storytelling to captivate these wealthy merchants. Yet, merely filming an advertisement featuring a tiger could yield 50 million. For someone like him, the heir of the Beast Sect, this felt akin to picking up money off the ground. Having never truly understood Tong Anqi's profession, he had not kept track of her progress. He was taken aback to discover that her ultimate destination was this, serving as a muse for luxury brands? Quite intriguing. However, at that moment, what captivated Chao Cheng was not the 50 million, but the realization of how lucrative the luxury market could be. Why couldn't he venture into it? In truth, his tea could also be considered a form of luxury. However, it is not positioned to reach the largest consumer demographic, women. 1 or 2 tails of tea could last a year, and 2 pounds of tea leaves, if not gifted, could keep a foolish man drinking indefinitely. Yet, a woman's wardrobe is never ample. This represents an unimaginably vast market. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation, attire reigns supreme. Designer clothing, handbags, accessories, jewelry, and more. These are all avenues he could explore. Yet, Chao Cheng understood well that luxury brands are steeped in history and public recognition. Breaking into such a market is no simple feat. Moreover, he was unaware of the depths of this industry. Fortunately, an opportunity to collaborate with a renowned international luxury brand had arisen, allowing him to gain insight into their operations. Chao Cheng inquired, "When and where will the shooting take place?" Tong Anqi looked towards Zhang Jingjing, as such details were beyond her recall. Zhang Jingjing clarified. Chanel mentioned they were impressed by the peaceful coexistence between Anqi and the tiger. Moreover, the unique one-eyed tiger piqued their interest. So they first inquired if we could ensure the tiger's cooperation for this creative shoot. As she spoke, Zhang Jingjing pulled out her phone and opened a document. The file contained a concept for the advertisement. The advertisement's narrative outlined that Tong Anqi would encounter a tiger in the wild, with the tiger circling her, creating a tense atmosphere. After calming the tiger, she would place a platinum crocodile skin handbag, which Chanel aims to promote, on its back. Suddenly, the tiger would reveal a fearsome demeanor, turning to bite the handbag. The scene would then shift to depict the tiger battling a crocodile in a wild pond. As the tiger wrestled with the crocodile, the scene would transition back to the tiger tearing at the handbag. At this point, Tong Anqi would rush forward to snatch the bag from the tiger's jaws, wiping it clean in a close-up shot, showcasing that the crocodile skin handbag remained unscathed. The advertisement's theme would be, "Craftsmanship tames wildness, quality without flaws." Naturally, Chao Cheng refrained from judging the creative aspect, as Chanel's primary concern was whether the tiger could cooperate. Whether it be the initial standoff between the tiger and Tong Anqi, the genuine battle with the crocodile, or the final moment of her reclaiming the handbag. Each scene necessitated the tiger's full cooperation, even requiring it to perform. Some circus tigers might manage such feats, but Chanel was particularly interested in this one-eyed tiger, along with Tong Anqi, whose physique, visage, and aura embodied the epitome of Eastern beauty. In recent years, as China has rapidly developed, Its citizens have increasingly become the mainstay of luxury consumption. All luxury brands are eager to penetrate this promising market. Chao Cheng stated, reply to them that we can cooperate. Let them come over. Zhang Jingjing nodded enthusiastically, absolutely. At noon, Chao Cheng, along with Qian Lao and Qian Yulong, arrived at the city hall. Upon hearing that Chao Cheng intended to embark on this project, Bai He, almost overwhelmed with excitement, nearly leapt from his seat. He immediately declared, this is certainly not merely the business of the Cheng'an Zoo. Such an artistically significant landmark project will surely receive the city's full support. He further proposed the establishment of a temporary command center at the entrance of Chaocheng Zoo. The project has been temporarily designated as the Guanxing Bird Project, due to its expansive area of 5,000 square meters and an impressive height of 147 meters, categorizing it as a super high-rise building. Such constructions necessitate approval from fire safety, housing construction, and even civil aviation departments. The establishment of a super high-rise in a city signifies an iconic landmark, and upon completion, it is bound to elevate the citizen's sense of pride. It serves as a comprehensive reflection of a city's collaborative capabilities, technological prowess, and corporate strength. With substantial funding from affluent investors, these challenges are rendered trivial. This remarkable height, located beyond the Third Ring Road, truly offers a panoramic view of the entire city, even extending to glimpses of nearby mountains. Observing his dedication, Chao Cheng felt reassured. To expedite the project's completion, support from the city is indispensable, as water, electricity, roads, and networks are all essential. Why he was in a state of urgency. After a meeting at noon, he promptly commenced the arrangements for the temporary construction command office in the afternoon. Chao Cheng drove back to the zoo, where Tong Anya stood at the entrance, seemingly preparing to make a phone call. Upon spotting Chao Cheng's vehicle, she swiftly tucked away her phone and approached briskly, opening the passenger door to enter the car. I was just about to look for you, she remarked, handing him a brown paper bag. What is this? He inquired. Money. Tong Anya replied with a slight smile. Chao Cheng opened the bag and extracted a contract, the revised agreement he had requested. The document stipulated that Cheng'an Zoo Company and the Natural Science Foundation would share the intellectual property rights of this research project. Cheng'an Zoo would provide the research environment and assist the Research Institute in obtaining experimental data, while the Natural Science Foundation would fund the project. With an initial investment of 400 million, Chao Cheng was elated. Indeed, it was money. Just 3 days prior, Mr. Huang and his team had established the experimental fields. At that time, Haikawa had just concluded his tea cultivation, and he brought the crow flock to assist with the experiment. Currently, Haikawa's crow population has grown to approximately 800, forming a substantial colony that significantly enhances the validity of the data collected. In a mere 3 days of precise experimentation, they achieved results that Professor Huang and his team had previously deemed unimaginable. With these results in hand, Professor Huang approached the Natural Science Foundation and promptly secured funding without any obstacles. The Research Institute, surrounding greenery, an office building, and an apartment complex, along with roads radiating from the Research Institute, Tong Anya elaborated. Chao Cheng was taken aback. The roads? Are they also in agreement to construct them? Tong Anya adjusted her glasses and nodded, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. I initially discussed the road construction with Mr. Huang, and he had no objections. I mentioned it to the foundation, and they were also amenable. It is all documented in the contract. Chao Cheng was overjoyed, exclaiming, well done. I shall reward you tonight. Tong Anya nodded in acquiescence, alighting from the vehicle. Just as she stepped out, she turned to remind him, don't forget to buy contraceptives. I need to focus on work and cannot afford to get pregnant. If you prefer not to use them, opt for long-acting contraceptive pills, those without side effects. I've done my research, and the brands are preferable. With that, she slammed the car door shut and strode confidently towards the zoo entrance. Chao Cheng's expression darkened, feeling somewhat petrified.